I never dreamed that I would actually transmigrate into an orange tabby cat and be dragged by my owner to participate in some pet show. As soon as the show started, everyone thought I was just a dumb cat who was spacing out. The experts didn't have high hopes for me, and the audience mocked me in all sorts of ways. But the series of moves I made next completely dropped their jaws. Chapter 1, The Pet Show Begins. Hurry up, the show is about to start. I've been looking forward to this show for a long time, but unfortunately, my pet didn't get selected during the auditions. A pet show must be supported. My little darlings, we're here to see you. At the same time, tens of millions of pet-loving viewers flooded into a live streaming platform. On the live streaming platform, a female host stood in front of the broadcast desk. She held a microphone and smiled sweetly at everyone. She was exactly the one everyone loved. Dear viewers, good morning everyone. What we are now live streaming for you is the large-scale pet show Super Divine Pets, jointly created by 10 top pet groups. Pets are our human friends and also our close companions. We have randomly selected 100 families from those who passed the auditions this time, each family having their own pet. Next, with the owner's consent, we will use hidden cameras to showcase their daily lives. At home, we installed hidden cameras, but of course, we do not film the owner's privacy. Outdoors, we use personnel tracking and drone follow shooting, striving not to disturb the pet's normal activities. Judges score the pets based on their individual performances, and the audience can also vote for their favorite pets. The pets that advance will receive a prize of 100,000 yuan. Next, there will be domestic qualifying rounds and the national finals. The top 5 pets in the country will also participate in the global selection. The final Global Divine Pet Champion will exclusively enjoy a super grand prize worth billions. The live broadcast room instantly erupted. Wow! There's actually a super grand prize worth billions, what a big deal! Ah! I want to participate. Why wasn't my pet chosen? I'm so envious of these selected families and their pets. All the audience members who have pets at home felt a bit unsettled upon hearing this. They were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. However, if the pet doesn't perform well, points will be deducted. If the pet and the owner lack rapport, points will also be deducted. Our rules are strict. During the live broadcast, we will conduct various evaluations and tests. The pet with the worst evaluation will be directly eliminated. The female host's tone changed, and her expression became serious. The audience felt a bit better upon hearing this. It seemed that winning the 100 billion super prize was not that easy. I will stop here. Now, please welcome our guests, who are also members of our evaluation expert panel. They are the renowned zoologist Mr. Song Chenggang, the renowned animal protection expert Mr. Li Shirwan, the renowned veterinary expert Mr. Wu Daohong, famous pet enthusiast Ms. Wang Lan. Facing the live broadcast room, the guests smiled and waved in greeting. Our 100 undercover teams have already set off. Finally, let's wait and see if the performance of these pets will surprise us. With the female host's final words, the live broadcast screen opened, showing 100 windows, each one a live broadcast room. In an instant, various pets appeared in the frame. Dogs, cats, alpaca, parrot. Because it is morning and not the weekend, most owners are not at home. They have gone to work. These animals are alone in front of the camera and all appear somewhat lively. Only pet number 55, an orange tabby cat with golden stripes all over its body, felt somewhat different. The orange tabby stared at the camera, crouching still without moving. Its gaze was somewhat eerie. Audience, what's wrong with this cat? Did it spot us? Impossible, didn't we say it was a candid shot? Then what's with staring at the camera? Daydreaming? This audition can pass? My pet is much better than this cat. Could there be some backstage deal? The viewers entering live room 55 were discussing loudly, but the orange cat ignored them all and remained motionless. A viewer opened the pet resume. Name, Big King. Species, cat. Gender, male. Personality description, lively, cheerful, steady, generous, wise, persistent, brave, confident, strong, rational, calm, energetic, motivated. Audience. Damn, are you talking about a cat? So this cat is called King. That name sounds so powerful. Is it really okay to use this name for a cat? Big boss, are you looking down on me? This cat is handsome, no doubt, but a bit dull. What a pity for this name. The live stream audience has changed the topic. At this moment, the condition of pet number 55 also caught the attention of the guests. The female host steered the topic. Teachers, it seems like everyone thinks this cat is too quiet. What do you think? This is probably because everyone doesn't understand the habits of cats very well. Cats as pets quite like being alone and quiet, essentially zoning out. In terms of personality, cats tend to be relatively quiet, and compared to lively and energetic dogs, cats appear much more introverted. But this is a pet show, and a quiet cat has far fewer advantages compared to other pets. I'm not very optimistic about this cat. Zoologist Song Chenggang said with a smile. I'm not optimistic either. Another expert continued with a smile. And me. For guests, 3 of them share the same opinion. Ms. Wang Lan, what do you think? The female host looked at the last beautiful female guest. I have a slightly different opinion from everyone else. I always feel that this cat is very spiritual. It is thinking, not daydreaming. I like beautiful cats, and I really like this orange cat. Wang Lan gave a different answer and also provided her own explanation. Women are all appearance-oriented. This saying is really true, they don't even spare cats. Chapter 2. The cat's thoughts are just this simple. Fongping used to be human, and he didn't understand how he ended up crossing into a parallel world and turning into an orange cat named De Wang. After crossing over, he was adopted by his current owner, Zhou Qinshan. The owner treated him very well, and their relationship was actually more than just that of a typical owner and pet. Zhou Qinshan regarded him as her friend and gave him a lot of freedom. Usually when going to work, he could freely come and go from the house, and he even had a house key hanging around his neck. Because Zhou Qinshan found that he was very clever and could pick locks by himself. Just as the male and female guests were expressing their opinions, Fongping finally made a move. He glanced at the camera once again, squinted his eyes, and then stood up. He yawned, scratched his ear with his furry paw, and then walked toward the coffee table. He was becoming more and more accustomed to the life of a cat, growing increasingly familiar with cat behaviors. The male and female guests stopped commenting at this point, all focusing their attention on Fongping's actions. The audience is also paying attention. What is the king doing over by the tea table? He must want to go sleep on the sofa. It's soft there. I think so too. The sunlight outside just happens to shine on the sofa. Lying there, TSK, it's a day even immortals wouldn't tea trade. A cat's thoughts are just that simple. Big brother, stop talking, I'm still at work, and what you're saying makes me want to lie down. Fongping walked over to the coffee table, glanced at the sofa, but didn't jump onto it. He lowered his body, pushed hard with his front paws, and jumped onto the coffee table. This is a living room with somewhat minimalist decor. There aren't many things on the coffee table. There's a box of tissues, a glass cup, and a bottle of cold medicine. Fongping didn't pay attention to anything else. His cat-like eyes widened as he stared at the bottle of cold medicine. Zhou Qinshan had forgotten to bring her medicine again. Zhou Qinshan had been having a cold recently and had been taking medicine continuously. But today, obviously in a rush to work, I forgot my little medicine bottle. Your Majesty, have you taken a liking to the medicine bottle? Go ahead. This bottle is really fun to roll around. This cat has finally become lively, but it seems like it's about to cause trouble at home. It's better than just zoning out earlier. Maybe because there were no toys in the room, he took an interest in the medicine bottle. Isn't it said that cats like quiet? Experts, please explain. The audience commented. The 4 guests watched the ginger cat's actions and, for a moment, had no comments. Everyone wanted to see what the ginger cat would do next. Fongping moved quickly. He walked over to the bottle of cold medicine and waved his paw. Clatter! The medicine bottle rolled toward the edge of the coffee table. Just as expected. Treating this like a toy. A guest had already picked up a pen, ready to start deducting points. Destroying things at home definitely means points will be deducted. Fongping's eyes were fixed on the medicine bottle. However, when the medicine bottle rolled to the edge of the coffee table and was about to fall off, he suddenly jumped over and pressed the bottle down with his front paws. Is the king realizing his mistake? No way, maybe he hasn't played enough yet. He probably wants to roll the medicine bottle back. Rolling it back and forth like this seems quite fun. Wake up, you are not a cat, you are not the king. The audience speculated one after another. The experts didn't mind either. Everyone had seen this kind of behavior from cats. Some mischievous cats do indeed like to play like this. Just like the orange cat in front of me. But the next moment, everyone fell silent again. Fongping's actions were different from what everyone had guessed. He bent his body and jumped down from the coffee table again. In the shot, everyone's gaze followed Fongping. So soon, the king no longer liked this toy? As expected, cats are the most heartless and cold-blooded animals in this world. You played me, and then you ran away? Big brother, you can even drive this? Impressive. The audience joked around. At this moment, Fongping had already run to the corner of the wall, where a small backpack was placed, with 2 pouches on it. This small backpack was very suitable for a cat to carry. Fongping grabbed the small backpack in his mouth and then returned to the coffee table. He placed the small backpack under the coffee table, raised his paw, and opened the backpack. Seeing this, everyone became curious. What is this orange cat going to do? The answer came quickly. Fongping jumped onto the coffee table again, then raised his paw. This time, the small medicine bottle rolled off the table and fell into the backpack. What is he doing? I can't quite understand. It seems like he wants to put the medicine bottle into the backpack. This cat is smart. That's impressive. If my cat could learn even 1% of the skills of the king, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Sigh. This is someone else's cat, looks so lovely. Wait, Your Majesty, this doesn't seem like playing, does it? So, what next? What is he going to do? Expert, urgently waiting for an answer. The audience is also a bit confused. After all, Fongping's actions don't quite resemble those of an ordinary cat. Actually, the four guests didn't quite understand either, but they couldn't stay silent. They didn't answer just now, and if they don't speak up now, it would seem unreasonable. Song Chang cleared his throat and began to analyze. Some say that a cat's intelligence is equivalent to that of a 2 to 3-year-old human child. This cat must have its own purpose for doing this. Let us try to guess what it might be. The big cat might be imitating its owner's actions. We know that some animals have astonishing mimicry abilities. That is very likely. Just look at pet talent shows. How could a cat succeed without some skills? I think so too, but this cat is quite intelligent. The guests struggled to come up with some reasons to analyze it, otherwise, they couldn't just take the money for nothing. Could it be? Is he going out? He still has the keys around his neck. Only the female guest Wang Lan raised a different opinion again. Impossible. A cat's thoughts are not that complicated. He is just imitating his owner. He might not even know what he is doing. The other three guests didn't quite agree. It's not surprising that the three guests think this way. Most people would. This key hanging around the neck is probably a toy, right? Cats can open doors. My cat can do it too, but using a key is probably not possible. What if this cat can really use the key to open the door? Don't talk nonsense. After the founding of the country, animals can't become spirits. The audience was also analyzing and discussing. Chapter 3. Your ears have been deafened by the noise. No matter what, Fongping's actions still attracted the guests and the audience. The number of viewers in the live stream increased compared to before. Some viewers also switched over from other live streams. Everyone was curious and focused on Fongping's next move. If the king goes out, what about that backpack? Just hold it in the mouth. What else can you do? I always feel it's better to carry it on the back. Holding it in the mouth is uncomfortable. If the king can carry it on the back, I'd be willing to do a handstand shovel. Same as above. Same as above. 1. The audience was also interested in that small backpack. But no matter what, a cat can't carry that backpack by itself, otherwise, that cat would really be supernatural. Fongping didn't care about the guests and audience staring at him through the camera. He knew they were there. Zhou Qinshan didn't care whether he was willing or not. She signed him up for the pet show program, Super Divine Pet. Did he want to be a super divine pet? No. He doesn't want to. As Fongping just thought of this, he suddenly heard a ding in his head. God-level evolution system activated. System activation complete. With the sound, a light screen appeared before Fongping's eyes, displaying a string of data information. Host, Fongping. Level, LV1. Self-healing skill. The body possesses self-healing abilities, not limited to any injuries, poisons, or diseases. Divine power skill. Contains divine power genes within the body, with strength far surpassing that of an adult. Telepathic communication skill. Can communicate telepathically with various animals to resolve their predicaments. Affinity skill. Being with cubs makes them feel warmth and protection. Evolution points, 0. Fongping felt a joy in his heart. He had finally received the system. With this evolution system, surely my life will become even more colorful and fulfilling. I won't think too much about it now. I'll go deliver medicine to Zhou Qinshan first. Zhou Qinshan has always taken good care of him, so now that she is sick, he naturally wants to care for and look after her. Fongping lifted his paw to close the backpack, then grabbed it in his mouth and headed toward the door. The main gate is tightly closed. How is the king going to open the door? Just open it like that. It's very simple. Pfft, you're treating the king like a human, aren't you? Wake up, he is a cat. I can't think of anything, and he's not that tall. How does a cat open a hotel room door? Waiting online, very urgent. Calling Yao Yao Zero? Don't mess around, Yao Yao Zero doesn't deal with cat matters. The audience teased again. Fongping had already reached the door. He put down his backpack, widened his cat-like eyes, arched his body, and jumped up nimbly. His front paws waved. A fierce volleyball spike. Audience. Guest. Do you have to be this fierce? Bang. The door to the room opened. The door to this room opens outward, so it's quite easy to open. The king made it look so easy. He just opened the door like that. He just went out like that, called the police. He wants to run away from home. Shin is running away from home. Didn't you see he went out on an errand? Mom asked me why I was kneeling. I said because of a cat. Didn't anyone notice? The king jumps up very easily. Cats' jumping ability is naturally astonishing, capable of reaching 5 to 7 times their own height, which is nothing unusual. The live stream audience began to buzz with excitement. Of course. The female host wouldn't miss this opportunity to bring up the topic. Teachers, what do you think about the king's behavior this time? Song Chang cleared his throat and spoke again. The king is still very clever. An ordinary cat usually can't do this. This actually also shows that the king's ability to imitate is really strong. He might have learned it by watching his owner open the door. I am quite curious about his next move. Where is he going with the medicine? Expert Song's words also piqued the audience's curiosity. At this moment, Fongping grabbed the small backpack with his mouth and headed out the door, then turned around and pushed, closing the door again. The king is so smart, knows so much, and even knows how to close the door. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, the owner would have already changed the door. This is a bit dangerous. I also have a cat at home, so I need to lock the door when I go out. No need to worry so much, your cat isn't the king, it can't do that. Why did I suddenly think of a song? The king asked me to patrol the mountain, I take a tour around the human world, beating my drum and striking my gong. What a coincidence, I thought of the same song. But the king just goes out to patrol the mountain like that? No, I almost got sidetracked. I mean, the king carrying a backpack is always inconvenient. In the live stream room, the audience expressed amazement, but also some questions. Fongping, still holding his backpack in his mouth, didn't go far. He walked to the opposite door. He put down the backpack, bent his body again, and jumped up. Volleyball spike. Bang! 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 3 times in a row. If there was anyone in the room opposite, they definitely heard it. Seeing no response from inside, Fongping jumped up again. Bang! 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 This time, an old but powerful voice indeed came from inside the house. Are you the king? Stop knocking, you little brat, your knocking is deafening my ears. Still knocking, huh? My king, your humble servant has come to welcome you. With a sound, the door opened, and a white-haired old man in his 60s appeared in front of Fongping. The old man looked very healthy, with a ruddy complexion and a straight back. A few guests who had been speaking earlier were a bit thirsty and were drinking water. Put. Seeing this scene, a guest couldn't help but spit out water from his mouth. Fortunately, he looked down quickly and didn't spray it on the other guests. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also laughing uncontrollably. This old man is too much, I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. My lord, your servant, I can't go on either. This old man, so bad, so bad. I like this old man, how did they come up with these lines? Old man, are you male or female, human or demon, come here quickly. Chapter 4 Your Majesty. Out on a mountain patrol. When Fongping went out, a drone was already flying overhead, and not far away there were staff responsible for filming. But Fongping didn't care, and the white-haired old man glanced around and didn't mind either. It wasn't even dawn yet. What do you want from me? Let me make it clear, we're not serving fish at my place today, he said in a booming voice to Fongping. The viewers in the live stream watched with great interest. This old man is so stingy. Our great lord is being generous, what's wrong with eating a few of your fish? Hurry up and go cook for the great lord. Is it still dark outside? It's almost 10 o'clock. Doesn't the great lord think this old man is confused? This medicine is meant for the old man, right? There is a high possibility. But that's cold medicine? It's good enough that they can deliver medicine. The old man might as well go along with it, maybe it will cure his confusion. Fongping's face darkened a bit. He looked down at the small backpack at his feet. The white-haired old man understood. You want to go out? Let me help? Alright, I'll carry it for you. He understood Fongping's meaning. Fongping was indeed looking for the old man to ask for his help. After all, during the filming, he also had to conceal himself and couldn't really become a spirit. The white-haired old man squatted down, ready to pick up the small backpack. Fongping raised his paw and pressed down on his hand, preventing him from taking the next step. What? Not that meaning? The white-haired old man said in confusion. Fongping lowered his head, used his front paw to open the backpack, and pulled out a bus tag with a string from inside. Got it. I'll help you put it on. The white-haired old man understood this time. He carefully tied the bus tag around Fongping's neck, checking it several times to ensure it wouldn't fall off. Then he closed the small backpack and put it on Fongping's back. The straps of the small backpack were also tightly secured on Fongping. It seemed this wasn't his first time doing this. The white-haired old man moved with practiced ease. Alright. Your Majesty, I have finished your tasks. Leave early, come home early, next time I'll cook fish head for you. After finishing these, he patted Fongping's head, just like he was instructing his own grandson. Fongping turned around and walked toward the elevator. There was naturally no need to thank the old man anyway, he would help him. Besides, he was a cat and couldn't even express thanks if he wanted to. The white-haired old man watched Fongping's back, smiled, and went back inside to close the door. Fongping walked to the elevator entrance, jumped up, and pressed the button with his front paws. He lives on the 9th floor, so going downstairs definitely means taking the elevator. Otherwise, climbing up and down would be too tiring. The crew responsible for filming also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried Fongping would use the stairs. In that case, they would be exhausted. The elevator doors opened, Fongping went in, and then pressed the button for the first floor. The audience watching this, although somewhat amazed, were also somewhat accustomed to it. After all, everyone had seen how smart this cat was. Since the door can be opened, then taking the elevator is not something unacceptable. Some audience members actually remembered. The one who just said that the king has a way to do a handstand shovel with a small backpack on his back. You can perform now. Handstand shovel, I want to see it too, come out quickly. Stop shouting, they probably ran away already. Nonsense, I didn't run, there are no cats in my house. Welcome to my place, I have 3 cats at home, you can scoop however you want. I'm out, I can't stay in this live stream room anymore. The audience chatted and laughed, watching Fongping go downstairs and walk out of the elevator. Coming out of the residential area, the street was bustling with people. Fongping walked farther and farther along the sidewalk. The audience questioned again. Where is the king going? I saw he just asked to wear a bus pass. Is he going to take the bus? No way, a cat taking the bus? There are so many bus routes. Does he know which one to take? Won't he get lost? Are animals now allowed to take the bus? It seems the rules were just changed, now it's allowed, provided the animals won't harm anyone. Amid the audience's murmurs, Fongping walked to the distant bus stop. He really was going to take the bus. Fongping knew the address of Zhou Qinshan's company. He had followed Zhou Qinshan there once before and had memorized the route. This time, going alone, he was not afraid. There were only a few passengers waiting on the platform at this moment. When they saw Fongping appear, no one paid much attention, all assuming Fongping was just hanging around here. Cats are nervous animals, it's not surprising to see them anywhere. The bus Fongping needed to take was Route 402. He didn't have to wait long before the bus arrived. His ears twitched. He had been lying on the bench at the bus stop, but now he stood up. The onlookers immediately noticed. The king is going to take this bus? Who knows where this car is going? I'm a bit worried about De Wang, in case he gets lost and can't come back. The owner is too trusting of De Wang. My cat, I never let it go outside. Don't underestimate De Wang. The one you underestimate is still standing on its head scooping poop. Some audience members were a bit worried, while others didn't care at all. The bus stopped at the platform, the doors opened, but Fongping didn't get on immediately. He waited until all the passengers had boarded, then jumped on last himself. He didn't notice that a woman in her 30s in front of him had been watching his actions closely. Seeing Fongping jump onto the bus, the woman immediately became displeased. Driver, get this cat off. Don't let this cat come up. Be careful, it might bite someone. She demanded of the driver. The driver turned sideways, saw Fongping, and immediately grinned. Your Majesty. Out patrolling the mountain? Chapter 5 Cat. Come sit here. The driver obviously recognized Fongping and greeted him. Fongping twitched his ear to respond. He was also polite in return to the driver's friendly greeting. Boss. Find a seat, I'm about to start driving. The driver's smile deepened, and he called out again, reaching to close the car door. Wait, don't close the door. Is this cat still your insider? If you don't kick him out of the car, then just wait for the complaint. The woman began to threaten the driver. In the live stream room, the viewers were also paying attention to the situation inside the car. What's wrong with this woman? As soon as De Wang got in the car, she started glaring and acting hostile. She probably doesn't like cats and doesn't want De Wang to get in the car. Your Majesty, don't pay attention to this woman, we support you. The king is so handsome, how could she dislike him? There are too many people like her, she thinks she's superior. How is she superior? I think she's not even 1.5 meters tall. Put. That stings, luckily she can't hear it. The viewers in the live stream also didn't like this woman, but no one could hear what they said. Fongping couldn't hear the viewers in the live stream either. But he didn't care, his ears twitched, and her words just went in one ear and out the other, best to pretend he didn't hear them. If he got angry at every person who doesn't like animals, he wouldn't be able to get anything done all day. As the king, he has his own grace and demeanor. The driver turned around to face the woman. Passenger, if you want to complain, you need to have a valid reason. If it's because you want to force this cat off the bus, I definitely won't agree, and complaining won't help. The king not only rides my bus, he has ridden all the buses in our fleet. No passenger has ever forced him off, and our drivers warmly welcome him. He patiently explained to the woman. Fongping has taken this bus route many times, the drivers almost all know him and like him. The woman saw that the driver didn't agree and rolled her eyes. Didn't they say that buses don't allow cats and dogs on board? You must have violated this rule. I will report you for violating this rule. She came up with another excuse. As soon as she said this, before the driver could explain, other passengers had already started speaking up. Many passengers also had some complaints about this woman. You're blocking the way and preventing the car from moving, wasting everyone's time. What you said is wrong. The city has just issued a new regulation. Cats and dogs can now ride the bus. A passenger said. How come I didn't know? But even so, this cat must buy a ticket to get on the bus, it cannot ride without a ticket. The woman was surprised for a moment, obviously she didn't know about this, but she still refused to give up. She thought to herself that since no one was accompanying the cat, it naturally couldn't buy a ticket. This time, he didn't wait for others to speak. Fongping bent his body and jumped up directly. Beep. The crisp sound of a card swipe. The entire carriage heard it. The woman's face also turned red. The king is very smart, he buys a ticket and does not ride without one. This time the driver didn't even look back, he simply closed the door and drove the bus away from the station. Every time Fongping is like this, which is also why he wears a bus card. The viewers in the live stream were also happy. The king slapped his own face, slapping this woman's face. The king, I'll just let you see whether I buy a ticket or not. This woman is so annoying. If you don't like animals, just say it directly instead of making up so many excuses. If I were there, I would definitely beat this woman up. Seeing the king get slapped in the face makes me happy. Fongping ignored the woman and walked toward the rear carriage. The woman was helpless and unwilling, but she didn't dare to say more. She had already noticed that some passengers had anger on their faces. If she continued to speak, she would probably get beaten. The woman glanced at Fongping, then walked alone to a seat and sat down. Fongping didn't sit down, he knew the woman was staring at him. If he took the empty seat himself, this woman would definitely continue to cause trouble. He wasn't afraid of this woman, he just didn't want to delay delivering cold medicine to Zhou Qinshan because of this matter. Besides, there were staff around secretly filming. If he made a move, it would bring trouble to both himself and Zhou Qinshan. Mao Mao. Come sit here. An old lady couldn't stand it and raised her hand to call over. She casually spread some paper on an empty seat so it wouldn't get dirty, and the other passengers had no objections. Fongping's tail twitched, and he walked over. He could see the old lady's kindness, and he was willing to accept it. This cat is really smart, he can understand what I say. The old lady was a bit amazed. She was actually just trying it out, but unexpectedly, when she called, Fongping really came over. They say cats are very spiritual animals, and this time I saw it for myself. Another passenger nearby saw it and laughed. Many passengers showed smiles. Seeing such a smart and lively cat on the bus today, everyone will have good luck. Everyone's mood also improved. The driver saw the scene in the cabin through the rearview mirror and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He just knew that the king would be liked by everyone. Every time Fongping got on the car, it would make the people inside happy. Of course. Except for that woman who doesn't like cats. Cat, cat. Passing by an adult holding a little brat, the little brat called out to him. Also reached out a friendly hand to him. Fongping glanced at the little brat, lifted his furry head, and lightly touched the kid's palm. Then, he jumped onto the empty seat. The little brat giggled and even showed his hand to his mother. A warm smile also appeared on Mom's face. The old lady also reached out and patted Fongping's head. Fongping originally wanted to dodge, but in the end, he stopped. This cat is really smart. The old lady was full of admiration again. Some passengers also wanted to pat Fongping's head, but in the end, they did not go over. Fongping was willing to accept the little brats, but not everyone accepted him. He sat quietly in his seat, staring wide-eyed out the window. The buildings and pedestrians by the roadside rushed past at high speed. Just a few more stops. I can reach Zhou Qinshan's side on my own. Chapter 6, Never Provoke a Cat. The bus traveled several stops. As it was about to reach the latest stop, Fongping jumped up from his seat. There were not many passengers on the way, and there were still quite a few empty seats in the carriage. Lift your foot. He walked toward the rear door. Cat, Your Majesty, have you gotten off the car? The old lady asked with a smile. This time Fongping didn't respond to cat isn't a person, there is no need to answer every time. The old lady didn't mind either, after all, it's a cat. When I'm happy, I'll play with you, when I'm not, I'm just proud, cool, and bossy. The viewers in the live room also saw it. Is the king at the destination? Can he really recognize the way? King, are you underestimating me? I remember cats can indeed recognize routes, they are very clever. That woman also stood up. She got off at the same stop as the king. The audience was talking about that woman who had just been poking at Fongping's nose and eyes. She still looked a bit dissatisfied with Fongping along the way, but since all the passengers in the car were on Fongping's side, she didn't dare to provoke the crowd's anger. When the bus arrived at the stop, the door opened, and the driver smiled as he watched Fongping jump off the bus. The woman followed behind, frowning deeply. Unlucky. Together when getting on the bus, still together when getting off. She may be unhappy, but the bus still has to be gotten off. The driver didn't indulge her. As soon as she got off, the door slammed shut with a bang, and he drove away. The woman looked back once, feeling annoyed again. But she could only leave. In fact, Fongping didn't mind when he saw the woman get off the car with him. They were all just on the same route, and would separate soon. But what a coincidence! The two were heading in the same direction. Fongping was strutting ahead, while the woman followed behind, frowning, about 3 steps apart. After walking 50 or 60 meters, Fongping suddenly paused, then stopped. He sniffed with his nose, then looked ahead again, refusing to move. With his tail curled, Fongping suddenly turned back to look at the woman, his mind calculating. Don't block the way. Move aside. The woman was already upset, and seeing Fongping blocking the way made her even more annoyed. Fongping opened his cat-like eyes and quietly watched the woman approach. When the woman was still a step away from him, he suddenly bent his body and jumped to the side. The woman lifted her foot, about to kick Fongping. But as Fongping dodged, she proudly stepped forward. "See? This cat is finally afraid of me. Cats are still afraid of people." But, next step. The woman's expression changed, and she stepped on something soft. She looked down and almost vomited the leftover food from the night before. Just a pile, of steaming hot poop, which she had stepped on. The woman's face stiffened, looking as ugly as it could be. The crew filming not far away were holding back their laughter. What great luck this was. This woman had been constantly offending Fongping just now, and he felt she was going to have bad luck. He looked at Fongping again, having just praised him for being magnanimous in his heart, and now this was his revenge. Of course, this can't be blamed on Fongping. It wasn't his fault, he was just passing by. The only thing he did was block the woman's line of sight. If he hadn't stood there still, the woman would definitely have seen it, and naturally, the embarrassing incident that followed wouldn't have happened. The viewers in the live stream room also started to laugh. Seeing this, I feel so good inside. Me too, this woman's expression is killing me with laughter. It seems the king noticed just now. I was wondering why he didn't leave. Didn't you understand? The king deliberately blocked the woman's view so she couldn't see. No wonder, in this world, you should never mess with a cat. Learned it, another strange piece of knowledge added. Fongping tilted his head to look at the woman who won the lottery, then ran off. The woman became smelly. Who would pay attention to her? The woman behind had no way to scold Fongping, so she could only angrily curse whose dog was so immoral, but no one paid attention to her. Who told you to be careless? Are you blind? Such a big lump and you still can't see it? Fongping wagged his tail, took a little revenge, and his mood improved. He was doing it on purpose just now, deliberately blocking the woman's view. He used himself as the target to attract the woman's attention, so she wouldn't notice anything else. At this moment, the female host and the guest who saw this scene were also a bit dumbfounded. Everyone had been very interested in staying in Fongping's live stream room, and the guest had just praised Fongping for being polite. Now, Fongping's image has changed. "Teachers, Your Majesty, is this revenge?" the female host asked with a smile. She didn't like that woman either, but she definitely wouldn't say it out loud. At this moment, Li Sherwan spoke up first. "I don't know if this counts as revenge. In some ways, this is the woman's own carelessness. Of course, we shouldn't follow this example. The streets should be kept clean. For those who have pets at home and take them out, be sure to pay attention to environmental hygiene. He can't always let Song Chenggang speak first. Guests shouldn't steal the spotlight from each other." At this moment, another guest, Wu Daohong, also started laughing. I don't know what the king was thinking, and I couldn't figure out his thoughts either. However, cats do have a strong sense of revenge. Most cats hold grudges. If you upset them, they will remember it for a long time. So friends who have cats should be careful not to provoke a cat easily. If the cat gets angry, you need to soothe it quickly, the sooner the better. The guests were discussing the topic of cats' vengeful nature. At this moment, Fongping had already arrived in front of a building. He looked up, took a step, and walked inside. "My own mistress is working right here. Zhou Chen. I'm here." Chapter 7. Finally meeting the mistress. After Fongping entered the building, the female host suddenly realized something. "Teachers, I understand the king's purpose for bringing medicine when he went out," she said a sentence. All the guests looked over. Everyone had been puzzled about this matter. "I just checked the information. The king's mistress, Zhou Chen, works here. It's probably that his mistress fell ill and forgot to bring her medicine. The king brought cold medicine from home." When she said this, all the guests understood. I was wondering, why would the king bring medicine when going out? This explains it. Song Chung just laughed. It seems the king and the lady have a very good relationship. I'm quite envious. It was the first time I saw a cat delivering medicine to its mistress. This is so heartbreaking, Wang Lan said with envy. She was truly very envious. She is a pet lover and naturally prefers what happens to Fongping. If Fongping didn't already have an owner, she would have thought about taking De Wang to her side. Speaking of which, there are some interesting stories about the relationship between De Wang and the female owner, Zhou Chen. De Wang was not originally Zhou Chen's pet. According to Zhou Chen, one morning while she was running, she encountered a bad person, and it was De Wang who saved her. Since then, Zhou Chen adopted De Wang. She has always treated De Wang very well, and in return, De Wang has been very good to her. The female host briefly introduced the relationship between De Wang and Zhou Chen again. The live stream audience, upon hearing this, roughly understood. It turned out that De Wang was originally a stray cat, and he must have had a hard time back then. It's a pity I didn't meet the big king, otherwise I would definitely have adopted him. I actually envy Zhou Chen. She met such a good big king. I don't know Zhou Chen, but I can imagine how she felt when she was rescued. If it were me, I would also treat the big king well, especially since the big king is so considerate. I also caught a cold. I'll call home right now and have the cat bring me some medicine. If you're not afraid of losing your cat, then go ahead and court disaster. The king, wake up, your cat is not me. Amid the murmurs of the audience, Fongping had already entered the building's elevator. There were quite a few people standing in the elevator. When they saw Fongping come in, they were somewhat surprised. Cat, which floor are you going to? A lady asked with a smile. She was actually asking the crew following Fongping. Since this cat was being filmed, it must have something special about it. But she didn't expect that Fongping would leap up and press the button for the 18th floor. Zhou Chenchen is on this floor. This cat? Can it operate the elevator by itself? Can it recognize numbers too? The lady was momentarily surprised. It was her first time seeing a cat that could press elevator buttons and recognize numbers. The cameraman remained silent. He didn't know Fongping's purpose. His task was simply to follow Fongping. As soon as the 18th floor was reached, Fongping calmly walked out under the curious gazes of everyone. Xingtian Advertising Company. A sparkling signboard appeared. This was Zhou Qinshan's company. She applied for the position of advertising designer at this company a month ago and is currently still in the probation period. At the company entrance, the filming crew was stopped. Fongping didn't pay attention and ran straight inside in a flash. The company receptionist only noticed the filming crew and didn't notice that a cat had gone in. The filming crew quickly took out their work IDs and explained a few words to the receptionist. Fortunately, the receptionist knew about this pet show program. She consulted her supervisor before allowing the filming crew to enter. At this moment, Fongping had already arrived at the company's main office. A slender girl with an attractive back appeared in Fongping's line of sight. That was Zhou Qinshan, and Fongping recognized her at a glance. His own mistress, he was naturally more familiar with her than anyone else. Taking a few quick steps, a streak of golden lightning suddenly appeared on Zhou Qinshan's desk. Zhou Qinshan looked at the computer screen, seriously writing an advertising copy. The king appearing before her made her rub her eyes for a moment, unable to believe it. King, why are you here? Weren't you at home? Zhou Qinshan was pleasantly surprised, her voice very sweet. She herself was even more beautiful, with delicate features and stunning looks, wearing a high ponytail, a bona fide top-tier beauty. The livestream audience saw the king's mistress for the first time at this moment. Loved it, I love a mistress like this. No wonder the king sent a gift from 1,000 miles away, not a goose feather, but medicine pills. Who wouldn't like a mistress like this? She is definitely a goddess, I can't take it. After work, I'm going to find the goddess and ask to be adopted. King, if you want the goddess to adopt you, you're not me, don't dream. I've decided, in my next life I also want to be a pet, just like the king. No, you don't want that, your goal is to be a beast. Damn, here we go again, everyone watch out for the beast. Originally, the audience liked the king, and now they also like the female lead. Speaking of which, such a beautiful female lead is also worthy of everyone's affection. Fongping walked up to Zhou Qinshan, tugged at his ear, and glanced back at his small backpack. Did you bring something for me? Zhou Qinshan definitely understands her master well. With just an expression or even a glance from the master, she knows exactly what he is thinking. She raised her hand to help the master undo the small backpack. Fongping shook his fur comfortably with the small backpack on his back. It certainly wouldn't be as comfortable as it is now. Zhou Qinshan opened her backpack and immediately saw the cold medicine. She was instantly touched. She hadn't expected the king to come over to bring her medicine. She had rushed out this morning and indeed forgot to bring her medicine. Right now, her head still feels a bit dizzy. She originally planned to get through today. But fortunately, she has De Wang, and the sensible De Wang obviously noticed her oversight. De Wang, you're really so kind. Zhou Qinshan immediately hugged De Wang tightly in her arms. The vast expansion engulfed the king. Chapter 8, The Precious Gift in Life. Fongping instantly felt darkness before his eyes. Obviously. He sank into a soft, deeply enviable darkness. At the same time, he seemed to smell a very pleasant fragrance, the scent of the mistress. Fongping immediately understood where he was. This woman, if she is not taking her medicine properly, what is she playing at? Fongping didn't realize that Zhou Qinshan was moved. Zhou Qinshan thought of that morning again. That day. She was running in the nearby park as usual. But unexpectedly, someone wanted to attack her. Zhou Qinshan noticed it immediately and ran away desperately. But she was a girl and didn't run very fast. She fled into a wooded area, clearly about to be caught. Zhou Qinshan was trembling all over, her eyes filled with fear. If she were caught by the bad guys, she dared not imagine what would happen. The forest was very dark, which deepened her fear even more. At that moment, Fongping appeared. She didn't know it was a cat at the time. The bad guy didn't know either. Just as he was about to approach Zhou Qinshan step by step, Fongping made a move. His cat's claws showed no mercy. Fongping saw through the bad guy's intentions, and naturally, he wouldn't let someone like that go. This is actually the origin of the name De Wang. At that time, Fongping was mighty and imposing. Calling him the king is well deserved. Of course. No one else saw him make a move. Everyone thought that Zhou Qinshan named Fongping mainly because Fongping is an orange cat due to the color of his fur. This color really does resemble the Tiger King. After the villain ran away, Fongping originally intended to go comfort Zhou Qinshan, but he forgot that he was a cat. Then, he was suddenly hugged by Zhou Qinshan, just like this. Zhou Qinshan originally planned to wait for the king's owner to come and thank her, but she found that the king had no owner. So, she naturally adopted the king. Zhou Qinshan felt that the king was a precious gift in her life. Since heaven had bestowed the king upon her, she would never leave the king in this lifetime. No matter who it was, no one could separate her from the king. Fongping didn't know that Zhou Qinshan was moved, thinking about what had happened that day. He was now thinking of only one thing: if he didn't struggle, he would be suffocated to death by this woman. Thinking about himself as a dignified king, being suffocated to death in a woman's arms like this was really humiliating, wasn't it? Fongping raised his front paw and pressed down. Zhou Qinshan, you stinky girl, let go of me. In the live broadcast room, the audience cheered excitedly. Is this the love from the female lead? My lord, you should rest, or else let me take over. My lord, shouldn't you be enjoying yourself? What is this struggle about? This, my lord, you are not cherishing it enough. If I were the lord, I wouldn't go anywhere all day today. Beasts, you're driving again. In the end, Zhou Qinshan let go of Fongping amid the audience's sighs. She probably also sensed that Fongping was uncomfortable. Fongping rolled his eyes. If you were so suffocated you couldn't breathe, feeling comfortable would be the real miracle. He raised his front paw and pushed the small medicine bottle in front of Zhou Qinshan. Stop talking nonsense. Take the medicine. The female viewers in the live stream room finally couldn't hold back. You stinky men, you don't deserve to know the king's love for the lady. The king is really so considerate, so loving, I love him so much. If I had a king, I could go through this life without a boyfriend. Same here. Same here one. Zhou Qinshan picked up the water cup and swallowed the cold medicine directly. Not sure if it was psychological, but she suddenly felt much better. Her head didn't feel so dizzy anymore. At this moment, the office director came over. She was an authoritative middle-aged woman. Xiao Chen, what is wrong? Caught a cold? Is it serious? She saw the cold medicine on the table. As for Fongping, she just glanced at it. She had already heard that Fongping came from home to deliver the medicine, and she found the cat's behavior somewhat amazing. Director, I took the medicine and feel a little better. Zhou Qinshan stood up. You really are a smart cat. By the way, you should go back and rest today. If you have a cold, don't work, your health is the most important. The office director was very understanding and simply waved his hand, giving Zhou Qinshan a day off. She wasn't stupid either, wasn't their staff around filming the program? This was actually also to establish a good image for the company. Sure enough, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately started praising, though of course, some were skeptical. This advertising company is pretty good. If I didn't have a job right now, I would want to join. I want to join too, please give me the address of this company. Is this director just putting on a show? Is it because of our pet show? Whether it's a show or not, we have to support it. Now Goddess Qinshan can go home next week and have a good rest. If I wanted to advertise, I would definitely choose this company. The director did not expect that this action would bring a large amount of business to the company in the future. Director, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. Zhou Qinshan is not a very delicate girl, she does have a strong side to her personality. The work is never ending, you can continue with this design proposal tomorrow. Can you go home by yourself? Do you want the company to send a car to take you? But in the end, the director still insisted on letting Zhou Qinshan go home. She had already spoken, and with so many spectators watching, she naturally wouldn't take back her words. Alright then, I'll come earlier tomorrow. Seeing this, Zhou Qinshan no longer insisted. So, she finished work today. The director also said that considering she came to work while sick today, she deserves praise. Her salary for today will be paid in full, with no deductions. Zhou Qinshan felt even happier. Fongping also looked at this director, tugged his ear, and wagged his tail. This woman was not bad, much better than the woman on the bus. This world. Good person. Always more. Chapter 9, The Cold Worsened. Zhou Qinshan packed up and left the company with De Wang. With Zhou Qinshan around, Fongping's behavior was quite normal. In the elevator, it was also Zhou Qinshan who pressed the button, and he quietly stayed by the side. Is this your cat? This cat is so well behaved. What is his name? The girl who took the elevator downstairs together asked with a smile. His name is De Wang. Is very well behaved. Zhou Qinshan felt a bit proud upon hearing this. She was proud of the king. The girl wanted to pat Fongping's head, but in the end, she didn't dare. She was afraid Fongping would scratch her. Don't be afraid, shake hands with him, he will agree. Zhou Chenchen saw what the girl was thinking. Fongping raised his front paw and stretched it out, his sharp claws naturally retracted. Alright then. For the sake of you being a girl, I'll give you some face. The girl then cautiously touched Fongping's front paw, but in the end, she still didn't dare to touch Fongping's head. He is so smart, really so obedient. With an envious look, the girl wondered if she should also get a cat. Stepping out of the elevator, Zhou Chenchen said goodbye to the girl. She led Fongping out of the building. Just as they stepped out of the building, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Fongping's mind. Ding! The host completed the hidden task and delivered medicine to Zhou Chenchen. Reward, 50 evolution points, and a 10-fold increase in constitution. Fongping paused. This was still a hidden task. The system didn't even tell me. If it weren't for my concern for Zhou Chenchen, I almost missed it. In an instant, he felt his physique had greatly improved. All aspects of his abilities seemed much stronger. Your Majesty! Let's go, follow me. Zhou Chenchen turned around, saw Fongping stop, and called out. Fongping tugged his ear and followed. One person and one cat disappeared at the entrance of the building. Boss, let's ride shared bikes. I'll work up a sweat, maybe that will help. Zhou Chenchen squatted down to discuss with Fongping. Fongping wagged his tail, seemingly deep in thought. He tilted his head, glanced at Zhou Chenchen, and assessed for a moment. Feeling that Zhou Chenchen's problem didn't seem serious, he did not object. Otherwise, he would definitely drag Zhou Chenchen to take the bus together. Generally speaking, people who have a cold had better not ride a bike, as it might make the cold worse. Big Wang, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Zhou Chenchen was actually a bit worried that riding a bike would affect her cold. She saw that Fongping did not object, so she found a shared bike and unlocked it. Your Majesty! Get on, let's go! She said to Fongping. Fongping bent his body and jumped into the front basket of the bike. As expected, his physique had improved a lot. He felt that jumping up there was very easy. Zhou Chenchen carefully laid a layer of clean paper in the bike basket to avoid dirtying Fongping. Girls all love cleanliness. One's own king naturally must be kept clean and tidy. In the live streaming room, the audience sighed. Your Majesty, your mistress is so attentive. As expected, girls are the cleanest. I'm so envious. If only I could sit in the car basket, I would be so happy. King, you are too heavy, I'm afraid this cart can't carry you. It hurts to the core, what nonsense are you talking about? On the way home, I was both happy and joyful. This morning the director told me that my probation period would be ended early. By then, my salary will increase a lot. Whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it for you. I'll let you eat your fill and drink your fill, how about that? Your Majesty, are you happy and pleased? From now on, I will work even harder. I will do my best. When I have money in the future, how about I buy a car? Then I can take you on a trip to faraway places. Zhou Chenchen chattered nonstop, her eyes shining with joy, while the other party calmly said. In the live broadcast room, the audience felt a bit sad. The goddess's words made me feel so heartbroken and touched. Seeing the goddess work so hard, what reason do I have not to work hard? Me too, goddess, let's work hard together. Boss, take good care of the goddess. I'll go out to work this afternoon. I swear I won't be a freeloader anymore. Fongping just quietly lay in the bike basket, listening to Zhou Chenchen happily talking to herself. When he saw Zhou Chenchen, she was alone. He was not clear about Zhou Chenchen's family situation, nor did he see any of her family members come to visit her. But Fongping knew that Zhou Chenchen had parents. He heard Zhou Chenchen talking to her parents on the phone. However, on the phone, everyone's tone didn't seem very good. Zhou Chenchen seemed to have a conflict with her family. As for what kind of conflict it was, he didn't hear clearly. A breeze blew by. The hair on Fongping's head fluttered backward, and he half closed his eyes, feeling comfortable and content. We're home. Our home. He thought to himself. An hour later, Zhou Chenchen rode her bike home. Get off the bike. Her face was flushed, but she sneezed twice in a row. Riding the bike did not ease her cold, instead, the wind made it worse. Fongping didn't notice. Almost home, he was a bit excited and ran ahead happily into the neighborhood. Zhou Chenchen didn't want Wang to worry, so she reluctantly followed behind. After taking the elevator up to the 9th floor, they returned home. Zhou Chenchen was starting to lose her strength. My lord, I'll lie down first, then we'll cook. She murmured a sentence. After speaking, she lay down on the living room sofa and closed her eyes. At this moment, Fongping finally felt that something was wrong. Zhou Chenchen's face was unnaturally flushed. He raised his front paw and touched Zhou Chenchen's forehead. Scorching hot. This was clearly a fever. Chapter 10, The 10-Minute Test. Zhou Chenchen's abnormality also caught the attention of the female host and the guests. Does she seem to have a fever? Should we ask the staff for assistance? Take her to the hospital. Because of the hidden camera in the living room, the female host noticed that Zhou Chenchen's complexion was abnormal. Although this is a pet show, when something like this happens, the production team naturally cannot ignore it. There are no staff members inside Zhou Qinshan's home, but there is a hidden camera crew outside, so they can ask the staff to come inside and help. Wait a moment. Let's see the king's reaction. This just happens to be a test to observe the pet's response when the owner is sick. Song Chenggong's face was serious, but he still insisted on speaking. He knew this would be controversial, but the observation time he wanted wouldn't be too long. He wasn't cold-blooded. If the king really couldn't handle it, he would decisively ask the staff to intervene. Alright then. We'll give the king 10 minutes. If it doesn't work, our staff will take over. The female host thought for a moment and agreed. This also tells the audience that the production team is prepared and will not stand by idly. In 10 minutes, Zhou Qinshan's condition will not have deteriorated to a severe extent. But Fongping didn't know that ever since he found out Zhou Qinshan had a fever, he had been feeling a bit guilty. He shouldn't have let Zhou Qinshan ride the bike. But now is not the time for self-reflection. He needs to find someone to help. Fongping looked at the camera. No, he still needed to find someone he trusted. The first thing he thought of was the old man across the way. Fongping no longer hesitated, turned around, opened the door, and ran to the opposite room. Volleyball spike. Bang! 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 This time, the sound of him knocking was a bit more urgent. The king is back? Stop knocking, you little brat. You've almost broken my door with all that knocking. I haven't even bought the fish head you wanted to eat yet. The white-haired old man was at home. He opened the door with a smile and a scold. What's the matter? He looked at Fongping and asked. Although Fongping couldn't speak, he expressed his meaning through body language. The old man could still understand. But this time, Fongping raised his front paw, patted the old man with white hair on the leg, and then turned his head to walk back. You want me to go with you? Where to? The old man with white hair seemed to understand Fongping's meaning. Fongping took a few steps, stopped at his own doorstep, turned back to look at the old man, and wagged his tail. You want me to go to your house? The white-haired old man couldn't think of anything. But he still locked his own door and followed Fongping inside. As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw Zhou Qinshan lying on the sofa. This child, how did she get a fever? She needs to be taken to the hospital. There was no need to touch Zhou Qinshan's forehead. From her complexion, he already knew what was going on. Fongping called the white-haired old man over, which actually meant the same thing. I can call the hospital. But like this. It's best to find family members to come and accompany her. The white-haired old man said to Fongping, knowing that Fongping could understand. Family? Fongping looked at himself. He did want to accompany them, but obviously it was impossible. The hospital wouldn't let a cat in. Besides, if Zhou Qinshan is hospitalized, he won't be able to sign. Who would be the best person to find? Fongping thought for a moment and suddenly saw Zhou Qinshan's phone. Wait. He thought of Zhou Qinshan's parents. Not knowing whether her parents were in this city, Fongping decided to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he would think of other ways. He raised his front paw and hooked the phone up. In the live room, the audience kept paying attention to the movements of Fongping and Zhou Qinshan. What is the king going to do? Oh my, is he going to make a phone call? Who is he calling? No way, the king can talk? Won't he be caught and dissected? Shall everyone listen to what the king has to say? Am I about to see the world's 10th greatest wonder? My goddess, I'm so anxious. Why hasn't the production team helped yet? Seeing the king so anxious, I'm getting a bit teary. The white-haired old man was also taken aback when he saw Fongping's actions. But he did not interfere. He just watched Fongping. A cat making a phone call. He had lived this long and had never seen anything like it. At this moment, Fongping didn't care whether it was being live-streamed or not. Although the cat's behavior was somewhat unusual, it could still be explained. Just say that he was trained by Zhou Qinshan. He also has a reasonable explanation. Nowadays, phones are all touchscreen. Fortunately, Zhou Qinshan didn't set a password. Fongping can't operate it himself, or rather, he can't operate it here. He directly hooked the phone to the white-haired old man's feet. You want me to make a call? To the hospital? Or to someone else? The white-haired old man picked up the phone. Fongping first pointed at the phone button with his front paw. The white-haired old man also acted according to Fongping's instructions. Then Fongping's front paw pointed to the contacts. You want me to contact her family, right? The white-haired old man understood. He opened the contact information. Fongping pointed to a title with his front paw for the third time. Dad. This is Zhou Qinshan's father's phone number. Last time, she spoke harshly to her father. It's good to have her dad's phone number. I'll try calling. The white-haired old man understood. He dialed the number. But the phone rang for a long time, as if no one was answering. Fongping and the white-haired old man were waiting anxiously. The host, guests, and live stream audience were also waiting anxiously. At this moment, on the other end of the phone, a spacious conference room. A middle-aged man hosting the meeting, with an extraordinary aura. He was reminded by the secretary beside him and then noticed that someone was calling his phone. He was in a meeting, and his phone was on silent. Seeing it was his daughter's call, the middle-aged man stood up. The meeting is paused, I'll take a call. He walked out of the conference room holding the phone. He connected the call. Chen Chen? His voice became much softer. On the other end of the phone. A moment of silence. Suddenly, a fierce and domineering voice came through. Why is that Dad Joe? Chapter 11 Dad Joe who doesn't like cats. Hearing the voice, the middle-aged man's hand trembled, almost dropping his phone. In the live stream room, the viewers were also startled. Damn, is that the king's voice? The cup in my hand was scared out of it. A cat is supposed to meow, right? What kind of sound is this? The king's voice, so fierce, so domineering, truly worthy of being the king. Hearing the sound, I might have nightmares tonight. Mr. Zhou? Fortunately, the voice on the other end of the phone changed at this moment, replaced by an elderly voice. The white-haired old man spoke. He was actually startled by Fongping's voice as well. This was the first time Fongping had spoken in front of him. No wonder this little bastard doesn't like to make a sound. If it were midnight, he could easily be scared to death. Sir, who are you? The middle-aged man heard a normal voice and finally relaxed. He could tell the other person was a bit older. Mr. Zhou. I am your daughter Zhou Qinshan's neighbor. She has a fever now and may need to be taken to the hospital. The white-haired old man briefly explained the situation. Old sir. Please take care of it again. I'm coming right away. As soon as the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately made a decision. Alright, I'll wait for you here. The white-haired old man agreed. From now on, you better keep quiet. Your screams are too frightening. My heart disease was almost scared out of me by you. He hung up the phone, then glared at Fongping. Fongping listened to the conversation between the white-haired old man and Dad Zhou on the other side, and he felt relieved. As long as Dad Zhou comes over, Zhou Qinshan's problem won't be too big. He looked at the sofa. Zhou Qinshan seemed to have fallen asleep, frowning as if feeling a bit uncomfortable. He also felt a bit uncomfortable. Hold on. Your family is almost here. Thinking of this, Fongping felt somewhat frustrated, drooping his cat-like head. He was also a family member of Zhou Qinshan, but now he could do nothing. You have already done very well. I have never seen a cat before. Do better than you. The white-haired old man seemed to see through Fongping's heart, and he said to Fongping with certainty. Encouraged, Fongping finally raised his head and said to himself, I will do better. Dad Zhou arrived quickly, and after more than 10 minutes, several ambulances came first. The hospital director personally led the team, bringing along several senior doctors and various instruments. Everyone carefully examined Zhou Qinshan's condition and then reached a conclusion. The problem was not serious, it was just fatigue and physical drowsiness caused by a fever. For this fever symptom, taking oral medicine and getting an injection, followed by plenty of rest, would suffice. Of course. The director and the others are just conducting an examination for now. The treatment will have to wait until someone comes to make a decision. Then Dad Zhou appeared, carrying the commanding presence of an important figure, and the director quickly reported to him. After hearing from the director that Zhou Qinshan's condition was not serious, Dad Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his stern expression softened. Fongping was seeing Zhou's father for the first time. This middle-aged man was very serious, giving off a feeling that he was hard to approach. This was completely different from Zhou Qinshan's personality. Zhou Qinshan was very approachable and polite to others. He could tell that Zhou's father was not ordinary, and naturally, others could see it too. Mr. Zhou. It's good that you came. Zhou Qinshan is in your hands, then I'll be going back. The white-haired old man walked over and said to Zhou's dad. Before Zhou's dad arrived, he had been waiting here all along. As I get older, my energy has also declined. Sir. Thank you for your hard work. I will definitely visit to express my gratitude another day. Dad Zhou recognized the voice from the earlier call and hurriedly shook hands to thank him. No need to thank me. The one who really deserves thanks is your family's big boss. He was the one who noticed something was wrong with Zhou Qinshan. He was the one who found me, and it was also at his request that I made the call. The white-haired old man waved his hand, then pointed at Fongping with a gesture. All of this is thanks to the king. In fact, Dad Zhou saw Fongping as soon as he came in just now. He actually knew there was a cat by his daughter's side. The unpleasant argument with his daughter over the phone last time was actually also because of Fongping. Dad Zhou doesn't really like animals, nor does he like keeping pets. He thinks pets are completely useless, they don't bring any benefits, and you have to feed and take care of them every day. It's a thankless task. He doesn't understand Zhou Qinshan's behavior and wants to persuade her to give Fongping away. But who knew Zhou Qinshan would get so upset, almost falling out with him? Because of this matter, I haven't spoken to him for a while. This time Zhou Qinshan is sick, which happens to be an opportunity to reconcile with my daughter. But when I see Fongping, I still can't bring myself to like him. As for what the white-haired old man said about Fongping, I think the old man is a bit exaggerated. What can a cat do? He doesn't believe Fongping is really that amazing. I guess the white-haired old man is also an animal lover. If a person likes cats, then anything about cats can be exaggerated in his words. Your cat is on a pet show program. Just by watching the show, you can see how amazing your cat is. The white-haired old man noticed that Dad Joe was a bit skeptical, so he didn't say anything more. It turned out he was also watching the pet show program. Casually, the white-haired old man pointed to the camera on the wall. He knew it was still secretly filming live at this moment. Pet show? Dad Joe frowned. He really didn't understand. But this matter is easy to investigate, so he didn't ask the white-haired old man anymore. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he left. Before leaving, he patted Fongping's head and encouraged him once more. In the room, the director and the doctor are now reporting to Dad Joe. After all, Zhou Qinshan's fever symptoms still need treatment. Does her illness require hospitalization? Dad Joe asked. She can be hospitalized for observation for 2 days, and her condition will improve quickly. The director didn't hesitate and said directly. For such an important person, hospitalization is certainly not an issue. Then she will be hospitalized. Dad Joe waved his hand decisively and immediately made arrangements. After all, this is his daughter, and he cares deeply. He certainly doesn't want anything to happen to her. The director and the doctor took Zhou Qinshan, who was still asleep, away. In the room. Calm down. Only Dad Joe and a cat remained. Chapter 12, How to Pet a Cat. Waiting online. Dad Joe stood in front of Fongping, one person and one cat, staring at each other. Fongping knew he didn't like him. It was obvious from his eyes. So what? I don't like you either. Pulling his ear, Fongping arrogantly turned his head, jumped onto the sofa, and lay down to rest. You're not Zhou Qinshan, I won't serve you. Seeing this cat master, Dad Joe felt a bit headache. He could be said to be completely unfamiliar with cats and knew nothing about their habits. He also wanted to turn and leave, but he couldn't. Over there, Zhou Qinshan now knew that she was really going to fall out. Thinking of his daughter, alright, I'll endure it. The scheming and deceit in the mall couldn't scare Dad Joe. But for the first time, he felt powerless in front of a cat. What can you do to a cat? Reason with it? Still want to throw a punch? If you have something to ask the secretary. If not, then no. Dad Joe decisively picked up the phone. On the phone, the female secretary's voice rang out. You should consult a cat expert. How is it? What does it take to properly raise a cat? He gave a brief instruction. The female secretary paused on the other end of the phone. She knew the chairman didn't like animals, nor did he like cats. Why did the chairman suddenly ask about cats? Is this to prepare for raising a cat? Of course. She wouldn't dare to ask that. Dad Joe has great authority in the company, and his words are unquestionable. All right. Chairman, I will consult a cat expert immediately. The female secretary replied respectfully and promptly. After hanging up the phone, Dad Joe looked at Fongping lying on the sofa, and the two of them, man and cat, continued to glare at each other. Live on air, the audience was already laughing. Is this love for each other? No, killing each other at the sight of each other? Lord father-in-law looks so elegant, my son-in-law is polite. Lord father-in-law, it seems like he can't swing the king. Lord father-in-law has consulted how to jerk a cat. Wait online. Since ancient times, father-in-law and son-in-law don't get along well. That's right. Daughters are their father's coats. Crap, without realizing it, you guys are driving again. I want to see how father-in-law takes care of the king. I want to see it too. Luckily there's a pet show program, or else I wouldn't be able to see it. This stalemate situation of Papa Joe didn't last long when the phone rang, and the female secretary was on the phone to tell the chairman of the board some ways. Like giving the cat food. Drink. Play with him. Papa Joe thought about it and still made food for the cat. This one is simple. He looked around the room, searched around, and realized there was no cat food. It wasn't hard for Papa Joe. He made a phone call and soon the assistant brought a bag of premium cat food to the door. He looked for a food dish and poured another bowl of water. Cat, come, eat, you're hungry, right? Papa Joe beckoned to Fongping. Fongping looked at it, indifferent. He was a little hungry, but he didn't eat cat food, never did. Cat, come and eat, it smells so good. Unfortunately, Papa Joe didn't know that, and he was deliberately teasing Fongping. Fongping looked at Papa Joe and couldn't read my eyes. I didn't like it at all. Papa Joe was also a human being, he saw it. Then he dialed the phone. How do you say that cats like cat food? The cat in front of me does not like it at all. His tone to the female secretary was a bit harsh. Chairman, I don't know, I'll ask the experts again. The female secretary was on the verge of crying. You ask, I'll wait. Dad Joe eased his tone. He knew that the female secretary could not be blamed for this. He was just a little annoyed in his heart. He wanted to take care of the cat. Lest his daughter Zhou Qinshan side be unhappy, he didn't want his relationship with Zhou Qinshan to be bad. Didn't it say that cats all like cat food? De Wang didn't seem to like it. The female host who was broadcasting live at this time was also asking the guest. That's not necessarily true. Some cats don't like cat food. It depends on what kind of food De Wang usually likes to eat. Wang Lan spoke up. She had her own experience in taking care of pets. That's right, it's not an easy thing to raise a cat. Take the matter of eating. Some cats really have unique tastes and are hard to serve. Many cat illnesses are also triggered by diet, and most cats don't like water and are picky about what they eat. Cats have a very sensitive sense of smell and can distinguish subtle abnormal flavors. If the raw material ingredients in cat food are abnormal, such as various chemical additives, the cat will definitely reject it. Song Changgang added at this time. Of course. The guest of honor was not the owner of the Great King, and everyone did not know the preferences of the Great King. Just then, the phone rang. Dad Zhou hurriedly picked up the phone. He thought it was the female secretary calling. But it was his daughter Zhou Qinshan's voice on the phone. The first thing she did after waking up was to be concerned about the absent Big King. Dad, you went to my house? What did you do with De Wang? Zhou Qinshan knew that her dad didn't like cats, and she was worried that Dad Zhou was bad for Fongping. Chen Chun. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Now there's a problem. I bought some cat food and your Big King won't eat it. Papa Zhou was like seeing a savior. He's also showing his goodwill. Look, I'm taking care of your cat, Big King. Oh. Zhou Qinshan's voice relaxed a bit. She felt her dad's gesture of goodwill. Dad, you're going about it the wrong way. De Wang is very good to take care of. He's not a picky eater at all. Zhou Dad heard this and looked down at the cat food. Is this not a picky eater? Usually. Whatever I eat, Big King eats. You don't have to buy cat food, just our usual food. Zhou Qinshan told Papa Zhou. I see. Zhou Dad nodded. It's not just food that people eat, this is fine. He turned his head to look at Fongping. This cat, surprisingly, ate the same as a human. For the first time, he felt that this cat was a little different. Chapter 13 comfortably plopped down. Zhou Qinshan spoke to Zhou Dad, still a little uneasy. Dad. You put De Wang on the phone. I'll have a few words with him. She said to Zhou Dad. Zhou Dad was a bit helpless. Come on, my daughter is still a bit uneasy about me. He looked at Fongping. His heart was a little sour. Having worked hard to raise his daughter, it was still not as good as a cat that could be trusted. But he still handed his cell phone to Fongping's cat ears while turning on the speakerphone. De Wang. Are you there? Say something when you're in, I'll hear if you're okay. On the phone, Zhou Qinshan's somewhat hoarse voice came out. Fongping tugged at his ears. He didn't actually want to talk. Oh good. But he didn't want Zhou Qinshan to worry and answered anyway. Zhou Dad's hand shook. He remembered, just now it was this little brat who screamed and scared me. On the other side of the phone, Zhou Qinshan breathed a sigh of relief. De Wang's voice, she was already used to it. Good on the line. Now in the room is my father, he is still good. In the next 2 days I'm not here, let my dad take care of you, you have to be obedient, be good. If you follow my dad, you can eat and drink well, drink and eat well. And my dad, now that De Wang is taking part in the live pet show, don't interfere, and don't object, or I'll get angry. You too, do you hear me? Here speak. Zhou Qinshan seriously instructed. She took all kinds of things, including the show, into careful consideration. Good. Oh good. Two voices replied. Zhou Dad and Fongping both agreed. Zhou Dad once again looked around. When the white-haired old man said it just now, his mind wasn't on it because he was concerned about his daughter. There's a live streaming device in this room? Everything I just did was broadcast live? After thinking about it, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary just now. Zhou Dad didn't say anything, otherwise, he might have gotten angry. Chen Chun. I'll take De Wang out for dinner, is that okay? After thinking about it, Zhou Dad asked again. No problem, if you want De Wang to follow you, just say so to him, he's very obedient. Zhou Qinshan said a few words to Zhou Dad, and again carefully instructed Fongping to be good, this time hanging up the phone. Let's go. Let's go out for dinner. Zhou Dad said to Fongping. He didn't know if the cat would listen, but anyway, his daughter had said that De Wang seemed to understand human language. Fongping was originally lying on the sofa. When Zhou Dad said this, he pulled his ears and stood up. He still listened to what Zhou Qinshan said just now. Then, follow Zhou Dad. Anyway, it's just dinner, dabbling, he's still willing. You can't treat yourself poorly as a human, and it's the same for a cat. Dad Zhou was a bit tsk in his heart. This cat could really understand his words. He and Fongping walked out the door, and the crew in charge of filming stood outside the door. Zhou Dad now knew what kind of people these were, and he revealed the aura of a big shot. The staff looked at each other a bit in disbelief, but there was nothing they could do, it was their job and they just had to follow. Zhou Dad grunted, but didn't say anything. He also often appeared on TV and gave interviews, and although he didn't like this kind of shooting very much, but thinking about the pet show program Zhou Qinshan had mentioned, then he would endure it. The staff secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid of being rejected by Zhou's father. In that case, the live broadcast of the program would have to be interrupted. Zhou Dad and Fongping went downstairs. With Zhou Dad there, Fongping naturally wouldn't sell himself to press the elevator. Everything was done on Zhou Dad's behalf. In a way, he was the catmaster, and Joe Dad was the sure officer. To serve the catmaster, Joe Dad should. Joe Dad hadn't watched the program and didn't know that Fongping could ride the elevator and go downstairs alone. Otherwise, he would have been even more surprised. He also thought that if he hadn't been there, the cat would probably only have stayed at home, with no one to feed or care for it. Thinking of this, his eyes as he looked at Fongping eased a little. Walking out of the neighborhood. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked outside. 2 black Mercedes in front and behind, 5 or 6 stout, sunglassed men in black suits looked around with alert eyes. This was Papa Joe's car. Seeing Joe Dad appear, the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the center, the doors immediately opened. A woman's slender side profile appeared. A straight and rounded long leg stepped out from the rear door. The white delicate skin on her legs was dazzling, and under her feet were black shiny high heels. As the other long leg stepped out, a beautiful woman with an imperial model stood in front of Papa Joe. This woman was about 27 or 18 years old, her face was very delicate, her eyes were deep and charming, and her face value was at least 95 points or more. Chairman. This was Joe Dad's female secretary, who gave a respectful greeting. Aha! You sit in the passenger seat. I'll sit in the back with Dewang. Dad Joe said with a serious face, this is just the company's female secretary, he has no other relationship with the female secretary. The female secretary reacted for a moment before realizing that Dad Joe was talking about a cat. She looked down at Fongping and thought to herself that the original cat was called Dewang, and the chairman instructed me to ask the cat expert about it, so it should be for it. Thinking of this, the female secretary did pay attention to Fongping. There are no small matters around the chairman. Dad Joe sat in the back seat first, he didn't close the car door, but said to Fongping, Dewang, get in the car. This cat could understand human language, he was sure of it now. But Fongping glanced at Joe Dad, hooked his tail, and his body didn't move. Why don't you get in the car, let's go eat something nice. Papa Joe thought his voice was a little harsh. Dewang wasn't like other cats, he seemed to be able to hear when his own tone was slightly off. Still really a special cat. Fongping still tugged at his ears, just not moving like a mountain. He didn't really like sitting together with Papa Joe, that said, 2 men sitting together, what was going on? Chairman. Why don't I hold Dewang? I am quite spacious here. By this time, the female secretary had already sat in the passenger seat, and she kindly said. Papa Joe gave the female secretary a stern look. You don't know, Dewang doesn't like strangers, it was hard for me to get him to listen. He said a sentence. Before the words fell, Fongping's body bowed and with a whoosh, he lightly jumped onto the female secretary's long legs. Squinting his eyes. Comfortably plopped down. Papa Joe. Chapter 14 will not talk. Fongping plopped down on the female secretary's long legs. He felt a hint of coldness. And felt a hint of softness. Very comfortable. He then refused to come down. As for the back seat of the car, whoever was willing to sit, went to sit. The female secretary carefully glanced at Papa Joe in the back row. Joe Dong. Why don't you let the great king stay here with me? She asked for a word of advice. Joe Dad impatiently waved his hand, what else could he say? Just cursed in his heart, little brat, really good at picking places. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were already laughing. As expected of a great king, he never forgets to enjoy himself wherever he goes. Great king, my admiration for you is like a torrential river that goes on, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Great king, I don't know if my little brother is blessed to follow you in the light. I am convinced that I was born to be a cat, and I still want to be a cat in my next life. This treatment, this enjoyment, I hate myself for not being a great king. A filming crew could only get into the car with a smile on his face and stay with Papa Joe, not daring to take a breath. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove. 2 Mercedes-Benz clustered in the center. Rolls-Royce left. Fongping sat on the female secretary's long legs, still able to feel the comfort of this car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom he was aware of. This was the top-of-the-line luxury car, this car was afraid not to be tens of millions of dollars. In that case, Zhou Qinshan was actually the legendary second generation of the rich. He didn't know why Zhou Qinshan refused to follow Zhou's father, but instead came out alone to work and make money. Fongping didn't know that Zhou Dad had already persuaded Zhou Qinshan, but Zhou Qinshan liked this kind of life, and in the end, Zhou Dad could only support it. Zhou Dong. Where are we going? The female secretary asked for instructions. Jinglong Shen. Zhou Dad said after thinking about it. Jinglong Shen was a very high-class restaurant in the city, and places usually needed to be reserved in advance. But naturally, Papa Joe didn't need it, he had a private room there all year round, mainly to entertain clients. It wasn't that he was doing it for Fongping, he usually went to eat there often. He was hungry himself anyway, so he would go to a place he was familiar with. Without having to order, the driver naturally informed the front and rear cars. There were no words along the way, and they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. This was the place where Dad Joe often ate, and it was also a place where businessmen often gathered, so it was easy to run into familiar faces. Joe Dad just got out of the car, and a person soon came over. Zhou Dong. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into each other here. The one who greeted him was a middle-aged man, about the same age as Zhou Dad. Boss Xiang. You're also eating here today? Mr. Zhou stopped and returned the greeting. Yes, I'm entertaining clients. If I had known you were coming over, I would have waited for you to join me. There's also a business I want to talk to you about. Boss Xiang said. Then it would be better to come together some other time. I decided to come over on the spur of the moment. When Boss Xiang is free, let me know. Papa Zhou nodded and said. Doing business was like this, ushering people in and communicating with them was essential. Zhou Dad wouldn't be repulsed either. The two men were probably familiar with each other and stood at the entrance of the restaurant chatting. Fongping did not know who the middle-aged man was, presumably someone Zhou Dad knew in the business world. He looked up and looked around. There were people coming in and out of the place. Most of the men were dressed in suits and the women were also luxuriously dressed. It was also evident from here that this restaurant was not of a low grade. Zhou Dong. When did you raise a cat? After a while, Boss Xiang noticed Fongping squatting next to him. It was really a cat, and it was hard to draw attention to it. He was under the impression that Papa Zhou shouldn't like cats. My daughter's cat was temporarily given to me, and I helped bring it up. Papa Zhou explained a sentence. He didn't say anything about his daughter being sick, lest others know and all run to the hospital to bother her. He knew that Zhou Qinshan didn't like this kind of socializing. This cat seems to be quite obedient and doesn't scream or make any noise. I'll have to have one when it's pregnant. Boss Zhang said with a smile. He saw that Fongping was somewhat pretty and subconsciously assumed that it was a female. Asking for cat pups, this was also a way to draw closer to Papa Zhou. Fongping froze at the side. The live broadcast audience had already started to burst into laughter. Haha, I'm going to burst out laughing. You guys look at the eyes of the Great King. The Great King is going to kill someone, he heard it. This man wants the cub he is carrying. Great King, he's humiliating you. If you're a man, can this be tolerated? If I were the king, I'd go up and scratch this guy. What kind of look is that? My lord, get mad. Papa Zhou also paused. My daughter's cat, it's a male. He looked at Fongping and still spoke. Although he couldn't tell Fongping's gender, from the name, Fongping should also be male. Ah, it's a male? That's pretty too. Boss Zhan was not embarrassed when he realized that he had made a joke. Who knew a cat could understand human language? It's not a big deal to be wrong about a cat. Seeing that Fongping's expression was not right, Papa Zhou terminated the conversation. He was afraid that if Fongping got angry, he would directly scratch the other party. Judging from this little brat's temper, there was no chance that he would really do so. As the two ended their conversation, Papa Zhou led Fongping into the restaurant. The restaurant owner was actually already waiting. He warmly welcomed Zhou Dad into the private room. Fongping took a glance at the private room. The private room was luxuriously and elegantly decorated. Eating here. It was a complete pleasure. This is my daughter's cat, prepare a separate set of tableware for him. In the future, when he comes here to eat, he will use that set of tableware. Dad Zhou gave a faint command to the restaurant owner. Okay, I will prepare it right away. The restaurant owner glanced at Fongping and firmly memorized his appearance, especially Fongping's cat tag. With the cat tags, he would not be able to recognize him wrongly. He knew that Papa Zhou was also thinking about the restaurant, and that some guests would shy away from dining with animals. By preparing a separate set of tableware for Fongping in this way, other guests would naturally not say anything when they saw it. Papa Zhou would not ask Fongping what he wanted to eat, he ordered the dishes according to his preferences. The restaurant owner quickly went out, but it would take a while for the food to be served. Fongping was in the restaurant, still thinking about what had just happened. The heart was indignant. Grandpa will not be able to speak. Chapter 15. This is disliking me. Zhou Dad and Fongping didn't have long to wait in the private room. The restaurant owner then arranged for someone to serve the food. He was still waiting on the side, and by the way, he brought Fongping a brand new pair of cutlery. There was even a pair of chopsticks, even though he knew Fongping wouldn't be able to use them. How could a cat use chopsticks? Not only that, the restaurant owner had also thoughtfully put cat head stickers on the outside of the cutlery, which indicated that it was for Fongping's exclusive use, so that others would know at a glance. The dishes ordered by Zhou's dad came in a variety of flavors. There were spicy ones and non-spicy ones, there were big flavors and small flavors. He didn't know which Fongping liked, so he simply had a little of each. He thought in his heart, there is always one that you like. The hostess was also interacting with the guests at this moment. Teachers, would it be a problem for the Great King to eat these meals? She actually liked De Wang a little bit now, so she purposely asked this. Wang Lan opened her mouth. Generally speaking, it is still not recommended for cats to eat human food. It's better to eat cat food. But this cat, De Wang, is a bit special, and he doesn't eat cat food, so maybe De Wang's physique is a bit special. She was also nodding her head as she talked about it. It was also her first time to see this kind of cat. I also agree with this. The food that humans eat, including meals, has salt, MSG, and other ingredients, and all kinds of flavorings are not very friendly to cats. Let's take salt for example. Humans' intake of salt is not many notches higher than cats. Just the right amount of salt for humans is too much for cats. When cats consume food with excessive salt for a long time, they are prone to a series of serious conditions such as edema of brain tissue, fluid in the ventricles of the brain, etc., which may eventually lead to death. Guest Wu Daohong adds that he is a veterinary expert in this area and has a wealth of knowledge. There are more serious ones. In addition to salt and MSG, there are various seasonings in the food humans eat. Let's say ginger in fish soup, scallions in tomato and egg soup, garlic and chili pepper stir fry, peppercorn oil added when boiling noodles, and vinegar in sour potato shreds out of the pot. For humans, these are reasonable combinations of delicious, but for cats, they are highly toxic substances. After ingesting a certain amount of these substances, cats are prone to food poisoning, ranging from weakness and discomfort to vomiting and diarrhea and severe dehydration. Guest Lee Sherwin intentionally made the topic a bit more serious. This is also a reminder to cat lovers to be careful about the food they feed their cats. The viewers in the live broadcast room were a little worried for Fongping. Crap, it's so scary to hear that there are so many things that cats can't eat. I'm scared. I still often give cats their own food. I won't do that anymore. What about the Maharajas? Should I have the staff go and remind them that these Maharajas can't eat? I'm getting a little worried too. Big King, don't die. I have to watch tomorrow's broadcast. Crow's Beak, today hasn't even passed yet. Crow's Beak 1. Crow's Beak 2. While the audience was discussing, Papa Joe had already used his chopsticks and gave Fongping a little bit of each dish. Fongping was standing on the chair at this time, just the right size. His front paws lay on the edge of the dining table, his head buried, but he ate nonchalantly. He was naturally not afraid of human meals. It had to be said that the flavor of the meals in the restaurant here was really good. Fongping even wanted to stick out his thumbs in praise. He drummed his front paws for a bit and finally gave up. The restaurant owner just wore a smile on the side, watching Fongping eat. Anyway, there were no outsiders here, and he wouldn't stop some of this cat's outlandish behavior. It was reasonable to say that cats were not allowed on the table. Seeing that Fongping was eating very well, Papa Joe used his chopsticks to give Fongping another dish. But Fongping looked at him and then at the chopsticks. Suddenly raised the cat's head, nyet, and stopped eating. What's wrong? Dad Joe was still a bit strange. He had clearly eaten well just now. Was he full from this point? He didn't quite believe it and simply gave Fongping a little more food. This time, Fongping simply jumped off the table. He ran to the chair next to where the guests were resting and got down. This cat was throwing a tantrum. Now even the restaurant owner could see it, and naturally, Papa Joe could see it as well. He was just a bit confused. Wasn't De Wang eating well? Why did he suddenly have a temper? The female secretary glanced at Papa Joe as if she had something to say and wanted to speak. Just say what you have to say straight away. Papa Joe boarded up his face. Zhou Dong. I've heard cat experts say that cats have a cleanliness fetish. Is it the same with De Wang? The female secretary whispered a reminder. She also just remembered, but the reminder was already too late. Didn't he eat well just now? Papa Joe was a bit puzzled. He paused and suddenly thought. Not right. I didn't use the chopsticks myself when I was initially pinching the food, which means that the chopsticks were clean. The second time I clamped the food, I had already started eating the food. Thinking of this, his neck veins flared. This little brat, is this disliking me? Why didn't you say so earlier? He finally couldn't help but say something about the female secretary. I can't say a cat, it's still okay to say you, who made me your boss? Zhou Dong. I'll go and wash Bigwig's dishes. He should then be able to continue eating. The female secretary stood up in a panic. No need. I have a new set of chopsticks here. I prepared 2 sets for the Maharaja. The restaurant owner said promptly at this time. He brought a new set of chopsticks from the side, still labeled with the same cat head. By the way, he packed away the pair of eaten chopsticks. With this kind of restaurant owner, it was impossible for business to be bad. Papa Joe was satisfied with the restaurant owner and his face eased. De Wang, come and eat. The female secretary greeted. Fongping finally came over and jumped back into his chair. Papa Joe habitually picked up his chopsticks and wanted to give Fongping a dish. But his hands suddenly stopped in the air. This little brat really has a cleanliness fetish. Chapter 16, You Did It on Purpose. Papa Joe's hand froze in the air and did not dare to give Fongping another dish. He was worried that Fongping would not eat. According to this little brat's behavior, Fongping really might not eat. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also happy to see this scene. Zhou Dong. I'll do it. I'm almost done eating. The female secretary kindly said. Good. Papa Joe nodded, then stopped caring about Fongping and ate his own. Being tossed around by this little brat, he didn't even eat enough himself. Father-in-law, this is being restrained, isn't it? Your Majesty, you won't even give face to your father-in-law? Lord Father-in-law, my son-in-law is rooting for you, don't be a wimp. Ah, it's too late, Lord Father-in-law has already wimped out. Your Majesty, let's say it plainly, you just need a female secretary. Great King, I'll be your secretary, do you think it's okay? Great King, vomit. The female secretary was also on the side, patiently pinching food for Fongping. Fongping ate a few bites and simply jumped onto the female secretary's big long legs. Wasn't it more enjoyable to eat this way, and lying on his back was also more comfortable? He was a bit pleased with himself, and his tail ticked. Just then, someone else came over to say hello. Zhou Dong is really a valuable person, so rare to see. The one who walked into the private room was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. This middle-aged woman was a bit short and fat, but was luxuriously dressed. She was wearing a customized high-class gown, holding a designer purse in her hand, and wearing a huge diamond ring on her finger. Only the voice that spoke was a bit guttural and not polite at all. Papa Zhou's brows stared, then loosened again. Although he was rich and powerful, it wasn't like no one dared to mess with him. The middle-aged woman who appeared in front of him was his business rival. The two of them had fought many times, both openly and secretly. This middle-aged woman came over and was charging him. All alone, the middle-aged woman's company had been suppressed by Papa Zhou's company, causing her to be very dissatisfied all alone. She believed that it was Papa Zhou who had stolen her business, causing her to make a lot less money. But that's how the middle-aged woman was, she couldn't beat them, but she still had to come over and provoke them. She had lost anyway, so let's take out some anger first. The words she just said were obviously said that way on purpose. I said, who is it? Boss Wu wants to see me. It is not just a matter of a phone call invitation, am I going to not agree? Dad Zhou said lightly. Of course he won't be afraid of this Boss Wu. I wouldn't dare to be that presumptuous. Other people should say that I am not polite. Zhou Dong came over for dinner, why did he bring a cat over? The middle-aged woman looked like she had just seen Fongping, who was lying on the long legs of the female secretary. In fact, she was the one who heard that Papa Zhou had brought a cat, and that's why she came over to pick a fight. My daughter's cat, temporarily handed over to me, I helped bring it. Zhou Dad was again faintly saying. The cat, this thing. Actually not very auspicious. Throw the cat away before it's too late, I'm doing it for your daughter's good. The middle-aged woman finally found a chance to fight back. Fongping raised his head and looked at the woman with displeasure. What's going on? Why are you talking about me? Unlucky? What the hell, another one who can't talk. The middle-aged woman didn't care if she was stared at by Fongping, she didn't know that this cat could understand human language. Zhou Dad also does not remind. This is what you have invited, it has nothing to do with me. I won't care if that cat does anything anyway. My daughter thinks this cat is good. He is good. How to treat this cat is also my daughter's own business, and has nothing to do with others it seems. Papa Zhou implied that the woman was meddling. I'm just being nice. Zhou Dong. Don't blame me, anyway, this cat thing is not good for your daughter, don't blame me for not warning. The middle-aged woman said again in a conspiratorial manner. Zhou Dad's face was a bit gloomy, this woman is too hateful, who let you mention my daughter one after another? Zhou Qinshan was already sick, and he was getting uncomfortable in his heart. The middle-aged woman saw Zhou Dad's face, her heart was pleased, and she was about to continue. A waiter outside suddenly ran in a panic. Boss. It's not good. A snake prepared in the kitchen is missing. He reported to the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner's face changed at once. Zhou Dong. I'll go out and take a look first. He spoke to Papa Zhou. Zhou Dad nodded, after something like this happened, the restaurant owner definitely couldn't stay in the private room. If this bites a guest, the restaurant owner wouldn't even be able to cry, the status of the guests here were all extraordinary. Seeing the restaurant owner leave in a hurry, he was also ready to ask this woman to leave. He did not want to see this woman again. Just at this moment, Fongping but tugged his ears, the bathroom and the private room, there seemed to be some movement. He widened his cat eyes and looked over. His reaction made Papa Zhou notice. De Wang, what did you hear? He knew that cats had a keen sense of hearing. Fongping didn't have time to turn around, but he saw a snake, 2 fingers thick, suddenly scurry out of the bathroom. All of a sudden, everyone in the room was scared out of their wits. Everyone looked at the snake and didn't know if it was poisonous or not, so naturally they were all a bit scared. After all, everyone was in the city and rarely saw snakes. And the horror of snakes, everyone had heard about it. Zhou Dad and the female secretary's faces all changed. That middle-aged woman's entire body was even trembling quietly, she was more afraid of snakes than anyone else. That snake didn't leave, it directly swam towards the side of the dining table. The female secretary's face turned white, while the middle-aged woman let out a scream. Then, the golden yellow figure flashed. Fongping leapt up, he wasn't afraid of snakes. Besides, this snake was just an ordinary snake, it was not poisonous at all. De Wang, be careful. Papa Zhou frowned and warned. He knew that Fongping could hear him. If something happened to De Wang, his daughter would not forgive him. He was about to go over to help. only to see that Fongping had already jumped to the side of the snake. He raised his forepaw and his sharp claws grabbed the snake 7 inches with great strength. Very quickly, the snake was dead. But the 2 women in the private room didn't know, the female secretary was a little better, while the middle-aged woman was still soprano. Fongping shook his own front paw as if trying to shake the snake away. The dead snake flew out. Whoosh! It was thrown right onto the middle-aged woman's head by him. Fongping didn't even raise his head. Let you just say that I am unlucky. The middle-aged woman stopped talking this time, her eyes rolled white, and she was directly stunned and fainted. Waiting for the restaurant owner to rush over, this is an emergency, to carry the woman away. Joe Dad looked at the woman who was carried away in a frightening coma, slowly walked to Fongping's side, with an imperceptible smile, squatted down. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Chapter 17 Can't understand you humans. Papa Joe squatted beside Fongping. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Fongping tugged at his ears and looked up with blank eyes. What did you say? I don't understand your human words. Let me put it another way. If you're doing it on purpose, you'd swing your tail vertically. If you don't do it on purpose, your tail is swung horizontally. Papa Joe asked in a different way. Fongping's tail was hooked in the air. Then, suddenly it didn't move. You think I'm stupid? I didn't move so you couldn't tell. This little brat. He really did it on purpose. Papa Joe confirmed it in his heart. The corner of his mouth once again surfaced a smile. This is good. His own daughter was somewhat kind, having this small-minded little brat by her side to protect her was quite good. He suddenly didn't want to oppose Joe Chinchin raising a cat anymore. For the great king, he had a feeling of looking at it differently. How was it like looking at his son-in-law? This really was a cat with a difference. In the live broadcast room, the audience was laughing. Great king, you fell for your father-in-law's trap. Great king, if you don't flick your tail, the cracks will come out, and Lord Father-in-law will definitely be able to see it. Ginger is still old and hot, the great king is indeed too young. Big king, your human mind is too complicated, I'd better hang out in the cat circle. Seeing the old woman being scared unconscious, why I feel a little bit good inside. Same here. Same cool one. Same cool too. Mr. Chow. I'll wipe the king's feet. He caught the snake just now. The female secretary came over with a wet towel. Fongping looked at the female secretary and then at Papa Joe. This man is really different from man, don't you learn from him? Papa Joe read Fongping's meaning, learn my ass. He patted his body, stood up and walked to the side. Fongping looked at Joe Dad with a bit of contempt and raised the front paw that he had grabbed the snake with. If the female secretary didn't say anything, he hadn't felt it. Now the front paw seemed to be a little slippery. Well, it was not the feeling of the female secretary's long legs, it was indeed not very comfortable. The female secretary didn't know Fongping's thoughts, otherwise, she might have directly fastened the wet towel on Fongping's head. Let you day-to-day do not learn. She was patiently interested in helping Fongping wipe that front paw at this moment. She also felt a little uncomfortable. Later on, this cat would definitely be lying on her lap again, this had to be wiped clean. Fongping squinted his eyes and seemed to be cozying up. At this moment the hostess said to the guests, "Teachers, is it true that cats are so good at catching snakes?" She had a question. It's true, cats do catch snakes, and cats don't know the danger of snakes, they're not afraid of snakes. Cats are very curious about all kinds of things, and for cats, snakes don't scare them, rather they catch them out of curiosity. Cats are 7 times faster than snakes, and in the eyes of cats, snakes always move slowly, and they catch snakes as if they were walking leisurely. Of course, for domestic cats, the chances of running into a snake are very small, because they live a good life, there is no shortage of food, and the likelihood of seeing a snake is very low. In the case of De Wang, it should have been an accident. No one knew that a snake would run out of the restaurant, which could only mean that De Wang was actually very alert and sharp to what was happening around him. Guest Li Sherwan nodded and said, "Alright, we've also been watching the Great King for so long, so let's go to another live broadcast as well." The hostess couldn't stay in Big King's live room all the time either, knowing that her mission was an entire pet show program, not Big King's one cat program. The guests naturally didn't object. The camera then jumped to the other live room. It was a era. According to the owner, this era was very smart, completely different from other eras, and very well behaved and obedient at home. The hostess said with the script in her hand. She had also just gotten the introduction to this live room. Wait. Wang Lan, however, interrupted the female host. The female host looked over in confusion. Generally speaking, the guest would not interrupt her. Wang Lan quietly gave a wink, signaling the female host to look at the screen. The female host looked over and then froze for a moment. In the camera. This era was frantically spreading joy in the host's bedroom. Perhaps it was because the owner was not there and there was no one else in the house. Era's playfulness was great. It bit the quilt on the bed in its mouth, and by now the quilt had been completely torn apart by Era. The cotton in the quilt flew around the room. Instead, Era became more and more excited, letting out a howl while running towards the closet again. In the blink of an eye, the clothes in the closet also suffered. All kinds of outerwear, underwear, socks, were lifted to the floor by Era. Era completely forgot that he was participating in a live program and forgot about his master's orders. Hiss. Hiss la. Sizzle. These clothes tearing up still feel good. The hostess sympathized with the host. Era is Era ah. Now I don't know if the host saw it as Era, will still say it is very good and obedient. I guess the host saw the face should be iron blue. She also thanked Wang Lan for reminding her that she might have to come out stinking if she said any more. The hostess coughed. Let's look at the next live room. She couldn't bear to watch it. The next live room was a parrot. The parrot was small and cute looking. It inclined its head and looked at the camera. Just as the hostess and guests couldn't see what the parrot meant, the parrot suddenly opened its mouth. The girl across the room looks over. Look over, come here. There's a great show going on here. Please don't pretend to ignore it. It's still a singing parrot. The hostess and the guest of honor fell funny. At that moment there seems to be a knock at the door of the room. Who is it? The parrot tilted its little head and opened its mouth to ask. Delivery. The delivery boy outside the door seemed to have knocked on the wrong door. There was no one in the room. The parrot is smart. Then who are you? The delivery boy doesn't believe me. The parrot suddenly sings again. I am your father. I am your father. Son, 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 call daddy quickly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, call daddy. The guest, who was drinking water, sprayed once again. Chapter 18, the rest of your life. Please let me protect you. After eating at the restaurant, Dad Zhou took Fongping to the hospital. After all, his own daughter, Zhou Qinshen, was still running a fever, and if it wasn't for his daughter's instructions to take care of the great king, just now, Dad Zhou would have gone to the hospital. Fongping also wanted to visit his hostess, who was concerned about her fever. Walking out of the restaurant, Fongping paused, and once again there was a system alert sound in his head. Ding! The host completed the hidden mission, getting rid of the snake that escaped from the restaurant. Rewarded with 50 evolution points, rewarded with a lucky card. The lucky card is in the host's system space and can be accessed at any time. Fongping was rewarded with another hidden mission and received a lucky card. The system was also irritating, it just didn't tell itself. In the future, he should pay attention to this kind of thing himself, he might just miss a hidden mission. King, why don't you go? Papa Zhou turned around and saw Fongping not moving. Fongping hooked his tail and followed again. The Rolls-Royce Phantom started up. Still in the passenger seat, Fongping was still lying on the long legs of the female secretary. Dad Zhou in the back row looked a little distracted. Are you so reluctant to sit with me? He simply closed his eyes not seeing, heart not bothered. The hospital quickly arrived. This is the best hospital in Jiangcheng, and it is also the largest hospital. Fongping couldn't wait to jump out of the car and rush towards the hospital. But soon he stopped and looked back at Papa Zhou. He didn't know where Zhou Qinshen's hospital room was. Zhou Dad was not slow. Little brat, you think you're good? You still have to rely on me when it matters. I don't know which ward Zhou Qinshen is staying in either. But it's not hard for Papa Zhou. He instructed his female secretary to call the dean. Very quickly. The dean who went to Zhou Qinshen's house in the morning and picked up the person appeared panting. Zhou Dong. Your daughter's fever has subsided. I've arranged for her to be over in the advanced ward in the backyard. It's quiet there, perfect for resting. He reported with a smile despite the sweat on his head. Thanks for your hard work. Last time you talked about sponsorship, turn around and ask for my secretary. Dad Zhou lightly nodded his head. The dean was delighted in his heart and hurriedly led the way as everyone passed through a small path from the side. In the backyard there is a garden, a pond, and several small buildings stand here. There were very few patients walking around here, and it was also really quiet, and the environment was much better. Zhou Dad and Fongping didn't have the heart to look at the environment. Under the dean's lead, they arrived at Zhou Qinshen's hospital room. Inside, a young nurse was on guard, carefully taking care of Zhou Qinshen. When Fongping walked in, he saw Zhou Qinshen lying quietly on the bed. Her face no longer had the redness from the fever, the black hair on her head was scattered on the clean white pillow, and her face was unusually white, like a fresh snowfall in early winter. Eyes closed, long eyelashes, but still frowning, the look still seemed to have a hint of fatigue and sleepiness. After all, the fever had just passed, and her mental condition wasn't too good. Miss Zhou had taken her medicine and had just fallen asleep. The young nurse saw the dean and the others coming and came over to whisper. Then don't disturb her, let's sit outside. Dad Zhou said decisively. He didn't want to wake up his daughter. This ward is a suite. In addition to the patient's room, there is also a living room outside for visiting guests or family members to rest. The dean nodded and everyone exited the patient room again. Fongping didn't go out, he didn't care, he squatted right next to Zhou Qinshen's bed, his tail ticking. Zhou's father looked back, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he didn't shout at Fongping to come out. In the hospital room, only one person and a cat remained. Fongping stared wide-eyed at the cat, looking at Zhou Qinshen's pale face, somewhat distressed. In the morning, he was still careless and did not remind her not to ride a bicycle. If she didn't ride a bike, Zhou Qinshan's illness shouldn't be so serious. But there were no ifs in this world. Fongping wanted to go over and smooth Zhou Qinshan's brow, but looking at his front paws, he didn't move. If he jumped on it, it would definitely make Zhou Qinshan wake up. He hoped that Zhou Qinshan would sleep a little longer, maybe she would get better faster. He remembered that day again. Zhou Qinshan met that bad guy, sitting alone and helpless under the tree, her whole body in tears. The bad guy was smiling fiercely, closing in step by step. Zhou Qinshan had always thought that it was Fongping who had saved him, but she didn't know that she had actually saved Fongping as well. During that time, Fongping had just arrived in this parallel world. He had gone from a man to a cat. One could imagine how complicated, difficult and desperate Fongping's heart was. From non-acceptance to acceptance, he himself knew how long a painful journey he had gone through. He even thought about dying or being able to return to his original world. For that period of time, he lived in a muddled way, wandering around this world in a muddled way. He couldn't seem to see the future, and he didn't have one. Probably until he died, no one would even notice him for a second. But Zhou Qinshan happened to appear by his side at this exact moment. In the beginning, it was indeed himself who saved Zhou Qinshan. His soul was a human being after all, and it was impossible for him to see death and save him. But what happened later, Zhou Qinshan might not have noticed. She had brought herself home, she had always taken care of herself carefully, and had always treated herself as her closest relative. It was Zhou Qinshan who brought his already numb heart to life. It was also Zhou Qinshan who had awakened his own hopes for the future. Perhaps without her, I would have died long ago. Fongping thought so. The feelings of two people, his feelings with Zhou Qinshan, were actually very complicated. He loved this girl from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a cat now, he had the ability to protect this girl. He wished Zhou Qinshan to be happy for the rest of her life. Yu Shang, please let me protect you. Chapter 19, Zhou's father is a little jealous. Fongping had been guarding Zhou Qinshan's bedside, and in between, only doctors and young nurses came in to check on Zhou Qinshan's condition. Zhou Dad and the dean were sitting outside waiting. It was unknown how long it had been. Zhou Qinshan's eyelashes moved and her eyes slowly opened. The black eyes were clear and moving, and in the blink of an eye, they began to reveal a wave of confusion, a wave of doubt. She looked at the roof. Who am I? Where am I? In a trance for a while, Zhou Qinshan finally realized that she was lying on a hospital bed. She remembered that she had a fever and was then admitted to the hospital. After waking up, she felt a lot better, and her head wasn't as groggy. As soon as Zhou Qinshan turned on her side, she saw Fongping squatting beside the bed, staring at herself with cat eyes. "De Wang, you came to see me. How are you eating? Did my dad take care of you well?" Zhou Qinshan was instantly happy. She reached out her hand to Fongping, wanting him to jump up. Fongping hooked his tail and looked at his front paws. His body didn't move. His feet stepped outside, not too clean, and it was not good to step on the hospital bed. "Why do you only ask the great king? You also do not ask me, okay? How to say I am also your father, shouldn't you also care about me?" Dad Zhou walked in from outside. He heard his daughter talking in the living room outside and knew that Zhou Qinshan had woken up before he walked into the ward again. The dean and the two doctors also walked in together. I just asked De Wang if you're taking care of him well." Zhou Qinshan was a little happy to see her dad outside. She thought that Dad had sent De Wang over and left, that would have made her sad. Dad Zhou's face was a bit dark, his position was not as good as a cat. A female is not as good as a cat. He's good. I'm not fine. Almost got bitten by a snake. Dad Zhou deliberately said something to make his daughter worry. Fongping looked at Papa Zhou. You're saying this to get sympathy, aren't you? You are so far away from the snake, if that snake bites, it will bite me first. I didn't even say anything. But Fongping was at a disadvantage because he couldn't speak, so naturally he couldn't expose Zhou's father. Mr. Zhou glanced at Fongping with a smug look in his eyes. What I want is for you to be unable to speak. If you dare to speak, I will send you to be sliced up. What? Snake? Where did the snake come from? When Zhou Qinshan heard this, her eyes really turned to Zhou Dad, and she was more than a little worried. She didn't know about what happened at noon. Besides, girls are afraid of snakes, and when they hear snakes, they are terrified. It's not something to talk about. We had lunch at noon, and the snakes in the restaurant somehow got out and appeared in our private room. Today your Maharaja took credit for catching the snake. Otherwise we might have been bitten by the snake. Papa Zhou briefly said a few words, inevitably mentioning the scene where Fongping heroically caught the snake. Although he didn't go into too much detail, Zhou Qinshan was able to visualize it. Is De Wang alright? Was he bitten by the snake? You should have avoided the snake when you saw it, right? Don't be so reckless next time. She hadn't finished listening and looked at Fongping again with renewed vigor, still seriously instructing. Dad Zhou paused and couldn't say any more. Originally wanting his daughter to care about herself, but ended up caring about that cat again. Am I not talking for nothing? The female secretary couldn't help but laugh at the sight, but didn't dare to laugh out. In the live broadcast room, the viewers didn't have this concern. The father-in-law was KO'd again and lost to the king again. Lord father-in-law, I have said it so seriously, but my daughter still doesn't care about me. I am suffering in my heart. Lord father-in-law, you don't have a problem with me saying that you have a lower status in your daughter's heart than the great king, do you? Lord father-in-law has never won over the great king, go for it. Fongping looked at Zhou Chunchen and then at Zhou Dad as he raised his front paw towards him. What did he mean by this? Zhou Dad asked, he didn't see it. After all, he had been in contact with Fongping for less than a day. De Wang wanted to come up. But his feet are a bit dirty. Let you help him wipe it clean. Zhou Chunchen pursed her lips and smiled. She and Fongping had gotten along very well already and understood his mind at once. It was like this at home. Whenever Fongping wanted to get on the bed and play with himself, he always asked for his feet to be wiped clean before he would jump on the bed. This was something Zhou Chunchen was satisfied with. She was also a very clean girl. Dad Zhou's face darkened again. This little brat, really treating himself like a cat master. Still, he looked around for a towel he could wipe his hands on. It couldn't be helped. Who let his daughter spoil this cat? Besides, De Wang actually understands and knows not to go to bed when it's dirty, which is something he's still very pleased about. Zhou Dong. Let me do it. The female secretary had already found a wet towel. She wiped Fongping's front and back feet carefully. Fongping looked down, checked and sniffed, before his body bowed and jumped onto the hospital bed. Zhou Chunchen was wearing a hospital gown, and as soon as she reached out, she took Fongping into her arms. Great king, let me see, have you lost weight? She looked down to scrutinize. Can he be thin? Eating more than me, better than me. Dad Zhou was a little jealous and a little unfair. Dad. Don't bother with him, you've said so much, do you see that he hasn't retorted a single word? Zhou Chunchen finally saw that Zhou Dad was somewhat at odds with De Wang. That's what was said. Zhou Dad was finally a bit dumbfounded. You should be embarrassed to go on when you talk about others and they don't even retort. That's what the daughter meant. But this cat, it wasn't supposed to be able to speak. For the first time, Papa Zhou felt that a cat as his opponent was still scary. Because justice is all on the cat's side, one can only be the villain. This time it was Fongping's turn to be pleased. He looked at Papa Zhou with his cat's eyes, his tail ticking. Look! I don't even speak. I can kill you in seconds. Papa Zhou saw it this time, and he wanted to vomit blood. The afternoon. In the midst of Papa Zhou's laughter and Fongping's silence like a mountain. Leisurely, it gradually passed. Chapter 20, Waiting in the Darkness. Staying at the hospital until dark, originally Zhou Chunchen wanted Fongping to stay with her, but Zhou Dad did not agree considering she needed more rest. Zhou Chunchen couldn't stay for more than a few days anyway, and would soon return home, so she didn't insist. Zhou Dad also said that he would send someone to stay with Fongping tonight, and that he himself couldn't get away for the night because he had something to do. This time it was Zhou Chunchen's turn to disagree. She didn't really like strangers staying in her house. Dad. There's no need to send someone to accompany De Wang, he can take care of himself. Zhou Chunchen was very relieved for Fongping. She knew that Fongping was actually not used to living with strangers either. Dad Zhou finally agreed. In the past, when Zhou Chunchen worked during the day, Fongping was still at home by himself. Now it was better to pretend that Zhou Chunchen wasn't at home. When Fongping was finally sent home, it was already 8 in the evening. The pet show live broadcast had been stopped and would not start until tomorrow morning. The surreptitious staff outside the house had already withdrawn, and the live streaming cameras in the house had also been turned off by the staff, and would no longer see Fongping's every move. Only then did Papa Zhou leave, leaving Fongping alone in the house. Wait for me, tomorrow morning I will come to take you to breakfast. On his way out, Zhou Dad spoke to Fongping. Fongping didn't say anything, only his tail was wagging vertically. Papa Zhou paused. This little brat. This little brat. Without outsiders, Fongping relaxed a lot and didn't have to constantly remind himself of the cat's movements and be seen to be broken. He turned on the TV and watched for a while, then opened the refrigerator and drank a bottle of milk. Then, perhaps because of Zhou Chunchen's absence, Fongping found himself unable to stay at home. Being alone at home was actually quite boring. Then, go out for a walk. Fongping didn't hesitate when he thought of this. Anyway, he had the key and could open the door himself. If he wanted to leave or stay, it was all up to him. Fongping quickly went out. He did not take the elevator this time, but took the stairs down. Even though it was the 9th floor, he moved fast and quickly arrived downstairs. Although it was dark outside, it had no effect on Fongping at all. A cat's eyes had the ability to see at night, and seeing was not a problem at all. This was also the reason why many cats preferred nocturnal activities. Fongping walked out of the neighborhood and had no purpose, so he planned to walk around. He didn't want to go far from the neighborhood anyway. Cat 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 cat. Cat 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 cat. Come here. Without walking far, Fongping heard someone greeting him. A young couple from a roadside barbecue stand was waving at him. The girl even put a grilled small fish on the ground, as if she wanted to invite him to eat it. Fongping did not go over. He would not just eat other people's food. Cat, why don't you come over? I'll bring it over for you. The girl seemed a little disappointed. She stood up, carried the fish, walked not far from Fongping, and put the fish back on the ground again. From a distance, it seemed like she was still asking Fongping to eat the fish. However, the words that came out of her mouth changed and became a bit of a whisper. Captain, we have found the fugitive. Requesting whether to make an immediate arrest. It turned out that this was a female detective. Her male companion, naturally, was a male detective. She was using the opportunity to tease the cat and took the chance to use her cell phone to ask for instructions from her superior. Wait in place. Understood. The girl quickly received her supervisor's instructions, stood up and walked back again. The fish was not far away from Fongping, and he pretended to sniff the fish as an opportunity to walk a little closer. He had thought that it was his good looks that had attracted that girl's favor. It turned out that it wasn't the case at all. This had caused Fongping to have a hint of interest. There were fugitives around here? He squatted close by and didn't walk away, ready to watch the fun. It seemed like he hadn't seen a live arrest of a fugitive himself. He noticed that the eyes of the pair of young male and female detectives had been secretly glancing at a man in his 30s who was also eating barbecue. The man was wearing a hat to conceal his appearance. But Fongping could see clearly that there was a knife scar on his face, and his eyes, which were covered by the hat, also revealed a hint of grimness and ferocity. This was the fugitive. It was also a ruthless man. The pair of young male and female detectives were probably waiting for reinforcements and did not act rashly. They were pretending to eat barbecue. Originally, if they waited like this, that fugitive would definitely not be able to escape. But the fugitive, however, was very alert. He ate half of the barbecue, suddenly stood up, checked out, and left. This disrupted the plan of the young male and female detectives. They could not wait any longer. But arresting now is definitely not an option. They temporarily changed their plan and followed the fugitive. As long as they knew where the fugitive had landed, they could also make an arrest. Fongping also stood up. This arrest drama is obviously not finished. He flicked his tail, also followed. Watching the fun. Naturally, we have to see it all. It is said that cats have a curious heart, and he is now a curious cat. At this moment, the fugitive was at the front of the line. The young male and female detectives are following behind. At the end was Fongping, not far away and hanging on the end. The fugitive didn't turn around either, but the walking speed wasn't slow. The young male and female detectives also gradually increased their speed. Fongping naturally followed. Passing an alley, the fugitive suddenly walked in. The pair of young male and female detectives walked to the entrance of the alley, hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Seeing this, Fongping already felt that something was wrong. The fugitive must have found the pair of young detectives. He accelerated his own catwalk and walked to the entrance of the alley. The alley was very dark, and it was almost impossible to see anything inside. This was naturally not a problem for Fongping. He could see clearly. The pair of young detectives slowly groped their way in. The cell phone actually had a flashlight, but they didn't use it, perhaps for fear of alerting the fugitive. Fongping saw that it was not far away. The fugitive had a cold expression on his face, his left hand held a short knife, and he was waiting quietly. One stillness and one movement. The fugitive had the upper hand. He had long ago discovered the pair of young detectives. Now, he was waiting for his target to approach. Closer and closer. Chapter 21 Curiosity Kills the Cat. The fugitive waited for the pair of young male and female detectives to come closer to him. He couldn't see each other, but he could hear footsteps. He could feel the footsteps getting closer. In fact, he recognized that it was a pair of cops at the barbecue stand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left in a hurry halfway through the meal. Seeing that he couldn't shake them off, he walked into this alley. The darkness, which was a cover for him, was also the best way to attack. The fugitive tried to suppress his breathing as much as possible, and as long as his opponent was close, he would not hesitate to move his knife. He was the one who escaped anyway, and he wouldn't have a good day if he was caught and returned. He was fuming very much in his heart. He was hot-headed and impulsive at this moment. One more 2 human lives. He did not feel that there would be scruples in his hands. The pair of young men and women detectives obviously do not know this fugitive, already have a murderous mind. However, the two were highly trained, or some vigilance and defense. This alley, after all, was too good for an ambush. The two sides gradually approached, and the fugitive had already raised his short knife. Just then, the fugitive felt a gust of wind in his ear, followed by a sharp pain in his wrist, as if he had been scratched by something hard. The hand holding the knife trembled with pain, and suddenly lost its strength. Dang lang! The short knife fell to the ground. Who is it? Freeze! Don't move! The pair of young male and female detectives heard the sound and immediately shouted. At the same time, the two opened their cell phone torches and illuminated the front. The pair of young male and female detectives immediately saw the fugitive not far away, his face pale and one hand bloody. The next arrest was not much effort, and the fugitive was quickly handcuffed. The fugitive tried to struggle, but lost his strength from the pain. When the pair of young male and female detectives picked up the short knife from the ground, they realized how dangerous that moment was just now, and the two of them were a bit scared. The other party really wanted to move the knife, and someone in the middle of the two might have been hurt. That's why being a detective is really not a safe profession. They knew that the fugitive's hand was uninjured before, and it was that moment that the fugitive was attacked in some way. And it was this attack that indirectly protected them. How was your hand injured? The female detective asked the fugitive. I don't know, it was suddenly tickled. The fugitive answered, his voice trembling a little. He was still in pain. That kind of pain is still engraved in his mind. The female detective looked around with her cell phone flashlight and saw nothing. She examined the fugitive's injured hand and there were several deep scratches. It didn't look like hand marks. It was a cat, wasn't it? She wasn't sure and the male detective said. I think it was a passing cat, we have to thank it for helping us. The male detective looked away. Although the two of them talked about cats, they didn't connect the cat that attacked the fugitive in front of them with the one in front of the barbecue stand just now. This place was already some distance away from the barbecue stand. That cat, it was impossible to follow it here. It's to be thanked, if I see the cat, I'll treat them to a delicious meal. The female detective nodded. But there was no cat seen at the scene, so she could only regret it and think about being nicer to the cats she saw in the future. She didn't really know much about cats, and she had just invited the cat to eat fish at the barbecue stand as a cover. Though the cat didn't seem to appreciate it in the end and didn't eat the fish. The two then escorted the fugitive away, the sound of police cars already ringing outside. As the pair of young male and female detectives left, they did not realize that on top of one of the walls of the alley, there was a cat watching the movement below. Fongping had helped the two men, and then had stood around watching the commotion. Well, now that the fugitive had been escorted away and the fun was over, it was time to go home. Fongping was just out for a walk and didn't want to do anything, and helping the two young detectives was just in passing. Although he was a cat, he was willing to help when he saw this kind of thing. He didn't jump off the top of the wall either, so he walked out along this wall. Without taking a few steps, in the darkness, something flashed. It was the cat's eye. It turned out that Fongping was not the only one who had just watched. Cats were really a curious animal. Fongping sighed in his heart. Of course, he excluded himself. A few cats that were lying on the top of the wall, when they saw Fongping walking over, they also stood up. Arching their bodies and baring their teeth, their fur stood up, their expressions carried vigilance and also wariness. This was preparing for a fight. Paralyzed. I'm not fighting. Fongping realized the misunderstanding. By helping the young man and woman, he had actually intruded into another cat's territory. Cats have a strong sense of territory. If other cats dared to offend and intrude, they would definitely fight. Fongping certainly did not want to fight with cats. There was nothing to be said about winning a fight. If he lost, it would be even more humiliating. It was even more humiliating. Although it was generally impossible for him to lose a fight. He turned around and wanted to walk back. But behind him, on top of the wall, several cats appeared as well. The same bowed bodies, the same bared teeth, were standing on end, the same alertness, the same wariness. If this was close enough, a hand clawing and pulling was a certainty. Is he intruding into the other party's base camp? Fongping thought of a saying in his heart, curiosity killed the cat. I was just curious for a moment and wanted to watch the fun. I am not interested in your territory. But this could not be said to the cat, and the cat did not understand. Quickly, Fongping paused. Wait a minute. I'm a ing cat too. Then, let's all just communicate. Fongping opened his mouth. Wow na na. Friend, I'm just passing by. It's not really a cat's voice, it's hard for a cat to make that sound. But Fongping had no choice, hadn't learned cat language, when he made the sound himself. When he was a stray cat, he was also a cat, alone. Anyway, he himself is a cat now, so, these cats should be able to understand? After he said this, he stood quietly in place, waiting for a response from the cats on either side. There was no response, and the reaction of the cats on both sides was surprisingly consistent. Directly turning around, rubbing, all of them ran away, scared away. Never heard such an unpleasant sound. Fongping froze. My words. It's so scary. Chapter 22 to take you to breakfast. On the way home, Fongping's head once again had a system alert sound. Ding. The host completed the hidden mission, helping the detective catch the fugitive. Rewarded with 100 evolution points, rewarded with a Great King card. The Maharaja card is in the host's system space and can be accessed at any time. Fongping received another hidden mission reward. Time passed quickly. The next day arrived. Papa Joe came to his daughter's house, and his face was a little unsightly. Last night when he came home, he watched that pet show program. He found out. That little brat, he can do everything, he can open the door by himself, he can press the elevator by himself. But yesterday, all of this was done by himself. The staff in charge of the sneak peek also arrived, and everyone took a look at Papa Joe's face and consciously stayed away. Of course. The rooms still have to go in, have to turn on those indoor live cameras. Joe Dad did not have time to pay attention to these staff, he knocked heavily on the door. There was no response from inside. I knew you would open the door, I saw it all in the program. Papa Joe's voice was loud. Still no response from inside. I'll take you to breakfast, if you don't open the door, the food will be gone. Before the words left his mouth, the door to the room opened. Joe Dad paused. Sure enough. Still have to lure. A cat ear poked out of the room first, then a cat head. The tiny cat head turned around and saw a number of people standing outside. Right. There goes the pet show program again. Fongping got out of the way. Papa Joe walked into the room first. Then those staff members also came in, they turned on the live camera and the people exited. They were working stealthily, they couldn't appear in front of the camera. In the live broadcast room, the audience finally saw Fongping once again. Great King, good morning. Great King, hello again. On the way to work, sneak in to meet the Great King. I'm already on my way to work, so I'm here to see you too. After the live broadcast of the pet show yesterday, the number of viewers in Fongping's live room had been very high. After all, such a smart cat was something that everyone had never seen before. In everyone's words, this cat had become a savant. Seeing Fongping again, it was no wonder that everyone was enthusiastic. Of course. Fongping couldn't see everyone's pop-ups. Even if he saw it, he wouldn't show anything. After not staying in the room for long, Papa Joe took Fongping away. Since he said he would take Fongping to breakfast, then he must be true to his word, otherwise this cat was a careful one. Dad Joe also saw those retaliations from Fongping, especially the woman from the bus. Thinking about what the other party had stepped on, Joe Dad had palpitations. It was better not to mess with this cat at will. Cats are careful animals. He reminded himself. Anyway, Papa Joe hadn't eaten breakfast, and he planned to take Wang to the hospital and to Joe Chinchin's side after taking him to eat breakfast. Last night Joe Chinchin wanted to keep Fongping and didn't agree himself. He could still see that his daughter was a little disappointed. But today, Fongping could stay with Joe Chinchin for the day, and his daughter would definitely be happy to see the big king. Father Joe had planned everything, and he didn't ask Fongping's opinion. Although this cat actually has its own ideas, but you can't speak, so I'll take that as your default. Fongping stood in the elevator, looking at Joe Dad, who was a little lost in thought and a little smug, and the staff behind him filming did not remind him. Joe Dad didn't react for half a day, he could only lift his front paw and touch Joe Dad. Joe Dad came to his senses, and he looked down at Fongping. Fongping did not look at him, but looked up at the elevator button. His meaning was clear. Only then did Joe Dad notice that the elevator hadn't moved and was still parked on the 9th floor. Don't you know how to press the elevator? You press it. Papa Joe wanted Fongping to operate it, and he was going to enjoy the service of a great king for a while. Fongping's tail hooked, a confused look on his face. What did you say? I can't understand you humans. Papa Joe had a black face, this little brat, playing dumb again. Fongping doesn't care anyway, if you don't press it, then everyone will stay in the elevator. In the end, Papa Joe could only admit defeat and pressed the elevator. Consuming time, he definitely couldn't consume Fongping. In the live broadcast room, the netizens laughed once again. I can see that the great king is Lord Father-in-law's lifelong nemesis. My Lord Father-in-law, please allow my son-in-law to come to the rescue. Great King, give my Lord Father-in-law some face. Great King, don't I want face? Walking out of the neighborhood, the female secretary was already standing in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing the female secretary, Fongping instantly ran over and left Father Joe behind. The female secretary smiled and squatted down, jerking Fongping's cat head. She gradually began to like the cat as well, although the cat liked her long legs. Dad Joe had already seen it all. If this little brat was a man, he would have already killed it with his hands. Now, a cat. Then don't care. Everyone got in the car, still in the same place as yesterday. Papa Joe didn't go to yesterday's restaurant, it wasn't a good place for breakfast. He didn't go to any other big restaurants either, but came to an old street. For Papa Joe, when he hadn't made his fortune, he often came here for breakfast. To him, this was the place to be nostalgic and the place that picked up the most popularity. He enjoyed the atmosphere of this place, and for this reason, his cars were parked farther away. Papa Joe brought Fongping over alone, and neither the female secretary nor the bodyguard followed him. Of course. Some bodyguards would be escorting in the dark. The staff member in charge of the sneak peek was also following not far away. He was using a hidden camera and wouldn't let anyone realize that he was filming. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also sighing. Isn't the father-in-law rich, just bringing the king here for breakfast? You don't understand, this is the grounded behavior of the father-in-law. In this kind of place, some of the breakfasts are really delicious, and they are all years old. I'm craving for it when I say it. It's a pity we don't have such old streets here. So many places have been torn down that such old streets would have been rare. Everyone was talking. Papa Joe took Fongping to find a breakfast restaurant. And sat down. Chapter 23. What a coincidence. We meet again. Joe Dad brought Fongping to sit at the breakfast restaurant, and the customers here were no surprise. An old man next door was still carrying a birdcage. He also kept a pet, only it was a grackle, a talking bird. He looked over here a bit warily and carried his birdcage a bit farther away. The live viewers were also a bit curious. I remember that cats are fond of scratching birds. Did the great king not see it? Open up. Guess if the king is interested in the birdcage? I bet the king wouldn't. He saw it when he came in, and I think he ignored it. No, a cat's interest in birds is beyond our mortal imagination. The great king will definitely catch the bird, or I'll shovel her upside down. Here we go again. Did you get it clean last time? At this time the hostess and guest were also in Fongping's live room. Teachers, I also have a question. Why are cats interested in birds? The female host found the topic. Song Chenggang was the first to say. Cats belong to the feline family, similar to tigers. Hunting is the nature of felines, although domestic cats are no longer short of food, but this is the genes left behind by their ancestors. They will still be interested in weaker animals. This was the nature of cats. He explained. The reason why cats liked to catch birds or flying insects was indeed nature. Cats' habits, physiology, natural interest in such creatures, and so on, determined their ability and willingness to catch birds or flying insects. This is one of the most basic reasons that provides technical support for cats to successfully catch birds or flying insects. After all, if they don't have the innate advantage, they also have the intention to do so. Just like dogs are sometimes interested in birds, but it is not easy to really catch them. Li Sherwan followed suit and added. While the hostess and the guests were discussing, Fongping was completely indifferent. Of course he saw the old man's birdcage, and he also saw the old man's vigilance. But he didn't care, he wasn't interested anyway. After all, Fongping was not a cat in the true sense of the word. In his bones, he also didn't have the kind of nature that cats had. When he saw the bird, it was just a look. But the old man was still a bit uneasy. Keep a close eye on your cat. Don't let him catch my bird. Otherwise you can't afford to pay for it. He said to Papa Joe. Papa Joe looked at Fongping. He didn't know what Fongping was thinking. He didn't know if he would be interested in the old man's bird cage. But from the feeling, he thought not. Fongping's cat was different from other cats, he could still tell. Whose cat could open the door? Fongping would. Whose cat could press an elevator? Fongping would. In a way, this cat was actually very smart. Although he didn't know how high Fongping's IQ was, he was sure that ordinary cats couldn't compare. Grandpa, let's eat and leave. This cat of mine is very well behaved. But Dad Joe still said to the old man. The old man was obviously still uneasy, but if he could bring a birdcage here for breakfast, others could naturally bring a cat. Of course. People who brought cats were actually rare. On the contrary, there are actually many people who bring dogs. This is because dogs are easy to listen to, and cats' solitary character is not easy for their owners to control. Papa Joe and the old man were talking about this. Ha! Cat, what a coincidence! We meet again. A girl walked in from outside and suddenly saw Fongping. Fongping took a glance. This was the female detective from last night. She was still with the male detective. The two should be partners. This area was not far from Fongping's neighborhood. It seemed that she was on duty in this area. Fongping did not expect that the female detective recognized him. The female detective did recognize Fongping. She did so based on the cat tag. The cat from yesterday had carried a cat tag with the same name. This was clearly the same cat. Papa Joe looked at the girl. He didn't know that this was the female detective. But the girl was quite pretty. He looked at Fongping and glared a bit. He knew to provoke pretty girls. Fongping was a bit innocent. It really wasn't something he provoked. Besides, I helped her last night. Of course she doesn't know. At this time the female and male detectives came over. Hello, this is your cat. She smiled at Papa Joe. Yes. My cat, you guys know each other? Papa Joe nodded. I saw him last night at a barbecue. I fed him small fish and he wouldn't even eat it. The female detective didn't realize that Papa Joe was prying. This little brat? Ran out last night? Papa Joe didn't have to think about it to know that he should have left himself and this cat didn't stay in the house. He doesn't usually eat strangers' food. Papa Joe said casually. He knew that Fongping had a cleanliness fetish. He even disliked himself for giving him food, so he must not eat other people's food easily. This was good. Even if Fongping played outside, he would not easily eat poisonous food. Papa Joe knew many cats and dogs that died from eating other people's food indiscriminately. Why did you name him Dewang? The female detective asked again curiously. This is the name my daughter gave him, the color of his fur, quite like a tiger. Dad Joe was actually not too sure, he still said based on his own guess. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were quite interested in this female detective. "De Wang, you have a girlfriend again? De Wang, you're a bit of a womanizer." "Big King, don't be a womanizer." "King, tell me about your experience, how did you find so many pretty girls?" The female detective didn't say much and left after a few words. She came here to buy breakfast with her colleagues as well. The work of a detective was also very hard. It was not until the female detective left that Fongping swept a glance at the other party's back. This female detective was indeed quite pretty. However, he did not know the name of this female detective. "Don't look, you can't pull your eyes out if you look again," Papa Joe said in a bad mood. Fongping's tail hooked. "If you don't look at a pretty girl, do you look at an old man like you?" Chapter 20 for the Great King. Let's escape. Papa Joe took Fongping to eat breakfast and left the store under the old man's wary eyes. The old man finally breathed a sigh of relief and could now eat breakfast in peace. Just now, he had been worried about his own bird and had no other thoughts at all. "Look at how you scared the other old man. He couldn't even eat." "Don't think about other people's birds in the future, I'll have to talk to Chinchin about this later." Joe Dad walked out of the breakfast store and said to Fongping. Fongping was speechless and looked at the sky, who was thinking about the bird. "Dad Joe. Be a person." In the live broadcast room, the audience laughed. "The father-in-law is too obvious, this is retaliation, this is naked revenge. The Great King, I'm so aggrieved, I'm going to cry." This time, Lord Father-in-law has finally pulled one back. The Great King has a hard time opening his mouth, he can't explain it. "Can I report, Lord Father-in-law, that this is planting evidence to frame the Great King?" Fongping, who was planted and framed, came to the hospital with an unhappy face. "Chen, I sent the Maharaja here. If it wasn't for me today, De Wang would have eaten someone's old man's bird." Papa Joe really did sue in front of Joe Chinchin. If Fongping hadn't been looking at Joe Chinchin's face, Joe Dad would have been tickled at this moment. Joe Chinchin hugged De Wang, but didn't believe his dad's words. "Dad, don't lie to me, De Wang wouldn't do such a thing." When it came to understanding, she was the one who understood Fongping the most. In the past, when Fongping saw a bird, he never paid any attention to it. Wouldn't even try to catch it, much less eat it. His own Great King. It was different from other cats. Seeing that he didn't succeed in badmouthing Fongping, Joe Dad could only leave resentfully. In the live broadcast room, the audience laughed once again. The father-in-law lost again, his words are not believed by his daughter. "Big King, I'm not even bothering to move my mouth with you, I'm just asking if you're convinced." "Cheer up, Lord Father-in-law, I'm on your side." "Lord Father-in-law, please let my son-in-law help you." Joe Chinchin hugged Fongping, still comforting him. "Great King, don't be angry, I won't listen to my father's words. You are the best. You are my best friend." When Fongping heard this, his face looked a little better. At this time, the young nurse next to him was a little envious. "De Wang really listens to you. I've never seen any cat so well behaved. I even want to keep a cat," she said to Joe Chinchin. "My Big King is different from other cats." "Nurse sister, why don't you ask for me when I'll be discharged from the hospital?" Joe Chinchin said and changed the topic. She was more concerned about this matter. She had stayed in the hospital for a day and felt like she was completely fine. But the hospital still refused to agree and let her go. She didn't want to stay any longer. "Guess tomorrow. One more day of observation, if there's no problem, you can be discharged," the young nurse said with a smile. "One more day. Can't it be faster? I'm really all better, didn't I take a few tests this morning, I don't have a fever, my temperature is completely normal." Joe Chinchin didn't want to stay for another day. That's how people are. Once they feel better, they don't want to stay in the hospital. It's for your own good to observe for one more day. The fever you had yesterday is still a bit strong. The young nurse had been instructed by the dean that she would not let Joe Chinchin leave today. But she couldn't say it outright either, she still had to comfort the young lady. This is actually also Joe Dad's intention, to observe for one more day, he can also rest assured. Joe Chinchin didn't realize that this was Joe Dad's decision. "Nurse sister, how about I take a walk outside? I really don't want to stay in the ward." She made a new request. "Nurse, I'll accompany you. The backyard is nice." The young nurse agreed. She thought that it was not good to be stuffy in the ward, a proper walk would also be beneficial to Joe Chinchin's physical recovery. Fongping looked at Joe Chinchin, he felt that his mistress did not mean this. But he hooked his tail and still didn't remind, he couldn't remind either. It was true that Joe Chinchin did not want to go to the backyard, but was thinking of a way, how to leave the hospital. But for a while she hadn't thought of a way, the most important thing was that the young nurse had been accompanying her. If she wanted to leave herself, the young nurse would definitely stop her. Two people and a cat walked out of the hospital room and came to the backyard. The sun was shining outside and the air was good. Joe Chinchin and the young nurse were loitering and chatting while their hearts were in a hurry. There was no way out. But after walking for more than 10 minutes, someone made a noise at the entrance of the backyard. "Why don't you let us in? This is the hospital. You can't stop us." Zhou Chenchen and the young nurse looked up. There were a few patients standing there, presumably from the front hospital, who had walked to the backyard entrance and just had to come in to take a look. The backyard had arranged for a nurse to guard the entrance, but it was obvious that it was a bit hard to stop these patients. "No one else is allowed to come in here?" Zhou Chenchen asked. "Yes. If they come in, we will be penalized." The young nurse was a bit anxious to see those patients trying to break in. "Sister nurse, why don't you go and help persuade them as well?" Zhou Chenchen said to the young nurse. The young nurse was a bit hesitant. Her task was to accompany Zhou Chenchen and not to leave for a single step. "I'm fine here. I'll just stroll around here. You can just come and find me later." Zhou Chenchen's purpose was to detach the young nurse. As for the aftermath, she would definitely explain to the hospital and would not let the nurse be penalized. If she couldn't, she would let Zhou Dad intercede. "That's fine, you guys stay here, don't go far." The young nurse was still worried that her little sister wouldn't be able to stop her, and she finally agreed. Anyway, Zhou Chenchen's body had actually gotten better and there wouldn't be any problems. Zhou Chenchen watched the young nurse walk towards the entrance. She smiled faintly and lowered her head as she whispered to Fongping. "Great King! Let's escape." Fongping actually saw it just now. He knew it would be like this. The nurse sisters nowadays were too kind and too good to be fooled. Chapter 25 comfortably plopped down too. Zhou Chenchen sneaked back into the ward and changed back into her clothes. The whole person became beautiful again. She left a small note for the nurse sister and the dean respectively, telling the nurse sister that she was discharged from the hospital and that Dad Zhou would take care of the things behind her. Also told the dean, his disease has been cured, do not blame the nurse sister, is his own, while the nurse sister does not pay attention to sneak away. She believed that the dean saw the small note and would understand what she meant. Then she and Fongping quietly slipped out when the crowd in the backyard wasn't paying attention. The staff member who had been secretly filming naturally followed and slipped out as well. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched this scene. Why do I feel that this scene of the goddess escaping the hospital is so funny? My goddess has escaped, I'm going to accompany my goddess. I don't need you. The great king is right beside the goddess. King, you have to take care of my goddess. Walking out of the hospital, Zhou Chenchen let out a long breath. Fongping didn't care, anyway, he had escaped, isn't it time to go home? He looked at Zhou Chenchen with his eyes. Zhou Chenchen saw what Fongping meant. No. We can't go home yet. If we go home, we might be sent back by the hospital. She shook her head at Fongping. This was something she was smart and careful about, she was defending herself against the hospital. Fongping did not know where Zhou Chenchen wanted to go and waited for her to say it. Zhou Chenchen thought about it and didn't need to go to the company today. She called the director of the company's office yesterday, and the director was very reasonable and told her to rest and get well. Let's go to the zoo. The zoo has tigers, lions, elephants, giraffes. You'll be very kind to see them. She suddenly had an idea and said to Fongping. Fongping paused, a question mark flashing in his eyes. A zoo? I have no affinity for them. In the live broadcast room, the audience also felt amused when they heard this. Goddess, isn't that the great king in front of you? Don't you love the great king anymore? This is a day trip to the zoo with the great king, I love it. The great king, let me go to the zoo, who is visiting who anyway? Anyway, I don't care, where the goddess goes, I love it. I want to see who's afraid of whom when the Maharaja and the tiger meet. I want to sing again, the great king told me to come and patrol the mountain, I'll turn the earth around, play my drums and beat my gongs, life is full of rhythms. Sing the same song. The king told me to come and patrol the mountain, I'll turn the earth around, play my drum and beat my gong, life is full of rhythm. Chorus 1. Singing together 2. Fongping himself actually didn't care, the zoo, he came to this parallel world as if he had never been there before. His tail ticked, clearly heartened. Then. Let's go. Let's be extravagant today, let's take a taxi there. Zhou Chenchen could see that Fongping also wanted to go, and then said. The reason she didn't take the bus was also for Fongping. Although it was said that cats and dogs were now allowed on the bus, some passengers still couldn't accept it. The route to the zoo was not the usual familiar bus route, and the driver's master did not always help her. Fongping didn't have a problem with it, he knew that Zhou Chenchen wasn't actually poor, it's just that the girl didn't want the family's money. Anyway, the money Zhou Chenchen earns now is enough for one person and one cat. If it's a big deal, you can earn money in the future. Fongping still didn't believe it, just based on his smart and clever cat image, he was still worried about earning money. Just by becoming the global divine pet champion himself, he would be able to enjoy the $10 billion super prize all by himself. However, it was a bit long and difficult. Zhou Chenchen and Fongping reached an agreement and then waved to stop a cab. She and Fongping naturally sat in the back row, and the program staff in charge of filming sat in the front row. Zhou Qinshan had already inquired about the staff member who was filming herself and De Wang, whose surname was Li. Big brother Li. This car is for the three of us. Remember to pay me your portion of the fare when you get off, thank you. After she got into the car, she politely said to the staff member surnamed Li. Once Zhou Qinshan said this, the driver who was driving the car immediately looked at the staff member sitting in the passenger seat with contempt. What kind of person is this? Taking a taxi and riding in a cab, and you want someone else's pretty little girl to pay for it herself? Are you still not a man? Fongping also looked over, with the same contemptuous gaze in his eyes. You've been filming me for so long, have you seen me talk? You dare to split the bill 3 by 3, believe it or not, I will not cooperate right away. The staff member surnamed Li cried and laughed, thinking that your father is so rich, why make things difficult for me, a poor part-time worker? But he also knows that Zhou Qinshan, this beautiful girl and other rich second generation, is different. She was really living alone, not relying on her family for a single penny. The staff member surnamed Li also learned to be smart. If he kept silent, later on, the big king would give himself a hard time, and he would be in trouble. This cat is not an ordinary cat, he knows everything, and now he is looking at his own eyes and it is not right. This time to go to the zoo, then I pay well, I invite you guys, no need for you to pay. The staff member surnamed Li stammered. Although he did not appear in the camera, the live broadcast audience heard it clearly. Finally, I heard the voice of the filming Big Brother. Filming Big Brother is working so hard, hiding behind the curtain all the time. I think filming Big Brother is being threatened, filming Big Brother is having a hard time. Why do I want to laugh so much, ha? Can ask the goddess to go to the zoo for a day trip, I'm willing to how much money I'm willing to pay, is the goddess does not give you this opportunity. The king, want the opportunity? You first threw me. It takes more than an hour to get to the zoo. Fongping lying in the back of the car, the road outside is a bit poor, he feels that the car is uncomfortable upside down. This might only be bearable for others, but for Fongping, it was a simple matter to solve. He directly stood up and walked over to Zhou Qinshan, stretching out his front paws. Zhou Qinshan smiled faintly and picked up Fongping, letting him lie on his long legs. The soft and long legs were so comfortable to lie on. Fongping squinted his cat eyes. He did not know that at this time, Zhou Dad already knew that Zhou Qinshan had escaped from the hospital and was watching the live broadcast. Seeing this scene, Dad Zhou's face darkened. This little brat. Getting addicted to lying on a girl's long legs. This is a disease. It has to be cured. Chapter 26, Tiger Meets Cat. More than an hour later, the zoo finally arrived. Zhou Qinshan and Fongping got off the bus. The zoo wasn't free, you had to buy a ticket to enter. Zhou Qinshan looked at the filming Big Brother who was following behind. I will go and buy a ticket. The staff member surnamed Li immediately said consciously. In the live broadcast room, the audience was happy. One word from the goddess, and the filming Big Brother ran his legs. I think shooting Big Brother is willing, anyway. Who knows the pain in the heart of Big Brother filming? If I were a Big Brother, I would ask to stay by the side of the goddess all the time. Brother Li. You've got it all wrong. Thank you for helping us out with the fare just now, just leave the buying of the tickets to me. Zhou Qinshan was very understanding, she wasn't a girl who liked to be cheap. After saying this, she walked to the ticket window and bought 2 tickets. Fongping naturally didn't need to buy a ticket. As for buying tickets for the bus, that was because he didn't want those passengers to gossip, so there was no need to do that here. Walking into the zoo, Fongping felt that this place was actually similar to the zoos in the previous world. All the animals were locked up anyway, the animals here, in fact, had no freedom. In comparison, maybe the wild zoo was a bit better, but there was no wild zoo in Zhangchang. If you want to go, you have to go far away. Great King, what animal do you want to see first? Zhou Qinshan asked Fongping for his opinion. Fongping's tail ticked, he had no opinion. Then let's go to the panda house first. Pandas are very cute. You will definitely like them. Zhou Qinshan said, walking towards the panda house. Today wasn't a weekend, there weren't too many tourists in the zoo, but there were quite a few. A lot of them were older people, bringing their grandchildren over to see the animals. The children definitely liked it here, and refused to leave when they saw their favorite animals. There were also quite a few children in the panda house. Fongping lost interest after looking at the panda for a few moments. He always felt that pandas were a bit dull and their brain development had deteriorated badly. In the past, the panda was known as an iron eater, and that fighting strength was also explosive. After watching the panda, Fongping followed Zhou Qinshan and watched the black bears, wolves, peacocks, rhesus monkeys, sika deer, camels, elephants, orangutans, giraffes, hippos, and so on. Without realizing it, Zhou Qinshan was very close to the tiger park. We went to see the big tiger. Big King. Are you scared? Zhou Qinshan looked at the road sign in front of him and suddenly said to Fongping. Fongping's tail ticked. Tiger. Of course he wasn't afraid. Anyway, he was circled and couldn't escape. In the live broadcast room, the audience also came to be interested. I've waited so long to see the Great King's face when he sees the tiger. I don't think the Great King would be afraid of a tiger. Tiger is the king of beasts. I think the Great King might still be a little scared. The Great King, are you looking down on me? At this time, the hostess is also interested in this topic. Teachers, do you think the cat will be afraid when the tiger meets the cat? She asked. The guest, Lee Sherwon, laughed when he heard this. This is a topic that many of you are interested in knowing. Cats and tigers are both felines. The difference is that cats are pets while tigers are the king of beasts. If you really want to compare them, there is actually no comparison. Tigers are big cats, they like to live alone and their movements don't like to be restricted. In the jungle, all animals will hide away when they see a tiger. Because, as all animals know, the tiger is a carnivore and it has a strong hunting ability. Even the average medium-sized animal doesn't dare to duel with the tiger alone, and the tiger is smart enough not to mess with group animals when it chooses to hunt its prey. I think cats are definitely afraid when they meet tigers. Cats are much smaller than tigers, and cats are more timid animals, so they should be afraid when they see tigers that are much larger than themselves. Lee Sherwon summarized accordingly. I have a different opinion. There may be some cats that are afraid of tigers, but there are also those that are not. I don't think this big king will be afraid. Another guest, Wang Lan, had a different opinion. You are too fond of the Great King. Why don't we make a bet? If the big king is afraid of tigers, you treat everyone to a meal, and I'll treat everyone to a meal if I lose. Lee Sherwon smiled and mentioned a harmless bet. Good. Wang Lan reluctantly agreed. Everyone looked at the screen again. At this time, Zhou Qinshan had already walked to the tiger garden with Fongping. It was a very large tiger garden, surrounded by a tall and smooth fence to ensure that the tigers could not run out. Everyone stood high up on the fence and could look down and see the tigers in the garden. There were a lot of adults and children coming here to see the tigers, pointing at them and laughing and screaming. There were a few tigers lying below, also looking up. Zhou Qinshan carried Fongping to a gap in the fence, from where he could see the tiger very clearly. If she didn't hold it, Fongping wouldn't even be able to see it. The sneak peek camera was aimed at Fongping, and the viewers of the live broadcast could clearly see Fongping's facial expression. Only Fongping looked at the tiger in the tiger park indifferently, his tail ticking, still so calm. He wasn't scared, much less blowing up. It seemed that in his eyes, there was nothing to be afraid of. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this and joked about it. It turns out that the Great King really isn't afraid of tigers. I told you that the Great King wouldn't be afraid. The Great King still has a lot of guts. The Great King probably didn't see it clearly. Why don't you try jumping down? The Great King, can you speak human language, or do you want to jump down and try? Anyway, Great King, I respect you as a good man. Just then, a grandpa holding a child was looking at the tiger. Probably talking to the person next to him, his hand loosened a bit. It just so happened that his little 2-year-old grandson was so happy to see the tiger on the high wall that he jumped and jumped. One carelessness. His grandson slipped down the high wall of the tiger park. In the tiger park, a tiger suddenly looked over and stared intently at the 2-year-old who had fallen. The huge figure. Coming towards the child. Live. The live broadcast room. Everyone was in a state of shock. Chapter 27, King vs. the Zoo. Everyone didn't expect the 2-year-old to fall into the tiger park. It was an accident, a very thrilling accident. Everyone froze for a moment and looked down. The child had fallen into the tiger park. Everyone panicked and immediately shouted to save the child. But the fence of the tiger park was too high, and with the tiger below, no one dared to go down. If they went down at this time, they would probably be the tiger's snack. Some people immediately called the police, some people called the zoo management, and some people said that they would put a rope down so that the child could grab it. But can a 2-year-old child do that? All kinds of people were coming up with ideas, but none of them were effective for a while. The grandfather who had dropped the child by mistake was disoriented and at a loss for words. The only good news is that the child fell down. The person does not seem to fall seriously, and can still get up and walk around. It is below the scared straight cry. Not far away, a tiger, closer and closer. In the tiger's eyes, it seemed to blossom a fierce light. The tiger's venom was for its own cubs, but for other small creatures, the tiger had no mercy. Zhou Qinshan was just as anxious as everyone else, but she had no good solution. It was she who called the zoo management. She quickly got a reply that the zoo had urgently sent rescuers over, and they would be here in about 5 minutes. But time waits for no one. I guess the ambulance staff rushed over. The child is also gone. What to do? What should we do? If only you were a little bit bigger, you could have gone to the rescue. Zhou Qinshan looked down at Fongping in her arms. She knew that Fongping was smart, but it was a pity that Fongping was just a cat. In the current situation, a cat could not be useful. This small body, jumping down would not be enough for a small snack for the tiger. She was just saying that, releasing the pessimism in her heart. She did not expect Fongping at all. Now she had to wait for the zoo management to come over, hopefully faster and faster. But the zoo was indeed a large area, and it would take time for the rescuers to arrive here at the tiger park. Live broadcast, the audience also followed the anxious. What's wrong with this adult? He's too sloppy and careless. Knowing that it is a tiger park, he still put the child on the edge of such a dangerous fence, so irresponsible, he did not know that it is very easy to fall down? How can you bring up a child? Don't the adults feel guilty? My mom, there is a tiger down there, how can we save him? This kid is probably finished. If he doesn't die from the fall, he'll be bitten to death by the tiger. This kid looks like he's about 2 years old, and he's about to be bitten by a tiger. Remember not to reincarnate with this family in your next life. Unfortunately, the king couldn't help this time. No matter how powerful the king is, he is only a cat and cannot compare with a tiger. Fongping stretched out the cat's head and looked at the child under the tiger garden. This child is dangerous. The tigers in the zoo were different from the wild tigers, but they were also ferocious. But on his own, there didn't seem to be anything he could do. Jumping like this, he couldn't stop the tiger. He's just a cat. Those who say cats aren't afraid of tigers, try it. You'll be trembling in your boots if you compare him to a cat. It wasn't that Fongping didn't want to save people, but in this situation, he couldn't do it. Ding! The host triggered a Great King card level mission to save a child who fell into the tiger park. The mission is completed, and the host can obtain the Great King card skill. Right at this moment, a system prompt sound rang in his head. This time it was an active prompt, but this mission, it seemed to be too difficult. Fongping's cat head looked towards the tiger garden, estimating that the tiger would probably take one bite and leave no bone dregs of itself. The host's Great King card, which allows the host to have the toughness and intimidation of the king of the beasts, can make all animals submit, 24 hours effective. Is it enabled? The system prompt came again in his head. Fongping paused. He didn't expect the Great King card to possess such a strong skill. What was the point of asking? Enable. Fongping immediately said in his heart. In an instant, he felt as if an overwhelmingly ferocious beast had slowly walked out from the depths of his heart. That strong and invincible feeling of being the king of beasts made his body stir and tremble a little. This was the king of beasts. Fongping's blood boiled a little. Zhou Chunchen felt Fongping's trembling in her arms. She thought that Fongping was a little scared after hearing what she had just said. Great King, what's wrong? Don't be afraid, I don't want you to go down. She lowered her head to comfort Fongping. Who knew that at this time, Fongping suddenly jumped out of her arms and directly jumped from the high wall of the tiger garden without hesitation. Great King! Zhou Chunchen exclaimed in shock and tried to hug Fongping back. But Fongping's speed was too fast, like a golden lightning. Zhou Chunchen's hand hugged an empty one. At the first moment, the staff member surnamedly captured Fongping's movements. In the live broadcast, the netizens immediately saw it. The Great King jumped down. He wants to save the child. I knew the Great King was going to do this. Great King, worthy of being my Great King. The Great King is knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, but he is going towards the Tiger Mountain. Great King, come back soon. I'm in tears. From now on, I'm the Great King's Iron Fan. I'm willing to saddle up for the Great King. I'm willing to saddle up for the king. I'm a big fan of the king. I'll be there for him. I'm willing to stand behind the king. The audience also went crazy, with the same feeling of boiling blood welling up in their hearts. Everyone feels that the Great King won't survive. Tiger Garden. Fongping lightly jumped next to the child. That 2-year-old child really didn't seem to be hurt much, but he was also really scared and kept standing there crying. Fongping walked over, raised his own front paw and gently touched the child's head. He used his system affinity skill. Affinity skills could make cubs feel affectionate and protective, and it was the same for children. The 2-year-old child seemed to feel safe in his heart, looking at Fongping and gradually stopped crying. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this and their moods just lightened a little. But, turning their eyes, they became nervous. Behind Fongping, huge figures had appeared. The tiger's bloody mouth opened. Ow roar! The tiger roared in the mountains. Chapter 28 Roar. Hearing the roar, Fongping turned around and the tiger was already very close to him. That 2-year-old child, frozen in fear by the tiger, didn't even dare to cry. Fongping turned around, and for the first time, he too, came face to face with the tiger. One big and one small. Face to face. The audience in the live broadcast room no longer dared to look on. Big King, it's better to run. Great King, it's important to save yourself. You can't save the children. Great King, you're just a cat. Great King, no matter what, you've tried your best. I don't dare to look anymore. Remember to warn the Great King when he goes into the tiger's stomach later. Fongping didn't move. His eyes looked at the tiger. They were not the eyes of a cat, they were the eyes of an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. In his eyes, there was an endless domineering aura. Only his eyes, only the tiger could see. What that staff member, Li, had captured was the sad little figure of the cat facing the tiger. Anyone could sense that the cat was about to be swallowed by the tiger. The viewers in the live broadcast room, the viewers around the tiger park, all fell silent. But the tiger did not move. It sensed the ferocious beastly look in Fongping's eyes, a look that made it feel extremely dangerous. It trembled a little. It was a little afraid. At this time, several other tigers came from the back, and the filming camera looked like it was trying to surround the kitten. In the live broadcast room, the audience became even more desperate. It's over, one tiger is not enough, other tigers are coming over. The big king was surrounded and could no longer escape. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see such a smart great king in the future. This time next year, I'll go to offer incense to the king. Let's go together. Go with one. Go with two. Crow's mouth. The great king is not dead yet. Is the great king far from dead now? Fongping looked at the several tigers that surrounded him. These tigers also felt Fongping's ferocious beast eyes, and these eyes also made them feel dangerous. The tigers stopped not far from Fongping, a little bit scornful, a little bit afraid to come over. But in their bones, tigers were also proud, and this pride kept them from retreating. Fongping, raising his head high, finally made a sound. Roar roll. A furious roar that shook the sky. His voice, it seemed, at this moment, shook the tiger garden, shook the heavens. It was filled with the kind of unrivaled domineering aura of an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. It was to make all living beings submit. The staff member surnamedly, who was responsible for filming, almost didn't fall down the tiger garden when the camera shook, or the person next to him hurriedly grabbed him. This is going to fall, the following can be too. The people around the tiger garden, all dared not move, shocked by Fongping's voice. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also stunned. The Fongping's voice that everyone had heard before was definitely not this strong, this fierce, this domineering. All the viewers almost sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the camera again, a few tigers, surprisingly, were scared by this roar and backed away, turned around and ran, never daring to come over again. When the camera looked closely, these few tigers seemed to be trembling. I go, the king of this roar, tigers are scared away. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch, because I heard the roar of the great king. The great king is so fierce. The first time I heard it, my scalp went numb. My new cup, which I just bought for $200, was scared and fell on the ground and broke. The great king, you want me to pay for it, don't you? Come in front of me. My big king, cheating. My big king, cheating. My big king, cheating. Papa Zhou, who was watching the live broadcast, was also shaken. This little brat. So powerful. This is the ferocity and dominance that comes from his bones. This kind of wild whistling came from a cat. He was a bit afraid to imagine it. During the time he had been in contact with the great king, although he felt that the great king was extraordinary, he didn't have the same feeling as he did now. It seemed that anyone standing in front of the great king could be torn to shreds by the great king. This was truly a veritable ferocious beast. The king of beasts. A hint of a smile suddenly surfaced at the corner of Papa Zhou's mouth. Daughter! You're so lucky! He was even a little envious of his daughter, being able to obtain the cat, the great king. At this time, the paramedics sent by the zoo management finally arrived. Jean. 5 rescuers ran over with rope nets, iron poles, and some rescue equipment, panting. They had also heard Fongping's roar, but thought it was the tiger going berserk and didn't care. When they ran to the tiger park fence and saw the situation below, they paused. Didn't they say it was dangerous? Why were those tigers hiding far away? And that kitten, what was going on? He was standing there, how come the tigers didn't dare to come over? It's impossible, right, a cat confronting a tiger? The paramedics are a bit confused. Don't just stand there. Save the kid. And the cat. The people on the side hastily reminded. Everyone was worried that the tiger was only temporarily stunned. If the tiger reacts later, the kitten probably won't be able to stop it. A few rescuers paused for a moment and immediately began to lower the rope net. As long as the child entered the rope net, they could drag it up. However, the paramedics had overestimated the ability of a 2-year-old child. The rope net was lowered, and the kid, no matter how much he shouted, was motionless and stunned. One of the paramedics was ready to venture down. Zhou Qinshan was also beside her, and she suddenly shouted, "Great King, help that child." She now had immense trust in the Great King. Even if someone said that the Great King could pick the moon in the sky, she believed it. Fongping was originally on guard against those tigers, and he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if the tigers would charge over again? Hearing Zhou Qinshan's voice, he turned back. Immediately noticing the rope net that was lowered, with this rope net, he knew that the child was saved. Look at the 2-year-old child, the child has been scared to pee, a puddle of water on the ground, cannot walk at all. Besides, the 2-year-old child does not know how to climb into the rope net. Fongping walked over, raised his front paw and hooked the child's clothes. The 2-year-old child finally stumbled to the rope net under his tugging and pulling. He helped get the child into the net, then jumped in himself and stood next to the child. Several paramedics push and the net slowly rises. Fongping's tail ticks. A face. Leisurely. Idle. The camera is incredibly peaceful and tranquil. On the fence, in the live broadcast room, Papa Zhou, when they saw the scene, all of them revealed warm smiles. Chapter 29 with the Goddess. Zoo. The child was finally rescued, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone coincidentally looked at Fongping. The cat had an expression as if nothing had happened, as if the rescue just now had nothing to do with him at all. Great king, you scared me to death just now. If you are gone, what will I do? Zhou Qinshan had hugged Fongping tightly in her arms, her voice shaking a little. Fongping once again fell into a vast expansion. This time, but no one was jealous. The hostess and the guests had also watched the shocking scene. Teachers, what do you think about the cat jumping into the tiger park to save the child? The hostess almost couldn't wait to ask this question. Several guests were a bit silent for a while, and it was the first time everyone had encountered this kind of thing. Finally, it was Wang Lan who spoke up. Such a thing, I believe that it is already difficult for anyone to explain. This cat, De Wang, has brought us a different feeling, a different understanding. I think our understanding of animals should also change. Animals are not without feelings. I don't believe anyone knows what Big King thought. But the fact that the king had the courage to do this is a legend in itself. Our pet show is called Super Pet, and personally, I would like to vote for De Wang. I think he is fully qualified to take on this title. Her words also caused the guests to agree. If the program ended now, we would definitely vote for Big King. We also believe that many viewers will vote for the Big King. Let's wait and see what else the Great King has in store for us in this program. The guest of honor, Wu Daohong, also said with a smile at this time. He couldn't say the words to death either. After all, the program hadn't ended yet. Fongping didn't care when the program ended, but he, right now, wanted to end the day trip to the zoo. There was no way. He was surrounded. Not only was the grandfather who had been rescued from the child grateful to Fongping, but many of the onlookers were also touched by Fongping. The cat's performance was amazing. Someone had already uploaded this video of the cat jumping into the tiger park to save a man online. In a very short time, this video burst into flames and rushed onto the hot search. It's hard to imagine, and very exiting, that a cat could do this. I am human, but I want to be a cat at this moment. Great King, I remember this name, and I would like to recognize you as king. I can't wait to watch the pet show now. Big King, I will be following you. Maharaja, you are the legend. Many people had left messages, and as a result, Fongping's live room was flooded with viewers. Fongping's votes in the pet show were more than 1 million votes more than the second place. This was still only the second day. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Qinshan and Fongping finally returned home. Dad Zhou called Zhou Qinshan and told her that she wouldn't be going back to the hospital. Zhou Qinshan considered that it was inconvenient to broadcast live as both herself and Fongping had to clean next. She requested that today's live broadcast be interrupted for an hour, and the staff in charge of filming agreed after asking for instructions. Originally, according to the signed contract, interruptions were not allowed. But today's Big King really brought a lot of attention to the program, which also brought an unexpected joy to the program team. After all, this pet show program was trying to attract more people to watch. The program team also graciously agreed to Zhou Qinshan's request, and anyway, the live broadcast was turned off for an hour, which wasn't too long. The staff went inside and turned off the live camera, telling Zhou Qinshan that it would be turned on again in an hour. The viewers in the live broadcast room were a little disgruntled about this. What's going on? Disconnecting the internet at a critical time. That's right, my favorite moment is coming, but it is not allowed to see, but also disrespect the audience. Unfortunately, I can only imagine what the goddess will do next. I'm so envious of the king, to be able to accompany the goddess. Why am I not a cat? The Great King, envy me. You first go to the tiger park for an hour. After the staff withdrew, there was finally only one person and one cat left in the house. It's finally time to take a bath. Big King. Let's wash together. I didn't wash yesterday at the hospital, and today is another day. I feel like I stink. Great King, you must be a dirty little cat too. Great King, if you don't believe me, come over here and smell. You smell if my little feet stink. Zhou Qinshan cheered, but after she shouted a few times, there was no response. She looked back. Fongping was quietly lying on the ground, somewhat listless. She was a little heartbroken. Her Great King must be tired. After all, jumping into the tiger park to save people, that was not something that ordinary cats dared to do, and the Great King had to put in a lot of energy. Zhou Qinshan ran to the bathroom alone and packed up her clothes first. She would do some preparations first, and then later on, she would carry Big King over to wash them together. Fongping was lying on the ground. He wasn't actually tired, but he was asking the system. Since he had completed the rescue of the child who fell into the tiger park and completed the Great King card level mission, he should receive a reward. He was now asking the system for a reward. The system also gave a response. Ding! The host's quest is complete, and he has obtained the King of Beasts deterrence skill. The host receives a reward of 500 evolution points, and the host reaches the upgrade evolution points to upgrade to LV2 level, becoming a level 1 ferocious beast. Does the host consume 500 points to upgrade? Having reached the upgrade condition himself, Fongping did not hesitate to upgrade. He felt that he was still too weak right now. As a cat, he needed to evolve too much. Otherwise, at that moment in the tiger park, he could have gone to save people himself, and in the end, he had to rely on the Great King card in order to save the child. Soon, Fongping felt his body seem to surge through torrents. He felt that his body now was more than 100 times stronger than before. If it was now, he would have dared to jump directly into the tiger garden to save the child. He opened the system light screen. Host, Fongping. Level, LV2 Level 1 Fierce Beast. Self-healing skill, the body possesses the ability to heal itself, not limited to any injuries or toxin diseases. Divine power skill, the body contains the divine power gene, strength far exceeds that of an adult. Psychic communication skill, can communicate with various animals in a psychic way, relieving them of their plight. Affinity skill, being with a cub will make the other feel affectionate and protective. Deterrence skill, possesses the strength and deterrence of the king of beasts, able to make all animals submit. Evolution points, 150. Just after seeing this, the coolly dressed Zhou Qinshan came out of the bathroom. Great King, it's time to take a bath together. Chapter 30, Stay with you like this. Hearing Zhou Qinshan's greeting, Fongping turned off the system. He stood up and smelled himself. It seemed like there was a bit of an odor that wasn't right. Right? De Wang. I told you that you've become a little dirty cat. Hurry up and come over. Zhou Qinshan saw Fongping's movements and laughed. Fongping raised his head, tugged at his ears, and looked at Zhou Qinshan, who was standing in front of the bathroom door. He paused. Zhou Qinshan was dressed as if she was a bit cool, but he still walked over. When Zhou Qinshan gave Fongping a bath, she indeed did not wear much. This was mainly because it was inconvenient to wear too much, and besides, she would have to wash herself later on. She was actually having a hard time right now, but still insisted on washing Fongping first. Her Great King. It had to be clean and fresh. Waiting for Fongping to jump to his usual bathing place, Zhou Qinshan closed the bathroom door. Her body was really uncomfortable, so she simply allowed herself to be unequipped in the same way as Fongping. This seemed to be much better. She didn't notice that Fongping stared with wide cat eyes. This? Normally, Zhou Qinshan was very shy, even though she had never seen it herself. This time, it seemed like he had seen a lot himself. Never mind. He was a cat himself. If he didn't say anything, no one else would know. Then let's wash it. Mr. King. Don't move, I'm flushing you. Zhou Qinshan's face carried a shyness. Even though Fongping was a cat, she was still a little embarrassed. Normally, she was very aware of this aspect, but today it was extenuating. Was this a reward for Fongping? Fongping himself did not know. He was washed clean in a haze, and Zhou Qinshan used a hairdryer to dry his fur all over his body before letting him out and cleaning up by herself. If Fongping hadn't been a cat, he probably would have gotten a nosebleed. It was now that he was lying on the sofa, not daring to recall the scene just now. Zhou Qinshan cleaned herself up, again a little slower. It did take about an hour to redress herself. Let's go, Big King, let's go buy some food, I'll make you a delicious meal tonight. Zhou Qinshan greeted Fongping and went to the food market. The vegetable market here wasn't far away, and the price of food was a lot cheaper than the supermarket. Zhou Qinshan went to the vegetable market every time to buy food to cook for herself, and if she didn't say that she was a second-generation rich person, she definitely couldn't see it at all. A family that rich had such good self-discipline. Fongping heard Zhou Qinshan greet him and jumped down from the sofa. He walked to the doorway. Volleyball snap. Opening the door himself. Zhou Qinshan also got used to it and followed Fongping out the door. The crew of the filming team outside was still waiting, and Zhou Qinshan waited for them to reopen the live camera in the room before she closed the door and left. When she said 1 hour, it was 1 hour, and she wouldn't keep the staff waiting. In the live broadcast room, the viewers looked at Zhou Qinshan, who was brightened up after redressing and freshening up. My goddess, even more beautiful, and the Great King is even more handsome. Big King, you didn't do anything to my goddess just now, did you? I'm going crazy, I must be a cat, meow cat meow. Bro, wake up, you're still at work. Goddess, does the Great King accept little brothers? I'll go be a little brother to the Great King. Zhou Qinshan took Fongping out of the neighborhood and did not ride a bike, so he walked there. Fongping's tail hooked and hooked, following Zhou Qinshan next to him. The size of the two figures looked so harmonious. After walking a short distance, the food market arrived. Girl, here to buy vegetables again. I came a little earlier than usual today. An older woman who was familiar with Zhou Qinshan laughed. Today is my day off. Zhou Qinshan explained as she stood in front of the stall, picking her favorite vegetables. I have fresher vegetables here, don't tell anyone that I don't have more. With fondness, the older woman secretly said to the pretty girl. She already knew Zhou Qinshan's preferences and secretly took out fresh vegetables from underneath the stall, which she had originally reserved for herself. Now, she let it go to this pretty girl. Sure enough, pretty girls, wherever they went, were more popular. Thank you, auntie. Zhou Qinshan smiled and narrowed her eyes as she politely thanked the aunt. When Zhou Qinshan was picking out the groceries at the market, Fongping stood to the side. He couldn't get involved in the groceries anyway. His task was to protect Zhou Qinshan, lest she be disturbed unnecessarily. Especially in the vegetable market, there were a lot of all kinds of idle people. Fortunately, he didn't run into any such people today. An hour later, Zhou Qinshan went home with Fongping with a full harvest. Tonight, we have delicious food. We bought a lot of vegetables and also fish. Great King, will I make you a boiled fish fillet? It's been a long time since I've eaten it, are you craving for it? Zhou Qinshan smiled at Fongping. Fongping's tail flicked vertically. Zhou Qinshan didn't say anything, he had forgotten. It had really been a while since he had eaten boiled fish fillets. Thinking about the spicy boiled fish fillets, Fongping felt himself drooling a little indisputably. Look, Great King, you're craving for it. Alright. Watch my handiwork today, I'll make sure you eat enough. But be careful, don't get fat, you'll have to lose weight if you do. Zhou Qinshan said with confidence. Zhou Qinshan, this girl, is actually very able to satisfy. A delicious dish. A simple companion. It can make her happy for a day. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers seemed to be a little moved when they saw this warm scene. So envious, I want to accompany my goddess like this. I also like it, Great King, you have to be good to my goddess. Seeing the goddess and the king happy, I am also happy. No more, I am going to make noodles. Goddess, I'm off duty. See you tomorrow. Goddess, King, see you every day. Under the setting sun, a man and a cat are walking home. Behind them, leaving behind two silhouettes of size. Gradually, become one. I'll walk with you like this for the rest of my life. One life. Chapter 31. Who offended my Zhou Qinshan? On the way home, almost to the neighborhood, a white chihuahua suddenly scurried out from the side of the road and stopped on the road, barking furiously at Fongping. Zhou Qinshan hurriedly squatted down and tried to pick up Fongping. Fongping jumped away. A puppy was just a puppy, he naturally did not need Zhou Qinshan's protection. A woman in her 30s was standing right next to him, chatting with someone. She glanced this way and seemed to be the owner of the chihuahua, but didn't care about her pet, letting it bark wildly. Whose dog is it? Can you mind it? Seeing the chihuahua blocking the road, Zhou Qinshan could not get by himself and Fongping, he could only ask. That's my dog, what's wrong? The woman stopped at this point, but still had no intention of minding her chihuahua. It blocked the road and barked so hard, we cannot pass. Zhou Qinshan reminded a word. The woman was like a cat, blowing up a bit. What's wrong with it barking a few times? This road is so wide. Can't you guys go around? She had a bad tone towards Zhou Qinshan. The live stream viewers were all a bit disgruntled. What's wrong with this woman? It's obvious that your dog is at fault, but you refuse to admit it. Menopause syndrome, right? This is a disease that needs to be cured. If I were De Wang, I would have slapped that chihuahua. Don't let me meet this woman. I'll beat her up every time I see her. Zhou Qinshan took Fongping a few steps to the side. The chihuahua is still not relentless, and ran over to stop in front. You see? It's still blocking us. Are you in charge? Zhou Qinshan once again said to the woman. She also didn't know why this puppy was picking on Fongping. Luckily, her own king was in a good mood right now, or else this puppy would definitely be beaten up by the king and would not be able to find its way out. Then let it bark for a while. My puppy is very well behaved. It usually doesn't bark. Has your cat messed with it before? The woman was very indulgent with her chihuahua, and she was still looking at Fongping with skepticism. Zhou Qinshan was about to say more when her pant leg was touched by Fongping. She looked down at Fongping. Fongping's tail waved vertically, the meaning was clear, leave this puppy to me to deal with. He couldn't look past it just now, but seeing that Zhou Qinshan was trying to resolve the matter, he didn't intervene. Now it seems that for some people, reasoning is not an option. De Wang, don't scratch the dog. Zhou Qinshan squatted down and whispered a reminder. She wasn't afraid of Great King getting hurt, Great King wasn't even afraid of tigers. But if this chihuahua was scratched, that woman might be unforgiving. Fongping walked over and dealt with a small chihuahua. Where did he need to do it himself? This little chihuahua also didn't know which tendon was wrong in its head. Seeing Fongping walk over, it took 2 steps back and got a little closer to its master and continued to bark. At this moment that woman was also staring at Fongping. If Fongping had just hurt her puppy, she would definitely be looking for trouble. Fongping also did not make a sound. The deterrence skill he had just obtained, it was just the right time to practice with this puppy. The King of Beasts aura was displayed, and that woman shivered. Looking at the little chihuahua again, it whimpered and fled with its tail between its legs. Baby! Where are you going? Quickly come back. The woman was in a hurry. The chihuahua ignored it and fled further and further away. You? Me? The woman was a bit furious, wanting to find trouble with Fongping, but didn't dare to get close for fear of being scratched. Fongping had a leisurely expression. I didn't do anything, this puppy is scared to pee. The woman could only shout the name of her chihuahua and ran over to chase it. Did not run much farther, snapped, the high heels under the feet broke, the whole person fell to the ground, to be more woeful and more woeful. Live broadcast, the audience looked relieved. This woman really deserved it. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die, that's what this woman said. I laughed. This woman's chihuahua still dare to provoke the king. She does not know that the king is not even afraid of tigers. The king is so dominant that he hasn't even made a move yet, and that puppy is just wimpy. If I had known this, why would I have done it in the first place? The corners of Zhou Qinshan's mouth also floated up in a smile. Dawon, let's go home. It's time for us to cook. She greeted. One person and one cat continued to walk towards the neighborhood. Back home, Zhou Qinshan had completely forgotten about that woman. Dawang, you watch TV for a while, I'll cook. She turned on the TV. Fongping glanced at it, not interested in the TV, and simply plopped down on the sofa to rest. Zhou Qinshan was like a virtuous wife and mother, with an apron for cooking around her waist. She walked into the kitchen. Not long after, the aroma of the kitchen came out. Zhou Qinshan's cooking was still delicious. Shortly after dinner, today's live broadcast came to an end. The live broadcast viewers still wanted to watch on, so they would have to wait for tomorrow. The filming crew left after saying goodbye to Zhou Qinshan and Dawang. It was now time to watch TV. This was something Zhou Qinshan always liked to do. Her big long legs were placed across the sofa, hugging Fongping and lazily catching up on the drama together. Fongping actually didn't like it, but Zhou Qinshan liked it, and she also liked it so much that she couldn't sleep without catching up on dramas every day. After watching for a while, Fongping squinted his eyes, and when he was awake again, he found that it was dark outside. He squinted and looked at the side. Zhou Qinshan's eyes were red, holding his cell phone on the phone, and still wiping her tears. What happened? Fongping paused, his cat's eyes widened, and with a jolt, he sat up from the sofa. What do you mean, how can he be like this? How could he be so cruel? How could there be such a cruel person in the world? Zhou Qinshan's voice was slightly sobbing with countless grievances, as if she was accusing the person on the other side of the phone. Who was cruel? Fongping's ears suddenly perked up, and his sharp ground claws stretched out from his palms, his eyes bringing out a hint of violent anger. Who offended my Zhou Qinshan? Offending her is offending me, making me feel bad. I won't let you feel good either, don't let me see you. Zhou Qinshan over there continued to cry. I just can't stand it. He is so cruel to his beloved, so mercilessly abandoning each other, not caring at all about those beautiful days they used to have. That person is too hateful, I don't like him now. You say he's the cause of family interference? He's a man, and family interference doesn't work. That's not a valid reason. Can't he fight back for his beloved? He doesn't have the courage to do so. I don't think this kind of man should stay in the world. Poor heroine. Bang Pyung. This style doesn't seem right. Is this discussing the plot? Chapter 32. Finally know your name. Zhou Qinshan looked up and saw Fongping looking at her. She looked at the time on her phone and realized that she had been chatting for quite a while. Yikes. It's so late, I'm not going to chat today, I have to wake up early for work tomorrow. Let's continue chatting another day, we haven't finished yet. These 2 episodes tonight were so good, love you, mwahaha. She hurriedly finished and hung up. Dawang. I'll wash up. Then we sleep. Zhou Qinshan said to Fongping again and ran to the bathroom. She didn't sleep until an hour later. But Fongping was not drowsy. Zhou Qinshan hugged him as he slept on the big bed in the bedroom, listening to Zhou Qinshan's breathing after she fell asleep, then looking out the window at the dark night. The night color seemed to have awakened a certain gene latent in his body, and he suddenly wanted to go outside very much. He also didn't know if it was because he had gone out last night, but he always felt that the night color was calling out to him. He wasn't like this before. Every night he accompanied Zhou Qinshan to sleep until dawn. Fongping looked up at Zhou Qinshan, the girl in her sleep, still so nice and pretty. His nose could smell a very nice fragrance emanating from Zhou Qinshan's body. Zhou Qinshan rolled over, the thin quilt covering her body opened up a bit, revealing her snow-white skin and her good-looking collarbone. Fongping quietly watched for a while, then reached out his front paws and hooked the thin quilt, helping Zhou Qinshan cover it up. He stood up, his 2 eyes flashing light in the night, and jumped off the bed. Fongping decided to go out, and he opened and closed the gate very gently, hoping not to wake up Zhou Qinshan. But it was also hard to wake up Zhou Qinshan when she was asleep. Once again, he left the neighborhood and came out onto the street. Fongping was suddenly a little confused. Where was he going? Or was he just wandering around like yesterday? Without realizing it, he came back to the barbecue stall not far from the one from yesterday. The barbecue stand was still in business, and there were still quite a few people under the lights. Cat! Cat! Come here! Fongping tugged at his ears and seemed to hear the greeting from last night again. It was here yesterday that he first bumped into that pretty female detective. He had seen her again this morning, and now he should not be able to see her. Fongping turned around and was ready to leave when he saw a girl standing up and running this way in front of the barbecue stand. The light was dazzling, so he couldn't see the other person's face. Cat! Nope, I'm calling you. Dawang! Don't pretend you can't hear me. The girl ran closer and Fongping saw clearly that it was the female detective he met yesterday and this morning. Why isn't she home yet? Still on duty? These people, they are really the guardians of the city. With the guardianship of these detectives, the night of the city would also feel peaceful and safe. Fongping stopped in his tracks, wondering what the female detective was calling out to him about. "De Wang. I looked up the information on the internet. I didn't know that you guys have a cleanliness fetish, sorry about that. I'm still treating you to grilled fish today, this time it's clean." The female detective puts another baked small fish on the floor, this time there is a clean layer of wrapping paper, not just on the floor. Fongping looked at the female detective. The female detective's eyes carried sincerity, it looked like she really wanted to entertain herself. Fine. Fongping accepted, he felt that the female detective was no longer considered a stranger. Besides, he felt a little hungry, he didn't know if the system had turned him into a ferocious beast, he felt that his meal size had increased. If this continued, would Zhou Qinshan be impoverished by himself? Fongping thought as he lowered his head and slowly ate the grilled fish. When the female detective saw Fongping eating up the grilled fish, a happy smile appeared on her face. She thought that she had gained one more point of understanding about Fongping, this little guy really had a cleanliness fetish. Without thinking about it, Fongping still wouldn't have eaten food if he hadn't gotten to know her. Eat this grilled fish. Just be a good boy and go home. Maybe later, there will be danger here, so don't run around blindly. The female detective instructed Fongping again, she knew that Fongping had an owner. This morning, she saw Fongping's owner. The female detective misunderstood, she thought that Papa Joe was keeping Fongping. Maybe it was because Fongping was a cat, and she said something more about it. She didn't think that some of the things she said to this cat would be known by others. Fongping paused and tugged on his ear. Danger? He wasn't afraid of danger. Fongping was actually going to leave, but after the female detective said this, he wanted to stay. Let's take a look at the hustle and bustle. Just like yesterday. Fongping seemed to be a little more curious after he turned into a cat. Curiosity killed the cat, it really wasn't just a joke. The female detective didn't realize that because of her words, Fongping decided to stay. She tried to reach out her hand and touched Fongping's beautiful blonde fur. Fongping didn't dodge, if he were a stranger, he definitely wouldn't let the other party get close. But the female detective was different, this girl, made it actually difficult for him to refuse. Unlike liking Zhou Qinshan, he simply thought that this female detective deserved his respect. These guardians of darkness, all of them deserved their own respect. When the female detective saw that this cat named De Wang was not avoiding him, she was even happier in her heart, and a smile like a flower appeared on her face. Ning Shan. Gone. In front of the barbecue stand, the male detective who was partnered with the female detective gave the departure signal. It was the agreement between the male detective and the female detective that the mission had begun. Cat, no, King, I'm leaving. Remember that. Go home after you finish the grilled fish, it's really a bit unsafe here, you're a cat, you should be able to feel it. The female detective jerked Fongping again, whispered instructions, and then ran to the male detective. The two quickly disappeared into the dark night. Fongping raised his head and looked at the direction where the female detective disappeared. Finally, I know your name. I see. This female detective. Called Ning Shan Ah. Fongping's movements also sped up, and he ate the grilled fish in a few bites. It's like a black ghost. He also disappeared. Only the grease-stained grilled fish paper remained, and a gust of wind blew it towards a nearby trash can. Next to the trash can, several pairs of black eyes flashed up. Chapter 33. Should you come with me? Fongping took catwalks, unhurriedly, and followed far behind Ning Shan and the male detective. Ning Shan and the male detective had not expected that a cat had followed them, and that too for 2 consecutive days. Ning Shan still didn't connect the cat in the alley yesterday with Fongping. Truly, it was beyond her imagination. In her impression, the cat, De Wang, had some personality, and was a bit wary of contact with strangers, so how could he help catch a fugitive? Ning Shan and the male detective walked for a while and came to a few police cars. The two stopped, and another dozen or so detectives stepped out of the cars, joining the two. Everyone was dressed in civilian clothes, this was for the next mission. Instead of starting tonight's mission immediately, everyone seemed to be waiting. Ning Shan's partner, the male detective, inadvertently turned around and suddenly saw Fongping. Ning Shan. That cat you fed just now. It seems to be following up. He smiled at Ning Shan. He couldn't see it somewhat clearly in the darkness, but it looked and felt quite similar. Hearing him say that, Ning Shan turned back and it was really the Great King. She was already familiar with Fongping and recognized him at a glance. The way Fongping walked was still different from other cats. I told him to go back just now. Why didn't he listen? Still following me. Ning Shan couldn't help but say. Her words amused the detectives next to her. Ning Shan, this is a cat. Are you treating him like a human? He can't understand anything you say. A middle-aged male detective laughed. Captain. I'll try. Tell him not to follow me. Ning Shan still wanted to try once. The middle-aged captain raised his hand and looked at the time. Go. I'll give you 10 minutes. Then we'll move. Seeing that there was still some time left, he graciously agreed. Fongping was a cat anyway, and it wouldn't affect the next action. Ning Shan agreed and ran towards Fongping. Fongping hadn't intended for Ning Shan to see, but he hadn't expected Ning Shan and his partner to stop, and as a result, they were discovered. When he saw Ning Shan running towards him, he knew that he had been exposed. However, he didn't care. He was a cat. He wouldn't make anyone strange wherever he went. Do Wang, why did you follow me here? Didn't I tell you to go back? You're still playing outside this late, your master should be anxious. Ning Shan ran to Fongping's side, squatted down, and touched Fongping's head. Fongping's tail ticked. How can I answer this? Zhou Qinshan is already asleep, she doesn't know that I came out, so naturally she won't be anxious. Quickly go back. Don't follow me, I'm going on a mission. Can't take care of you later. Ning Shan said seriously to Fongping. Fongping pulled out the old trick again. Bewildered eyes. What are you talking about? I can't understand your human words. Seeing this, Ning Shan was helpless, her words seemed to be useless, this cat did not understand at all. It was probably because she had fed him the grilled fish, this cat had taken a liking to herself. She had checked the information, cats this kind of animal actually feel keenly, you are good to the cat can know. There were even many stray cats that used this method to find their owners. It was not like Ning Shan could stay with Fongping all the time, after saying a few words, she returned to the police car. Looking back, Fongping skulked around and even walked into the neighborhood, looking like he was still following himself. Ning Shan, I see that this cat is related to you. Why don't you adopt him after the mission is over? The middle-aged captain said to Ning Shan, he could tell that Ning Shan loved this cat. Captain, I can't. This cat has an owner, can't you see he has a cat tag? Ning Shan would like to adopt Fongping, but when she thought that this was someone else's cat, she naturally wouldn't have that idea. There is an owner. The middle-aged captain walked a few steps in and wanted to see Fongping's cat tag. Fongping backed away a bit vigilantly, he could accept Ning Shan, but he was still reluctant to get too close to the other detectives. Still wary. Not bad. It was a good cat. The middle-aged captain complimented and stopped approaching Fongping when he saw this. He knew that the cat did not want to be close to him, so naturally he was not willing to force himself. Great king, this is my captain, he is very good. Ning Shan said to Fongping. Leave him alone, he can follow if he wants to, it's time to carry out the mission. The middle-aged captain reckoned that Fongping followed Ning Shan, probably because he wanted Ning Shan to play with him. He didn't mind Fongping following Ning Shan, the cat was quite quiet and wouldn't interfere with the mission. Captain, the time has passed, but the informant hasn't arrived yet. The other detective said to the middle-aged captain. Send a text message, ask him where he is, and tell the informant that we are waiting for him. The middle-aged captain frowned. Tonight's mission was to dismantle a counterfeit money manufacturing plant. Without an informant, they had no idea where the counterfeit banknote manufacturing plant was. The area was also large, and it was impossible to search door to door. The other detective immediately took out his cell phone and contacted the informant. But after a few minutes, his face changed. There was no way to contact the informant had disappeared, had he been discovered? He then reported to the middle-aged captain. Text again, contact again. The middle-aged captain's face sank. The informant is missing, this is very unfavorable for tonight's mission. Not to mention not being able to dismantle that counterfeit banknote manufacturing plant, the informant might even be in danger of losing his life. He had some regrets, knowing that he should have sent someone to secretly protect the informant. However, because it was easy to be discovered, he did not use this method in the end. Still couldn't get in touch. The male detective shook his head again, his face even heavier. The other detective's faces also hardened, which meant that tonight's mission might have failed. It's a pity, if only we had police dogs, we had informant's clothes, and we could still use the tracking method. One of the detectives said helplessly. It's actually a bit late to say this at this time, when the police dog comes, the other party will probably have shifted and run away. The cat's nose is actually also very clever, unfortunately, this cat has not been trained. The other detective looked at Fongping who was still on the side. I'll give it a try. Hearing this, Ning Shan suddenly said. Everyone watched as Ning Shan walked towards Fongping with one of the informant's clothes, but everyone felt that there was not much hope. Ning Shan actually felt that it was unlikely as well, but she still wanted to give it a try. She walked over to Fongping and squatted down. Fongping looked at him. Great king, can you smell this dress and take us there? Ning Shan put the informer's clothes in front of Fongping. Fongping took 2 steps back and did not come closer. He didn't need to get close to smell it either. Great king, can't you help? Ning Shan was a little disappointed. Fongping thought about it, well, let's consider it as a thank you for the grilled fish tonight. He raised his front paw and hooked Ning Shan's clothes, then turned around and walked away. After walking for a while, he looked back at Ning Shan again and hooked his tail. His meaning was actually very clear. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 34 Identical Thoughts. Fongping's sudden movement caused the detectives present to pause. What did this cat mean? It really wants to show us the way? This cat has become a spirit? Ning-shan also didn't know what the Great King was thinking, whether this was meant to lead the way or not. Captain, should we follow the cat? She looked back and asked the captain for instructions. The middle-aged captain was also encountering this kind of thing for the first time, and he was also inexperienced. You're talking about trusting a cat, right? What if the cat just acts subconsciously? Agree yourself, this is going to be a joke. But if you don't agree, there doesn't seem to be any other way now. Is it possible to just collect the team and go back? The middle-aged captain thought about it and was still a bit unwilling. Ning-shan. And you guys, follow the cat over and take a look. If you find that the route you're taking is wrong, come back immediately. He assigned Ning-shan and a few detectives. But when it came down to following the cat, he was still a bit unconvinced. This is if it's true. Go back and I'll keep the cat, he thought to himself. Ning-shan and a few detectives ended up following Fongping. Fongping himself actually didn't care. Anyway, I said I would lead the way. If you guys don't believe me, that's your loss. If you guys don't follow, I'll just go home. However, seeing Ning-shan and a few detectives following him, he decided to lead the way. It was still the same story. If Ning-shan treated him to grilled fish, he would help Ning-shan for once. Fongping walked ahead unhurriedly, occasionally pretending to sniff at the ground that informant scent he had memorized. If it wasn't for the fact that Fongping had now evolved into a ferocious beast, his sense of smell was much stronger than that of an ordinary cat or dog. This really might not have been able to find the target. The smell on the ground was very messy, and only occasionally could he find the informant's odor mixed in. Without being careful, it could not be distinguished at all. It took Fongping quite a bit of time to determine the line of travel of the informant. The lead in the back, on the contrary, was better. He followed the route, circled around a few times, and came to the outside of an abandoned factory. Fongping squatted in front of the closed gate, not moving forward, his cat head looking at the gate. Ning-shan walked over to Fongping. Great King, you said that person is inside? She asked in a small voice. Fongping hooked his tail in affirmation. Ning-shan took a glance at this abandoned factory. It was pitch black, looked cold and clear, and there was no bright light, giving people a feeling of gloom and depth. Ordinary people didn't really dare to enter here at night. It seemed that this factory was going to be demolished, and there was the big word demolition on the outside. If the counterfeit banknote manufacturing factory was hidden here, it would really not be easy to discover. However, Ning-shan couldn't be sure right now. She still needed to go in and take a look to find out. Ning-shan and a few detectives gathered together, and they discussed for a while. In the end, it was decided that Ning-shan and her partner would go in, while the other detectives would stand guard and keep watch outside, so that they could rescue them in time if they found any problems. This was the result of Ning-shan's strong efforts. Originally, the detectives were not too agreeable to Ning-shan risking her life by herself. After all, everyone else was a male detective, and only Ning-shan was a female detective. This was not to look down on Ning-shan, but the male detectives did so for reasons of danger and protection. If there really was a counterfeit banknote manufacturing plant here, one had to be on guard against someone on the other side jumping over the wall. It was important to realize that since these people dared to commit crimes, they were outlaws, so they could do anything, and it was not impossible for them to use knives and guns. If this were to happen, Ning-shan, a female detective, was injured while the male detective was unharmed. This would make everyone go back and feel disgraced. Ning-shan only gave one reason: she was going to bring Big King in, and Big King would only listen to her for now. This reason left the other male detectives with no choice, and after discussing for a while, they had no choice but to agree, but still arranged for Ning-shan's male partner to assist. Naturally, Ning-shan would not object. It wasn't like she was going to be a lone hero. Because the factory's gate was closed, the only way to get in was to climb over the wall. It was not difficult for Ning-shan and her male partner. The two of them jumped with a boost, and directly flipped in from the peripheral wall. Both of their movements were very light, they looked very relaxed and well trained. This was even more difficult for Fongping. As he saw Ning-shan and her male partner go up the wall, he himself also bowed his body and jumped up directly and lightly. To Fongping, such a height was no longer able to stop him at all. The two men and the cat entered the factory smoothly, and Ning-shan crouched in front of Fongping. She still didn't know how much Fongping could understand right now, but felt that Fongping was very smart and was able to understand some of it. Now listen to me, quietly lead the way in front, don't run too fast. We'll be right behind you. If you find an informant, you can tell us the rest, just leave it to us. She instructed Fongping seriously. The male partner stood by the side and didn't say anything. For this cat, he now felt as if there was some magic. But how true it was, the male partner still had to see. If this is true, if there really is a cat that has become a spirit, I will also raise one later. The male partner thought silently in his heart. He didn't know that those male detectives waiting outside, including the captain, were thinking exactly the same as him. Fongping also did not know that after this incident, in the Jiangcheng police detective community, there was a sudden upsurge in the trend of keeping cats, almost manually a cat. The two of them walked forward again, and this time it was Fongping who led the way. This factory has an open space. Through the open space is a 5-story office building and workshop. Inside the workshop was empty, everything seemed to have been moved away, giving a very depressed feeling, and there were all sorts of miscellaneous things discarded on the ground. Fongping did not go to the workshop, but went directly to the office building. The office building was all dark above, but the basement of the office building was permeated with light. Vaguely, some sounds could be heard inside. Fongping stood at the entrance of the basement and turned around to signal Ningshan and her male partner that the informant was inside. Ningshan carefully walked over and pushed the door in. The basement was a large room with all sorts of equipment for manufacturing counterfeit banknotes, which had yet to be removed. In one corner of the room, a large number of finished and semi-finished counterfeit banknotes were piled up. If these fake banknotes were to be released to the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the middle of the room, a man with his back to the door was tied to a chair by a rope. The man's mouth seemed to be blocked, and when he heard voices, his mouth squeaked, but he couldn't speak. Ningshan took a few steps over and reached out to untie the ropes. "Okay. You're all right." She spoke up. The man turned around, and instead of gratitude, his face was full of scorn. In his hand, holding a gun, aimed at Ningshan. Chapter 35 Lucky Things Happen. Ningshan reached out to untie the ropes of the tied man, but the man aimed the gun at Ningshan. "Don't move." This man was obviously not an informant, he was tied up here on purpose, just to attract Ningshan closer. The man was going to escape, but before he could finish packing up these fake bills, he realized that someone had already found this place. He then thought of using this method to grab a hostage and then use the opportunity to escape. Since Ningshan was closest to him and was a woman, it would definitely be best to take Ningshan as a hostage. However, he underestimated Ningshan's thoughts. This female detective didn't want to be a hostage, this was obviously a strong humiliation for her status. And so, she bravely pounced on her. The man went crazy too. "If I don't live, you won't either." Finger reaching for the trigger, he was ready to kill this woman. This was truly an outlaw. Fongping heard the movement was not right and followed in. He was actually careless, he didn't expect the other party to have a gun, and even more so, he didn't expect the other party to shoot wildly. By the time he walked in and saw the man preparing to shoot Ningshan, he was too late to rush over. Ding! The host triggers a lucky card level mission to save female detective Ningshan. The mission is completed, and the host can obtain the lucky card skill. The host's lucky card can grant luck to anyone, valid for 24 hours, is it enabled? Right at this moment, a system alert voice rang in his head. Enable. Gift luck to Ningshan. Fongping could no longer think about it and said urgently. Click. The man pulled the trigger, and as a result, the bullet turned out to be a dud, and something lucky happened. By the time he reacted, pulled the bolt, withdrew the dud, and prepared to continue pulling the trigger, Ningshan would no longer give him a chance. She snatched the man's pistol with one hand, and with 3 punches and 2 kicks, knocked the man to the ground. For her to become a female detective, her force was naturally not weak. Her male partner also rushed over at this time. When Ningshan rescued the informant just now, he was defending the surrounding area, not realizing that Ningshan herself was in danger. "Ningshan, are you all right?" the male partner asked urgently. "I'm fine." Luckily his first bullet was a dud. Cold sweat broke out on Ningshan's own back. It was so thrilling just now, if the man had really shot, she might have been sacrificed. "Isn't he an informant? How could he shoot?" The male partner squatted down at this moment, handcuffing the man on his back while asking. "He's not an informant." Ningshan shook her head affirmatively. She also looked at Fongping with a bit of doubt. Could it be that the Great King had recognized the wrong person? She and her male partner had not met the informant, otherwise the soups would not have happened. Fongping didn't say anything, and he couldn't. But he caught the informant's scent and walked behind a counterfeit money device. A man was tied up 5 ways, knocked out and lying on the ground. That was the informant, who turned back and wagged his tail to signal Ningshan to come over. Ningshan walked over and saw this man as well. She blushed, so it wasn't the Great King's fault. The Great King had only told her that the informant was in the house, he didn't say that the one tied up was the informant. It was her own fault for not understanding the situation clearly and almost making a fatal mistake. The two of them then immediately notified the detectives guarding the outside of the factory, and the captain's side was naturally notified as well. Everyone came to the basement together, and the captain heard about what just happened. "We're detectives, an impulse like that is enough to kill someone." He couldn't help but criticize Ningshan. "Captain, it was my fault." Ningshan naturally accepted the captain's criticism. "Go back and write a review and give it to me." The captain had a stern face. Merits are merits and faults are faults, not to be mixed up. He was also using this method to remind Ningshan to always be vigilant. After all, there was only one human life, and if you lost it, you could never get it back. Fongping suddenly came over, raised his front paw and hooked the captain's pants leg. When it came down to it, he was also at fault, and he wanted to apologize. If it wasn't for him, Ningshan actually didn't have to take such a risk. His actions caused the captain to lower his head. Seeing this cat's action, the captain couldn't help but be happy. What? You're interceding for her, huh? Alright, I won't criticize her. He squatted down and said to Fongping with a smile. Today's events had really impressed him with creatures like cats. He didn't know about other cats, but this cat in front of him really made him look at it differently. To be precise, this cat had given him a great shock. He completely did not expect that this cat had actually found the place and the informant simply by sniffing the informant's clothes. Without this cat, everyone would definitely not have been able to find this place today. Maybe the men would have escaped, and their own informant could have been killed. The captain himself might also be implicated for this. After all, he had made poor arrangements. If the informant had died, he would have had to take responsibility as well. Now that the matter is perfectly resolved, the case is considered solved. All of this was brought about by this cat. It seems that in the underworld, this cat has brought good luck to everyone. Unfortunately, he couldn't give this cat a reward. Fongping didn't want a reward, he was just leading the way. It didn't take much effort. If you really want a reward, these detectives are the ones who should be rewarded. They had risked their lives to bring peace and safety to the city, so no reward would be too much. Fongping knew that these detectives, despite risking their lives in various ways, were actually not treated very well themselves. To be able to help these detectives, to be able to help Ning Shan, he felt it was a very meaningful thing. But what he was thinking, the detectives did not know. However, everyone now saw Fongping, and coincidentally liked him at the same time. This cat that had become a spirit had gained the common love of everyone. Everyone then got busy. After all, the counterfeit bills and equipment here needed to be counted and filed. By the time everyone was busy, it was getting light. Ning Shan and everyone else were busy, waiting until she remembered the Great King again. The cat that brought good luck to everyone. It had long since disappeared without a trace. Chapter 36, I'm the strong. Great King. Wake up, wake up. I'm all awake. Don't fall asleep. Early in the morning, Fongping was woken up by Zhou Qinshan. When he opened his eyes, a pretty and incomparable face was in front of him, and he could smell a nice fragrance. Great King, what's going on? I clearly hugged you to sleep last night. Why did you run to the sofa in the morning? Zhou Qinshan squatted in front of Fongping, her eyes still a little strange. Fongping shook his ears, yawned out of his mouth, stretched and stood up. He definitely wouldn't tell Zhou Qinshan that he went out last night and didn't want to disturb Zhou Qinshan when he came back, which is why he slept on the sofa. Zhou Qinshan didn't think much about it either. She was wearing a tracksuit, her figure looked even more shapely, and those long legs were even more eye-catching. When she realized that the Great King had disappeared, she looked around anxiously and finally found Fongping on the sofa. Big King. Get ready, we're going to run. This was her way of coming over to wake up Fongping and follow her to work out. Every morning, this was Zhou Qinshan's necessary homework. Fongping was also used to it, and he followed along with Zhou Qinshan's morning running workout. Now hearing Zhou Qinshan say this, he jumped down from the sofa and walked to the front door. For him, there was nothing to prepare for, he could leave at any time. At 7 in the morning, Fongping and Zhou Qinshan walked out of the neighborhood to the nearby park. Many people had already started running in the park for exercise. Zhou Qinshan was now running and would not go to remote places. The last time she was in distress, it made her heart palpitate. Although she was actually no longer in danger now that Fongping was by her side, she still remained vigilant. Fongping didn't care, anyway, he just followed Zhou Qinshan to run. It was good for a girl to be vigilant, in case he wasn't by Zhou Qinshan's side, nothing would happen. The air in the park was fresh and running felt comfortable. Fongping wondered if this was the reason why most people practiced in the morning. Zhou Qinshan did not run right away, but did a serious warm-up. This was also to avoid running injuries. Watching Zhou Qinshan warming up seriously, Fongping stretched his waist again, which he also considered as warming up. Zhou Qinshan then jogged, and Fongping slowly followed behind her. She would still turn back from time to see if Fongping was keeping up. "De Wang, hurry up, you have to exercise as actively as I do, or else you'll turn into a little fatty." Zhou Qinshan kept encouraging Fongping. Fongping self-examined, "I'm not fat, I'm strong." Pity. Zhou Qinshan couldn't see it. Okay. The body did gain a bit of weight, probably because he ate too much and ate too well during this period of time. Fongping summarized his physical state. He definitely didn't want to be a little fat. That being said, in the breed of orange cats, fat people were really predominant. This had a lot to do with the fact that orange cats liked to eat. Of course. Fongping would never admit that he was delicious, he simply had a larger meal. "De Wang, you have to learn from me, look at me exercising regularly, I won't get fat." Zhou Qinshan was still encouraging Fongping while running. Fongping was also surprised that Zhou Qinshan was still quite capable of eating, but she just wasn't fat. This girl's body looked just right, 1 point more was fat, 1 point less was thin. He could only think that Zhou Qinshan was the kind of girl who was born to eat without getting fat. This was something that could not be envied. Zhou Qinshan's running speed was not fast, and quite a few people passed her. At this time, a woman next to her who was about to overtake Zhou Qinshan suddenly said to Zhou Qinshan, You cat, you really should exercise, you're too fat. This sentence caused Fongping's face to darken at once. Said it 800 times, I'm not fat, I'm strong. After the run, Fongping was still a little black-faced. Women nowadays, too bad at talking. On the way home, Zhou Qinshan laughed beside her. She could see that Fongping was not in too good of a mood after being told off. This was also. Whoever was called fat by others would also be unhappy. At least that was the case with Zhou Qinshan. If someone else had said that about her, she would definitely be unhappy as well. Cats also had tempers. Not to mention Fongping, a different kind of cat. Alright, our great king isn't fat, I know that. Don't take others' words to heart. Great king, how about we eat buns later? She comforted Fongping. Fongping paused. Okay. Looking at the buns, I won't be angry today. Watching Fongping's serious face ease up, Zhou Qinshan quietly pursed her lips. The great king's temperament. She was feeling it out. When you are in a bad mood, eat to make up for it. Of course. After saying she wanted to eat buns, she was in no hurry to go home. The breakfast that had been arranged was temporarily changed. She took Fongping and went to a Baozi store not far from the neighborhood. This store's buns were known far and wide, and there were a lot of people who came here to buy them. That is, right now, they were all lining up. Zhou Qinshan looked at the time and was in no hurry, so she lined up at the end of the line. There were almost 7 or 8 people in front of them, and they would soon be able to buy them. Fongping squatted next to him, his tail hooked. He smelled the aroma of the buns. The buns from this store really smelled good. Zhou Qinshan had bought them here a few times, and every time he ate them, he ate a lot. Wait. Why are you still thinking about eating? I can't get fat. Fongping looked down at his figure. Although it was okay now, it did show signs of fatness. There were still some changes from when he first came to Zhou Qinshan's house. Zhou Qinshan, you came to buy buns too? A customer in front of him, who had just finished buying buns and walked out, suddenly stopped beside Zhou Qinshan. Mr. Bai, it's you. I just came back from my workout. My big king wanted to eat buns, so I brought him over to buy some. Zhou Qinshan recognized the other party and said with a smile. Fongping looked up and saw that it was his opposite neighbor, the old man with white hair. It turned out that the old man's surname was really Bai. Old man Bai looked at Fongping. The great king wants to eat It's better to eat less. He's getting fat. After saying this, the old man walked away leisurely with his hands behind his back. Fongping's cat face blackened again. Paralyzed. How many times have I said it? I'm not fat, I'm strong. Chapter 37 is really an enemy of the enemy. When returning home, the program's filming crew had already arrived. Fongping glanced at the crew with an expressionless face. Why did they come so early today? These people didn't even sleep in their laziness for the sake of work. Anyway, they were in a bad mood and looked at everything. The staff carefully glanced at Zhou Qinshan. This cat master, in a bad mood today? Zhou Qinshan quietly passed a look to the staff. The staff understood. This cat grandpa is really in a bad mood today. Then for today's shoot, be careful not to upset the cat's heart. After all, this is a pet. If it gives itself trouble, then filming will really be a headache. Opened the room's live broadcast equipment, the staff immediately retreated. In the live broadcast room, the audience immediately saw Fongping's expression. What's wrong with the great king? He seems to be very serious. The great king was already serious. This is not the great king in my mind. The great king doesn't seem too happy. Great king, seeing you unhappy makes me want to whack my boss. Brother, dare to whack your boss. I won't even hold up the wall to convince you. When we were eating, Fongping felt that the buns didn't even smell good. Dewang, eat quickly. I'm going to work soon. You have to be good at home. Zhou Qinshan carefully instructed. It was like she didn't see Fongping in a bad mood, knowing that she couldn't mention the word fat at this time. Otherwise, Fongping would really be in a hurry. During office hours, she would not take Fongping with her and could only let Fongping be at home by himself. This is something she is not worried about. Fongping will take care of himself. The food and drinks were all available at home, and the great king would not go hungry. Fongping ate 3 or 4 buns before relieving his unpleasant mood. At this time Zhou Qinshan's phone suddenly rang. Zhou Qinshan looked at the phone number. It was the company director calling. Director, hello. Zhou Qinshan picked up the phone. Zhou Qinshan. How's your health? Do you need more rest? The director asked with concern. She seemed to be very kind to Zhou Qinshan. Her name was even more kind. Director. Thank you, my body is all better. I'll come over to work today. Zhou Qinshan felt that she had rested enough. Besides, she hadn't finished writing her own ad copy and needed to hurry up to finish it. She couldn't drag the company down. That's fine. However, Qinshan, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. The director hesitated for a moment and spoke politely over there. Director, if there's anything I can do, I'll definitely help. Zhou Qinshan said. It's like this. A big client of the company wants to meet you and that cat of yours. Can you bring it? The director made a small request. You mean the big king, huh? Zhou Chenchen paused and glanced at Fongping. She wasn't sure why the company's big client wanted to meet her cat. Fongping also looked up when he heard his name mentioned. I'm not from your company? What big client? Still want to see me? Is it inconvenient? Or is there a difficulty? You can talk to me, I can help you out. The director asked hurriedly over there. Director. I don't have a difficulty. I'm worried about bringing a cat to the company, would that not be a good idea? Zhou Chenchen spoke up. None of the other co-workers in the company had pets, and if she brought a cat there herself, would others gossip? After all, she hadn't been in the company for long, so she still had to pay attention to the impact. The director let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhou Chenchen couldn't bring De Wang to the company. This matter you don't have to worry. The company has granted special permission from now on, you can bring the cat to work anytime. She promised vigorously on the other side of the phone. Zhou Chenchen had no more problems now, and she promised the director that she would bring Big King to the office with her later. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Chenchen was a bit joyful. She was definitely happy to be able to get permission from the company to freely bring Big King to the office. De Wang, you don't need to be at home today. Come with me to the company later. She smiled and stroked Fongping's head. Fongping's tail ticked and his heart felt a little better again when he was able to go to work with Zhou Chenchen. He had actually heard the contents of the phone call. As for the director who said that a big client wanted to see him, he didn't care, he wouldn't know if he went. After breakfast, Zhou Chenchen finished packing, one person and one cat set off. Originally, she was prepared to ride her bike there, but when Zhou Chenchen looked at the time, it was no longer enough. She finally decided to take the bus. For Fongping, there was no difference between biking and taking the bus. He followed Zhou Chenchen to the bus stop, where the number 402 bus drove over, and as usual, he swiped his card to get on the bus. The bus driver happened to be the same driver that Fongping met last time when he went to the company to deliver the medicine. The Great King. Out on patrol? He was happy to see Fongping. Every time, he would jest with Fongping. Fongping's tail hooked, this was his way of greeting him. There weren't many people on the bus at this moment, so Zhou Chenchen found a seat and sat down. Fongping then sat on Zhou Chenchen's long legs, which was his favorite position. The bus seat was hard and uncomfortable. Still, the long legs were good, soft, no matter if he was lying on it or squatting on it, it was very enjoyable. Zhou Chenchen also knew this hobby and habit of Fongping. Every time she got on the bus, she would considerately pick up Fongping and place him on her long legs. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were envious. Great King, you took the good seat I wanted. Goddess, leave this seat for me, okay? I want to be a cat even more urgently in my heart. This is my dream in my next life, so don't take it away from me. Fongping squatted on Zhou Chenchen's long legs, tugged on his ears, and leisurely looked out the window. Next stop. The bus stopped and a woman in her 30s came up from below. Fongping glanced at it and paused. It was really a narrow road. Last time that woman who was cross with herself and got off the bus and stepped on the shore, we all met again. That woman had been in a good mood and got on the car with a smile on her face. She swiped her card and walked towards the back of the carriage. Then, her eyes met with a pair of cat eyes. It wasn't that cat from last time? She was in a bad mood. Chapter 38 didn't learn the lesson. Fongping's tail ticked when he saw this woman in a bad mood. Very good. Keeping the mood like that. Then, his own mood got better. In the live broadcast room, the viewers also found this woman. Seeing this woman again, I inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure. Me too, the woman's expression, it's killing me with joy. Now, is she a bit afraid of the Great King? Will the Great King, this time, make her step on a little something again? I'm new here, curious, what did Big King do to this woman? You go watch the previous videos, you'll know that the Big King is not to be messed with. The woman was in a bad mood when she saw Fongping. Still, she hadn't learned her lesson. She didn't think she would be afraid of a cat, and she couldn't possibly be afraid of a cat. That last time, she just thought it happened by chance. Who would have known that there was that big pile on the ground? Seeing this cat on the same bus as herself just didn't sit well with her. She didn't like cats, especially not this one in front of her. To her, the world would be better off without cats. Last time, because there was only one cat, Fongping, she couldn't do anything to Fongping, and it was impossible for her to put a cat in charge. Now seeing Fongping sitting on Zhou Chenchen's long legs and seeing this pretty girl, there was a hint of jealousy in her heart. This pretty girl was so much prettier than her. All women loved beauty, but in front of this pretty girl, how could she not be beautiful? The woman judged that this pretty girl was probably Fongping's mistress, otherwise this cat would not have obediently sat on the girl's lap. There was also the pretty girl's expression when she looked at this cat, which was different from the others, with a lot more gentleness and a lot more fondness. Since it's your cat, then. She walked over. This cat is yours? The woman stood in front of Zhou Chenchen and asked her. It's mine, what's the matter? Zhou Chenchen raised her head, she looked at the woman, she didn't recognize her. The expression on this woman's face, there seemed to be something wrong. You probably don't know. You cat hurt me last time. You have to pay for my shoes. The woman thought she had finally found the right person. I can't find trouble with a cat, can't I find trouble with the owner of the cat? She didn't care if the cat was responsible for her stepping on that pile of sure. Anyway, this cat happened to be there, then it was up to Jo Chinchin to pay for her shoes. Ever since that last incident, that pair of shoes she didn't want anymore. There was no way she was going to wear shoes that stink anymore. She had spent 700 to 800 on this pair of shoes, which was quite a lot of money. Jo Chinchin looked at the woman in front of her, a little puzzled, not understanding what the woman meant. She looked down at Fongping. What kind of trouble is De Wang in? Why do you want to pay for the shoes? She didn't say anything for a while because she wasn't sure of the truth of the matter. But from what she remembered, the great king would not easily get into trouble. If there was a problem, it would be this woman's problem. Fongping heard this and tugged at his ears. He narrowed his eyes. This woman hasn't learned her lesson. Really think I can't clean you up? The woman saw Jo Chinchin's silence at this moment and became even more energized. She thought that Jo Chinchin didn't dare to speak up for the cat, and she raised her voice. That day when you weren't on the bus, this cat made trouble as soon as he got on the bus, and all the passengers didn't like him. I even defended him, but this cat hated everyone in the car and got off the bus to take revenge on me. I was following him and he was pulling sure in front of me and I just happened to step on it. Do you think you, the owner, should pay for the shoe? It's a shame I was so kind as to help him. Women make up all kinds of nonsense as they go along. Anyway, this is only a cat cannot speak, there is no scruples, they are still not what they want to say is what to say. Jo Chinchin heard this, but did not quite believe her words. She knew the great king would not retaliate against others like this. This lady, do you have any proof for what you're saying? Jo Chinchin bravely defended her great king up, there was no way she would listen to this woman's side of the story. What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting me? Could it be that I would lie and cheat you? What you should do more is still teach this cat of yours a lesson, not suspect me. The woman's eyes glanced towards Jo Chinchin, a cold color deliberately showing on her face. Girl? Did your cat do this? If it really did, you'll have to pay for someone else's shoes. Some of the surrounding passengers were unaware of the truth, and when they heard this, they thought that Jo Chinchin should pay for it. The woman heard the surrounding passengers say this and became even more smug. She had finally gotten back in front of the cat, and got out a mouthful of bad anger. If the cat owner compensated the money, she decided to go a little higher, just $5,000. With this compensation, she could buy better looking shoes. You are talking nonsense. What you're saying isn't true. The cat was well behaved. I was in the car last time. You were the one who wanted to kick him off. We passengers were against it. You're turning black and white upside down. Someone couldn't stand to watch. A male passenger, who was also on the bus last time, came forward. He recognized the woman, and he also recognized Fongping. The male passenger had an impression of this because the cat was so understanding and smart, and would swipe his own card. Live in the room, the viewers were also infuriated. This is the most annoying woman I've ever seen, bar none. This woman was all nonsense, blaming the great king for her own faults. This is her way of knowing that the great king can't speak or defend himself, so she's full of nonsense. If I were the king, I would have clawed and scratched. Does anyone know this woman's address? I want to send her a razor blade. I want to send a razor blade too. Ditto. Ditto 1. The woman didn't expect that someone in the car would speak for Fongping. You're saying I'm bull-ting? I have proof. My pair of shoes that stepped on sure are still at home. If I bring them, are you compensating me? She turned to the male passenger aggressively. The male passenger didn't know much about this, he fell silent, naturally he couldn't help that cat to pay for it. The woman looked around triumphantly, now no one is talking, right? Chapter 39 There is no medicine for regret in the world. The woman took her shoes as evidence and was smug in her heart. She was now glad that she didn't throw the shoes away. If she had thrown them away, she would have lost a great deal of money. She thought that if she took out the shoes, the cat owner would have to compensate herself. At that time, it would still be as much money as she wanted to say she would pay. Fongping's tail ticked as he looked at the smug woman. Evidence? I also have a. As he thought of this, he did not look at this woman anymore, but instead looked at the staff member surnamed Lee who was secretly filming. It was this staff member who was in charge of filming himself again today. Fongping remembered that the last time he caught this woman, he was also the one filming. Then this staff member surnamed Lee must have that video in his camera. The video would naturally prove his innocence. After all, he hadn't done anything, just stood there for a while. The key was still that the woman kicked herself and she dodged it. Otherwise, the woman wouldn't have stepped on it herself. It was that there was no such video, the program team must have it as well. Fongping didn't care what the woman said, anyway, with that video, the woman wouldn't be able to frame herself. On the contrary, the more lies the woman made up, the harder she would be hit in the face later. In the live broadcast room, the viewers also noticed Fongping's eyes. The Great King, it seemed, was looking at the camera. The Great King is asking for help? I can prove it. I'm going to help the Great King. I can prove it too. I'm going to. No, the Great King can't see us, he's looking at the filming crew. I see. The king wants the crew to come out and testify. The Great King is so smart. This woman wasn't the only one there were also the staff. Yes, that's what the Maharaja is thinking. It's time for the staff to come out too. At this moment, the staff member surnamedly also understood what Fongping meant. Fongping had been glaring at him without looking away. No matter how slow-witted he was, he reacted. Big King was asking for his help, asking him to step forward. The staff member surnamedly was actually quite fond of Big King, and this cat had actually brought him a lot of fun during the shooting of the program. It was rare for him to see such a cat that had become a spirit. For Fongping's request, he naturally would not refuse. Although it was somewhat against the rules of the program, he thought that the program would understand. If they really couldn't, then they would just deduct their own money. The staff member surnamedly did not mind helping Fongping. After all, Fongping really did not do anything at that time. The only thing he did was block the woman's line of sight. But that was no reason to lose money. The woman had, in the end, not paid attention because she was careless. And the woman didn't like cats, hated cats, and he saw it in his eyes. This kind of woman who didn't like animals was also rare. At this point, the woman didn't realize that there was not just one witness in the car. She also added fuel to the fire in the carriage. I really didn't wrong this cat. He did get back at me. Every word I said was true and has stood the test of time. She acted like a victim. Pets nowadays should really be regulated. No more defecating in the street. The pet is responsible for this, and the pet owner is even more responsible. If it is true, I am in favor of asking for compensation. I am also in favor of it. The passengers in the carriage gradually began to favor her. Wait a minute. She's telling lies. You guys don't listen to her. Staff member Lee finally came forward. Who are you again? The woman didn't realize that she had just told a male passenger to shut up, and then another one popped up. What's going on today? There are so many last passengers we encountered. The staff member surnamedly took out his hidden camera. I'm a staff member of the pet show program. This cat is taking part in the live pet show, and our filming crew has been around him all the time, just like last time. His name is De Wang. You can go to his pet show live to watch the video, and I'm not the only one who saw what happened last time. There were tens of millions of viewers who saw it. You can dislike cats, but you can't do it in this way. Does your conscience hurt when you tell these lies? You want to use this way to slander, want to lose money. I can only tell you, playing the wrong game. Including me, and our viewers can prove that there is nothing wrong with De Wang, everything is your own carelessness. The staff member surnamedly stated his identity, while righteously proving it for Fongping. The woman's face changed. She had thought that this was just an ordinary cat. She didn't realize that this cat was participating in the program. Then said. She was now also being broadcast live. Everything she said and did was seen by the audience. Her face went green and white for a moment. Just then, the woman's cell phone rang. She looked at the phone and picked up. Manager. The caller on the other side was obviously the head of her company. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? In public, you're slandering someone, or a cat. How famous is this cat now, do you know? No more talking. From now on, you're fired from the company. Don't say the name of the company, or you'll be left in the lurch. The person in charge scolded from the other side of the phone, and finally fired her directly. This kind of woman, stay in the company is a scourge. The woman's face changed again, a little do not believe their own ears. This, a short time, their own job loss? This job of hers, the salary was not low, almost $20,000 per month. Just because she didn't like cats, just because of her greed, just because of her lies, now everything was gone. She just bought a house, and she still has to pay the mortgage. What can she do? She regretted it, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. That's not all. The passengers in the car heard this and saw the pet show on their cell phones and started to berate the woman as well. After all, so many viewers were accusing this woman, and it was obvious that everything this woman said was not believable. What's wrong with you, woman? If you don't like cats, you just say so. You're still trying to trick us into believing it. You just bullied the cat for not being able to talk, didn't you? Your heart is too evil. The carriage was filled with accusations. Zhou Qinshan hugged her Great King, but she didn't get involved. She was already clear about what happened. This matter was all made up by this woman, and the Great King hadn't done anything to the woman at all. Fongping tugged at his ears and his tail ticked. Seeing this place was just one word for him. Cool. Chapter 40 Passionate Young Ladies. Zhou Qinshan took Fongping and got off at the station. As for that woman, she had already left in advance in ashes. Fongping didn't care about that woman. Anyway, this woman had nothing to do with him in the future. He cared about another thing. His mind was receiving system rewards. Last night he completed the lucky card level task, and this time the reward finally arrived. Ding! The host's lucky card level quest is complete, and he has obtained the lucky skill. Rewarded with 150 evolution points and a color changing card. He opened the system light screen. Host, Fongping. Level, LV2 Level 1 Fierce Beast. Self-healing skill, the body possesses the ability to heal itself, not limited to any injuries or toxin diseases. Divine power skill, the body contains the divine power gene, strength far exceeds that of an adult. Psychic communication skill, can communicate with various animals in a psychic way, relieving them of their predicament. Affinity skill, being with a cub will make the other feel affectionate and protective. Deterrence skill, possesses the strength and deterrence of the king of beasts, and can make all animals submit. Luck skill, grants anyone luck once. Evolution points, 300. Fongping unknowingly slowed down as he checked the system. Great king, hurry up, we're going to be late. Zhou Qinshan turned back in front and urged a sentence. Fongping tugged at his ears, closed the system and ran over. With one more skill, he seemed to have become stronger. His mood was still happy. Fongping caught up with Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan glanced at Fongping and felt as if Fongping was happy. However, she wasn't quite sure why Fongping was happy, and Fongping couldn't tell her. Anyway, it was good to be happy. She was also worried that Fongping would not be in a good mood all day. After all, she had met that woman in the car. She knew that Fongping was able to understand the woman's words. Anyone else would not be happy to hear that. Fongping's mood improved, and Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips. One person and one cat, with light footsteps, came to the bottom of the company building. Zhou Qinshan looked at the time. There were still a few minutes before work time, so she could just make it. Even though the company was treating her very well now, even if she was late, the company wouldn't say anything about her. But Zhou Qinshan was a very disciplined girl, but because of the company, she relaxed her requirements. There were more people in the elevator. Zhou Qinshan carefully picked up Fongping. She was worried that the crowd would step on her big king. In fact, with so many people, Fongping did tend to be overlooked and stepped on. His size was indeed too small compared to the people. Fongping was held by Zhou Qinshan and behaved very quietly. Zhou Qinshan's arms also made him feel comfortable and soft, and if he wasn't careful, he was submerged. It was truly an ocean of pain and joy. He couldn't bear to leave. Without noticing, Fongping was spotted by a few pretty ladies in the elevator. Is this your cat? He's so pretty. He's so cute. Can I pet him? Fongping instantly attracted the passionate attention and petting of the young ladies. He wanted to object, but the objection was invalid. The young ladies could not read Fongping's opposing eyes. The fragrant young ladies went straight for Fongping. He felt both the passion of the Miss Sisters and the soft vastness. He finally had to helplessly lie flat and accept the reality. Until he left the elevator, behind Zhou Qinshan, it was still the envious eyes of the young ladies. Finally arrived, great king, you were so dangerous just now, you were almost snatched away. Zhou Qinshan also had palpitations, let out a sigh of relief, and placed Fongping on the ground. Those beautiful young ladies were typical cat lovers, really so enthusiastic. Fongping didn't say anything, he couldn't say anything either. He shook his head, the enthusiasm of those few young ladies had messed up his hair. I'm handsome. Am I proud? Fongping held his head high and walked into the company. Zhou Qinshan followed behind. Chen Chun. You guys have arrived. Just as he walked into the large office, the company director appeared with a smile on his face. Director, I will hurry up and finish the work that was delayed in the past few days. Zhou Qinshan assured the director. It's fine, you've just recovered from your illness, don't be in a hurry. I was going to arrange for you to rest for 2 more days. If you're not feeling well, let me know immediately. The director's attitude towards Zhou Qinshan made the colleagues next to him somewhat unable to believe their eyes and ears. Was this still that serious and harsh director? If it wasn't for the fact that everyone knew that the director and Zhou Qinshan had nothing to do with each other, they would have thought that Zhou Qinshan was the director's relative. Zhou Qinshan herself didn't realize that once she came to this advertising agency, the director treated her very well. She didn't have the same experience as everyone else. Director. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Didn't you say you have a big client to see me? Zhou Qinshan thought of the call the director made this morning. That big client hasn't arrived yet. Take a rest first. I'll call you later. The director had been waiting for Zhou Qinshan. Seeing Zhou Qinshan and the cat named De Wang appear, she was relieved. A girl like Zhou Qinshan really knows her stuff. If she really didn't bring a cat to the company, she actually couldn't do anything about it. This cat of yours is so well behaved, do you want me to prepare some cat food for him? The director asked Zhou Qinshan again. This time, even Fongping felt the difference in this director. This director is really enthusiastic. Director, no need, I had breakfast with De Wang in the morning, besides he doesn't eat cat food. Zhou Qinshan rejected the director this time. The director was still a bit regretful. She had actually prepared very high-class cat food for Fongping, but it seemed that she couldn't use it now. Well then, you rest first. Only then did she leave. Zhou Qinshan turned on her computer and began to work on her unfinished ad copy. Fongping lay on her desk, his tail ticking, quietly watching Zhou Qinshan's work. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the director came over. She asked Zhou Qinshan and Fongping to go to the conference room with her. The big client had arrived. Chapter 41. Can't I be a godfather? A small conference room. Zhou Qinshan and Fongping met the big client. A 27 to 88-year-old woman, wearing a black suit, very capable in English. The woman was beautiful and had a high face value. She glanced at Zhou Qinshan and then at the crew in charge of filming. She knew that this was a live broadcast from the pet show crew, but she didn't care. The woman's gaze then lowered as she looked at the cat squatting next to Zhou Qinshan. Surprisingly, the first person the woman greeted was actually Fongping. "De Wang. Hello. Get to know each other. I am O0 from the O group." Fongping was also a bit surprised, his ears tugged, he did not recognize this woman. He was certain that he had never seen this woman before. But this name, he seemed to have heard it somewhere. Wait a minute. O's group? O0? Wasn't this the Black Widow? Fongping remembered this person, remembered this name. He had mentioned this woman while listening to people chatting on the side of the road. O0 was actually a big name in Jiangcheng. The O's group under her name had assets of billions of dollars. Even more legendary was she herself. Although she was known as the Black Widow, she was not married. This name had to do with her experience. Her fiancé committed a crime, she personally sent the person to prison, and eventually her fiancé died in prison due to illness. Her fiancé's family secretly called her that, and then the name spread. Since then, no man has dared to mess with her. She is said to have had one child, which also became her only child. The birth of that child, though, was a mystery. No one knew the father of the child. Oziru walked over to Fongping and squatted down. "You don't recognize me. But I know you. I'm very grateful to you for saving my child yesterday in the tiger garden." She said it word for word and could see that her eyes carried gratitude. Fongping understood, and Zhou Qinshan also heard it. This Oziru was the mother of the child who fell off the tiger garden. In the live broadcast room, the audience also came to a realization. I'll say it, why does this big customer insist on seeing the great king? This is that child's mother. Without the great king, the child might have been lost. This mother would surely be grateful to the great king. Then surely, if it were my child, I'd be grateful to the great king too. Oziru acted as if she knew that Fongping could understand her words. She had watched pet show programs before, and she had some knowledge about the cat De Wang. To be honest, she was a bit shocked. This cat, it really looked like it had become a spirit. Only a cat like this would dare to save her child. When she first heard that her child had fallen into the tiger park, her entire body almost didn't go crazy. Luckily, in the end, she got the good news that her child was rescued. Now, the savior of her life was right in front of her, albeit a cat. Only then did she stand up and extend her hand to Zhou Qinshan. "Miss Shou. Thank you too. Thank you for taking Big King to the zoo." It was also a real coincidence that without Zhou Qinshan taking Big King to the zoo, her child would definitely be lost. "Mr. O. You're welcome. This matter is really just a coincidence, but I'm also glad that your child is fine." Zhou Qinshan shook Oziru's hand. She had actually heard of Oziru, of this slightly legendary woman. "My child is also here. He wants to meet the great king. Is that okay?" Oziru asked again. Zhou Qinshan looked down at Fongping, who flicked his tail upright. She knew Fongping didn't object. "Can." Oziru then signaled, and then a 2-year-old child was brought into the conference room. Fongping instantly recognized that this was the child he had rescued yesterday. The child's eyes were still a little frightened, as if he had received a great deal of shock yesterday. It was no wonder whoever's child fell into the tiger park would probably be no better than him. Oziru walked over and carried the child over. Only then did Fongping see that this was a little girl. The little girl's eyes had been timid, but standing in front of Fongping, her eyes finally lit up. "Lele? Do you recognize it? Come on, call Cat Dad, he will be your godfather from now on." Hearing this, the cat's whiskers around Fongping's mouth trembled. He didn't expect this woman to have such a peculiar brain circuit that she would let the little girl recognize herself as her godfather. No wonder this woman was known as the Black Widow. Such an approach was not something that ordinary people would dare to try. "Cat Dad." The little girl really opened her mouth. This 2-year-old little girl seemed to trust Fongping. She even reached out her hand, wanting a hug from Fongping. Fongping hesitated for a moment, and to be honest, he wanted to refuse. This matter was too shocking, and this was not quite in line with human perception. It was estimated that in this world, no one would recognize a cat as a godfather. Oziru stopped speaking after saying this. She wanted to see if Fongping would accept her daughter. She knew that Fongping could understand. Zhou Qinshan next to her, and also the director were all a bit dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. But this woman just did it, not caring what the world would think about this. In the live broadcast room, the viewers also froze and instantly clamored. "Crap, this woman, such a tiger?" The king was recognized as a godfather, and I was actually a little happy. Mom asked me why I was kneeling, and I said that Big King has a child. I kind of admire this woman, I wouldn't even dare to do that. To be honest, the child really recognized the great king as his godfather, I think it's acceptable. Wang, can't I be a godfather? Cat daddy. The little girl called out again. It seemed to wake up Fongping, who was in deep thought. He raised his head and looked at the little girl called Lele. The little girl was very dependent on him in her eyes, and it looked like she was addressing herself very seriously. Perhaps a 2-year-old little girl did not understand what this name meant. But that Oziru, her eyes also carried a hint of expectation. She clearly expected Fongping to approve of her approach and recognize her child. She did not regret her decision. Fongping suddenly calmed down at this moment, and a sudden surge of bravado surged in his heart. He raised his front paw and gently placed it on the little girl's head as everyone watched. In this way, he showed his approval. So what if I'm a cat? I am willing. Be the little girl's cat daddy. Chapter 42 Bone or Man Soul. Fongping agreed to Oziru's request and became the little girl's godfather. Oziru's gaze then turned to Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan blushed. Was this asking herself to be a godmother? Then, would she agree? Or not? Thinking about the fact that the great king was the godfather and he himself was the godmother. Zhou Qinshan's face became even redder. Of course. Oziru didn't have that in mind. Miss Shou. This card is a thank you gift to the great king for saving my daughter yesterday. It is also a thank you to Big King for being willing to be my daughter's cat daddy. She handed out a bank card to Zhou Qinshan. She had actually prepared 2 cards for different situations. Since Fongping had already agreed to her request, there was no need to take out the other card. Zhou Qinshan did not refuse for a moment as she looked at Fongping. After all, this was given to Fongping, there was no reason for her to decide on Fongping's behalf. Fongping raised his head and looked at the bank card. After thinking about it, his tail stood up and waved. This was a decision to accept it. There was nothing for him to be embarrassed about, since Oziru was thanking himself, it was fine to accept it. Not to mention that he didn't have a single penny right now, and he needed the money. He didn't want to be raised by Zhou Qinshan all the time, it was a soft meal, his bones were still a man's soul. He had his own pride. With money, he could subsidize the family himself. To know that Zhou Qinshan saves money for the sake of this family, he has long been intolerant. Oh Dong. Then I will represent the great king. Accept it. Zhou Qinshan saw that Fongping agreed, and only then did she take the bank card. Call me Sister Ziru. I'm a bit older than you. I'll call you Qinshan from now on. Oziru was also interested in getting closer to Zhou Qinshan. After all, Zhou Qinshan was Fongping's mistress. Then I'll call you Sister Ziru from now on. Zhou Qinshan nodded with a smile. By the way, my next advertisement in your company. Qinshan, you'll be in charge of it. Oziru suddenly said. Me? Sister Ziru, this won't work. I just joined the company, I haven't even passed my internship yet, I don't have any experience. Zhou Qinshan was startled. She didn't expect Oziru to give herself the advertisement list, and she hurriedly waved her hand. What she said was also the truth, she had only just joined the industry. It doesn't matter. I didn't have any experience in managing a company in the first place, but I still made it through. Without pressure, there is no use of motivation. Director Zhang, is there any problem on your side? Oziru looked at the director standing next to her, the director's surname is Zhang. No problem. Oh Dong, you rest assured. This advertisement list will be in charge of by Qinshan, she will directly contact with your company's people. Director Zhang nodded with a smile on her face, she naturally would not oppose Oziru's decision. Oziru was a big client, and her advertising orders were all big projects. Having no experience was not a problem at all, the company could equip Zhou Qinshan with a good assistant, Zhou Qinshan only needed to be responsible for the overall gatekeeping. In the end, Zhou Qinshan didn't object anymore, and Oziru reminded her that success in this world requires her own dedication and hard work. Without experience, she would need to study more carefully and perfect herself more seriously. The 2 things that Oziru had come here for were both accomplished. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and to be honest, she was really afraid that Fongping would refuse. This cat was not an ordinary cat, she could tell. Fongping's agreement also made her heart happy. She let her own daughter play with Fongping for a while longer before she left with her child. The relationship with Fongping would definitely be maintained, she would often bring her child over, and if she had the chance, she would also invite Fongping as a guest. Director, then I will go back to the office. After sending Oziru away, Zhou Qinshan was ready to take Fongping back to the main office. Chen Chun. Wait. Director Zhang, however, called out to her. Zhou Qinshan stopped and wondered what else was going on. What I told you last time, your probationary period ended early and the company is ready to sign a formal contract with you right away. In addition, in these few days, you should look at more information about O's group and understand the previous advertisements of this group. The new advertisements in the back will be your responsibility. Director Zhang is also trying to put some things in place. Director, you really want me to be in charge? Why don't I be the assistant first? Zhou Qinshan said after some thought. This cannot be. Since Oh Dong has identified you. You in charge. Director Zhang shook his head. This is not a joke and there is no room for negotiation. Director. Then I'm inexperienced. Will it affect this advertisement? Zhou Qinshan doesn't want to affect the company's business because of himself. Don't worry. I'll handle this. I'll equip you with the best assistants in the company. Director Zhang smiled carelessly. She glanced at Fongping, and Zhou Qinshan still didn't understand that all these arrangements made by Dong'o were for this cat. It seemed that after meeting this cat, Zhou Qinshan's luck got better, and her own luck actually got better. Director Zhang did not tell Zhou Qinshan something. Some things are better left unsaid than said. Anyway, she strongly supported Zhou Qinshan and she was right. As for the others, a cold color flashed in her eyes. Dare to gossip, then get the hell out of the company. The title of my Iron Lady is not for nothing. With Director Zhang's matter accounted for, Zhou Qinshan finally returned to the big office with Fongping. As for the signing of the official contract, Director Zhang will make arrangements as soon as possible. Qinshan seems to be very happy. Is there a good thing? A colleague next to me asked with a smile. The director said, my probationary period is over, and I'll be signing a formal contract soon. Zhou Qinshan told her colleague. There's no need to hide these things, everyone will know soon anyway. Ah. Then you should treat yourself. You're so lucky. When I first came here, I didn't lose a day in my 3-month probationary period. The co-workers laughed, but they weren't jealous. After all, the director's attitude towards Zhou Qinshan had said it all, and it wasn't surprising to end the probationary period. Good. Let's eat together at noon. I'll treat everyone. Zhou Qinshan wasn't a girl who didn't know any better, she agreed with a smile. However, she looked back at De Wang. Fongping was still squatting on her desk, her tail hooked, comfortable and leisurely. The great king's arrival had brought her all kinds of good luck. Every day from now on would get better and better. Zhou Qinshan, you have to work hard and cheer up as well. She quietly clenched her small fists. Chapter 43, My Family Lacks a Car. Fongping didn't care about Zhou Qinshan's conversation with her co-workers. This was because he once again received a system alert sound. Ding! The host completed the hidden mission and became Leilei's godfather. Rewarded with 100 evolution points, rewarded with a 10-fold increase in physique, and rewarded with a doom card. Another hidden mission. The system's hidden missions were simply everywhere. Fongping was glad that he had completed the quest, and he once again felt his body surge through warmth and become a few more points stronger. Zhou Qinshan made an appointment with her co-workers for everyone to have lunch together at noon and return to her work. However, Fongping noticed that Zhou Qinshan seemed to be secretly using her cell phone to check her bank card balance. This girl, probably a little distressed because of the treat. She seemed to have forgotten about the bank card she had just gotten. Fongping believed that the bank card gift that Oziru had given herself, the money would definitely not be small. Why didn't this girl use it? Fongping simply stood up, took a catwalk, and walked over to Zhou Qinshan, wanting to remind her. Zhou Qinshan was indeed calculating how much it would cost to treat herself at noon, and there were quite a few co-workers in the office. Her family was rich, but she didn't have much savings of her own. She had always not wanted Zhou Dad's money, and Zhou Dad was helpless. She was even less likely to think about that bank card, which was given to De Wang by Sister Ziru. It wasn't her money. With a shadow over her head, Zhou Qinshan looked up, and only then did she notice that the great king had walked over to her side. Fongping raised his front paw, and he pointed to Zhou Qinshan's coat pocket, where that bank card was just now tucked. What he meant was, you use this bank card of mine. De Wang, you want a bank card? Zhou Qinshan misunderstood what Fongping meant. She took out the bank card and put it at Fongping's feet. Fongping also realized that Zhou Qinshan misunderstood. He pushed it over with his front paw. It's useless to take the bank card yourself. Do you want to swipe it to buy cat food? Do you want me to help you check how much money is in the card? Zhou Qinshan asked when she saw this. She still didn't understand what Fongping meant. Fongping thought about it. Knowing how much money Oziru had given, he could also consider the use of the money himself. His tail waved vertically. Zhou Qinshan understood, that was what Fongping meant. In this parallel world, it was easy to check bank card information, and a cell phone could operate. Zhou Qinshan knew the password of this bank card. Oziru told her when she gave her the bank card. She quickly checked the amount in the card on her cell phone, a total of $20 million. Oziru was generous. This money was all used to thank Fongping for saving her child. This amount made Zhou Qinshan a little surprised. When Fongping heard this, he also paused. He did not expect so much money. But soon he didn't care. Anyway, the bank card had been collected. Could he still return the money? Oziru wouldn't agree to take it back either. Then this $20 million is his own. So much money, the use will be big. Of course it is not to buy cat food. Even if he eats cat food, he cannot eat it all. In the past, the family was all paid by Zhou Qinshan. Now it was his turn. Fongping's tail ticked as he began to think about the use of this money. He would not leave the money in the bank card. Since he had money, he had to spend it. As Fongping's cat head was mulling things over, Zhou Chenchen could see it, but she didn't bother. She herself hadn't yet figured out how much she would spend on the lunch treat. What a headache, more money again. But the good thing was that she was about to sign a formal contract with the company, so her salary was going to go up quite a bit. Thinking about this, she was in a better mood. After all, a salary increase is definitely a happy thing, and besides, inviting her co-workers just this once won't cost much. She didn't know that there would be many more times that she would invite her colleagues in the future. Fongping didn't bother about Zhou Chenchen distress. He was also thinking about what was most needed at home. He looked at the big office, trying to find some hints. Suddenly, his cat's eye caught the wallpaper on the computer across the room. It was a windy sports car. Right. Car. Fongping's eyes suddenly lit up. He told him what the family lacked the most, a car. Zhou Chenchen had a hard time going to work every day, windy and rainy, either riding a shared bicycle or taking the bus. Both of these cars are not comfortable, which is better than driving yourself to work. Thinking about this, Fongping decided to add a car for the family. After all, this home was the home that he and Zhou Chenchen shared. He, as a man, well, once a man, was now a cat. He had to contribute his share to the family as well. But there was one thing he had to figure out: could Zhou Chenchen drive? If Zhou Chenchen didn't know how to drive, then he would have to go to a driving school first. The family didn't have a car before, and he hadn't seen Zhou Chenchen drive a car. Fongping suddenly paused when he thought of this. No. Dad Zhou had a car. Could it be that Zhou Chenchen didn't know how to drive in the past at Dad Zhou's house? How do we know this? Asked Papa Zhou. He couldn't speak or communicate with Zhou Dad. This involves a knowledge blind spot. A cat has to discuss things with people. How should it interact and communicate with people? Fongping, in the end, gave up the opportunity to communicate with Zhou Dad. One person and one cat could not talk at all. Let's go look at the car first. Think back to the matter of whether Zhou Chenchen could drive or not. Anyway, this is not difficult. The big deal is to postpone the purchase of the car for a period of time, so that Zhou Chenchen can learn to drive on his own. Fongping remembered that next to the company building, there is a 4S store, which is convenient for him not to run too far. Looking at the time, there was still some time before noon. He decided to go to that car dealership to take a look. He was originally lying on his back, but now he tugged his ears and suddenly jumped down from his desk. "Dewang, you're going out?" Zhou Chenchen noticed Fongping's movements and asked when she saw that he seemed to be leaving. Fongping's tail waved vertically, giving an affirmative meaning. "Then you come back quickly. It's going to be lunch later. Don't be late today with your co-workers," Zhou Chenchen admonished. Fongping waved his tail again and walked out. Zhou Chenchen knew that Big King had heard her words. She wasn't worried. Big King was very understanding and would be back in time. As for where Fongping was going, she didn't ask, and Fongping wouldn't answer. The Great King had his own ideas, his own plans. She would not just interfere. Fongping had traditionally been so free at home. Your cat at home, so understanding, so smart. A co-worker saw this and exclaimed with envy. "That's right, my family's cat, very obedient," Zhou Chenchen said with a smile. She chatted with her co-worker a few more times. Turning back to look again, Big Wang's figure had already disappeared from the company. Chapter 44: Buying a car. I'm serious. In the elevator, Fongping again encountered to the group of enthusiastic pretty ladies just now. The young ladies were just riding up and down the elevator playing as if they weren't at work. That's how it felt to Fongping anyway. They were not surprised that Fongping was riding the elevator alone. In the impression of the young ladies, a cat was a unique and high cool creature, and cat aliens could do anything. Open the door. Open the elevator. Of course. Driving the car was not an option. Without Zhou Chenchen around, the group of pretty young ladies were even more enthusiastic. "Cat, I see you again. Cat is still so pretty. Cat is ignoring people? I'm so sad. Cat, stay with me for a day, okay? Cat, let sister jerk off." The fragrant and sizzling young ladies directly and unscrupulously laid their hands on Fongping. After Fongping struggled, he ended up lying flat. He was picked up, soft, and plunged into all sorts of darkness and sense. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also dumbfounded. "Crap, what a passionate, crazy young lady. I want to go there. Quickly tell me the address." "What are you thinking? Only the king can have this treatment. Look at the little brother standing next to him, he's drooling. Look at the ladies, care about him or not. The truth is, single dogs don't get this treatment. The great king is so popular everywhere. He deserves to be my great king. King, do you still recruit little brothers?" By the time Fongping came out of the building, the hair on his head, naturally, was messed up again. "Cat, come with us. We'll give you good food. Sister here really has good food. Sister here has what you want." The group of young ladies were still warmly greeting Fongping. Fongping didn't even look back and directly ran away. He always felt that the group of young ladies were driving, but he had no proof. His hasty running action caused those young ladies behind him to laugh. The cat was too cute. Running out of the building, Fongping only breathed a sigh of relief. The bear of the young ladies, too ferocious. Business is important. That 4S store was next to the building. Fongping shook the cat's head, which led him to walk over. The staff member in charge of sneak peeks kept following, but didn't get too close, lest he be discovered. When he arrived at the door, Fongping did not directly walk in. He was not a human now, but a cat. Going in like this, it was impossible for the car dealership employees to allow it. After all, with so many new cars in the store, the car dealership employees would be afraid that he would jump onto the car and scratch it. A cat's nails, they were sharp. It wasn't until a middle-aged couple headed inside that he slowly followed. This time, it went well. The car dealership employee at the door thought he was the middle-aged couple's pet, so naturally he wouldn't stop them. However, the car dealership employee still signaled a store colleague to keep an eye on the cat and not jump onto the car. A store colleague cautiously followed Fongping not far away, preventing any unexpected movements. Naturally, Fongping would not jump onto the car, and after entering the store, he did not move far away from the middle-aged couple. This gave the impression that he and the middle-aged couple were together. The store colleague observed for a while and did not find Fongping to be a threat, so he left. He also had his own business and could not possibly keep following the cat. The middle-aged couple actually noticed Fongping following them, but they subconsciously thought it was the store's cat and didn't care. Both sides misunderstood, which gave Fongping the opportunity to observe the car. This 4S store was quite large, and there were many vehicles on display, so it was impossible to see them all in a moment. Fongping didn't come up to the front, but just took a look at the cars from afar. However, just looking at it this way, he could not see the performance of the car and how good or bad it was. Fongping quickly gave up on this approach as he reapproached the middle-aged couple. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also observing. What's going on with De Wang? He didn't follow the young lady and ran to the 4S store. De Wang might want to drive. What's so great about this car? It's still comfortable to drive with the young ladies. I'll go. One moment of inattention. You guys are driving. What the hell are you guys talking about? I'm confused. At this time, a young saleswoman was receiving middle-aged couples, introducing them to the performance of various vehicles. She saw Fongping come over and squat next to the middle-aged couple, who even smiled at the cat. She didn't expect Fongping to come over to listen to her explanation, and subconsciously thought that the two men were cat owners, and the cat was returning to its owner. She paused and proceeded with the introduction. Sir, madam, this is the A-Class car, a miniature car series using a special sandwich chassis design, with both 3-door and 5-door bodies. This is the B-Class, a small sedan chassis RV. This is the C-Class, a small executive saloon lineup. In addition to the standard 4-door saloon, there are 2 derivatives, the 5-door station wagon and the 3-door hatchback. The saleswoman introduced them as she walked. For each type of introduction, the middle-aged couple would go up to sit and touch the steering wheel to familiarize themselves with the feeling of driving. Fongping listened for a while, originally intending to finish listening. But looking at the clock on the wall, it was almost time. He turned around and left. If he didn't leave again, Zhou Qinshan would be waiting impatiently, and it would soon be time to get off work over there. The saleswoman saw the cat suddenly run away. She stopped, thinking that the middle-aged couple would call the cat back. But the middle-aged couple looked at it and didn't react. Mr. Mrs. The showroom here is huge. Your cats will run away and get lost if you don't keep an eye on them. The saleswoman had to warn. She didn't want the middle-aged couple to blame herself for losing their cat. Isn't that your cat? The middle-aged couple asked in surprise. We don't have a cat in the store. The saleswoman shook her head and reacted instantly. Both sides misunderstood. This cat slipped in by itself. This is trouble. Her back was a little cold sweat. Fortunately, the cat was more well-behaved and did not jump to the car, otherwise her responsibility would be big. Thinking of this, she hurriedly informed the person in charge of the hall. When the person in charge of the hall heard this, he scolded the car dealership employees at the door and then launched a carpet search to find the cat. Fongping had run out long ago. Where could he be found? Everyone searched for more than an hour, and then accessed the surveillance video, only to find the figure of Fongping left the 4S store. The person in charge of the lobby scolded the car dealership employees at the door again. The cat ran away and didn't even know it. Well, because of Fongping, the car dealership employee at the door was scolded twice, and his face turned black. The two swore that if that cat came back, it would definitely not be spared. Fongping didn't know that he was being hated by the car dealership employee at the door, and he was prepared to do it again in the afternoon. This time at noon was too short, and he still had a lot of cars that he hadn't looked at carefully and scrutinized. Buying a car. I'm serious. Chapter 45. That cat is here again. Fongping came out of the 4S store and returned to the building. Zhou Qinshan was waiting impatiently in the company, seeing that it was going to be noon closing time, but the Big King had not yet returned. She definitely had to wait for Big King to come back before she would go out with everyone. It wasn't until she saw a cat's head appear at the entrance of the company that she breathed a sigh of relief that Big King was back. Big King, hurry up, just waiting for you. Zhou Qinshan hurriedly and quietly waved at Fongping. Fongping slowly walked in and looked up to see the time. Shaking his ears. Wasn't there still a minute left? He should be considered to be back on time. Zhou Qinshan didn't mean to blame Fongping. But waiting for someone was like this: as long as the person didn't show up, one would be anxious. A smile appeared on her face after seeing the great king. Let's go. Everyone is all together. Today is my treat, so don't be polite. She then said to her office colleagues that it was already time to leave work. Although it was a little heartbreaking to calculate how much money she spent on treating people at noon just now, in general, Zhou Qinshan was still a generous girl. A sincere smile appeared on her face as she invited everyone with all her heart. The co-workers also felt Zhou Qinshan's sincerity and stood up with smiles. Qinshan's treat, ah. Then I must go. I'm also going. There's also me. For this pretty girl, everyone couldn't be jealous even if they wanted to be. Zhou Qinshan took her work seriously, everyone could see that. At this moment, Director Zhang walked into the office and saw a large group of people laughing and joking as they headed out. Shan Chun. Where are you guys going? So many people? She asked Zhou Qinshan. Director. I'm about to sign the official contract. I was just thinking of treating everyone once at noon and was talking about going to invite you. Zhou Qinshan smiled and explained, inviting the director to join her in the meantime. She didn't say that it was her co-workers who encouraged her to treat them. Getting on good terms with her co-workers was the right thing to do. You guys go ahead, I won't go. I still have something to do at noon. Director Zhang nodded, but still pushed back. She said this on purpose. After all, her status was different, and if she was with everyone, they would instead be very formal, not conducive to Zhou Qinshan mingling with everyone. Director. Then I'll invite you next time. Zhou Qinshan could only say with regret. Fongping did hear this director's meaning, which was clearly helping Zhou Qinshan. He looked at the director thoughtfully, pondering the reason why the director was being nice to Zhou Qinshan. When the director saw Fongping looking at him, he did not expect this little head to ponder so much, but still had a kind smile on his face. The great king is also following you guys. You guys have to take good care of the great king. Don't let the great king suffer. Actually, if she didn't say this, everyone knew to take good care of Fongping. The group of people laughed and agreed and left the company. The place to eat was at the restaurant next door. Zhou Qinshan had just called and made a reservation. Everyone still had to work in the afternoon and wouldn't be traveling too far. Besides, a treat like this was just a simple meal, so naturally everyone wouldn't ask for a high-grade, luxurious restaurant. Everyone gathered together and didn't talk about work, but instead gathered the topic to Fongping's head. Qinshan, this cat you have is so obedient and well-behaved, how did you raise it? I'm so envious, I want to have a cat. I heard that some cats don't have too good a personality, is that true? And the cat's usual cleaning, what to do with it? As everyone talked about cats, Zhou Qinshan also briefly told everyone some of her experiences in raising cats. In fact, a lot of these experiences can't be used here in De Wang. De Wang is not an ordinary cat. Zhou Qinshan wouldn't say anything about this, it was her and Big King's secret. Fongping didn't care about this, his tail was hooked, he squatted on a chair, ate his own single-pot small stove, and just filled his stomach. A meal was over in most of an hour. After the meal, everyone returned to the company and rested for a while before starting the afternoon work. Zhou Qinshan was already looking at the information of O's group according to the director's instructions. Fongping accompanied her for a while, feeling bored, and remembered the 4S store next to him. He just did not have a lot of cars, did not carefully observe, while there is time in the afternoon, but also have to go to a trip to do so. Thinking of this, he jumped down from his desk. De Wang, are you going out again? He didn't want to startle Zhou Qinshan, but Zhou Qinshan still noticed that he was leaving. Fongping could only flick his tail upright. I'll go out for a while and come back. Be careful, there are many people here, don't run around. Zhou Qinshan reminded. Fongping flicked his tail to show that he knew and walked out. He walked into the elevator and finally did not run into the group of young ladies again. Fongping also let out a sigh of relief. Those Miss Sisters were really too enthusiastic, he could hardly stand it. By the time he walked out of the building, he was about to walk to that 4S store. The viewers in the live broadcast room curiously speculated about Fongping's thoughts. Why did the great king come here again? He had been here in the morning and came over again in the afternoon. What was it about this place that was attracting the great king? There are no cats here either. The great king's thoughts are really inscrutable. In the morning, the king was looking at the cars. Do you think the king came here to look at the cars? Don't be ridiculous. Where did the king get the money? Even if he had the money, he wouldn't drive it, would he? Big King has money. Didn't that woman give Big King a bank card in the morning? That's right. Is Big King going to buy a car for his goddess? The truth is out, it's still possible. Big King has really become a goddess. Fongping didn't know that the live broadcast audience had guessed what he was thinking. He walked to the entrance of the 4S store and was about to follow the people in. Just at this moment, the car dealership employee who had been scolded twice at the door in the morning spotted Fongping. The cat that had appeared in the morning was here again. Chapter 46, The Unreasonable Misses. Fongping walked to the entrance of the 4S store and was spotted by the car dealership employee who had been scolded at the entrance in the morning. "You are not allowed to come over, go away." A car dealership employee aggressively held a broom and rushed over to Fongping. Fongping narrowed his eyes and crouched still. Sharp claws quietly popped out of his palms. It was at this moment a voice came from behind him. Cat, why are you here?" "I was just saying that I didn't see Cat. Cat, you are so naughty, running so far. Cat, if you lose it, we'll be sad." Fongping turned back, his eyebrows drooped, and the scary ladies appeared. In the live broadcast room, the audience was happy. "Big King, your Miss Sister Nemesis has appeared." "Big King, what's wrong with me? I get spotted everywhere I go." "Big King, you won't run away today." "Maharaja, you'll take it from the Miss Sisters." "Without noticing, you guys are driving again." The group of pretty young ladies just happened to pass by and saw Fongping with his tail hooked, squatting in front of the car dealership. They recognized at once that it was the cat in the elevator. The pretty ladies loved Fongping almost to the bone. This cat was well behaved, cute, and could just get down and jerk off. They couldn't control their fondness and immediately walked over this way. Immediately afterward, they saw the employees of the car dealership who rushed over, and they also saw the brooms held in the employees' hands. The pretty ladies were instantly enraged. What the employee did next, they didn't need to think about it. "What are you going to do? You're going to hit Cat? Cat is so well behaved, you dare to do it? Are you still not human, too cruel? What's your employee number? I'm going to file a complaint against you." The enraged young ladies surrounded the car dealership employee, refusing to let up. Fongping's tail ticked when he saw the pretty young ladies standing up for themselves. Okay. With these pretty misses, he didn't have to make a move himself. His sharp claws quietly retracted into his palms. These young ladies, they were still good to themselves. Of course. It would be even better if the fragrant young ladies didn't lay their hands on themselves. That car dealership employee immediately conceded when he saw that something was wrong. "I didn't know that this cat was yours. I didn't want to hit him. I just wanted to scare him and make him leave. Please believe me," he hurriedly explained. "Why did you want to scare him? Why should Cat leave and not sit here? You car dealers have big rules. You can't even look at a cat outside. Don't try to fool us. If we didn't pass by here, you would have struck out a long time ago." The pretty ladies are all angry and obviously have no intention of letting him go. Loving the house, they liked this kitty cat, then they hated people who treated this kitty cat badly. "I really didn't mean to do anything. This cat ran into our store this morning. I wasn't paying attention and let him in and got yelled at twice." The more the dealership employee explained, the more confusing it got. 4S stores don't let cats in? How come we don't know this rule? Cats can't like cars, you 4S stores discriminate against cats? It's your business if you get yelled at, what does it have to do with cats? Look at you, you're a bad person. If a cat loses a hair, I'll make you lose all your money. The pretty ladies had a stance that wouldn't stop. The car dealership employee, who was also quite handsome, was called a thief for the first time, and he didn't dare to refute it. At this time the onlookers, more and more people, these beautiful ladies, all of them are long legs, beautiful tall, is too attractive to the eye. Another employee saw the situation is not good, hurried to report to the person in charge of the hall. The person in charge of the hall came out, also a little sweaty head. He could tell that these pretty ladies were not something to be messed with. He wouldn't just offend these pretty ladies. Doing business is about peace and harmony, really making a scene, the impact on the store is not good. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. In the morning, this cat entered the store on its own without anyone with it, and the customers had some opinions. The person in charge of the lobby rolled his eyes and blamed it on other customers, saying it had nothing to do with the store. Since it was the customers' opinions, the store naturally had to deal with it. The pretty ladies naturally couldn't blame the store. The customers had come here to buy a car. What would be the opinion of a cat? Let's meet, which customer is it? The pretty little sister's spearhead turned directly to the person in charge of the hall. Even if it was a customer, they were just as unforgiving. Bullying this cute kitty cat was just messing with them. That customer has already left. We have now issued a new rule. In the future, cats and dogs are not allowed to enter the 4S store. The head of the lobby came up with his own solution while pushing back. He was taking precautionary measures. Since his own store has a rule, the pretty ladies should have nothing to say, always be reasonable. The pretty young ladies didn't want to be reasonable, they were once again enraged. They were all very smart and immediately understood the meaning. This person in charge was not going to let this cat in again. You are still trying to stop the cat. What's wrong with cats liking cars? Let's go in with the cat. I want to see who will stop us and who will stop the customers. The pretty ladies took Fongping and bravely broke into the forest store. A young lady picked up Fongping and condescendingly pressed him into her soft ho-hum. Don't want to let the cat in? Then how about you stop me? I'll see who can snatch this cat. The person in charge of the hall's face changed. This group of young ladies, really unreasonable. Who dares to lay hands on such a fierce place? If you dare to do it, if you are not killed by the pretty ladies, you will be killed by the onlookers. The two car dealership employees at the door looked at the person in charge of the hall and thought to themselves that they wouldn't be scolded this time, right? The person in charge of the hall looked at them, couldn't help it, and still opened his mouth with a stern face. Are your eyes blind? So many young ladies? Can't you guys help serve tea and water? And you want me to say it? Stupid. Aha! The two car dealership employees still didn't escape. The third time they were scolded. Chapter 47. I wouldn't have it any other way. Fongping was brought into the store by that pretty young lady, which was gently put down. Cat. Which car do you like? We'll take you over to see wherever you want to go. Surrounded by murderous pretty young ladies, they clustered around Fongping, which was also protecting him. This if anyone dared to touch Fongping, they were absolutely nonchalant. Around Fongping, without realizing it, there was a group of beautiful bodyguards. This made the other customers who were looking at the car a little envious. How could this human and cat be treated so differently? In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also envious. Great King, this is going to the peak of life. No, it's the peak of cat life. Great King, I really want to be your little brother. Great King, I'm going to defect to you. Great King, you grant me Missy. The person in charge of the hall also walked in, following beside him without taking a step. After all was said and done, he was still worried about this cat jumping onto the car. If that happened, the pretty ladies, no matter how pretty they were, probably wouldn't work well. The pretty young ladies had obviously thought of this as well. Cat, don't jump into the car. Cat, be good, let's stay away from the car. Cat, there's nothing interesting here, we'll watch for a while and then leave. Puss, why don't you let my sister hold you? The young ladies instructed Fongping a few times. The young ladies had no doubt that Fongping could understand them. Cat Starman. Omnipotent. Fongping didn't let the young ladies hug him this time. He raised his front paw and pushed away the soft little hand of a pretty young lady. Shaking his cat ears, Fongping walked 2 meters away from a car. In the eyes of the attention of the young ladies, he stopped. The car was quite pretty and he wanted to know the performance. Fongping turned his head back and did not look at the young ladies, but instead looked at the young female sales standing on the side. This young female sales happened to be the one who introduced the middle-aged couple in the morning. She also recognized Fongping and was surprised that this cat had come again and brought so many pretty ladies with him. Fongping looked at her. She was a bit confused about what this cat meant. After thinking about it, she brought over a cup of warm water. Cat, does it want to drink water? She squatted down in front of Fongping and handed over the cup of water with a smile. Fongping raised his front paws and pushed the water cup away. He did not drink water. However, the young saleswoman's service attitude was good and did not treat him with negligence because he was a cat. The young saleswoman held the cup of water. This cat didn't want to drink water, she could tell. But she couldn't guess what Fongping meant now, and looked at the person in charge of the lobby tentatively. The person in charge of the hall didn't understand either. Who could understand the mind of a cat? Why don't you introduce this car? I think the cat might be interested in this car. You can see that he has been looking at this car the whole time. A pretty young lady guessed and said she actually didn't understand what Fongping meant. But by some mischance, she had guessed correctly. The young saleswoman paused, explaining a car to a cat. That would be her first time. After thinking about it, she didn't know what to do, so let's talk about it. For this car, the young saleswoman was very familiar with the explanation and spoke fluently. This is her job. The car's brand advantage, the car's appearance, the car's performance, the car's configuration, the car's price, the car's fuel consumption. This series of explanation down, even the beautiful ladies around were attracted. Whether to buy a car or not, the young female sales speak very well. Everyone asked questions about various cars. Fongping squatted next to him, his tail hooked, and without saying a word, he gained a deeper understanding of the car. The questions he wanted to ask, these beautiful young ladies asked all of them. Looking at the car in this way, it is really saving. Until he understood almost enough, he walked towards another car. Then, he turned back to look at the young saleswoman again, his tail hooked. Still really looking at cars? The young saleswoman felt amused in her heart. She was still a bit unconvinced. No matter, she couldn't guess what this cat meant anyway, so let's just follow the customer process. She directly treated Fongping, the cat, as a customer, and walked directly over to him and started the introduction once again. The same scene began to repeat itself in a cycle in front of the cars. When the person in charge of the hall saw this, he did not interfere anymore. He could also see that this cat was different from ordinary cats, and really wouldn't just jump onto a car. As for a cat being interested in cars and would still buy them, he certainly didn't think so. No one in their right mind would think this way. Fongping had looked at 5 or 6 cars in a row and felt that he had understood almost everything. He already had a number in mind for the car he was going to buy. Then he didn't look at it anymore, he directly turned around and walked towards the door of the 4S store. As soon as he left, the pretty ladies also followed him out. Originally, everyone was accompanying Fongping to come in, and when he left, everyone naturally followed. Cat, don't you want to see the cars? Cat, I told you these cars are no fun. Cat, why don't you come with us? Cat, do you want to go to our company? Cat, where we are fun. Until they got on the elevator of the building, the young ladies were still encouraging Fongping. Fongping tugged at his ears and looked at the beautiful young lady's cell phone. If he went back now, it was still early to get off work. He also didn't want to disturb Zhou Qinshan, who was seriously looking at the O's group's information. So when the elevator door opened on the 18th floor, Fongping hesitated for a moment and did not go out. The pretty ladies naturally didn't think that Fongping had forgotten. This cat knew the floors very well and was never wrong. Cat, you agree? Cat, you are agreeing to go to our company. Cat, I love you. Cat, I love you. The pretty young ladies had thought that they would be separated from Fongping, but now they were instantly enthusiastic again. The company of these pretty ladies was on the 22nd floor, a few floors above the advertising agency. Walking out of the elevator, Fongping finally knew the identity of these pretty ladies. Fongping Modeling Culture Company. A few large gold signboards appeared in front of Fongping's eyes. It turned out that these beautiful ladies were all models. No wonder all of them had great bodies and beautiful postures. If Fongping wasn't a cat, he would have. Aha! Control. I am a cat. I won't think otherwise. Chapter 48 Showdown with Zhou Qinshan. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Fongping returned to the advertising agency. If he didn't come back, Zhou Qinshan was going to go out and look for him. De Wang, are you up to something? Why do you keep running out? Zhou Qinshan was finally a bit curious. Normally, the Great King is not this busy. Today is a bit of an anomaly. Fongping thought about it and was also ready to show his cards to Zhou Qinshan. He already knew almost everything about cars, so the next step was to take Zhou Qinshan to buy a car. He also wanted to let Zhou Qinshan know about it. The question came back, can Zhou Qinshan drive or not? He looked around. On the computer across the room, there was still the wallpaper of a sports car, and there was a car magazine on the ground next to it. Is this a preparation to advertise the car? Fongping walked over, lifted his front paw, pressed it on the car magazine, and looked back at Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan didn't quite understand what Fongping meant, but everything the Great King did had its own meaning. She walked over and spoke to her co-worker, who indicated that she could take it and read it, so she brought the magazine back. Placing it on her desk and flipping through it, the magazine was all about cars. Fongping jumped onto Zhou Qinshan's long legs. Compared to the desk, it was still this place that was more comfortable. De Wang, are you going to tell me? What car did you see? Zhou Qinshan lowered her head and guessed. She had gotten used to communicating with Fongping like this. It was like guessing a riddle. She was now certain of one thing: what Fongping was going to say was definitely related to the car. However, she still didn't understand now. Why was the Great King interested in cars? Fongping raised his front paw and pressed it on the driver's head. Zhou Qinshan looked at him for half a day and commented, "This driver, quite handsome." She obviously still didn't understand. Fongping was not in a hurry, and raised his front paw again. This time he pressed on the driver's hand, which was holding the steering wheel. Thinking this time you should understand. You're asking me to look at the driver's hand? Is it so I can focus on his movements? Is he driving the car? Zhou Qinshan didn't answer correctly, but he was one step closer to the answer. Fongping raised his front paw again and turned the next page. This time a female driver appeared. His movements were the same as earlier, and he again pressed on the female driver's hand, which was still holding the steering wheel. A female driver? She's moving the same way as earlier. This is still driving, right? Wait, driving? Are you trying to ask if I can drive? Zhou Qinshan was actually quite smart and finally reacted. Fongping raised the cat's head and his tail flicked vertically. That meant the answer was right. Great King, if that's the question you want to ask, I can drive. I did it a long time ago. Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and gave the answer. Dad's family's car, she also drove it and had a license. But when she decided to live alone, she didn't drive those cars anymore. Fongping's heart sighed in relief. That's good, otherwise she would still have to go to driving school. Then let's show down. His front paw, once again, pressed on the magazine, this time in a different place, a car. A car? Zhou Qinshan looked at it. Fongping raised his front paw and turned back to touch Zhou Qinshan's coat pocket that contained his bank card. Bank card? Zhou Qinshan paused. De Wang? Are you trying to buy a car with this bank card? You want to buy a car for me, am I right? She cleverly connected the two things and naturally guessed what Fongping really meant. Fongping raised the cat's head, and his tail waved vertically. The answer was right again. Great king. Thank you. You are so kind. Zhou Qinshan was touched and at once hugged De Wang tightly in her arms. The last time she went home, she had also told De Wang that she wanted to buy a car. De Wang must have remembered that as soon as he had money, then he thought of her. This car was not like the previous ones, this was the first car for the Maharaja and herself, and it meant something completely different. The great king was also contributing to this family. Thinking of this, Zhou Qinshan was even more moved. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also moved. Big King is buying a car for the goddess here, I can't even do that. Big King is so cozy, I'm so touched. I said that the Big King went to the 4S store in the morning and afternoon, so it was this intention. Big King, my meaning is so clear, you all don't see it. I also want to send goddess gift who knows the address. The hostess is also a bit touched at this moment. Teachers, what do you all think about this? She asked a few guests. Guest Wan Lun couldn't help but marvel. From the very beginning of the pet show program, De Wang has given us amazement after amazement. From delivering medicine to the mistress, to saving a child in the tiger park, and this time, buying a car for the mistress. It's hard for me to explain what's going on in Big King's mind right now, but I think this is the kind of Big King that we all love. I really can't wait now and want to vote for the Great King. I'm also becoming more and more convinced that as the Great King gets better and better, he'll be one step closer to being the champion. No, he must be the global god's favorite champion. She's getting a little excited herself as she talks about it, a pet lover no less. I'm also a bit surprised today. In the past, I've never been so impressed with the Great King as I was today. We can see Big King grow step by step through the pet show program. I believe that as the program continues, Big King will be even more exciting and I am looking forward to more of his performance. Guest Li Sherwan also commented with admiration. The last 4 guests, all of them gave high praise to Big King. The audience also continued to vote for Big King, and his votes once again skyrocketed dramatically, widening the gap with the second place. Fongping lay quietly in Zhou Qinshan's arms, waiting for her emotions to be released. Zhou Qinshan's emotions came fast and ended fast. The Great King. So? You just went to look at the car? She said this and suddenly sniffed and sniffed at Fongping's body again. De Wang. Your body. Why does it smell so good? Fongping looked up at the roof. That was another story. A tragic story that's hard to tell. Those beautiful young ladies did indescribable things to me. Chapter 49. This cat has become a spirit. Time passed quickly, and it was time to get off work. Zhou Qinshan and Fongping walked out of the building. As soon as Fongping came out, he ran towards that 4S store. If he didn't hurry up, that 4S store was going to get off work. Originally, he had hoped that Zhou Qinshan would get off work early. But there was a little delay at the pretty ladies. Returning to the advertising agency, and then having a showdown with Zhou Qinshan to explain, this took a little more time. As a result, before he could even ask for leave, the time to get off work had already arrived. De Wang! Don't run! Be careful! Zhou Qinshan hurriedly chased after him and shouted, this is the time to get off work as when there are a lot of people, it is likely to be stepped on. Fongping tugged at his ears, he wasn't worried about himself. With his current level of agility, he could easily dodge pedestrians. He didn't care about Zhou Qinshan behind him and ran directly to the entrance of the 4S store. There were still the same 2 car dealership employees at the door. Why are you here again? The employee who had just been scolded enough by the pretty young lady had a bitter face when he saw Fongping. He looked around with palpitations and didn't see the group of pretty misses just now, but he still had palpitations. This cat. He couldn't afford to mess with it. He didn't dare to drive Fongping away now, who knew if that group of pretty young ladies would show up. I'll go and inform. Another car dealership employee had already run into the lobby. He found the person in charge of the lobby. Manager, that cat just now, is here again. He reported to the person in charge of the hall. I'll go and take a look. The person in charge of the lobby didn't dare to give instructions easily at this moment. He had the same palpitations for that group of pretty young ladies. When he rushed to the entrance of the car dealership, he found a girl standing next to Fongping. With his awesome eyes, he realized that it was not the group of pretty young ladies from earlier. But this girl was even prettier. Isn't this cat a bit excessive? This is to show off, right? You know, pretty young ladies. You're marvelous. The head of the hall thought in his heart and walked over anyway. Since we can't kick it out, let's be polite. Hello? May I see the car? He asked to Zhou Qinshan. Are you guys getting off work? I'm sorry to come over at this time. We are ready to buy a car. Zhou Qinshan replied politely. It's okay. Please come in. The person in charge of the lobby naturally wouldn't turn away the door once he heard that business was coming in. Not to mention that Zhou Qinshan was very polite, and he was also very favorably impressed when he heard this. However, the person in charge of the hall noticed that Zhou Qinshan was talking about us, and he looked around, not seeing anyone else. There was no one else. It's just me and him. He came just now, you guys should know each other. Zhou Qinshan could see that the person in charge of the hall had misunderstood. She pointed at Fongping. The person in charge of the hall looked at Fongping. How can you not recognize him? He made 2 trips a day to come and play with us. He even got a bunch of pretty ladies to be his bodyguards. This is really the cat master. There was no way he could have thought that Fongping's purpose for coming here was really to buy a car. Is this your cat? He did come here just now. The person in charge of the lobby nodded. His name is De Wang. It was him who wanted to buy a car. So we came over. Zhou Chenchen said another sentence. The person in charge of the lobby thought she was joking and didn't care. He then invited Zhou Chenchen and Fongping into the store. As soon as Fongping walked into the lobby, he cat-eyed the surrounding area and then walked straight to the young saleswoman. He was very satisfied with the young saleswoman and looked for her to buy a car. The young saleswoman was the person who saw Fongping the most times in the store. When she saw Fongping appear, she kind of liked it. Cat. You're here again, huh? Where are those young ladies of yours? Why don't I see them? She looked around and didn't see any girls she was familiar with. What little sisters? De Wang. You guys know each other? Zhou Chenchen walked over just in time to hear this. The young saleswoman then noticed that Zhou Chenchen and Fongping were together. She had the same thought as the person in charge of the hall. Did this cat bring someone here to show off for us? The girls that were brought here, one was prettier than the other. We know each other. Just now when I introduced the car to the customers. He was just playing around for a long time. The young saleswoman still answered, but didn't mention the group of pretty young ladies. She still defined Fongping's behavior as playing now. Zhou Chenchen was just asking casually and didn't care. She probably understood why Big King ran next to this young female sales. It was probably because he recognized this young female salesman and wanted to buy a car from her. Do you have time now? Big King and I came to buy a car. A sale is needed. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Chenchen also said directly. The young saleswoman automatically ignored the word Big King. She also thought that Zhou Chenchen was joking. However, if Zhou Chenchen wanted to buy a car, she would definitely welcome it. It was related to her bonus and commission. I have time. May I ask if you guys have any cars in mind? Or I can recommend a car for you guys. The young saleswoman asked. Zhou Chenchen didn't say anything, but lowered her head and looked at Fongping. She didn't know if the king had a favorite car, and she wanted to respect the king's opinion. Zhou Chenchen's behavior made the young saleswoman a little surprised. She also lowered her head to look at Fongping, thinking, what does buying a car have to do with this cat in front of her? Fongping had been squatting when he stood up and walked towards a car with a hook of his tail. I think he has looked favorably at it. Zhou Chenchen understood. Miss? You let a cat pick a car? The young saleswoman was a bit incredulous. Yes. Wasn't he here today? He just came to choose a car. Zhou Chenchen smiled. A great king of his own. Always a surprise. Fongping had his eye on a Mercedes-Benz SL400, a 2-door sports car, and the price worked out to be around $1 million. As a classic Mercedes-Benz model, the car's appearance adopted the Mercedes-Benz family design style, with a star-filled center grid grille and a large triple-star logo hanging in the center, which looked very dynamic. The headlights are narrow and sharp, but also a little rounded, dual-lens structure, so that it has a better lighting system. The design of the side of the body is also the same, very dynamic. Slender waistline has been extended to the tail. The sense of movement is very strong. The design of the tail looks full and tight. The tail lamp shape is very recognizable. The rear, surrounded by the lower part of the glossy black plate, silver lower guard, also has a bilateral exhaust. The design of the interior is also a classic design style. The entire interior is covered with leather craft, with silver trim plate decoration, full of luxury. Zhou Chenchen was actually not too in favor of buying a sports car with such a price tag, but at the insistence of De Wang, she ended up not objecting. Until Zhou Chenchen signed the contract and swiped her card to pay the money, the person in charge of the lobby and the young saleswoman felt that they were still dreaming. There was a cat in the store today. This cat chose its own car, and chose $1 million sports car. Oh, my god. This cat has become a spirit. Chapter 50, Bad Luck. Zhou Chenchen and Fongping signed the car contract and went home. Because they still have to apply for the license plate and other formalities, they can't pick up the car today. What Zhou Chenchen and Fongping don't know is that the cat has become the mascot of this 4S store. If any employee dares to treat a passing cat badly, the first time will be fired by the store. This 4S store also became a haven for cats in the neighborhood. At the moment, Zhou Chenchen was riding a shared bicycle and Fongping was squatting in the basket. One person and one cat were happy. Fongping is happy to have bought a car for Zhou Chenchen. In the future, Zhou Chenchen won't have to work so hard and won't have to be beaten by the wind and rain. Zhou Chenchen is happy that the king remembers her. She said she wanted to buy a car, and the king helped her realize it. The king is so nice. Big King, what are you going to eat tonight? I'll make you something delicious. As soon as she is happy, Zhou Chenchen likes to cook. This is what she is good at. Fongping tail hooked. Delicious? Everything Zhou Chenchen cooks is delicious. That said, Zhou Chenchen's cooking was getting better and better. Alas! I can't think about it. Just thinking about it makes me drool. How was my fish fillet? Did you crave it? Forget it, I won't make boiled fish this time. How about I make sweet and sour pork? Zhou Qinshan asked, but changed her mind when she thought of something. Sweet and sour pork? Fongping pulled his ears. Sweet and sour pork ribs, fragrant and sweet, crunchy at first bite, surely delicious. I'm thinking about it again. I'm thinking about it again. I'm really drooling. Fongping's cattail, wagging merrily. Zhou Qinshan knew Fongping too well, this action of his, just like, super like. Good. It's decided, sweet and sour pork is the main course tonight. We have to go to the food market quickly. I talked to the uncle who sells meat yesterday and asked him to leave me a few good ribs, and I don't know if the uncle will sell the ribs to someone else this late. She said she was a little worried, and then sped up her bike. At this moment, a young man rode over next to her, and after seeing Zhou Qinshan, he suddenly slowed down again. This beauty, did you raise this cat? It's so pretty. He glanced at Fongping who was squatting in the car basket and asked. It's my cat, his name is De Wang. Zhou Qinshan thought he liked cats, so she replied. Fongping twisted his head to look at the young man, he could tell what was in this guy's heart at a glance. De Wang? This name is good. Beauty, where is your name? How about we add a contact? As the young man spoke, he turned the topic to Zhou Qinshan. After all, he had come over to strike up a conversation, and his real purpose was Zhou Qinshan, not this cat. To him, a creature like a cat, he didn't like it at all, and even loathed it a little. The way he looked at the cat at the moment was a bit nasty, but Zhou Qinshan didn't notice. Only Fongping saw it. Interesting. This guy doesn't like me? And still dares to hit on Zhou Qinshan? Zhou Qinshan also heard the young man's meaning at this moment. I'm sorry. We don't know each other. I won't give strangers my contact information. She refused the young man's request. The young man didn't care when he saw Zhou Qinshan disagree. Your approach is good. I won't give strangers contact information easily either. By the way, I often walk this road, and I haven't even seen you yet. He continued to strike up a conversation and said. I didn't go here before. I had to go to the market today. I took the shortcut. Zhou Qinshan replied lightly, this road she really seldom passes through. Where is the food market you mentioned? The food market on Anlin Road? I know that place, I will also pass by there. Beautiful girl, I will send you there. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this. He actually wouldn't pass by there at all, but after seeing Zhou Qinshan, he wasn't willing to give up the opportunity to contact Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan had no choice, she could already see the young man's intentions, but she couldn't drive him away. She could only cope with the young man with one sentence without another. Because of the road, it was almost 7 o'clock when she arrived at the vegetable market. Zhou Qinshan found an excuse to get rid of the young man and rode her bike to the meat stall, where the uncle she was familiar with was about to close. Uncle! I'm sorry. I was delayed by something, sorry for being late. She hurriedly apologized to the uncle. According to the usual closing time, Zhou Qinshan would have been here by 6:30 p.m. That was also the time she had agreed with the uncle, but now she was half an hour late. Miss. Luckily you came at this moment. Any later and I would have sold the ribs. The uncle smiled cheerfully. He was actually waiting for Zhou Qinshan. Several customers came to ask him but he didn't sell. The uncle took out 3 good ribs. I'll help you butcher them. This way you can save a little time when you go back. Young people nowadays work really hard, he said to Zhou Qinshan. The uncle misunderstood that Zhou Qinshan was delayed because of the company. Zhou Qinshan naturally wouldn't tell the uncle that he had just gone to buy a car. Thank you, uncle. She hurriedly gave a thank you. The uncle was very skillful, and in 3 tries, he slaughtered the ribs into sections and put them into a clean bag. Zhou Qinshan paid and thanked him again before leaving. When she left the market, she saw the young man again. He hadn't left and was waiting for Zhou Qinshan. Beauty, I'm waiting for you. Where do you live? It's not safe in the dark, let me send you home. Fongping had long since stopped listening. This guy was stalking me, do you really think I don't exist? The young man really didn't bother to pay attention to Fongping either. To him, a cat, how much of a threat could it be? Ding! The host triggered a Doom card level mission to help Zhou Qinshan drive Fongjian away. Upon completion of the mission, the host can obtain the Doom card skill. The host's Doom card can allow anyone to obtain Doom, it is valid for 24 hours, is it enabled? Right at this moment, a system alert voice rang in his head. Beauty! My name is Fongjian, now can you tell me, your name ah? At this moment the young man reported his name. So this guy was Fongjian. Fongping had a number in his heart. Enable. Enable Fongjian to obtain Doom. Fongping said directly in his head. He had just finished speaking to the system when a water truck on the roadside suddenly lost control. The water gun on the water truck suddenly sprayed water out, and without any bias, it happened to drench Fongjian's entire body. The wet Fongjian shivered in the wind. Bad luck. Timely arrival. Chapter 51 Problematic girl enters the door. Fongjian was suddenly drenched by the water gun and turned into a drenched chicken, so naturally, he could only leave in a mess. Zhou Qinshan also rushed to leave with Fongping. This roadside water truck did not know what was going on. She did not want to be like Fongjian. Back home, Zhou Qinshan was busy going to the kitchen. The staff in charge of filming came in and turned off the live camera, ending today's live pet show. When the staff left, Fongping was left lying on the sofa. He seemed to be fine. Kitchen cooking, he couldn't help Zhou Qinshan. That wasn't something a cat could do either. Okay. There was one more thing. Fongping asked the system if his reward had arrived yet. He had just completed the Doom card level quest, and the system was rewarded. This time, the system was quite fast, and as soon as he asked, the system sent out a beep. Ding! The host's Doom card level quest is complete, and he has obtained the Doom skill. Rewarded with 150 evolution points and a summoning card. He opened the system light screen. Host, Fongping. Level, LV2 Level 1 Fierce Beast. Self-healing skill, the body possesses the ability to heal itself, not limited to any injuries or toxin diseases. Divine power skill, the body contains the divine power gene, strength far exceeds that of an adult. Psychic communication skill, can communicate with various animals in a psychic way, relieving them of their plight. Affinity skill, being with a cub will make the other feel affectionate and protective. Deterrence skill, possesses the strength and deterrence of the king of beasts, and can make all animals submit. Luck skill, grants anyone luck once. Bad luck skill, can grant anyone bad luck once. Evolution points, 450. As Fongping saw this, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. He turned off the system and turned his head to look at the kitchen. Zhou Qinshan was busy cooking in the kitchen and obviously did not hear it. The knock on the door outside was more urgent and louder than one, obviously somewhat impatient. Fongping could only jump down from the sofa and come to the door with a stern face. He wondered who was so rude. Jumping up. Volleyball dunk. Fongping opened the door to the room with a displeased face. A little lowly around 14 years old, wearing hip-hop clothes and short hair, stood at the door with her school bag. The little lowly was not too tall. Fongping took a glance. This age should be in middle school. Her face was a little round, and she was also a little beautiful girl. At this moment, the little lowly's expression was a bit angry. Her face looked a bit angry and aggrieved, like she had just quarreled with someone else. Fongping had never seen the little lowly and did not know who this little lowly was. The little lowly had never seen Fongping either, and saw the door open and a cat standing at the door. She was also stunned. Rubbing her eyes. I didn't dream, did I? This door was opened by a cat? Who are you? She subconsciously looked down and asked Fongping. Then realized something was wrong. How could a cat talk? Naturally, Fongping would not answer, but just tugged on his ears and lifted up the cat's head. I should ask you this. Little Lori was not Zhou Qinshan. She and Fongping did not have a tacit understanding and could not understand what Fongping meant. She looked around the room and suddenly yelled. Cousin! Is it there? Is this your home or not? This time Zhou Qinshan in the kitchen heard her and walked out. Tong Tong? Why are you here? She saw the little lowly standing at the door and recognized her. Cousin, so it's really your house. Scared me to death. I thought I had the wrong door. Your cat is very powerful. It also opens the door by itself. When the little lowly saw Zhou Qinshan and saw her cousin, her face finally looked a little better. Her relationship with Zhou Qinshan used to be very good. This was also the reason why she carried her school bag and came to find Zhou Qinshan. This is my cousin Wu Tongtong, the daughter of my second aunt's family. You haven't met before, get to know each other. Zhou Qinshan spoke to Fongping, telling him the identity of the little lowly. Cousin, you're talking to a cat? He can understand you? Wu Tongtong's eyes widened at once. She had obviously never seen this scene before and couldn't help but get curious. All little Lolitas had a curious heart, and she was no exception. Don't stand at the door, come on in. There are no new slippers in the house, so you can use mine. This is my cat, his name is De Wang, don't underestimate him. Zhou Qinshan greeted her cousin with a smile. She could probably tell that her cousin was in a bit of an off mood, but didn't ask now. Fongping also sized up this little lowly. He could see that this little lowly had entered the rebellious stage. This was a problematic girl. He had a bit of a headache. Dealing with a problematic young girl was not an easy task. He wasn't quite sure how the little lowly had suddenly come to his door. This would have to be known only after Zhou Qinshan asked. But right now, Zhou Qinshan definitely didn't have the time. She had to make tonight's dishes first. One person and a cat couldn't go hungry, and by the way, this little lowly might not have eaten either. Tong Tong. Have you eaten yet? Zhou Qinshan decidedly asked. Cousin. I didn't eat. Wu Tongtong replied as she bent down to change her shoes. Then eat a little cookie and drink a little milk first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook first. We'll talk later after dinner. Zhou Qinshan turned around and went back to the kitchen. Wu Tongtong changed her slippers and walked into the living room. Cookies? Milk? Where is it? She looked around, looking really hungry. Fongping walked over to her, lifted his front paws and hooked her pants. then turned around and walked towards the refrigerator. Wu Tongtong followed her and opened the refrigerator and saw the milk. She was not polite and took a carton, about to open it and drink it directly. Fongping raised his front paw and hooked her hand once again, stopping her from drinking the milk like this. Milk is kept in the refrigerator, drinking it directly hurts the body, it is best to heat it up and drink it again, and you can't drink it on an empty stomach. Wu Tongtong did not resist, she was now becoming more and more curious about this cat. What does this cat mean? Fongping walked to the water purifier and hooked his tail. This time there was no need to ask, Wu Tongtong understood, this was for her to warm the milk with hot water. A smile suddenly appeared on her face and she yelled at the kitchen. Cousin, your cat is really awesome. Knowing to let me warm the milk with hot water. Chapter 52 A Bigger Problem. Zhou Qinshan heard Wu Tongtong's voice and poked her head out of the kitchen. De Wang is right. Don't drink cold milk, it's not good for the stomach and intestines. Don't drink it on an empty stomach either, use cookies to pad your stomach first. She instructed and went back to work. Wu Tongtong found a cup, poured hot water and put the milk carton in it. De Wang, where are the cookies? I don't see them. She didn't look around blindly by herself anymore, asking this cat directly if something happened was the right thing to do in her cousin's house. Fongping knew that this little loli was a Grinch. He still walked over to a small cabinet, squatted down and hooked his tail. Wu Tongtong walked over and opened the cabinet door and saw the cookies. De Wang, are you going to eat it or not? This cookie looks quite tasty. Wu Tongtong unwrapped the package and handed a cookie to Fongping. This little loli, this is still a good thing to do, not eating alone. Fongping didn't eat, he was saving his stomach for the sweet and sour pork. Besides, he had eaten too many cookies and had gotten tired of them long ago. While Wu Tongtong was eating, he jumped onto the sofa. Lifting his front paw, he pressed on the remote control. The TV turned on. You still turn on the TV? Wu Tongtong's hand holding the cookies paused in the air. She felt as if she had discovered a new world she had never seen before after seeing this cat. It gave her a different understanding of creatures like cats. Sure enough, it was an aiming star. She muttered a sentence under her breath. Wu Tongtong forgot about the purpose of her visit and began to take an interest in Fongping. De Wang, what else do you know? Can you sing? How about singing a song? She sat on the sofa and leaned close to Fongping, wanting to explore Fongping's new abilities. Fongping paused. This one. Not telling you. Until Zhou Qinshan made the meal and brought out the aromatic sweet and sour pork ribs. Wu Tongtong was still pestering Fongping. De Wang, sing a song. I really want to listen. Fongping had a stern face, he really wanted to wail, but he was afraid of scaring the little loli. Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and wanted to laugh, she knew that the Great King's roar was so powerful that even tigers would be scared away. But singing, Big King definitely couldn't. That was Big King's weak point. Tong Tong, come and eat. Still not hungry? When she said that, she kind of helped Fongping out. Cousin, of course I'm hungry. Wu Tongtong smelled the aroma of sweet and sour pork and diverted her attention. She hadn't eaten a few cookies just now and rubbed her stomach, running to the bathroom to wash her hands and prepare for dinner. De Wang, don't be angry. She didn't do it on purpose. Zhou Qinshan took the opportunity to quietly say to Fongping. Fongping's tail ticked, he definitely wouldn't be angry. This was Zhou Qinshan's cousin, but the little loli pestering him like this also gave him a bit of a headache. De Wang, come eat your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. The flavor I made today is very good. Hearing Zhou Qinshan's greeting, Fongping also jumped down from the sofa, he was also hungry. Waiting for Wu Tongtong to wash her hands and come out, she saw that Big King was already squatting on the chair next to the dining table, with the special small bowl in front of him. Cousin, Big Wang is also eating with us? She got curious again. We are like this every day. The Great King eats the same as us. He likes the dishes I cook very much. Zhou Qinshan explained. If the Great King eats like this, will it be bad for his intestines? Wu Tongtong asked, she still knew some animal knowledge. These words were actually concern for the Great King. Don't worry about it. Big King is different from other cats. He doesn't have a problem. Zhou Qinshan smiled. During the meal, Wu Tongtong's attention was on Fongping, and from time to time, she gave Fongping a piece of ribs. If it was anyone else, Fongping might not eat it. But, little Lori, forget it, give you face. Zhou Qinshan was aware that Fongping had a cleanliness fetish, usually only she would pinch food for Fongping, and Fongping would not refuse. No one else, including Papa Zhou, could. Now her own cousin was enjoying this treatment. Wu Tongtong also didn't know about Fongping's cleanliness fetish, seeing him eating the ribs one bite at a time, eating very flavorfully, she herself also took a big bite. After eating the meal, Zhou Qinshan cleaned up the kitchen before returning to the living room. Wu Tongtong and De Wang were watching TV together. Zhou Qinshan walked over and turned down the sound of the TV before she looked back at Wu Tongtong. Speak. Come to my place today. What happened? She actually knew what was wrong. She had quietly called second aunt just now. Otherwise, if Wu Tongtong didn't come home for such a long time, the second aunt's family wouldn't be anxious. When Wu Tongtong heard this, her face fell. Cousin, I don't want to study anymore. Her tone was a bit frustrated. Why? You don't want to study at your age? How could you have such thoughts? Zhou Qinshan's expression was a bit serious. This was not a small matter for her cousin. When she asked, Fongping also twisted his head to look over. He knew that the young girl in question had no small problem. Cousin, I ran away from home. Before I came to you, I had a fight with my parents and my mom. Wu Tongtong began to say. Zhou Qinshan didn't make a sound either, waiting for her cousin to continue. Fongping was beside him and tugged his ears as well. One person and one cat, they were all listening to the girl in question continue. My dad and my mom. Every day, they force me to learn piano, to learn painting, to learn this kind of knowledge and that kind of knowledge. I'm sick of it. I don't want to learn anything. Wu Tongtong was like venting out the dissatisfaction in her heart. If you don't learn, what do you want to do? Zhou Qinshan asked after thinking about it. I can go to work, huh? Cousin, why don't I work in your company, what do you think? Wu Tongtong seemed to have made good plans. Going to work? You're too young. No one will agree. Zhou Qinshan shook her head. I'm not too young. I'm 14. I think I can work. Wu Tongtong's rebellious character came out again as she refuted Zhou Qinshan's words. Don't you like to surf the internet? You can look it up. At your age, would anyone want you to work? Zhou Qinshan wouldn't force Wu Tongtong to change her mind, she just used a polite way to persuade her. She realized something had gone very wrong with her cousin's idea. This might be behind if not corrected in time. Something will go even more wrong. Chapter 53 Father Cat. I checked, no one wants me. Wu Tongtong said in frustration. She had asked online a long time ago, otherwise she wouldn't have run to her cousin's house. I said. At your age, no one will want you to work. Others will have to take responsibility for you. The only thing you can do now is to study and study hard. Zhou Qinshan could only say this to Wu Tongtong. But I just don't want to study, I'm sick of seeing books now. I think I'm worse than a cat. Look how happy Big King is, he doesn't need to study, he eats and drinks every day, that's life. Fongping tugged at his ears, this was the first time that someone envied a cat. The Great King also has troubles. It's just that we don't know. He won't tell us either. Zhou Qinshan glanced at Fongping. Fongping's cat whiskers twitched. Zhou Qinshan won't find out that I have a human soul growing inside my body. No. She shouldn't know. I don't care. I'll sleep here with you tonight. I'm not going back. Wu Tongtong suddenly doesn't want to talk anymore. Okay. You can sleep with me tonight. I'll let Big King sleep on the sofa. Zhou Qinshan nodded, she wouldn't refuse this little request from her cousin. The rebellious little cousin had to be obediently jerked around. Otherwise, just like Big King, she'll blow up. Cousin, don't drive Big King to the sofa. Let's stay together. We're not fat. We can squeeze in. When Wu Tongtong heard that Big King was with Zhou Qinshan at night, her eyes lit up with interest. She also wanted to experience the feeling of sleeping with a cat like this. In addition to sleeping, you can also jerk the cat for fun. That would also work. But you have to wash up early. Sleep here for one night, and tomorrow you'll go back to school for me. Zhou Qinshan also made her own conditions. She was on good terms with her cousin, but she wouldn't just spoil her cousin. Wu Tongtong hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Perhaps it was the excitement of being with Big King at night that washed away her rebelliousness. Okay. I'll just sleep for one night. Tomorrow, I'll go home and go to school. After all, she left home, left school, and didn't know where to go. Zhou Qinshan didn't object, Wu Tongtong didn't object, and naturally Fongping was even less likely to object. Thinking of the two beauties of size at night, he reminded himself once again. I am a cat. I won't have any other thoughts. While Wu Tongtong went to wash up, Zhou Qinshan called second aunt again. Second aunt. Tonight, Tongtong will stay at my place. I'll try to talk to her more and persuade her more. She said to second aunt on the phone. Chen Chun. Thank you then. This child of mine, she won't listen to us even now, no matter what we say. The second aunt was relieved to know that her daughter was with Zhou Qinshan. Second aunt. I guess you guys have pushed her too hard during this time. She is now in a rebellious period, she should pay attention to the method and relax a little bit. Zhou Qinshan hesitated for a moment and still said something, but I don't know if second aunt will listen to it. We also know that. But everyone's children are studying now. If we don't push her, she'll fall behind the other kids, and in the future it'll only be her who suffers. Second aunt sighed, she naturally had her own reasons. Zhou Qinshan was also helpless, this was also the truth. The two chatted for a few moments before hanging up. Anyway, Zhou Qinshan had already done her part, after all, this was the second aunt's family's own matter, it was impossible for her to say too much. As Fongping listened on the side, he did feel that second aunt did not necessarily listen. The thoughts of a rebellious girl could not be corrected in a day or two. Wu Tongtong moved quickly, washing up and coming out of the bathroom. She used Zhou Qinshan's new towel and new toothbrush. That was originally prepared by Zhou Qinshan for herself, but now it was all given to her cousin. But that's nothing to be concerned about, just rebuy them when the time comes.
Cousin, I heard you talking just now. Did you call my mom?
Wu Tongtong asked as she came out.
This ghostly elf can't hide many things from her. Right. I told second aunt.
You're staying at my place tonight, and in addition, I advised second aunt to take it easy on you.
Zhou Qinshan also had no intention of hiding anything.
Wu Tongtong skimmed her mouth. My mom and my dad won't listen.
That set of ideas of theirs is long outdated.
They won't listen to what I say, and they won't listen to what you say. She didn't approve of her parents' approach at all, and she didn't think that Zhou Qinshan's words would work either.
No matter what. They are your parents. They must be doing this for your own good.
Zhou Qinshan persuaded her cousin a few more times and could only helplessly go wash up. She also knew that her cousin's thoughts could not be corrected in a day or two. Wu Tongtong waited until Zhou Qinshan had gone to the bathroom before she whispered and chatted with Fongping, who was sprawled out on the sofa.
Dawang, what should I do?
Tomorrow, I have to go back to that home again, and I have to learn the piano every day, and I have to learn to draw, and I have to learn a lot of things that I don't like. I really don't like it. Tell me, what will happen if I run away from home? She said to Fongping.
Fongping raised his front paw and hooked Wu Tongtong's clothes. Don't you mess around. Great king. Are you worried about me? Or are you good? Don't tell anyone, I was joking.
Wu Tongtong looked down and smiled at Ping again. The reason she said so much to Fongping was because he was a cat.
A cat wouldn't tell anyone else, and couldn't tell anyone else either.
But she didn't know that Fongping had a human soul in his body.
But now Fongping couldn't do anything about it.
After all, this little lowly, when she said it like this, she didn't necessarily do it. Taking a step back, even if she did, there was still a way to find her.
The only thing Fongping could do now could only be to quietly accompany the little lowly,
listening to her pour out all the grievances in her heart, all the thoughts in her mind. He was like a priest, listening to the prayers of the little lowly, speaking his heart.
Chapter 54, How Nice If You Were My Mom. Bedroom. Zhou Qinshan and her cousin Wu Tongtong were on the left and right.
The two beauties, big and small, both had long legs that glowed with a clean white luster. The two beauties were lying down and chatting. Wushan was lying in the middle, his tail hooked, acting as a loyal spectator.
He couldn't interject, nor could he speak.
He was just a cat.
Wu Tongtong was jerking the cat while chatting with Zhou Qinshan about the past. Cousin, do you still remember?
When I was in kindergarten, you came to pick me up. The other kids bullied me, you took me to the kids' parents and scolded the parents to death. Wu Tongtong's memory was very good, and she remembered things from her childhood very clearly. Hearing this, Fongping looked at Zhou Qinshan. I didn't expect Zhou Qinshan to have such a pugnacious scene.
You still remember? I've forgotten all about it. I can't even remember what happened at that time. Zhou Qinshan had already forgotten about it. I remember. My parents wouldn't help me like this. Only you, cousin, would.
It's not for nothing that Wu Tongtong and Zhou Qinshan are so close.
Don't say that. Your parents love you. They just don't have the time, or they wouldn't have asked me to pick you up. Zhou Qinshan seemed to remember at this time. I remember something else. When I was 5 years old, I hid a cat and wouldn't come out of the closet at home. You couldn't find me and cried a lot. Wu Tongtong continued. You said this incident. Then I do remember. You don't know, I thought you lost it. I was so sad. You were also too naughty, and then you seemed to be given a good beating by second aunt. Zhou Qinshan said here, raised his hand and pulled Wu Tongtong's nose, a small punishment. Wu Tongtong didn't hide. Cousin, if I lose it again, will you be sad and will you go looking for me? She suddenly asked. Don't say that. You're fine. How could you lose it? Zhou Qinshan wouldn't let her go on. Cousin, if only you were my mom.
I wouldn't have to clean up more than my parents.
Wu Tongtong sighed.
Rebellious girls always have strange ideas.
What nonsense. I'm your cousin. Don't talk nonsense. If second aunt hears you, she should probably clean you up again. Zhou Qinshan's face was a bit red and shy. It was the first time she was told that she wished she was a mom.
Luckily, no one else heard it here. De Wang doesn't count, he won't say it to the public.
I'm not bolting. I really think like this. I even want to call you mom now.
Wu Tongtong's eyes fell a little red when she said this.
Fool. I am your cousin. I know it's not easy for you, I've been there too.
Don't think about it blindly, you just have too many weird thoughts in your head, that's why you're imagining things all day long. Seeing that Wu Tongtong was not in the right mood, Zhou Qinshan reached out and hugged her lovingly.
Cousin. Wu Tongtong finally burst into tears and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out.
It seemed that the grievances of the day were only really released at this moment.
Zhou Qinshan's eyes were also red, she couldn't see other people's tears.
Fongping was also unable to comfort the two beauties, big and small. He thought for a moment and suddenly jumped out of bed.
De Wang, where are you going?
Zhou Qinshan shouted. Fongping's tail hooked and ignored it, directly running out of the bedroom. Wu Tongtong also rubbed her eyes and sat up.
Where is the great king going? Did I scare Big King? Did he go back to the sofa? She asked. Before the words were finished, Fongping walked back in.
He stomped on a clean towel on the floor and hopped back up. It was his habit to keep it clean and hygienic. The big and small beauty paused as Fongping came back from the living room with a box of drawer paper in his mouth. He put it down low, then raised his front paws and pushed the box of drawer paper over.
The tail hooked. Go ahead and cry.
Wipe with the paper when you're tired of crying.
The big and little beauties saw what he meant. Put. Wu Tongtong couldn't help it, and a snot bubble sprayed out.
She hurriedly grabbed a piece of drawer paper and wiped it clean.
Cousin, Big King is what I've seen. The smartest cat. Wu Tongtong praised. Big King is indeed smart. Zhou Qinshan nodded her head.
If she complimented herself, she would be very modest. But if she complimented Big King, she always admitted it proudly.
Cousin, how did you meet Big King? Was it at the pet store? Wu Tongtong asked with a bit of curiosity.
She hadn't come to see Zhou Qinshan for a while and didn't realize that she had adopted a cat.
De Wang is not my pet. He is actually my friend.
When I met the bad guys, if it wasn't for Big King saving me, I might not even be able to see you now.
Zhou Qinshan couldn't help but talk about that incident in front of her cousin.
She hadn't even told Zhou Dad about this matter. If Zhou Dad knew about it, the entire Jiangcheng would probably turn a corner to find that bad guy as well. She knew that the bad guy was still in Jiangcheng.
Fongping's tail ticked when he heard this.
He hadn't killed that bad guy in the first place because he wasn't that powerful yet.
But now,
there was a cold color in his eyes. He would find that person.
That person couldn't run away. Cousin, what happened? You tell me.
Wu Tongtong sensed that her cousin had some trembling. It seemed that this incident had affected her greatly.
Zhou Qinshan recounted. That day,
I was running in the nearby park. Wu Tongtong broke out into a cold sweat herself after hearing about this incident, not expecting her cousin to encounter something so dangerous.
This matter is fine for you to know. Don't tell anyone else.
Even more so, don't tell your uncle. Zhou Qinshan instructed after she finished speaking.
The uncle she was talking about naturally referred to Papa Zhou. I know. I won't say anything to others.
Wu Tongtong nodded her head. She also knew that saying this kind of thing would have a bad influence on her cousin.
But she wanted to ask about another thing. Right. Cousin. De Wang is so smart, how did he wander? What did he go through before?
Zhou Qinshan naturally didn't know, and she looked at Fongping who was lying next to her.
Fongping had obviously heard the question as well.
But he just tugged at his ears and remained silent. The previous world was getting farther and farther away from him.
Now, he was a cat. Chapter 55, A Special Favor.
He didn't know how long it had been. When Fongping woke up from his contemplation, he realized that the big and small beauties were all asleep.
But even as they slept, Wu Tongtong's hand was still hugging Fongping.
In her sleep, her face did bring out a smile. It must be that at this moment, she was having a good dream. Students nowadays, it was indeed quite difficult. Fongping lifted the cat's head, his tail hooked, and looked out the window. The night color was deeper. He moved his body. Wu Tongtong's hand slipped off his plush back.
She was sleeping soundly and didn't wake up.
He twisted his head to look at Zhou Qinshan, who was also sleeping heavily. Usually when she fell asleep, she rarely woke up. He raised his front paws and hooked the thin quilt of the big and small beauties and helped them cover up.
Then, Fongping jumped down silently. He left the home.
Of course. He wasn't running away from home, he was just out for a stroll to get some air.
Cats were animals that liked the dark.
Fongping himself didn't feel this way. It might have something to do with the fact that he had a human soul in his body. But the dark night would still bring him some different feelings. At least in the dark night, he would feel that his movements were freer and more unrestrained. Just like when he came to that barbecue stand now, no one was paying attention. There were still quite a few people at the barbecue stand, but Ningxian wasn't here.
That pretty female detective, she was off today? Fongping sniffed the air. No, she had been here. There was still a faint odor from Ningxian's body emanating from the air.
Ningxian had sat here for a short while, then left again, and not long ago. This barbecue stand seemed to be a place that Ningxian was quite fond of. It could also be that there weren't many places to eat at night, and this place just happened to provide it. Fongping didn't continue to stay here. The other people saw him and their expressions looked impassive.
Not everyone liked animals, not everyone liked cats.
Fongping slipped quietly through the darkness of the night, following a faint scent that was Ningxian's.
Her footsteps were a bit hurried. Had she received a new mission? Fongping's heart was interested, ready to go over and take a look.
Ningshan was also looking for Fongping at the barbecue stand just now, but after looking around, she didn't see the cat. She was actually a little disappointed in her heart. Why didn't the Great King come to her? She was also prepared to treat the Great King to something nice, not grilled fish today, but fragrant grilled meat. But thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The Great King was not a stray cat, he had an owner. Maybe those 2 days, it just so happened that his owner was in a relaxed mood, or not paying attention, so the Great King could sneak out. But today, maybe Big King's owner didn't let him out. Just as Fongping had judged, not long after sitting there, she received an urgent mission. Tonight's mission was to raid an entertainment club. This entertainment club was very famous in Jiangcheng, but it was also reported by many people because this entertainment club was secretly still operating a casino. This was impermissible behavior. This was also illegal behavior. Places like casinos had caused many families to lose their money, and the detectives abhorred it. But to deal with this entertainment club, evidence must be found. The detectives hoped to find evidence to bring this entertainment club to justice. But every time the detectives went there, they came up empty-handed and found nothing. It seems that this entertainment club is very formal, and there is no such illegal behavior as operating a casino. It goes without saying that someone is tipping them off. Today's raid at night was to surprise the person who tipped them off so that they wouldn't have time to notify the other party. Only then could evidence be found. Because the mission was given out of the blue, Ningshan was still in civilian clothes and didn't change into her formal attire. The mission was given in a very short period of time, requiring the detectives who received the mission to immediately concentrate and turn in all their cell phones. This was also to learn from the lessons of previous operations and avoid tipping off the police. Ningshan and her male partner had already met up with the detectives near that entertainment club. In 3 minutes, the detectives were going to start their mission. Ningshan was paying attention to the time when the middle-aged captain suddenly called her name. Ningshan stood out, thinking that the captain had asked her to go in and scout first. After all, she was wearing civilian clothes, so it was a bit easier to move around. Ningshan, your partner is looking for you. The middle-aged captain, however, spoke meaningfully. Ningshan paused and looked at the male partner beside her. Isn't this my partner? I am not talking about him. I mean your cat partner. He's come to see you. The middle-aged captain realized that he hadn't made himself clear and added another sentence. Ningshan followed the captain's gaze, and only then did she realize that Big King was standing nearby. Big King's tail was hooked, and he seemed to be tilting his head to look at the detectives assembled over here. Seeing the appearance of the Great King, Ningshan was instantly delighted and happy. Not only Ningshan, the assembled detectives also brought out a smile on their faces. Even the captain, the serious expression on his face, loosened up quite a bit. It was really this cat that had given everyone too much of an impression. Last night's mission was supposed to fail, but it was successfully completed with the help of this cat. Everyone naturally had a special good feeling towards Fongping. It seemed that this cat, too, had become their comrade in arms. Fongping saw Ningshan, and also saw this group of detectives, and pondered in his heart what mission everyone was on today. He came back to the interest of watching. Ningshan walked out from the group and went to crouch down in front of Fongping. Great King! Thank you for coming to see me. We are about to enter the entertainment club for a raid. I can't accompany you today. If I can see you tomorrow, I'll treat you to a nice meal. She still liked that the Great King could find this place. It showed that the Great King still remembered her in his heart. But today was different from yesterday, and for today's mission, the Great King should not be used. Fongping then realized Ningshan's mission tonight. An entertainment club? After becoming a cat himself, it seemed like he had never entered such a place again. Should I follow Ningshan to check it out? Thinking like this, he paid no mind to Ningshan's words. I didn't ask you to accompany me, I'll go in and take a stroll by myself. Ningshan said a few words and returned to the team of detectives. The middle-aged captain's gaze then retracted as well, looking at the time, his face solemn. Time's up. Everyone set off. Remember to search carefully, the suspects inside, not one of them should be let go. He ordered. Yes. The detectives straightened their bodies and promised. The entertainment club was instantly surrounded. A team of detectives, flashing their credentials, fishtailed into the room. Operation Raid. It had begun. Chapter 56, isn't it a bit strange? At the entertainment club, the detectives began their raid. A 30-something, somewhat chubby entertainment club supervisor welcomed the detectives' inspection with a smile. Detectives! It's still so hard in the middle of the night. Our entertainment club is a regular operation, we will never do anything illegal, please believe us. Although the fat supervisor swore an assurance, the detectives naturally would not listen to him. Everyone's face was serious, and they launched a carpet search in all the rooms of the club. As long as there is a suspect place, everyone will not let go. The casino of the entertainment club is naturally very hidden, and will not let people easily find out. And the casino here must be introduced by an acquaintance, strangers cannot enter.
This was also the reason why the detectives were slow to find out. The detectives couldn't use undercover visits to enter. Even those who enter the casino actually wear blindfolds. It was all led by someone from the casino, completely unaware of the route into the casino. Ning Shan was just like everyone else, carrying out her task diligently. At some point, Fongping also appeared here. It was good to watch the fun. Naturally, the closer the better. Originally, there were guards at the entrance of the entertainment club, but as soon as the detectives arrived, these guards withdrew. Fongping slipped in and walked in without any problems. He followed not far from Ning Shan, his tail hooked, watching the action. The detectives were not surprised to see Fongping following Ning Shan. Everyone knew that the cat's name was De Wang, and now it seemed that De Wang and Ning Shan did have a very good relationship and liked to follow her wherever she went. Although everyone had also heard of pet show programs, it seemed that there was also a cat named Big King. However, the detectives rarely watched pet show programs and did not connect the cat in front of them with the pet show program. After all, the owner of that cat that participated in the pet show wouldn't just let it out to sneak around, right? The detectives just thought of Fongping as a cat with the same name. This kind of homonymity was too common, just like a person with the same name. Seeing this scene of Fongping following Ning Shan, the detectives just laughed and quickly got seriously involved in their inspection work. The fat supervisor looked at the inspections of these detectives with a completely unconcerned attitude. He did look at this cat Fongping a few times. The entertainment club did not like the arrival of cats. It was unlucky. Luckily, this was just his mental activity. If Fongping heard it, he would definitely find trouble with him. Unlucky? Do you have any manners? Can you speak? The fat supervisor was ready to drive Fongping away, and when he realized that the detectives knew this cat, he stopped paying attention. The middle-aged captain frowned when he saw this. Was he going to pounce again tonight? To know that not many people knew about tonight's mission, and it was still a temporary mission. It was like this, the news still leaked out, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The detectives scrutinized for a while, and the news was returned one by one to the middle-aged captain. Captain. The first floor check is complete, no findings. Captain. Second floor check completed, no findings. Captain. Third floor check complete, nothing found. Captain. Fourth floor check complete, nothing found. Captain. Fifth floor check complete, nothing found. Hearing everyone's returns, the middle-aged captain's frown tightened. Already halfway through the inspection, there was surprisingly no discovery. He was now almost certain that the news must have leaked out. This entertainment club had already made preparations. If this could be checked out, it would really be a hell of a thing. Ning Shan also came back to report at this time, and she also did not find anything. Fongping followed alongside and also heard these inspection news. He thought the same as the middle-aged captain, the news must have leaked out. No matter where they were, there was always a shortage of insiders. Fongping looked at the fat supervisor with a smile on his face, but his eyes were emboldened. This is a certainty, the detectives can only return today without any success. The fat supervisor did have some contempt in his eyes, but he hid his thoughts well. These detectives. 100 more such inspections would be one thing. As long as they get the message in time, nothing will happen. When the fat supervisor thought about this, he really admired his boss for being so godly that he was able to take care of all kinds of relationships. When Fongping saw the fat supervisor's face, he was suddenly a little bored. Ning Shan and the detectives were working so hard, all for the sake of the city's tranquility. And the people who created the city's unrest were living comfortably. People like the fat supervisor, who lived a tasty life, were a disgrace to the detectives. Fongping didn't believe that this entertainment club didn't have problems, or else Ning Shan and the detectives wouldn't have made such a surprise inspection. There were no problems, they just hadn't been found. He looked around. Suddenly sniffed the air. Then, Fongping walked to the door of a room and squatted down, his tail hooked. Want to come and take a look? He pulled out his signature move again. His movements did not attract the fat supervisor's idea, but Ning Shan noticed. Thinking of De Wang's amazing performance last night, her heart suddenly stirred. This cat was smart and amazing. Any move he made had its own meaning. De Wang, what have you discovered? You take us to take a look. Ning Shan's voice also made the middle-aged captain's eyes look over. Great King? Did this cat make another discovery? The middle-aged captain's gaze, too, had a hint of anticipation. The fat supervisor took a look at the cat and wasn't alarmed at all, there was even some teasing in his eyes. Not bad. There was indeed a problem in that room. But to discover the problem, it was impossible to rely on just a cat. He didn't believe the cat could do it. If the cat could do what the detectives couldn't see, then he, for one, was willing to eat the mahjong in the room. To an outsider, it was an ordinary mahjong room. Entertainment clubs, playing a little mahjong, should be no problem, as long as the amount is not too big, it is not illegal. It was also a form of entertainment. Fongping walked into this ordinary-looking mahjong room. He didn't find it either for the moment, but he still found something wrong.
There were many odors in this room, his sense of smell was very sharp, and he distinguished the odors of hundreds of people. And they were staying here for a short time. This was strange. Even if playing mahjong attracted people, it was impossible for so many people to gather around. Then there was only one explanation: there was something odd about this room. At this moment, Ning Shan and her male partner walked into the room. The two had actually searched the room and found no problems. But since the Great King walked in, it definitely wasn't for no reason. Great King! Is there something wrong here? You tell me. Ning Shan squatted in front of the Great King. She looked at the room again, it was still very ordinary. An automatic mahjong table was placed in the center, and 4 chairs were placed neatly around it. The room was a little bigger than a normal room, and there were quite a few Art Deco paintings on the walls around it, more than a dozen of them. Fongping's head, at this moment, was looking at these paintings. For Ning Shan and her male partner, these Art Deco paintings made the room more elegant. But even more elegant, this was also a place to play mahjong. The paintings were very ordinary, and they were just an optional decoration for the room. What Ning Shan and her male partner did not notice, Fongping did. He didn't notice it through his eyes. The odor. Odors that were not easily detected by humans were able to be sniffed out easily for him. One of the paintings. It was higher from the ground, but the odor of this painting was very strong. It seemed that someone had touched this painting often. The strange part was also here: the location of this painting was not easy to touch even if Ning Shan was higher. Such a high position, yet someone had touched it often. This? Wasn't it a bit strange? Chapter 57, which could be magical every day. Fongping stared at the cat's eyes, keeping his eyes on the painting on the wall. Ning Shan finally noticed. The Great King. These paintings? Isn't it wrong? Isn't there something wrong with them? She asked Fongping. Her male partner, who had already gone to the wall, picked off 2 or 3 paintings in passing. It was carefully examined, but nothing was found. The male partner looked over in some confusion, wondering what the cat had seen. Maybe it didn't see anything, the cat was simply looking at the wall. Fongping swept a glance, this definitely would not be found. The entertainment center wasn't stupid, it couldn't have a problem with every painting. It was better for me to do it. He couldn't be reminded, so he could only act on his own. Tugging at his ears. Fongping slowly walked under the wall. The body bowed. Suddenly bouncing. A cat's bounce was already amazing, and Fongping's bounce was even more amazing. In reality, this was just a very easy one for him, and if he really exerted himself, he would have to worry if he would hit the roof. Ning Shan saw the Great King jump onto the wall and jump high. His front paws fiddled with a painting, which fell off at once. The male partner's quick hands caught the painting. Fongping landed back on the ground and waved his tail. Your turn. The male partner finally made a discovery with this inspection. Behind the painting, a password keypad similar to a safe was exposed. It was a wireless remote control keyboard. At this moment, the fat supervisor stood beside the middle-aged captain. Captain, you guys are really working hard, I'm touched. I won't stop you guys if you want to inspect, you're welcome to come anytime. Why don't you go to my office and rest for a while, I'll pour you a cup of tea. He warmly extended an invitation to the middle-aged captain. He was testing whether this middle-aged captain could be drawn in. The middle-aged captain didn't eat this and ignored it, he definitely wouldn't follow the fat supervisor to drink tea. He looked at the room that the Great King had just entered. Hopefully something is found, he thought to himself. He carried expectations for the magical cat. If his own detectives couldn't find it, maybe the Great King could have something. Just then, Ning Shan rushed out of the room. Captain, you come and take a look. We seem to have found something. She held the painting in her hand and said to the middle-aged captain with excitement. What discovery? The middle-aged captain looked at the fat supervisor with a serious face and walked over. The fat supervisor's heart also jumped. Seeing that painting, his eyes flashed in panic, then became calm again. Getting this painting was only the first step. The path to the casino was not simple. As long as the password was not leaked, the casino would still be safe. What is this? The middle-aged captain turned around and asked the fat supervisor. He saw the mystery behind the painting, saw the password keypad behind the painting. Captain, you guys are still really good. This is our safe's wireless password keyboard, I didn't expect this to be discovered by you guys. The fat supervisor said calmly. As if this was a very ordinary thing. Since it's a wireless keypad for the safe. How could it be placed on the wall? Put behind this painting? The middle-aged captain subconsciously thought that the fat supervisor's words were not credible. It's pressingly difficult to explain. Captain, you know that entertainment clubs like ours are a mix of good and bad, and there are all kinds of people. Some guests need to keep their valuable belongings safe, so we provide a safe. The wireless password keypad is hidden here, so it's not easy to be discovered. The fat supervisor had long prepared a suitable reason, which was to make an explanation for being discovered by accident. Such an explanation seems to make sense. Safe deposit box? Where is it?
I want to take a look. The middle-aged captain pondered for a moment and asked, Captain, detectives, please follow me. The fat supervisor brought everyone back to the mahjong room from earlier. Fongping was still squatting inside, not going out. Fat supervisor came in and saw this cat. Did the cat find this painting? He guessed in his heart. And a little bit do not believe. People couldn't even find it, how did the cat know?
Not to mention that this painting, originally in a very high position. He did not realize that a cat's sense of smell, which differed greatly from humans, was much stronger than humans. And Fongping, even more so, was not an ordinary cat.
Captain, this cat is yours? It looks so cute, you guys trained it, right? The fat supervisor still asked tentatively. Well, the middle-aged captain was non-committal. Doesn't admit it. No denial either. He didn't want to divulge the matter of this cat. Also, he didn't want to bring trouble to the great king. The fat supervisor didn't get an answer and didn't care.
He still didn't see Fongping as too important. A cat was definitely not as important to him as these detectives in front of him. The fat supervisor walked over to another picture in the room and took it off, revealing a hidden safe. The middle-aged captain's eyes narrowed. This room, there were a lot of hidden things. This also made it more and more obvious that this mahjong room was not simple. Captain, this is the room's safe. This is what we provide for our guests to keep important belongings. The fat supervisor introduced. Open it. We want to check it. Don't play tricks. The middle-aged captain directly ordered. Ningxian placed the painting face down on the tabletop of the automatic mahjong table. The fat supervisor walked over, extended his own hand, and pressed a string of codes.
The safe on the wall really opened.
There were no guests at this moment, and the safe was empty. The middle-aged captain had no doubts about this. Since the fat supervisor said that it was provided for the guests, now that there were no guests in this room, naturally there were no belongings. However, the middle-aged captain always felt that this room was a bit odd.
You have a safe for every mahjong room? He asked again. That's not true. This is the only one we offer. Not all guests have such a request.
The fat supervisor's answer, dripping with water, and he thought to himself that there were no loopholes either.
The middle-aged captain was a bit regretful as he looked at De Wang.
The great king was squatting very quietly next to Ningxian, his tail ticking. Although this was also a discovery, but it was completely different from the discovery he had imagined. After thinking about it, the middle-aged captain was again a bit unsurprised. Great king was a cat after all. Yesterday's performance was already magical, and today's performance was actually not bad.
How could it be magical every day? If it really was, this cat would have become an elf. Fongping looked at the middle-aged captain, who was actually a bit puzzled as well.
He could feel that the wireless remote control keypad behind the painting was the key to the casino.
Only that everyone still hadn't discovered it now.
He himself had not discovered it either.
What to do now?
He felt that the middle-aged captain was already about to order the team to close. Going back like this, with nothing to show for it, was a shame for the hard work and dedication of the detectives. This entertainment club would definitely become even more unscrupulous, and there was no telling how many people would be harmed.
What should be done? A thought suddenly flashed through Fongping's mind.
He remembered his various system skills.
System. I'm going to gift me luck once. Can it be done? He asked in his head. Ding.
The host has gained luck once, valid for 24 hours. Fongping suddenly felt as if he had changed a bit, but then again, it seemed as if nothing had changed.
He also didn't care.
Suddenly, he jumped onto the painting of the automatic mahjong table. Just like a cat being naughty, he directly and haphazardly stepped on the wireless password keyboard a few times. Even he himself didn't know which keys he stepped on.
But when you have luck, you really can do anything.
On the ground to the left against the wall, a door disguised as a floor began to slide, revealing an underground passage.
The path to the casino opened. Chapter 58. Why did you run away in the middle of the night?
On the floor to the left of the mahjong room against the wall, a door disguised as a floor began to slide, revealing an underground passage. This directly caused the people in the room to have various reactions. The fat supervisor's face changed. He didn't expect that the opening password of the underground passageway would be cracked by a cat by chance. This time, the entertainment club was in big trouble. This underground passage was the route to the casino. Anyone who looks, that cat is just happenstance, is in the wireless remote control keypad randomly step a pass.
This can step on the correct password?
Even if the fat supervisor told the owner of the club, the owner would not believe it. The boss would only think that he had privately leaked the password and would find him in trouble. This cat was too lucky, and the luck was too good. Not only did he think so, the middle-aged captain, Ningxian, and all the detectives thought so as well.
The great king was still amazing and really lucky.
Everything became easy when it came to the great king. Everyone saw that when the great king stepped on the keyboard just now, he just stepped on it haphazardly without even glancing down. No one would believe it if they said that the Great King had become a spirit and knew the password.
That's just lucky. Do-won was a lucky cat.
The middle-aged captain sighed while looking at the Great King. Fongping had already jumped down. It seemed that after a bout of mischief just now, he had lost interest in the wireless remote control keyboard again. I have to thank this cat again today, the middle-aged captain thought in his heart. At this moment Fongping quietly squatted next to Ning Shan, his tail hooked.
The matter behind, naturally these detectives could handle it. This entertainment club, this time it was definitely planted. What is this place down here?
The middle-aged captain had begun to harshly interrogate the fat supervisor.
Captain, I'm not sure either.
I don't even know that there is an underground passage here. The fat supervisor didn't dare to say anything, or he still wanted to be stubborn to the end.
You, and you. Go down and take a look.
The middle-aged captain didn't say much and directly assigned a few detectives to go down. At this point, if you go down and take a look, you'll know.
If you want to hide it, you can't.
Soon, the detectives came with exciting news.
Captain,
we found the casino down there.
There are more than 100 people inside.
A detective reported to the middle-aged captain. The middle-aged captain then pointed at the fat supervisor and ordered,
"Cuff him."
A detective walked over and quickly handcuffed the fat supervisor.
Captain, I was wrongly accused. I really don't know anything.
The fat supervisor still wanted to pretend to be innocent, but there were no more detectives to pay attention to him. Things have come to this point, the fat supervisor certainly cannot escape, behind the club owner, also certainly cannot escape. It was another busy night, the detectives were busy and it was almost dawn again. By the time everyone wanted to thank the Great King,
the cat that once again brought good luck to everyone, had already gone home. Fongping returned home and once again slept on the couch. Wu Tongtong got up in the morning and was not happy to find Fongping on the couch. Do-won, why did you run away in the middle of the night? Could it be that you're still not happy with two beautiful women of our size accompanying you?
She questioned Fongping.
Fongping tugged his ears. What are you talking about? I can't understand your human words. Tong.
Don't talk nonsense in front of the Great King.
Get ready, you're going home later. Zhou Qinshan's face turned a little red and hurriedly pulled this cousin of his away.
Saying more, there was no telling what this cousin would say. Even if she said it in front of the Great King, she was a little embarrassed. When Wu Tongtong heard that she had to go home, she became a little frustrated.
Cousin, really have to go back? Can't I stay at your place for a few more days?
She asked with a consultative tone. She was really a bit sad to let go of her cousin, and even more so the Great King. It was so much more fun for her to be here than at home.
This cat is too smart. It's too interesting. Didn't we agree last night? You still have to go to school. When you're on vacation, cousin is welcome to come and play.
Zhou Qinshan knew that she couldn't give in, otherwise this cousin of hers would most likely rely on her home. She is also doing this for the good of her cousin, after all, her cousin studies, or not to slacken.
Cousin, this is what you said. Then I'll come over after vacation.
Wu Tongtong heard this and was a little happier. Fongping hooked his tail at the side and was relieved in his heart. This headache-inducing problematic young girl was finally going back.
Do-won, my school is not far from here. Remember to come and see me in the future. Wu Tongtong admonished Fongping one more time.
She also quietly put the note with her school name in front of Fongping. She didn't care if the Great King could read it or not. In her imagination,
Meow was definitely able to read it.
Fongping looked down, he could certainly read it and memorized the school name. As for whether or not he would go to see Wu Tongtong,
that was another matter. After the two men and the cat talked for a while, Zhou Qinshan's second aunt knocked on the door.
Second aunt had purposely come over early in the morning to pick up the person. She was afraid that Wu Tongtong would still refuse to go home after leaving Zhou Qinshan's place. When she saw her mom appear, Wu Tongtong stopped talking and became a bit exasperated again. Fongping glanced at Zhou Qinshan's second aunt. The second aunt and Zhou Qinshan had a little resemblance. After all, the two had a blood relationship.
You are still angry. Have you thought about your mom? Have you thought about your dad?
We've been looking for you everywhere, and if it wasn't for your cousin's phone call, your dad would have gone crazy.
Second aunt couldn't help but say something about her daughter. Who told you to force me?
I said I don't want to learn piano, I don't want to learn painting, I don't want to read so many books. You guys are still forcing me. Wu Tongtong's rebellious character couldn't listen to these words.
Let's go. Let's go home. Why don't you thank cousin? Second aunt obviously doesn't want to argue with her daughter here either. I said it all last night. Thank cousin. Thank you, Great King.
Wu Tongtong said it again even though she said that. She looked at her cousin, and then at De Wang who was lying on the sofa. Then waving her hand at the man and cat, she picked up her school bag and walked out with a beat.
Go home and talk properly. Zhou Qinshan barked a word behind her back.
But Fongping felt that there would still be trouble in this matter.
Problematic young girl. How could there be no problems? Chapter 59 Early. Wu Tongtong was taken away by Ergu. Zhou Qinshan looked at the time and gave up on going to the park for a run. The program staff came earlier today, probably considering Zhou Qinshan's work, and came over very early to open the live broadcast camera. In the live broadcast room, viewers once again flooded in. The Great King seemed to be in a good mood today. But no, when I saw the expression on the Big King's face yesterday, I whacked the boss. Bro, don't show off, your boss is in the live room too. You didn't say so earlier. Slipped away. Good morning, boss. Zhou Qinshan asked Fongping while preparing breakfast. De Wang. I'm going to work after breakfast. Do you want to go to the company with me today? Fongping's tail hooked and he was going to fling it horizontally, but he quickly changed his mind. I just paid for the car yesterday, I haven't picked up the new car yet. That 4S store said that he could pick up the car today, so he had to go and take a look, otherwise he was not quite sure. No matter what, this is also the first car that Fongping bought, and it is also his cat car. When Zhou Qinshan saw Big King's tail wagging vertically, she knew what he meant. She was glad that Big King went to the company to accompany her, but with Big King's nature, he might be restless. It might be like yesterday again, when Big King was running around and no one could be seen. However, Zhou Qinshan wouldn't interfere with the Great King's actions, as long as the Great King was safe. After eating, one person and one cat finished packing. Of course, it was mainly Zhou Qinshan who cleaned up and put on makeup. If Fongping was there, he had a cat wash and was done quickly. At this moment the hostess and guests were also in Fongping's live room. Teachers, why do all cats like cat wash? This was a question she had discovered based on her usual observations. The guest, Song Chenggang, laughed when he heard this. Cats are naturally very clean, this is the nature of cats. Most cats will insist on washing their faces every day, just like people. People also get up in the morning and do grooming of themselves and wash their faces as well. This is because a cat often likes to go to places it is curious about, or rub up against walls and other places. This tends to get its face dirty, and cats hate water getting itself wet so much that they often use saliva to clean it. This is the reason why cats wash their faces. Not only does this sweep the bacteria off the face, but the saliva also hydrates the face and keeps it moisturized. This is very important for cats, and a dehydrated cat face is not conducive to hair growth. He introduced it to the hostess and also to the audience. In addition to the cleansing and moisturizing effect of cat face washing, it also has a massaging effect. The cat's face is covered with densely packed nerves, especially the nerves in the upper part of the nose, which tend to fail for a short period of time due to excessive fatigue and paralysis. This is very bad for the cat, because very often the cat relies on the sense of smell of the nose to make judgments. A cat washing its face can provide a massage to the nerves in the face and can be a great way to relieve facial fatigue. And don't forget that cats have another very important structure, the whiskers. The whiskers are the cat's sense of touch, and when the cat washes its face, it cleans the whiskers to keep its sense of touch sharp at all times. Another guest, Wu Daohong, also added an introduction. The audience in the live broadcast room understood when they heard this. So this is the reason why the Great King cat washes its face. Learned, strange knowledge added. The Great King, I'll go cat wash my face later. The Great King, wake up, you're not a cat. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Qinshan arrived at the advertising agency. Of course. Fongping also arrived at the company. Chen is here. Big King is here too. Good morning. Director Zhang of the office had already arrived at the company first and greeted one person and one cat when he saw them appear. Fongping looked at Director Zhang and hooked his tail. This was his way of greeting. He did not have a bad impression of this director. Director Zhang saw this and smiled. Your family's cat. It's really smart. Much better than my cat at home. She complimented. Director? You have a cat too? How come I haven't heard you say that? Zhou Qinshan looked up when she heard this. I just adopted a cat. I saw that the cat you raised was very good. I thought about getting one too, it's just that my cat isn't very obedient. Director Zhang laughed. But in her heart, she was thinking, how come cats and cats are so different? Her cat is so arrogant, completely ignoring people. Zhou Qinshan didn't say anything about it. Her own king was probably the smartest cat in the world. It wasn't comparable to other cats. That was what she thought. After chatting with the director for a few moments, one person and one cat came to their positions. Zhou Qinshan once again began to study the information on the O group. She had to hurry up, or else the advertisement would start preparing and she would still have a lot she didn't understand, and that would be a joke. Zhou Qinshan was a very disciplined girl, she would not allow this to happen. Fongping plopped down on the desk and accompanied Zhou Qinshan for a while, seeing that she was working seriously. After thinking about it, he decided to go out. At this moment, the 4S store was already open, so it was the right time to go and take a look at his new car, the white Mercedes SL 400. This was the color that he and Zhou Qinshan had jointly selected, and both one person and one cat liked it. Thinking of this, Fongping couldn't sit still. He was originally lying on his back, but now he tugged his ears and suddenly jumped down from his desk. Seeing that the Great King was going out, Zhou Qinshan was not surprised and just reminded him. "Do Wang, come back earlier. Don't let me worry." She knew that the Great King couldn't stay in the office. It couldn't be helped, she was in the office, and it was impossible for her to play with the Great King. Working at the office was supposed to be boring, and most of the time it was boring. Fongping's tail waved vertically, indicating that he knew, and then left the company. Coming out of the building, he directly took a cat step and walked towards that 4S store. The two car dealership employees standing at the door seemed to have changed. Fongping remembered clearly that the car dealership employee on the left was not the one from yesterday. At this moment, the two car dealership employees also saw Fongping. "Brother Wang, why is there a cat here? Let me get rid of him." The car dealership employee on the left was off yesterday and did not recognize Fongping. The car dealership employee on the right named Brother Wang pulled him back as he was about to go up. "Little Li, you're crazy. Do you want to be fired?" He glared at the car dealership employee on the left. "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" Xiao Li paused. Brother Wang's words startled him. He had only chased away a cat, how could he be fired? "You came to the company this morning. Didn't you hear everyone say there was a cat yesterday? Spent $1 million and bought a white Mercedes SL 400? Wang looked at him. "I heard that, huh? That's unbelievable. That cat is practically a sperm. Brother Wang, it can't be this cat that everyone is talking about, right?" Xiao Li said, and only then did he react. "If it's not this cat master, who else could it be?" After Wang finished the sentence, he had already warmly greeted them. When Fongping saw Wang approaching, he stopped and hooked his tail. This fellow? Why did he look a little different when he saw himself? He remembered that when this person saw himself yesterday, his attitude was not like this. Brother Wang and Fongping exchanged glances and also paused. He brewed his emotions for a moment and a cordial smile appeared on his face. "Brother Cat. Good morning. Chapter 60 is not as good as." Brother Wang's greeting made Fongping feel satisfied. This treatment was much better than yesterday. His tail waved in praise. "Brother Cat. Please come in. There is something you greet." Brother Wang's smile deepened and then invited Fongping into the store. For Fongping, don't look at it as a cat, he didn't dare to be offended or neglected at all. This cat was no ordinary cat. He even felt that whatever he had in mind, this cat could see it. If he was slow, he might be known by the person in charge of the hall in the blink of an eye. To such a cat, no amount of caution was too much. This person. It was the cat master. But his behavior, seen by others, was a bit abnormal. A pair of young men and women, who were about to enter the store to look at cars, just happened to see this scene. "Look at this man. Being so curt with a cat? There's nothing wrong with his brain, right?" The young man laughed at the young woman, as if he was watching a joke. "Stop it. Let's go in and look at the cars. Don't let anyone pick off the car we've been looking at." The female youth pushed the male youth, but with a pursed lips smile. She obviously also felt that this car dealership employee was a bit funny. Wang actually heard what the young man and woman said, and he acted as if he hadn't heard them. "Something wrong with my brain? Wait until you guys know how amazing this cat is. You guys are probably even worse than me." He thought in his heart, but his face remained unchanged. For the customers who entered the store, he continued to serve them with a smile. Fongping walked into the store and didn't see the young saleswoman. He walked unhurriedly, trying to find the other party. When the sales in the store saw Fongping, they all recognized the cat from yesterday. The amazing story of this cat buying a car yesterday had already spread amongst the various sales. Everyone was now looking at Fongping differently, and there were many people who regretted in their hearts. Had I known that this cat came to buy a car, this cat has money, if I had received it warmly, then this order would have been my own. $1 million car, this commission is not a small amount. Unfortunately, most of the sales saw Fongping yesterday and avoided him. One didn't want to cause trouble. The other is who cares about a cat? So now most of the salesmen can only be envious of the young saleswoman who received Fongping. Some people have quietly brought word to the young saleswoman to come over to receive the cat again. Now Fongping only recognized the young saleswoman. Some of the sales came over and tried to get in touch with Fongping, but Fongping simply ignored them. The person in charge of the lobby also saw Fongping, and he waved his hand at the other sales. That meant, don't bother the Great King. Don't interfere with whatever the Great King wants to do, whatever he wants to do. Anyway, he knew that the Great King, the cat, wouldn't just jump into the car, and he was very comfortable with the Great King. The pair of young men and women also walked into the store at this moment, their gazes swept around, and then they saw Fongping walking around the store as if no one was there. How come no one cares about this cat? This made the young man a little upset. He had never seen such an arrogant cat. He didn't like cats much either. This might be the cat in the store. The young woman guessed. In her opinion, since it was a store cat, no one must have cared. This is not surprising, some store cats are more favored than people. Thinking like this, the actions of the employees of the car dealership outside could be understood. What if this was the store manager's cat? The employees definitely didn't dare to offend it, and it certainly wasn't in their right mind. The male youth was probably reminded of this and thought about it, and he let go of the unhappiness in his heart. The cats in other people's stores, he couldn't care less. He came here to buy a car, and other things originally had nothing to do with him. At this moment, a male salesman came over with a smile. Mr. Ma'am. Good morning, are you buying a car? He greeted the young man and woman warmly. Yes. We've looked at quite a few stores. Still think the cars you have here are good. The male youth nodded his head. The two were going to buy a car that was over $100,000. It wasn't easy for them to save up so much money, so they definitely needed to look around more. Mr. MS. Which car do you guys favor? Do you want me to recommend it? The male salesman suddenly became more enthusiastic. The young man and woman, accompanied by the male salesman, began to select their favorite cars. In the blink of an eye, they forgot about the cat. Fongping did not pay attention to this pair of young men and women at all. The young female saleswoman who received him yesterday finally ran over. The young saleswoman had just arrived at the store and was busy with other things. When her colleague told her that the cat had come, she hurriedly put down her other things. No matter how important things are, they are not as important as this cat. Do Wang. It's to see your new car, isn't it? Our people have driven it out to get the license plate in the morning and it will be a while before they come back. She guessed Fongping's intention and explained a sentence to Fongping with a smile. Likewise, to this cat, she didn't dare to be slack. Whose cat was able to choose its own car? This cat could. Such a cat that had become a spirit could not be overly enthusiastic. The young saleswoman now treated Fongping as a rich customer and was as enthusiastic as she could be. Hearing this, Fongping realized that he had come early. If he had known that his car was going to be licensed, he would not have needed to be in such a hurry. He turned his body and prepared to leave. The young saleswoman looked at the time. Do Wang. Why don't you sit down for a while and I'll get you a glass of water? I see your car is coming back at this time. She spoke to Fongping again. Fongping was already heading out and stopped again. After thinking about it, then wait for a while. Anyway, he's out, it's fine to go back to the company again. His tail waved vertically. The young saleswoman could now read some of Fongping's meaning. Do Wang. Come this way. Let's go sit in the room for a while. She led Fongping towards the nearby lounge. Fongping squatted on the chair in the lounge, his tail ticking. The young saleswoman was busy around him, preparing a glass of milk and some small snacks for him. Such treatment was not available to any other customer. It was evident that she was very attentive to Fongping. Although Fongping didn't drink the milk and didn't eat the small snacks, such a service was undoubtedly satisfying to him. With such a cat life, he felt satisfied. Just when Fongping was in a good mood, the pair of young men and women, accompanied by the male salesman, also walked into the lounge. The two had already picked out the car and were now ready to negotiate the final price with the male sales. The two also knew that the car store's offer was watered down, and this was the time to strive hard to buy the car at the cheapest price. Seeing that Fongping, the cat, was also in the lounge, the male youth, without knowing how, was in a somewhat unhappy mood again. The cat in your store. The treatment is so much better than people. And milk? And small snacks? The young man swept a glance at Fongping's side. That's not our store cat. Our store manager ordered it. Be nice to him. The male salesman also glanced and explained. He guessed that the milk and treats, the young saleswoman had prepared them herself. In his place, he would have taken such careful care of the cat grandpa as well. He was even less aware that the young male was suddenly in a bad mood. The male salesman walked to the side and he poured a glass of water for the two. This was how customers were usually received in the store. The male youth looked at the 2 cups of water in his hand, and his mood became even more upset. How does this compare to milk? The small snacks were even less. This treatment was also too much worse. He became more and more disgruntled. What do you mean? As customers who buy cars, we're not as good as this cat? Chapter 61 Cat Car. We're not as good as this cat? The male salesman paused when he heard these words. He looked up at the male youth, only to realize that the other man's eyes seemed a bit disgruntled. He probably understood. The young man probably saw the milk and treats that the young saleswoman had prepared for that cat and felt dissatisfied. But this was something he couldn't explain. The young saleswoman prepared it herself, so she couldn't ask me to prepare it for you as well. Of course. If you are like the cat master, I am definitely willing to prepare for you. But the male salesman did not say this out loud. He was still professionally trained not to be rude to customers. You guys are mistaken. We treat all customers. It's all the same, all the same. The male salesman could only explain this way. How can it be the same? This cat has milk and snacks. We just have a glass of water, and you still say it's the same?
The male youth was unconvinced and raised his voice. The lounge was not only occupied by Fongping and the young man and woman, but also by other customers. Those customers also looked over, and many of them had slightly dissatisfied eyes. Everyone did see the difference between the two sides and saw the enthusiasm of the young female saleswoman towards Fongping. If it was really treated differently, everyone would definitely have an opinion. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also a bit dissatisfied when they saw this. Who is this person? The great king had bought $1 million car, shouldn't he enjoy this kind of treatment? He was looking over his shoulder and thought he should be treated the same way, but he wasn't. Sisters, don't marry a man like this. I can't look past this as a woman, this is the most classless man I have ever seen. I can't stand it as a man. Fongping also heard the male youth mention himself and turned his head to look. Then, the tail ticked. This male youth was jealous? Jealous that I have milk and snacks? This is interesting, how would the store explain this? At the moment the male salesman was a little unsure how to answer, it was the first time he had encountered this kind of problem. He could see that the male youth somewhat disliked the cat. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the male youth made his request. I won't make it difficult for you. Either you let everyone have milk and a small snack. Either you get rid of this cat. This sentence was the male youth's intention, he just looked at Fongping with displeasure. Before the male salesman could say anything, the young female salesman beside Fongping couldn't help herself. Mister, let me explain. These milk and snacks are actually prepared by myself and have nothing to do with the store. She didn't say anything just now because she didn't want to offend the customers. But the young man kept targeting De Wang, and she couldn't take it. You have such a good heart? Well, since you're so kind to a cat, how about you be nice to us customers who buy cars? Anyway, you're in a store, and since you're offering these things to a cat, I'll assume that it's a service that the store can offer. The young man bristled and swept her off her feet. He decided not to let this go. He was speaking up for all customers and fighting for everyone's rights. Mister, it's not impossible for you to want such a service. As long as you buy the same car as him, I think my colleagues, for sure, would be willing to provide you with such service as well. The young saleswoman heard this and said without panic. Buy a car? Are you telling a joke? This cat bought a car? The young man and the young woman looked at each other, and both of them laughed. They didn't believe the young saleswoman's words at all. This matter, after all, was too unbelievable. Mister, this cat did buy a car. He is also our customer. The male salesman finally couldn't help but confirm at this moment. We can't let this young man go on. If the young man offended this cat, the person in charge of the lobby would definitely come after him later. The person in charge of the lobby had already instructed that this person must be treated like a cat master. Okay, I'll treat this cat as if he bought a car. What kind of car did he buy? You said it's okay to buy the same car as him, right? Then I'll buy the same one. The young man said to the young woman sales. The young woman sales smiled slightly as she took out a stack of information. Sir, this is the information I prepared, because I haven't picked up the car yet, I haven't given it to the customer yet. This is the purchase invoice, this is the certificate of conformity, this is the certificate of vehicle conformity. This is the motor vehicle registration certificate, this is the 3 packages certificate, this is the vehicle use manual. You can take a look. She did not directly say that Fongping bought the car, because she was afraid that the other party could not stand. She could tell that the young man could not afford to buy such a car. She was also taking care of the young man's face. But the information that she had taken out could already prove a lot of things. A nearby customer curiously came over and picked up the purchase invoice and took a look. Mercedes SL 400? This car is over $1 million? Really rich. This customer let out a gasp. With this sound, several other customers also came over curiously. Is it really Mercedes SL 400? This is still a coupe? I like this car, but it's just too expensive. Several customers were talking, and some of them were quite fond of this car. The young man couldn't help but come over when he heard this. He looked at the purchase invoice and the certificate of conformity, and his face changed. He could tell that these were all true. But he didn't believe it. The young female sales must have taken other customer information and attempted to fool him like this. You're cheating, aren't you? How can you prove that these profiles belong to this cat? I don't believe he can sign it, it was clearly bought by a woman named Zhou Qinshan. He made skeptical noises. Just then, someone walked into the lounge from outside. The head of the hall walked in. De Wang, your Mercedes SL 400 is back. Do you want to take a look? He had come in to report the news to Fongping. Seeing the lounge crowd gathered around the great king, he paused. What happened? Fongping was still watching the fun, and now he heard the head of the hall. He stood up at once. There was nothing to see in the hustle and bustle in front of him, so he might as well go and look at his cat car. His tail hooked, jumped down from the chair, and ran out of the lounge without looking back. Maharaja! Wait for me. Don't run so fast. The young saleswoman hurriedly gathered her materials and chased after him.
The other customers heard this and came to be interested. Could this be true? Did this cat really buy a car? Everyone was actually not too convinced at first, just like the young man. But the scene they saw now changed everyone's opinion. It couldn't be that the entire 4S store, all of them, had joined together to cheat them. It wouldn't do the 4S store any good, and it wouldn't cheat them out of a penny. The customers in the lounge all walked out in a swarm. The young man was a bit hesitant, wanting to go and see, but he felt that he couldn't face it. Let's go and take a look. What if the store is joking? Don't you think so? The young woman approached him. The young man thinks it's reasonable. If they dare to fool me like this, don't blame me. I know a TV reporter. He said words with vengeance and also walked out with the young woman. Fongping had already left the lobby with the young saleswoman and now came to the car pickup area. His white Mercedes-Benz SL 400 was quietly parked there. The license plate was already on. "Do Wang, do you want to get in the car and take a look?" the young saleswoman asked while opening the car door. Of course Fongping wanted to get in the car and check it out in the meantime. A new car presented was not simple to check the various information of the vehicle. One also has to check the vehicle's exterior and interior, including the wear and tear of the tires and the engine compartment and so on. Of course, Fongping was just taking a cursory look. For the specific inspection, Zhou Qinshan would be very careful when he came to pick up the vehicle, and he trusted Zhou Qinshan. With a bow of his body, he deftly hopped into the car. He bounced on the passenger seat and jumped again. The seat was nice and quite soft. Seeing that cat bouncing and jumping in this $1 million luxury car, the onlookers, who had been skeptical for a minute, were now convinced. There was no 4S store that would let a cat jump and play in a luxury car. There was only one possibility. This car belonged to this cat. It was a cat car. Everyone turned back to look at the young man again. The man has quietly slipped away. Probably he was too embarrassed to stay. Chapter 62 Lollipop. Fongping sought his new car at the 4S store and inspected it before leaving satisfied. The car didn't seem to have any problems. With a smile, the young female salesman sent Fongping out of the 4S store. She did not return to the store until she saw the cat far away. Fongping returned to the building. Walking into the elevator, he prepared to go back to the advertising agency. "Wait. Please wait a moment." Someone outside ran from a distance, still shouting as he ran. This person seems to be in some hurry and wants the elevator to wait. There was only one cat in the elevator right now, Fongping. The staff in charge of filming would not intervene. Fongping looked back. Okay. He still touched the door opening button with his front paw. The moment the elevator closed, it opened again. The man ran in. Fongping took a look. It was a girl around 20 years old, dressed a little differently than girls nowadays. Her clothes were a little plain, but clean. The girl's face was also clean, with innocence in her eyes. She still looked very young. The girl was a bit tall, just about as tall as the pretty young ladies Fongping knew. Moreover, the girl's figure was slender. It was a pity that this figure was not used as a model, but the key was that the girl was quite pretty. "Thank you. Thank you." The girl thanked the staff in charge of the shooting. "Not me." The crew member shook his head and took a step back. "Girl, The girl pauses. "You're alone in the elevator." There seemed to be movement under her feet. The girl looked down, only to realize that there was a cat at her feet. Fongping and the girl glared at each other. "I helped you. And you don't thank me?" The girl also paused for a moment before responding. Cat. It was you who helped me? You pressed the elevator?" She squatted down. Fongping's tail ticked. "Otherwise?" The girl smiled. She seemed to read Fongping's meaning. "Cat planetarian. Awesome indeed." The girl sighed in her heart. She looked up and realized that the elevator did not press the floor when she noticed that the elevator did not move. She hurriedly stood up again and pressed the 22nd floor. "Cat, what floor are you going to?" She prepared to help Fongping press it as well. After asking this, she realized that a cat couldn't answer her question. The girl looked at the staff in charge of filming again. The staff member was expressionless. He didn't know which floor to go to. It was up to the king to decide. Fongping was going to jump up and press the 18th floor, but suddenly changed his mind again. It was still early. He decided to go to the modeling agency of the pretty young ladies. "Cat, you guys are going to the 22nd floor as well?" The girl saw Fongping not moving and asked again hesitantly. Fongping's tail waved vertically. This time the girl read it. "Cat, you are so smart. You can still understand my words." She praised and squatted down again. "Kitty, how about I treat you to a lollipop? It's delicious." The girl wore a smile and took out a lollipop. Fongping looked at the lollipop and suddenly saliva flowed out of his mouth in an indisputable manner. "Alas! Shame on you." The girl saw this and giggled. She plucked the candy paper and carefully handed it to Fongping's mouth. "Sweet. So sweet."
Fongping half squinted his eyes. It had been a long time since he had eaten a lollipop. It was so sweet. Sweet. The girl reached out and gently stroked Fongping's cat head. She now kind of liked this cat. Normally, Fongping was not given to be touched, let alone a cat's head. However, seeing as you're a woman, gave me the lollipop again. I'll give you face this time. Fongping did not refuse. With the lollipop in his mouth, he followed the girl to the 22nd floor. The elevator door opened and the girl walked out. Cat. See you later. I'm going in. She waved her hand at Fongping. What she's going in with happens to be the Van Star Modeling and Culture Agency. Fongping pulled his ears. No need to say goodbye, I'm going in too. Without waiting for the girl to react, he walked through the door first. The girl paused again, once again bringing out an innocent smile on her face. She and this cat really had a connection. It turned out that everyone's purpose was this modeling agency. Fongping was already famous in the modeling agency. De Wang. Why are you here? Sister loves you so much, sister loves you. Even the front desk lady at the door couldn't control her love for Fongping right now. Fongping could only raise his front paws in an attempt to hold the front desk young lady back. Reserve. Don't be like this. I'm the cat you can't get. Miss Front Desk didn't care and wrapped her arms around Fongping and pressed him into her embrace with force. Fongping was helpless. I knew that when I entered this company, I couldn't escape from the clutches. No, I couldn't escape from Miss Fong's favor. Miss Front Desk played with Fongping for a while, before letting go of Fongping. Then, she shouted to the inside. Sisters! Hurry up! Pick up the guests! Live in the room, the audience had been dumbfounded. Damn, the pretty ladies, they're so enthusiastic. I can't take it anymore. Great King, once again, I strongly request to be your little brother. Seeing the king so happy, I slapped myself. Why the hell am I not a cat? I wish the king an early birth, and I wish the king a long life together. Wish you a good son one. Wish you a happy birthday, Mr. Big. At this time, all the pretty ladies inside the company poured out. Everyone could understand the meaning of this phrase. It was a special word for the great king. Hearing this phrase, the pretty young ladies knew that the great king had come. Great King, it's really you. Great King, you haven't shown up for a long time since yesterday. Have you forgotten about my concubine? Your Majesty, I waited for you all night last night. Your Majesty, let's worship in the bridal chamber. Fongping blackened his face. What a mess. He kind of regretted it. He shouldn't have come to meet the pretty ladies. But it was too late for regrets. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't leave long ago. Great King, what are you eating? One of the pretty young ladies suddenly realized that something was wrong. She plucked the lollipop from Fongping's mouth. Fongping was not paying attention and the lollipop was snatched away. Seeing the lollipop, this pretty young lady's face sank. Who gave the great king the lollipop? Stand out? Her voice suddenly took on an angry tone. The surrounding pretty ladies gave a lurch. Can't the great king eat lollipops? Another pretty young lady asked cautiously. Of course you can't eat it. This is harming the great king. This is wanting the great king to die. The pretty young lady who found the lollipop got angry with a stern face. What's going on? Some pretty young ladies didn't understand why and opened their mouths to ask. At this time the hostess was also asking the guests. Teachers, can't the great king eat lollipops? She wasn't sure about this either. The guest, Wu Daohong, nodded his head. Normally, it is like this, cats can't eat lollipops for several reasons. First, lollipops have a high sugar content, which cats can't absorb after eating them, which will increase the burden on the organism and harm it. Secondly, lollipops contain xylitol, which can cause damage to the cat's liver and abnormal symptoms, such as vomiting and so on. He is a veterinarian, he has a say in this regard. But Maharaja has already eaten it, so what should we do? Maharaja? Will it? Another guest, Wan Lan, worried. The viewers were also tightened up in their hearts. Something happening to the great king is something that no one wants to see. If it's the great king, I don't think we need to worry too much. I've observed that Big King's spleen and stomach seem to be different from normal cats. The fact that he can eat human food and has had no problems for such a long time means that it's fine for him to eat lollipops. Wu Daohong smiled and comforted everyone. In other words, if something was going to happen to the great king, it would have happened a long time ago. It was important to know that when Fongping ate human food, he also ate a lot of sweets, which also included lollipops. However, the pretty young ladies didn't know that everyone listened to the explanation and immediately became worried about Fongping. What to do? Should we give the great king an infusion? Shall we send Big King to the hospital? Fongping couldn't help himself, raised his front paw and touched the pretty young lady who snatched the lollipop from his mouth. It's okay. I'm fine with it. That pretty young lady looked down, her eyes looking at Fongping with some sadness. Great King. What are your last words? Speak now. Fongping. Chapter 63 Loose. Fongping was a little helpless at the worries of the pretty young ladies.
not just a lollipop. Making it seem like I'm going to die soon.
It couldn't be helped, these pretty young ladies were doing it for their own good and had to be comforted. Fongping stretched out his front paw again and hooked the young lady's clothes, making the pretty young lady who snatched the lollipop come closer.
Come a little closer. The pretty young lady looked at Fongping and still came closer. Great king. This is really about giving last words.
Fongping saw her come closer and his own cat head also came over.
Ah, a bite. He snatched the lollipop back. Barely. Then Fongping escaped into the company. Ugh. The lollipop is poisonous. Quickly stop the king and snatch the lollipop back. The pretty young lady reacted and was in a hurry. Big king. You are going to kill yourself.
Numerous pretty young ladies, alarmed, began to surround the great king in the company.
Great king, you don't listen. Big king, you hand over the poisonous lollipop. Big king, sister is angry. Big king, sister is ignoring you. Big king, don't run away.
In the live broadcast room, the audience was also happy to see this.
De Wang, talent ah.
I didn't realize that you had a talent for grabbing lollipops. Great king, you cheated the feelings of the young ladies. Great king, surrender, you can't escape the clutches of the Miss Sisters. Great king, look at you, you're making the Miss Sisters cry in a hurry. Great king, your head can be broken, your blood can flow, but you mustn't lose the lollipop. The young ladies catch the great king and give him the tiger bench chili water.
Big king, what's the big deal? It's just a lollipop.
No matter how the pretty ladies shouted and chased, Fongping ignored them. In this way, he proved to the pretty ladies that the lollipop was safe and that I could really eat the lollipop. The pretty ladies chased after him for a while and were tired enough before they finally blocked Fongping in the corner. The pretty young lady who snatched the lollipop just now came over and forcefully snatched another lollipop from Fongping's mouth.
Where is the candy? Fongping had finished eating it a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't have stopped. Ugh. It's hopeless. Fongping walked to the entrance of the company under the mournful gaze of the pretty young lady.
He raised his front paw and touched the girl who was following him, and looked into the pocket where the girl had just pulled out the lollipop.
Is there still a lollipop?
The girl read Fongping's meaning.
No more? Cat. I shouldn't have given you any, I'm sorry.
Her voice was also a bit sad, she didn't want to harm the cat, she didn't have this bad intention.
LOL. It was you? Gave the great king a lollipop?
When the pretty ladies heard this, they finally realized who the culprit was, and they immediately surrounded the cat in a furious manner.
Yes, sorry. I didn't do it on purpose.
I didn't know that cats can't eat lollipops.
The girl apologized in a small voice. What now? The king is going to die.
You stay with us. The pretty young ladies were unforgiving.
Fongping raised his front paw and touched the pretty young ladies. I'm not dead yet. I'm still here.
The pretty ladies ignored the great king this time.
Are you dead or not? You don't get to say. Or the staff in charge of filming couldn't stand it.
He coughed, and the eyes of the pretty young ladies suddenly looked over.
All the young ladies.
There's no need to worry.
The great king can eat lollipops and will be fine.
He had told the pretty misses this after listening to the discussion of the program's guests and knowing that Fongping would not have a problem. Although the pretty misses weren't quite sure of his identity, they knew that he had been with the great king, so they should know the great king. Hearing him say this, the pretty little sisters finally let out a sigh of relief.
So that's how it is, then we are relieved. But the great king still can't eat more lollipops.
I was worried to death just now.
I was too.
The girl standing in the doorway also sighed in relief. If something happened to this cat, she really wouldn't be able to explain to these pretty ladies.
This cat is so cute. If he was gone, everyone would definitely be sad. By the way, who are you? Why are you standing in front of our company?
The pretty young lady who grabbed the lollipop spoke again. This time she was questioning the girl. Just now, she had been focusing on the big king, and had ignored this girl. This girl has also been standing in front of the company for half a day. I saw that the company was recruiting models.
I wanted to come over and give it a try. I don't know if I can do it.
The girl was a bit shy, but still spoke up.
You're late. Didn't you say before 10 in the morning? The enrollment time has already passed.
The pretty young lady said somewhat deliberately. She was still a little dissatisfied that the girl had just given the great king a lollipop, even though it was only 10 minutes late now.
I know it's 10 o'clock. I was running as hard as I could on the way.
But it still wasn't in time.
The girl explained a sentence. Knowing that you have to come to the office to enroll today. Why don't you go out earlier?
You have to know that we models are not a normal profession, it's the most important thing to be punctual with time. The pretty young lady frowned and said another sentence. This is not to be difficult, in fact being punctual to enroll is the first test.
I left the house at 8 in the morning.
It could have been half an hour earlier. But there was a traffic jam on the way and I made 3 stops, but I was still a little late.
The girl tried to explain that she seemed to be eager to become a model.
That's when another pretty young lady spoke up instead. Sister Hong. There was indeed a traffic jam over here this morning. I was a little late just now because of the traffic jam. She confirmed the girl's statement. The pretty young lady who was called Sister Hong seemed to be the head of the company. Going out at 8 in the morning? You're going to take an hour and a half in a car? Your family lives far enough away. If you become a company model, such a long distance won't do. It's inevitable that you'll encounter today's situation. She did notice another thing. This is also a real problem. Live far away, traffic jam late, these cannot be avoided. The rent is cheaper at my place. If I become a model, I can rent a little closer. The girl pursed her lips, or frankly said it. She just didn't say it. Everyone could actually see that her financial condition didn't seem too good. It can be seen from the clothes worn on her body, dressed too plainly, not even like a city girl nowadays. You used to be? What kind of work did you do? Can we talk about it? Sister Hong's expression loosened a little. These questions were actually already examining the girl. The most important thing she needed in a model was a good character. She wouldn't accept someone with a bad character. I didn't work before. My mom at home is not well. I've been taking care of her. The girl is still very honest. She could have just said any job, but she didn't. So you're out working now? Who takes care of your mom? What about the rest of your family? Sister Hong's expression loosened a little more. The girl bowed her head slightly and looked up again. Originally, my dad earned money to support the family. But his health isn't too good right now. I just thought of letting my dad rest at home for a while I came out to work. Chapter 64, Little Heartless. What the girl said, the girl's life, Fongping had some sympathy. This girl was still good. At least there should be no problem with character. He could still tell from the girl's demeanor. The most crucial thing was that the girl even gave him lollipops, making him happy. Eating someone else's mouth is soft, taking someone else's hand is short. Since he had eaten someone else's lollipop, let's help. After thinking about it, Fongping walked over to Sister Hong, raised his front paw, hooked her clothes, and gently tugged it towards the girl again. Sister Hong looked down and looked at Fongping. Great king. You're doing it for her? Pleading with me? She asked in amusement. In fact, she was already loosening up in her heart. She could tell that this girl was nice. Such a pretty girl. It was actually quite easy to find a job. But the girl chose the hard way. For a newcomer like her, being a model wasn't easy. Just the hard daily training alone could make a large portion of girls stop. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Sister Hong raised her hand, one finger's end, and nudged Fongping's forehead. Little heartless. You've tugged my clothes apart. Are you worthy of me? Fongping pulled his ears. He felt that Sister Hong was driving. But he has no proof. Sister Hong. Give her a chance. I think she's still good. Some pretty young ladies saw Big King pleading for mercy and helped along. Okay. Sister Hong finally let the girl pass. After all, it's the Great King's plea. Who could resist it? The pretty young ladies couldn't resist, and neither could she. How about this? I'll give you a chance for an interview. But whether you can be hired or not will depend on your own performance. Sister Hong loosened up, she said to the girl. Thank you, Sister Hong. Thank you all. Thank you too, De Wang. The girl thanked with gratitude. She now knew the cat's name. You take her over. With the girls who signed up. Attend the interview together later. Sister Hong then instructed another pretty young lady. Come with me, I'll take you over. The pretty lady took the girl away. Modeling wasn't quite the same as other interviews. There was makeup and a change of clothes and so on, and you had to show your best side. De Wang. You're here anyway. Do you want to go to the interview together? Sister Hong lowered her head again and invited Fongping. A modeling interview? Fongping hadn't even seen it in his last life, so it should be exciting, right? His tail wagged merrily. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all happy. Great King, this is obviously heartwarming. Great King, seize the opportunity to pick yourself a royal consort. Great King, what a little heartless, this is to move on. Great King, urgently begging to accept a little brother, take me with you Great King, I'll just look, I won't do anything. Eventually, Fongping followed Sister Red and the pretty ladies to the room where the interview was taking place. The room was large, with Sister Hong and a few pretty young ladies sitting behind a row of desks, with some forms in front of them for various scoring. On the opposite side was a very wide area, enough for the girls who had signed up to show themselves. De Wang. You jump over to the table. You can see clearly from here. A pretty young lady enthusiastically waved at Fongping. Fongping raised his cat head and looked. No go. Not comfortable. He walked around the desk by himself and chose a suitable place amidst the attentive gazes of the pretty young ladies. Sister Hong's long legs. Squatting on Sister Hong's legs was soft, just like squatting on a sofa. Fongping squinted his eyes, his tail ticking, enjoying himself. The pretty young lady next to him didn't do it. Big King. You are biased.
Why don't you come to Missy's legs?
Pretty Miss Sister also showed her long legs, as long as Sister Hong's.
Fongping was drooling a little. No, some heart, should I go over and try?
Sister Hong sensed that something was wrong, and immediately hugged the king, hugging tightly, making Fongping feel some kind of ferocity.
Not allowed to go. You just came up.
What she has, Sister here also has,
she said to Fongping. Fongping always felt that Sister Hong was driving again. He still had no proof. And you too. Put your legs away.
The great king is not interested. She admonished the young lady next to her again.
This was completely the aura of a big sister.
The pretty young lady next to her was aggrieved, and with a glance at Fongping, she put away her long legs.
Fongping could only raise his cat head and look at the other party comfortingly. Okay. Time to feast your eyes. No, time for the interview. Sister Hong. This is the first applicant's information. I've organized it.
The pretty young lady next to her handed a copy of the information to Sister Hong.
Sister Hong took the information and looked at it. It has the applicant's name, height, home address, contact number, resume, and so on. Let her in.
Sister Hong nodded after reading the information.
An interview girl then walked in.
She saw all the pretty young ladies who were interviewing, then she paused.
What? There is also a cat? Fongping's tail ticked. I'll just take a look. Can't I?
The girl quickly calmed her expression, even though she didn't like cats much. Sister Hong had already noticed the girl's expression, and she looked down at De Wang with an unmoving expression on her face. She didn't bring Big King here for no reason. It was also a test of one's character.
Good day to all the teachers. My name is Li Qian.
I am 21 years old, I am 1 meter 78 tall, and I am from. The girl is pretty and tall. She started to introduce herself to Sister Hong and all the pretty ladies.
You walk in a circle. Let's see your walking posture. Sister Hong said to the girl after listening to the introduction. For a model, the walking is very demanding. Good.
The girl nodded her head greatly. She then walked back and forth a few times in front of Sister Hong and the pretty sisters, and of course, Fongping.
De Wang. Do you like this girl?
Make a statement. Tail wagging vertically means you like it, tail wagging horizontally means you don't. Sister Hong watched the girl's pace and movements and asked Fongping with her head down.
Fongping's tail would have been hooked in the air. Then, suddenly it didn't move. I'm just here to take a look. I'm not taking a stand. Then it means you don't like it? Sister Hong picked up the form on the table and typed 1 under the girl's name. This is a denial of the other party. Fongping paused. Don't be so arbitrary, okay? I didn't say anything at all.
Sister Hong didn't care. In her opinion, a girl who didn't like cats wasn't what she wanted. Of course. It's not that if you don't like cats, you're not a good girl. It's just that she doesn't want that kind of girl.
This was also Sister Hong's personality and characteristic. Since you don't like cats, then I don't want you either.
Fongping didn't know what Sister Hong was thinking, he just felt that the woman was too childish.
You're interviewing models like this? Is it really good? Okay.
It was none of Fongping's business, he was just looking, he didn't take a stand. When the girl had walked a few rounds, Sister Hong called a halt.
Your interview is over. If we think it's suitable, we'll let you know.
The girl nodded, she felt that she had done well and left.
Sister Hong. This is the second applicant's information.
The pretty young lady next to her handed over a second piece of information.
Tell her to come in.
Sister Hong said indifferently.
The second interview girl walked in, and Fongping could tell that it was another girl who didn't like cats. De Wang. Do you like this girl?
Make a statement. Tail wagging vertically means you like it, tail wagging horizontally means you don't like it.
After a brief interview, Sister Hong looked down and asked Fongping again. Fongping raised his cat head. If I flap my tail vertically now? Will you roll your eyes? Chapter 65. Remember to come and play. Fongping ended up keeping his tail still. Sister Hong, on the other hand, continued to type under the girl's name. You don't like it. I just don't want it.
Fongping was a bit aggravated. How is this still forcing the choice of a consort? No, the choice of a person.
You made me choose, right? This is what you forced me to do. Sister Hong. This is the third enrollee's information.
The pretty young lady next to her once again handed over the third piece of information. The third interview girl walked in and saw Fongping with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
Okay. You're the one. Fongping's tail was suddenly wagging vertically. Wait a minute. Don't get excited. We haven't even started the interview yet. Sister Hong skimmed. She wasn't without principles either. The pretty young lady next to her couldn't help but laugh. Fongping's cat face darkened. Early yet? Bullying me for not being able to speak, is it?
However, this time, Sister Hong still gave face to the great king. After the third girl's interview was over, she put a check mark under the girl's name.
The interview was successful.
When Fongping saw this, his cat face expression normalized a bit.
This is what I personally ordered. You little heartless. Really know everything, huh? What else can't you do?
Sister Hong once again used her one finger zen and nudged Fongping's forehead. In her heart, she actually marveled a little.
This cat. Too smart. It had really become a savant.
It was no wonder she didn't like the great king.
Fongping didn't say anything. I will be much more. Will you be afraid to hear it? The interview continues. 4 bits. 5 bits. 6. 7 bits.
There are a lot of girls who came to sign up today. Some of the girls who signed up had bodies that were simply so good that they exploded. Even with Sister Hong and the pretty missus sitting beside Fongping, he couldn't stop looking at them. Even Sister Hong and the pretty young ladies were a little jealous, tugging on his cat ears. They couldn't get him to tighten up a little. Fongping enjoyed participating in this kind of interview. Such interviews were not rare, and it was the first time he had seen so many high-quality pretty girls. These beautiful girls were at least 175 tall, especially with their long straight legs. Regardless of whether the interview will be successful in the end, in any case, he had a feast for his eyes and looked at one enough.
The young ladies, in addition to the stage show,
also perform a variety of talents, which is also a way to fight for.
Sister Hong also does not stop singing, dancing, until the 32nd and final place.
The stick girl, with coyness, walked in. She naturally saw Fongping and smiled at him, once again showing her innocent eyes.
Introduce yourself? Sister Hong said.
Hello teachers.
My name is Zhao Shi.
I'm 20 years old, I'm 1 meter 77, I come from an ordinary family.
The stick girl introduced herself. Our company is recruiting models this time. It's mainly to recruit some experienced ones.
You haven't modeled before, even if you join, you'll suffer more than others. Sister Hong waited for her to finish her introduction and said, this is also considered a caution.
Modeling is an industry that can indeed earn money. But it's not easy to earn money.
Don't look at models on the stage as easy, but the usual training is not easy. I'm not afraid of hard work.
I used to be at home. I practiced on my own for a while.
That's why Zhao Shi wanted to come to be a model. She didn't do it on impulse, she actually prepared for it.
Then you take a few steps. Let's take a look. Sister Hong listened and was non-committal.
Practicing on your own and training with a company were two completely different things. Zhao Shi didn't have stage fright and really walked in front of Sister Hong and the pretty young ladies.
Some of these moves of hers were learned on TV. Her pace was really not as good as a professional model.
But her demeanor carried a posture of confidence that was rarely seen. Sister Hong and the pretty young ladies looked at each other.
At least, Zhao Shi could walk.
She walked with a beautiful posture. It had to be said that a woman who could walk was very different from an ordinary woman. At least Zhao Shi was very good at this for her own points.
This girl was a good seedling.
With professional training, she would definitely be a good model. Once again, Fongping looked on, even looking a little dumbfounded. Sister Hong was angry and amused, reaching out her hand and grabbing Fongping's cat ears.
Fongping's ears tugged, and he looked back with a bewildered face. Why are you pulling my ears? This will affect my cat image. I want to save face. Mr. King, have you seen enough?
If you've seen enough, make a decision.
This girl, are we keeping her or not? Sister Hong once again looked down and asked Fongping.
Fongping paused, he only looked at it himself, he actually couldn't tell if it was good or bad. He only knew that Zhao Shi walked quite nicely. As for whether it was suitable for modeling, he had no idea.
Whatever. You asked me to give my opinion, so I'll agree. Fongping's tail, once again, flung up vertically. Fine. I'll give you face this time.
I'll take this girl. Sister Hong raised her voice as she said this. Zhao Shi also heard it and she looked at Fongping gratefully. It was this cat that had helped herself again.
At this time Fongping looked up at the clock on the wall.
Suddenly realizing that time had passed so quickly, it was almost noon.
If he didn't go back, Zhou Qinshan would be anxious again. Fongping jumped down from Sister Hong's long legs, tugged his ears and ran out without looking back.
Sister Hong saw Fongping's back and laughed.
Still really little heartless. Not even saying goodbye to us. This is running away?
Another pretty young lady's sister couldn't help it.
De Wang, don't forget us. Remember to come and play, huh?
She shouted at Fongping.
Fongping paused and ran faster. How was this like a sentence? Pretty young ladies, what a good driver.
There was a joyful laughter from the pretty young ladies behind them. Even Zhao Shi couldn't help but blush and laugh.
Afternoon. Fongping just plopped down on Zhou Qinshan's desk and didn't go out again.
The sun was warm on Fongping's back and he squinted his eyes, ready to take a nap.
The things he had to deal with today were pretty much done.
The 4S store had seen the car, so he was waiting for Zhou Qinshan to get off work and go pick up the car.
Zhou Qinshan also went to see it at noon and carefully inspected it, finding no problems.
She temporarily put the Mercedes SL 400 in the 4S store and said she was off work to pick up the car. This car also brings a lot of profit to the car dealership.
The side of the car dealership of course will not object and agreed with a smile.
When he was about to go to sleep, Fongping suddenly paused, and once again there was a system alert sound in his head. Ding! Host completed the hidden mission, helping Zhao Shi become a model. Rewarded with 100 evolution points and a scene card. The scene card is already in the host's system space and can be accessed at any time. Another reward. Not bad at all. Fongping closed his eyes and really fell asleep this time. I don't know how long I slept, but a phone ringing woke Fongping up. It was Zhou Qinshan's cell phone, placed right next to Fongping. When Fongping heard the ringing, he tugged on his ears and lifted his cat head. Zhou Qinshan was originally reading the information, but now she picked up her cell phone. Second aunt. Listening to her address, this was a call from second aunt. Fongping's tail hooked and looked over. Second aunt coming to call, it wouldn't be related to Wu Tongtong, right? He was very close to the cell phone, plus he had a keen sense of hearing now and was able to hear the voice from the phone. Chen Chun. It's not good. Your cousin has disappeared again. Second aunt was on the other side of the phone, sounding a bit panicked. It wasn't easy being a mother, running into such a rebellious daughter was a bit of a headache. Even Fongping had a headache when he met Wu Tongtong. He knew that this Wu Tongtong would be restless when she got home. Why is this gone again? Chapter 66 Summoning. Wu Tongtong had disappeared again. Zhou Qinshan was also a little anxious when she heard this. This was her cousin after all, and the two were very close. Second aunt. Don't be anxious. How did the cousin disappear? But she still asked patiently. I picked her up in the morning and she was still fine. She was fine when she went to school, but she disappeared in the afternoon. Just now the teacher called and said she left school at noon and didn't go to school in the afternoon. The teacher couldn't get through to Wu Tongtong on the phone, and neither could I. She turned off her cell phone. The second aunt said anxiously on the other side of the phone. Second aunt. After you guys came home in the morning. Did you argue? Zhou Qinshan asked again. She didn't think that for no reason, Wu Tongtong would leave school and disappear. There must be a reason for this. Ergu was on the other side of the phone and paused. We just said a few words about her. It was all for her own good. She also retorted a couple sentences at that time. Zhou Qinshan sighed slightly as she listened, she probably understood. This was another quarrel. The rebellious nature of the little girl definitely couldn't help it again. Second aunt. Tongtong is so old, don't worry. All of us will help look for it. Zhou Qinshan could only offer a word of comfort. Now the priority was to find someone, and no matter how much she said, aunt probably wouldn't listen. Hopefully, after this incident, the second aunt and the second aunt's husband will learn a lesson. Hanging up the phone. Zhou Qinshan thought about it and still went to find the director to ask for leave. After this kind of incident, she naturally wouldn't feel comfortable going to work again. Director Zhang nodded after hearing the reason. Go! Tomorrow is the weekend anyway. You can just leave work early, I hope you can find someone as soon as possible. She quickly agreed to Zhou Qinshan's request for leave. This kind of request, if it was anyone else, she wouldn't have refused. Although she was known as the Iron Lady, that was only for work. Zhou Qinshan left the advertising agency with Fongping. Walking out of the building, Zhou Qinshan looked at the sun outside. De Wang. I'm going to find a shared bicycle. You wait for me here. She was about to look for a shared bicycle out of habit. Fongping raised his front paw and hooked Zhou Qinshan's clothes. Did you forget? We have a car? Zhou Qinshan reacted when she saw Fongping walking towards the 4S store. She hurriedly followed Fongping to the 4S store, where the procedures for picking up the car were completed at noon. She said a word to the young saleswoman and left in the Mercedes SL 400. First, she went to a gas station to fill up the gas tank, and then she started looking around Jiangqing for Wu Tongtong. Zhou Qinshan and Fongping drove to quite a few places. The places that Wu Tongtong usually liked to go to, and some of the places she knew, all ran around. Taking Wu Tongtong's photo, they asked around. But still, no one had seen or found anyone. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Qinshan once again received a call from her second aunt. Chen Chun. Any news from your side? I still haven't found him. The second aunt's voice was getting more and more anxious. It seemed that she was really scared now. Second aunt. Why don't we call the police? I don't think it's a good idea to keep looking. Zhou Qinshan is getting worried. It's been a long time since Wu Tongtong lost her temper. You've gone missing. The whole family will be worried. If we can't find anyone at night, it's dangerous for the cousin. Maybe the cousin won't realize it for a while, but it'll be too late if she really meets a bad guy. When Zhou Qinshan thought of the bad guy she encountered on her last run, who was still at large in Jiangcheng, she shuddered a little. Her own cousin, don't ever meet this person. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. We've already called the police, and the detective's side is looking for him, but told us that it would take time. Now everyone is at my house, why don't you come to my house as well? We'll discuss the way to find someone again. Ergu said to Zhou Qinshan. She was obviously not confident in the detective, and still wanted to mobilize her own relatives to help look for her.
Good. Second aunt. I'll come over right away.
Zhou Qinshan nodded in agreement, guessing that Aaron wanted to discuss with everyone again on how to find the person. She also wanted to discuss with everyone to determine again where her cousin liked to go. It might be more efficient for everyone to divide up the work. She alone, together with the Great King, was still a little too few. In the live broadcast room, the viewers couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. The little girl nowadays really doesn't let people worry about her. If this is hiding, it's hard for people to find. I've encountered such a thing. Little girls are in the rebellious stage, it is very difficult to manage. Adults had better not just scold little girls. I guess it's still the adult's problem, and the little girl still needs more communication. In this case, the Big King should not be able to help. Big King, are you blind? Didn't you see that I have been looking for someone just now? Fongping was beside him and also heard clearly the conversation between Zhou Qinshan and Ergu. He also felt that finding Wu Tongtong like this was not a solution. Who knew where Wu Tongtong would run off to? Searching one place at a time like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If Wu Tongtong didn't want to be found and took the initiative to hide, it would be very difficult to be found. He and Zhou Qinshan happened to be at the entrance of the park at this moment, and asked the park gatekeeper and nearby tourists. All said they had never seen this little girl. One person and one cat could only walk towards the car, ready to go back to second aunt's house first. Right at this moment, a system alert sound rang in Fongping's head and he stopped. Ding! The host triggered a summoning card level mission to find out cousin Wu Tongtong. With the completion of the mission, the host can obtain the summoning card skill. Host's summoning card can summon any animal to assist, valid for 24 hours. Is it enabled? Fongping paused, coming to the task. Enable, he said in his head. Soon Fongping knew how to use the summoning card. This time, the summoning card was different from those previous mission cards. It was not used directly on Wu Tongtong. Instead, it was used to help find Wu Tongtong by summoning animals to assist, and any animal that heard the summoning command would have to follow this instruction. Fongping understood the approach and looked around. Not far away, a chihuahua stood under a tree and was barking at it. On the tree stood a flower cat. The flower cat hooked its tail and was teasing the chihuahua. The chihuahua couldn't get up the tree and was so anxious that he could only curse at the flower cat. The cat was even more excited. Tail hook and hook. You scold? You scold me down, count me as a loser. A cat and a dog are just playing around. The dog's owner saw it and didn't care. Fongping saw it and his cat's whiskers twitched. Let's start summoning from these two guys. Zhou Qinshan walked a few steps and suddenly realized that Big King wasn't following. She turned back, only to realize that the Great King couldn't look away, staring at a nearby tree. She saw a dog under the tree and a cat in the tree. A cat and a dog were playing happily. Zhou Qinshan thought that the Great King wanted to play with these two little ones. The Great King. Go away. I'll find you a playmate later. We don't have time now, she said to Fongping. This is not the time to play. Of course Fongping wasn't playing. He looked at Zhou Qinshan, still not moving. Then, he suddenly made a sound. A ferocious, with a domineering voice. Oh Mao. Stop ing around and find me someone. Chihuahua and flower cat suddenly turned back together. Chapter 67, The Great King's Orders. Chihuahua and flower cat suddenly turned back their heads together and looked at Fongping. Within 24 hours, Fongping's summoning order was something that could not be refused. It was like an order from the king that Chihuahua and flower cat had to obey. Moreover, Fongping did not need to tell Chihuahua and flower cat about Wu Tongtong's information. When the Chihuahua and the flower cat received the summoning order, Wu Tongtong's information had automatically entered their little brains. They knew what Wu Tongtong looked like, what Wu Tongtong smelled like, and what Wu Tongtong was wearing. Woof. Received. Meow. Copy that. Chihuahua and flower cat purred. And then, flower cat jumps down from the tree. To the amazed eyes of the dog's owner, one cat and one dog run off separately. Where are you going? Come back quickly. The dog owner hurriedly called out to his puppy. The Chihuahua ignored it and ran all the way to a nearby dog to pass the command. Woof. The king has orders. Woof. Finds Wu Tongtong. The flower cat also found the other cats. Meow. King's orders. Meow. Finds Wu Tongtong. The cat and the dog are like messengers, passing on this summoning order. Any dog and cat that heard the barking also received this order, and their minds received Wu Tongtong's message at the same time. In an instant, the cats and dogs barked loudly. The Great King has an order. Translated voice. Find Wu Tongtong. Translated voice. A constant stream of cats and dogs joining in. Start passing orders and looking for people. Pedestrians near the park are startled. What's wrong with these cats and dogs? Why were they all barking one after another? No one knew what was happening as Fongping's summoning order spread quickly. Zhou Qinshan was also startled by the barking of the cats and dogs around her. However, she didn't connect it with Fongping. The Great King had merely barked, it should have nothing to do with the Great King. Great King. Gone. She spoke to Fongping again. This time, Fongping looked around and felt satisfied. With these cats and dogs on board, finding people would be much quicker. His tail ticked and he began to follow Zhou Qinshan into the car. However, after getting into the car, Fongping did not settle down. Along the way, he would howl twice at the window from time to time, giving his orders. Wow. The whole city listens. Wow. Find Wu Tong Tong. All cats and dogs that hear the order act. Whether it's stray cats and stray dogs, or domestic cats and domestic dogs, all are obeying this order. A villa. The lady of the house is frolicking with an Alaskan dog in the living room. This is a game that the Alaskan dog likes to play every day when she comes home. The game has just been played for a short time when the Alaskan dog moves its tail. It hears barking outside. Then, the Alaskan dog suddenly turns around and rushes out the front door before its mistress has a chance to react. Where are you going? Come back. The Alaskan dog turned a deaf ear to the voice of its mistress. It has only one thought now. The Great King has an order. Find Wu Tong Tong. A neighborhood home. The young master is feeding a short-haired cat dried fish. The short-haired cat tugs at its ears. It hears the cat barking outside. It can't sit still. The Great King has orders. Find Wu Tong Tong. The short-haired cat jumped onto the window and ran out. The little master yelled behind it. Cat, don't run. The short-haired cat pays no attention. Gradually, the entire river city, all sensationalized. Countless cats and dogs flooded into the streets, into the alleys, and began to participate in the search for people. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also a little surprised at Fongping. What was wrong with the Great King, barking non-stop? Is the Great King warning the humans? Why do I feel as if the Great King is ordering? Congratulations, you've heard the Great King's voice. The Great King, I just want to sing. The hostess is also asking a few guests. Teachers, why does the big king keep barking? She asks a new question. That I do know a little bit about. Normally, cats don't purr like this all the time, just as quiet as the Great King usually is. When the cat is always purring, it's probably because there's something it can't accomplish on its own and needs help. Guest Wan Lan nodded and analyzed. Then what kind of help does Big King need in his current situation? The hostess asked the question on behalf of the audience. If a normal cat is screaming like this, it is usually possible that it has entered the Qing period, so it will scream incessantly to attract the attention of other cats. Or if it is frightened or needs food, the cat will also purr like this. But I have observed, the Big King should not be, his scream must have its own meaning, but I cannot guess now. Another guest, Li Shirwan, said. Just as the guests were speculating, Zhou Qinshan drove Fongping and came to Erga's house. After getting out of the car, Fongping finally quieted down and stopped screaming. He didn't need to bark either. Through the spread of the barking, the cats and dogs in the whole city almost knew about it at this moment. The spread of sound could be much faster than the speed of an automobile. The cats and dogs in the whole city were all carrying out the order to find someone. Fongping felt satisfied that as long as Wu Tong Tong was still in the city, she would definitely be found. Now, he just needed to wait for the results. Fongping relaxed and his tail began to tick again. Zhou Qinshan also breathed a sigh of relief. She had just tried to stop the Great King from barking, but it was ineffective. Luckily, the Great King stopped of his own accord. If it was still like this at Ergu's house, she wouldn't even be able to stay there. She knocked on the door of the second aunt's house. The door opened, and second aunt stood in the doorway, her eyes a little red and swollen. Chan Chun. You've come. Come in. Her voice was a little hoarse. She looked like she had been crying for a while. This was also true. Her own daughter had disappeared. She as a mom must be the most worried. Although it was said that she usually quarreled with her daughter, at this time, the mom was definitely hung up on her daughter. Zhou Qinshan didn't know how to comfort her, and followed her second aunt into the living room. There were already quite a few people sitting in the living room. All of them were relatives, some on the second aunt's side, and some on the second aunt's husbands. Some of them knew Zhou Qinshan, some of them knew her, and some of them knew her. Some knew Zhou Qinshan, some did not. Zhou Qinshan was the last to arrive, and everyone had already been here for a while discussing new ways to find people. Zhou Qinshan. Come and sit. Second auntie husband raised his hand in greeting. Second auntie husband was a bit tall and thin, with a big square face, and there was some heaviness on his face at this moment. It looked like Wu Tong Tong's disappearance this time had also given him a deep understanding. Daughters are a mother's heart and a father's little coat. When he usually talked about his daughter, he was definitely doing it for her good. Now that his daughter had gambled and left, he definitely did not feel good in his heart. Zhou Qinshan nodded, found a stool and sat down. Fongping looked and saw that there was no room for himself. The sofa was already full of people, and there was no way he could squeeze in with those relatives. After thinking about it, all right. It was better to find a place by himself. With a bow of his body, he jumped onto Zhou Qinshan's long legs. Squinted his eyes. Plopped down. Originally, Fongping was small and hadn't drawn attention to himself. But with this action of his, everyone in the room looked over. Some of the relatives from the second aunt's family who didn't know Zhou Qinshan frowned a little. People didn't know that Zhou Qinshan had already searched around the city with Fongping and thought that she had just come from work. A female relative from the second aunt's family seemed to have said something offhandedly. "We're all here to help find someone. Who would bring a cat to play? What's going on here?" Chapter 68 What a Cat Can Do. The female relative of the second aunt's family said something inadvertently. It was like she couldn't stand to see Zhou Qinshan bring a cat with her. She thought that Zhou Qinshan's attitude was wrong, bringing a cat was just for fun, and everyone who came here was asking for help in finding someone. This was also a misunderstanding on her part. She did not know Zhou Qinshan, much less the cat. Zhou Qinshan paused and was about to explain. But before she could say anything, a male relative on Aaron's side had already helped to speak. "I've heard that some cats like to stick to people, and wherever the owner goes, the cat goes. Actually, it's not a big deal to bring a cat. Maybe bringing a cat will even help in finding someone." He naturally knew Zhou Qinshan and knew that Zhou Qinshan wasn't simple, especially her father Zhou behind her, who was a big shot in Jiangcheng. If that female relative said a word like that, she might have offended Zhou Qinshan and Zhou's father. He was actually helping that female relative, lest she continue to say the wrong thing. Of course, the female relative didn't know that Zhou Qinshan's identity wasn't simple, and when she saw the male relative say this, she stopped talking. What could a cat do? She thought about it in her heart and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhou Qinshan smiled at the male relative who had helped speak. Since this was the case, she didn't need to explain. Others might not understand, but she knew that her own great king was no ordinary cat. The great king might actually be helpful in finding people. She looked down at the great king. Fongping was even more laid back, just hooking his tail, indifferent. Second aunt heard this moment and also helped Zhou Qinshan. "Qinshan, this cat is quite good. Just now, it ran hard all over the city with Qinshan, looking for my daughter all the time. If I didn't call her over, she'd still be running around with this cat looking for someone." She said this because she also didn't want everyone to fall out. After all, everyone came here to help her find her daughter. That female relative heard this, and even more so, she didn't open her mouth. "Let's just keep talking. What place should we go to look for someone? Let's all think more carefully. What other places does Wu Tongtong like to go to?" Another relative said. The topic returned to finding someone. That was what everyone was concerned about. Zhou Qinshan also discussed it with everyone. Fongping was just listening on the side, he couldn't participate or speak. Occasionally, Fongping's cat head would look out the window, listening to the barking dogs and cats outside the window. Like he was lost in thought. People didn't care about his behavior. It's just a cat. Just stay quiet. What can a cat do? In the movie theater, Wu Tongtong was eating popcorn and watching a movie alone. She stayed in the movie theater for the rest of the afternoon. She didn't know how anxious her family was to find her. Wu Tongtong didn't think much about it. A 14-year-old girl, she couldn't think that much. When she came home in the morning, she had another argument with her parents. This made Wu Tongtong instantly unhappy again. After barely staying at school for the morning, she couldn't stay any longer. Classes bored her anyway, so she simply decided to skip class and took advantage of the noon hour to leave alone. She wandered the streets alone for a while, and also felt bored. Cousin Zhou Qinshan wasn't at home either, so she wouldn't be able to find anyone if she went there. It was better to go over to look for her cousin again at night. She also thought about going to Zhou Qinshan's house to stay over at night. She could still be with the eldest king. It was much better than at home. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Tongtong tried to ask the two stores down the street if they wanted to hire people. Sure enough, it was the same as what cousin said. As soon as the others heard that she was only 14, they shook their heads, and no one kept her for work. What's wrong with being 14? You can't work at 14? If other people can do the work, can't I do it as well? Wu Tongtong was indignant in her heart, but she knew that her hopes of working were dashed. I hate adults. I hate this world. Wu Tongtong thought rebelliously, and then went to the movie theater. It didn't take long. She was immersed in the movie plot. It's good to watch. Very good looking. She hadn't watched a movie for a long time, and her daily piano playing and drawing and reading took up all of her time. Besides, her parents didn't allow her to watch movies at home, saying that it would delay her studies. Interested in movies, Wu Tongtong simply stayed in the movie theater. She watched one movie after another. She was completely attracted by the plot of the movie and overlooked one thing. When she didn't go to class in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher would definitely have to notify her parents. She wouldn't have known that in the afternoon, the family had mobilized their relatives, all desperately looking for her. Even cousin Zhou Qinshan and De Wang were looking for her. At this moment, Wu Tongtong stood up and stretched, another movie ended and the audience dispersed. She thought about what she would watch for her next movie. Then, She looked down at her hand, a bucket of popcorn was finished by her. She rubbed her stomach again, as if she was getting a little hungry.
Shouldn't. It's better to go eat something.
Just as Wu Tong Tong hesitated, someone beside her handed over a bucket of popcorn.
Little miss, do you want to eat some?
Wu Tong Tong looked up and saw that it was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who was also watching a movie here.
No, thanks. Thank you.
Naturally, Wu Tong Tong wouldn't just eat anything from strangers. She didn't know this middle-aged uncle.
The middle-aged man smiled and didn't move away. Little girl, why are you watching a movie here alone? School isn't on vacation today, you're not in school? He seemed to ask unintentionally.
Just now at the movie he noticed that this little girl was alone and very pretty.
This made him. Couldn't help it. Just some other thoughts.
He was just intentionally looking for some topics to chat with Wu Tong Tong. This sentence, on the contrary, drew out Wu Tong Tong's mind.
She doesn't want to go to school. It's no fun.
I want to go to work, but no one wants me, so I can only watch movies here.
Wu Tong Tong looked a little unhappy.
She didn't care if she recognized this middle-aged uncle now, and said what was on her mind.
You're at such an age? I think it's almost 14, right? To go to work there might not be anyone who wants you.
The middle-aged man said after hearing this.
Yes. I've just tried. Those stores don't want anyone. I just don't understand, why can't I work at 14?
Wu Tong Tong was still a bit confused.
Actually, you can still work if you want to. You should be looking in the wrong direction. You're looking for the wrong person.
The middle-aged uncle said at this moment.
Uncle? You have a way. What job do you have to introduce to me?
When she heard this, she was moved.
Ordinary jobs are definitely not possible. But there are some jobs that need a young girl of your age. For example, making movies.
The middle-aged uncle smiled. Wu Tong Tong was reminded, her eyes bursting with joy. Aren't there little girls in movies too? That's naturally a job too.
That's right. Why didn't I think of that? But I don't know anyone.
She was happy for a while, but her expression soon became frustrated again.
If you don't know anyone, it's impossible to make a movie.
I forgot to introduce myself.
I'm a talent scout.
My job is to recruit actors, and it just so happens that I'm looking for a young girl around 14 years old to be an actress at this time. Uncle looked at Wu Tong Tong's expression, smiled, and introduced himself. Wu Tong Tong's eyes, once again, revealed surprise, and she suddenly felt that her good fortune had come.
She got excited. Uncle! You look at me. Is it okay? Chapter 69. Attention all teams.
Wu Tong Tong didn't expect that she had met a talent scout and was overjoyed. She did know about talent scouts. These people's job was to pick ordinary people to become actors and possibly stars. If she became an actress, she would have a job. Thinking of this, Wu Tong Tong became even more excited.
I want to show everyone that I, Wu Tong Tong, have a job.
Her impatience made the middle-aged uncle's eyes flicker. But this was a movie theater, there was no way he could do anything here.
Let's go out first. Find a place to talk seriously. You don't want to talk about it here, do you?
The middle-aged uncle said.
Okay. Uncle. Let's go.
Wu Tong Tong was busy nodding her head. The two of them came out of the movie theater and walked on the street.
Wu Tong Tong's stomach suddenly growled.
Her face turned a little red and she became a little embarrassed.
It was too embarrassing in front of the uncle. Are you hungry? Let's go eat first. I know a restaurant nearby that is good.
The middle-aged uncle seemed to say without caring. He had actually wanted to take Wu Tong Tong to his place right away. But then he thought that he couldn't be too hasty, lest he be suspected by the little girl.
Okay, big uncle.
Wu Tong Tong didn't suspect the identity of the middle-aged uncle now, and the admonitions Zhou Qinshan had once given her were all forgotten. She wanted to be a movie actress right now, she wanted to make movies. She was also gambling to impress her mom and dad.
No school. No piano lessons. No painting.
I, Wu Tong Tong, will still make a name for myself. One can only say that a rebellious girl has some radical ideas. The middle-aged man then took Wu Tong Tong to the restaurant.
That's right. I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? He chatted with Wu Tong Tong while walking. My name is Wu Tong Tong. Wu Tong Tong replied. That's a good name. It sounds good. It's also memorable.
The middle-aged man complimented.
Uncle. What should I call you? Wu Tong Tong inquired. My surname is Jia, you can call me Uncle Jia.
The middle-aged uncle made up a random surname. He couldn't tell the girl his real name. Wu Tong Tong didn't know at all that everything she had heard was fake, it was all just made up by the man, all to trick her into believing it. She also didn't know that she was getting closer to danger step by step. After all, she was only 14 years old.
At her age. Still too young. Not yet aware of the cruelty of this world.
But the two of them were a bit engaged in chatting and didn't notice that the barking of dogs and cats around them gradually increased.
Woof! Report to the great king. Meow. We found Wu Tong Tong. Woof. Report to the king. Meow. Wu Tong Tong is in danger. A voice quickly spread out. From one end of the city to the other. It reached all the way to Fongping's ears. Subsequently, Fongping's tail ticked, knowing more information. The following is the translated message. Wu Tong Tong came out of the movie theater. A corgi reports. Wu Tong Tong met a middle-aged man. A schnauzer reporting. The middle-aged man and Wu Tong Tong went to a restaurant. A sheepdog reports. This middle-aged man is a bad guy who has cheated many little girls before. Reported by a folded ear cat who knows the middle-aged man. Wu Tong Tong is too naive to believe this bad guy. Reported by a golden hair. I heard that it would be too dangerous for Wu Tong Tong to go home with the middle-aged man. An Alaskan dog reports. At the moment, Fongping was still at Air Goo's house. Zhou Qinshen and the relatives had almost finished their discussion, and everyone was already getting ready to leave. Fongping suddenly jumped down from Zhou Qinshen's long legs. Without waiting for everyone to react, he rushed to the window and howled. Owl owl wah. All teams pay attention. Ouchie moi. All groups. Ow. 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 You're all on your own. You must stall. OMG wom 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 wah. Make sure Wu Tong Tong is not in danger when we arrive. Fongping had no choice but to inform the dogs and cats in this way first. It would take some time for him and Zhou Qinshen to get there from here. At least until then, he could only rely on these cats and dogs to protect Wu Tong Tong's safety. Of course. His orders within 24 hours. These cats and dogs would carry them out without fail. His sudden howl, however, startled his relatives. His movement once again ushered in everyone's attention. Morn. What's going on? Why is your cat howling? Second aunt asked curiously. Zhou Qinshen didn't know how to explain, since this afternoon, De Wang's behavior had been a bit abnormal. Today was also strange. The dogs and cats outside have been barking and barking non-stop. The cat was probably affected. The male relative who had just seen the situation helped to speak again. Zhou Qinshen thought about it and it seemed like this was the only explanation. Let's go. Follow the arrangement just now. Each go to their own people. The other relative said. At this time, Fongping suddenly ran back from the window side, raised his front paw and hooked Zhou Qinshen's clothes. Zhou Qinshen and the Great King had a tacit understanding, and generally speaking, when the Great King did this, it was to tell her something. Perhaps? She had a movement in her heart. Something to do with her own cousin? Everyone wait a moment. The Great King seems to have discovered something? I'll ask and see. When she said that, the relatives stopped at once. The second aunt and some of the relatives looked at Zhou Qinshen and the cat with some disbelief, including the female relative just now. This was a joke, right? Zhou Qinshen had squatted in front of the Great King. De Wang, are you going to tell us something? If yes, the tail is flung vertically, if no, the tail is flung horizontally. She asked. In order for her relatives to understand, she said the meaning of some of Fongping's movements in passing. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Great King, what you are going to tell us? It has nothing to do with Wu Tong Tong? Zhou Qinshen asked again. Fongping paused, his tail swishing up horizontally. Then say. You know now? Where is Wu Tong Tong? Fongping's tail flicked up vertically once again. Even if the relatives couldn't understand the cat's voice, Fongping's several consecutive movements made it clear to everyone. This cat could still really understand human words? And it could also make movements that people could understand. This cat, so smart. That female relative's expression changed a bit when she saw this. One had just been rude to this cat. Did this cat know all about it? At this moment, when the second aunt heard this, she was already impatient. Chen Chun. Quickly ask this cat. Where is my daughter? She asked anxiously. This time, however, Zhou Qinshen did not wait for her to ask. Fongping had already walked to the door and turned back, his tail hooked. Ergu. He can't say. But he can take us there. Zhou Qinshen read Fongping's meaning. Then what are we waiting for? We'll go with him. Everyone followed together. Second aunt couldn't help himself. If he could find his daughter, he would definitely thank the cat. Of course. There's also Zhou Qinshen and all the relatives. Fongping heard this. Jump up. Volleyball dunk. Opened the door to the room. Perhaps it was Fongping's performance of being able to understand human language just now that shocked the crowd. Now the action of opening the door. To the relatives, the cat was just omnipotent. Seeing this, second aunt and second aunt looked at each other. Hope flared up in the hearts of the two. Maybe this cat could really find their daughter. Chapter 70-something is not right. Fongping led the way in front, leading the way out. Ergu's house lived on the 6th floor. After going downstairs, without looking back, Fongping walked towards the place where Zhou Qinshen had just parked her car. De Wang. Still need to drive? Is the road far? Zhou Qinshan asked from behind. Fongping's tail, once again, flicked vertically. Of course it's far. Otherwise why did I give the order just now? Isn't it going to take time to get over there? But no one could see what he meant behind him. At this moment a drone was parked in the air filming. Just now at Air Nun's house, the program's film crew didn't go in. Because the second aunt's family was in a hurry to find someone, the program crew didn't bother. It was not appropriate to disturb at such a time. The program team also had to consider the feelings of the other party. Now, the drone was sent out because Zhou Qinshan's car could only sit 2 people, 1 person and 1 cat each occupying a position, and the filming crew couldn't follow the car. It was impossible to have Fongping squat on the filming crew's lap. He was a big old man. Who would squat on a big man's lap? The filming crew also sent out their car at this moment, just following behind. Second aunt didn't notice the surroundings either. The two were now preoccupied with finding their daughter quickly. When they heard Zhou Qinshan say that she wanted to drive, they also saw Zhou Qinshan's car. At this time, Fongping had already walked to the front of the Mercedes SL 400 and squatted by the passenger seat door, waiting to open the door. Second aunt had wanted to sit in Zhou Qinshan's car, but when they saw that there were only 2 seats in the car, they stopped. There's no way to sit here. I'll go get the car. I have plenty of seats in my car. We can seat 5 people. One of the male relatives said, I'll get my own car. I'll get the car too. Another relative said as well. When everyone came here, in fact, everyone drove a car. Of course. There was no need for all the cars to drive out. So the relatives took 2 cars, plus this one of Zhou Qinshan, making a total of 3 cars. That female relative's face changed again when she saw Zhou Qinshan's car. She knew this car, it was a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Her own car was only over $300,000. It was only now that she regretted a little. What she had just said was inappropriate. Whether it was Zhou Qinshan or that cat, she couldn't underestimate it. The female relative thought of finding an opportunity to apologize to Zhou Qinshan and the cat. But of course, this had to be put on the back burner. The 3 cars quickly set off. Fongping was sitting on the passenger seat. Zhou Qinshan had been paying attention to his movements. Because this time, it was Fongping who was leading the way. From time to time, Fongping would howl out the car window. There was no way, he didn't know the exact address and had to ask for directions. Then he tugged at his ears, listening to the response of the cats and dogs outside, and then used his head to turn to tell Zhou Qinshan the route. Head not moving is a straight line. Head to the left is a left turn. Head to the right is a right turn. Zhou Qinshan followed Fongping's movements and drove all the way to his destination. In the restaurant, Wu Tongtong and the middle-aged uncle were still eating. The middle-aged uncle ordered quite a lot of food. He was now creating a persona for himself to make Wu Tongtong trust him more. Wu Tongtong, what else do you want to eat? You tell me, I'll order more, he said cordially to Wu Tongtong. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, this little girl, so pretty. Tonight. Himself. Thinking of this, a flame burned in his heart. Uncle. That's enough. I'll be propped up if I eat any more. Wu Tongtong rubbed her small stomach. She felt that she had the best luck today. She ran into such a nice uncle, and he was also a talent scout. When she became a star, she would definitely not forget her uncle. 14-year-old girls always look at everything as beautiful. At this time, there were still some people eating in the restaurant. At a table not far from the two, a woman, holding a chihuahua. I don't know what's going on, but the chihuahua keeps humming. Is it uncomfortable? The man at the same table asked. It shouldn't be. I took it to the veterinary hospital yesterday for a checkup. Everything is fine with its body. The woman denied it. Then why does it keep on humming? Did you give it too much food just now? Trying to pull it out? The man at the table thought about it. Didn't it poop just now? It's not that fast, is it? Maybe it heard the dogs barking outside and just wanted to go down and play. The woman said. She had just noticed that her own chihuahua had begun to be unquiet after the sound of barking dogs appeared outside. She didn't realize that it was the dog outside communicating the king's command. This chihuahua had also received orders to stall for time to prevent Wu Tongtong from going to the middle-aged man's house. It grunted, in the hope that the woman would let herself down. It was the only dog in the restaurant, so the task of stalling naturally fell on its head. All the other cats and dogs were blocked outside, and the restaurant was definitely not going to allow them in. This chihuahua, too, was only allowed to be brought in because its owner was there. It grunted a few more times, and the man at the table got impatient. Put it down. See what it wants to do. If it wants to go out and play, take it out. He said to the woman that the two of them had almost finished eating anyway and were about to settle the bill. The woman heard him say that, so she didn't object. She put the chihuahua on the floor. Because chihuahuas are usually more obedient, she did not have a leash. As soon as the chihuahua hit the ground, it was immediately energized. It grunted twice in a small voice. The great king has orders to delay and protect Wu Tongtong. Of course. It was too small to fight, it couldn't beat that middle-aged man.
But it had its way. When the mistress looked up without noticing itself, it quietly ran to the middle-aged man's feet. The body turned around twice, crouched down, and pulled. The middle-aged man was talking to Wu Tongtong, greedily looking at Wu Tongtong's pretty face. He felt something under his feet but didn't care and moved his feet. Immediately he felt something was wrong. There seemed to be something on his own shoes. The middle-aged man looked down and his face immediately turned green. On his own shoes, there was a huge pile of it, and it was still steaming. This? Who did this? He turned his head. Saw a chihuahua running happily towards his mistress. Middle-aged man. You're treating my place like a toilet, aren't you? Wu Tongtong noticed the middle-aged man's expression and looked down. And then, instantly lost her appetite. At this time, the hostess noticed the middle-aged man's gaze and realized that something was wrong. She walked over and looked at the middle-aged man's shoes. I'm sorry. My fluffy. I didn't mean to. She hurriedly apologized for the chihuahua. She didn't even know how to say it and hurriedly found a few sheets of paper and helped with the middle-aged man's shoes. This also took more than 10 minutes. The chihuahua wagged its tail. Its own task seemed to have been accomplished well. If the middle-aged man hadn't been in a hurry to take Wu Tongtong home, he might have wanted this woman to pay for his shoes. Now he had to play generous, saying that it was fine, and saying that the chihuahua was well behaved. But there was an upside to this happening. Wu Tongtong had already stood up and said she didn't want to stay any longer. Wu Tongtong didn't know if it was a psychological reason, but she always felt that there was a foul odor here. She didn't want to stay here. This was just what the middle-aged man wanted. Now, he himself could finally take the little girl back to his place. Chapter 71 White Handkerchief. The middle-aged man left the restaurant with Wu Tongtong. The sound of a chihuahua humming and hawing came from behind. Report to the great king. Wu Tongtong came out of the restaurant. Team Chihuahua has completed the stalling mission. Hand over the back to the other teams. The middle-aged man listened to the chihuahua's voice, brought Wu Tongtong, and quickened his pace. This chihuahua was the most annoying critter he had ever seen, bar none. He already didn't like animals, and when he looked at his shoes, there was still a little stain that hadn't been wiped clean. He hated it even more in his heart. Wu Tongtong left the restaurant, feeling a little better that the place didn't stink anymore. Uncle! Where are we going now? Isn't it time to talk about making a movie? She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and asked innocently. You're right. We're going to my studio now. There are some things about making a movie that I will tell you in detail. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and with the mood that his prey was about to arrive, he smiled and said, Uncle, where is your studio? Do we have to take a car? Is it far from here? Wu Tongtong asked again. She didn't suspect at all that there was anything wrong with the middle-aged man saying that he would take himself to the studio. What her cousin Zhou Qingshan had told her, don't follow strangers and don't go to unfamiliar places, she had once again forgotten it cleanly. She now had one mind, she must be chosen by the middle-aged man, she must become an actress herself. It's not far. There's no need to take a car either. We can go there on foot. The middle-aged man replied. That wasn't wrong, his studio really wasn't very far. While the two were walking and chatting, they didn't notice that there seemed to be more cats and dogs around. A pug, with a small ball in its mouth, wagged and ran towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man tried to get out of the way, but the pug still ran to him. The small ball in his mouth fell to the middle-aged man's feet, and the pug squatted in front of him and whimpered. The great king has an order. Stall for time. Protect Wu Tongtong. The middle-aged man is a bit confused by Pug's move. Uncle. It wants you to play with it, right? This pug is quite cute. Wu Tongtong did understand it. She was quite fond of these small animals. Play? How can I have time to play now? The middle-aged man was a little annoyed in his heart, it wasn't what he wanted to play. Still, he picked up the small ball and threw it far away. Okay. Doggy. Go fetch it? He said to the pug. Thinking that the puppy had retrieved the ball and was long gone himself. Instead of picking up the ball, the pug barked at the middle-aged man. Didn't it let me play with it? The middle-aged man was surprised. He didn't understand what the pug meant. Uncle. Probably you threw the ball too far. It doesn't want to run, it wants you to pick it up. Wu Tongtong didn't understand either, she guessed according to her own thoughts. The middle-aged man wanted to vomit blood. Nima, I should have known not to throw it so far. This pug kept barking at him. He had brought Wu Tongtong with him, he didn't want to be noticed by others. There was no way. The middle-aged man still ran over and picked up the ball again. One by one, another 10 minutes passed. The pug was satisfied and grunted. Report to the great king. Wu Tongtong is on her way. Pug team completes stalling mission. Hand over the back to the other teams. The middle-aged man once again led Wu Tongtong towards the studio. But it didn't go far. Another sheepdog came over with a frisbee in its mouth. The frisbee was placed at the middle-aged man's feet. The sheepdog squatted in front of him, sticking out its tongue and whimpering a few times.
The king's orders. Stall for time. Protect Wu Tong Tong.
No need to ask, this must be for me to throw a frisbee.
The middle-aged man thought he understood. He directly grabbed the frisbee and threw it far away again.
The sheepdog suddenly jumped up and barked at the middle-aged man.
Uncle! You threw it far again. It told you to retrieve it. Wu Tong Tong laughed. Middle-aged man. Nima. Lousy damn well shouldn't play with these puppies.
He originally wanted to show his affinity with small animals, but it seems he became the one being played with. By the time the middle-aged man picks the frisbee back up, 10 minutes have passed again.
Ignore these dogs from now on.
The middle-aged man thought of this, also a little strange, how these dogs are looking for themselves.
Next, some puppies ran over with toys, toy balls, teething sticks, twine toys, chewing gum. The middle-aged man just didn't take it anymore.
He brought Wu Tong Tong to speed up his pace and shook off these puppies. The puppies behind him made all sorts of noises.
Reporting to the great king. Wu Tong Tong is on the way. Poodle stalling mission failed. Report to the king. Wu Tong Tong is on her way. Corgi stalling time mission failed.
The middle-aged man heard the barking and walked faster.
He wanted to hurry back to the studio. These annoying puppies, he never wanted to see them again.
But soon he realized that a group of cats appeared in front of him, and he was stopped once again. One by one, these cats were condescending and cold, with icy eyes, staring at the middle-aged man together.
The middle-aged man was a little creeped out. These cats, they couldn't let themselves play along, could they?
He wanted to pass through the middle of the cats. These cats bared their teeth. One cat's paw popped out its sharp claws and made a low sound. The great king has an order.
Stall them. Protect Wu Tong Tong. No cat made way.
The middle-aged man didn't dare to go over. He was afraid of being scratched.
Let's walk back. These cats are playing here. We can't get through.
He turned back to Wu Tong Tong and said, preparing to take her to another path.
Wu Tong Tong was actually looking at all of this with amusement at first.
But gradually, the expression on her face changed a bit. She could somewhat see it now. So many animals had actually been blocking the middle-aged man.
She could tell.
The attitude of these animals towards the middle-aged man was not exactly friendly. She had played with animals before, not like this. She suddenly thought of the great king at this time and what her cousin had said to her. Animals' senses were actually very sharp, and they seemed to be able to tell who was good and who was bad.
And the middle-aged man who made all these animals dislike him, was he really what he said he was?
Wu Tong Tong began to have some doubts about the middle-aged man.
Uncle! How about this?
I won't go to your studio today, I'll look for you some other time. She suddenly stopped walking, not wanting to follow the middle-aged man.
With suspicion in her heart, she thought of more.
She thought of what her cousin said again, don't follow strangers, don't go to strange places. And this middle-aged man, this middle-aged uncle, was actually still a stranger to her, and the place he took himself to was also a strange place. She didn't know much about this middle-aged man. It was the Star Scout that he said he was, but he also said it himself. There was no way for her to know, no way for her to judge whether or not his identity was real.
My studio is not far away. We'll be there soon. Go sit down first. Don't you want to be an actor? The opportunity is gone if you miss it.
The middle-aged man still seemed to have a spring-like smile on his face. In his heart, however, he was cursing. If it weren't for these stupid dogs and cats, he would have arrived long ago. These stupid dogs and stupid cats had been delaying his business. But the more he said this, the more suspicious Wu Tong Tong became. This uncle, how did he keep letting himself go to his studio? To talk about things, just now in the restaurant, it was actually possible to talk about it.
Uncle! I remembered.
My parents told me to go back early, I'll come to you next time. She started to move backward. She made up her mind not to go with uncle. The middle-aged man looked around, there was no one here, only those cats on the road in front of him.
He wasn't afraid of those cats. A hint of ice suddenly appeared on his face. Don't you want to go with me now? It's too late.
After saying that, he took out a white handkerchief from his coat pocket.
The white handkerchief carried an odor. The smell of anesthesia. Chapter 72 Pervert. Fongping sat in Zhou Qinshan's car. The tail ticked. But the amplitude of the tail hooking was quietly faster. He was actually a bit anxious. The news he received was starting to get bad. Stall mission failed. A poodle reports. Stall mission failed. A corgi reports. Wu Tong Tong is on her way.
A long-haired cat reports. Wu Tong Tong realized something was wrong and tried to escape.
A Labrador reporting. Wu Tong Tong has been captured and is on her way. A Maine cat reports. Wu Tong Tong is unconscious, on the road.
A Chartreuse cat reports. Time seemed to be running out for Ping. He turns his head to look at Zhou Qinshan.
Zhou Qinshan notices Fongping's unusual movements. Great king. Want to drive faster? Isn't it? She asked. Fongping's tail, swishing vertically a little faster. Great King. I see. Zhou Qinshan nodded her head.
Her driving speed was actually faster at this moment, but she still stepped heavily on the gas pedal.
Fongping's reaction. It was actually telling her.
Her cousin might be in danger, and this was urging her on. She did not want anything to happen to her cousin. The two cars behind her also realized that something was wrong.
I seem to feel. Morn's car seems to be going a bit faster? Isn't it?
Second aunt asked as she sat in the passenger seat.
The second aunt's father in the back row also looked over. He also had this feeling. It is a little faster. May already know the place. Already found Wu Tongtong. The male relative driving the car said.
He could only be so comforting. After all, the situation was still unclear. He couldn't say something bad and make his second aunt and father worry.
3 cars. Lined up all the way. Sprinting down the highway.
The middle-aged man was still in a somewhat pleasant mood as he carried his loot on his back and carried Wu Tongtong. At this point, Wu Tongtong was already unconscious from the anesthesia, so he could only carry it on his back.
Since it was still on the road at this point, he couldn't do anything about it. It was still a bit heavy. Nowadays little girls, why are they so heavy? Should have eaten less just now.
The middle-aged man was actually carrying Wu Tongtong, and it was also a bit of a strain. He hadn't carried someone like this for a long time. The little girl he carried last time was no longer in this world. When he thought of that little girl last time, there was instead a hint of cruelty in his eyes, as well as a hint of excitement, and a hint of perversion. His psyche. It had long been perverted. He knew that something would happen to him sooner or later, but he couldn't care less.
To him. As long as he wasn't discovered. One more day to live. Is just one day. He still had to enjoy the world. A black cat appeared next to him and made a threatening low sound. Go away. Dead cat. Believe it or not, I'll kill you.
The middle-aged man cursed hatefully. There was no one else at this moment, so he didn't need to hide his true colors. If it wasn't for these cats blocking the way, Wu Tongtong probably wouldn't have suspected, and she wouldn't have had to carry him on her back. It was all these cats that were doing bad things. He also didn't know what was going on today. These dogs and cats were just pestering himself.
Thinking about his time, he didn't kill the dogs and cats, Or is there some kind of odor on himself? He sniffed suspiciously and smelled nothing? Right. His own shoes. Maybe it was the chihuahua.
The odor it left on his shoes was so great that it attracted so many cats and dogs. The middle-aged man thought about it and thought that was probably the reason.
Otherwise, he couldn't explain it either. What's wrong with her?
A passing pedestrian saw the middle-aged man carrying a girl and asked enthusiastically.
This is my niece. I'm her uncle. She's sick and we just got back from the hospital.
I saw her sleepy, so I let her sleep for a while. The middle-aged man explained a sentence. His voice was calm, but within that calmness, there was a hint of a murderous aura.
This uncle of yours is just right. My niece is also about the same age as her. Do you want to help? I see that you're a bit tired. That pedestrian didn't have any hair trigger or suspicion. No need. Thanks. We'll be home soon.
Of course the middle-aged man wouldn't agree. He pointed not far ahead.
Then go home quickly. I hope your niece get well soon.
That pedestrian said this and left. He didn't realize that the middle-aged man in front of him was a monster.
Thank you. She will get better. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief.
His other hand, in fact, had been in his coat pocket.
There. A knife was hidden. The pedestrian didn't realize that he had brushed shoulders with danger. Watching the pedestrian leave, the middle-aged man quickened his pace.
He had to return to the studio quickly. He was a bit impatient. The number of pedestrians he met on the road increased, and he was afraid that he would be exposed. Another cat appeared next to him.
Dead cat. Go away. He cursed again. Zhou Qinshan's car, parked outside an alley. The alley was narrow and the car could not drive in. Fongping jumped down from the open car window. De Wang. Is cousin right here? Are you sure? Zhou Qinshan asked. Fongping's tail waved vertically. For sure.
This is what those cats and dogs told me. Zhou Qinshan then got out of the car, which was parked just outside the alley and unguarded. She couldn't care less about this new car, her cousin was important. At this time on the other 2 cars, the relatives came down. Everyone did not know at this time that Wu Tongtong was in danger.
Second aunt and second aunt's husband came over. Chen Chun.
Where's your cousin?
Where is she? Second aunt looked around, didn't see Wu Tongtong and asked anxiously. Second aunt.
The person is right here. The great king will take us there. Zhou Qinshan could only say this. She didn't say that Wu Tongtong might be in danger, keeping her worries to herself. Everyone bowed their heads together, looking at Fongping, looking at the cat.
Fongping's tail hooked. Follow me. He led the way in front.
Actually, he didn't know the place right now.
But soon, 3 cats appeared in front of him. One cat let out a low purr.
They were coming over to greet Fongping.
Great king. You have finally arrived. Fongping hooked his tail and let out a cry as well. Lead the way. Take me to Wu Tongtong's place right away. I want to see her right away. The three cats turned around immediately when they heard Wu Ping's order and walked towards the alley. Fongping turned back and hooked his tail. Then followed these cats.
The line behind them all saw this scene but couldn't understand the cats' voices.
Chen Chun. These cats are?
Ergu asked.
These cats
should be the great king's companions.
They should have come together to lead the way. Zhou Chen guessed. She wasn't sure. But since the great king followed these cats, everyone must be related. These cats are still good. Really find my daughter. I will thank them properly.
Even if Ergu didn't own a cat, she could tell that these cats seemed to be stray cats. In the live broadcast room, the viewers also saw this scene.
Great king, are these cats your little brothers? Definitely little brothers, can't you see that the great king is ordering them? Brother, you can even understand this, you must have a cat soul in your body. Great king, do you want to take me as your little brother again? Where is the great king going? Didn't you listen just now?
The great king must be going to find Wu Tongtong.
The audience didn't know right now that Wu Tongtong was in danger.
And at this moment, the middle-aged man carrying Wu Tongtong on his back finally walked deep into the alley, panting to a building downstairs.
Arrived home.
The middle-aged man said in his heart.
Looking back, Wu Tongtong was still unconscious. Behind her, followed by a group of cats. The middle-aged man's face was a bit gloomy. These dead cats followed them here. Chapter 73 Rituals. In the alley, Fongping followed the three cats. Its look was somewhat different from usual, rare, and somewhat serious. Its aura was somewhat murderous.
He already knew from the cats' mouths that this middle-aged man was a pervert. One could imagine how dangerous it would be for Wu Tongtong to fall into the hands of this middle-aged man. The three cats in front of him, taking cat steps, were not walking slowly.
But Fongping still disliked it, and he impatiently prodded. Hurry up! Don't be a ing pussy. Run for me! The three cats paused. They pulled their ears. Sure enough, they ran. Fongping's tail hooked and naturally ran along.
His current pace really had the aura of a great king.
Cat. Wait. How is it running so fast?
The second ant behind her was a bit anxious. She wasn't walking fast and saw that she was somewhat unable to keep up.
Ergu. I'll follow the king first. You guys can walk slower.
Seeing this, Zhou Qinshan said to Ergu.
We'll follow you there as well.
The other two male relatives also volunteered. Zhou Qinshan was young and could walk fast, and they were strong and not slow either.
That's good. Thank you for your hard work. We'll be right there. Before the second ant could say anything, the second ant's father had already agreed.
He had a feeling that there was a reason why the cat was so fast, like it was on its way to save someone, that's why it ran so fast. But he didn't dare to say this feeling of his out loud. If he said it out, the second ant would definitely die of anxiety.
Zhou Qinshan quickly chased after them with the two male relatives. Fongping followed the three cats and ran to stop under a building.
It was an old building, the outside walls were mottled, some tiles had peeled off, and he didn't know how many years it had been there. He lifted the cat's head and looked. This kind of old building did not have an elevator, but the floors were not too high. The three cats paused slightly, twisted their heads to look at Fongping and walked into the building.
Fongping also walked in. Zhou Qinshan and the two male relatives followed closely behind.
It wasn't until they walked outside a room on the 5th floor that the three cats stopped. There were two other cats squatting at the door here. This was the place.
Fongping understood. Zhou Qinshan also saw it.
She was about to go over and knock on the door when Fongping couldn't wait any longer. He jumped straight up and volleyed a kill.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The continuous knocking on the door was loud, but no one came to open the door.
Zhou Qinshan felt that there was no one inside. De Wang, is it a mistake? Is it not here? She asked. Fongping's tail ticked.
There can be no mistake.
There were two cats guarding outside, it was definitely here. He himself smelled the odor, Wu Tongtong's odor.
There was also the scent of a person, it should be that perverted middle-aged man.
Both of them were in the room. Bang! 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 Fongping jumps up again. Volleyball dunk. But still no one opened the door. Live in the room, the viewers are puzzled. Great King, is that girl really in there? The Great King's judgment is definitely not wrong. I'm a bit confused now, how did the Great King find this place? I'm a bit worried about the girl. Why isn't the door open yet? At this time, someone on the other side opened the door. Who are you looking for? An older woman asked with a hint of caution. She hadn't noticed that it was a cat knocking on the door. We are looking for someone. My cousin is in the house. We've come to look for her. Zhou Qinshan said.
You've been knocking for so long and no one has opened the door.
There's no one in the house, is there? Why don't you come back later? Auntie said. Zhou Qinshan looked down at Fongping. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Zhou Qinchen understood. No. People are in the house. I'll call the police right away.
She decisively took out her cell phone. She couldn't break into someone's house herself, but calling a detective would naturally have a way to open the door.
Call the police? What's going on? The big mom was first a bit skeptical of Zhou Qinchen and the others.
Now that she saw that Zhou Qinchen had really called the police, she came over again.
Zhou Qinchen called the police and hung up the phone. My cousin was tricked into coming here.
She is only 14 years old. I'm worried that she's in danger. At this point, she wasn't hiding it either. Not only Big Mother, but also the two male relatives were shocked in their hearts. Everyone hadn't taken this seriously just now, and now their faces sank.
Danger? What kind of danger? Everyone was a little afraid to think about it further. Chen? Why are they all standing at the door? Where's my daughter? At this time, second aunt and other relatives also arrived. Second aunt. The house won't open.
I called the police and waited for the detective to come.
Zhou Qinchen said to her second aunt. What?
Upon hearing this, Ergu also walked over and knocked on the door.
Bang! 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 But still no one opens the door. Morning. Is my daughter really in there? It can't be wrong, right? Second auntie frowned at this point. Second aunt. Yes. She is in there.
Zhou Qinchen was sure this time, since the great king said she was in, she must be.
Does anyone know this family? Does anyone know this family? Or the phone number of this family? The second aunt asked the older woman across the street.
There is a single man in his 30s living in this house.
I've met him a few times.
He rents this house. None of our neighbors here have his number. The older woman shook her head as she told what she knew. Then we'll just have to wait for the detective to come by.
Second aunt didn't say another word.
Fongping saw everyone waiting here, and he felt that this couldn't wait.
Who knew when the detective would arrive? Maybe it would be too late? Some damage was done and it was hard to undo it. He looked around.
There was a small window at the top of the stairs where people couldn't get out, but cats could. His tail hooked and he ran for the small window.
As soon as the cats saw his movement, they immediately followed him as well.
There were a lot of people here, and the few cats were a bit uncomfortable, so it was good to follow the great king.
Morning. The cat ran away. Where is he going? Second aunt saw it and hurriedly said to Zhou Qinchen. Ergu. It's all right.
The great king is probably thinking of a way to get in. Zhou Qinchen looked over. She noticed that the great king had jumped up to the small window and guessed that he might have other ideas. At this time of the day, Big King definitely wouldn't be running around.
This cat would have a way?
Everyone looked at Fongping. It was already amazing that a cat could lead the way here.
But to say that a cat was smarter than a human and could think of a way, everyone did not really believe it in their hearts. Zhou Qinchen didn't explain much. There were some things that people wouldn't listen to even if they explained themselves.
She, her second aunt, and her second aunt's husband and the others were still waiting for the detective to come over.
The room. A soundproof wall was installed. This was deliberately installed by the middle-aged man to prevent the sound in the room from being heard outside. Of course he couldn't hear the knocking outside. He didn't know anyone here, and there wouldn't be anyone knocking on the door.
He didn't know that there were already quite a few people standing outside his house right now, waiting to come in. Wu Tong had her eyes closed and was lying on the bed. The middle-aged man glanced over, and despite the perversion in his heart, he was in no hurry to make a move. This matter had come to this point, he was in no hurry. This little girl couldn't escape his grasp. Now, before enjoying himself, there were still some things to do. He turned on the music and played his favorite piece. And then, he was going to take a bath, he was going to get himself clean. Enjoyment. Rituals were needed too. He's not an animal. He's a pervert. Chapter 74. I didn't do anything. Fongping drilled out through the small window of the stairway. There were some pipes and cable lines outside. A human couldn't step on them, but for a cat, it was no problem at all. He looked at the orientation and stepped on top of the pipes and walked towards the window of the middle-aged man's house. He planned to enter through the window, then open the door and let Zhou Qinchen and those relatives into the house. After taking a few steps, Fongping realized that the window was tightly closed. Thick curtains were drawn inside the windows, again acting as soundproofing. He was about to walk in. Whoosh! 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 A sound came from behind them. Fongping turned around and 5 cats followed. He paused and didn't chase these cats away. Just take them as his helpers. He thought in his heart. The 5 cats carried alertness, their fur stood up with the action of blowing up at any time. Cats were very perceptive animals. The 5 cats obviously sensed danger inside. Fongping did not care. Danger was what these cats felt, it was not a concern for him. He was not an ordinary cat now, he was a ferocious beast. Right now, even a tiger in the zoo was no match for him. How could he be afraid of one? The only worry was for that little girl Wu Tongtong not to be harmed. Although he and Wu Tongtong had only come into contact once, the little girl was still good. Coming to the window, Fongping raised his front paw. Sure enough, the window was locked. It was difficult for Fongping. With his front paw, he popped out sharp claws. The claws scratched around the window like diamonds, and a piece of glass was quickly peeled off by him, just enough to reveal a hole slightly larger than his body. The piece of glass was placed on the windowsill with Fongping in his mouth. With a nimble leap, he jumped through the window hole. The room was resounding with very loud music. No wonder the knock on the door could not be heard, Fongping understood. However, the outside didn't hear anything inside just now either, so he estimated that this room should have a soundproof wall installed. This middle-aged man was vigilant, so that when he did something bad, he couldn't hear anything outside. Fongping stood in the living room and looked around, seeing no one. The middle-aged man was not there. Wu Tongtong was also not there. As he passed by the bathroom, he heard the sound of water inside. Then he saw a middle-aged man with his back to the bathroom door. The guy was taking a bath. Fongping did not alarm the middle-aged man for the time being. He had to find Wu Tongtong first. Eventually he was in the bedroom and saw Wu Tongtong. He only saw Wu Tongtong lying on the side of the bed, her eyes tightly closed, but her clothes and shoes were still on. Fongping jumped onto the bed and inspected it, slightly relieved that he had come in time. Obviously Wu Tongtong had not been harmed. Walking a little closer, his nose caught an odor of anesthesia. No wonder Wu Tongtong was unconscious. She had been anesthetized. Whoosh! 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 5 pairs of cat ears appeared at the bedroom door. The 5 cats followed suit and followed Fongping into the room. Wherever the Great King went, they followed. Within 24 hours, they were absolutely obedient to the Great King. Fongping looked at the 5 cats. The heart moved. The middle-aged man completed the ritual in earnest. Seriously washing himself. Gradually, the ritual feels at an end. He's going to take the next step. He's going to start enjoying the delicacy. Just then, the music that was playing suddenly stopped. The room fell silent. The middle-aged man frowned. The ceremony was not perfect without the music. He briefly wiped his body, put a towel around his waist, and walked out. He would check the music playing equipment. Perhaps the power cord was unplugged. He walked into the living room and double-checked. There was nothing wrong with the playback device. What's going on? He was wondering. A voice came from behind him. The middle-aged man paused. He turned around. 5 cats were lined up, squatting in front of him. 1 man and 5 cats glared at each other. The middle-aged man got a little angry. These dead cats. How did they get into the house? Could it be that he left his window open? He turned his head to look at the window and remembered that he locked the window tightly. Could he have misremembered? Just then, the 5 cats attacked. Outside the house, Zhou Chinchen and Ergu and the others finally waited for the police detective. Actually, the detective came very quickly, probably in about 10 minutes or so. What's going on? A total of 2 male detectives came and one of them asked. It's like this. My cousin was lured into this house by the owner. We are worried that something has happened and would like to ask you to open the door. Zhou Chinchen explained to the detective. Do you have any evidence? The detectives naturally couldn't just break into the house. They also needed to see evidence. We don't. But my cousin is indeed inside. Zhou Chinchen's heart thumped. She really didn't have any evidence. That's not good enough. Let's do it this way. Let's contact the owner of the house. The detective knocked on the door of the house, didn't hear a response from inside, and then said to Zhou Chinchen. You guys have to be quick. I'm worried that it's taking too long. Something will happen to my cousin. Zhou Chinchen said anxiously. The detective then made several phone calls, asking about the neighborhood, the property, and the neighbors. But no one knew. You guys hurry up. If something happens to my daughter, who's responsible? Ergu couldn't help but cry. The 2 detectives looked at each other. It's not a good idea. They were in a difficult situation. Click. The door of the room suddenly opened. One of the detectives was quick and pulled the door open. He didn't see anyone but a cat. The 2 detectives paused. Fongping squatted in the doorway, his tail hooked. Da Wang, you opened the door? You went in? Zhou Chinchen surprised. Is this your cat? The detective asked. Yeah. He probably went in through the window. Left the door open. Zhou Chinchen didn't hide it. It was a matter of checking it out. Is there anyone in the house? Since the door was open, the detective asked. Help! A miserable scream suddenly came out from the house. The 2 detectives became alert and immediately walked inside. Into the living room. 5 cats surrounded the middle-aged man and were scratching. The middle-aged man collapsed on the floor, his whole body was bleeding from scratching, and the bath towel wrapped around his waist was stained red. These cats were fighting with amazing strength, and the middle-aged man could only protect his face. It was only when he heard the sound that he shouted for help. He didn't think carefully at this moment. His room was soundproofed. How could the outside hear it? He didn't know that Fongping had already opened the door. The 5 cats saw the people coming in and turned to run towards the window. The task given to them by the Great King was to run away when they saw people. One of the cats seemed to have come to the wild and rushed at the middle-aged man's lower part with a claw. Something fell down, it whimpered a bite, grabbed it and ran. The middle-aged man screamed miserably and fainted. His parts were gone. At this time, Zhou Qinshan and Ergu and the others were also going inside. You guys wait. Just wait outside the house. Don't come in yet. A detective rushed to stop it. This is an injury case, the detectives want to file a case. But the perpetrator of the injuries has escaped and the detectives can't follow him. There were 5 cats in all, and they all escaped through the window. How can we make a case? No. There was one more cat. The 2 detectives turned their heads to look at Fongping squatting in the doorway. Fongping raised his front paws, which were clean and white. His tail was hooked and his eyes were innocent. I didn't do anything. Please believe in me. Chapter 75 Quiet. It was also true that the 2 detectives did not see Fongping make a move. Naturally, they could only let the cat go first. After discussing for a while, one of the detectives made a phone call and started to call his companions to come over, and at the same time, he had to call the hospital as well. The middle-aged man lying passed out on the ground clearly needed urgent medical attention. The other detective began to check the entire room. As he walked to the bedroom, he found Wu Tong Tong. Wake up! Seeing that the girl, who was around 14 years old, seemed to be asleep, he walked over to her. When he got closer, the detective realized that something was wrong. This girl was not asleep but was anesthetized. Associating it with the dress of the middle-aged man in the living room, he suddenly realized what was about to happen here. Lao Jian! You come over here! Something is going on here. He called out to the detective outside. Wait a minute. I'll call the hospital. This man will die if we don't save him. The detective outside answered. Don't worry about that asshole. Come in and take a look. I think this is more important. The bedroom detective's voice carries a hint of anger. The outside detective hears this, pauses, then walks into the bedroom. Detective, what's going on? He looked at the other detective and then at Wu Tong Tong, who was still unconscious. Anesthetized. The other detective said without a trace of anger. What? Waiting for the 2 detectives to walk out of the bedroom, they called the hospital again. This time the request was to bring items to remove the anesthesia, preferably quickly. As for the middle-aged man lying on the floor, the detectives made additional mention of it and didn't say anything about the middle-aged man's injuries. This kind of man, it is best not to stay in this world. The detectives, too, were cynical. This kind of scum. Those 5 cats did well. Zhou Qinshan and Ergu and the others were waiting outside, all a little anxious. But the detectives weren't allowed to enter the house, so everyone could only wait. After coming over for a few moments, one of the detectives walked out. There is indeed a girl inside. You guys choose 2 people to come in. Preferably females. He said to Zhou Qinshan and the others waiting outside. Second auntie. How about? I'll go in with second aunt. Zhou Qinshan heard this and turned back to discuss with his second aunt. Row. Just the 2 of you. We'll wait for you outside. The second aunt noticed the detective's expression, and it didn't seem too serious. He was slightly relieved. Zhou Qinshan assisted second aunt and walked into the room. Fongping's tail hooked and he crouched at the doorway, not following the matter behind. There was no need for him anymore. The man in the living room, most of his body, had been covered by the detectives with a sheet and would not be able to see the indecent places. But blood could still be seen. Zhou Qinshan and Ergo didn't dare to look at it more and hurried into the bedroom with the detectives leading the way. My daughter! What's wrong with her? Why isn't she awake? Aunt saw the unconscious Wu Tong Tong and was a little alarmed again. Anesthetized by that bastard. She should be fine. We've notified the hospital, a doctor will be here soon. The detective's words quieted Aunt down. Everyone just waited in the bedroom. Hearing that her daughter had been anesthetized, Aunt looked at the middle-aged man lying outside and her eyes took on a hateful look. She didn't need to think to know what would have happened to her daughter if she hadn't rushed over in time. Zhou Qinshan was also trembling in her heart. She was also thinking of the bad man she had met. This person in front of her was not the bad guy she knew. After waiting for a while, the doctor rushed over with nurses and equipment. The 2 detectives wanted the doctor to save the girl in the bedroom first. The doctor examined Wu Tong Tong and found that there was only a slight overdose of anesthesia. This kind didn't need to be rescued either, just wait for a natural awakening, and it looked like she was going to wake up soon. Zhou Qinshan and second aunt heard this, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Then the doctor and the nurse were brought over to rescue the dying middle-aged man. Zhou Qinshan and her second aunt didn't take Wu Tong Tong away, thinking to wait for her to wake up first. The detective came over, asked about the situation, and recorded Wu Tong Tong's information, as well as her family's information. This matter will definitely be investigated later, including the middle-aged man who will shed his skin even if he doesn't die this time. The detectives could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man was a recidivist, and besides Wu Tongtong, he must have hurt other little girls. Only Wu Tongtong was luckier than the other little girls, her family came in time.
Chan Chun, I really have to thank you this time. And that cat of yours.
Second aunt was still a little shaky in her heart when she said this. If it wasn't for that cat leading the way this time, it would have been impossible for everyone to find this place right away.
If we hadn't arrived in time, our daughter.
Ergu. We're family, there's no need for thanks.
It's good that only cousin is fine.
Zhou Qinshan comfortingly patted second aunt's hand, which was a little cold.
Obviously thinking about things, there was some fear.
The two of them chatted for a few moments, and there was movement on Wu Tongtong's side. She gradually opened her eyes, her body was still a bit weak, but her mind began to clear. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her cousin and her own mom sitting next to her.
Cousin. Mom. Where am I?
She looked around and realized that she was lying in a strange room.
Tong Tong. You're awake? Zhou Qinshan immediately looked over in surprise. You damned girl. Second aunt cursed and then quickly stopped talking.
This time, her daughter's accident did have something to do with something in the family, like the argument. It seems that the way of getting along with her daughter will have to change in the future.
Do you know that? You almost had an accident? If something happens to you, how can I live? How would you let your father live?
Ergu's eyes turned red again. Wu Tongtong also gradually remembered what had happened to her. That middle-aged man, he was not a good person. When she was about to escape, he pounced on her and covered her mouth with a white handkerchief. She tried to struggle, found her body powerless, and then she didn't know anything. Wu Tongtong wasn't a girl who didn't know anything, and when she thought about it, she probably knew that the middle-aged uncle had his heart set on her. She hurriedly lowered her head and looked at herself, still in the same clothes, and her shoes were on her feet.
Mom. Cousin. Am I alright?
She wasn't sure of the situation now and asked in panic.
Almost had an accident. Luckily, your cousin and that cat led the way.
We were able to arrive in time to save you. Second aunt also didn't want to scare her daughter and told her everything she knew. When Wu Tongtong heard this, her eyes also reddened and she felt scared. Now she realized that some of her actions were too childish. It also almost brought big trouble to herself and to her family.
Don't be sad. It's good that it's okay. Let's go. Zhou Qinshan helped her cousin up.
Since her cousin was fine, she didn't want to continue staying here.
This room makes her dislike it. Right. Let's go. Second aunt naturally didn't want to stay here either.
The two of them helped Wu Tongtong, walked out of the bedroom, and spoke to the detectives outside. A detective came over, checked Wu Tongtong, found that she had no major problems, and instructed her to rest well. He also said a few words to Ergu and Zhou Qinshan, to the effect that they might be coming over later to investigate, so be careful to keep your family's phone lines open. The detective then did not stop them from leaving. Wu Tongtong took a few steps and her body basically returned to normal. At this time her eyes looked at the gate.
A cat.
Quietly squatting at the door looking at her.
The tail was hooked. Wu Tongtong's tears finally flowed down. Chapter 76, How Does Anyone Know You?
Wu Tongtong ran over and picked up De Wang. She had already heard that it was the great king who saved himself today. Without the great king leading the way, she didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to her. Though she didn't know how big king found himself.
That was Meowth's skill, I guess.
She thought in her heart. She was now becoming more and more fond of the magical creatures like Meowth. Of course. The favorite was definitely the great king. In the live broadcast room, everyone finally saw Wu Tongtong. Just now, in the room, there was no live broadcast, so everyone didn't know what had happened.
This is the little girl everyone is looking for.
The little girl is so pretty. It's a good thing we found her, or else we'd really be worried.
I'm still a bit confused. How did the king find her? Maharaja, I don't want to talk about it, okay? I just want to know what happened here.
I don't know anything else, I just know that the people who live here are definitely not good people.
Fongping moved in Wu Tongtong's arms. Little girl. Crying is crying. Can you stop wiping your tears violently on me? And also, my hair is messed up too.
Wu Tongtong didn't care and cried her eyes out, hugging De Wang and refusing to let go.
Fongping was helpless.
Forget it. He could only go home later and let Zhou Qinshan help dry it off. Seeing this, second aunt wanted to walk over and make Wu Tongtong stop. Zhou Qinshan pulled the second aunt and quietly shook her head. Crying out like this was conducive to releasing emotions, and was good for Wu Tongtong. Instead, it was holding it in that would cause trouble. Everyone looked at Wu Tongtong, as well as the cat in her arms.
At this time, anyone looked at the cat in a different light. This was not an ordinary cat.
Especially that female relative just now. The more she looked at Fongping now, the more she regretted what she had said. To be honest, at first, when Zhou Qinshan said that this cat had found Wu Tongtong, everyone had taken it with a grain of salt. Everyone was discussing the find at Air Gu's house, and the cat didn't seem to be doing anything out of the ordinary, just lying on Zhou Qinshan's lone legs. The only action is probably to rush to the window and howl a few times. But here's where this cat is amazing. He really found someone, almost traveling halfway across the city. He led everyone here, and also found Wu Tongtong. No one present knew how this cat knew that Wu Tongtong was here. There was no one to explain either. As for this cat, he couldn't talk and couldn't answer. At such a distance, to say that it was by smell, that was definitely impossible. More crucially, it was also this cat that opened the door just now. This cat seemed to be able to do things that many people weren't able to do. The detectives were talking, and even though everyone hadn't entered the house, they had actually heard a little bit of it. Besides the injury case, there was a more serious case here. That middle-aged man inside was definitely not a good person. When the relatives thought about this, they also cited Wu Tongtong's good luck. Arriving one step late. What will happen here? This made everyone shudder a little. After waiting for a while, Wu Tongtong gradually stopped crying, and Air Ant and the relatives were ready to take her away. Fongping wanted to jump down from Wu Tongtong's arms, but Wu Tongtong still wouldn't let go, so he could only continue to be held. At that moment, footsteps came from downstairs. It turned out that more detectives had arrived. The case here obviously needed more detectives to join in. 6 detectives came up from downstairs. The first male detective had already walked into the house when he suddenly stopped and looked back at the cat in Wu Tongtong's arms. He took 2 steps back. "De Wang? Is that you? Is it right?" The male detective began to try to greet Fongping. He recognized the cat. Wasn't this the magical cat that had accompanied everyone these past few nights and solved 2 cases? The male detective didn't notice it at first because it was so far away from where he was last night, and he didn't expect the Great King to show up here. Fongping tugged at his ears. He also recognized the male detective. He had seen it himself last night and the night before. In a way, this was his own partner. "You know Big King?" Wu Tongtong asked curiously at this moment. The little girl's mind, after crying, was in a liberalized mood. She was even more curious about the Great King now. "I didn't realize that Big King was so powerful that even the detective knew him." The male detective saw everyone looking at him and wanted to explain, but thought that he couldn't say anything about these cases. Recognize. He could only smile and nod his head before walking into the house. After all, there was an official mission here. The 5 detectives who then entered the house also greeted Fongping one by one when they saw him. "Great King, hello again. Great King, I'll treat you to a small fish someday. Great King, you've come a long way. Big King. Big King." Zhou Qinshan and Second Auntie, and the relatives were a bit confused when they saw this. Everyone looked at Fongping. "How come everyone knows you?" Fongping's tail hooked and he couldn't say anything. Inside the house, the 2 detectives who arrived first also saw this scene. Originally, the 2 detectives had also listed the cat as a suspect. "How do you all recognize this as a cat?" The detective who came first asked the detective who came later. "Of course I do. This cat. Now this is the one among our detectives." The later detective gave a quiet thumbs up with a smirk. "What did it do? It's so famous?" The first detective asked again curiously. "The counterfeit bill manufacturer case the night before. The entertainment club casino case last night. You guys haven't heard of a cat helping out?" Since they were peers, the later detective was briefly talking about it. These 2 cases are certainly not a secret amongst the detectives. It's been rumored for a long time that a cat solved both cases. So it was it? No wonder. It appeared here. The detective who came first seemed to have a sudden realization, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "What's going on here? Who was hurt by whom? What is the relationship between this middle-aged man and the little girl?" The later detective had just entered the house and wasn't too sure. "It's like this. When we came here we found 5 cats and this one." The girl was anesthetized. The detective who came first goes over his investigation. The later detective pondered for a moment. "Did you find out if Maharaja was involved in the attack?" Because of the injuries involved, he still had to ask. "Didn't find out. We only saw this cat open the door. It was crouched right in the doorway the whole time, and the attack was on 5 other cats, but they all ran away." The detective who came first shook his head. "That's it then. Make those 5 cats the key suspect targets for investigation. Since the injury has nothing to do with the Great King, there's no need to mention it," the later detective said decisively. It wasn't that he was showing favoritism. Since the Great King wasn't involved, there was naturally no need to be included as a suspect. When appropriate, he definitely had to help speak for the Great King. Besides, that middle-aged man, he deserved it himself. Perhaps the middle-aged man had offended the 5 cats before and was now being avenged by the cats. Later on, the detective did know that cats were very vindictive. The direction of his investigation now focused not on the injury case, but on what the middle-aged man had committed himself. He believed the middle-aged man must have committed more crimes. Compared to the injuries he himself had suffered, these crimes were the more serious ones. At this moment, Fongping and everyone else had arrived downstairs, ready to go home. 2 more police cars came downstairs, also involved in this case investigation. Several detectives jumped down from the cars. They then saw Fongping. De Wang. Instantly these few detectives recognized him. Next to them, Zhou Qinshan and Ergo, among others, looked at Fongping in surprise. How come everyone recognizes you? Fongping was also speechless. There were indeed a lot of acquaintances that he bumped into today. His tail ticked. This can't blame me. Chapter 77 No Loss. Second aunt. Cousin has been found, so we'll go back first. Having found Wu Tongtong, Zhou Qinshan said goodbye to second aunt and second aunt's father downstairs. There was nothing more for her to do back there. Wu Tongtong's rebellion, as well as the knot between her and her parents, would have to be untangled slowly. But I believe that after this incident, she will also change. Second aunt and second aunt's father would also consider their own way of education. Chen Chun. I'm really thankful to you and the great king for today, as well as everyone's help. I'll host a banquet to thank you all some other day. Second aunt also thanked Zhou Qinshan and the relatives on behalf of her family. Everyone then parted. Wu Tongtong was a little reluctant to part, but finally figured it out and let go of the great king. It wasn't like they couldn't see each other later, they would meet again anyway. Zhou Qinshan drove the Mercedes SL 400 and brought the big king home. While on the road, she would occasionally look at the big king sitting in the passenger seat. Fongping had a bit of a feeling. Is Zhou Qinshan trying to say something to me? After a while, Zhou Qinshan finally couldn't help herself. De Wang, if something happens to me, what would you do? She still asked. When Fongping heard this, he paused. You will be fine. Because I'm here. I will always be with you. Of course. He wouldn't say it out loud. Zhou Qinshan didn't think about the great king answering himself either. She spoke softly again. I know you will protect me. I believe. You will do so. This time, Fongping's tail waved vertically. Zhou Qinshan looked at it and a smile suddenly bloomed on her lips. She was very happy. Because she read Fongping's meaning. There was no sound in the car. One person and one cat quietly went home. Because she had run all afternoon today, Zhou Qinshan was also a little tired. Evening. One person and one cat simply ate some noodles. It was the kind of very ordinary noodles, sprinkled with some scallions, put some sesame oil, put some salt, and put a little meat sauce on it. Even if it was ordinary noodles, Fongping ate it very favorably. At this time the one-day live broadcast of the pet show program also ended. The staff in charge of filming came in and closed the live camera and left. In the live broadcast room, the audience lamented. How did it end again? Did the day go by so fast? I still want to watch Big King, I can't get enough. I just got off work and I'm saying goodbye to the king again. Can't the live program be a little later, or not come an all-nighter? Big King, do I still want privacy? After eating the noodles, Zhou Qinshan cleaned up the kitchen and then lay on the sofa with Fongping to watch TV. It was again Zhou Qinshan's favorite TV show, for which Fongping had no interest. He really didn't like it. Fongping, okay. Then squint for a while. I don't know how long I slept, but when Fongping opened his eyes, he realized that Zhou Qinshan was on the phone again. He tugged at his ears and sat up. During this period of time, she often called at this time, discussing the plot with a person. The other party was a woman, he was able to tell from the voice. But again, Fongping wondered that he had never seen this woman before. Even if it was Zhou Qinshan's best friend, everyone should always meet, right? At this moment Zhou Qinshan noticed Fongping looking over. De Wang, did I disturb you? I'll keep my voice down. She covered the microphone and apologized to Fongping. Fongping wasn't actually woken up by the noise, he just slept for a while. Even though Zhou Qinshan covered the microphone, the other side of the phone still heard it. Big King? Who's the Big King? Who else is in your family? The woman on the other side immediately asked. The cat in my house. Who do you think it is? His name is Big King. Zhou Qinshan didn't hide it from the woman across the street. I thought you had a boyfriend. Zhou Qinshan. When did you get a cat? I didn't even know. Send a picture of De Wang, let me take a look, okay. The woman on the other side of the room made a request when she heard that. One could only say that curiosity was the nature of all women. There were even more women who loved cats, and Zhou Qinshan's best friend was one of them. Hearing that Zhou Qinshan kept a cat, she immediately became interested. Zhou Qinshan took a look at Fongping, and she would always ask the great king for his opinion whenever it involved him. If the great king was unwilling, she never forced herself. De Wang. This is my classmate from college, and my closest BFF. She's out of town on a business trip during this time, and she wants a picture of you. She introduced the other person's identity while speaking to Fongping. Still really a bosom friend.
Fongping was also curious. Zhou Qinshan's BFF, what does she look like? He actually wanted to see the woman on the other side as well. Just sending his own picture over, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? That wouldn't do.
Fongping thought about it and raised his front paw, blocking his face.
Zhou Qinshan even picked up her cell phone, ready to take a picture. Great king. You don't agree? Ah. Then I won't take the picture. She put it down again. With this action, De Wang was clearly objecting.
She forgot to cover the microphone, and the woman on the other side heard her.
Disagree? Why don't you agree? I, a beautiful woman, want a photo, and someone else disagrees? That's not right. You're not a cat. How can a cat disagree?
The woman on the other side was even more curious, and immediately threw a series of questions at her.
Zhou Qinshan had a bit of a headache. How should I explain? My family's De Wang has some personality.
He is not an ordinary cat. I want to take his picture, he must agree. She tried to introduce Fongping.
Your cat has become a spirit, hasn't it? I have to see his picture today. Ask him what conditions he wants. The woman on the other side joked. Fongping heard it from the side. Ask him what he wants.
He tugged at his ears.
In that case, it's not impossible. I'll ask. Zhou Qinshan didn't hang up the phone.
She thought that her best friend was also confused, and she even said the conditions.
I'd say that to a cat. What conditions can a cat have? King. Do you have any conditions? How can my BFF see your picture? She didn't care and asked Fongping in a funny way. Fongping raised his front paws again and blocked his face. You still don't agree? No conditions? No conditions whatsoever?
Zhou Qinshan was a bit surprised. Usually, the Great King was very good and would usually not refuse.
What's going on today? He doesn't like his best friend. He still doesn't agree?
I told him to make whatever conditions he wants.
Do you want me to show him my photo first? A stunning beauty like me is asking for it.
The opposite woman was already going crazy. When Fongping heard this, he was worried that he was not able to express this meaning. When the opposite woman said this, he was not polite.
Fine. Fongping's tail flicked vertically. Zhou Qinshan paused. Great King? That's really what it means. Wait a minute. You're really right.
What De Wang means is that he wants your picture to be exchanged with him. She said into her cell phone. There was suddenly no sound from the other side.
After a while, the woman on the other side suddenly burst out laughing. Is it me who is crazy? Or is that cat in your house, that Maharaja, crazy? He wants my picture, he wants to exchange it with me? Okay, here's my photo.
The woman on the other side really did send a photo. However, the photo was not of the whole body, there were only big long legs on it, which were flooded with a nice luster. Fongping took a look. From this photo, this woman had a really slender figure.
At least the big long legs. Really? Very good looking. Zhou Qinshan looked at Fongping, thinking it's your turn.
Fongping tugged at his ears, came to the phone and raised his front legs as well. Taking pictures from such a close distance. The other party could obviously only see his legs as well.
Come on. Swap. It's all legs. Chapter 78 Attraction.
The woman on the other side received Fongping's picture.
To be precise, it was a photo of a furry cat's legs.
The opposite woman collapsed.
Zhou Qinshan. You're messing with me, right? Is this the picture you took of the cat? She questioned over the phone. Zhou Qinshan couldn't help it, it was De Wang's request, it wasn't her intention to take the picture like this. Don't blame me. It was Big King's request to take the picture like this. Of course, the fault is also yours, who made you just now send pictures of only your legs?
She was still speaking on Fongping's side.
Pisses me off. My long legs. What's wrong with giving me cat's legs when other people want old lady?
The woman on the other side was clearly unconvinced, and this time she was at a disadvantage.
Put. Zhou Qinshan also couldn't help but be happy.
His own king was really funny.
This I don't know. Maybe in the eyes of a cat. Everyone is a leg, there is no difference. She tried to explain Fongping's thoughts. That line. The photo's not up to snuff. I'll resend it. The woman on the other side quickly sent another photo. Fongping took a look.
This time the photo was not of long legs. However, the opposite woman was obviously in a bad mood again. This time the photo was of her hands, white as jade arms, still very nice.
Fongping almost wanted to drool.
This kind of photo, have the balls to give me a dozen.
Aha! Pay attention to the cat image. De Wang. This photo. Is it okay? Zhou Qinshan actually knew the answer without asking Fongping. Sure enough.
Fongping directly raised his front paw and pointed at the photo of the cat's legs just now, his tail flicking vertically.
Send it to that woman. Chen Chun. How come it's still this photo? I've changed the photo.
The woman on the other side quickly transmitted in a grieved voice. You can't blame my Maharaja for this. To a cat, a hand is a leg and a leg is a hand. Take another picture and it's the same. Zhou Qinshan said slowly, her words leaving the other party speechless. Her own white arms. Her own coveted arms. Another loss. Chen Chun. I've decided. I don't want the photo. The woman across the street suddenly said. You don't want it. That's good. I'm hanging up now. Zhou Qinshan was ready to hang up her cell phone. Wait a minute. I've decided. I want a video with your king. I don't think it's your cat, you're playing me. The woman on the other side changed her demands. In her eyes, how could a cat be so quirky? This must be a joke by Zhou Qinshan. I'll video with the cat. I'll see how you can still be quirky. The opposite woman was a little smug in her heart. The great king. The sister across the street wants a video? Are you willing to do it? Zhou Qinshan still sought Fongping's opinion. The opposite woman did not say anything, she decided that it was Zhou Qinshan who was joking. Fongping thought about it, so let's video it. It was hard enough for him to go back and forth like this. His tail flicked vertically. The great king agreed. You guys video it. I'm going to go wash up. Zhou Qinshan put her cell phone on the coffee table by the sofa and opened the video. Then she turned around and walked away. Fongping looked at the cell phone. Finally, he could see what this woman looked like. He just wanted to see if it was as beautiful as he had imagined. In the cell phone, a stunningly beautiful woman who did not look similar to Zhou Qinshan appeared. It was still very pretty and beautiful. The pretty woman paused. Apparently, she had also seen Fongping squatting on the sofa. She saw a cat with a hooked tail looking at her. Cat. Those conditions just now? Were they all proposed by you? She asked. The first time she talked to a cat, she felt a little funny. Fongping's tail flicked vertically. The pretty woman didn't have the kind of tacit understanding that Zhou Qinshan had, she didn't read it. Cat. Asking you? Those conditions just now? Were they all made by you? Fongping's tail, once again, waved vertically. Cat. Why don't you speak? Wait, you can't talk, what do you mean by flicking your tail vertically? The pretty woman asked before realizing it was wrong and changed her question. My family's great king. Wagging your tail vertically means yes. Flicking your tail horizontally means no. Zhou Qinshan heard it in the bathroom and explained his sentence. Otherwise, this man and cat can't communicate at all. Is that so? Cat. Are you called Amao? The pretty woman heard this and asked with a twinkle in her eye. She wasn't that easy to fool, she had to find some wacky questions. Fongping paused. Amao? Your whole family is Amao, okay? His tail impatiently swung sideways. Did you really get it? Cat, let me ask another question. Does 5 plus 5 equal 10? The pretty woman asked again, still not convinced that the cat understood her words. Fongping didn't wag his tail this time. This woman. Is she trying to show that her IQ is higher than mine? See? I tried it out. Still want to cheat me? The pretty woman felt that she had tested Fongping with her question and was a bit pleased with herself. Cat. The question I just asked may be a bit difficult, I'll ask another simpler question. Is 1 plus 1 equal to 3? She changed the question again. Fongping and the beautiful woman video, in fact, wanted to see what kind of each other. He had seen it now. Although the woman was prettier. But the IQ didn't seem to be online. Okay. That's it. He raised his front paw and took a step closer to the cell phone as the pretty woman watched. Snap. He clicked the screen and turned off the video. The pretty woman froze across the phone. What did she see? This cat. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to turn off the video. What was the meaning of this? She immediately initiated the request and re-asked for the video. Fongping glanced at the phone, indifferent. Zhou Qinshan heard the sound and walked over. What? Are you guys done with the video? Who hung up the video? She said while still clicking agree. In the cell phone, the pretty woman appeared again. When she saw that it was Zhou Qinshan, her eyes still had a hint of excitement. Chen, do you know? I just found out something? She said to Zhou Qinshan. I don't know. Zhou Qinshan could only shake her head. It's not like she wasn't around just now. I saw it. You cat. Surprisingly, you would take the initiative to turn off the video. The pretty woman was like she had discovered the miracle of the world as she revealed an expression of disbelief. I guess you guys were done with the video. He turned it off. What's wrong with that? Zhou Qinshan naturally wouldn't be surprised. Big King knows a lot of things. Chen Chun. Do you know that? You're a very smart cat. The pretty woman continued to talk about her discovery. I know. I told you just now. It's not like you don't know that the great king is very smart, or else why would he ask to swap photos with you? Zhou Qinshan laughed. Hearing others praise the great king made her happy. Big King. What else does he know?
What else does he know? The pretty woman gave a beat before remembering to change the photo. The king knows many things. He can open doors, he can save children. When I was sick, he would even take the bus alone and bring me medicine. Zhou Qinshan said this and her eyes looked to the side. As she looked at Fongping, there was clearly more tenderness in her eyes. This was her big king. Her lovely big king. Fongping didn't move, just tugging at his ears. The pretty woman could no longer control her emotions when she heard this. She was completely attracted to the great king. This cat, it was too endearing. Zhou Qinshan. I've decided. I'm taking an early morning flight tomorrow. I'm going back to Jiangcheng immediately. Chapter 79 Thrilling. The pretty woman decided that she wanted to take an early morning flight, and she wanted to go back to Jiangcheng immediately. Miss Dong Yujing, didn't you say there were still a few days left? You're just finishing up your business trip, right? Zhou Qinshan asked in surprise. Fongping tugged his ears, he heard it all. Only then did he realize that the woman's last name was Dong. I don't care. Even if the money is deducted, I have to come back. I want to see with my own eyes the great king, if he has really become a spirit. Dong Yujing came back because of Fongping. Women who like cats are sometimes irrational. Haven't you seen enough? Didn't you video it just now? Do you want me to have Big King video you again? Zhou Qinshan couldn't help but laugh. No, I can't. I want to come and check it out myself. Who knows if you've specially trained him? Dong Yujing didn't really believe in videos anymore, she wanted to confirm it herself. Suit yourself. Let me know when you've booked your flight. I'll drive to pick you up. Zhou Qinshan is actually happy that the other party is back. It's been a long time since she's been with her bestie. Driving? You made up with your dad? Are you driving your dad's luxury car? Dong Yujing was one of Zhou Qinshan's university classmates who rarely knew her true identity. Generally, college friends don't know who Zhou Qinshan is. All they knew was that Zhou Qinshan was beautiful, and there were many people who wanted to chase her, but none of them succeeded. Only Dong Yujing knew everything. After all, she was her best friend, and Zhou Qinshan would not hide some things from her. Zhou Qinshan sometimes have to Dong Yujing cover. The two good relationship also have this reason. It's not my dad's. This car was just bought. The king's money, the king bought it for me. Zhou Qinshan was telling the truth. She didn't know that the more she said this, the more envious and jealous the woman on the other side was. Zhou Qinshan. I'm not listening anymore, I'm going to book a flight right now. Dong Yujing finally couldn't listen anymore and hung up the phone. Only then did Zhou Qinshan put down the phone. De Wang. Ms. Dong will be back tomorrow. Shall we go pick her up? She pursed her lips, said to Fongping, and went to wash up again. Go pick someone up? That car can only seat 2 people. Fongping hooked his tail, wanting to remind Zhou Qinshan. But thinking about the pictures he had just seen, he wanted to drool again. It was better not to remind. He remembered that he had one more thing. Fongping began to ask the system if his rewards had arrived yet. He had completed the summoning card level quest today, and the system was rewarded. This time, the system also responded quickly, and as soon as he asked, the system made a beeping sound. Ding! The host's summoning card level quest is complete, and he has gained the summoning skill. Rewarded with 150 evolution points and a healing card. He opened the system light screen. Host, Fongping. Level, LV2 Level 1 Fierce Beast. Self-healing skill, the body possesses the ability to heal itself, not limited to any injuries or toxin diseases. Divine Power skill, the body contains the divine power gene, strength far exceeds that of an adult. Psychic communication skill, can communicate with various animals in a psychic way, relieving them of their plight. Affinity skill, being with a cub will make the other feel affectionate and protective. Deterrence skill, possesses the strength and deterrence of the king of beasts, and can make all animals submit. Luck skill, grants anyone luck once. Bad luck skill, can grant anyone bad luck once. Summoning skill, can summon any animal, and absolutely obey orders during the summoning. Evolution points, 600. The night was once again deep. Fongping poked his cat head out of Zhou Qinshan's arms. Zhou Qinshan was asleep again. Still so good looking when asleep. He gazed at it for a moment before he quietly got up and left Zhou Qinshan's side. Leaving the house once again, he came out onto the street and into the darkness of the night. In front of the barbecue stand. He didn't find Ning Shan, and didn't even smell her odor. This woman didn't come here tonight. Probably resting. Fongping knew the damage that staying up all night could do to a woman, let alone a beautiful woman like Ning Shan. The damage must be even greater. Since you're not here, I'll just wander around. Fongping didn't have a purpose, so he prepared to walk around. Walking in the darkness of the night, he always felt different from the daytime. He was more like the king of the night, patrolling his territory. After walking for a short while, Fongping pulled his ears. There was a sound up ahead. Fighting. A low growl. It seemed. It was cats fighting. Fongping didn't care if he listened for a moment, this kind of thing was too common, especially at night.
He took cat steps and walked over. He didn't fight, but it was always okay to see the action. That said, cat fights were actually quite pretty to watch. Before he even got close, a cat ran over. Fongping let out a low summon from his mouth, asking the cat to stop. He wanted to see if it was this cat fighting. At this time the summoning card was less than 24 hours old, it should still be valid. Fongping crouched in front and waited, but this cat did not stop. After looking at Fongping, the cat ran straight away. Fongping paused. Where was the promised summoning? Why didn't it work? System. Has my summoning card expired after 24 hours? Or did my summoning card malfunction? He couldn't help but ask. Ding. The host's summoning card is within the 24-hour range. It is still valid. The system replied. Then what's with the cat? I issued the summon. He didn't obey? Fongping wondered. But the system didn't answer again. Fine. The system didn't say anything, so he would find the answer himself. Fongping came to be interested in this cat. From the appearance, this cat looked like a Siamese cat. The Siamese cat was native to Siam, which was today's Tai country. More than 200 years ago, this precious cat was only kept in the royal palaces and great temples of Siam, and was a footloose aristocrat. In the 19th century, this cat was brought to Y, and was immediately valued by many cat lovers in Y. The cat then appeared in the suburbs of London. This cat then appeared in the Crystal Palace Cat Show outside London, causing a huge shock. It was introduced to M country in the 1920s, and then spread all over the world. There are also people in the country who currently have this kind of cat. Fongping did not care about the breed of the cat, what he cared about was that the other party ignored himself. As a matter of course. It was impossible for this to happen. From saving Wu Tongtong during the day, one could tell that all animals would obey his words. Fongping chased after him. He wanted to take a look at this strange cat. The Siamese cat did not turn back again, it ran very fast. That is, Fongping was not an ordinary cat now, he was a ferocious beast. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to catch up. The Siamese cat ran for a while and ran into a neighborhood, and Fongping followed. So this cat also had an owner and liked to run around blindly in the middle of the night? He thought it was a stray cat. The Siamese cat finally jumped onto the balcony of the first floor of a house, then reached the door and started scratching it. It's a little worse than me. I can knock on the door. Fongping mentally assessed a sentence. After a few moments, the door on the balcony opened, the Siamese cat ran in, and the door closed again. Fongping also jumped onto the balcony of this home, but he didn't scratch the door, nor did he bother to knock. To him, this home was still very strange, and he didn't know it at all. There was a window on the balcony, and he squatted on the balcony railing, through which he could see inside clearly. A man in the house was already holding the Siamese cat in his arms. This would be the owner of the Siamese cat. His hand stroked the Siamese cat's head, then his hand gradually moved to the Siamese cat's neck. Suddenly, his hand twisted. The Siamese cat's head and body separated and the head fell into his hand. Fongping was also considered a very bold person, no, a very bold cat. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but blow up a bit as well. Nima. Should it be so thrilling? Chapter 80 Robot Cat. The Siamese cat's head and body were separated by the man in the room. Fongping was caught off guard and also felt a thrill. He was almost about to report Demon Zero. At this time the man in the room sighed. It's a bit of a failure. Going out and running for so long? Not a single cat friend attracted? Fongping. What do you mean? I'm not a cat? The man didn't pay attention to the window, he continued to look down at the Siamese cat's head and body. Fongping then noticed that the Siamese cat's head and body were connected by some wires and not really disconnected. The cat's body also had no bloodstains, its head was facing the window and its eyes were still rolling. It was creepy how it looked. Fongping calmed down instead, he could see it. This was not a real cat, this was a robot cat. No wonder his own summoning was ineffective against this cat. Theoretically, this wasn't a cat at all, it was just wearing the shell of a cat. He turned to leave, but immediately stopped again. This Siamese cat's head and body must have come from a real cat, or else he wouldn't have been able to tell. In other words, this guy had skinned a Siamese cat. Fongping's front paw couldn't help but swing, and a flower pot next to him was knocked down by him. Bang! The flower pot fell on the balcony. This time the man in the house was startled, he raised his head and looked over. Fongping did not run either. What was he afraid of? If this man didn't explain clearly today, he would still have to finish with the other party. There was no problem with researching robot cats, but abusing real cats for this, that would not do. The man in the room looked like he was in his 30s, wearing a nightgown and his hair was a bit messy. He saw Fongping through the window and saw a cat squatting on the balcony with its tail hooked. His eyes lit up with a hint of joy. There was progress in his own research. Speak of Chow Chow. Chow Chow had arrived. A real cat had come. With a movement of his hand, he closed the Siamese cat's head and body again. Placed on the ground, the Siamese cat could still run around. The man didn't bother with the Siamese cat though, obviously a real cat appealed to him more than a robot cat.
He opened the door on the balcony. Cat, cat. Cat, cat. Come into the house. The man greeted Fongping. Fongping didn't move a muscle.
He squatted on the balcony railing, his tail slowly hooked as he stared at the man in front of him. From what he felt, this man shouldn't be that cruel. But he still killed a cat and skinned it to make a robot cat. Knowing people, just like that guy in the daytime, he looked moralistic, but secretly, he was still hurting the little girl. When the man saw that Fongping was not moving, he turned around and went into the house again.
Giving up so quickly?
Fongping paused, not expecting the man to be so impatient. But soon, the sound of footsteps came again. The man was holding a small bowl with beef jerky in it and walked out again.
Cat. Come into the house. I'll treat you to beef jerky.
He beckoned to Fongping again.
Is this an attempt to trick me into the house and then kill me?
Fongping judged in his heart, but he still tugged on his ears and jumped down, heading towards the house. If the other party really dared to do this, then he wouldn't be polite either.
Inviting a ferocious beast. You will be miserable.
Fongping wasn't afraid of the other party's hands, even if the other party looked stronger than himself. But in reality, he was the stronger, more ferocious one. When the man saw that the cat was finally willing to enter the house, his face once again showed joy.
Cat. Eat the beef jerky. Those are all yours.
He said to Fongping, who entered the house.
Fongping didn't even look at it, stepped over the small bowl and walked straight into the house. He was already a cleanliness freak, and besides it was this man's stuff, how could he possibly eat it?
The man didn't care. Seeing that Fongping wasn't eating, he moved the small bowl in a little bit and then closed the door to the room.
Fongping surveyed the room. It was a living room. The living room was similar to the man's hair, it was all in disarray.
The coffee table, the sofa, there were all sorts of drawings placed everywhere, as well as all sorts of electric pens, hammers, screwdrivers, welding equipment and so on.
The entire living room was like a manufacturing workshop.
On the contrary, living room equipment such as TVs and stereos were completely invisible here. That robot cat was still running around the house. Fongping took a look. Looking at it from a distance, there was no discovery. This close, one could see that there was still something different between this robot cat and the real one. Although the speed was not slow, the movements were too stiff, not as soft as a real cat, and the expression on the cat's face was equally stiff.
The man didn't say anything at first when he saw that Fongping was observing the robot cat. Cat, cat. What do you think of this cat? Does it look like a real cat? After waiting for a few minutes, he asked. Fongping didn't want to answer, but his tail ended up swishing sideways. I gave the answer. Whether you can read it or not is up to you. Cat. You mean? It doesn't look like a real cat? The man's face was surprised only now. He hadn't expected Fongping to answer. Who knew that this cat not only understood his meaning, but also gave a response? He seemed to be very good at communicating with cats and instantly saw what Fongping meant. Fongping was also a bit surprised. This man was much smarter than that Miss Dong. As soon as his own actions came out, he understood. The man felt even happier when he realized how smart Fongping was. He had always wanted to find a smart cat, but had never found one. He never thought that he would be lucky today. Such a smart cat was really found by him. Cat, cat. What do you say? How do I have to improve it so that this robot cat will look like a real cat? The man raised his hand, making the robot cat stop. He had a remote control in his hand. Fongping lifted his front paws and flashed his sharp claws. He looked at the man, then at the robot cat. Without making a sound, hissing, he scratched a deep mark on the living room floor. This time it was the man's turn to be horrified. Why was this cat cranky? This time he didn't see it. Fongping looks at the robot cat again, then at the man. Cat, cat. You don't like this robot cat? The man asked tentatively. Sizzle. Fongping scratches the floor again. Wide-eyed cat. That wasn't his question. Cat, is this robot cat not doing well? The man changed the question. Sizzle. Another mark on the floor. The man asked 5 or 6 questions in a row, none of which were correct. Hissla. Sizzle. Sizzle. There are more and more marks in the room. Cat, what do you want to know? The man picked his brain and couldn't figure it out. But he knew that the cat definitely wanted to know something. Fongping walked in a few steps at this time, and he walked in front of the robot cat. With his front paw, he pressed down on the robot cat and then glared back at the man. Are you trying to know? The real cat from before? What was it about? The man didn't know how, but it suddenly came to him. The room was quiet, and the marks on the floor did not increase any further. The man looked over and Fongping's tail, erect, wagged. So that's how it was. You want to know? I will tell you. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fongping's tail ticked and listened to the man's introduction. This cat was originally raised by me since I was a child. It was called Flowerball. One day, it suddenly got sick. I sent it to the hospital, but it never woke up again.
I couldn't let it leave me. I'm an engineer, so I made a robot cat out of its body. My ultimate goal was for it to look exactly like a real cat. But I couldn't do it. I can't do it. The man was squatting in front of the robot cat at this moment, crying, just like a small child. Robot cat. Rolling his eyes. Quietly. Looking at his master. Chapter 81 Inspiration. Hearing this, Fongping realized that he had misunderstood this man a little. Of course. Anyone who saw it could have misunderstood. This male engineer, however, loved his cat too much. He was not right. Fongping looked down at the marks on the ground that he had scratched out. He himself was also not right. Still, he walked over and lifted his own front paw. Are you comforting me? Thank you. You're such a good cat. The male engineer rubbed his eyes. He was in a much better mood after a cry. Fongping's tail lashed across the room. Not. I was trying to show you. It's time to clean up this room of yours. Look at the dirty floor. Look at my front paws now. Can I still see people? Does it look like I just went through the garbage? The male engineer also noticed Fongping's blackened front paws at this time. He paused and his face froze. The house really hadn't been cleaned up for a long time. I'll wipe it for you. He snapped and brought a towel over. Fongping looked at the towel. It was still clean. He reluctantly let the male engineer serve himself. After the male engineer wiped Fongping's front paws clean, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. You just came in from outside, right? The ground outside isn't clean either. Your feet would have come in dirty. He finally reacted. Fongping tugged at his ears. What did you say? I can't understand your human words. Fongping walked off to the side by himself, and the male engineer looked at the real cat and was suddenly inspired again. Cat. I have another idea. I think if I improve it a bit more, my robot cat will be more like a real cat. He was back on his feet at this moment. Speaking of which, he took a piece of drawing and began to write and scratch on it carefully. Fongping walked over and took a look. The wiring on it was too complicated and dense. He couldn't understand it at all. He looked at the man, deserved to be an engineer. The male engineer was already engrossed in his new design, and Fongping did not disturb him. He squatted next to him and watched in boredom, waiting until the male engineer had drawn his design. Cat. I'm going to start working. The new robot cat I designed this time, you definitely won't recognize it. The male engineer picked up the welding equipment. Fongping estimated that he would not know how long it would take for him to start this work. It was time for him to go home. He walked towards the balcony door. Cat. Are you leaving? Come and play later. The male engineer noticed Fongping's movements. He walked over and was ready to help Fongping open the door. Fongping, however, didn't ask for his help and jumped straight up. Volleyball dunk. The door opened. Fongping walked out and quickly disappeared into the dark night. This cat can still open doors by itself? The male engineer was shocked for a moment, then laughed. This cat. Not an ordinary cat. Quite interesting. Also very smart. This reinforced his confidence to continue designing his own robot cat. It must be the same as the real cat. Fongping didn't know that his actions had inspired the male engineer instead. He left the place and went back home. Plopped down on the couch and slept until morning. Do Wang. Wake up. Early morning. Fongping was woken up by Zhou Qinshan to go for a run. He opened his eyes and had gotten used to this rhythm of working out every morning. Zhou Qinshan was now also used to finding the Great King on the sofa, and she estimated that it was in the middle of the night that the Great King ran to the sofa. Compared to the bed, perhaps De Wang preferred the sofa. She thought in her heart. She also did not care about the behavior of the Big King behind. Anyway, she sleeps with the Big King in her arms. Before she could leave the house, the phone rang. Seeing that it was Dong Yujing's number, Zhou Qinshan picked up the phone. Chen Chun. Notify you of a good news. Come to the airport later to pick up the driver. Dong Yujing said on the other side. You really booked a flight? What time is the flight? Why didn't you tell me last night? Zhou Qinshan thought Dong Yujing was joking and didn't ask before she went to bed. Didn't I say I booked a flight yesterday? I booked a flight at 8 a.m. and arrived in Jiangcheng at 10 a.m. I wanted to surprise you, didn't I? Didn't I want to surprise you? I didn't say anything last night, but I'm at the airport now. Dong Yujing laughed. There was no surprise. There is a surprise. You wait at the airport, I'll pick you up. Since Zhou Qinshan said he was going to pick someone up, he would definitely go. Fongping tugged at his ears from the side. He heard it all. That woman, she's really coming back, huh? Right. The Great King is participating in a live pet show program. When you see Big King later, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Qinshan thought of another thing and instructed Dong Yujing. Live show? What about my image last night? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dong Yujing was stunned. She was a beautiful woman. Naturally she had to pay attention to her public image. Being with her girlfriends in private was another matter. No need to worry. Last night when you called,
The live broadcast had already ended. Zhou Chenchen told her. Scared me. Luckily you told me, or I might have made a mistake later. By the way, I want to see the video of De Wang's pet show. Where can I watch it? Dong Yujing's heart palpitated. If she didn't know about the live broadcast, she would definitely do something indecent. You search for the online Super God Pet Show. You'll be able to see Big King's videos. It's very easy to find. Zhou Qinshan said a few words to Dong Yujing before hanging up. When she and Fongping jogged home, the one person and one cat started eating breakfast. At this moment, the program's filming crew had already arrived, greeted Zhou Qinshan, and entered the door to turn on the live broadcast equipment. Big brotherly. Today we are going to the airport to pick up someone. We'll have to trouble you guys to follow us later. Zhou Qinshan spoke to the staff members surnamedly. The staff member surnamedly nodded, indicating that he knew. The program group would allocate another car. Zhou Qinshan's car was a two-door sports car, and with one person and one cat in the car, there was no longer a place for him. Of course. It was also because Big King didn't like sitting with him. The staff member surnamedly was already well acquainted with the habits of this big cat. But then he thought, going to the airport to pick up someone, where does that person sit? Well, this was not something he considered. He went to the program to coordinate the vehicle issue. Today was the weekend, everyone was resting, and the number of people watching the live broadcast was extraordinarily high. In the live broadcast room, the viewers had just come in when they heard these words from Zhou Qinshan. Goddess is going to the airport to pick up someone. Is De Wang going too? That's definitely going. The goddess told the staff. It means the Big King is going. I'm a bit curious, and I don't know who I'm picking up. It must be the goddess's best friend. Goddess's best friend, isn't that a goddess too? After dinner, Zhou Qinshan set off with De Wang. It would take more than an hour to get to the airport from here, and it was just enough to drive there to be able to receive someone. On the way, Zhou Qinshan drove while still admonishing Fongping. De Wang. Sister Dong still likes you a lot. Don't lose your temper when you meet her later. She was still a bit uneasy. Last night's video meeting between De Wang and Dong Yujing was obviously not too pleasant, or else De Wang wouldn't have turned off the video in the end. Fongping tugged at his ears. He actually knew that Zhou Qinshan's best friend did not have bad intentions towards him. As long as that sister Dong didn't ask herself some odd questions like she did during last night's video, the two of them should get along well. Zhou Qinshan's worries were obviously a bit redundant. Zhou Qinshan naturally did not know what Fongping was thinking. She instructed a few words and saw that the Great King's tail was ticking and he was still in a good mood, so she did not say much. She knew that the Great King was very smart and he would understand as soon as she said it. The time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the airport arrived. Chapter 82 Boyfriend. Airport. A long-haired woman wearing sunglasses stood at the exit. The sunglasses covered most of her face, and with only a small portion exposed, it was still possible to see that the woman was surprisingly beautiful, a proper goddess. Dong Yujing had already arrived a while ago. She had her suitcase next to her and was waiting for Zhou Qinshan to come over to pick her up. Looking at the time, it was estimated that Zhou Qinshan would be arriving soon as well. Of course. There's also that cat. How will De Wang's expression look when she sees me? She had already watched the live pet show video, though only a small part of it, and was already marveling over that cat. How many things can the Great King do well? Is that really a cat? Dong Yujing couldn't wait to meet the Great King, to see the Great King's soul. What was hidden? Beauty, you're waiting for a ride here? Do you need a ride? It's not easy to wait for a car at the airport. A well-mannered male youth walked over. Dong Yujing took a look at the male youth. This was her neighbor on the plane, hitting on her all the way, annoying her to no end. I didn't expect that after getting off the plane, this person still refused to leave and wanted to dip herself. No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. I guess it's almost here. Dong Yujing didn't like it in her heart, but didn't say so. The young man had actually been watching Dong Yujing from the side for more than 10 minutes, and in his opinion, the person who was going to pick him up must have arrived a long time ago. There was a hint of fire in his eyes for this great beauty, who had been astonished on the airplane. Such a goddess-level beauty, he definitely didn't want to miss it. The key thing was that Dong Yujing's dress was not too upscale, which made him feel like he had a chance. Beauty. I drove a BMW over. My car is not far from the side, it'll be quick to send you. The male youth deliberately showed off. My male friend also drove a Mercedes-Benz. If you don't mind. I'll introduce you later. Dong Yujing was calm. You want to show off the BMW, don't you? Don't blame me for striking out. Boyfriend? The male youth paused, his expression changing. Alas. This was the name of a woman. He was really unlucky. Since the other party was already taken, he himself had no chance. The male youth turned around and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, not far away, a white Mercedes SL 400 drove over. Zhou Qinshan had arrived. Her car was parked next to Dong Yujing. Been waiting long, huh? I'm sorry.
There was a traffic jam on the road, so there was a bit of a delay. Zhou Qinshan said to Dong Yujing. Fongping next to her tugged his ears and poked his cat head out of the car window. This is that Ms. Dong. The real one is even prettier than yesterday's video. His tail ticked. I came to pick up people not to lose. In the live broadcast room, the audience also saw Dong Yujing for the first time. This is the person the great king is coming to pick up, huh? It's solid, another goddess. Moo, moo, early in the morning Big King is spreading dog food. Wake up, it's dawn. King, when are you going to take me as your little brother? Dong Yujing didn't look at Zhou Qinshan, her eyes were now focused on the great king, her face full of fondness. De Wang. You came to pick me up, huh? I'm so happy. Come on, let's take a picture. She took out her cell phone and put her face next to Fongping and made a beaming pose. Fongping smelled a scent, different from Zhou Qinshan's scent, but it was also very nice. He paused. Right at this moment. Click. Dong Yujing had already taken the picture. Ha ha. King. You lost, I finally got your picture. She didn't look like a goddess at this moment, leaping like a little girl. Fongping lifted his cat head and had a bit of a headache. This woman hasn't changed much from yesterday. IQ is still not online. The young man hadn't left yet, his eyes flashed again when he saw Zhou Qinshan. This was another goddess-level great beauty But he was a bit puzzled again. Beauty. Where's the male friend you mentioned? How come I didn't see it? He asked Dong Yujing. Boyfriend? Isn't this it? My king, isn't he handsome? Dong Yujing pointed at Fongping and smiled like a flower. The male youth was a bit dumbfounded. He looked at Fongping. This is the male friend? Fongping also looked at the young man. Who is this? Boyfriend? I'm not your best friend. By now, of course, Fongping understood that he was being used by this woman to block the gun. This guy was probably hitting on Ms. Dong, such a goddess-like beauty, wherever she goes, there are always flies. The young man's face was a bit unsightly, and he also understood that he had been tricked. Who could take a cat as a male friend? Dong Yujing didn't care what the young man thought, the suitcase was put away and immediately sat on the passenger seat. Fongping, on the other hand, was placed by her on her soft and long legs. Fongping looked down. Okay. Forgive you. See you later. Dong Yujing waved at the male youth and then urged Zhou Qinshan to drive away. Zhou Qinshan didn't recognize him, so naturally she wouldn't greet him. Who's that guy? Your friend? Why don't you introduce him? After walking for a while, she still couldn't help but ask. There is no live broadcast here, right? Dong Yujing asked. No. Just a drone outside. It can see here, but it can't hear what's being said. Zhou Qinshan laughed. Because the program couldn't follow the vehicle, the drone was sent to follow. The real filming vehicle also followed behind. Hearing this, Dong Yujing was relieved. That's the one. I don't even want to bother with him. He still pestered me and said he wanted to give me a ride. Dong Yujing slightly bristled. Her description was exactly the same as Fongping's, the two of them had a heart-to-heart. Fongping raised his cat head and looked at Dong Yujing. This person's character. Completely different from Zhou Qinshan. How did the two become bosom friends? When Zhou Qinshan heard this, she understood what the male youth was. Don't say it so rudely. The king is still here? You are a lady, you have to maintain the image of a lady. She still ranted. I've been playing the lady all along. I'm tired of it. I don't want to play it anymore. What's so great about being a lady? When Dong Yujing and Zhou Qinshan were together, they spoke freely and without scruples. While she was talking, she also quietly took off her shoes. A pair of good-looking feet were exposed, along with crystallized little toes. You even exposed your feet? It's very smelly. Quickly put them on. Zhou Qinshan noticed and ranted again. It was Dong Yujing who refused to wear it. Sitting in the car like this was the most relaxed state, and the drones couldn't see it anyway. Who said my feet stink? Don't believe it. I'll let the king smell it? As she said that, she really lifted her feet and brought her nice little toes towards Fongping. Fongping raised his front paw and blocked the other party's attacking little toes. Tugging at his ears. The most poisonous is the heart of a woman. This woman's feet. Even more poisonous. His actions made Dong Yujing giggle. Mr. King, can you put away your furry front paws? Women are creatures who are afraid to touch. Fongping grunted, still afraid I can't cure you? Stop it. You keep making a scene. The drone has captured it, so many viewers will see it, I'll see what you'll do. Zhou Qinshan advised, and only then did Dong Yujing not continue and put her foot down. She was actually just joking around with the great king. Now it seemed. The great king could still joke around. Fongping didn't want to joke with her. Why don't I pick up my foot and you smell it? Joking around for a while. Right. Send you where? Your own home? Zhou Qinshan asked. I don't go home. Once I go home my mom will definitely find me. I didn't even tell her I was coming back this time. I'll hide in your house for a few days. Dong Yujing had already thought of a temporary place to stay. My house?
That's fine. But I'll remind you again, there's a live feed at home, so be careful. Zhou Qinshan didn't object, they used to live together a lot in the past and were already used to it. I know. Don't worry. De Wang will be a very good male friend for me. This sentence of hers almost didn't make Zhou Qinshan drive the car into a ditch. Chapter 83, Why don't you take me in? Plans don't change as fast as they should, and before she even arrived home, Dong Yujing's phone rang. When she looked at the phone number, her face changed color. Oh no! My mom's call. Does she know I'm back? Dong Yujing wasn't afraid of anything, except her mom. She's been like that since she was a kid. You'll know when you answer the phone. Your mom shouldn't know you're back so soon, right? Unless you told someone else. Naturally, Zhou Qinshan wouldn't tell. I only told you. No one else knows. Oh yes, there's also the great king. Dong Yujing looked down. Fongping's tail ticked. This woman, how dare she doubt herself? Am I the leaker? No, the cat that leaked? The phone rang one after another. It seemed that if Dong Yujing didn't answer it, the phone on the other side wouldn't stop. Dong Yujing thought for a moment and finally picked up the phone. Mom! What's up? I'm very busy with work these days, so I can't say much. She spoke. There was a pause on the other side of the phone. Jing. I'm glad you're back. I've already made a deal with that side, you'll go on a blind date in the afternoon. Mom Dong acted as if she hadn't heard what Dong Yujing had said as she directly ordered. Mom! How did you know I was back? Did my co-workers tell on you? Dong Yujing couldn't help but ask. That's not true. Forgot to tell me. I like watching pet shows too, and I like Big King too. Dong Ma gave away the truth with a sly remark. Dong Yujing now bowed her head, the culprit was found, she was really dragged down by Big King. Fongping's tail hooked, the evidence was overwhelming, he had nothing to say. Who knew that old people would watch live pet shows? Isn't this something that only young people like to watch? Be free some other day. Bring Big King back. I'll meet. Mom Dong has made a request. Mom! The king is not mine. Besides, Big King has a girlfriend, I have to ask. Dong Yujing didn't agree right away, she did have to consult Zhou Qinshan and Big King. What nonsense! I just want to meet Big King, it has nothing to do with whether he has a girlfriend or not. Right, go on a blind date this afternoon, don't forget about it. Mrs. Dong said a few more words and hung up. What's this blind date about? Why haven't I heard you say anything about it? Why are you hiding something from me? I'll tell you anything. Zhou Qinshan became curious. What kind of year is this? You need a blind date? It's not because of my mom's mess. One of her old classmates has a son she wants to introduce to me. I traveled this time, in fact, I want to avoid blind dates, last time I put off. But still did not expect to avoid the first day, avoid the first 5, my life is really bitter. Dong Yujing had a helpless expression on her face and introduced the situation. Fongping squatted on Dong Yujing's long legs and tugged on her ears to see this woman. Is your life bitter? Why can't I see it? Dong Yujing and Fongping looked at each other. De Wang! Why don't you take me in? I know your lady friend is Qinshan, I don't mind being a mistress. She suddenly joked again. Fongping paused. This woman! If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll go up to your room. What exactly was the origin in the previous life? Zhou Qinshan blushed, how did she become the great king's lady friend? Don't talk nonsense. What about this afternoon? Are you going or not? She changed the topic and asked. I'm going. I broke my promise last time. If I don't go, do you believe my mom will kill me with a knife? Dong Yujing had no choice but to go. No matter what, this face, they still have to give mom. Then I wish you success. I wish you all the success in the world. I wish you all the success in the world. Zhou Qinshan will also joke. You don't want to hide. You have to accompany me this afternoon. And De Wang, you also have to accompany together, this time it's all because of you that I was exposed, you are also at fault. Dong Yujing didn't want to go alone, so she dragged along Zhou Qinshan and Fongping. Her mom will certainly also go, she is the end of her mother's wish, so that her mom and the king to meet. Zhou Qinshan couldn't avoid it, and in the end, she could only agree. Of course. Fongping would also accompany. He also wanted to see what kind of person, in the end, dared to go on a blind date with this witch. Right now in Fongping's heart, Dong Yujing was a witch. A person who dared to go on a blind date with Dong Yujing must be very powerful in his heart, right? He fell back on the expectation of watching the fun. Back to the neighborhood. Fongping was the first to jump out of the car. Big King! Don't run so fast. You men, shouldn't you help me carry my luggage? Dong Yujing shouted after him. Fongping paused. Luggage? I'm not carrying it. Although with his current strength, carrying luggage was actually no problem. But he didn't want to do so. Being so shocking would not be far from being arrested by the Academy of Sciences for research. He was only responsible for the easy stuff, like opening the door. Mourn. The cat in your house. It's really become a spirit. Seeing this scene, Dong Yujing still said to Zhou Qinshan, opening the door was not something easy for a cat. You just realized that, huh? Now. Scared? Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and smiled. I'm so scared. De Wang. Do you want to comfort me? Dong Yujing exaggerated. Fongping ignored it in front. He was beginning to become immune to this witch. Great king. I just love how handsome you are. So cool. Dong Yujing still had something to say. Fongping pulled his ears. Okay. I've lost to you. After arriving home, Zhou Qinshan helped Dong Yujing pack her bags. Why don't we go out to eat later? She said to Dong Yujing. I don't want to go out to eat, I've been out for so long on this business trip, I've already eaten and puked. Let's cook at home. That said, I've been traveling for so long and haven't had any of your cooking, I've been craving it for a long time. Although Dong Yujing said this, she still glanced at De Wang. She was actually considering that it was not good to bring Big Wang when she went out to eat. After all, in restaurants nowadays, many places were still a bit exclusive towards animals. Zhou Qinshan thought about it and agreed. Then okay. Cook at home at noon. But the refrigerator at home is empty, we have to go buy food. She actually didn't like eating out too much. Today, she said so for Dong Yujing's sake. She was thinking that Dong Yujing had just come back, so she had planned to give her a treat and let her have a good meal. Cooking at home, naturally, isn't as high class as outside restaurants. Dong Yujing doesn't mind, as long as she's with her best friend, and with De Wang, she's satisfied. Do you want to go grocery shopping? Let's go together. The food market isn't far from here, is it? She asked. It's not far. On foot. Probably less than 20 minutes. Zhou Qinshan wasn't going to drive there either. It wasn't necessary with such a close distance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Big King, you open the way for us two beauties. Dong Yujing was instead more anxious than Zhou Qinshan. Fongping's tail ticked. Fine. Then open the way. He walked to the gate. Volleyball dunk. Dong Yujing had actually seen this scene from the video. But when she actually saw it, she was still shocked in her heart. This cat. Really, so smart. She liked it too much. The two of them and the cat walked into the elevator, and Fongping once again performed the volleyball dunk again. Dong Yujing was again shocked. De Wang. I so want to see your heart now. Is there a little person living there? She squatted in front of Fongping and said with a serious face. Fongping paused. Want to see my heart? Isn't this to dissect me? Sure enough. The most poisonous is still a woman's heart. I'm not even dead yet, and you want to dissect me? Chapter 84 doesn't know how to write the word death. Fongping accompanied Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing to the vegetable market. Girl, is today a day off? The vegetable seller lady who was familiar with Zhou Qinshan greeted her. Yes, ma'am. Auntie. What's fresh today? Zhou Qinshan asked. All the vegetables here are fresh. These were bought this morning. My old man went to the wholesale market at 4 o'clock. The vegetable seller laughed. Auntie. You guys work so hard. Zhou Qinshan sighed as she began to pick her favorite dishes. We have to make a living. To earn money. It's not hard. The vegetable seller replied back, she and her partner were already used to this kind of life. Auntie. Your vegetables are really fresh. Qinshan, let's buy some more. Dong Yujing was also helping out with the selection. So you're all together? The vegetable seller aunt was then enlightened. Fongping hooked his tail at the side and listened to the conversation between the two pretty women and the vegetable seller. Anyone who worked hard deserved respect. Of course. There were also people in the vegetable market who did not deserve respect. Like the two men not far ahead. The two men's eyes are sneaky, and they keep looking into other people's pants pockets. This kind of person, there is a common name, thief. The food market is crowded. Not only is it a place where people like to buy food, but it is also a place where they like to be. It's easy to get down and dirty here. A man put his hand towards an old man and was spotted by the old man. The man gave a threatening glance, withdrew his hand, and slowly stepped aside. The old man paused, just cursed, shook his head, and went back to his grocery shopping, only covering his pants pockets tighter. The nearby vegetable vendors saw it and did not make a sound. They were afraid of being retaliated against and inviting trouble for themselves. Fongping's eyes were half narrowed. He wasn't interested in hitching a ride, he couldn't care less about this kind of thing. The vegetable vendor aunt also saw it. Girl! Your cell phones and money, pay attention. Be careful of the thieves here. She warned Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. Of course. She was very quiet and didn't let the people around her hear. Zhou Qinshan heard this and hurriedly took her own cell phone in her hand. She didn't have any money in her pocket, she paid with her cell phone. But there were still some people that still preferred to use cash. Thief. Where is it? I hate thieves the most, no skill at all. My last laptop was taken by a thief, and now I can't even find it, causing me to do a lot more work. Dong Yujing, however, looked around. Mentioning thieves, she gritted her teeth a bit. Fongping tugged at his ear. Who told you to be careless? Do you think I would drop something? Dong Yujing looked around for a while, and it really made her spot the two men. One of the men had set his sights on a middle-aged woman buying groceries. His hand quietly reached out to the middle-aged woman's LV bag. The woman looked quite rich. The other man was taking cover, and whenever anyone looked over, he glared and scared them away. There are thieves. Catch the thieves. Don't let them get away. Dong Yujing's voice suddenly soared into a soprano. A woman's voice could soar so high that it attracted everyone's attention at once. Everyone saw Dong Yujing and the two men she was pointing at. Fongping was also startled at the sight. This woman's voice was high enough. The man who stole had just put his cell phone in his own pocket when he was discovered. He instantly looked over viciously. When he saw Dong Yujing and saw this beautiful woman, his eyes lit up. These two men, they were both thieves and gangsters. At this moment, Dong Yujing had already rushed over, and when Fongping saw this, he could only pull his ears and follow. Big sister Dong. Are you running so fast? Don't you know how to write the word death? What if someone else gives you a knife? No matter what, this big sister Dong is also considered one of us, so Fongping can't ignore it. Zhou Qinshan hurriedly paid for the food and followed. She was worried that Dong Yujing would suffer alone. Although it was said that there was Big King, but after all, the other party was two men. Although Big King was powerful, he might not necessarily be able to protect Dong Yujing. She took her cell phone and had already started calling the police. This kind of thing was best left to the detectives. What were you guys doing just now? Hand over the cell phone. I saw it all. Dong Yujing was already standing in front of the two men by now. The man who stole the cell phone had a scar on his face, and he first glared viciously at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman's body shivered and her face turned white. Even if she realized that her cell phone had been stolen, she didn't dare to say anything. She was just as afraid of retaliation from these thieves. The scarred man had a number in his heart. Beauty. What are you talking about? I can't understand your words. He looked at Dong Yujing and said quietly. Don't pretend you don't understand. You stole this aunt's cell phone. I saw you do it. Dong Yujing said with righteous indignation. Fongping saw the scarred man threatening the middle-aged woman from the side and also noticed the middle-aged woman's expression. He squatted next to her, his tail ticking. Big sister Dong. You this time. It's going to be a loss. He didn't even need to think about it, he knew what would happen behind him. Sure enough. The scarred man didn't panic at all. Beauty? I didn't do anything, don't frame a good person. If you don't believe me, you can ask this aunt. His word auntie had a very heavy bite to it. When Dong Yujing heard him say this, she immediately looked at the middle-aged woman. Auntie. You check your LV bag. I saw him steal your cell phone, she said to the middle-aged woman. The surrounding onlookers all looked at the middle-aged woman. As long as the middle-aged woman said that the two men were thieves, everyone wouldn't let them go. The middle-aged woman's expression was a bit flustered at this moment. Girl. You're looking at it wrong. I didn't lose my cell phone, she said while pulling out a cell phone from her own bag. She actually had two cell phones, and this one was a spare. What's going on? I clearly saw him steal the cell phone. Dong Yujing also paused when she saw the middle-aged woman take out her cell phone. Wait. Auntie. Do you have two cell phones? She quickly reacted. Fongping's tail ticked. This woman still reacted quickly. He naturally saw that the middle-aged woman definitely had two cell phones. The cell phone that was taken out this time was not even turned on. Girl. This is the only cell phone I have. I really didn't lose it, you don't wrongly accuse a good person. The middle-aged woman's face was still a bit flustered, and she didn't dare to admit it. Dong Yujing was a bit reluctant to continue. At that moment, another man came over. Beauty. This brother is a good man. Shouldn't you apologize for wrongly accusing someone like this? He spoke for the scarred man, a hint of threat in his tone. Still want to apologize? Obviously a thief. Dong Yujing's fiery character wouldn't give in like this. I said. He is a thief, and so are you. Don't run, I'll call the police. She simply took out her cell phone. But as she took out her cell phone, the middle-aged woman's face changed. My cell phone. She pointed at the cell phone Dong Yujing was holding and said. She didn't dare to speak in the face of the two men, but she shouted out in the face of Dong Yujing. Dong Yujing paused as she looked down, and only then did she realize that something was wrong. At some point, the cell phone that the middle-aged woman had thrown away came into her hands. This is not my cell phone. This? How is it in my hand? She said in surprise. The scarred man and the other man looked at each other. He looked at Dong Yujing and said word for word. I thought a goddess of justice had come. It turns out. You're the thief. Chapter 85 Suppressing the Fluttering in Your Heart. Dong Yujing paused when she heard this. She had never thought that this word would one day fall on her head. This was clearly an insult to her.
Her face turned a little red. It wasn't a blush of shame, but a blush of anger. Her body slightly trembled. The scarred man and his companion exchanged a glance in triumph. Just now, when he realized that something was wrong, he transferred his cell phone to his own companion. His own companion, in turn, took advantage of Dong Yujing's inattention and quietly placed the phone in her bag. These things were easy for them. So much so that now, Dong Yujing felt like she couldn't speak clearly. She didn't want to carry such a reputation. The surrounding onlookers also began to talk. Unexpectedly, it turned out that this girl was a thief crying out to catch a thief. She's so young and pretty, how could she do such a thing? We almost fell for it and wronged two good people. TCH, she took out her cell phone herself and the water fell out. Next time, don't take people's word for it. It's not whoever has a loud voice that makes sense. The comments of the onlookers were even more difficult for Dong Yujing. She didn't realize that she had stood up to catch a thief, only to be framed by the thief. My cell phone. Give it back. I just bought it. The middle-aged woman reached out to Dong Yujing with a straight face. She knew in her heart of hearts that the phone was not stolen by this beautiful woman, but she refused to help prove it. She wasn't afraid of Dong Yujing, but she was afraid of thieves. Fongping lifted his cat head and gave the middle-aged woman a look. Such a person deserves to be stolen. Dong Yujing's head was still a little confused now, and when she heard the middle-aged woman's request, she subconsciously had to hand it over. At this moment, Zhou Qinshan had already come over. Wait a minute. We haven't gotten to the bottom of this yet. Don't return the cell phone yet. She walked over to Dong Yujing and took her hand. Miss? My cell phone? How dare you not return it to me? The middle-aged woman looked at Zhou Qinshan and was a bit aggressive. Auntie, didn't you just say you only have one cell phone? Didn't you take it yourself? Zhou Qinshan was calmer than Dong Yujing and knew how to handle this kind of thing. When the onlookers heard this, they looked at the middle-aged woman again with a bit of suspicion. Yes? That's not what you said just now. The middle-aged woman paused. I was just talking for fun. I forgot that I have a cell phone. I only remembered when I saw her with her cell phone. She made an excuse and sort of explained her behavior just now. Right. It's someone else's cell phone. You stole it and you won't give it back? Do you still want to stay? The scarred man spoke again. The middle-aged woman seemed to be encouraged. Give me back my cell phone. Or you can't leave. I'll call the police. She began to threaten Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. Auntie, I've already called the police. The detective will be here soon. Zhou Qinshan waved her cell phone and took the initiative to say. Hearing Zhou Qinshan say that she had already called the police, the two men looked at each other. Okay. You guys wait here for the detective. There's nothing for us to do here. They said that they were about to slip away. You can't leave. You're thieves. Don't think we didn't see you. Zhou Qinshan is not a woman who is afraid of anything. She stood firmly on her best friend's side. Chan Chun. Thank you. They are thieves. Dong Yujing held Zhou Qinshan's hand. Zhou Qinshan's support for herself made her gather courage again. She is not a thief. She was planted. She had figured out what was going on. It must have been these two men who had deliberately stuffed it into her bag, only she hadn't realized it. Don't know what you guys are talking about? Get out of the way. Otherwise we won't be polite. The two men's gazes went cold. They didn't dare to wait for the detective to come over. They turned around and left. A dark shadow flashed past them. Fongping naturally would not let them leave. Hisla. Hisla. Crisp sounds rang through. The pants of the two men suddenly broke. Immediately after that, a dozen wallets fell from their pants pockets. It fell all over the place. Their pants pockets were specially made, and Fongping noticed the problem just now. My wallet. Crap, there's my wallet. Mine is also there. Someone in the crowd of onlookers suddenly recognized the wallet on the ground. After all, it was their own stuff, and everyone was familiar with it. Among them there was also that old man just now, who had defended himself the first time, but was still stolen the second time, so it could only be said that he could not defend himself. These two guys are really thieves. Can't let them go. Call the police. The old man's voice is also the loudest. Now there are many people, he is not afraid of these two thieves. What's going on? Make way. Let us through. That's when the detective arrived. Seeing the wallet on the ground and the two men, the detective realized what was going on. You guys again? Stealing wallets again? You're not going to stop. The detective puts handcuffs on the two men, and they don't dare to resist. These two men are repeat thieves. Afterwards, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing walked over, handed over their cell phones to the detectives, told them what happened, and they left. With the matter explained clearly, there was no need for them to stay. The two of them also didn't look at the middle-aged woman next to them anymore. Anyway, it was best to ignore this kind of person when they saw them in the future. After Fongping struck once, he squatted next to the two beautiful women and didn't care anymore. He only needed to reveal the identity of these two people, and these two people behind him naturally couldn't run away. In the live broadcast room, the viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. It was fortunate that the great king had stepped in, or else this matter wouldn't have been explained clearly. Just now the goddess's best friend was falsely accused. I'm so angry. The great king is still very powerful, and once he made his move, he made these two thieves show their true colors. In fact, many people could see that these two were thieves, but no one dared to say anything. No way, everyone is afraid of retaliation. The great king, I'm not afraid of retaliation, come at me if you need anything. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing then strolled around the food market for a while, bought all the food, 2 people and a cat went home together. On the way home, Dong Yujing was a lot quieter. What's wrong? Are you still angry? Don't be angry, this kind of thing is not worth it. Zhou Qinshan comforted her. Fongping also took a look at Dong Yujing. This woman really suffered today. Is it possible that he was a little late? When he arrived at Dong Yujing's side, the two men had already put their cell phones in Dong Yujing's bag and he didn't see them. Otherwise, he would have made his move by then. Dong Yujing suddenly smiled and looked down at De Wang. I'm not angry. I'm just thinking. Why did the great king go rogue on those two just now? She wasn't the type of woman who loved to sulk alone. Fongping tugged at his ears. Woman, oh woman. The next time I help you, I'll be a pig. Dong Yujing squatted down this moment. Big king. I'm just kidding. Thank you. She gently wrapped Fongping in her soft embrace. If it wasn't for Fongping just now, she really couldn't say anything. The great king stepped in. It was obviously for her. Dong Yujing was still happy in her heart. This showed that the great king treated her as one of his own. Fongping's tail ticked. Fine. You are forgiven. He could tell that Dong Yujing was indeed thanking herself. Dong Yujing said this and added another sentence. De Wang. I'm being your mistress now. Do you still want it? Fongping paused. Dong Yujing stood up and exchanged glances with Zhou Qinshan. The two beautiful women, together, let out a silver bell-like laughter. A breeze blew. The hairs on Fongping's head fluttered slightly. Going home. He suppressed the fluttering in his heart. I am a cat. He reminded himself once more. Chapter 86 A Woman's Mouth. The two men and a cat returned home. Zhou Qinshan went to the kitchen to get busy. Dong Yujing also followed to help. The two beautiful women were chatting while cooking in the kitchen. Fongping was lying on the sofa, his tail hooked, quietly waiting for dinner to start in a while. Once again, there was a system alert sound in his head. Ding! The host completed the hidden mission, helping Dong Yujing catch the thief. Rewarded with 100 evolution points. Another reward, but this time there were only evolution points and no other rewards. Fongping tugged at his ears, when suddenly there was a cell phone ringing. He lifted his cat head to see that it was Dong Yujing's cell phone. This woman had gone to the kitchen and thrown her cell phone on the coffee table, and wasn't worried about others looking at her cell phone. Okay. No one here was interested in her cell phone either. Fongping was definitely not interested. The phone kept ringing, and when he looked at the kitchen, the two women inside didn't hear it at all. He jumped off the couch and ran to the kitchen door, lifting his front paw. Wow! Pulled open the kitchen door. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing heard the sound of the kitchen door opening and looked back. De Wang! Are you coming to help? Just in time, if you don't wash this pile of greens, we're busy and can't win? Dong Yujing joked as she saw a cat head appear at the kitchen door. Fongping didn't say anything, his tail hooked, then looked back. Doesn't the heart count? I'm here to help with the dishes? De Wang! Is there something going on outside? I'll go take a look. Zhou Qinshan had to know Fongping better and knew that he wouldn't come to the kitchen if nothing was wrong. Walking out of the kitchen, she heard her cell phone ringing. Jing Jing! Your cell phone is ringing. De Wang is coming over to remind you. She glanced at it and recognized that it was Dong Yujing's phone. It's probably my mom calling. How annoying. Isn't it just a blind date? I've agreed to it, and I'm still calling. Dong Yujing was a bit impatient, but still wiped her hands clean and walked out. She had already received several calls just now, and they were all from Dong's mom about the blind date. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also sighing. What's wrong with this world? A goddess also wants a blind date? I want to go on a blind date with the goddess, beg the goddess to give me a chance. Can't you hear that the goddess is being forced by the goddess her mom? Why do I feel you're cursing? I said her mom forced, this is cursing? Dong Yujing walked over to the coffee table, and sure enough, it was Dong Ma. Mom! I'm cooking, why are you calling again? I didn't promise you to go on a blind date. She picked up the phone. Dress up nicely this afternoon. Don't I know you? If I don't tell you a few more times, you'll definitely turn a deaf ear. Dong's mom knows her own daughter, so she called a few times without worrying. I know. I'll make your daughter the most beautiful girl in the world. I'll make your daughter the most beautiful woman in the world. Dong Yujing said a few more words before hanging up her cell phone. As soon as she looked down, Fongping passed by. De Wang! You eavesdropped on my call? I'm going to sue. Dong Yujing glared at Fongping.
Fongping tugged at his ears. I'm just going back to the sofa. Who wants to eavesdrop? Besides, there's no need to eavesdrop, your voice is so loud that anyone in the room who isn't deaf can hear you. King. Actually, it's okay if you want to eavesdrop. Everything about me is not a secret to you, you can know it all. Dong Yujing suddenly changed her tone again. Fongping jumped onto the sofa, expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. This woman better go to the kitchen and cook. Don't disturb me. Noon. Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing made 3 dishes in one soup. It used to be 2 dishes in one soup, and with one more person, there was one more dish. Originally, Zhou Chenchen was going to make a 4-course meal, but Dong Yujing was against it. The woman had to focus on her figure and wouldn't eat too much. 2 people and a cat sat at the dining table, and the aroma of the rice on the table was mouth-watering. At least, Fongping was hungry. Great king. Try this cola chicken wings. This is what I made. Dong Yujing picked up a chicken wing with her chopsticks and put it in Fongping's small bowl. Chicken wings? Fongping took a bite. The flavor was not bad. However, wait. He suddenly raised his cat head again and stared at Dong Yujing's chopsticks, not moving a muscle. De Wang. What's wrong? It's not good? It's quite tasty. Dong Yujing saw Fongping's movements and also picked up a piece of chicken wing and tasted it. She was satisfied with the flavor, and the cooking skills she had exerted this time were better than before. The great king didn't mean that. Can't you see? He's looking at your chopsticks. Zhou Chenchen pursed her lips at the side. Chopsticks? These chopsticks are fine. What do you mean? Dong Yujing's face was puzzled, obviously not understanding. Cats are clean-loving animals. De Wang has a cleanliness fetish and doesn't eat what others have eaten. Do you understand when I say that? Zhou Chenchen explained a sentence. Then how did you eat in the past? Was he like that too? Not eating the dishes that other people pinched for him? Dong Yujing thought about it and asked. I'll pinch dishes for the eldest king. He wouldn't refuse. Others can't. Zhou Chenchen laughed, she and the great king were naturally different. De Wang, didn't you just take a bite? Can't you? The dish I chucked must be eaten as well. Dong Yujing was jealous when she heard this, and she gave Fongping another piece of chicken wing. Fongping's eyes widened. This woman. It's too much. Did you eat the vegetables yourself just now? Dong Yujing didn't care about him, eating slowly by herself. She had the attitude that if you don't eat, I don't care about you. Fongping pulled his ears. Fine. I won't do it again. He was indeed hungry and lowered his cat head and started to gnaw on the chicken wings. Dong Yujing looked at the great king with his cat head hanging down and laughed quietly. Did this mean? The great king had finally recognized himself. After eating, everyone laid down on the sofa and rested for a while. Chan Chun. I ate so much today. Do you think I'll gain weight if I go on like this? Dong Yujing thought of a problem. What women are always most concerned about is their body shape. You won't get fat. I remember you're quite an eater. Once I ate steak with you, you ate one portion that was not enough, and you asked for another portion, which was a lot more than that. Zhou Chenchen uncovered the shortcomings. Fongping's tail hooked, this woman turned out to be a foodie. Nonsense. There is no such thing. You must have misremembered. Dong Yujing did not admit it. This is the second problem with women, never admitting what they have done. After a break, the phone rang again. Dong Yujing's cell phone. I'll bet. It must be my mom. If it's not, I'll eat the box of paper on the coffee table. Dong Yujing sighed lazily. She stood up and walked over to the coffee table, picking up her cell phone and answering it. Boss. What's up? Oh. I've already handed over that matter to Xiao Wang, don't worry. This time it was obviously not a call from Dong Ma. When she hung up, Fongping jumped onto the coffee table, lifted his front paw, and hooked the box of papers next to Dong Yujing. Come. Eat it. He was very interested. How about this woman eating the box of paper? De Wang. Thank you. You're the best. Dong Yujing picked up a piece of paper, wiped her mouth, and threw it into the trash can as if nothing had happened. What she said just now, she never seemed to say. Fongping. Sure enough. I should never have trusted a woman's words. A woman's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Chapter 87, The Natural Residence. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the bombardment of Dong Ma's phone calls, Dong Yujing went out. In order to cope with this blind date, she still put on some simple makeup. She didn't really care, anyway, this blind date was just a way to cope, there was no way she would agree to a relationship. Dong Yujing has no intention of going on a blind date right now, and she's not too old, so it's all because Dong's mom is in a hurry. When a mom is like this, looking at other people's daughters and boyfriends, she wants to find one for her daughter. Of course, Dong Yujing is not going out alone. Dong Yujing didn't go out alone. Zhou Chenchen and Fongping also accompanied her, which was agreed upon. Fongping also wanted to see how this world's blind dates were different from the previous world. Anyway, he was just playing along and watching the fun.
Zhou Qinshan actually knew Dong Yujing's character the best, and she didn't think highly of this blind date either, but she wouldn't say anything. After all, this was Dong Yujing's own business, and she couldn't interfere. If the blind date really came true, she would only be happy for Dong Yujing. The two of them got into the white Mercedes SL 400 and headed to the tea house together. The location of the blind date set by Dong's mom and her old classmate was at a tea house called the Natural Residence, about half an hour's drive from here. Fongping was still sitting on Dong Yujing's long legs. As soon as she got on the bus, Dong Yujing took off her shoes, revealing her small, shiny toes. What's wrong with this woman? Taking off her shoes as soon as she got on the car? Fongping raised his front paw, not used to this problem of hers, and forced the other party to put on her shoes. De Wang, my feet smell so good. Why are you forcing me to put on my shoes? Dong Yujing dodged Big King's front paw and finally put her shoes on reluctantly. What are you still saying? Big King can't even stand to watch. Next time you drive, I'll take off my shoes too, so you try it. Zhou Qinshan helped Big King speak from the side. Good. Why don't you take them off right now? Let Big King smell it. Dong Yujing made a joke. Stop it. We're driving. If you're fined, you pay. Zhou Qinshan reprimanded with a red face. She didn't have the habit of taking off her shoes in the car. The two joked for a while, and then arrived at the Natural Residence. Walking into the lobby on the first floor, a receptionist girl came over. Two people. Hello you guys. Is it for tea? She politely said to Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. Although she saw Fongping, she did not say anything. Tea houses also had guests who would bring their pets with them, and in this regard, tea houses were more lenient than restaurants. We have booked a private room. Dong Yujing told the reception girl the name of the private room. Two people. Please follow me. The reception girl quickly led them to the second floor. When they entered the private room, a middle-aged woman was standing inside. Mom! We're here, why are you alone? Where's your date? Dong Yujing asked. The middle-aged woman was naturally Dong Ma. My appointment is at 3 p.m. If I don't say the time earlier, who knows how long you'll drag it out? Chen is here too? Mrs. Dong saw Zhou Qinshan and greeted her. She did recognize Zhou Qinshan and knew that this was her daughter's best friend. She didn't have a problem with her daughter bringing her best friend. She also wanted Zhou Qinshan to help observe the character of the blind date. At this moment, a cat's head poked out from behind Zhou Qinshan. Fongping took a look at Dong Ma. She and Dong Yujing were somewhat similar. They were mother and daughter at first glance. Dong Ma was also a great beauty when she was young, and when she saw De Wang, she was overjoyed. She loved watching pet show programs, and even more so, she loved watching Big King's live broadcasts. She had thought that Big King wouldn't follow her, but she didn't expect Big King to give her a surprise. De Wang, come and sit here. I will peel peanuts for you. When Mrs. Dong saw De Wang, she immediately raised her hand in greeting, as if even her daughter's blind date was not important. Seeing this, Fongping was not polite. Pulled his ears. Walked over. Jumped onto the chair next to Dong Ma and squatted down. On Dong Ma's face, there was even a happy smile. So understanding. Such a smart great king. Who wouldn't like it? Mom, don't give Big King anything to eat. You'll get a bad tummy. Dong Yujing warned when she saw Dong Ma start peeling peanuts. Although she knew that the great king could eat vegetables like a human, she wasn't sure if peanuts could be eaten. Chun, great king? Can you eat peanuts? Hearing this, Dong Ma's hands also stopped as she looked at Zhou Qinshan. Auntie, Big King can eat it. In the past at home, I used to give it to him often. Zhou Qinshan nodded her head affirmatively. Look at you. How dare you say scary things? You still won't let Big King eat good food. Mrs. Dong rebuked her daughter. Mom, I can see that. With the great king, it's better not to have a daughter like you. Dong Yujing joked. Mom Dong ignored her and peeled a dozen peanuts for Fongping. Fongping smelled good, so he ate them. Dong Ma took out her cell phone and took a picture with him. Fongping tugged at his ears and didn't object. Mom Dong was still good to herself. You guys sit down too. Chen, sit down. What kind of tea are you guys drinking? Seeing that Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing were still standing, Dong Ma greeted them as they sat down again and asked the waiter to come in and make tea. Everyone drank tea and chatted, and the time soon reached 3 o'clock. Mom, it's time. Why aren't the people coming? Dong Yujing asked Dong Ma again. You wait. I'll call and ask. We had an appointment in the morning. Mrs. Dong was a bit confused, she wasn't quite sure. Lu Fong, have you guys gone out yet? Your son just finished a meeting, okay, then you guys hurry up. She picked up her cell phone, asked a few questions, and hung up. Without her having to say anything, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing both heard her. Mom, the other party is so unpunctual? Isn't that not very respectful? Dong Yujing didn't want to come on a blind date in the first place, and she disliked it even more at this time. The other party is an old classmate, so Dong's mom naturally can't say anything.
The other party is having a meeting at the moment. Let's understand. We'll wait a little longer. She had to comfort her daughter. Who doesn't have a job? I have to work too. Why don't I go back to the meeting? Dong Yujing said, standing up and about to leave. Stop right there. You're here, sit down. You think I don't know what's on your mind? You have to meet the other person on this blind date today. Mrs. Dong is not polite. The mother and daughter are a bit tense, and Fongping saw it too. But he didn't care, the peanuts were quite tasty. He lifted his front paws and plucked a few whole peanuts in front of Dong Ma. Dong Ma had a stern face and was a bit incoming, but then she laughed again. Do Wang, do you still want to eat? I'll peel it for you. Dong Yujing saw this scene and the expression on her face eased. Zhou Qinshan pulled her a bit, and she sat down again. Because Big King was there, the atmosphere in the room became cordial again. Half an hour later, footsteps finally came from outside the private room. A mother and son appeared at the door. I'm sorry, we came late. Something really delayed us a bit. The mother and son entered the room and apologized. Lu Fong, come in and sit down. This is your son, isn't it? Mrs. Dong stood up to greet her old classmate. The mother and son suddenly froze a bit when they saw the people in the house. And Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing in the room, as well as Fongping, also paused. Fongping didn't even eat the peanuts at the edge of his mouth. It was really a coincidence that the mother and son who came to the blind date, the two men and the cat, had both met today. That mother, Lu Fong, is the middle-aged woman who had her cell phone stolen in the vegetable market. And her son, followed by the young man who came in with him, was actually the young man who pestered Dong Yujing at the airport. Dong Yujing had thought that she wouldn't see her neighbor on the plane again, that annoying guy. She didn't expect to see him in the blink of an eye. The other party had become her blind date. Chapter 88, Bloodshed. The expressions of the mother and son were noticed by Dong Ma. She looked at the mother and son, and then at Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing next to her. What? You guys know each other? Then I don't need to introduce you. Before she could understand what was going on, she smiled and spoke. Old Dong, do you want an introduction? Your daughter is? The middle-aged woman looked at Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. Although it felt like Dong Yujing and Dong Ma were like mother and daughter, she wasn't sure. She still had a little bit in mind. If Zhou Qinshan was Dong Ma's daughter, maybe there was still a chance for this. If Dong Yujing was Dong Ma's daughter, then she felt there was no chance. She didn't say a word to help Dong Yujing at the vegetable market, and she almost made Dong Yujing think she was a thief. As long as a woman is in her right mind, she won't agree to this blind date. So you don't know each other? I thought you did. That's my daughter. This is Auntie Lu Fong. Mom Dong felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange, but she still introduced both parties. Dong Yujing listens to Dong Ma, sits still and doesn't greet. She wanted to hear how this woman, and her son, had the face to greet herself. At this time, the young man who hadn't spoken since he walked into the private room. He noticed Dong Yujing's expression and knew that she would never agree. Mom! I suddenly remembered. I still have a meeting, I'll leave first. He said and suddenly turned around and walked away. Who knew that this woman on a blind date was the same beautiful woman he had accosted on the airplane and at the airport? It must be that some of his own character, the other party, is also clear about it. At the airport she didn't even agree with his pursuit, let alone now. Since this was the case, the male youth didn't want to humiliate himself. Of course he didn't know that his old mom had also met Dong Yujing and something had happened. Even if there hadn't been the airplane and what happened at the airport, today's blind date still wouldn't have worked. Son, why are you leaving? Old Dong, I'm sorry about this today. I'll apologize some other day. The middle-aged woman also didn't know the reason for her son's sudden departure, and she took advantage of this to leave as well. If you stay any longer yourself, you can only be embarrassed. Alas? 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 This mother and son? Jing, what's going on with you guys? Dong Ma opened her mouth and turned back to ask Dong Yujing. This was something she finally felt wasn't right. Something was definitely going on with her daughter and this mother and son. Dong Yujing was naturally nonchalant. Mom! This young man who was going on a blind date with me. We met on the plane and at the airport this morning, and he kept hitting on me, and I ignored him. A man who likes to hit on women like that, you expect me to go on a blind date with him? She said it out loud, also to disabuse Dong Ma of the idea. Is there such a thing? I didn't know. Luckily you met him this morning. When Mrs. Dong heard this, her thoughts changed. She definitely didn't want her daughter to marry and live with such a person. Auntie! And that Lu Fong just now. We've met before. Zhou Qinshan told her again about the encounter with the middle-aged woman in the vegetable market. The point was that Dong Yujing was almost thought to be a thief, and the middle-aged woman who lost her cell phone, knowing the truth, didn't say a word to help. This time, Dong Ma was completely out of ideas. She was even a little angry that she didn't want to interact with this old classmate in the future. Treating her own daughter like this was too much. Auntie! This is actually a good thing.
Seeing each other clearly like this is better than never knowing each other and being kept in the dark. Zhou Qinshan advised Dong Ma. She didn't want to make Dong Ma angry because of this. Qinshan, you are right. It's my fault for being a bit hasty today. I still need to know more about each other. At this time, Dong Ma also regretted that she almost pushed her daughter into the fire with her own hands. Okay. Mom. No one is blaming you for this, you're just being nice. Dong Yujing also comforted her own mother. She also did not want to be angry with Dong Ma. Only Fongping was silent. He pulled his ears and pushed a bunch of peanuts over again. Peeling. His action made all three women in the room laugh. I'll let you eat enough today. How much you eat? I'll help you peel as many as you want. A smile appeared on Dong Ma's face again. Mom. I'll come too. You're not enough for Big King to eat alone. Dong Yujing also came over to join in the fun. Fongping raised his cat head. I'm not a rice bucket. Then Mrs. Dong took a lot of pictures with Big King. Even though the blind date didn't work out, she was still satisfied. If it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't have had the chance to meet the great king. Mrs. Dong left. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also left the natural residence with the great king. Go home. I don't think Auntie will be in a hurry to rush you into a blind date from now on. Aren't you happy? Zhou Qinshan smiled at Dong Yujing. Of course I'm happy. We haven't gone shopping for a long time. Let's not go home first, let's go to the mall and do some shopping. Dong Yujing had solved the big trouble of the blind date, and her mood had become so much better that she began to feel the urge to shop. That pair of annoying mother and son had now been thrown out of her mind, not affecting her mood in the slightest. Zhou Qinshan thought about it and agreed. That being said, after Dong Yujing's business trip, she hadn't gone shopping for a while, and she also wanted to buy a few clothes for herself. It looks like you got quite a bit of bonus for this business trip. Want to spend big? Isn't that right? She joked to Dong Yujing. You're still the same. Your job probation is over and you've signed a contract. Think I don't know? Your paycheck went up too, right? And Big Wang made money this time, too. Dong Yujing also knew about Zhou Qinshan's situation. She watched Big King's live video and understood quite a bit. Big King's money is Big King's money. It has nothing to do with me. If I have to spend money this time, it's also my own money. Zhou Qinshan would not use Big King's money. The two of them joked and laughed, taking Fongping with them, and drove to the busy shopping street. There were many malls here, and it was a favorite place for women. Expensive clothes were available here, and clothes with civilian prices were also available here. Although the two beautiful women said they wanted to blood shop, they were actually very rational in spending their money. They didn't go to those luxurious clothing stores, so they chose some civilian stores to browse around. While they were trying on the clothes in the store, Fongping was squatting at the entrance of the store, his tail ticking. "De Wang, take a look. Does this piece of clothing look good?" Sometimes Zhou Qinshan or Dong Yujing's voice would come out from the store. Fongping would walk in slowly under the astonished gaze of the store's clothing salesman. He would look at the clothes that Zhou Qinshan or Dong Yujing were trying on. It had to be said that beautiful women looked good in anything they wore. There was no need to ask for his opinion. The only thing he could do was to shake his tail vertically. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were sighing. The great king is so hard, accompanying a blind date, accompanying shopping, and also accompanying dinner. Great king, if you don't take a break, I am willing to accompany the goddess to go shopping. Big king, I am also willing to beg to accept little brother. King, you will only talk about it, I don't see any little brother. Fongping accompanied the two beautiful women in the various shopping centers for a few hours. Most of the time, the two beautiful women were just trying on clothes. But after shopping for so long, the two had bought quite a few clothes. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing were finally satisfied with this shopping trip. Let's go. De Wang. It's time for us to go home. They greeted Fongping. But at this time, Fongping twisted his body. For the first time, he did not listen to their greeting. Chapter 89, The Abyss. For the first time, Fongping did not listen to the greetings, but twisted his body and ran towards the elevator. The great king is trying to take the elevator down, right? We've been strolling for a few hours. The great king is probably tired of walking. Dong Yujing saw this and laughed. This is the 6th floor, taking the elevator down will naturally be faster and less tiring. Zhou Qinshan's eyes, however, were a bit puzzled. The great king's reaction was, in fact, a bit abnormal. Even if he had to take the elevator, he would have waited for them instead of running over alone. At the elevator. A woman was walking into the elevator. Fongping came a step too late. The elevator had already closed. Bang! Fongping gave a heavy slap on the elevator door, scaring the surrounding customers. What's wrong with this cat? Probably ran too fast and bumped into it. Whose cat is this? How did you bring it to the mall? Doesn't the owner care? Some customers were talking. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing started to realize something was wrong and ran over. Big King's behavior. It did get abnormal. Showing obvious agitation.
In the live broadcast room, the audience also noticed. What's wrong with the Great King? I see that the Great King is a bit anxious.
I also think that the Great King should have discovered something.
What has the king discovered? Fongping didn't care about the reactions of the customers around him. He arrived in front of another elevator, which was currently going up. The body bowed, jumped up, volleyball dunk, pressed the up button. What's with the cat? Isn't that messing with the game? We're going down. Cat, go away.
Some of the customers are getting even more upset, and one comes over and tries to push the down button.
Fongping turns around.
For the first time, his eyes revealed a murderous aura. The customer paused, but was still unwilling and tried to walk over.
Bang! Fongping made a claw.
It grabbed on the trash can next to him. Several deep scratches appeared in everyone's eyes. This time, that customer didn't dare to come closer.
This cat is crazy, isn't it? Call the police. Let someone arrest this cat. A customer took out his cell phone from a distance. Wait a minute. Everyone wait. Don't call the police yet. This cat belongs to my family. He might have found something.
Zhou Qinshan had already run fast to Fongping's side, and seeing this scene, he hurriedly apologized to the surrounding customers.
De Wang, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Dong Yujing also ran over. Fongping looked at the two pretty girls and waved his tail vertically. This is something really wrong. De Wang, what happened? Dong Yujing asked again. Fongping's tail didn't move this time. He couldn't speak and couldn't explain. Beauty, you guys are lying, right? What kind of things can this cat find out?
I don't care, I've called the police.
A customer didn't believe it. To be precise, it's not believing a cat. At this time, the hostess is also talking to the guests. Teachers, there's something unusual about Maharaja right now. What's the reason for this?
She posed the question to the guest.
The guest, Song Sung Kong, nodded his head, indicating that he would answer it.
Animals may behave mildly in normal times, but sometimes they show abnormalities like Big King. Specific to a cat, such as sudden aggressiveness, sudden scratching of utensils, etc., are abnormal reactions. If the cat bites or scratches you when you are together, stop the interaction immediately. Also, rough play may trigger aggression. Do not tease the cat to avoid conflict. If the cat is provocative for no reason, it may be trying to vent its pain. Another guest, Li Shi-wan, began to add to the conversation. Cats sometimes feel bored, which can also lead to destructive behavior. Also, when cats are alone, they will chew on objects to release their boredom. Or if the cat is in an unfamiliar environment, it will suddenly become restless and will also explode in ferocity. In the case of Maharaja specifically, he reacts slightly differently than these. As you can see, he just has a thing for elevators, and maybe he wants to take this elevator and go where no one else wants to go. Several of the guests speculated on what Big King was thinking, but for a while they didn't have a clue. At this moment, the elevator had reached the 6th floor, the doors opened and Fongping was the first to run in. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing glanced at each other, and the two beauties also walked in. The staff member in charge of filming turned a little pale, but still followed in. There were also some customers who were curious and wanted to walk in as well. Roar! Roar! Stop! Fongping hissed and growled twice in a row and popped out his claws. His meaning was clear. Those customers immediately stopped. No one wanted to be scratched by this cat. The elevator door closed. Fongping jumped up and directly slapped the button to the top floor. Top floor! Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing glanced at each other, wondering what Big King was going to do on the top floor. Zhou Qinshan squatted down in front of Fongping. Big King! Is it the top floor? Did someone have an accident? She knew Fongping the best. For this cat to react like this, it was definitely not for no reason. Fongping's tail flicked upright once again in affirmation. Great King! I understand. Whatever you do, I will support you. But you have to be good, okay? Zhou Qinshan gently stroked Fongping's cat head. Ow! I will be good. Fongping replied. Great King! There's still me. Don't just do anything stupid. Dong Yujing also squatted down next to him and similarly stroked Fongping's cat head. Fongping looked at Zhou Qinshan and once again looked at Dong Yujing. Ow! I'll be good. He replied once again. Unfortunately, neither of the two beautiful women could understand. The crew in charge of filming were silently filming the shots from the back. Gradually, he's not afraid anymore. This cat didn't go crazy. The elevator went all the way up and finally reached the top floor. The elevator door opened. Fongping hooked his tail and ran out. Up here was the rooftop. He didn't stop at the top floor but found the rooftop entrance. At this moment, the rooftop entrance had already been opened, and without hesitation, Fongping directly ran up to the rooftop. Behind him, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing, as well as the staff in charge of filming, followed behind. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were getting curious. This was the rooftop, right? What's wrong with the Great King running to the rooftop?
Is it possible that Big King has played on the rooftop before? Big King, you're the one who has nothing to play on the rooftop. I'm in a hurry. Don't let anything happen to Big King. Yuck. Crow's Mouth. Crow's Mouth 1. Crow's Mouth 2. It was a 50-story high-rise building. It was very windy on the rooftop, and Fongping's cat head hairstyle was instantly blown around. He didn't care, shaking his head and squinting his eyes around. Then, his eyes narrowed. Starting to run towards the edge of the rooftop, his speed grew faster and faster. Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing walked up to the rooftop and saw that at the edge of the rooftop, a woman had already crossed the railing. This is? Going to jump? The Great King, on the other hand, didn't care and ran over furiously. He is trying to save someone? How could the Great King save that woman with such a small stature? The Great King! Don't go! Come back! Zhou Qinchen suddenly had tears in her eyes and let out a heartbreaking sound. Dong Yujing also covered her mouth, her face also filled with tears. It seemed that at this moment, it was as if they were going to say goodbye to the Great King forever. The woman at the edge of the rooftop jumped down. And the Great King! That cat! Under the biting wind! Amidst the cries of the woman behind her! Amidst the dumbfounded viewers of the live broadcast! Amidst the astonished stares of the hostess! Amidst the shocked eyes of the guests! Jumped up in the air! Roar! With a wild roar, he pounced on the woman and bit the woman's clothes. And then fell with the woman. Falling. Abyss. Chapter 90 Concern. Fongping bit down on that woman's clothes, but in the end, he fell with the woman. This was a 50-story building. If this was to fall, even if the cat had 9 lives, it probably wouldn't survive. In the live broadcast room, the viewers could hardly believe their eyes, not believing the scene they were seeing. Crap, the Great King is crazy. Great King, that's the rooftop, that's not the first floor. Big King, she can jump if she wants to, you shouldn't put your life on the line to save her. I still want to watch the King's live broadcast. Oh, who should I watch now? King, can a miracle still be performed? Big King, come back. Your Majesty, come back. Big King, come back soon. On the rooftop. Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing ran over like crazy, all the clothes they bought in their hands were thrown on the ground, the two of them were in tears and didn't even look at each other. No matter how expensive or good looking the clothes are, they can't compare to the life of the Great King. The staff member in charge of filming followed closely behind with a heavy heart. He had followed the Great King step by step until today, and it could be said that other than Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing, he knew the Great King the best. Although sad. Although heavy. But he still held the camera, he wanted to capture the last scene of the Great King. This was also respect for the Great King. Everyone is actually desperate in their hearts. There can't be any hope of staying alive on such a high floor. Only, there is still a faint hope in everyone's heart. Maybe a miracle will happen. At the same time, in different places, different people, too, were concerned about this matter, about the fate of the Great King. Zhou's company. Papa Zhou was talking to an important client in the conference room. The business that the two were talking about involved hundreds of millions of dollars, and everyone was paying attention. While this was happening, the conference room was suddenly pushed open. The female secretary ran in with a hint of panic. What's going on? Out. Don't you know I'm talking about business? Dad Zhou's face sank as he said sternly. The matter he was talking about at this moment was very crucial, and he had long ago instructed that without more important matters, he must not come to disturb. And this female secretary suddenly barged in, making him very annoyed. If it was an ordinary employee, he would have just fired the person. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhou. I will go out now. The female secretary's face turned white, she then remembered Dad Zhou's orders. She shouldn't have been so rash. She had also forgotten about it in her panic. Zhou Dong. It doesn't matter. Since people came in, there's no need to kick them out. That customer didn't care, and helped out with a favor. Any more important business, a few minutes of delay wouldn't have much of an impact. He could see that the secretary didn't mean to barge in, she did have something important to report. Thank you, Boss Xu. Zhou Dad's expression only slightly eased down. Thank you, Boss Xu. The female secretary hurriedly thanked him. Speak up. What's the matter? What's wrong with the company? It was only then that Papa Zhou asked. It's not our company. It's Big King. Something happened to him. The female secretary hurriedly reported again. This was actually what Papa Zhou had instructed. He was also watching the pet show live right now, watching Big King's live video. Although he couldn't always keep an eye on it himself, he instructed the female secretary to keep an eye on the live broadcast and record any interesting videos he came across. He could slowly watch these videos in his free time. On the one hand it was interesting, on the other hand he could also see how his daughter interacted with Big King. There were many things that Fongping did that he knew about, including saving people in Tiger Park, including buying cars, and even those models and so on. Who is the Big King? Clients are amused to hear the name.
Big King is a cat that my daughter owns and is now participating in a live pet show, and I sometimes watch his videos.
What can happen to Big King? He is alive and well every day, better than I am.
Joe Dad introduced a sentence to the client and continued to ask. The female secretary handed over her cell phone with some videos she had recorded in a hurry. Joe Dad began to open these videos. The customer also came over to watch together. The first thing he saw was the video of Big King going crazy at the mall. Big King was seen running towards the mall elevator alone, ignoring Joe Chinchin's greetings. Another video showed Big King waving his claws at others and threatening to keep them away from the elevator. Finally, Big King is seen running into the elevator and growling at others. This cat is very powerful. The customer sees this and comments. Has Big King gone crazy? This is the mall? He should know, huh? Papa Joe's mouth is not polite. He knew that De Wang was smart enough to distinguish between occasions and right and wrong. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't have brought him to the mall. But right now, De Wang's behavior was clearly abnormal, like he was going crazy. With disbelief, he continued to watch. The next video. He saw Big King pressing the top button in the elevator. Another saw Big King running up to the rooftop. And finally saw De Wang running towards the woman by the rooftop. This cat is trying to save people? That customer was a little shocked. It was the first time he saw it. A cat making such an act? This was even greater than a human. One had to know how many times smaller a cat was than a human. Papa Joe didn't say anything, his brows had furrowed. He could already tell that something was wrong. Great King went to rescue someone like this and was able to bring them back? Sure enough, he saw Big King end up holding the woman's clothes in his mouth while falling down the tall building. Papa Joe watched it over and over a few times, and his heart went cold. This mall, he knew, was a 50-story building. This jump down there is a way to live? The guest next to him saw this and lamented. Joe Dong. This cat in your house. What a pity. He can see it's hopeless too. Undeterred, Joe's dad tried to watch on, but there was no more. Where's the video in the back? He paused and asked the female secretary. I haven't had time to record it in the back. The female secretary whispered. He decisively handed the cell phone to the female secretary. He was not very good at operating it. How do I open the live room? You do it. I want to see the live broadcast in the back. Papa Joe's expression was serious. The O family. The 2-year-old girl suddenly cried. Joy? What's wrong? What happened? Black Widow Oziru was on the phone on the balcony when she heard the cries and rushed into the living room. Cat Daddy. Cat Daddy is gone. I want Cat Daddy. The 2-year-old girl pointed at the TV and bawled. She couldn't describe it clearly. The TV was playing a live pet show, playing a video of De Wang. Oziru didn't pay attention. You miss Cat Daddy? Okay, Mommy knows. Mommy will take you to see Cat Daddy tomorrow, okay? She thought her 2-year-old daughter missed Big King. It was no wonder, after all, the great king had saved his daughter from the tiger's mouth. The 2-year-old daughter has been thinking about Cat Dad a lot since she came back. She had something to do in the past 2 days, and was thinking that in the next 2 days, she would invite the great king over as a guest and have some fun with her daughter, so she thought that her daughter would be very happy. However, Mom's comfort didn't make the 2-year-old girl stop crying. Cat Dad. Cat Daddy is gone. The 2-year-old little girl points at the TV and tries to tell her mom about it, but the more anxious she is, the less clear she is. Oziru glanced at the TV, on which a number of people appeared, seemingly in a bit of a panic. What's going on? Did you see anything just now? She turned to ask the female nanny who was taking care of her daughter in the living room. Mrs. Lele, said the cat dad. Just now, he saved someone's life and jumped from a 50-story building. The female nanny was beside her, but she saw it clearly. What? Oziru's face changed when she heard this. She took out her own cell phone and opened De Wang's pet live broadcast. The more she watched, the heavier her face became. At this moment, Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing had already run to the side of the rooftop. The crew in charge of filming also aimed the camera under the rooftop. And then, a cat head, raising its head not far below, eyeballs bouncing, looking at the camera. Chapter 91. Faster. Under the rooftop, 5 meters away. There was a special descending ladder for curtain wall cleaning and sanitation, but the workers were not there at this time. This special descending ladder that was supposed to be used for cleaning saved Fongping at a crucial time, and also saved the woman. Otherwise, the man and the cat would have already fallen downstairs and would not be alive. At the moment, Fongping was squatting on the descending ladder, his tail hooked. The woman was lying head down, seemingly unconscious from the fall. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing cried tears of joy. Great King! Don't move! Don't move! I'll get someone to save you right away. Zhou Qinchen hurriedly shouted at Fongping while taking out her cell phone to call the police. Ow! Good! Fongping tugged at his ears.
He was quietly breaking out in a cold sweat himself. This adventure was even more thrilling than the one in the tiger garden. Luckily, he had gifted himself another stroke of luck the moment he pounced out. That's why. Luckily survived. Fongping only knew that the woman was going to jump off the building when he received the system quest. When he rushed to the elevator, he wanted to save the woman. But one step too late, the woman had already closed the elevator door. He had to choose the next elevator or he wouldn't be able to catch up. The reason why he made those crazy moves was to stop those customers. It was useless to explain at this time, not to mention he couldn't explain or talk. Fongping simply took action, and in everyone's opinion, he was just going crazy. In order to accomplish his mission, Fongping didn't care. Going crazy was fine. But there was one thing he didn't expect: this woman jumped very firmly without a hint of hesitation. So much so that he swooped out and couldn't drag her back in time. He had thought that he was strong and would definitely be able to save the woman back. Well, that was the reason he was now squatting on the descending ladder. It wasn't his fault. This woman really wanted to die. What could he do? In the live broadcast room, the viewers, who had been silent, came alive again when they saw this. The Great King is still alive, I'm so happy. I told you that the Great King wouldn't leave us so easily, let's continue the live broadcast. Scared the baby to death, Big King, you should not be so impulsive in the future, this is not a game you should play. Big King, you pay for my heart, I almost died of sadness. My mom asked me why I was crying just now, I said I was sad about a dead cat. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but bad things happen to them. The King, you are the ing scourge. While the audience was happy, the staff of this building already knew that someone had jumped and fell on the special descending ladder. The staff urgently called the police for rescue. After all, this was a rooftop, not a professional, and ordinary people did not dare to go down to rescue someone. In fact, just now, Zhou Qinshan had already called the police. Do Wang. You be good, don't move. Someone will come to rescue you right away. Dong Yujing shouted to Fongping. Big King. Don't move. I'll make you a delicious meal tonight. Zhou Qinshan also shouted at Fongping. Despite the danger, the two beautiful women took turns lying on the edge of the rooftop, comforting Fongping. At this time, their hair was also messed up by the wind, and their clothes were also a bit dirty. But all these, they couldn't care less. Right now they only had one thought. They must save the Great King. But from the time the alarm was called to the time the rescuers arrived, it would still take some time. The two beautiful women were anxious in their hearts, but the voice they shouted was very smooth, they didn't want the Great King to hear it. The live broadcast room began to quiet down again. After all, the Great King was not out of danger yet. Squatting at such a high place and the wind was very strong, if one was not careful, it was actually still easy to fall down. Everyone had underestimated Fongping, and he naturally wouldn't fall. His front paws grabbed the descending ladder, very stable. But the woman next to him, to be honest, was still dangerous. If the woman fell, his mission would fail. Fongping squatted beside the woman, his tail ticking, just to make sure that the woman was safe and sound. The more unfavorable thing was that at this moment, the woman fell unconscious, she could not control her body. Maybe she didn't even know that she was still alive. A gust of wind blew through. The special descending ladder was suddenly swayed from side to side by the wind. Because of the weight of the extra person, the elevator swayed even more. That woman's body, as it swayed, gradually began to slide towards the edge of the descending ladder. Whether it was the live broadcast room or the rooftop. When the crowd saw this scene, they all became worried, but at this time, everyone was powerless. Everyone watched as the woman slid faster and faster, closer and closer to the edge of the descending ladder. One of the woman's legs had already slipped out of the edge and was hanging down, and the whole person was about to fall out of the descending ladder. Some people couldn't bear it and had already covered their eyes. Although it was said that this woman jumping off the staircase made everyone vomit, but this was life after all. At the critical time, it was Fongping again. He stretched out his cat's head and grabbed the woman's clothes, preventing her from continuing to slide down. If this damn thing falls, I'll have done my mission for nothing. I won't do it. Fongping thought in his heart. In everyone's eyes, they saw the cat that had just saved the day, once again straining to drag the woman and prevent her from falling down. No matter how strong the wind was, the descending ladder swayed even more. No matter how heavy the woman's body was, the cat was holding on, dragging the woman's body as always. Just like when it jumped out to save her. The cat must have used all its strength. How strong is a cat? That cat's front paws gripping the descending ladder seemed to be trembling, but it never let go. That cat was trying. That cat was being serious. That cat was protecting a life. The wind blew the cat's head, and a handful of hair was blown a little funny. But everyone didn't laugh. People couldn't laugh. The only thing was the tears that showed in the eyes. Live in the room, the audience vocalized again. Great King, I'm truly touched. Great King, I am proud of you. I never thought that a human life would be protected by a cat. Great King, you did a great job, I'm proud of you. Great King, I'm in tears. I love you to death.
Great King, I hereby swear that I will recognize you as my king. Your Majesty, I hereby swear that I will recognize you as my king. My lord, I hereby swear to make you my king.
Zhou's company. Papa Zhou suddenly raised his head. How did you get sand in your eyes? Bring me a towel over. I'll wipe my eyes.
He mumbled a sentence and spoke to the female secretary again. His voice, however, was a bit hoarse. The female secretary had already burst into tears long ago. She was moved by the great king.
She nodded and didn't say anything. Just walked to the side. Got a wet towel for Papa Zhou.
That important customer stood next to Papa Zhou. Both of them didn't continue to talk about business. Both of them were focusing on the cat in the wind, focusing on the great king in the wind.
Good cat. This cat in your house. What a good cat, really smart, really good.
The customer also rubbed his eyes and exclaimed.
Oh family.
The 2-year-old girl didn't cry. But she still looked at the TV.
Cat daddy. Cat daddy, come on up. Cat daddy, hurry up. She still couldn't express much meaning.
But with her daughter's words, Ziru understood in her heart that her daughter was in a hurry.
Joy. Don't worry. Your cat dad will be fine, absolutely fine. She finished the sentence and walked to the balcony.
With her daughter's back, she took out her cell phone and dialed.
Captain Chen. Why haven't your rescuers arrived yet? That cat is about to lose its grip. You guys have to be faster, faster.
As long as we save that cat, I'll sponsor whatever you guys need.
Chapter 92, Breaking Defense. Under 1,000 calls. The rescuers finally arrived.
2 rescuers went down with ropes and saved the unconscious woman. Fongping didn't need to be rescued. He jumped onto the shoulders of the rescuers, his tail hooked. When he was about to reach the rooftop, he jumped up with a direct leap. Before he could stand firmly, a pair of white arms wrapped around him.
Fongping was instantly swept up in Dong Yujing's arms. Do Wang. You scared me to death. Why are you so impulsive?
Dong Yujing hugged Fongping and only now did she feel her legs go weak.
Fongping didn't have time to react. Zhou Chenchen hugged him again.
Zhou Chenchen also felt weak in the legs and was still scared.
Without the great king, she felt that life was meaningless.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
This moment didn't break free from Zhou Chenchen's arms. He could feel Zhou Chenchen's body trembling.
He lifted his cat head and looked at Dong Yujing and then Zhou Chenchen. For these 2 beautiful women who were worried about him, he still felt a little sorry in his heart. He had indeed been a little impulsive himself. In the live broadcast room, the viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene.
Great, the great king is finally alive.
The great king, I'm not dead at all. Great king, next time don't be impulsive or I won't watch the live broadcast. Big king, no going up to the rooftop next time, or I won't watch the live broadcast.
Goddess, hurry up and take the great king away, or it's too dangerous.
I'm worried that the great king will jump down again.
I'm worried too. Take the king away. Take the king away. Take the king away.
At this moment, the hostess wipes her eyes and is also asking a few guests.
Teachers, I have a question. How strong is a cat?
She just saw the scene where the great king saved the day and wanted to ask this question. The guest, Wu Daohong, began to answer this question. Cats like to climb trees, air conditioners, houses, etc. Relatively speaking, the Hiroshi biceps is the key supporting force for cats. Generally speaking, the strength of adult cats is between 10 and 15 pounds. The key factor affecting the cat's strength is also the cat's own weight and body proportion. The heavier the weight, the greater the strength, and conversely, if the cat is in a chronic state of starvation and thinness, then it must have very little strength. The male cat's strength is much greater than the female cat's, which is directly related to the male cat's long-term jumping and running. Another guest, Song Chenggang, added, as we all know, the bite force of felines is one of the strongest in the animal world. Feline teeth are long and sharp, while claws can firmly lock onto a target. But it's not the same when it comes to cats, which actually have a really small bite. For one thing, cats don't rely on it to hunt, and secondly, cats have very small and fine grinding teeth, and lastly, cats have skulls that don't lend themselves to a hard bite. But as I observed the great king, his bite is absolutely extraordinary, capable of dragging down an adult, something no ordinary cat can accomplish. The guests discussed about Big King's strength. By this time, Zhou Chenchen had already stood up with Big King in her arms. She and Dong Yujing didn't want to stay on the rooftop either, it was too scary here. As they left with Big King in their arms, both those rescuers and the building staff were applauding enthusiastically. Of course. The applause was dedicated to Fongping. He tugged at his ears. It felt pretty good that the mission was finally accomplished. As for whether or not that woman would jump off the building later, it had nothing to do with him. But after taking a few steps, Fongping wanted to jump down. He saw the clothes that Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing had thrown away. Zhou Chenchen noticed Fongping's movements and also saw those clothes. Those clothes were now blown away by the wind and mixed with some trash. Do Wang. We don't want these clothes.
We'll buy them again later.
Zhou Qinshan hugged the Great King tightly, she would not let go at this time.
That's right. Big King.
We'll buy better looking clothes again, guaranteed to be prettier than these. Dong Yujing also said from the side. The two pretty women looked like they had messy hair and were in a bit of a mess at this moment, but their expressions were happy again.
The Great King is fine. They were happier than anything else.
However, Fongping was a bit dissatisfied, he had caused this. The clothes that the two women had spent real money on were also thrown away, he thought he should make amends.
Leaving the rooftop, Zhou Qinshan's phone rang. Give me the Big King. I'll hold it. You answer the phone.
Dong Yujing picked up Fongping and re-hugged him in her soft embrace.
Zhou Qinshan picked up the phone. Dad.
What's up? The call was from Zhou Dad.
Zhou Dad's voice came through. Where's that little brat? Put him on the phone. I want to talk to him.
His tone was a bit fierce. Zhou Qinshan heard this and pursed her lips.
De Wang. My dad's phone. He's looking for you,
she said as she brought her cell phone to Fongping's ear. Fongping tugged at his ear.
Papa Zhou was looking for him? What did he want to say? Little brat. Is he here? Speaking? Papa Zhou's voice was loud over there. Fongping's tail hooked and he didn't say a word. Papa Zhou didn't hear a sound and paused. Little brat.
I know you're in, I saw what you went crazy about today.
Come back to me, I'll have to teach you a lesson about what's dangerous. What not to do. He continued. Fongping felt. The old man was angry. But this has nothing to do with me.
You've got too much guts.
Is saving someone's life something you can consider as a cat? Don't you know if you can do it? Zhou's father was still going on. Fongping raised his front paw and touched Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan bent down slightly, she thought that Fongping couldn't hear clearly. Fongping just wanted to hang up the phone. And he did so. Straight away, he lifted his front paw and hung up the phone. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing froze and laughed together again. The Great King was still the same Great King. The temper hasn't changed at all. Can't listen to other people's criticism. Hearing the beeping sound coming from the phone, Dad Zhou couldn't help himself. Little brat. If you don't learn from the good, you learn from the bad? Hanging up the phone flew.
As he cursed with his mouth, a smile floated out of the corner of his mouth. The female secretary behind him also had a smile on her face. That cat, in the future, would continue to sit on her long legs.
It was good. She was very happy.
The phone call was still continuing. Fongping had just hung up on Papa Zhou's call, only to have Zhou Qinshan's cell phone ring again.
Zhou Qinshan looked at the phone number. De Wang.
It was Sister Ziru's call.
Should I take it or not?
She asked Fongping's opinion this time. Fongping tugged at his ears. The tail waved vertically.
Zhou Qinshan understood what he meant and picked up the phone. Chun Chen. Give the cell phone to De Wang. I'll have a word with him.
O0 said directly on the other side of the phone.
She knew that Fongping was next to Zhou Qinshan. Okay. Sister Ziru. I'll give it to him right now.
Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and smiled, guessing that the Great King would have to be nagged again. She once again passed the cell phone to Fongping's ear.
De Wang. Lele misses you. When are you coming to my house to play? Ziru wasn't Papa Zhou, she didn't mean to scold De Wang. Fongping cocked his head. That little 2-year-old girl? She misses me? De Wang. Joy has been thinking about you. Then it's a deal. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Ziru didn't wait for Fongping to say yes, so she made it a deal. Fongping thought about it. It's not a big deal to play with a 2-year-old girl for a day. It's just like visiting relatives. He didn't object to it either. De Wang. Wait a moment. Lele still needs to talk to you.
O0 then gave her daughter her cell phone.
Fongping heard the phone quiet for a moment. A little girl's voice rang out sweetly. Cat Dad. This time, Fongping broke his defense. Oh, good boy. Chapter 93 Evolution. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing quickly left the mall with Fongping.
At this time, their goddess image was gone, their hair and clothes etc. had to be cleaned up at home. Fongping too, his hair had gotten some stains on the rooftop and needed to be cleaned up as well.
Everyone didn't want to go anywhere else and went home together.
As for the clothes that the two beautiful women had lost, Fongping thought in his heart that he would have to compensate, but there was no rush.
Back at home, it was not too early.
Because of the need to take a shower or something like that, the live broadcast would not be convenient.
Zhou Qinshan conferred with the staff in charge of filming to end today's live broadcast.
The staff in charge of filming asked for instructions, and the program team quickly agreed. After all, today's De Wang once again brought surprises to everyone. A cat being able to go to the rooftop to save people, this would attract more people to pay attention to the pet show program. Big King's performance made the program team smile, and it didn't take much thought to know that the ratings would only get higher later on. The program team would naturally be reasonable and agree to Zhou Qinshan's request. Soon, The staff entered the room and turned off the live camera, telling Zhou Qinshan that today's live broadcast ended here. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly unhappy. This is the first time the internet goes off at a critical time. I was waiting to see the goddess, why did it go black all of a sudden? Unhappy, I want to see the goddess, well, I want to see the king. You guys, you exposed the idea of driving without noticing. After the staff withdrew, there were finally only 2 people and a cat left in the house. Freedom! It's finally time to wash. I'm having a hard time with this. Dong Yujing completely threw away her goddess image when there were no outsiders. The slippers on her feet were thrown to the side, revealing her nice little toes as she relaxed on the ground. What kind of habit are you in? You don't wear shoes at home either. It's the same in the car. Zhou Qinshan rebuked, and she also relaxed. What's wrong with this? I've been like this since I was a kid. How many times my mom beat me, I couldn't change. Dong Yujing laughed. She walked towards the bathroom as she spoke. De Wang, you're a dirty little cat too. Come here, I'll help you wash. Walking to the door, she turned back to greet Fongping. Fongping thought about it and still walked over. He also really needed to wash himself, the environment on the rooftop side was really not clean. Not to mention that he was still standing on that descending ladder, being blown by the wind for so long. De Wang, it's cheap for you. Dong Yujing smiled again. Fongping's tail hooked. Don't understand your words. You humans are too complicated. What to say? Zhou Qinshan blushed. Like she had thought of something. While helping Fongping bathe, Zhou Qinshan was worried that Dong Yujing didn't know how to clean a cat the first time she did this kind of thing, so she also came in to help. From time to time, the sound of splashing water and laughter came from the bathroom. Only when Fongping was washed clean did the 2 beautiful women begin to clean themselves. At this time, Fongping was lying on his back on the sofa, the 2 women were really tigers just now. He thought in his heart. The sounds from the bathroom made him a little strange and he began to divert his mind. System. My mission is complete. What is the reward this time? He asked the system in his head. The system gave a response. Ding! The host's mission is complete and he has obtained the King of Beasts hunting skill. The host receives a reward of 1000 evolution points, and the host reaches the upgrade evolution points to upgrade to LV3 level and become a level 2 fierce beast. Does the host consume 1000 points to upgrade? Having reached the upgrade condition himself, Fongping did not hesitate to upgrade. Fongping evolved once again. He felt his body surging through torrents once again. The various hunting maneuvers of the King of Beasts, pounce, scratch, bite, lurk, attack. It was reflected into his mind and became a fixed habit of his body. His combat power was 100 times stronger than before. He opened the system light screen. Host, Fongping. Level, LV3 level 2 fierce beast. Self-healing skill, the body possesses the ability to heal itself, not limited to any injuries or toxin diseases. Divine power skill, the body contains the divine power gene, strength far exceeds that of an adult. Psychic communication skill, can communicate with various animals in a psychic way, relieving them of their predicament. Affinity skill, being with a cub will make the other feel affectionate and protective. Deterrence skill, possesses the strength and deterrence of the King of Beasts, and can make all animals submit. Luck skill, grants anyone luck once. Bad luck skill, can grant anyone bad luck once. Summoning skill, can summon any animal, and absolutely obey orders during the summoning. Hunting skill, can hunt any person and animal, will make the other feel palpitations and fear. Evolution points, 600. With another additional skill, Fongping was satisfied in his heart. He actually lacked hunting skills before, although his body was strong, he always felt that he could not use his power. Now this lack was filled. He was even somewhat looking forward to what skills the later evolution would allow him to have. Or rather, what would he eventually evolve into? Just as he thought of this, he was awakened by Dong Yujing's voice shouting. Great King! I've taken one less piece of clothing. You bring it over for me. Fongping's tail hooked. Not a single movement. I can't spoil this woman. In the evening, after dinner, everyone lay on the sofa again. Zhou Qinshan lay on the left, Dong Yujing on the right. Fongping suddenly realized that he had no place. This woman, Dong Yujing, had taken her place. He squatted in front of Dong Yujing and stared at him quietly. Big King, you don't watch TV. What are you staring at me for? Dong Yujing asked, a little puzzled, as she held the remote control to change the TV station. She also knew now that every action of the Great King definitely had its own meaning. It was just that she wasn't Zhou Qinshan and didn't know too much about some of the big king's behaviors. Zhou Qinshan, however, understood at a glance. You're occupying the Great King's seat. He's asking you to give up your seat. He's going to plop up. She smiled and said to Dong Yujing. Don't let go. This couch doesn't have your name written on it. Your Highness, why don't you show me some proof that this place is yours? Dong Yujing refused without even thinking. She had one long leg curled up and one long leg stretched out, with no intention of moving. At this moment, she had long since lost the afternoon's worry, the afternoon's crying. It seemed that the woman who was sad and weeping in the afternoon was not her. Fongping had no way out. You could never reason with a woman. The point was, he really didn't have any proof that the turf was his. Who would steal the turf from a cat? The answer is this woman named Dong Yujing. Dong Yujing is actually teasing the great king, she can't help but like it. Come to my sister. Let's watch TV together, she said as she lifted herself up and carried Fongping onto her long legs. Fongping then felt satisfied and his tail ticked. The next drama that the two beautiful women watched and discussed made him drowsy. Everything seemed to be back to normal. Night. He was lying in the middle of Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. The two pretty women, one with an arm, wrapped their arms around him tightly. It seemed as if they were afraid that he would disappear. It was only then that Fongping felt the emotions of the two pretty women. They were actually still worried about themselves. They just didn't say it out loud, they just pretended to smile. After all, he was really dangerous at that time and could really want to disappear from this world. Anyone who loved him and wished for the great king would be worried. Not to mention these two women who were closest to him. They silently hid their emotions and silently supported themselves. Even in their slumber, the two women didn't let go. And so, tonight, he didn't go out. Chapter 94 Conditions. The Great King. Don't be lazy. We're all up. Early in the morning, Fongping was lying on his back in his bedroom when he was woken up. He tugged at his ears and opened his eyes. With a jolt, he almost didn't explode. A face with a white mask was close to his cat face. If it wasn't for the fact that he could smell the familiar scent of a woman and knew who the other person was, he might have swung a claw up. Early in the morning. What kind of mask? Scare people to death? No, scare the cat to death, do you know? Oops. I didn't scare the king. It's no fun. Dong Yujing skimmed her mouth and stood up straight, still a bit regretful. Go ahead and die. If the great king was scared, I guess your face will be scratched. I'll see how you can meet people. Zhou Qinshan walked in from outside. She had already changed into her sportswear. Looking at her outfit, it's time for another early morning workout and run. You didn't say so earlier. However, the great king won't tickle me, right? Dong Yujing removed her mask. Do you want to try it? Leave it on your face for 15 minutes. It's guaranteed that the skin on your face won't lack moisture for a day. She also suggested a word of advice to Zhou Qinshan. I think it's better to go out for a run. Do you want to go? If you don't go, I'll go out with Big King. Zhou Qinshan didn't have the habit of putting on a mask in the morning. Dong Yujing glanced down and Fongping had already stood up, yawned adorably, and was ready to set off after Zhou Qinshan. As an escort, when Zhou Qinshan went out for a run, he definitely had to follow. He had now evolved into a level 2 ferocious beast, and even if he didn't exercise, his body was much stronger than an ordinary person. Fongping estimated that not many people would be able to withstand a claw from himself right now. If you are not afraid of having your face blossom, you can try. You guys don't want to leave me at home. I'll go running together. Where are your workout clothes? Lend me a set, I don't have any. Dong Yujing actually works out in the morning. Every pretty woman doesn't shy away from such workouts because it's the secret to staying slim. Already prepared for you. Zhou Qinshan walked into the bedroom and was giving Dong Yujing exercise clothes. Dong Yujing didn't avoid Fongping and once again showed herself generously. Or Fongping couldn't stand it and ran out first. This woman. She's a tiger. As a cat, he can't even stand it. Two beautiful women, each wearing a set of sportswear. Zhou Qinshan was a white set and Dong Yujing was a pink set. One white, one pink, it looked appealing to the eye. At 7 in the morning, Fongping, Zhou Qinshan, and Dong Yujing walked out of the neighborhood to the nearby park. Many people had already started running in the park for exercise. You don't have to say. The air here is really different. No wonder you like to come here to exercise. Dong Yujing followed Zhou Qinshan as she did her warm-up exercises while breathing in the fresh air. This is where Big King and I like to go every morning. You haven't seen how strong Big King has become. This is the benefit of exercising. Zhou Qinshan introduced herself and used Fongping as an example. This time, she didn't say that Fongping had gotten fat. The great king would get angry. Fongping pulled his ears, his own strength had nothing to do with exercise. While the two beautiful women were chatting, a young man suddenly walked over. Two beautiful women. Are you guys running here too? Haven't seen you guys before? The male youth also saw them and purposely walked over to strike up a conversation. Yes, that's right. It's my first time here. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Dong Yujing deliberately only talked about herself. It was also true that it was her first time coming to the park here. Then you guys should be careful. It's your first time here, you're not familiar with the park. There are some places here that are not safe, why don't I accompany you and run along?
The male youth was delighted in his heart. Doesn't this give him the opportunity to make contact? This can't be done. You are a stranger. We don't want strangers to accompany us. Dong Yujing refused. Zhou Qinshan stood by the side, smiling as she watched Dong Yujing negotiate with the male youth. Fongping was also watching, and he wasn't worried. This woman wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I often run in this area. You can ask around. Many people here know me. I'm a good person.
The young man took the initiative and said. He didn't leave just because he was rejected, he was trying to prove and recommend himself. The impression given was that he was famous. Fongping tugged at his ears. He knew that this male youth was talking nonsense. He had followed Zhou Qinshan for a period of time running around this area and had not seen the male youth once. Really, if the male youth was often in this area, he would have encountered him once or twice anyways. Dong Yujing also knew that the male youth was talking nonsense. The fact that the male youth had never seen Zhou Qinshan meant that he was not here often. Zhou Qinshan hadn't been running here for a short period of time. It was impossible for no one to notice, but she didn't reveal it. The male youth had actually just moved here, and he didn't realize that he had been seen through. When he saw two beautiful women in the park, he would definitely come over to strike up a conversation and make contact. Perhaps he himself will have a chance to pursue them? The male youth thought to himself. I am not lying to you guys. You are not safe without an escort. Something happened to someone in the park here not long ago. He continued again. This incident, he also heard from others, and now used it to scare the two women. Thank you. We have him to protect us. As long as he's around, we're safe. Dong Yujing pointed at Fongping this time. The young man had just seen a cat squatting next to the two beauties, but he didn't care. To him, it was just a cat following its owner. The two beauties. I am sincere. Please don't think I'm joking. The male youth clearly didn't believe Dong Yujing's words. Dong Yujing saw that the male youth kept refusing to leave. Fine. You really want to accompany us? As long as you agree to one condition, we'll oblige you. She changed her tone. What condition? The young man's heart rejoiced. It seemed that he was finally going to talk to a beautiful woman. He got excited in his heart. You know about Triumph Mall, right? Dong Yujing asked him. This mall was the same mall where the great king saved people yesterday. I know. I've been there the other day. The Triumph Mall is quite tall, 50 stories high. If you want to go, I can accompany you. The young man misunderstood Dong Yujing. My condition is this. If you dare to jump off the rooftop of Triumph Mall, we'll agree to accompany you. Dong Yujing stated her conditions. Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and looked down at the big king. This condition, huh? Fongping squatted next to him, his tail hooked. He knew. This woman was not to be messed with. Who would agree to this condition? Sure enough. The young man's face changed. Are you messing with me? How could anyone jump from there? You don't want me to accompany you guys at all? He said with a bit of indignation. He had thought that this woman would make some kind of condition, even if it was to get herself to agree to shopping. It wasn't like he was crazy to jump from a 50-story rooftop. This woman was asking herself to die. You can't do it, but others can. Alright, then. See you later. Don't follow us or we'll call the police. Dong Yujing didn't say anymore, and with a warning, she and Zhou Qinshan turned to leave. The male youth didn't follow again. This pickup failed for him. Where did I go wrong? He couldn't figure it out. In the wind came the laughter of two beautiful women. Dong Yujing ran while looking down at Fongping. Her mouth laughed. Yeah. Someone can do it. Great king. You say it's right or not? Fongping tugged at his ears. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm just a cat. Chapter 95. The main character. After Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing took De Wang for a run, they went to the Baozi store on their way home. Coincidentally, they ran into their neighbor, Old Man Bai, again. Old Man Bai had just bought 2 big bags of buns and walked out alone. Zhou Qinshan, you came to buy buns again? He saw Zhou Qinshan and Fongping and naturally greeted them. Fongping looked at Old Man Bai's 2 big bags. Why did he buy so many? There are almost 30 to 40 of them. You're an old man? Aren't you afraid to eat too much? Zhou Qinshan was chatting with Dong Yujing in the queue and didn't notice Old Man Bai. Mr. Bai. A friend of mine is here. I brought her over to buy some, and besides, De Wang also likes to eat the buns here. It was only when she heard the greeting that she replied with a smile. Don't line up, it's crowded today. You won't be able to buy any more for another half hour. I'll share a bag with you. Old Man Bai said and handed a bag to Zhou Qinshan. There are about 10 of them, enough for 2 people and a cat to eat. He wasn't wrong, there were a lot of people buying buns today. Coupled with the fact that everyone had bought quite a few, the queue was extraordinarily long. Moncler Outlet Online. How can this be good? You waited so long to buy it. Zhou Qinshan was a bit embarrassed to take it. I bought more than usual. I'll just come back another day. Don't give me any money.
De Wang did a good job yesterday, this is a reward for him. Seeing that Zhou Qinshan was going to take out money, Old Man Bai couldn't help but touch Fongping's cat head and left with his hands behind his back. It seems that Old Man Bai also saw the scene on the rooftop of the mall yesterday. Before Zhou Qinshan could pull out his money, Old Man Bai had already walked away, so he had no choice but to give up. De Wang. Thank you. Today we are again in your favor. Dong Yujing smiled at Fongping. Fongping's tail hooked. Looking at the old man's distant back. This old man was also too stingy. A bag of buns as a reward. Can you be a little more stingy? Back home. While eating breakfast, the program's filming crew had already arrived. Turning on the room's live broadcast equipment, the staff immediately retreated. In the live broadcast room, the audience immediately saw Fongping. Good morning, Great King. Good morning, two goddesses. Great King is so happy, the two goddesses are eating breakfast with him. Poor me, single dog with no one to keep me company. Watching Big King eating buns, I am so happy that I am drooling. Big King, don't be greedy, buy it yourself. After breakfast, Oziru then sent a driver over to pick up the cat. This was agreed yesterday. Fongping promised to accompany her daughter Lele for the day today. Oziru incidentally also invited Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing to come over and play together. There was nothing to do at home anyway, and with the scene on the rooftop yesterday, the two beauties also wanted to keep a closer eye on Big King, lest he mess up again. Oziru actually also have this intention, just the Big King in the past, if something Big King may not necessarily listen to her. Zhou Qinshan didn't open her own white Mercedes SL 400, the two beauties and the king sat together in the luxury car sent by Oziru. The two men and a cat sat in the back seat while the staff member surnamedly sat in the passenger seat to film. The program team had also gotten permission to continue broadcasting live from the O family today. The O family was a large villa. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing were not surprised, with Oziru's wealth, living in a villa was a matter of course. Fongping was even less surprised, to him, a villa was just a larger area. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, Oziru personally went out to greet him. Other guests coming to the door, she might not do so. But the Great King was different. This was her daughter's savior. Even if it was a cat. She won't be slow. Your Highness. Welcome to my home. Qinshan, you and your friends are also welcome. Oziru held her 2-year-old daughter Lele and said with a smile. At this time, Fongping was already the first to jump out of the car. He tugged on his ears, looked at the 2-year-old girl, and walked over. The main character today was him. Everyone stared at the Great King's move. Fongping walked over to the 2-year-old girl, raising his forepaw, touching the little girl's hand. Everyone could see that the Great King was very careful and didn't even show his paw. Oziru saw this and smiled slightly. On the contrary, it was the female nanny next to her whose face changed, although she had seen this cat on the live broadcast. But when Fongping really arrived in front of her, she still felt a hint of threat, a hint of fear. If the 2-year-old girl had the slightest touch or scratch, her job would definitely not be guaranteed. Whether it was her responsibility or not. She was the college student nanny that Oziru had specially hired after the last Tiger Park incident. On the one hand, she can teach her daughter simple English, and on the other hand, she is also responsible for protecting her daughter's safety. The female nanny was very responsible, and Oziru was quite satisfied. Of course. The daily salary she gave to the female nanny was also not expensive. Only when she saw Fongping take his front paws back did the female nanny gently sigh in relief. Fongping noticed the look in her eyes. The tail ticked. Don't believe me? Oziru also sensed the female nanny's nervousness. This was Lele's cat father. Don't worry. De Wang is very good to Lele. She said to the female nanny. She knew how smart De Wang was and wasn't worried at all. Yesterday, when Oziru asked her daughter to call out to her cat dad, the female nanny thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect that Oziru would still say that to her face. Then it is true. She was a little surprised in her heart, not expecting that Odong would really let his daughter recognize a cat as her godfather. The female nanny just nodded her head without revealing an expression of surprise. Even though Oziru said this, she still didn't quite trust it in her heart. After all, the other party was a cat. The 2-year-old girl didn't care what the female nanny thought. She was holding her mom, when she felt amused and let go of her mom's hand. She raised her own little hand and played with Fongping's forepaw. She stretched out her hand and Fongping touched her hand. The little girl giggled. Very happy. Cat daddy. She called out sweetly again. Oh, good boy. Fongping responded again. Everyone laughed. Let's go. Let's go sit in the living room. Oziru then said. Everyone walked into the living room, which was very elegantly designed with a hidden luxury. At this moment, the living room had some toys set up, all dolls and such that little girls liked to play with. Lele and De Wang walked over to the toys. The female nanny also followed over. Oziru then had tea brought over. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing sat on the sofa and chatted with her. Casually, she also looked at Big King and Lele who were not far away. Everyone was also having a good time. Fongping accompanied the little girl and played with her favorite toys. After a while, someone outside walked in to report to Oziru that someone had come over to visit. Oziru hadn't invited any other guests today, but as others had already arrived at the door, she couldn't possibly turn them away. The visitor quickly walked in, a friend of hers, holding a 5-year-old boy in her hand. Li Wan, why did you come over today? Quickly come and sit down. Oziru greeted the person and sat down. You have guests at home? I was thinking of bringing my son over. To have some fun with Lele. Li Wan explained the reason for her visit. She glanced at Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. The two girls were pretty but she didn't recognize them. What a coincidence. I happened to invite Lele's godfather over today. Pang Pang, go over and play with Lele. Oziru laughed. The little boy wasn't surprised and quickly ran over to Lele's side. Lele's godfather? Who is this? I have to meet him. Li Wan asked with curiosity. She actually wanted that person in her family to be Lele's godfather, but she hadn't had the time to bring it up yet. At this moment, she didn't expect that someone had gotten there first. It was impossible to say that she wasn't jealous in her heart. If she and Oziru had this level of godfather relationship, then the two families' movements would be different again. That's not. I'm playing with Lele. Oziru said. Li Wan looked over, but she didn't see anyone. She only saw a cat. Chapter 96 Coincidence. Li Wan only saw a cat next to Lele and didn't see anyone. Did Godfather Lele go to the bathroom? When he comes back, trouble Odong to introduce him. I must get acquainted. She paused, thinking she guessed the reason. Not seeing anyone, the man must have just gone out. Leaving at this time, the reason is either smoking or going to the bathroom. There he is. It's that cat. His name is De Wang. Oziru laughed and pointed at Fongping. She knew that Li Wan had misunderstood and thought she was talking about a person. If she hadn't said it, it probably wouldn't have occurred to anyone that she was talking about a cat. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also laughed. A cat is a little girl's godfather, not to mention the others. They didn't know how Oziru considered it. Li Wan's expression was a bit jaw-dropped at this moment. This was something she couldn't have imagined no matter how much she thought about it. If it wasn't for Oziru's identity, she would have thought that Oziru was crazy. Oh Dong. You're joking, right? I thought you were really saying it. Li Wan saw Oziru laughing and misunderstood again. Oziru shook her head with a serious expression. There is no joke. It's true. Lele, who is your godfather, tell Auntie Li. She asked her daughter again. Cat dad. Lele instantly pointed at Fongping and shouted. Fongping tugged at his ears. He was turning his back this way and looked back to see another woman in the living room. He didn't recognize it and quickly turned his head over again, continuing to play with Lele. Li Wan didn't want to believe it, but this time she had to believe it again. Even if Oziru liked to joke, she wouldn't make fun of her daughter, and besides, she wasn't a person who loved to joke. Oh Dong. What's going on? How could Lele recognize a cat as her godfather? Li Wan obviously didn't watch the pet show program, otherwise she wouldn't have asked this. This cat saved my daughter's life. It's only right that I let her recognize her godfather. Oziru introduced Li Wan to the thrilling scene of her daughter falling into the tiger park. Li Wan then understood the reason, but in this case, she had a different view. She felt that it should be a coincidence. That cat, for some unknown reason, jumped into the tiger garden and happened to meet the little girl falling down. By mistake, it saved the little girl. In fact, that cat had no idea what had happened, or even that it had saved anyone at all. Of course. She didn't say these thoughts out loud. She could tell that Oziru was serious. Since she had already recognized that cat as her godfather, there was no need for her to say anything else now. Oziru might even misunderstand her motives. She kept her mouth shut on this kind of thankless matter. But Li Wan still quietly observed that cat, how she looked, how she felt. The cat was ordinary. It was just an ordinary orange cat. Ordinary fur color. Ordinary size. The entire cat was also lazy. Li Wan couldn't see any difference, and she became even more determined in her heart that that incident in the tiger garden was a coincidence. Li Wan. Your tea is here. By the way, what you said the other day. Oziru and Li Wan chatted. She introduced Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. When Li Wan heard that Zhou Qinshan was the owner of that cat, she just nodded. She then paid no more attention to that cat. At this moment, her son ran over and played happily with the 2-year-old girl in Fongping. Anyway, there was a female nanny watching over there, so she only occasionally glanced at them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. Oziru had already arranged for the luncheon, and everyone then sat down at the table. Li Wan slightly frowned a little, and quickly returned to her normal expression. Because she saw that the cat was also squatting at the dining table. This cat had actually eaten with people, which was something she had not expected. But in the end, she didn't say anything until she saw that cat eating a bowl alone. Li Wan thought about reminding Oziru afterward, but in the end, she let the cat eat alone. The 2-year-old girl was still young, as well as her son. It wasn't good to eat with a cat. The cat owner was also present at this moment, so she forced herself not to say much. "Do Wang, eat a little more beef. These chopsticks are clean, you don't have to worry." Oziru purposely took a separate pair of chopsticks to give Fongping some food. She knew about the Great King's cleanliness fetish, and this pair of chopsticks was also specially prepared for the Great King. Fongping pulled his ears. This Odong was doing a good job, unlike someone who deliberately gave himself a bad time. His cat had looked at Dong Yujing next to him. The person he was talking about was this woman. Dong Yujing noticed the gaze of the Great King and she acted like she didn't know what the Great King was thinking. "Do Wang, these ribs are your favorite too. Come on, I'll chuck you a piece." She deliberately used her own chopsticks and pinched a piece of ribs into Fongping's small bowl. Fongping paused. The cat face collapsed. "This meal can't be eaten. You don't tease him. He'll get angry later. I won't be able to play with Lele." Zhou Qinshan tugged on Dong Yujing's shirt, telling her not to be weird. She purposely didn't give Big King any food today because there are too many people here. Otherwise, if everyone gave Big King food, he might really stop eating. At this moment, Lele also followed suit, and when she saw Dong Yujing's actions, she also used her own small chopsticks to give Fongping ribs. "Cat Dad. Here. Here." But she wasn't very good at using chopsticks yet. Before the chopsticks reached Fongping's small bowl, the ribs fell on the table. The table was actually very clean, having been carefully cleaned earlier. The 2-year-old girl's eyes showed tears. "Cat Dad. No. No more." Her little mouth turned away and she was about to cry out. Oziru saw this and was about to comfort her daughter. Over there, Fongping had already seen it, and his tail ticked. These two women, big and small, were not going to let themselves eat today. "I think about it." He hooked his tail, or lifted his front paws and reached out, hooking up the ribs on the table. And then put it into his own small bowl. "That's good, right?" he thought to himself. The 2-year-old girl was really happy without her tears. "Cat Daddy. Eat. Eat," she said to Fongping. Fongping tugged on his ear. He looked down. Sure enough, he ate. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were moved to see this. "Great King, I know you have a cleanliness fetish, but what you did today was really good. I felt so cozy when I saw Big King's gesture. Big King is so nice to his goddaughter. I got teary-eyed again when I saw this. Great King, why don't my daughter recognize you as her godfather too?" "Big King, I have a daughter too, although my daughter is already 18 years old." "The Great King, I won't accept your daughter." Oziru and everyone else could see Fongping's actions. For this cat, she liked it even more in her heart. This, if anyone said that the Great King was unintelligent, she would be the first to stand up against it. It seemed that her own daughter had recognized the Great King as her godfather. Really did the right thing. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing as well, they were all going to love the Great King to death. Who wouldn't love such a great king? Li Wan's eyes revealed a hint of a different color. She had also seen that scene just now. She only had one thought about it. This was coincidence. Cats were carnivores, seeing food, how could they not be moved? As for this cat having a cleanliness fetish, she didn't believe it. Cats might love hygiene, but it also depended on the time. When it was time to eat, maybe this cat wouldn't be so attentive. As she thought about it, her 5-year-old son, too, tried to dish out food to this cat. This time, Fongping quit. He raised his front paws and hooked his little bowl out of the little boy's reach. The little boy, in response, could only put the ribs into his mouth in disappointment. Li Wan saw this. Her heart became even more unhappy. Coincidence. Everything was a coincidence. Chapter 97, The Vase. The female nanny was also at the table. She also noticed some of De Wang's movements. She thought similarly to Li Wan, that a lot of these were coincidences. That cat hooking the ribs from the dining table should simply be wanting to eat them, not taking care of the 2-year-old girl's emotions. Just the fact that these were connected together would give people the illusion that the cat was understanding. As for the truth, people don't really care. The female nanny wouldn't talk too much either. Her task was to take care of the 2-year-old little girl, the rest had nothing to do with her. After the meal, Lele and the little boy, as well as the cat, were playing over in the living room again. Usually at this time, it should be nap time. Oziru saw her daughter playing happily, so she didn't interfere. Anyway, it was just for one day, and Big King wouldn't come over as a guest every day, so she let her daughter be a little happier. She continued to sit next to Zhou Qinshan, Dong Yujing and Li Wan to chat. Although Li Wan was a little unhappy with that cat in her heart, she wouldn't show it. After chatting for a while, the cell phone rang. Everyone stopped. Li Wan looked down at her cell phone. It was her own call. "I'm going to answer a call," she said and went to the balcony. By the time she finished answering the phone to go back to the living room, Oziru walked out with her cell phone. "You're Zhou Haidong Zhou Dong Ah? Hello? Your family's De Wang is a guest here with me. Your daughter is also here. Don't worry, Big King and your daughter are fine here. When the two sides passed by on the wrong side, Li Wan heard a few words, and she didn't mean it. Zhou Haidong? This name was quite familiar. Li Wan took a few steps and suddenly paused. Isn't this the chairman of Zhou's company? This person is a big name in Jiangcheng. This cat belongs to his family? His daughter? That pretty girl surnamed Zhou? Li Wan seemed to understand something. In her heart, she was also thankful that she hadn't said anything heavy just now. Looking at this situation, that Zhou Dong, besides caring about his daughter, was also very concerned about this cat. By the time she returned to the living room and continued chatting with the girl named Zhou Qinshan and her friend Dong Yujing, a smile appeared on her face. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also noticed that this woman's attitude seemed to be a lot closer than before. They didn't think much of it. Perhaps the woman had answered the phone and heard some good news and was in a better mood. This cat looks so smart. How did you guys teach it? I'll get a cat someday. Li Wan asked for advice from Zhou Qinshan, actually complimenting the cat in disguise. De Wang is indeed quite smart. But I didn't teach him much. He learned it all on his own. Zhou Qinshan replied with a faint smile. What she said was actually the truth. Naturally, Li Wan would not believe it. Whose cat would know without being taught? A cat wouldn't have such a great ability. But she was even less likely to refute it now. This was probably Zhou Qinshan being modest. She continued to ask for advice on some things about cats. Zhou Qinshan also told her some simple knowledge about cats. You guys are talking about the Great King. I also want to know. How did you teach the Great King to be so smart? Oziru walked back and heard everyone talking about cats and got interested too. Everyone's topic was even more focused on cats, saying their opinions on how to raise a good kind of cat. At this time, Fongping was on the other side of the living room, playing with the 2-year-old girl and the 5-year-old boy, quite patiently. However, after playing for a while, the little boy gradually became less interested in the dolls that the little girl liked. Little boys are always active. His attention shifted and he soon ran around the living room. The 2-year-old little girl was affected. She put her favorite dolls aside and ran after the little boy. The little boy and the little girl were running around the living room screaming. Oziru looked at them and didn't care. De Wang and the female nanny were following. Fongping and the female nanny did follow. But because the little boy and the little girl were running back and forth, sometimes the distance wasn't that close. The little boy ran to a cabinet, and because he was relatively fast, he couldn't stop in time and unintentionally bumped into the cabinet. This cabinet was relatively light in weight and was a little shaken by the little boy's body. The vase that was placed on top of it shook with it. Then, the vase lost its center of gravity and fell down headfirst. The little girl happened to run to the cabinet. She didn't notice the danger and saw that the vase was about to hit her head. The nanny's face changed. The weight of this vase was not light. If it was going to hit the little girl's head, what would happen? She panicked and ran over, wanting to protect the little girl. But because the distance was a bit far, it was too late to reach her in a moment. Oziru happened to turn around and saw the scene as well. Ah! Lele! Quickly hide! She shrieked and stood up. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing turned around and saw it, and together with Li Wan, their faces changed. They were even too late to run over. That vase. It looked heavy. It was just straight, aimed at the little girl's head and smashed it down. The little girl was really in trouble. Just a few days ago, she fell into the tiger park, and now she's about to have her head smashed in by a vase. The little girl stood still, looking stunned. Just then, phew! An orange figure flashed by. Fongping arrived. His speed was much faster than the female nanny. He ran in front of the little girl with ease and comfort. The vase was swung up by his front paw. A palm knocked it away. Bang! The vase landed on the ground next to it and shattered. Oziru and Li Wan have run over. Lele Peng Peng. Are you alright? Did you get hit? The two women checked their daughter and son respectively. They were relieved to see that both children were fine. This time it's the king again. Without the great king by his side, Lele's head would have definitely been smashed. Li Wan now saw the cat, saw the great king who was squatting next to her, his tail ticking, as if nothing had happened. She began to have gratitude. The cat had actually helped her. If the little girl got her head smashed in, she couldn't get away with it. After all, it was her son's mistake. Certain thoughts in Li Wan's mind changed at the same time. If she had heard about this before, she might have just said it was a coincidence. But this was something she witnessed with her own eyes. With her own eyes, she saw the great king run over from afar and save the little girl. She was sure of it. The cat was really saving the day. And not some kind of coincidence. The female nanny next to her was equally grateful to the great king in her heart. She was the closest to the great king, and was also at the closest distance, witnessing the great king's act of saving people. Odong said that this cat saved the 2-year-old girl in the tiger park. She did not believe it. Odong told her that this cat is very good and that she can be assured of this cat. She still doesn't believe it. But Now she believes it.
This cat from a certain aspect do things more reliable than themselves. The nanny girl was actually a bit careless and negligent about this today. Originally, I thought that playing in the living room would be fine, but I didn't expect a thrilling scene in the living room as well. Who would have thought that the little boy would bump into the cabinet, favoring the vase on the cabinet and knocking it down? Without the cat, her current job as a nanny might have been lost. Oh Dong had said when he hired her that as long as something happened to his daughter, she would have to leave, whether it was her responsibility or not. This cat helped her keep her job, kept a hefty paycheck.
Fongping squatted next to him, and he also noticed the grateful looks from Li Wan and the female nanny.
His tail ticked. Saving a little girl was just a matter of saving a little girl. This was a trivial matter to him.
Could it be that he would stand by and watch a 2-year-old girl get smashed by a vase? Of course he wouldn't. Chapter 98 Revisited. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing took the eldest king to say goodbye.
By this time, the 2-year-old little girl and the 5-year-old little boy were both sleepy. After playing for so long, the energy of the two children had reached its end. A child's energy was limited after all. It was impossible to be as energetic as an adult all day long. Oziru arranged for the two children to sleep for a while in the small bedroom, which was conducive to the children's mental recovery.
Fongping's task of accompanying them also came to an end.
That said, today, accompanying the 2-year-old girl to play madly all day, she was overjoyed. There had never been a cat that had played with her for so long. Zhou Qinshan originally wanted to compensate for the vase, no matter what. After all, it was the great king who broke it. She was interrupted by Oziru before she could finish. Oziru couldn't even wait to be grateful to the great king. How could she still ask for compensation for the vase? Although her family's vase was worth a lot of money, compared to her daughter, even the most expensive vase wasn't worth much. Oziru once again personally sent the king out the door, and also agreed to bring the king over to play again sometime. Li Wan was also all smiles beside her, and also said that she would invite the great king to her home to play. At this time, her attitude towards the great king was completely different. Not only because of the great king's identity, but also because of the great king's ability. She had felt it now.
This cat was indeed smart. It was very different from normal cats.
Going home was still in Oziru's car, and she sent the driver to send the two and a cat back.
Dawang. Going home. Are you tired today?
Zhou Qinshan hugged Big King on her long legs. To be honest, she was a little heartbroken for Big King.
It wasn't easy to play with two children.
You had to watch the two kids from time to time, keeping an eye on them to keep things from going wrong. Just like that falling vase, if it wasn't for Big King staring at it, it really would have smashed the little girl's head. Even if Zhou Qinshan hadn't been playing with the children, she would have been tired of seeing it from the side. Let alone the fact that the great king was a cat. Fongping tugged at his ears. For him, naturally, he was not tired. His physical strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary cat. Not even a human could compare to him. Still, he was in a pretty good mood after finally getting rid of the two children. Occasionally playing with them for a day was fine. If it was like this every day, he would have to collapse even if he was a cat.
Dawang. Do you want me to press it for you? I'm good at this.
Dong Yujing stretched out her slender fingers on the side.
Fongping's tail ticked. This one. I like it.
He jumped from Zhou Qinshan's long legs to Dong Yujing's long legs.
Beauty. Press it.
Dong Yujing's hands pressed on Fongping's cat's back, softly, and with some small strength. It was really skillful.
Fongping half squinted his eyes.
Very comfortable. Where did you learn this?
Zhou Qinshan asked curiously. She wouldn't be able to do this move. This one is a secret. Dong Yujing won't say.
Okay, I'll do it.
Zhou Qinshan watched and learned from the side, thinking of going back to help Dawang press too.
After learning for a while, she felt that it was okay and experimented on the great king as well.
Fongping paused. Not bad. More comfortable.
In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all envious. The great king is really enjoying himself.
The great king, I'm tired, what's wrong?
The great king is falling asleep, or I'll try to change my little brother.
Warning upstairs, do not drive off. Real name Envy, hate to be a cat. Real name Envy, hate to be a cat. Real name Envy, can't be a cat.
The car drove for a while and arrived again not far from the mall yesterday.
It's at the Triumph Mall again. The great king yesterday. Really dangerous.
Dong Yujing saw the mall and remembered yesterday again. She still felt fear at this time.
Who says otherwise? Dawang.
Don't be so impulsive in the future. Zhou Qinshan was also having palpitations. If the great king was gone,
she would be very sad.
Fongping was originally lying on his back, and when he heard the two beautiful women mention the mall, he raised his cat head. Seeing the mall, his tail ticked. At this time the car stopped at the intersection. Seeing that the car was about to start, Fongping suddenly stood up. Before the two pretty women could react, he jumped out of the open window.
Dawang! Don't run! Where are you going?
Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing shouted anxiously.
Could it be? Did the great king see something again? If that scene from yesterday happened again, the hearts of the two beautiful women probably couldn't stand it. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also stunned. What's wrong with the great king again? Could it be that the great king is going to save people again? Great king, don't jump off the rooftop again, it's too dangerous. Great king, come back quickly. Great king, don't take any chances. When Big King jumped off, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing naturally couldn't stay in the car. The car pulled over to the side of the road, and they and the crew in charge of filming all got out. Fortunately, Big King was squatting on the side of the road, not running away, and seemed to be waiting for them. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing then breathed a sigh of relief. Even the staff member also breathed a sigh of relief. He was also frightened by that scene yesterday. Not only him, but all the staff members of the program didn't want anything to happen to the great king. Big King, what's wrong? Don't want to ride the car anymore? Zhou Qinshan squatted in front of Fongping and communicated with him. Fongping tugged at his ears. His cat's head was facing towards the Triumph Mall. You're going to the mall? Zhou Qinshan read Fongping's meaning. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Going to the rooftop of the mall? Zhou Qinshan continued to ask with some nervousness. If Fongping wanted to go there, she would never agree. Fongping's tail, this time, flicked horizontally. Zhou Qinshan's expression eased a little. As long as she didn't go to the rooftop, then there was no danger. De Wang, why don't we come back another day? Go home first now? Zhou Qinshan advised. She still didn't quite understand Fongping's purpose for going to the mall. Fongping's tail, once again, lashed out horizontally. When Zhou Qinshan saw Fongping insisting, she knew that Fongping must have his own ideas when he did this. Alright then. You don't run around. I'll talk to Big Brother Driver. She walked back to the car and said a few words to the driver, telling him not to send them. The driver called Oziru and only left after receiving consent. De Wang, let's go. What are you going to do at the mall? Zhou Qinshan waved to Fongping. Not only was she curious, Dong Yujing was also curious. Fongping couldn't speak. Nor could he answer. His tail ticked. Come with me. Fongping walked towards Triumph Mall. You will know when you get there. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing followed curiously. Back to the mall. Fongping led the way in front. He was familiar with this place as well. Yesterday, he accompanied Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing to walk around the mall quite a bit, and he knew many of the places. Arriving at the third-floor women's clothing area, Fongping took a cat step, walked to the entrance of the Hermes store and squatted down. De Wang, you want us to go in? To buy clothes here? Zhou Qinshan asked in surprise. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Great King. Can't. The clothes here are too expensive. Zhou Qinshan disagreed. She wanted to take Fongping away, but Fongping's tail hooked and he just didn't move. Great King. Isn't it? Want to give us clothes? Dong Yujing thought about it from the side and suddenly asked. She probably guessed what Fongping was thinking. Fongping's tail, this time, waved vertically. This woman. Smart. It really guessed it. The two beautiful women looked at each other. Great King. You're giving us clothes. We can go to those stores yesterday, ah? Zhou Qinshan didn't want to accept such expensive clothes. Fongping saw this. Tug on your ears. Holding his head high. Simply walked into the Hermes store by himself. He had seen the way these two beautiful women treated him yesterday. Besides, he didn't think the clothes here were expensive. He has money. You know his bank account, there is still $19 million lying around. He has money. To be spent. Chapter 99, I'm being taken advantage of. Fongping walked into the Hermes store. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing looked at each other and had to follow and walk in. The two pretty women were a bit amused. The great king was recognizing this store. They also didn't know how the great king knew about Hermes. He even picked the expensive ones to buy? In the live broadcast room, the viewers marveled at the sight of this. The great king still knows about Hermes, huh? King, are you looking down on me, Louis Vuitton? Great King, where is my Chanel? Your Majesty, there's Gucci. Your Majesty, I, Prada, am not convinced. Fongping naturally knew this luxury brand. His previous world had Hermes. I did not expect to come to the parallel world. There is also this brand. The development experience is also the same as the previous world. Hermes was founded in the 1830s in F. In the early years, it was famous in Paris for making high-level harnesses. Hermes is most famous than the Kelly bag and platinum bag, $50,000 starting price, to hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. In recent years, with the development of the times, Hermes has launched bags, clothing, silk scarves, perfume, enamel, jewelry, and home luxury goods. After more than 190 years of wind and rain, the Hermes family has become a typical representative of global luxury goods through the joint efforts of several generations. In addition, Hermes sports and casual wear is also excellent. Hermes shopkeeper saw a cat walk in and subconsciously said, "Welcome." And then, she paused.
That's when she realized something was wrong. A cat? But she quickly saw Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing who followed her in. This is their cat, right? She thought in her heart. This place, there were also people who brought in pets, so she wasn't surprised. Welcome, the shopgirl said with a smile once again. Maharaja, follow me. Don't run around. Zhou Chenchen entered the store and gave a command to Fongping. The clothes and bags here were all relatively expensive, and she was worried that if the great king accidentally touched them, he would cause unnecessary trouble. She and Dong Yujing didn't go out right away either, since they had all come in. Let's take a look. The two men and the cat then wandered around the store. The two pretty women made up their minds not to buy, just to take a look around and sort of fulfill the great king's wish. The shopgirl stood to the side, also paying careful attention to Fongping. She was also worried about Fongping's cat's claw. With that claw, the things in the store were probably going to be ruined. Even if she was the sales clerk, she could not afford to pay for it. Fongping noticed the shopgirl's worried eyes, but didn't care. He naturally wouldn't just touch those clothes and bags in the store. The two beautiful women shopped for a while, just looking but not trying. Fongping was somewhat dissatisfied. He raised his hand and hooked Zhou Chenchen clothes. The shopgirl's eyelids jumped. Luckily this was the cat owner's clothes. If it was the store's clothes? Thinking about this, she stared at the cat with even more worry. At the same time, she passed a wink to another colleague. Meaning I'll keep an eye on this cat, and you take care of the other customers. The female sales clerk had no choice. It wasn't like she could invite Fongping out, so she had to keep a close eye on it. Zhou Chenchen sensed the great king's movements. "De Wang, what's going on?" She lowered her head and asked. Fongping tugged at his ears, raising his cat head. His cat's eyes stared at a women's bag, a Hermes Kelly bag. This women's bag is nice. It was very pretty. Since the two beautiful women didn't pick it, he stepped in to help. Zhou Chenchen followed De Wang's eyes and saw the Kelly bag as well. Of course she liked this bag, but when she looked at the price tag, she immediately let it go. "De Wang, you have your eye on this bag? It's too expensive, let's just get another one," she said to Fongping. This Kylie bag was incredibly expensive. Fongping pulled his ears. "This bag is very pretty." He squatted and didn't go. "Can't not buy it. De Wang, I really can't. It's too expensive, you can pick another one." Zhou Chenchen amusedly refused. "Mr. Wang, this bag is actually not nice. I'll take you to find a good-looking one." Dong Yujing also persuaded from the side, trying to coax Big King away. At this time, a young couple was also in the store. They happened to see this scene. The young man's eyes glowed a little when he saw Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing. The young woman was a little dissatisfied when she saw the young man's expression. "Can't afford to buy things here. Just don't hang around here, ah. There's also that cat. Where did it come from? How much is that bag?" The young woman asked the shopgirl. "Ma'am, this Kylie bag. The price is $213,500. The shopgirl replied as if she knew all the various items in the store. $213,000? The young woman smiled. Although it was a bit expensive, she could still afford it. She was ready to order the shopgirl to bring over this Kylie bag. She wanted it. These two beautiful women, they will definitely be envious that they have money, she thought in her heart. But just then, the shopgirl's cell phone suddenly rang. "Sorry." The shopgirl nodded to the young woman as she picked up the phone. After only listening to a few sentences, the shopgirl's expression got a bit odd. "Manager, you said that? You're not kidding, are you?" Her voice got all loud. So much so that the surrounding sales clerks looked at her. Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing also looked at the female sales clerk. Only Fongping, tugging at his ears. Right now, other than buying bags, he was not interested in anything else. But he's not interested. Others didn't think so. The shopgirl hung up the phone and this time she looked at Fongping. After a moment of hesitation, the shopgirl squatted in front of Fongping. "De Wang, you're De Wang? The De Wang who participated in the pet show?" she asked tentatively. Fongping tugged his ears. Looked at the shopgirl. Tail wagged vertically. "Is it me? Is there a problem?" The shopgirl paused. Although she didn't know if Fongping could understand, she said to Fongping as she had been told on the phone. "De Wang, it's like this, welcome to the Hermes store. Our manager just came on the phone, in order to express our warm welcome to you. Anything you purchase at the Hermes store, whether it's clothes, or Kylie bags, or any item, our sales price is $1, all of it." She couldn't believe it herself when she said that. She thought she was dreaming. But that's what the manager had just said so categorically on the phone, and asked her to carry it out without fail. No matter what De Wang wanted from the store, it would be at that price. When the shopgirl first heard it, she pretty much thought the manager was crazy, Hermes crazy. She didn't realize that it was actually an overall decision by Hermes executives. The Hermes executives were aware of the heat of the pet show program, and knew how many people were staring at this king's live room. But in the past, there was no opportunity, and it was impossible to ask this great king to advertise.
But now, the opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him.
The great king was shopping at the Hermes store, and this wasn't considered Hermes asking the great king to advertise.
Accidentally learning that pet show's highest-ranked Maharaja was shopping at the Hermes store, the top management of Hermes immediately made a decision. No matter what.
They also wanted De Wang to buy something from the store.
Even if it's just one item. This is a live advertisement delivered to the door. Hermes would be foolish if they didn't seize this opportunity to advertise.
Even if it means giving away the entire Hermes store to the great king.
Of course.
It's not appropriate to give it away for nothing, and it's against the rules, so we'll sell it for $1.
It's no different from giving it away for nothing.
When the shopgirl said that, the whole store went quiet.
The young couple was shocked. The other clerks in the store were shocked.
And the customers who just came in were also shocked. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also had a bit of an odd expression. Only Fongping tugged his ears.
Tail hooked.
I'm being taken advantage of.
Chapter 100 Generosity. Fongping didn't react at first. But he quickly understood what Hermes meant. If he bought something here, he would definitely be publicized by Hermes. This was equivalent to him advertising for Hermes.
Hermes valued himself so much, it must be because he had participated in the pet show. Fongping also knew that he was now famous and had a large number of people in the live room.
Hermes would definitely not lose money by publicizing this wave of shopping for themselves. If this was a real advertisement, Hermes would definitely give a lot of money. And now, it was just selling him merchandise for $1.
Then naturally, he was taken advantage of by Hermes, and it was a big advantage. In the live broadcast room, the audience also froze.
Crap, did I hear it right? Big King spends $1 to buy clothes and a Kylie bag. Is Hermes crazy? Hermes isn't crazy, on the contrary, Hermes is smart. This is borrowing Big King to advertise.
Even so, I still have a good feeling about Hermes now.
Me too, when I am rich, I will go to Hermes to spend money. Big King, I'm here to plead for a hug. Big King, I only have cat's legs, want one?
At this time, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also reacted and guessed the purpose of Hermes. At first the two pretty women were worried about Fongping spending money indiscriminately, but now they weren't.
Each item was $1.
Even if Fongping bought this store empty, they wouldn't be heartbroken.
However, Zhou Qinshan was still a bit more meticulous. She purposely asked the staff member next to her who was in charge of filming, would this make things difficult for the program team? The program group definitely had designated advertisers. Would those advertisers have a problem with it? The program group definitely had to consider it.
The staff member immediately asked the program group for instructions and then quietly said something to Zhou Qinshan. The program group said that it was an accident and that it would not happen again. Who would have thought that the great king would run to the mall and shop at the Hermes store? Besides, the program group wasn't losing out. A cat that could shop would draw another big wave of traffic. The audience would definitely be interested.
Fongping also heard the staff's words. He tugged at his ears. Fine.
The program staff agreed, so he would not be polite.
He stood up and walked to the front of the costume area. Looking back at Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing. Tail wagged vertically. Try a few more pieces. This time, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing weren't polite.
Now that the program team had agreed, if they refused, they would be out of their minds.
They were certainly normal.
The two beautiful women began to try on various clothes piece by piece.
Of course. No matter what clothes they wore, they looked beautiful.
The two beautiful women were comparable to models, showing off various clothes.
This made the Hermes executives who were watching the pet show live even more satisfied. This was also advertising without spending any money.
This time decision making. It was the most correct decision made by the Hermes executives. At this time, the young woman from earlier walked up to the shopgirl.
Excuse me? Did you say $1 discount? Is that for all the customers in the store right now?
Her eyes light up a bit too. She'd be happy if that was the case.
I'm sorry. This offer. Only for that cat, for the Maharaja.
The shopgirl shook her head, thinking to herself that if there was such a good thing, I'd be the first to get on it. Even she could only look enviously at Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing.
Being with this cat. It was really too happy.
By the time Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing came out of the Hermes store, they could barely carry their things. For this purchase, De Wang had spent a total of $25.
No one would even believe it if they said it out loud.
Or Hermes, the female store clerk, took the initiative to help, heard that they did not drive, but also said that he personally drove the two people and a cat to send home. The clerk had already gotten the news that the task of receiving the king had been well done, and she would soon be promoted to store manager. This was a good thing that the shopgirl had never dreamed of. It turned out that staying by the great king's side was really beneficial. She now looked at the great king with little stars in her eyes. She really hoped that the king would come to the store more often.
Fongping did not know that the shopgirl had gotten benefits because of herself. He was the first to walk out of the store, but immediately stopped. There were quite a few people in suits standing outside. When these people saw the Great King appear, they immediately swarmed over and issued invitations. "De Wang, I am the store manager of Louis Vuitton. Our store welcomes your presence, and all of our items, too, are $1 apiece. Maharaja, I am the store manager of Chanel. We welcome you to our store. All items in our store, also $1 apiece. Maharaja, I am the store manager of Gucci. Our store welcomes you. All items in our store, also $1 apiece. Maharaja, I am the store manager of Prada. We welcome you to our store. All items in our store, also $1 apiece." The surrounding customers heard this and were simply envious and jealous, inquiring about the origins of this cat. Fongping's live streaming room, again flooded with many viewers. Fongping himself, naturally, would not agree with these people. His own entry into the Hermes store was an accident, and it was only because the program team would agree to make no exceptions, to go to other luxury stores, that would be inappropriate. In the end, under the regretful gazes of these luxury store managers, Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing left with Fongping. So much so that when those luxury store managers returned to their respective stores, the first thing they did was to gather their staff to give orders. See the Great King in the future. See this cat. Be sure to think of ways to invite the Great King into their store. Whoever did this would be promoted to store manager. Of course, the store manager himself will also be promoted. This announcement made all the luxury sales clerks pumped up, all looking forward to the next appearance of the Great King. Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing took the big king to the Hermes shopgirl's car. The car was quite spacious, plus the filming crew could sit down as well. They were the two who were the happiest this time. It only cost $25. Just bought so many goodies. Neither Zhou Chenchen nor Dong Yujing had done the math, but this pile of stuff was at least $1 million. It was equivalent to Zhou Chenchen's Mercedes SL 400. De Wang, how about in the future, our task of buying clothes? I'll leave it all to you. Dong Yujing joked to Big King, who was lying on his long legs. Fongping tugged at his ears. Not commenting. The shopgirl driving the car pursed her lips. Welcome the Great King to our Hermes store. Next time will still be $1. Guaranteed to be the same as this time, she said as she drove. The shooting staff in the front passenger seat paused instead. This can't be done. It's against the show's rules. However, he also reckoned that Dong Yujing might be joking. These two beautiful women still knew their place. In fact, they could have taken more things today, but they didn't, and they stopped at the right moment. Being human, one cannot be too greedy. No one would like such a person. At this moment Zhou Chenchen's phone did ring, and she took out her cell phone. "Why is my dad calling again?" she said strangely, but still picked up the phone. "Where is that little brat? Tell him to pick up the phone. I have something to say to him." Dad Zhou said to his daughter on the other side of the phone. "De Wang, my dad's on the phone. He's looking for you." Zhou Chenchen wanted to hear what her dad had to say, and she put it on speakerphone and brought the phone to Fongping's ear. Fongping tugged at his ear. He really didn't want to hear Zhou's dad talk. It seemed like nothing good came out of it every time. "De Wang, I have a dozen chain supermarkets in Zhengcheng. Do you want to go to the supermarket tomorrow and buy something? Don't worry, I won't charge you." Dad Zhou graciously invited. Fongping. Chapter 101 Attentiveness. Zhou Dad's invitation ended with Fongping hanging up the phone. He had no interest in going to the supermarket. He tugged at his ears. Dad Zhou over there was definitely cursing. Back at home, the first thing the two beautiful women did was to divide the spoils. This time it was like going to the Hermes store and robbing it. "This Kylie bag is yours. It's so pretty. I really like it." Zhou Chenchen handed Dong Yujing a woman's bag. "Take this platinum bag. This one's pretty, too. My co-workers are going to be so envious." Dong Yujing casually handed Zhou Chenchen a bag as well. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were left with nothing but envy. Envy, $1 Hermes, who can stop this? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling. I said I'm watching the women share the spoils. So angry. These two women, doing this in front of us. If you become the Maharaja's woman, you can do the same. I want to be the Great King's woman. The Great King will take me. And me, my concubine is willing too. Great King, do you lack a woman to warm the blanket at night? The Great King, I feel you guys are driving again. The two beautiful women were too busy dividing the spoils to care about Fongping. Fongping didn't care either. He jumped onto the sofa himself and plopped down on it to rest. A system alert sounded in his head. Ding! Host's hidden mission completed. Help Lele block the vase. Rewarded with 50 evolution points. Another evolution point reward. He was also rewarded. Time passed quickly. After dinner, the live broadcast ended. Dong Yujing was also going back to her home. She had come to Zhou Qinshan's house to stay the night this time just to see the great king, and now she was satisfied. "De Wang, I'm leaving. Will you miss me?" No one was live, and Dong Yujing's speech was getting bolder and bolder. Fongping tugged at his ears. "I don't want to. Just now at dinner, you used your own chopsticks to give me food. It's still covered in your saliva. Mr. King, still remembering about dinner? I'll be nice to you next time." Dong Yujing wrapped her arms around De Wang so softly that Fongping couldn't lose his temper anymore. She couldn't bear to leave. "Okay. For the sake of yesterday. You are forgiven." After sending Dong Yujing home, one person and one cat watched TV for a while and rested. The night is deep again. Fongping came out of his house. Once again, he came to the barbecue stand. "Cat, come here. Eat the barbecue." Someone greeted him. Fongping glanced at them and didn't recognize them. He had no interest in these drinking and barbecuing diners and turned to walk away. Ningshan was not in front of the barbecue stand. She was still not on duty tonight. Perhaps she was the one who was on duty those nights. Fongping thought. Without Ningshan, it was a bit unfunny. There was no hustle and bustle. After thinking about it, there was another place that he could go to. Fongping followed the route of the last time he tracked the Siamese cat, that is, the robot cat, and he once again came to that male engineer's neighborhood. Not knowing if the male engineer was sleeping, he was still prepared to come over and take a look. How has that robot cat improved? Although Fongping was not very curious, a robot cat, no matter how much it was improved, it could not compare to a real cat. But he couldn't find a place to go for a while, so he might as well come to the male engineer's house. In the neighborhood, the light in the male engineer's living room was still on. Fongping could still see the walking figure. This guy didn't sleep. Sure enough, this guy is a night owl. Fongping estimated that the male engineer had a job during the day and could only find time to busy himself with his private work at night. He jumped to the first floor balcony of the male engineer and jumped to the door on the balcony again. Jumping up. Volleyball dunk. He knocked on the door. Bang! The dead of night startled the male engineer in the living room. Opening the balcony door, the male engineer saw Fongping crouching in front of the door, his tail hooked. "Cat. No, the great king. You're here?" He greeted a sentence. Fongping's tail hooked. "You know my name? You recognize me?" The male engineer seemed to have known that Fongping could understand as he mouthed a passage. "Name, De Wang. Species, cat. Gender, male. Character description, lively, cheerful, stable, generous, intelligent, persevering, brave, confident, strong, sensible, calm, energetic, motivated." Fongping tugged at his ears. Isn't this his own pet show resume? No need to memorize it. The male engineer laughed after reading it. "Cat. No, the great king. Look, I've watched all the live videos of your pet show. I have to say, you really are a different kind of cat," he exclaimed, but was still a bit uncomfortable pronouncing Fongping's name and was getting used to it and correcting it. "Okay. Just know it." Fongping hadn't wanted to hide it from him. "But he himself couldn't speak, so I couldn't tell you if you just wanted to know about me. It's good that this male engineer is smart and knows how to check on the internet." This was really found out by him. At first, the male engineer was still a bit unconvinced that the cat that ran to his house was the big king. But he had taken a picture of Fongping at that time, and he had compared it carefully on his computer. In the end, he was sure that Fongping was Big King, and Big King was Fongping. It was pretty funny that that clever cat had wandered into his house in the dark. It was also a case of one person and one cat having a destiny. Nah. It should be that one's own robot cat and the great king are destined to be together. The male engineer thought of this and looked back. Fongping had already walked into the living room. The corners of his mouth, once again, revealed a smile as he closed the living room door. The color of the night. The wind was still quite strong. Fongping walked into the living room, and a headless robot cat immediately scurried over. Fongping paused and almost exploded. Paralyzed. Almost cursed. This is too scary. Who has ever seen a headless cat running around? Too scary, no, too scary for a cat. Fongping was quite bold, but he was startled when he saw it in the cold. The male engineer noticed Fongping's reaction and hurried over. "Great king. I'm sorry. I'm still improving this robot cat. I didn't expect you to come over." He took out the remote control and made that robot cat stop. Fongping took another look and walked away uninterested. He jumped onto the male engineer's desk, which was full of design drawings. Fongping lifted his front paw, expressionless, and looked at it. Reaching out to the male engineer again. "I asked you to clean the living room, did you forget?" The male engineer looked at Fongping's front paw and turned around of his own accord. "Great king. I'm sorry about that. I really thought about cleaning it, but I got busy and forgot." He snapped and brought over a towel. The towel was still the same towel from last time. Fongping swept a glance at the towel, which was still clean, and only then did he let the other man wipe his front paws clean. But the male engineer quickly reacted again. Wait. You came in from outside. Your scripts would have been dirty by now. Fongping tugged at his ears. This male engineer is sometimes smart, sometimes he can be slow. But it's too late for that now, you've wiped it clean, are you going to make my feet dirty again? He just pretended he didn't hear it. The male engineer didn't care about it either. He turned around again and brought over beef jerky for Fongping. Dawang, come and eat the beef jerky. Fill up your stomach. He placed a small bowl in front of Fongping. Fongping lowered his head and didn't move. The tail ticked. The beef jerky in this small bowl, it couldn't be those beef jerky from last time, could it? How many days has it been? You're letting me eat it? The male engineer suddenly became smart again. He read Fongping's meaning. Great king, this is not from that day. I just put in beef jerky, it's all new. Look at the bags all just opened. He smiled and took out a bag from behind his back to show Fongping. The male engineer had seen the pet show video and naturally knew that Fongping had a cleanliness fetish. Fongping raised his cat head and looked at the male engineer. It always felt that the male engineer's smile was somewhat pleasing. No matter how solicitous. It was either adultery or theft. Chapter 102 Cat Steps. Fongping suspected that the male engineer had something to ask for. Sure enough. The male engineer paused. Great king. I was just about to look for you, and here you are. I would like to ask you for a favor. He said to Fongping. Fongping's tail ticked. A favor? What kind of favor? He looked around. Let me help you design and improve the robot cat? This cat can't do it, he doesn't have the skills. Not to mention that he was a cat now, even in the previous world, he wasn't good at this. Your Majesty. The matter is simple. I want to ask you to be a model. The male engineer didn't beat around the bush and just said it. To this cat. It was better to say it directly. After all, the male engineer knew that this cat was not ordinary. Yesterday when this cat saved people on the rooftop, he knew that this cat was still willing to help people. As long as his request was not excessive, the great king should be able to agree. And the male engineer's request, in his own opinion, was clearly not excessive. It wasn't just being a model. It was a very lofty profession, okay? Not to mention that DeWine himself knew some pretty young ladies and some models. If he didn't reject those models, he shouldn't reject himself. Fongping heard this, tugging at his ears. Did he hear it correctly? Being a model? This was the first time he had heard such a request. I do know some models, do you want me to go to Sister Han's company to find someone? Fongping felt that with his current face, it was still possible to hire those pretty young ladies. His tail flicked horizontally. Didn't get it. Do you want me to hire models for you? He thought that the male engineer didn't make it too clear. The male engineer surprisingly read Fongping's meaning again. This guy was smart as smart can be, and slow as really slow. Dawang. I'm not looking for those pretty young ladies, you know. I am just looking for you to be a model. He explained a sentence. Fongping once again tugged his ears. It's really me? This is recognizing me? What's the reason? Even if he was quite the model, he wouldn't know how to do it. Do you want me to catwalk on stage? That's all I know how to do. The male engineer continues to explain. Mr. King. You just walk casually in the living room. I realized that the robot cat I designed walks stiffly, and I want the robot cat to learn your walking posture. When he said that, of course Fongping understood. So it was to be such a model. He was not opposed to it. But that robot cat can learn. Fongping was a bit unconvinced. Still, he slowly took cat steps in the living room. Just think of it as visiting the living room. The male engineer found a video camera and videotaped Fongping. He filmed Fongping's various walking postures. Although there were also pet show live videos, everyone's shooting angles were different. The pet show live mainly filmed Fongping's life from a distance. The video shot by the male engineer paid more attention to the details of some of Fongping's movements. These movements, he would later incorporate into his own robot cat movements. The addition of these movements would definitely improve the previous stiff posture of the robot cat, further resembling a real cat. Fongping didn't know how to be a model, but cats, there were just so many movements. Run. Jump. Crouch. Retreat. Arch your back. Bare your teeth. Slow steps. Stare. Swing claws. Tail waving. The male engineer was happy to have captured a lot of the Maharaja's movements this time. He had more confidence that he would definitely improve the robot cat. Fongping stayed in the male engineer's living room for more than 2 hours and saw that it was about time before he left. Big King. Wait until the next time you come back. I will let you see a different machine cat. The male engineer excitedly assured Fongping. Fongping's tail ticked. I don't believe it. And then, he went home. The next morning, Fongping was woken up as usual. Running. Eating breakfast. The live streamer in charge of filming came in and turned on the live streaming equipment. Dawang, do you want to go to the office with me today? Or are you staying home by yourself today? Zhou Qinshan sought Fongping's opinion.
Although she liked Fongping to accompany her, she also had to respect Fongping's thoughts. Fongping tugged at his ears. The tail waved horizontally. He wouldn't go to the advertising agency today. Besides, it was convenient for him to go if he really wanted to. He could just take the number 402 bus and go there anytime. I can go there anytime. Be good at home and don't open the door to strangers. Those food in the refrigerator, remember to put to room temperature to eat. Zhou Qinshan didn't force Fongping, but just admonished. Fongping hooked his tail. I know. After eating, Zhou Qinshan drove away. Now that she had the car that Big King had bought her, she was not affected by wind and rain. Fongping squatted at the window of the living room and watched Zhou Qinshan drive away. And then, back to the sofa. Continue to sleep. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were happy. Finally, they know the reason why the Great King doesn't follow the goddess to the office. The Great King clearly wants to be lazy. Poor Big King, it's a run-in breakfast, he hasn't woken up yet. I'm not awake either, I'm quite a cat too, but I'm sitting in the office. The Great King isn't just going to go live today by sleeping. When Big King wakes up, it's dark, so it's okay, go back to sleep. What did the king do last night? At this time, the hostess is also in the king's live broadcast room, and she asks the guest a question. Teachers, how long can a cat sleep in a day? She asked this question, and many viewers also wanted to know. The guest, Wang Lan, began to answer. A cat's first love is actually sleeping. This is because night is when cats are very active, and at night we don't see cats active. The ancestors of cats were the ones who hunted in the wild at night, and modern cats have completely inherited this set of behavioral laws from their ancestors. While cats don't necessarily hunt at night, they do engage in a great deal of activity. Such activity often means a great deal of physical exertion, and a great deal of energy and physical exertion requires that a considerable amount of time during the day be spent in sleeping. Another guest, Wu Daohong, added a few words. An adult cat sleeps about 16 hours a day, though most of the time it's light sleep, which means it's not that solid. Although adult cats also have deep sleep, it only lasts for about 5 minutes, and then they go back to light sleep. Cats alternate between deep sleep and light sleep takes up most of the time. Such a sleeping method allows the cat to accumulate physical energy and is also conducive to observing the movements of the surrounding environment, which is a very necessary skill for their survival. So sometimes when you approach your cat while they are sleeping, they will already be squinting at you before you even get close. Fongping actually didn't sleep for long before waking up. To be prepared, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Bang! 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 Do Wang! Someone outside was shouting at him. Fongping tugged at his ears. I can't hear you. Turn over. Go back to sleep. Your Majesty. I know you're there. Open the door quickly. Fongping heard it, it was the old white man across the street. He stood up, his tail ticking. This old man. Running to call the door early in the morning? Isn't that rude? Don't you know I'm sleeping? Little brat. If you don't open the door, I'll kick the door in. Old man White's voice is getting louder and louder. Fongping doesn't believe it. The old man wouldn't do such a thing. However, he still jumped off the sofa. With this old man outside the door, he couldn't sleep by himself. All right. I'm going to see, what the hell are you going to do? Fongping walked to the door. Although Zhou Qinshan had instructed not to open the door to strangers, Old Man White was not a stranger. Volleyball snap. The gate finally opened. Fongping's cat head stuck out from the door. Speak. What is it? Chapter 103 Bodyguard. Old Man White really had something. Do Wang. Accompany me to the bank. Master needs a bodyguard. He said to Fongping. Fongping's tail hooked. Bodyguard? Me? Are you looking for the wrong person? No, the wrong cat? Come with Grandpa. Grandpa's on retirement pay and needs to pick up some money. I'll treat you to a small fish for lunch. Okay? Old Man White started talking to Fongping, promising favors. That little brat. There's no such thing as favors. Maybe he won't agree. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were happy again. That's a good solution, Monarch. I want to learn it too. Hiring the Great King as a bodyguard turns out to only require a meal of small fish at noon. Moncler, you don't do things like this. You're too stingy. That's how it works, Moncler. If you don't protect me, you don't get a small fish for lunch. Big King, your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Fongping tugged at his ears. Tail flicked upright. In the end, he agreed. This old man was still good to himself, often helping out and treating himself to food. Yesterday, he also gave Zhou Qinshan buns and didn't receive any money. Old Man Bai could also read Fongping's movements, and when he saw that Fongping had agreed, he smiled and patted the cat's head. Good cat. Let's go. Remember to close the door, I won't pay if your house is stolen later. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked towards the elevator. Fongping paused. Old man. Can you talk? He still walked out, turned back, and closed the door. The staff member in charge of filming, surnamedly, followed him. Old Man Bai didn't care, knowing that these were the crew of the program. Later when I withdraw the money. Don't come close to film me. If one of my money is missing, I'll find you. Still, he gave a word of caution. The staff member surnamedly paused when he heard this and didn't move 2 steps away from the grandpa. This old man can't afford to mess with it. Walking out of the building, Old Man Bai encountered quite a few acquaintances greeting him. Master Bai, where are you going? You look happy. Is something good happening? An old man in the neighborhood asked. Old Manly. Of course it's a good thing. I'm getting my retirement pay today. I'm going to the bank to get the money. Old Man Bai's voice was as loud as ever. Fongping raised the cat's head. Tail hooked. Grandpa. Are you a little louder? It's so close to the world hearing it now. What did you say? Eggs today? Where do I get them? That old Manly is a bit deaf. Wages. Money. Money. Old Man Bai raised his voice again, in Chinese and English, and made a gesture of counting money. When the staff member surnamedly heard this, he once again moved away from Old Man Bai. He felt that if Moncler Outlet Online he lost his money today, he would be in big trouble. That old Manly mumbled a sentence, not sure if he understood, but did not ask again. The white old man also does not care. Backhands continue to walk out of the neighborhood. Live broadcasting room, the audience happy. Moncler Outlet Online, yes, just shout it out, a little louder. Moncler Outlet Store, a little higher, then shout it out of the country, the whole world will know. Moncler Sale Outlet, if you keep shouting like that, beware of calling the wolves. Moncler Outlet Store, you are really bold, and you are really not afraid of being robbed. How do I feel that the king has a heavy task today? A meal of small fish at noon is a loss. The great king, you're right. Fongping followed the white old man, greeting the past along the way. I can see that the white old man is quite enthusiastic. The neighborhood knows him more people. Not long after, the whole neighborhood, almost all know that the old man went to the bank to collect his salary today. Out of the neighborhood. Fongping was slightly relieved. Even if he was a cat, he was worried for Old Man Bai. Do you really not know that there are bad people in this world? But outside the neighborhood, not many people knew Old Man White. There were correspondingly fewer greetings. Old Man Bai didn't care, and walked towards the bank alone with his hands behind his back, humming a traditional opera in his mouth. I thought that when the old man's team only opened up, there were only a dozen people and 7 or 8 guns. I learned to speak up if I had something to say. Fongping pulled his ears. This opera is old. Only these old men still sing it. Not many young people like it nowadays. This old man. Wasn't he a soldier when he was young? He can see in Old Man Bai's demeanor an aura that's different from the others. Old Man Bai's essence was stronger than other old men. His back, too, was more upright than other old men. After walking for a while, 1 man and 1 cat finally arrived at the bank. Mr. White. You're here. You're early today. The bank guard at the entrance knows Old Man Bai. Every time he withdraws money, Old Man White is always at this bank. How can he not be early? It's payday today. Old Zhang, are there many people here today? Old Man Bai walks inside while exchanging pleasantries with the security guard named Zhang. Not much. Mr. Bai. You'll be here soon. The guard replied with a smile. He looks down at Fongping. Master Bai. This cat? Is it with you? He had just seen that this cat had been walking with Old Man Bai, so he asked. My family's cat. Very smart. Won't make any trouble. Old Man Bai turned around and said something, and the security guard surnamed Zhang let it in. If he didn't know anyone, maybe he wouldn't let the cat in. After all, a place like a bank is a little stricter than other places. Fongping followed Old Man Bai into the lobby of the bank, in which sat more than 10 people. There really weren't too many people, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for Old Man Bai to withdraw his money. Old Man Bai found a seat and sat down, then patted his thigh. Big King. Come up here. He said to Fongping. Fongping pulled his ears. Not interested. He preferred to squat on the side. Because all the seats here might be occupied, it was inconvenient for him to take a seat alone. Old Man White should have meant this. Fongping naturally understood. He wouldn't jump to those empty seats either. The bank lobby staff saw this and did not come over to interfere. Saying that he was acting as a bodyguard, Fongping was actually fine, just waiting for Old Man Bai to take out his retirement pay and leave. And then, just waiting to eat small fish at noon. He also didn't understand why Old Man Bai wanted to take out cash, how convenient it was to pay by cell phone now. Guess older people think differently than young people, he could only think this way. Time passed by. There were only 2 people in front of Old Man Bai, it would soon be his turn. Fongping was not in a hurry either. Quietly squatting on the side. The tail was hooked one by one. The cat head looked east and west. A young girl who had just arrived not long ago and was in the back of the line to get money finally couldn't help herself. Master. Your cat is so nice.
Can I pet it? The young girl didn't recognize it as DeWine, but couldn't help liking it anyway. Go ahead. This cat is smart. It doesn't scratch. Old Man White laughed unconcernedly. If it were any other cat, he wouldn't have dared to make such a promise. Great King. Completely different from other cats. This was not only clear to Joe Chinchin, the male engineer from last night was clear, and Old Man Bai was also clear. The young girl squatted in front of Fongping. She didn't have much fear and extended her hand with a smile. Fongping tugged at his ears. Forget it. Seeing that you are a girl. Touch it. He didn't agree with everyone. Cat. I have something good here. Want some? The young girl pulls out a milk slice from her pocket. The bank crowd, all with smiles, watched her interact with the cat. Just then, the voice of the Zhang security guard outside suddenly got louder. Who are you people? This is a bank. You can't come in. Chapter 104 Veteran. The voice of the security guard surnamed Zhang attracted the people in the bank hall and everyone turned their heads to look over. Fongping and Old Man Bai, as well as the young girl, also looked at the door. At this point, everyone didn't think much about it, nor did they think anything would happen. The bank security guards probably saw inappropriate people and were preventing each other from entering. This was supposed to be the duty of the bank security guards. But the next moment, everyone saw the bank security guard take one step and walk in backwards. On his head, topped with an ebony pistol, a tall masked man held the bank security guard at gunpoint, his eyes cold, and followed him in. 3 more masked men then came in, slightly shorter in height, but all strong. These masked men had obviously prepared for this, and as soon as they entered, they quickly closed the bank's roll-up door to prevent people from escaping. No one is allowed to move. Whoever moves, I will kill him. Another masked man said while firing a shot at the top of the hall. Bang! The bullet flew out from the muzzle of the gun. He wasn't joking, he had a real gun in his hand. Fongping saw this. Tail hooked. This is meeting a bank robber. This old white man. Pretty lucky. Can't you just come and collect your retirement pay some other time? Old Man White and the people in the hall didn't speak at this time, or they didn't dare to speak, perhaps they were all stunned. We're all ordinary people, it's not a surprise to be stunned. You guys. And you guys. All of you go to that corner. The 3 masked men herded the pale-faced bank lobby staff and customers withdrawing money into a corner, all taken as hostages. There were 15 people in total, and everyone's cell phones were demanded to be handed over. The security guard surnamed Jean was also driven over by the tall masked man with a gun to his head, and his baton was snatched. Together with him, that was 16 people. There was nothing Zhang could do now, and like everyone else, he stayed in the corner waiting for help. At this point he, like everyone else, couldn't resist. The other side had guns, and dared to shoot. If he made a move to resist, then he would be killed. Only Fongping. The cat's eyes were wide. The tail was hooked. He jumped onto a chair at this point. No one cared about him either. A masked man glanced at Fongping and then turned his head the other way. A cat. Who would care? Guess they didn't watch pet show programs either. At this time, the staff behind the bulletproof windows of the bank had pressed the alarm, but soon his face changed, the alarm didn't work. Don't bother. We've cut the alarm power. Open the door and let us in, don't force me to shoot the hostages. A masked man seemed to be familiar with bank alarm methods and opened his mouth to threaten. The 5 staff behind the bulletproof windows looked at the hostages in the hall and finally chose to open the door inside. The staff didn't dare to take the risk. If they didn't open the door, they would be responsible if these masked men shot at the hostages. These were robbers, and if they dared to rob a bank, they dared to do anything. They were then herded into the corner as well. Together with them, the total number of hostages was 21. At this point, the bank robbers began to not panic and went in to fill their bags with money. But soon the robbers' faces changed. They heard the sound of a police car outside. Wasn't the power to the alarm cut off? How can someone still call the police? What to do? One of the robbers asked the tall masked man who entered the door first. This man should be the leader of the bandits. Load the money first. You check the cell phone. Whoever calls the police will be killed. The tall masked man assigned one of the robbers to check the cell phone. He himself glanced at the police car outside, but he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Several robbers had already made several plans beforehand, one of which was how to deal with the detectives after being discovered. 24 cell phones were quickly checked. There were no alarms. There was no alarm message on the cell phones. There may still be hidden cameras here. The robber who checked the cell phones quickly reported. The bandit leader looked up at the top of the hall and left it alone. No one could recognize them since they were masked anyway. These robbers didn't know that the detectives received the alarm message from the pet show crew. The staff of the show, who were in charge of filming, followed them into the bank, and at this point, they also became hostages. However, the staff was still filming quietly in the dark and was not detected by these robbers.
The program team saw the robbers in the bank through the De Wang live broadcasting room and reported to the Jiangqing Police Detective Bureau at the first time. In addition, some viewers of the live broadcast also chose to call the police. De Wang, I have called the police, don't be afraid. De Wang, I have also called the police, the detectives will arrive soon. I won't say anything else, the great king can't be impulsive anymore, the other side has a gun. Your Majesty will be fine. Your Majesty has a great life. Those robbers don't seem to recognize the king. The king is so disgraced. These robbers are too bold to rob a bank in broad daylight. Probably outlaws. They have guns too. This is really scary. A few minutes ago, the alarm phone at the detective bureau went off. The detective who received the call was also a little shaken. Bank robbery? Hostage taking? Either of these cases is not small. The detective then reported to the top, and the entire Jiangcheng police force immediately sprang into action. The detectives in the neighborhood then gathered at the bank entrance at the first opportunity. Everyone was given the task of rescuing the hostages and subduing the robbers while ensuring the safety of the hostages. But because the robber had a gun on him, it obviously made the case more difficult. The detectives didn't rush into the bank first. Everyone got negotiators and prepared to negotiate with the robbers to get them to release the hostages. This was also an option to free the hostages, and only if the negotiations failed would the detectives choose to force their way in. But then, it would be hard to ensure that the robbers would do any harm to the hostages. The negotiators arrived quickly and dialed the bank staff's phones. The detectives already knew that the phones were in the hands of the robbers. Sure enough, when the call was connected, a robber's voice came through. It was the tall robber who answered the phone. He also knew that the detectives would definitely negotiate with him first, and he wasn't surprised. To him, this routine of the detectives, he had known it for a long time. Because the last time he was imprisoned, he fell for this set of negotiation trickery of the detectives. This time, he wouldn't fall for it. But he was going to get on the phone anyway, because he was going to make an offer. The tall robber made 2 conditions. The first was to prepare $1 billion in cash. The second is to prepare a bus. The time is 1 hour. Mister, you said 1 hour. We can hardly do it. The negotiator naturally wanted to stall for time. The tall robber knew that too, and he said carelessly, "It doesn't matter. Let me know when you guys are ready. Of course it's best to be as quick as possible. Every half hour that passes and I don't see what I want, I will kill a hostage." He used this way to urge the negotiators to speed up the fulfillment of their conditions. Time passes quickly. The half hour arrived. The tall robber swept a glance at the hostages, and with a finger in his hand, he grabbed out the young girl who had just interacted with Fongping. This was his first hostage to kill. The young girl seemed to have a premonition and her face turned pale. Fongping crouched on the chair, his tail ticking. Himself? To be or not to be? Just then, what no one would have expected was that old man suddenly stood out. "Are you guys trying to kill someone? Why don't you take care of my old bones first? Anyway, back in my day, I had killed quite a few people, and I've pretty much lived to tell the tale," the white old man said indifferently. As he spoke, he took off his shirt, revealing his naked body. His body. A body covered in wounds. Those were the marks of being shot. He wasn't an ordinary old man. He was an old soldier. Chapter 105, Cold Chill. Old man stood out. Seeing him covered in wounds, the people in the bank hall were shocked. No one had ever seen so many injuries. This also included the robbers. Fongping's tail ticked. This old man couldn't see it. So many injuries on his body. "You're covered in wounds? How did it come about?" Even the tall robber has changed his tone. He looks at these injuries as not simple. "Want to know? I'll introduce you to them. These are all from the war. See this one? This one was pierced by a bullet. I didn't die. See this one? This one was stabbed by a bayonet. I didn't die. See this one? This one was grazed by shrapnel from an artillery shell. I didn't die. And this wound. I covered my comrade. He died, but I didn't." Old man white voice like a bell, one by one introduction, this is his pride. These wounds of his, they all have a history. In other words, this is war merit. This was the walking badge of military service. Not only was the crowd in the bank hall listening, not only were the robbers listening. The live broadcast audience was also listening. Moncler Outlet Store. Moncler Outlet Store, really still my good Moncler. Moncler Outlet Store, definitely a tough guy in war. Moncler, I don't obey others, for this wound, I obey you. Seeing Moncler Outlet Store this wound, I'm in tears. I salute you. I salute you, Moncler. I salute you. I salute you. I salute you. Moncler Outlet Store. I salute you, Moncler. I salute you. The detectives outside are also seeing this scene through the live feed. Although the detectives were silent, none of them said a word. But everyone raised their hands in unison. Salute. On the battlefield back then, Moncler Outlet Store he fought in blood. And in the present critical situation, Moncler Outlet Store once again stood up. This is the veteran. Veterans who make people respect them. That's it. I'm done. You want to kill hostages, I'm the first. Old Man White finished and puffed out his chest. It's obvious. He's serious. He really wasn't afraid of death. The few masked robbers looked at each other, and to be honest, they were really prepared to kill the hostages. But facing Old Man Bai, the robbers hesitated. To kill? Or not? Or continue to kill the young girl? Just then. Chop. Chomp. Chomp. A sound rang out. Fongping didn't know when, but he ran to the side of the clothes that Old Man White had taken off. He picked up Old Man White's clothes and dragged them over with a hook of his tail. Everyone stared at the cat. Fongping dragged the clothes to Old Man Bai. Raising his front paw, hooked up the clothes. The tail flicked. A man in his 60s. Who told you to take off your clothes? What if you catch a cold? Where? The tense atmosphere in the hall suddenly eased because of this cat. Old Man White was a bit reluctant. He glared at Big King. I've lost all my momentum. It's all been lost by you. I'll settle the score with you later. At this time, the tall robber on the opposite side was also slightly relieved. He was really not good at killing this old man. Old man. Is this your cat? Quite smart, afraid that you are cold, and even dragged your clothes over. He looked down at De Wang and asked. This is not my cat. It's stupid at first sight. Stupid cat means this kind of cat. Old Man White didn't admit that he knew it. Fongping pulled his ears. It was the first time he was called stupid. Okay, I'll do it. I know you're worried about me, afraid I'll be targeted by these robbers. I forgive you this time. Old man. You can't fool us with this. I saw this cat with you when I came in just now. This must be your cat. The masked robber who just came in and saw Fongping exposed Old Man Bai. Hearing this, Old Man White looked down at Fongping. Look at you. It wasn't your business in the first place. What are you doing here? My clothes were originally clean. You dragged me dirty. Turn around and wash them for me. He admonished Fongping. In reality, this sentence is still trying to protect the great king. Old man. For the sake of your former military service, I will give you face. The tall robber said at this time. What do you mean? Old Man White frowned. Old man. I will play a game with this cat. We have a total of 4 guns here. I will take out all the bullets from one gun, and this cat will pick one of the guns. Whichever one is chosen, I will shoot you with it. Whether you die or not depends on this cat's choice. The tall robber also suddenly had this idea. He seemed to think it was a good idea. In his opinion, if the old man really didn't die, it would be the cat's choice, and it had nothing to do with him. Old Man White paused. What if the cat didn't choose? Wouldn't that be it? I wouldn't have to die? He asked. He definitely didn't want to die if he could not die. Since it doesn't choose, it's a stupid cat and it's useless to keep it. If that's the case, then I'll kill the cat, and I'll kill you at the same time. A cold color flashed in the tall robber's eyes. Old Man White was startled in his heart. He noticed the tall robber's expression. The tall robber would really kill the great king and himself. Stupid cat. He cursed Fongping again. This time he was cursing for real. Fongping tugged at his ears. This was the second time. That's the third time. No more cursing. The tall robber quickly gathered the 4 pistols together. One of the pistols he withdrew the bullets in front of everyone. Finally, these guns were placed very close to himself. He wasn't worried about these guns being snatched. The guns were right in front of him, and the first one to get them would definitely be himself. Cat. Come and pick it. Whether the old man dies or not depends on which gun you pick. The tall robber said to Fongping. The detectives outside were also watching the scene at this time. Captain. This is an opportunity. Should we rush in and get the hostages out? A detective was moved and suggested to the head of the detectives. No way. It's not really an opportunity yet. We must wait. The head detective shakes his head. The time is too short. It's possible that those guns will be picked up by the robbers before the detectives can rush to the bank's entrance. In that case, the robbers would definitely be desperate enough to shoot the hostages. What the head detective is thinking about is still the safety of the hostages. Rescuing all the hostages without casualties was the goal he pursued. Since he was in charge, he took on such a responsibility. If only this cat was a little smarter. Could take these guns away, or just make sure for a few minutes that the robbers don't get their hands on them. We'd have a chance. The detective thought of that too, with some regret. He had recognized the cat as the Maharaja who had worked with the detective those nights. He was also present at that time. He hadn't realized that the cat was even on a pet show. He knew that De Wang was smart, but even the smartest cat would have limits. A cat. It was impossible to think of that. The head detective also recognized De Wang as the middle-aged captain.
He had the same idea. Even if De Wang was smart, he was still much worse than a human. He didn't expect much from it. Only, he still hoped that De Wang was a bit smarter. To be able to pick that gun with no bullets. At least for half an hour, to keep the hostages out of trouble. It also bought half an hour for the police. Old Man Bai squatted in front of Fongping. He didn't hide his relationship with Fongping now. Even if he pretended not to recognize him, the robbers wouldn't believe him. Big King. How's it going? Are you sure? Only one of the 4 guns has no bullets. You must pick the right one, or I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. He asked in a low voice. Fongping pulled his ears. It felt that the words were cold. Weren't you not afraid of death just now? Why are you afraid of death now? Old Man White read Fongping's meaning. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't lived long enough. I still want to live a few more years. He glared. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Fine. I'll do my best to help you realize that dream. He walked towards the tall robber. Walked towards the 4 guns. Chapter 106. Who could it be? Fongping walked to the tall robber, looked at the 4 guns, and hooked his tail. Perhaps in front of others, these 4 guns were not a good choice. But if he were to choose, he would be able to pick them out in minutes. Because he didn't rely on his eyes, but on his powerful sense of smell. An ordinary cat's sense of smell was much stronger than a human's, not to mention Fongping's sense of smell was even stronger after his evolution. That gun with no bullets, the tall robber had the heaviest odor. Just now, he withdrew the bullet, and this gun was naturally stained with his odor. The other 3 guns. The tall robber had less contact with them, and the odor must have faded quite a bit. With the odor, Fongping could recognize it without looking. The tall robber certainly did not know that an animal's sense of smell was much more powerful than a human's. He had no chance of winning this game with Fongping in the first place. Cat. Take your pick. Which gun do you fancy? He didn't seem to care, but his eyes were fixed on Fongping's movements again. Could this cat actually pick? The tall robber wasn't sure. But he was interested to know. Fongping deliberately lowered his head and sniffed the 4 guns, putting on a hesitant expression and delaying his movements. He couldn't let the tall robber see that he could easily pick out that gun. He actually had plans, and he was moving the 4 guns. With a single claw, he could knock these guns into the distance, ensuring that these robbers would not be able to reach them. At least for a short time, these robbers would have to go and get their guns back. That way, the detectives outside could rush in and subdue these robbers. However, Fongping did not do this in the end. He felt that something was not right. Because his sense of smell was stronger, he smelled that there were more guns in the bank lobby. This made him not act rashly. There were not just 4 guns in this living room. Besides the 4 in front of him, there were 2 more. The 5th of these guns, Fongping smelled on the tall robber. This guy had brought 2 guns but only took out 1, he was really cunning. The 6th gun, the odor was farther away. Fongping felt it, the odor of the gun came from the hostage side. In other words, on the hostage side, there was a robber hidden. In this bank hall, there were not 4 robbers, but 5. Even if he got rid of the 4 guns on the floor, it wouldn't solve the crisis. He had to find a way to tell the detective. Fongping pulled his ears. There was no more crouching in front of the 4 guns. He walked towards the taller robber. Cat? Got an answer? Tell me which gun you picked? The tall robber asked the cat as if he were talking to a person. He had a feeling the cat could understand. Fongping's tail hooked. Suddenly his body bowed. Jumped up. His front paw swung. Before the tall robber could react, a gun suddenly fell out of him. Bar-ta! It fell on the ground. It was too late for the tall robber to put the gun away again. That gun. Everyone saw it. The bank lobby paused. Live in the room, the viewers were stunned as well. Crap, there's a 5th gun? I was just wondering how these robbers were so relieved to put their guns on the ground, so it turns out there were more than 4 guns at all. This tall robber, he's really cunning, he hid a gun. If the detectives didn't know about this, they would have rushed in and killed the hostages for sure. It's still the king who's great, he found all the guns he hid. The detectives outside also realized their mistake. The detective who made the suggestion just now had his back sweating even more. It was fortunate that the captain didn't listen to his suggestion just now, otherwise, if this had rushed in, it was estimated that quite a few hostages would have lost their lives. The middle-aged captain even ordered. Before thoroughly investigating the situation of the robbers. Everyone cannot act rashly. One must wait for the real opportunity. He gave a serious command. Captain! That cat is still reacting. The great king seems to still have movements. A detective reminded a word at this moment. The middle-aged captain looked up at the live feed. He only saw that after Fongping had stripped out the tall robber's hidden gun, he didn't stop but immediately rushed towards the hostages. He ran next to a short and fat youth. Again, he swung his front paw. Ta-da! Another gun fell to the ground. The 6th gun. In the live broadcast room, the audience was once again stunned. Crap, a 6th gun? How cunning. There's a robber hidden in the hostages. De Wang has done it again, finding another hijacker.
If the detectives had rushed in, they wouldn't have guessed that the hostages would still be shooting at them.
So it's not 4 robbers, but 5.
I said the tall robber is so calm. The middle-aged captain also frowned. This group of robbers was clearly more difficult to deal with than he had imagined.
Since there was a 5th robber, were there any other robbers among the hostages?
He had to be more careful with his arrangements. It was only at this point that Fongping tugged at his ears. Starting to take slow catwalks, he walked towards the taller robber.
Right. It was time to see the reaction of the robbers next.
The short, fat youth picked up his gun and walked out from the hostages.
Ma! Exposed.
He was a little angry in his heart, and his eyes looked at the cat with a murderous aura. He even raised his gun and aimed it at Fongping, wanting to finish him off.
Well, old 5. Put the gun away. What are you getting angry with a cat for? Exposure is exposure.
The tall robber waved his hand to stop the short and fat youth.
Even a robber wouldn't get upset with a cat.
He just didn't expect that this cat would be able to find out the person he was hiding. One could only say that he had underestimated this cat. Still, he had something to say to this cat.
Cat, your mission is not yet complete. It seems like you haven't found out the unloaded gun yet. I'll give you 1 more minute.
The tall robber held the stripped gun and said to Fongping, "If this cat can't find it, it won't be too late to send this cat a bullet then."
Big King, don't play around. Find the gun.
Before Fongping could react, Old Man Whiteside was already in a hurry. He could see that this tall robber already had murderous intentions towards Big King.
He didn't want anything to happen to Big King. Fongping naturally heard it too. This guy wants to kill me, huh?
He pulled his ears, retraced his steps to the 4 guns,
hooked the second gun out. Move his front paw. The gun slid to the tall robber's feet.
"The gun you wanted, here it comes." The tall robber picked the gun up, lifted his hand expressionlessly, and aimed the gun at Fongping.
He pulled the trigger.
Old Man White was startled, but it was too late.
There was no sound.
There were no bullets in this gun.
Old Man by then breathed a sigh of relief. Little brat, you scared me to death. Fongping's tail hooked. He didn't panic at all.
If there really were bullets, he could run faster than anyone.
Snap. Snap. Clap. The tall robber applauded. Cat. Not bad. You're so smart.
Want to follow me? I'll take you to eat and drink. He was also impressed with the cat. It's the first time he's seen such a smart cat.
Great King. Come back. There's no future in following robbers.
Old Man White shouted from behind. He was really afraid that the Great King would be abducted.
Fongping's tail hooked, turning away from the tall robber. Of course he would not follow this guy. My family Zhou Qinshan is so beautiful, don't I smell good if I follow? The tall robber was just saying that, and he didn't care.
This kind of cat originally has an owner, and wanting a cat to recognize its owner is not a simple matter.
Old man. Congratulations. This cat won the game, so I won't kill you for a while.
But it's only for half an hour. If I don't see what I want after half an hour, I'll still kill the hostages. The tall robber's previous words made everyone relax a little, but the words that followed immediately made the hall and beyond tense again.
There was only half an hour left. Can he fulfill the conditions he proposed? Next, the one he was going to kill. Who would it be? Chapter 107 Rush.
The tall robber announced that in half an hour's time, if the conditions raised were not met, he would still kill.
Inside and outside the bank, the atmosphere is tense again. Arrange for someone to prepare the cash. And buses ready as well.
The detective in charge of resolving the hostages should also be ready to enter the bank at any time. The middle-aged captain pondered for a moment and also began to make arrangements to deal with various emergencies. He had already made plans to fulfill the demands made by the robbers if necessary. He was not afraid of the robbers escaping, but the hostages had to be kept safe. This was the order from above. One by one, the detectives began to make preparations according to the middle-aged captain's arrangements. The negotiator also contacted the robber again, assuring the robber that in half an hour's time, the conditions he proposed could be met, requiring him not to shoot the hostages.
The tall robber would not kill anyone until it was necessary. Okay. As long as we get the money and the car, everything is fine.
He hung up the phone with satisfaction.
Tell everyone the good news. In half an hour, we will leave. Is everyone happy?
The tall robber said to Old Man White and a group of hostages.
That's for you to be happy. We don't have any money.
By the way, we need to drink water. Let someone send a little water in, and then some food. Everyone is hungry. Old Man White still had a voice like a bell, and now seemed to be the spokesman for the hostages.
The other hostages didn't say anything, just listening to Old Man by alone and the taller robbers making demands.
The hostages are really nervous, and when they are nervous, they are thirsty.
Okay. I'll have someone send water and food. As long as we work together well, I will agree to this small request. The tall robber agreed.
It seems that the detective's promise to fulfill his request made him happy, and he relaxed a bit towards the hostages. Big brother, beware of the detective borrowing to deliver water and food. Take the opportunity to blend in. One of the robbers warned. It doesn't matter. If I find out it's a detective, I won't let it go just the same and will kill just the same. The tall robber's words caused everyone to stare again. Old Man White cursed in his heart, was this guy a butcher in his previous life? He made the demand not only for the hostage, but actually wanted to create the conditions for the detective to enter. But the tall robber wasn't stupid. He was so vigilant. It wouldn't be easy for the detective to get in. No matter what, delivering water and stuff, someone has to come in. This was an opportunity. The tall robber quickly called the negotiator and asked for water and food to be delivered. Promise him. Tell him 5 minutes. We'll send someone over. The middle-aged captain wrote these words out next to him while making a gesture, and the negotiator quickly agreed. Captain, I'll go. Captain, I'll go. Captain, it's better for me to go. One detective volunteered to help. This time, going into the bank to deliver water and food is still dangerous. Detectives entering definitely can't carry guns, and if the robbers find out something's wrong, they could also be killed. Captain, I'll go. I'm a woman, it should be more convenient. It will also make the robbers let down their guard more. A female voice also said. The middle-aged captain looked over, and at some point, Ning Shan appeared in front of him, still a bit out of breath. Ning Shan? When did you come? Your vacation isn't over yet, huh? He asked. These days Ning Shan was on vacation, and she hadn't been notified of this operation. Captain. Such an urgent case occurred. I request to return to the team. Ning Shan was wearing civilian clothes, but she still saluted the middle-aged captain. She had been resting at home, and from the news broadcast on TV, she knew that there was a major case of robbery and malicious hostage-taking at the bank over here. Especially after seeing that De Wang was also in the bank and might be in danger. She immediately couldn't sit still, she loved this cat too much, and for the sake of this cat, she had to rush here too. After contacting her partner, she quickly arrived at the scene. Right. Agree to return to the team. I'll leave this mission to you. The middle-aged captain thought about it and finally gave the task of delivering water and food to Ning Shan. He also thought of the cat and thought of Big King. Ning Shan and Big King had a tacit understanding and might be able to create an opportunity. The other detectives, on the other hand, didn't have this tacit understanding with Big King, and it would be more dangerous to go in. 5 minutes later, Ning Shan appeared in front of the bank. She had a box of things with her, including water and bread and other food and drinks. The tall robber told a female robber to go over and search her, the only female robber. Search her. See if she's carrying a gun. If it turns out to be a detective, kill her. He commanded. The female robber agreed and went up and down, carefully searching Ning Shan, finding no problems. Only then did the tall robber allow Ning Shan to walk into the bank lobby. This woman. How did she come here? Fongping's tail ticked. He noticed Ning Shan as soon as she appeared. After not seeing her for a few days, this woman had not changed, her color was good and she was still beautiful. Ning Shan also saw Fongping, her eyes flashed, but did not greet her. Do you recognize this cat? The tall robber noticed her eyes. I am a clerk at the kiosk. This cat often plays near the kiosk. I naturally recognize it. Ning Shan nodded. A kiosk clerk? How do you sell mineral water? How much is the bread? The tall robber suddenly asked. The small bottle of mineral water is $2. Large bottles are $6. Bread is $8 a price. Ning Shan had already checked the prices before she came, just in case the robbers asked. $2 for a small bottle of mineral water? Isn't it $1.50 outside? You're selling it at such a high price, are you robbing me? The tall robber stared at Ning Shan, trying to see the cracks. We are a kiosk. The price is a bit higher. It can't be helped, we have to make money. Ning Shan's expression remained unchanged and her answer was casual. The tall robber interrogated carefully and found no problems. You go over there. Water and bread were handed out to everyone. Then you stay with them. He instructed Ning Shan. As for the tall robber himself and the other robbers, they would not eat. Who knew that in the water and bread, there would be drugs to make people sleep? He didn't want to be caught by the detectives like this. Can't. I just came over to deliver something. I still have to be busy at the commissary over there. Ning Shan said deliberately. She came in just to observe a few robbers up close and create conditions for the hostage rescue later. From the moment you came in, you're a hostage. Now you can't go back. Either you do what I say or you die. The tall robber's pistol waved in his hand, threatening a sentence that he would not let Ning Shan leave. No matter how Ning Shan answered, he wouldn't trust her. Ning Shan pretended to blush and walked over to the hostages and started handing out water and food. She wouldn't say much in front of the hostages either, she wasn't sure if there were any kidnappers among these people. If she found out that there were still kidnappers, she would gesture, and the captain would be able to see it through De Wang's live broadcast. She knew that there were staff members here who were in charge of filming the program. Ningshan also only realized today that this big king was the big king who participated in the pet show program. She had originally thought that it was two cats, but it turned out that it was the same one from start to finish. After watching part of the live video, she liked Big King even more. She didn't realize that Big King had a colorful life during the day. Big King, come and drink some water. Want some bread? She finished handing out things to the hostages and greeted Fongping. Fongping's tail hooked. Walked over. Ningshan opened the mineral water bottle and poured a little water on the cap. Taking advantage of the fact that the hostages around her weren't paying attention, she asked in a low voice. De Wang, are there only 5 robbers in the hall? Are there more robbers hiding among the hostages? This was the best time to ask the Great King. She knew that the Great King was smart and could understand her words. Fongping pretended to drink water and did not raise his cat head. But his tail, he flicked it horizontally. There were no more. It was these 5 robbers. Chapter 108 means. Fongping's answer made Ningshan's mind clear that there were indeed only 5 robbers in the hall. She trusted the Great King's senses. The Great King had never been wrong in this regard. Ningshan's fingers quietly made a gesture that meant 5. The middle-aged captain quickly saw it in the live broadcast. It was confirmed. There are just 5 robbers inside. Everyone form 5 battle groups, and each battle group monitor 1 robber. He quickly ordered. The detectives were once again on the move. Ningshan was also secretly observing the positions of the 5 robbers in the hall. It had to be said. These 5 robbers were all very cunning in their standing position. They stood in a place that was hard to see from the outside line of sight. This was to ensure that they would not be targeted by the snipers outside. The tall robber was very clear about this. Last time it was the blockers that took out his companions. He wouldn't make such a mistake again. Even before the robbery, he told everyone how to stand. Maharaja, is there any way to keep the 5 robbers together? Ningshan asked in a low voice again. This time, Fongping's tail swung horizontally several times. Couldn't. There was no way. After observing for a while, Ningshan didn't see an opportunity herself, so she had no choice but to give up. She couldn't draw the 5 robbers together by herself. If the combat team formed by the detectives at this time forced their way in, it would definitely bring casualties to the hostages. She could only make the hand signal again. The first plan is cancelled. The situation has changed. Prepare according to the second plan. The middle-aged captain outside saw Ningshan's hand signal and then commanded. The first plan was the plan to directly rush into the bank hall and rescue the hostages. It seemed that Ningshan had not found a good way to execute this plan. The middle-aged captain's request to Ningshan was not to force the issue if he couldn't find a way, he would rather play it safe. The second plan was to prepare cash and buses for the robbers, and when the robbers left the bank, arrest them on the way. This was also the plan that had to be implemented as a last resort. Time passed by and the tall robber looked at the clock. It was almost half an hour away. He dialed the negotiator's cell phone. The cash I want? Where's the bus I want? Don't make me kill anyone. I won't be as nice this time as I was earlier. His tone was clearly murderous. Cash and bus. 5 minutes. We'll deliver it to the bank store. The negotiator was already stalling as long as he could, but in the end, he had to fulfill the robber's demands. I'll give you 5 minutes in the end. During these 5 minutes, I'll strap a bomb to the hostage. Don't try any tricks. The tall robber still has his own tricks. A bomb? The people in the bank lobby, as well as the detectives outside, were taken aback. It seems that these guys have been planning for a long time to rob the bank and are well prepared, not only with guns, but also with bombs. Fongping tail also hook a hook. He also smelled some unusual odor just now. But he didn't expect it to be a bomb. This guy is really crazy, even got a bomb. The tall robber wasn't joking. He also didn't care what others thought of him. No matter what others thought, he took out the time bomb in his bag. You. It's you. You come over here. He pointed at Ningshan and said. Regardless of whether Ningshan was a detective or not, he also treated Ningshan as if she was on the detective side, and the bomb was strapped to Ningshan. In the live broadcast room, the audience was once again stunned. Crap, I have the feeling of watching a blockbuster. Wake up, this isn't a blockbuster, this is real, they really are robbers. These robbers, they're so heartless, they have bombs. Be careful, everyone. I'm so worried about the safety of the hostages, and the safety of the king. The great king is to be more careful, this will be blown away if he is not careful. Crow's mouth. Don't talk about the king like that. Ningshan put on a somewhat frightened expression and slowly walked out from the hostages. She was in disguise, not wanting the tall robber to see her identity as a detective. Who knew if this was the tall robber's test? She could tell the tall robber had been suspicious of her. But there was no hesitation in her mind. It was better to have the bomb strapped to herself than to have it strapped to a hostage. She was a police detective. From the day she became a detective, she was prepared to sacrifice. Girl. I'll do it. Old man, I'm not afraid to die. Old Man White walked out and stopped Ning-shan. Old man. I'm not looking for you. I'll look for her. The tall detective disagrees this time. Who wouldn't it be the same to look for? Maybe I'm old enough. I'm a little more durable. Old Man White was furious. But the tall robber still doesn't agree. He's a bit scared of the old soldier. Women are better. Master. It doesn't matter to me. You see that the great king didn't even object. Ning-shan whispered to Old Man Bai. Old Man White looked down, and sure enough, the great king was squatting next to him, his tail ticking. He couldn't help but curse. Little heartless. This sister even fed you water and bread just now. You just watched and didn't care? Fongping pulled his ears. I didn't say I didn't care, did I? But I haven't found a chance yet. He definitely didn't want anything to happen to Ning-shan, but for a while, he didn't have a good solution. Ning-shan ended up being strapped to a time bomb. At this time a bus drove up to the entrance of the bank lobby. All the hostages changed their clothes. Covered their faces, just like us. Then all got on the bus. The tall robber waved his hand, and the short and fat robber who was mixed in with the hostages just now took out a bunch of prepared black smocks. Both the hostages and the robbers put on the black hoodies and covered their faces. This makes it hard for the detectives outside to tell who's who, and it makes it hard to stop the robbers before they get in the car. Brother, does this cat need to wear a smock too? The short and fat robber pointed at Fongping and asked. He was a bit unhappy looking at Fongping right now. Just because of this cat, he was the first to be exposed. His face was seen. He still remembered that Fongping had just dug him out of the hostages, otherwise he would still be disguised as a hostage now. The tall robber couldn't help himself. Are you stupid? He just wore it. Everyone still knew he was a cat. Fongping hooked his tail. Since you cursed, I'll stop cursing. Can you drive? The tall robber asked Ning-shan. I know a little bit. Ning-shan nodded her head. Then you drive. The tall robber finished and drove the original driver of the bus away. That driver was a man, and he was worried that it was the police detective pretending to be the driver. As a matter of fact, it was indeed the detective. It didn't help that the tall robber had the bomb and he had the last word. The detective pretending to be the driver left, and Ning-shan, with the time bomb strapped to her body, sat in the driver's seat. The tall robber herded everyone into the car, and the robber mixed in among the hostages and got in the car together. Fongping pulled his ears and finally jumped into the car. Everyone's coming up, so let's stay together. Do-wang. You go home. There's nothing interesting here, find another cat. Ning-shan couldn't help but say to Fongping. She couldn't arrange for another hostage, but getting a cat out of danger shouldn't be a problem. She wanted to protect the great king and wanted to keep him safe. This intelligent cat. It shouldn't have to endure such a perilous situation. Fongping didn't know that when Ning-shan said this, there were many others who were worried about him. Papa Zhou, little brat, why are you so adventurous? That's a bomb, that's not a toy, what's the point of running blindly after it? Oh, Ziru hugged her 2-year-old daughter. Cat dad, when are you coming to see me next? Dong Yujing, big king, you can't have an accident, you haven't agreed to be a mistress as you said last time. Zhou Qinshan, big king, it's all my fault, I should have taken you with me to work today. The car starts up, with the king, with Ning-shan, with Old Man Bai, with the hostages, with the robbers. Start. Bomb trip. Chapter 109 Critical. The car traveled along, the tall robber commanding Ning-shan, driving around the city. The middle-aged captain had a sullen face and followed behind with his detectives, but at a distance. This was the tall robber's request, he did not allow the detective to get too close. But the tall robber couldn't ask the detective not to follow, and he knew the detective would never agree. There were hostages and cash in the car, and the detective was sure to keep the hostages safe. As for the cash, that depended on whether they could take it with them. The tall robber looked at the cash that was piled almost all over the back of the car, too much cash, too heavy. He couldn't actually take that much, but he didn't want to take that much either. An hour or so later, the car drove into the wide underpass tunnel. The tunnel was long. There were also a lot of vehicles. This was a tunnel that the tall robber had long considered. He told Ning-shan to slow down while calling over 4 robbers. Put the cash piled up in the back. Spread some of the money out. Be quick, don't be heartbroken. He commanded. Big brother. This is all our money. It's a pity to scatter it. The 4 robbers were a bit reluctant to part with it, they had worked so hard, not for money. Seeing the money in hand, but want to spread out, everyone is a little reluctant. Can you take all this money? If you can't take it, it's not our money, so don't feel bad about it. Do as I say, we don't have much time. The tall robber coldly said. Not only can't these cash be taken, the weight of the cash alone can crush a person alive. But he still insisted on so much money. The purpose was now. He wanted to create havoc. He couldn't do it without this cash. This was the escape plan he had thought of. The four robbers eventually carried out the mission of spreading the money, and they understood what the taller robber was thinking. If they didn't, they couldn't escape. In the end, they couldn't get a penny and had to go to jail. Large bundles of money were unwrapped by the four robbers and desperately scattered out of the window. The cars following behind them looked at the bills flying in the sky and first stopped, then clamored. They didn't know that the money was robbed from the bank, but with so much money spilling into the air and onto the ground, no one was unmoved. Pick it up yourself, in case no one sees it, won't it become your own? Many cars stopped. Anyway, the car in front of them blocked. They cannot drive. The driver simply came down to pick up the money. The money on the ground is too much to pick up. By the time the middle-aged captain entered the underpass tunnel with his detectives, he was blocked at once. The front of the car parked in a mess, simply cannot pass. By this time, the middle-aged captain understood the reason why the robbers wanted so much money. It was for now, to create chaos. These robbers also succeeded. The scene was completely blocked by these drivers who wanted money. Even if the detectives got out of their cars to stop them, it would take quite a while, and there was no way to clear the way. Exit. Don't stay here. Let's change the road. The middle-aged captain said decisively. But even if you exit, there is still trouble. There are cars behind you blocking the way back. The middle-aged captain had to arrange for the detective to go down and direct the traffic. Just when the detective behind was entangled and didn't catch up, the tall robber ordered Ningshan to continue forward, and even after exiting the underpass tunnel still asked a few robbers to continue spreading money. There was no telling how much money was scattered. Anyway, the road behind them was already crowded. Unknown passers-by, unknown drivers, all joined in picking up money. The detectives were detouring around the road, and they couldn't catch up in a short period of time. Ningshan secretly grumbled in her heart, but she couldn't stop it. Fongping squatted next to him, his tail hooked, a tall robber, indeed some powerful. Robbing a bank was all about money, and in the end, he even managed to devise this escape plan. This plan was not even expected by him, and I guess the detective did not expect it either. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also shocked by the robber's behavior. So much money, just like this spread out, so heartbreaking. What's so heartbreaking? Didn't you hear the robbers say that the money they can't take away isn't their money? That's too much money to scatter. If I had been there, I would have been rich. You're crazy. All this money belongs to the bank. How much you pick up, you have to return to the bank. What if you don't return it? Maharaja, you try it. After the car has driven a little further. Parking. The tall robber ordered to Ningshan. Ningshan stepped on the brakes in disbelief. This place was still far from the countryside. She thought that these robbers, in the end, would definitely be using the suburbs to get away. But these robbers didn't seem to think so. Okay. Is the money loaded? We're ready to get off. The tall robber asked the other four robbers, to whom he had instructed earlier. Brother. We're loaded. We can't load it anymore. The four robbers looked at the back of the car with a bit of pity. There was still a lot of cash, but unfortunately they couldn't hold it anymore. It was heavy enough right now. The saddest thing in the world is to see the money, but they can only give it up. No need to be sad. If the money is gone, we'll just grab it next time. If the people are gone, they are really gone. The tall robber said indifferently. This sentence immediately made the four robbers put away their greedy expressions. They walked out of the car with their bulging backpacks, and the tall robber was the last one. There were no cameras near here, and by choosing this place to get off the bus, he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Standing at the door of the car, he said to the hostages and Ningshan in the car. See you all later. We're getting out of the car. Please have fun next, right? Hearing the tall robber say that, the hostages breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, they were finally going to be safe. Fongping tugged at his ears. This guy's tone isn't right. Shouldn't he be grabbing and running? They won't be able to run away when the detectives come. I'll give you 3 minutes. Increase the car's speed to 50 yards. Don't stop for an hour or this car will, boom. The tall robber finally said to Ningshan. It was the sound of an explosion. As he said that, he pressed a remote control in his hand. Ningshan only heard the time bomb she had strapped on, dropping. Bomb. Activated. The hostages in the car, their faces changed. Fongping's tail didn't move either. This fellow played this trick at the temporary time. He wants everyone to die. Remember, don't go below 50 yards in 3 minutes. Otherwise it will really explode. The tall robber finally got into a small car that was prepared next to him. The car started quickly. The 5 robbers are already far away from here in the blink of an eye. What to do? It's going to explode. There's still 3 minutes left, we're going down. Some of the hostages panicked. When life is at stake, everyone's thoughts, naturally, will change. No one wants to die. I'm a detective. Don't panic. 3 minutes is enough for everyone to get off. I'm opening the front and rear doors.
Everyone will get off one by one, they will all be safe.
Ningshan finally revealed her identity.
Now she didn't need to hide that she was a detective anymore.
She was already familiar with this car and the doors quickly opened.
Bank staff. Customers withdrawing money. Security guards. One by one, they're getting off. Finally. Only Ningshan is left in the car. Old Man Bai. And Fongping.
The staff member in charge of the program's filming also stayed in the car. The crew member's face went white, but he still insisted. He wouldn't leave until the king left, and he was fighting for his life for the sake of the program. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were already disturbed.
Why isn't Big King getting off?
Hurry up, you can't save the detective, but you can save yourself.
Big King, you're being impulsive again. King, I'm in a hurry.
I have to watch your live broadcast tomorrow.
King, don't leave us behind. At this point Ningshan looked back at the people still in the car, as well as a cat. Everyone go down. There's still time. I'll be fine.
She could tell that the ones left behind were the ones who cared about her. After all, that time bomb was strapped to her, and she couldn't take it off.
Girl, drive. Something's really going to happen.
You'll have Old Man Me with you on the road to the Yellow Springs. The veteran, Old Man White, said. He was determined not to get out of the car, he wanted to help this detective.
The staff looked at De Wang and said nothing with a white face. Fongping's tail. It was flung vertically. Drive. Don't nag.
Ningshan's voice suddenly choked a little.
Then drive. Boom. She stepped heavily on the gas pedal. Chapter 110 Deadly. Ningshan stepped on the gas. The bus roared out. The bank staff who just got off the bus. The customers who withdrew money. The security guards.
One by one, they fell silent. A passerby passes by, startled by the sudden frenzy of the car.
Has this bus gone mad? Driving so fast in town. I'm going to complain. The passerby couldn't help but complain. The bank staff and customers didn't say anything. Everyone witnessed the car going away.
Everyone felt a little guilty, and they all knew exactly why the car was going so fast. If they hadn't gotten out of the car and delayed, the car would have had every time to increase its speed.
Now, it was up to luck. Call the police. We can't stand around like this. They need help. Soon a bank worker reacted.
They couldn't help with anything else, and they were a little scared to death just now, but making a phone call was something everyone could do.
When he said that, everyone reacted as well.
Since all the cell phones were taken by the robbers, everyone started to borrow cell phones from passers-by to call the police. At this point, the police actually knew in the first place, after all, the car was still live. The middle-aged captain knew through the live broadcast that Ningshan had a bomb strapped to her body. Moreover, the robber had activated the time bomb, and the car's speed couldn't be lower than 50 yards, or it would explode. Regardless of whether what the robbers said was true or not, it had to be treated as if it was true, and he had to be responsible for his team members. It's assumed that this is what the robber is using to stall for time and stir up the detectives over here.
Saving lives or chasing the robbers? Who is more important?
The middle-aged captain made an immediate decision and ordered the detectives at the intersection in front to clear the way for this car so that they wouldn't encounter any obstacles or traffic jams that would cause the speed of the car to decrease down. No matter what, within an hour, make sure that the speed of this car cannot be reduced. At the same time, the middle-aged captain also dispatched another part of the detectives to hunt down those robbers. These robbers must be found.
Inside the carriage,
Ningshan stepped on the gas as hard as she could. This car was a bus after all, the speed of the car could not be increased fast enough.
It was not easy. In the last few seconds, it accelerated up to 50 yards. Old Man White and the staff then breathed a sigh of relief, it almost exploded. Fongping's tail hooked. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He had wanted to enable the lucky skill, but after thinking about it, he did not do so. Luck could only be used once. It also had to be used at the most critical time. Okay. Now keep up this speed. Hold on for an hour and you'll be fine.
Old Man White wore a smile and encouraged Ningshan.
Grandpa. You guys should have gotten off just now. Just leave me alone.
Ningshan didn't know if the robbers' words about an hour were true.
The words of the robbers couldn't be trusted completely.
In case the robbers deliberately lied to everyone, it could still be dangerous.
How can this work? Leaving you a girl at risk. I'll be upset for the rest of my life.
Given another chance, Old Man White would still choose to stay in the car.
That's right. Miss. I'll swap you out. I'll drive. Try to see if you can get the bomb off your body. You can't trust all the robbers' words. He thought of that too. Grandpa. I'll switch and drive. You guys deal with the bomb.
That's when staff member Lee spoke up. He thought that he knew nothing, and Moncler Outlet Store being a veteran, he might know how to defuse a bomb. Besides, he's young and his driving reflexes must be a bit better than the grandpa's.
Then hurry up. Let's replace the man first.
Be careful to maintain the speed of the car. Old man Bai is not polite, now is not the time to be polite, everyone must make the best use of what they have. Staff member Lee took the hidden camera out and put it aside, just enough to film the carriage. He walks over to the driver's seat. Thanks. Ning Shan gave a thank you. She gripped the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, slowly getting up and switching places with the staff member with each other. It wasn't until the staff stepped on the gas and said okay that she let go of her foot. It was only then that Ning Shan realized that her palms and back were all wet, and that she had just been driving, and the pressure wasn't just normal. However, Ning Shan's attention was quickly focused on the bomb on her body, and she began to try and remove it. Old Man White also came over to help. With a hook of his tail, Fongping also walked over. But very quickly. The two men and the cat realized that the bomb was tied in a complicated way. The way the bomb was tied among the robbers was very professional, causing Ning Shan and Old Man Bai to think of a number of ways, but they were unable to remove the bomb. Can't. We need help. We need guidance from a bomb expert. Old Man White quickly said. His eyes looked towards the live broadcast. There were no cell phones in the car at this time, so he could only pass the request out through the live broadcast. The middle-aged captain over there did see it, and there was the bomb expert standing right beside him, which was urgently deployed. The car, because of the speed, the bomb expert cannot go up, not to mention the people over, not necessarily in time. Throw a cell phone to the car. It'll make it easier to get in touch. The bomb must be removed. He decisively instructed the other detectives, while saying to the bomb expert. Soon. A cell phone was thrown into the car with the assistance of the motorcycle detective. The bomb expert was also ready. The phone is quickly connected and the one who answers is Ning Shan. Pull the camera closer. I want to see the details of the bomb, so that it can be removed or defused. The bomb expert said to Ning Shan. The cell phone in the carriage was on speakerphone, everyone heard it. Fongping's tail hooked, he couldn't help with this. Old Man Bai had already walked over, raised the hidden camera and aimed it at the strapped bomb. Only to see this time bomb, covered with various colors of lines, red, green, blue, black densely wound on Ning Shan's body. Ordinary people would be dazzled by the sight of it, not to mention taking it down. The audience in the live broadcast room finally got a clear look at the bomb. This is a time bomb, I separated from the screen, my palms are sweating. These robbers are too perverted, tied so complicated, intention is to blow people up. Catch these robbers and tie the bomb to them, let them have a taste too. The beautiful detective has worked hard. I now realize how much pressure she has been under. Hats off to the beautiful detective. Hats off to the beautiful detective. Hats off to the beautiful detective. The bomb expert also got a good look at this moment, but his brows immediately furrowed. This bomb cannot be taken, it can only be defused. The bomb was complicated, mixed with body temperature sensors and speed sensors, as well as timing sensors. Once it left the body, it would explode. When the speed drops, it will also explode. He quickly said to Ning Shan's side. The robber didn't lie, the required speed of 50 yards was indeed the realm point for the bomb to trigger. Once Ning Shan heard this, her expression relaxed instead, she knew that this bomb would not be easy to remove. She raised her hand and wisped her hair. Then, let's dismantle it. A smile appeared on Ning Shan's face, as if she was talking about someone else. Why don't we wait? An hour anyway. It doesn't work, we'll do the demolition again. The middle-aged captain said on the other side of the phone at this time. But before he could finish his sentence, there was a new situation on Ning Shan's side. The staff member driving the car suddenly spoke out. It can't wait. This car doesn't have much gas left. It can't last for an hour. This bus had already run quite a bit. The detective who provided the car had done his part. He hadn't prepared much gas. They didn't want the robbers to drive too far away. Now. But it became the deadliest link. Hearing this, Ning Shan didn't get depressed over her fate, she once again revealed a smile and calmly looked at the camera. Captain. You heard it all. Now there is only one way left, demolition. Chapter 111, Solidification. Ning Shan had no regrets. She doesn't regret that she rushed to the scene. Doesn't regret that she walked into the bank lobby. Not regretting that she was strapped to the bomb. She doesn't regret letting the bank staff and customers out of the car. It was now that she still didn't regret it. Defuse. She said to the middle-aged captain. The middle-aged captain was silent for a moment. Good. He said one word to Ning Shan. He wouldn't say too many comforting words, the most important thing now was to save Ning Shan, at all costs. Captain. Specialist. What do I have to do? Ning Shan picked up a pair of wire cutters. When she threw the cell phone up just now, she also threw the demolition tool at the same time. The next thing to do was, cut the wires. There are a lot of wires, a lot of colors, and there's only one outcome if you cut the wrong one. I say. You do it. Be careful. The bomb expert's forehead is sweating on the other side of the phone, and he's under a lot of pressure. Good. Ning Shan also answered with a single word. She could only trust the bomb expert now. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched this scene. Alas! Originally thought that after an hour, the beautiful detective would be fine, but it turned out to be this far. It can't be helped, the car ran out of gas. The bomb expert will help the beautiful detective. God willing, I hope the beautiful detective is safe. She'll be fine, we're all praying. The bomb expert has begun his instructions. Left. Third blue wire. Cut. He watched carefully for a moment and spoke to Nin-san over the phone. Fongping crouched next to him, his tail ticking as he heard the phone call. Are the words of the bomb expert reliable? He thought in his heart. Just as he thought of this, a system alert sound rang in Fongping's head. Ding! The host triggered a cure card level mission to protect Ning-shan from the bomb. With the completion of the mission, the host can obtain the cure card skill. The host's healing card can heal any person or animal, 24 hours effective. Is it enabled? Fongping paused, coming to the task. Enable, he said in his head. Soon Fongping knew how to use the healing card. The healing card could predict injuries in advance and heal people and animals when they were injured. It could also control the degree of healing. For example, if the injury reached 90, one could choose to heal it completely, or one could heal part of the injury to 20 and so on. Fongping quickly understood the way, and he looked at Ning-shan. At this moment, a line of hints appeared on Ning-shan's head that she was about to die and could not be healed. Fongping pulled his ears. Footage seemed to appear before his eyes. Ning-shan followed the bomb expert's instructions and cut the third blue wire on the left, and the bomb exploded. Flames shot up to the sky. Ning-shan was blown to pieces. In this situation, people couldn't even be found, so there was definitely no cure. Fongping suddenly reacted. To complete the mission, Ning-shan could not be allowed to cut the third blue wire on the left. At this moment, Ning-shan had already lowered her head and started counting her left wires. The third blue wire was quickly found. The wire cutters in her hand clamped onto the blue wire. Breathed heavily. It was about to be cut. Suddenly, Ning-shan felt her hand being hooked. She looked to the side. The Great King stood up at some point. Raising his front paws, he hooked onto her clothes. The tail was flicking horizontally. Little brat. Don't mess with it. This is a bomb. It's not funny. Old Man White is getting a little anxious. What a time to be so playful with the king. Master. Wait a minute. Don't scold the Great King. Ning-shan stopped with a movement in her heart. She had, after all, spent a few nights with the Great King and had some tacit understanding, able to read some of the Great King's movements. The Great King wouldn't be doing this for no reason, and it wasn't like he was looking for her to play. The intelligence of this cat was extraordinary. Great King. Isn't it? I can't cut this wire. She asked. Fongping's tail. It was waved vertically. Yes. It can't be cut. If we break it, you and I and Old Man White could be dead. This close, he and Old Man White can't run away either. At that moment, on the other side of the phone, the bomb expert also suddenly shouted. Wait. Stop. Can't cut. Ning-shan withdrew the wire cutters. I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's the second blue wire on the left. The bomb expert apologized while correcting himself. He was also a bit nervous and ended up saying it wrong. Ning-shan looked down, but luckily, the Great King stopped it. Fongping had already retracted his front claws. He once again looked at the top of Ning-shan's head and there was no hint. That meant there was no problem. His tail hooked. It's all right then. Great King. Good job. I'll reward you with a few more small fishes later. Old Man White also praised Fongping at this time. Fongping tugged at his ears and ignored it. Who was scolding me just now? Little rabbit? I'm not a rabbit. In the live stream, the audience was almost unanimous in their compliments as well. Crap, the Great King can even spot a problem with a bomb. Thanks to Big King, it scared me to death. Is the expert reliable or not? He almost missed a life, no, 4 lives. This expert is too nervous. In my place, I'd be nervous too. The king is a cheat. The king is a cheater. The king is a cheater. The wire cutters in Ninsen's hand reclamped on the second blue wire from the left. Look at Big King. This time Fongping didn't react. Once again, he breathed heavily. Ning-shan no longer hesitated. Cutting. Old Man White was holding the camera, and when he saw the scene, the camera shook a little. He was also getting nervous. He wasn't actually afraid of death himself, but he was worried about this cute detective. The bomb expert looked at the live feed and mentally counted 3 seconds. The time bomb didn't react. He let out a sigh of relief. This meant that he had judged correctly. The bomb expert wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to instruct. Right. The second black wire. Cut. Right. 5th red wire. Cut. Right. 3rd blue wire. Cut. The bomb expert is still great, several instructions and no more mistakes. Fongping crouched down next to him. There was also nothing to do.
But the bomb expert's speed of speech gradually slowed down. Just like the audience said, the further back, the greater the danger, the more complicated the line became. Even if he was a bomb expert, he still felt strained, and sweat constantly broke out on his forehead. Just then, 2 more bomb experts came urgently. The 3 bomb experts discussed and gave guidance at the same time. Ning-shan followed the bomb expert's instructions, one by one, and continued to cut the wires. But every time, she looked at Big King. Big King didn't react. Only then would she feel relieved to cut it. Until now. It was all successful. Seeing more and more wires being cut, everyone saw the hope of success. Old Man White's heart tightened as he watched. This was even more exciting than going to war back then. The audience also held their breath, fearing that if they were not careful, they would see the explosion seen on the screen. Only Fongping squatted next to him. His tail was hooked. His main concern was the hints on Ning Shan's head, and he wouldn't interfere if he couldn't see the hints. This meant that Ning Shan would be fine. Since it was fine, then let's cut it. The last 3 wires. The 3 bomb experts suddenly disputed. 1 red, 1 blue, 1 black. The 3 bomb experts couldn't agree, and everyone chose 1 color each. This is the last step. If we successfully cut the wires, Ning Shan will be out of danger. But cut the wrong one. Ning Shan will lose all her efforts. Hurry up. The car is out of gas. The speed is going down. Woebetide, the staff member Lee, who was driving in front, started to warn loudly. The car had indeed begun to drop its speed. The speed dropped below 50 yards. The bomb will explode. The tense atmosphere in the car instantly froze. Chapter 112, The Sixth Sense. The car was dropping speed, and it was dropping fast. 58 yards. 57 yards. 55 yards. It's about to drop below 50 yards. On the other side of the phone, the 3 bomb experts heard it too. 3 colors. Red, blue, and black. Only 1 color will work. Good luck. After a moment of silence, the first bomb expert said to Ning Shan. What he meant was that he gave the choice to Ning Shan. None of the bomb experts could guarantee that they were right. In that case, it would be a gamble. 1 out of 3 choices. The success rate was also 1/3. It couldn't be helped. Because there's no time. If we hesitate any longer, the bomb will explode before we can cut the wires. Okay. I'll take my pick. Thank you, 3 experts. Ning Shan didn't make things difficult for the other party and nodded. She also knew that it was time to make her own decision. Fongping suddenly tugged on his ears. Standing up. Walking across to Ning Shan, he squatted down. From the very beginning, when he had stopped Ning Shan from cutting the 3rd blue wire on the left, he had never moved again. But now, he had to act. Otherwise, there was no time left. Fongping understood that only he could judge who was the correct wire. The Great King. You want to help me choose? Then you will help me choose. Ning Shan seemed to understand what Fongping meant. After all, every move of the Great King had its own purpose. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Yes. Leave it to me. I'll help you. Red? Ning Shan asked directly. After saying this, a line appeared on her head indicating that she was about to die and could not be cured. Fongping's tail whipped horizontally. Not. Change one kind. Blue. Ning Shan asked again. Once again, a message appeared on her head that she was about to die and could not be cured. Fongping's tail continued to lash horizontally. Not. There was an answer now. Black. Faster. Coming up to 50 yards. It's too late. The front staff had already shouted. Ning Shan no longer had time to hesitate. She looked deeply at Fongping. Great King. I trust you. The wire cutters clamped on the black wire. There was no pause. Cut it directly. Ning Shan closed her eyes. The car slowed down at this time. 50 yards. 40 yards. 30 yards. 0. The bus is parked on the side of the road. It won't drive at all. Silence in the compartment. Silence in the live room. Across the phone, there was no sound either. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, and then it seemed to have passed for an instant. Ning Shan opened her eyes again. She looked down at herself. The time bomb hadn't exploded. The danger was lifted. She looked around. The staff member driving in front of her turned around with a smile and gave a thumbs up. The old white man next to her smiles, looks at her and nods. Taking a deep breath. Alive. So good. Look down at the Great King again. Fongping crouches across the room. His tail is hooked. It's all right. It's safe. Ning Shan suddenly squatted down and hugged Fongping tightly. She finally left tears in her eyes. Death. Who isn't afraid? She's afraid too. Life and death in a flash. The Great King has always been with her. He stayed by her side. Old Man White and the driver were also with her. Even in death. She wasn't actually alone. And she was, in fact, most afraid of being alone. Fongping's tail ticked again. Sister. My hair. It's been messed up by you.
In the live broadcast room, the netizens had gone crazy. Miracle, I saw the greatest miracle.
I really can't believe my eyes, but I have to believe it again. Beauty Detective and Big King survived.
Big King is really so fluffy, this can be guessed.
I can see, in this world, there's nothing that Big King can't do.
Great King, I would like to recognize you as king.
Your Majesty, I would like to recognize you as my king. Your Majesty, I would like to recognize you as my king.
At this time, the hostess wiped her eyes and asked the guests a question.
Teachers, what do you think about the great king being able to foresee danger in advance? With this question of hers, I'm sure many viewers wanted to know.
The guest, Li Shi-won, rubbed his eyes as he answered the question. Cats are treated as psychic representations in some cultures, sometimes doing incredible things and being able to predict the very unexpected.
Cats have a keen sense of perception and can always be on the alert.
Cats have a superb sense of smell, hearing, touch and sight, which also allows them to react quickly to events.
Cats are always absolutely keen on their surroundings, and this knack for observation, coupled with survival instincts, makes cats seem almost psychic, like what is often referred to as a sixth sense. For example, cats can feel ground vibrations and even detect subtle changes in air pressure. I can't make an explanation for the Great King specifically, I just want to borrow a line from the audience. Great King, I would like to recognize you as my king. Another guest, Wang Lan, added. It is difficult to determine whether cats have a sixth sense. This claim is actually not confirmed, but cats do have some behavioral manifestations when they encounter danger. For example, cats will run away. The first action of a cat when it senses danger is to run away.
The cat will flee from the scene to ensure safety, or if there is a preconceived danger, the cat will gently leave the scene.
So often, without realizing it, the cat is gone.
In addition, when a cat senses danger, it will sometimes purr loudly. If a cat that normally does not purr suddenly becomes a purr and the sound of its purr is frightening, it may be a precursor to some kind of disaster. Of course, there's still no way to explain the case of De Wang.
I'll borrow a phrase from the audience. Great King, I'd like to recognize you as my king. Police cars came whizzing by.
A dozen police cars surrounded this bus parked on the side of the road. Some of the passers-by looked this way strangely, not yet knowing what's going on. But some other passers-by, who had already been live-streamed through the pet show, knew that what had just happened to this bus was almost earth-shattering.
Everyone surrounded the car on the sidelines.
The middle-aged captain came out of the police car. Although those robbers hadn't been caught yet, he wasn't worried. Sooner or later, the robbers would definitely be caught.
Now,
he rushed to the scene, rushed here. He wanted to personally greet these few heroes. It was in the ordinary that greatness was revealed. These few ordinary people had done extraordinary things that could be described as great things. Ning Shan was the first to walk out from the car. She walked up to the middle-aged captain.
Captain, I didn't complete my mission well. I let those robbers get away.
Her first words were an apology.
No. You did a great job. On behalf of all the detectives, I want to honor you.
The middle-aged captain raised his hands solemnly.
Salute.
Swish. The detectives behind them also saluted together to honor this lovely and adorable beautiful detective. The old white head was the second to step out of the car.
For this former veteran.
For this veteran who came out from the line of life and death and now stood up to face the robbers. For this veteran who helped Ning Shan disarm the bomb and would rather die than leave.
The middle-aged captain was very grateful. Old man. Thank you. Raise your hand. Salute.
The old white head also got serious at this moment, raised his hand, and returned a standard military salute. Old soldier. Always a soldier. The third big king stepped down from the car. No, he jumped down. Behind him, forever followed by that staff member who was in charge of the live shoot. For the staff of the program who helped silently.
And the big king. This amazing cat.
The middle-aged captain laughed.
All the detectives smiled as well.
From now on, no detective in the city who would not recognize this cat would not recognize the great king.
Salute. Even if it's just a cat.
Fongping tugged at his ears,
shaking the fur on his head. Outside. It's so windy. Chapter 113 Getting Even. Fongping is gone.
Picked up by Papa Joe, who arrived later. Originally, it was Zhou Qinshan who was going to come and pick him up, but she had a temporary matter, so she entrusted Zhou Dad to watch over the great king. With his daughter's request and the fact that it was Big King's business, Papa Zhou naturally agreed.
Zhou Qinshan watched today's live broadcast and was also a bit scared. The Big King is not by her side day after day. Why does he encounter dangerous things? Today, even a bomb? This was too scary.
She was really afraid that the great king would be blown up one day.
What will happen to her?
She'll cry herself to death. Anyway, in the past few days, Zhou Qinshan had already thought about it. She was going to keep a closer eye on Big King, and she already regretted not bringing Big King to work today.
Starting tomorrow, Big King must follow her around.
In the words of Joe's father, this little brat has to be watched closely. Maybe if you watch the live broadcast one day, your heart attack will have to flip. Sitting in Joe Dad's Rolls-Royce Phantom, Fongping listened to Joe Dad's nagging along the way. You say you do not learn day after day, other cats are squatting at home, you run around every day? Can't you settle down for 2 days, stay at home, eat well, wear good clothes? I envy you, what else do you want? Look at what you've done. I won't say anything about jumping off a building. You were saving lives. Today, you met robbers and a bomb. Of course, you saved lives too. But don't you think how many people you can save with your small size? If you did save someone, it was just luck. You won't have that luck next time. Joe Dad chanted a few sentences before he was interrupted by the pretty female secretary making a gesture. What's going on? He looked at the female secretary. Do Wang. He might be a bit tired just now. He fell asleep. The female secretary looks down. The great king is lying on her long legs, squinting, and he's starting to snore, so sound asleep. Papa Joe chokes. He's been talking to a cow for half a day. This little brat. When you wake up, I'll settle the score with you. He said in exasperation and shut up. What's there to say? Besides, this little brat can't hear. He suspected that Fongping was doing it on purpose. It was because he didn't want to hear him recite that he fell asleep. After thinking about it, he handed the luxurious suit he had placed beside him to the female secretary. Covered the little brat. It's windy in the car. If he catches a cold, my daughter will scold me to death. Dad Joe looked unhappy. The female secretary pursed her lips. Joe Dad, this suit is customized, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, just so to cover a cat. Saying that he doesn't like the cat, who would believe it? But the female secretary didn't dare to say it. If she did, Joe Dad would definitely get angry. Who would like this little brat? I'm not looking at my daughter's face. That staff member, surnamed Lee, was also in the car at this moment. The old rules, he and Joe Dad sat in the back seat. Fongping is not going to sit with Joe Dad. Once on the car, jumped to the female secretary, long legs up. The female secretary likes it, but Joe Dad does not see eye to eye. He himself also has legs. This little brat never jump up. Live broadcast, the audience saw here are laughing. I think the father-in-law still likes the king. I laughed my ass off. Lord father-in-law had a flurry of wrath, but ended up wrathing the air. When the great king wakes up, will Lord father-in-law go on a rampage? Great king, I respect you as a man, Lord father-in-law lectured. You still dare to sleep and snore. Lord father-in-law, what did you say? He slept, that's fine. When Fongping woke up again, he found himself wrapped in a suit and lying on the grass. He tugged at his ears, yawned, and stretched long and hard before he got out of his suit. This sleep was so comfortable. He wasn't tired, but just now, Dad Joe kept chanting, so he simply closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Joe Dad's chanting was more effective than a lullaby. How did he fall asleep? Of course. In the eyes of Papa Joe and the others, De Wang was just tired. After all, after tossing around with the robbers in the bank lobby for so long, and then tossing around with the bombs in the car, people were tired enough, let alone a cat. Though there was something magical about this cat. The pretty female secretary was sitting next to her. Her current task was to be responsible for taking care of the big king, as ordered by Papa Joe. When Fongping came out of his suit, she was the first to see it. De Wang. Awake? Are you hungry? The female secretary greeted the great king with a word. Fongping looked at the female secretary. Having met her a few times, it seems like he still doesn't know the female secretary's name. Forget it. Whatever. Pretty is fine. He looked at the sky. The sun was still hanging in mid-air, and he didn't know how long he had slept. What time was it now? My stomach is still a bit hungry. Right. Old Man Bai said he would give me a small fish today. It seems that I can't eat it today, so I have to let him make up for it some other day. Look at this trip as a bodyguard. Robbers. Bomb. I have to ask the old man to make small fish a few more times, otherwise I feel like I'm losing money. When Fongping thought of this, he instead wagged his tail vertically at the female secretary. De Wang. You stay here and don't run around. I'll go get you some food. The female secretary instructed, stood up and walked towards a house not far away. This was a resort, and that house was the kitchen. It was already past noon at this moment, and Dad Joe saw that Fongping was sleeping rather deeply, so he didn't wake him up for lunch. However, he still left food especially for him. Fongping looked at the slender back of the female secretary and then looked around. In front of him was a water pond. Papa Joe and a man were sitting there. The two were fishing. In previous worlds, Fongping had also fished. He was still quite interested in fishing. At this moment, the female secretary had not returned, so he simply walked over to take a look. Walking closer, he first looked at Joe Dad, then came to the side to look at the water bucket. Old Joe. Watch out for the cat. He's staring at your fish. The man next to Joe Dad, who was about the same age as Joe Dad, saw Fongping and warned Joe Dad. Joe Dad turned around and saw that it was De Wang. No need to worry. This is my daughter's cat. He won't eat fish. Papa Joe was very relieved for Fongping. He knew that Fongping had a cleanliness fetish and a mouth. He knew that Fongping was a clean freak and had a mouthful of fish, so I don't think De Wang would even touch this kind of raw fish, let alone eat it. There are still cats in the world that don't eat fish. That's new. The cat your daughter has is quite special. The man didn't believe it, but he didn't say much. He was with Papa Joe, fishing on the one hand, and talking business on the other. Papa Joe didn't mention business at the moment. He looked at Fongping. Little brat. Finally woke up? Look at you, you slept like a pig. We ate good food at noon, not your share. He laughed and scolded Fongping. The middle-aged man looked at Papa Joe and then at Fongping, feeling quite amused. Can this cat understand when Joe Dad talks like this? Yes. Of course Fongping understood. He was also angry. Calling me a pig? It's not enough that the old man just scolded him in the car, but now he's scolding him in front of others. This cat of mine is still on the air. Don't I want to lose face? Thinking of this, Fongping once again looked at the bucket. The bucket was not big, it contained half a bucket of water and a few small fish. This was the result of Papa Joe's battle. Sorry about that. Fongping's tail flicked horizontally. After saying it so many times, he was going to retaliate. The bucket suddenly lurched. It was accidentally swept by his tail. Bone crunching. The bucket rolled down the somewhat downward sloping ramp and into the pond. Papa Joe was dumbfounded at the sight, then suddenly reacted. Alas! Little brat! The fish I caught? By the time he picked the bucket back up with 7 hands, the fish in the bucket was long gone. Then he looked at Fongping, tugging at his ears. Another yawn. It's evened out. Chapter 114. Is it too much to play with? Fongping rolled Papa Joe's bucket into the pond and let the fish escape. It looked like he was still standing next to him with an innocent expression on his face, dumbfounded. It seemed like he was careless. Papa Joe was exasperated and laughed. He didn't believe that the great king would be careless. Other people didn't understand the great king, he did. This cat was smart, but belonged to the category of being careful, and would retaliate whenever he was unhappy. Now, he was definitely retaliating against himself. Papa Joe's heart was as clear as a mirror. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You must have done it on purpose. You compensate me for the fish. He walked aggressively to Fongping. Fongping pulled his ears. Turned away. What did you say? Can't understand you humans. The female secretary's side has already brought over the food, it's time to eat. Don't feed him. He'll starve to death. It's not easy for me to catch fish. Papa Joe was still complaining behind his back in dissatisfaction. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also happy. Poor father-in-law, the fish are gone. The great king did it on purpose. I feel like it was on purpose. I guess the father-in-law called the great king a pig, and the great king was not happy. The great king is so vindictive, let's be careful what we say. The great king, I'm not happy, your fish are gone too. The female secretary pursed her lips. She knew that Papa Joe would not do that after all his words. She put the small bowl with delicious food in front of Fongping. The small bowl was also specially made for Fongping, not the bowl from the kitchen here. This was also to avoid anyone seeing it and talking about it. This was also a set of tableware that Papa Joe had specially built for Fongping, to make it easier to eat when bringing him out. There was also a tray underneath the small bowl to avoid the floor being uneven. It was evident that the female secretary was very meticulous. Fongping's tail ticked as he was satisfied. If he wasn't a cat, he would have wanted to dig in. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful and gentle female secretary? I don't care. After dinner, you'll stand guard here and fish for me. If I lose a few, you fish for me. If you lose one, don't blame me. Papa Joe walked over to Fongping, who was eating with his head down, and threatened. Fongping's tail hooked. He ate very well, and did not know whether he heard. But Dad Joe knew that he definitely heard it. Old Joe. Why are you angry with a cat? He doesn't understand. The middle-aged man next to him advised with amusement. He had also seen the scene just now, and he felt that the cat was actually careless, and that Papa Joe was making a big deal out of it. The other party was not a human being. Is it useful for you to say so much to a cat like that? Can a cat really fish for you? Dad Joe was actually just saying that and didn't take it to heart. The cat won't necessarily listen to himself. Lao Jian. Let's go over there. Don't want to talk in peace with this little brat messing around. He invited the middle-aged man to another place, convenient for the two to talk about some business cooperation. The middle-aged man beckoned and called one of his bodyguards over. You keep an eye on it for me. If there are fish, fish them up. Don't roll the bucket into the pond for me like old Joe's cat. He commanded. That bodyguard was long and strong and nodded his head hurriedly when he heard this. This was his boss, and he definitely didn't dare to neglect his boss's words. Right, old Joe, don't forget our bet. Whoever catches fewer fish today will have to share 10% less of the profits. I know, I won't forget. If my bucket hadn't been knocked over just now, I would have one for sure.
Ha, that's not necessarily true, but it's also your bad luck, so you don't have to blame the cat. The two walked away while talking. Fongping inadvertently raised his head, and the conversation between Papa Joe and the man naturally reached his ears. So that's how it was, the two had made a bet. No wonder Papa Joe was a bit angry. Isn't it just 10% profit? Is it that you can't afford to play? However, he also knew that Joe Dad and that middle-aged man's 10% profit must be quite a lot. If only I had that much money. Fongping thought about it, but he couldn't make any money on his own right now. Forget it. I'll give it a try later. I'll see how many fish I can catch for you. When he spilled the bucket just now, he saw that Joe's father had caught 4 fish, which wasn't too many. Although revenge was revenge, Fongping still didn't want Joe's dad to lose. After all, this was Zhou Qinshan's dad, and was considered his elder. Respect the old and love the young. It was not too shabby to help. This was what Fongping thought and did. After eating, with a hook of his tail, he came to Joe Dad's fishing rod. Joe Dad's fishing tackle was very good, and it was obvious that Joe Dad was also a fishing connoisseur. Of course. He definitely couldn't fish by himself. Isn't there a female secretary here? The female secretary sat on a stool to help with the fishing, and Fongping lay on her long legs, leisurely looking at the water. The strong male bodyguard next to him looked so envious. He also wanted to lie on his long legs and fish, but unfortunately he could not meet such a female secretary. Besides, there is no beautiful female secretary that dares to let him do so, that will still not press the long legs broken. The male bodyguard observed for a moment and finally couldn't help but remind a sentence. Beauty. You're fishing like this. It might not work. The male bodyguard was also an expert in fishing. He saw that the female secretary didn't even look at the water, but only focused on the cat lying on her long legs. Where is this going to work? Although your long legs are very nice. You don't even look at the water? How do you know if the fish is hooked? Fishing is about technique. You don't just take a fishing rod and catch a fish. You also have to pay attention to the water surface, the bait, and the float. I'm not fishing. I'm just helping to pull the rod. It's the Maharaja who's fishing. The female secretary saw the male bodyguard next to her reminding her, but she pursed her lips and she pointed at Fongping. She didn't know how to fish, but she could still pull the rod. She had seen Papa Joe fishing. The male bodyguard was a bit dumbfounded. A cat fishing. Who has seen it? Beauty. Are you kidding me? I almost believed it. The male bodyguard didn't believe it at all and thought the female secretary was joking. I'm not joking. It's really Maharaja. I don't know how to fish. The female secretary shook her head seriously. She really didn't know how to fish and had never fished before. In the past, when she came here, she always watched Papa Joe fish. It was also the first time she had even touched a fishing rod. Of course. She was curious about the great king fishing. That was also the reason why she was here to help. Beauty. How about I help you? Did your boss ask you to fish here? The male bodyguard said quietly. Just now, he also heard Dad Joe making a bet with his boss, so he guessed that the female secretary was asked by Dad Joe, just like himself. No need. Thank you. We'll come by ourselves. The female secretary refused the male bodyguard's kindness. She wasn't going to do it for the Maharaja. She looked down at the Maharaja. The great king was smart enough to have his own ideas. After the female secretary refused, the male bodyguard didn't say anything. Since the other party didn't agree, he couldn't lick his face and go over to help. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also discussing whether the great king can fish or not. I got curious. If it was said that the great king eats fish, then I would believe it, but I don't believe that the great king can fish. It seems like there's nothing the great king can't do, and I think he will. Maybe the beautiful secretary is an expert fisherman and she will help the great king. Didn't you hear the beautiful secretary say she doesn't know how to fish? You believe in the words of a beautiful secretary? That's hiding something, understand? Fongping's tail hooked and looked at the water. It seemed that the words of the female secretary and the male bodyguard just now. He didn't hear them at all. He was concentrating on looking at the water. At this time, the water surface gradually rippled. Chapter 115 5x5. Fongping looked at the water surface. The fish was hooked. He raised his front paw and slapped the fishing rod. The female secretary felt it. Great king. Is there a fish? Should I pull the rod? She asked, looking down. Fongping's tail waved vertically. The female secretary understood. She pulled up the fishing rod. There was really a fish, wagging its tail on the rod. A fish was caught just like that. The male bodyguard next to her looked a little dazed. This cat really knows how to fish? In the live broadcast room, the audience exploded at once. Crap, the king really knows how to fish? This is carp, right? Big King's fishing skills are good, let's have a sparring session someday. I don't believe it. It's a coincidence. Big King, believe it or not, I can catch you even if you jump off. Fongping caught a fish, swept it up and ignored it.
It was still 3 short of what he had just caught. Since he said he would help Papa Joe, he naturally kept his word, and he definitely had to catch more than he did just now. Waiting for the female secretary to put the fishing rod back down, he plopped down on the female secretary's long legs again and continued to stare at the water. Fishing like this? It seems like it's pretty good. Time passed quickly. By the time Papa Joe and the middle-aged man came back from talking about the terms of business cooperation, an hour had already passed. The two men were naturally serious about talking business, and the various conditions were negotiated back and forth, delaying a lot of time. Little brat. Did you catch my fish? Not even one less. Joe Dad asked from a distance. Again scolded me? I'm not fishing. Fongping came to temper. Jumping down from the female secretary's long legs, he ran to the side. The female secretary also stood up. Zhou Dong. The great king is so powerful. Caught 5 fish, 1 more than just now. She reported the happy news to Papa Joe. She also knew how many fish Papa Joe had caught earlier. This little brat? Really knows how to fish? You helped him, didn't you? Papa Joe looks at the fish in the bucket and is a bit unconvinced. Zhou Dong. You know. I don't know how to fish. What the female secretary said was also the truth. Joe Dad thought about it. It was true that the female secretary did not know how to fish when she followed him in the past. At this moment, the middle-aged man also walked to the side of the male bodyguard, and he noticed that the male bodyguard had a somewhat strange expression on his face. How is it? Did you catch any fish? Wouldn't have not caught a single fish, right? He asked, thinking that the male bodyguard might not have caught any fish. Boss. I only caught 1. Not too much luck. The male bodyguard said. 1 is not bad. What about over there? Did you catch any fish? The middle-aged man asked naturally about Dad Joe's side. Before the male bodyguard could answer, Joe's father's voice had already come over. Old Jiang. How about your side? I caught 5 fish on my side. Joe Dad didn't care, he remembered the bet with the middle-aged man. 5 on my side as well. Your lady secretary. Fishing skills are good. The middle-aged man replied while giving a compliment. Just now, there wasn't a single fish on Papa Joe's side. This woman is awesome. Caught 5 in an hour and even caught up. It's not my female secretary. It's the king, this cat in my house. How about it? Convinced? Papa Chow is showing off instead. We're tied. Why should I be convinced? And even if your cat is great, you don't have to brag in front of me. The middle-aged man doesn't quite believe that the fish was caught by the king. He had already asked the male bodyguard and the female secretary had been with Fongping the whole time. The male bodyguard couldn't be sure if it was Fongping who caught the fish. The middle-aged man, however, was certain that it was the female secretary who had helped the cat catch the fish. How about this? If your big king can catch a fish alone, I am willing to share 20% less of the profit. He added jokingly. Papa Joe was originally just showing off, but after the middle-aged man said this, he was also moved. 20% of the profit? That's a lot, isn't it? You wait. I'll discuss it with De Wang first. This matter has to be something he is willing to do. Papa Joe said it once. Then you guys discuss it. The middle-aged man nodded carelessly. He was not trusting that cat of Papa Joe's. Even smarter. Still a cat. Thinking that you are still trying to fool me, this time I won't let your female secretary be with that cat, I will see how he fishes. Dad Joe had walked next to Fongping by now. De Wang. Discuss one thing. How about you help me catch another fish? He squatted in front of Fongping. He believed that the female secretary would not lie to him. The fact that this cat had the ability to fish made him marvel a bit as well. Fongping tugged at his ears. The tail didn't move. Like it didn't hear. He had already helped Papa Joe, what happened now had nothing to do with him. De Wang. You heard it all. Why don't we do this? We'll split the extra 20% profit. 1 for you, 9 for me. How about that? Papa Joe started promising Fongping favors. This cat knows money. Why else would he buy a car? I only get 10%? Fongping blew up, he won't do it. How much can 10% be? He turned around and left. How about 20%? You take 20%, I'll take 80%. Joe's father was not willing to continue to chase Fongping to negotiate terms. Fongping pulled his ears. His heart moved for a moment. He immediately rejected it. I can't. I feel like I'm still at a disadvantage. 30%? No. 40%? Not good enough? How about 50%? If you don't agree again, forget it. The 20% profit is worth 200 million. You'll get 100 million if you win. Papa Joe's raise has reached its limit. He's not going to raise it anymore. Because if he does, he'll lose out. 50%? 100 million? Fongping stopped. He thought it was just a few million, but he didn't expect so much money.
This seems good, I can earn money for the family again. His tail ticked. How about it? If you agree, I'll go talk to Lao Jiang right away.
Seeing this, Dad Joe felt that Dewan was moved and immediately said.
Fongping tugged his ears.
The tail waved vertically.
Agreed. 50-50. This little brat still really refuses to eat even a small loss.
Papa Joe cursed in his heart, then got up and walked towards the middle-aged man.
Did the cat really agree? You're not lying to me, are you? I'll have to keep an eye on it myself.
The middle-aged man said in surprise.
Promised. But I have to make a deal with you.
If my king catches a fish alone, you'll get 20% less of the profit. Joe Dad will also not sign a contract with the middle-aged man, and the verbal agreement between the two sides is just as valid. For the 200 million, the middle-aged man won't renege on his debt. If he loses, he won't renege either.
Old Joe. Since you're serious.
Then if your side doesn't catch the fish, my side will have to share 20% more of the profit. The middle-aged man was originally joking, but when he saw how serious Papa Joe was, he got serious too.
Right. My big king has no one to help him.
He can't use a fishing rod by himself, he might have to use other methods.
Dad Joe thought of another problem. I don't care.
As long as that cat does it independently, he can jump in the water all he wants. I just need him to put a fish in front of me. The middle-aged man said without caring. Cats are great at eating fish, but it's not easy for a cat to catch a fish up. Especially in a water pond like this. There were no fish to catch at the water pond. You don't need a fishing rod, so you'd have to jump in.
Then it's a deal. Papa Joe still has faith in Fongping. Since the king dares to promise, there must be a way.
Both sides made another appointment, and it was limited to 1 hour.
Dad Joe turned back to Fongping.
Fongping hadn't thought about the fishing rod just now. He naturally wouldn't hold up a fishing rod to go fishing, that would be too shocking. But Dad Joe had already helped him fill in the hole.
Ginger was still old and spicy. Dad Joe's experience in this area was still worth learning from him. Under everyone's gaze, Fongping took a catwalk and came to the edge of the water pond. He squatted down, preparing to start fishing alone. Chapter 116 Sinful Heaven. Fongping squatted at the edge of the water pond.
There was no fishing rod with him.
He didn't act like he was fishing, as if he was trying to catch fish.
Of course. This was what Dad Joe and the middle-aged man had agreed on before. As long as he put the fish in front of the middle-aged man, he would be considered a winner. It didn't matter if he was fishing or catching fish.
Both ways are fine. It was quiet by the water pond.
There was no clamor.
Fongping squatted alone. The cat's eyes stared at the water.
In the live broadcast room, the viewers were arguing.
Without a fishing rod, how is the great king going to fish?
I think the great king wants to catch fish directly. I've seen cats jumping into the water to catch fish, so it should work. But this is a pond, the water is very deep, I am afraid it is a bit difficult. The great king, if I can't, I'll jump into the water, I'll really jump. At this moment the host also asked the guest a question. Teachers, I've heard that cats are afraid of water, in this case, do cats dare to catch fish in the water? She asked the question the audience wanted to know. The guest, Song Chenggang, answered the question. In a way, cats do have a little fear of water. This has something to do with the cat's body structure. The outer fur of the cat has a certain degree of waterproofing, but once water enters the inner fur, this effect is greatly reduced. It's like walking around in wetted clothing, which can be very uncomfortable. Also, cats are agile creatures, and when their fur gets wet, it puts extra weight on them, and the cat's reaction in this situation is not as agile as it could be. There is also the fact that cats have very small ears on the inside, which makes it very difficult for the moisture that gets into them to drain. A cat's ear canals are sloped, which also makes it harder for the water inside the ears to be evaporated, so water in a cat's ears is several times more difficult than it is for a human. When it comes to cats catching fish in water, though, it's still there. Guest Dao Hongwu also added a few words. People will notice that cats like to sleep in some warm places. For example, in winter, stray cats will especially like to sleep inside car engines. This is because the normal body temperature of cats is higher than that of humans, which means that cats need to do more work to keep warm in order to enjoy the comfort felt by humans. And in water, the cat's fur also has to get wet, which can lower the cat's body temperature and increase discomfort. Of course, cats are not completely afraid of water, and with the proper amount of water, cats are still not afraid. So there is no problem for cats to catch fish in the water. Papa Joe and the middle-aged man, as well as the female secretary and the male bodyguard, were all some distance away from the edge of the water pond. Although the middle-aged man said that he would keep an eye on it, he didn't get close, there was no need for that. Anyway, it was fine if the others didn't go over. Everyone sat at a small table drinking tea and chatting. There was a vague sound that traveled past, and it didn't seem to have any effect on that cat either. The great king didn't even turn around to look this way. The cat your daughter has can really fish? I think he's trying to catch fish, right? Be careful of falling into the pond.
the middle-aged man warned despite his bet with Papa Joe. Joe Dad didn't know what Fongping was going to do. No need to worry. De Wang dared to go to the pond. It will be fine, just wait for him to catch the fish, he said with a smile. Joe Dad was quite confident in Fongping. He is not worried. Cats can swim, even if they fall into the pond, they are not afraid. Dad Joe was just curious. How is the great king going to catch the fish? Even if you want to catch a fish, there has to be a fish. Did the great king really have to swim to the middle of the water? No one knew what Fongping was thinking. To be precise, no one knew what a cat was thinking. Fongping was also thinking of ways to catch fish at this moment. He seemed to have thought this time of catching fish simply. The edge of the pond was clear and could be clearly seen, there was not a single fish under the water. He couldn't catch them even if he wanted to. The fish here were probably all in the middle of the pond, probably scared by the fishing people who didn't dare to approach the edge of the pond. The best way, of course, was to go to the center to catch them. In that case, Fongping would have to jump into the water and swim there. He didn't really want to do that, the flexibility of the fish inside the water was better than his, it wasn't always possible to catch the fish. He also didn't want to wet himself, that would be very difficult indeed. It was a stupid way. It would be good if he could attract the fish to the pond. Fongping thought about it and suddenly turned back. He hooked a wider leaf and came to the spot where he had just fished. There was bait placed next to it, so he raised his front paw and hooked some bait onto the leaf, dragging it to the edge of the water pond again. With a casual claw, the leaves were flapped away into the water by him, and the fish bait began to slowly sink into the water. Papa Joe and the middle-aged man kept an eye on Fongping's movements. Old Joe, I have to admit, this cat of yours is really smart. It actually knew to use the bait to lure the fish to the pond. Seeing this, the middle-aged man marveled. He saw and understood Fongping's movements. This was in his opinion, a cat that could do this was already sinfully heavenly. This was indeed no ordinary cat. No wonder Papa Joe liked it so much. Don't look at him scolding this cat, that's actually hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Why don't you try asking the cat over? See if Papa Chow will agree? De Wang is really smart. But how effective is it? It remains to be seen. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Papa Joe's mouth. This little brat still has a way. Of course, whether or not this method is effective is another matter. Fish bait really want to be so good, everyone still use fishing, directly with the fishnet fishing on the line. The female secretary also pursed her lips and smiled, the king is not very smart. Just now fishing she knew, it was really the great king who reminded her to catch 5 fish up. Although everyone saw Fongping's movements, none of them walked over though. This was also for fear of affecting Fongping's ability to catch fish. When that male bodyguard saw this, his face was even a little stiff. He was somewhat afraid of spirit animals. This cat. It made him feel scared. This cat was afraid of becoming a spirit. Fongping did not realize that his actions would scare the male bodyguard. His movements were a little out of the ordinary, but it was better than fishing with a fishing rod. Just think of it as him being smarter than the average cat. Anyway, some of his previous out-of-the-ordinary movements were gradually accepted by everyone. He stared blankly at the water. The bait was sprinkled around the pond, and the effect was actually average. After waiting for half a day, he didn't see a single fish come over. Fongping was not in a hurry either. It could be said that the fish bait was just a cover. He needed this kind of cover. After waiting for a while, Fongping twisted back. It was still the same action, getting the bait into the water. Several times, 3 times. But it didn't seem to have much effect. Still didn't catch a single fish. Even Papa Joe was a little disappointed. Little brat. He's at his wit's end. Is this the only way he can think of? In that case, his side might lose. Old Chow. I think you're going to lose. Your cat this way won't work. The middle-aged man had laughed when he saw this. Although it was true that this cat was smart and had amazed him. But just by sprinkling bait, he probably couldn't get the fish to come to the pond. Time passed by minute. Already almost 40 minutes had passed. It was almost an hour. The cat was tossing back and forth, and that was all it took. He felt he was going to win this time. Being able to take 20% more profit from old Joe was not bad at all. Papa Joe had actually given up a bit. Forget it. If you lose, you lose. He could tell that De Wang had actually tried his best. But after all, a cat is a cat, and to be able to think of bait is already extremely smart. He couldn't ask for too much either. It was just a pity that he couldn't give the king the 100 million he had promised him. Wait a minute. Why am I still thinking about this? I seem to have lost an extra $200 million. Does this little brat have to pay me back? Just as Papa Joe was thinking about this, the female secretary suddenly reminded from the side, her voice a little shocked. Zhou Dong. Quickly look at the big king. Something's not right. Papa Joe raised his head. In an instant, he and everyone else present was shocked. By the water pond, Somehow, the carp had gathered. They were leaping up with joy at this time. The carp jumped the dragon gate. Chapter 117, Calling in the Accounts. Water pond. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. Countless carp fought to be the first to leap out of the water. Under the irradiation of the sunlight in the air, the scales reflected and looked golden and dazzling. The carp jumped the dragon gate. How is that possible? I didn't see it wrong, did I? The middle-aged man stood up with a face full of astonishment. Such a magnificent sight was hard to see. He didn't expect to see this rare scene by the pond today. You didn't see it wrong. I didn't see it wrong either. This cat's luck is too good. Papa Joe also stood up in shock. Neither of them took the scene as a credit to Fongping, and it wasn't something a cat could do. In the past, everyone had actually heard of carp jumping over the dragon gate, but it was one thing to have heard of it and another to have seen it with their own eyes. The only thought that came to mind was that the cat was lucky. In reality, it was indeed Fongping who was up to no good. He had utilized his summoning skill. With his summoning, the carp in the pond could not obediently come to the edge of the pond. As for the carp jumping over the dragon gate, that was an accident that Fongping himself did not expect. Because there are too many carp coming over, you squeeze me, I squeeze you, and finally some carp can't stand it and jumped up. The so-called carp jump dragon gate, to put it bluntly, is not surprising. But those who have never seen it will definitely be shocked. The male bodyguard looked at the cat by the water pond. More and more, he felt the cat's spirituality. He was even more scared. Of course, he was also shocked in his heart. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also shocked. Crap, the great king's luck is too good to have encountered the carp jump dragon gate by him. I've never seen it with my own eyes when I was growing up. These carp jumping up, they look so beautiful. Is it possible that this is the ghost of the great king? The great king? No way, this is my luck. At this moment Fongping was squatting at the edge of the pond, and he didn't even have to make an effort. Many carp jumped and jumped to the shore. He raised his front paw and grabbed the closest carp. You're it, kid. When he put it to his mouth, he sniffed it and it smelled fishy. He was a little disgusted. Forget it. Looking at the money, he could share 100 million himself. Fongping barely bit into the live fish. Running a few steps tightly. Coming in front of the middle-aged man. Hurriedly put the carp down. Tail hook by hook. Okay. The fish you wanted. I caught it. The middle-aged man's face stuttered on seeing this scene. What's the point of catching this? I'll get on me as well. The carp at the pond over there were still jumping one by one, and there was still a steady stream of fish jumping onto the shore. Had he known that there would be carp jumping over the dragon gate, he would not have agreed to Papa Joe. This was like giving up 20% of the profit for nothing. The point is that the other party didn't even bother. Old Chow. I lost. That 20% profit is yours. The middle-aged man finally exhaled and said. He was still quite atmospheric as a person and didn't mean to renege on the debt. Papa Joe laughed. He was very satisfied. De Wang had given him a fight this time, although luck played a large part. This little brat wanted half of it, and he didn't care. On the way home to send De Wang home, Papa Joe was satisfied. Today's business was also negotiated, and the profit got an extra 20%. De Wang. From now on, I'm going to talk business. Why don't you follow me there? I think you're a fortune hunter. Joe Dad cheerfully said. The female secretary looked at Fongping, who was lying on his big long legs, and her face was also smiling. She would be happier if she brought Big King with her every time. The boss seemed to be quite a bit happier with Big King around. She seemed to get scolded less as well. Fongping tugged at his ears. There was no benefit. He won't go. He knew Dad Joe was just joking. But jokes are jokes. Today's money. He still wants it. He's not worried about Papa Joe reneging on his debt. Since Papa Joe said it, he will definitely give it to him. This is something that Fongping is not in a hurry to do. If you don't pay, let your daughter collect the bill then. Sending Fongping home, Joe Dad quickly left. He would have liked to stay, but the phone calls kept coming and there were too many people looking for him. Dad Joe finally had to leave. Fongping stayed home alone. Joe Chenchen had not returned from work yet. He felt a little bored. Right. He suddenly thought of something. Old man by across the street, it seemed like he still owed himself a meal of small fish today. No. It should be 2 meals of small fish. Otherwise it would be too much of a loss. Although Fongping had eaten at noon, he felt a little hungry again at this moment. He decided to go and find Old Man Bai to collect the bill. Thinking of this, Fongping jumped down from the sofa and walked to the door. The live stream audience could see what he meant. Great King, just came back, is this going out again? Big King, you can save your heart, you are running out of the house day after day, I look at it all heartbreaking. King, can't you watch TV for a while? When the goddess comes home and doesn't see you, she'll be anxious. King, do I even have the freedom to go out? Fongping comes out of his house, and to the relief of the viewers, he doesn't run towards the elevator but comes directly to the opposite side. Bang! 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 Volleyball dunk. Old Man White. Open the door. This time Old Man White didn't pretend to be deaf. The door to the room quickly opened and Old Man White appeared in front of Fongping. He re-entered the bank, withdrew the money and went home. When he saw Fongping, a hint of a smile appeared on his face, but his mouth was still impolite. "Do Wang. Going home? If you're fine, stay home and don't scurry around like a rat. Speak up, what's the matter?" Fongping pulled his ears. Thought Old Man White would change. He thought wrong. Old Man White is still the same. He hasn't changed a bit. If that's the case, he's not going to be polite. His tail hooked. With a cat's waist, he ran into Old Man White's house. "Oh, dear. I just mopped the floor. How did you get in here? Are your feet dirty?" Old Man White shouted from behind. Fongping acted as if he didn't hear. "Mopped the floor? Just mop it again later." He ran to the kitchen door and squatted down. He was also familiar with Old Man Bai's house and had been here many times. His meaning, I think Old Man Bai should understand. Old Man Bai also did understand. This little brat ran to the kitchen door squatting. This is not to remind him. The small fish promised in the morning should be honored. This little greedy cat. "Little fish I made for you. Didn't you come back? I put it in the fridge. You have a dog's nose, don't you? You smelled it when you got home?" Since Old Man White promised Fongping a favor, naturally he didn't forget about it. On his way home, he went to the food market, bought small fish specifically for the king, and made it fragrant again, just waiting for the king to come back and send it over. However, he didn't expect that before he could send it over, the great king came to his door. I guess the big king may be hungry. Today this tossing and turning, the big king has gone through a lot of effort. "What's wrong with that Papa Joe of yours? Didn't give you any food for lunch? Luckily, I made such a big bowl especially for you, enough for you to eat." Old Man Bai even talked about Dad Joe. Who let Mr. Joe pick up to Wang? At this moment, Joe Dad was still in the car, watching the live broadcast with great interest. When he heard Old Man Bai's words, his face instantly darkened. "Isn't this unjust? Didn't you feed De Wang enough for lunch?" He couldn't scold Old Man Bai. The female secretary in front of him would have to be lectured. "Zhou Dong. You saw it this afternoon. I gave Maharaja a big bowl." The female secretary was a bit aggrieved. As expected. After leaving the big king, Papa Joe's temper has deteriorated. Papa Joe paused. It really can't be blamed on the female secretary. "Remember next time. Prepare a little more. This little brat is like a pig. If I can't feed it, I have to be scolded." Fongping returned to the living room, jumped to the dining table, and waited for the little fish in a self-satisfied manner. He tugged at his ears. It always felt like someone was scolding him. Old Man White was warming up the small fish in the refrigerator. It's not good to eat it cold. The smell of fragrant little fish came from the kitchen. Delicious little fish. Hurry up. I can't wait. Chapter 118 Punishment. Fongping squatted at Old Man Bai's dining table and ate the small fish in the bowl. Old Man Bai still had a knack for cooking small fish and the flavor was good. He ate it with great satisfaction. It was good to eat, right? Then eat a little more. I have another bowl there, still for you. Let Zhou Qinshan bring it back later, and you can still have a meal tomorrow. Old Man Bai sat next to him and laughed. Fongping's tail ticked. Okay. The old man went up the road. The account between himself and the old man was hyped up. After eating the small fish, Fongping did not leave immediately, accompanying Old Man Bai to sit for a while. Until someone knocked on the door outside. Fongping suddenly ran to the door. He knew who was coming. Jumping up, he opened the door. Sure enough, outside stood Zhou Qinshan, who had returned from work. Zhou Qinshan also knew through the live broadcast that Big King was at Master Bai's house. As soon as she came back, she came over to pick up Big King. "Master Bai. Thank you." Treating Fongping to a small fish. Seeing Old Man Bai walk over, Zhou Qinshan politely thanked him. Before, she didn't know that Old Man Bai was a veteran, but now she had a lot of respect for him. "No need to thank. The great king also helped me today. You don't blame him. Originally he was fine at home. It was me who found him to go to the bank." Old Man Bai laughed. Although he was clear that Zhou Qinshan definitely knew what happened in the morning, he still insisted on stating it. "Old Man Bai. I know. De Wang, goodbye to Old Man Bai, we're going home." Zhou Qinshan nodded her head. Of course she wouldn't blame Old Man Bai, no one would know about this kind of accident. Fongping tugged his ears. "Okay. Bye-bye old man." One person and one cat went home. Back home, Zhou Qinshan went straight to the kitchen to cook and did not talk to Fongping. Fongping didn't feel that Zhou Qinshan's mood was a little off. He plopped down on the sofa and started communicating with the system. "System. My mission is complete. What is the reward this time?" He asked the system in his head. The system gave a response. Ding! The host's healing card level quest is complete, and he has obtained the healing skill.
Rewarded with 300 evolution points and a perspective card. He opened the system light screen.
Host, Fongping.
Level, LV3 Level 2 Fierce Beast. Self-healing skill, the body possesses the ability to heal itself, not limited to any injuries or toxin diseases. Divine Power skill, the body contains the divine power gene, strength far exceeds that of an adult. Psychic communication skill, can communicate with various animals in a psychic way, relieving them of their predicament. Affinity skill, being with a cub will make the other feel affectionate and protective. Deterrence skill, possesses the strength and deterrence of the king of beasts, and can make all animals submit.
Luck skill, grants anyone luck once. Bad luck skill, can grant anyone bad luck once. Summoning skill, can summon any animal, and absolutely obey orders during the summoning.
Hunting skill, hunts any person or animal, causing the other person to feel palpitations and fear.
Healing skill, heal any person and animal, can control the degree of healing. Evolution points, 900. After dinner.
Today's live broadcast ended and the staff came in to turn off the live broadcast equipment and left.
Zhou Chenshin still remained silent and didn't say anything. Fongping felt something was wrong this time. What was wrong with Zhou Chenshin today? Was the company in trouble? He walked across to Zhou Chenshin. Squatted down. Tail hooked. What happened?
Zhou Chenshin twisted her face away from Fongping, but her eyes were red.
Is it my problem? Fongping probably understood. Probably what happened to himself today had scared Zhou Chenshin.
Another robber and a bomb, it was estimated that any other person would have been scared. Originally, Zhou Chenshin hadn't recovered from that incident of jumping off the building, and then came this incident.
Fongping was silent for a moment, raising his front paw,
placing it in Zhou Chenshin's soft hand.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you worry today.
This was his way of apologizing.
It was hard to coax Zhou Chenshin. Zhou Chenshin finally said, Great King. You made me worry too much today. I'm going to punish you.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
Punish. He jumps onto the couch and gets down. Am I to sleep on the sofa tonight? I won't stay with you at night? I'll take it. Put. Zhou Chenshin was amused by him. No way. This punishment is too light for you. I don't want this punishment. Fongping's tail ticked. What kind of punishment is that? Starve yourself for 2 days? Not letting yourself eat?
Fongping tugged at his ears. Such a punishment was not unacceptable.
Zhou Chenshin, however, didn't think so. I'm going to punish you. For this period of time. A company need to work all the time. She said after thinking about it. Fongping jumped in front of Zhou Chenshin again. Raising his front paw. Put it in her hand. Tail flicked vertically. Okay. Deal. I accept this punishment. One person and one cat, an agreement was reached.
Zhou Chenshin's mood, in the blink of an eye, became good again.
Big King. Watch TV with me. You can't sleep today, you have to watch it with me. This is another punishment. Okay. Let's watch it together.
Girls, still very good coaxing. Zhou Chenshin lay on the sofa, long legs alone lazily stretched out.
Fongping lay on his long legs, just about to squint his eyes comfortably. Big King. Said goodbye. Not allowed to sleep. Zhou Chenshin reminded. Fongping's eyes, instantly, rounded again. Put. It made Zhou Chenshin laugh again. Just as Fongping was being tortured by the television. Zhou Chenshin's phone rang.
She looked at the phone number and spoke to Fongping.
Wu Tongtong. My cousin's phone. It's probably looking for you. Fongping lifted his cat head. Wu Tongtong?
I haven't seen her for a few days, I wonder how she is now.
Zhou Chenshin picked up the phone. Cousin. Where is De Wang? I want to talk to him. Wu Tongtong's voice quickly came through. Big King is next to him. Go ahead. He can hear. Zhou Chenshin turned on the speakerphone. Big King. Can you hear me? Hear the answer. Wu Tongtong asked uneasily on the other side of the phone. I'll say it. Fongping had to answer. Otherwise this little girl wouldn't stop and would keep asking. De Wang. You're too fluffy today. That's a robber. That's a bomb. You're not even afraid of it, I love you to death.
Wu Tongtong was on the phone, not worried about Fongping at all. It seems she also knew about what happened to Fongping today. Even though the little girl wasn't with him, she still cared about him. Her words were full of adoration. It looked like the little girl was in a good mood, and it seemed like the events of that day had no effect on her anymore. Fongping tugged at his ears.
Little girl, stop talking.
I just coaxed your cousin back to health, so don't cry again later. It was a pity that he couldn't speak, otherwise he would have to remind Wu Tongtong.
Tail hooked.
Looking at Zhou Chenshin, his expression was still normal.
He breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Tongtong didn't notice that the atmosphere was wrong. De Wang.
I told my classmates that you're from my cousin's family. They didn't believe me at first, but then when I took out a picture of you and me, they got envious and said they wanted to take a picture with you.
Dawang, when will you come to school to see me?
She still said excitedly.
Fongping understood, the little girl wanted him to go to school so she could show off. However, I can't go. I'm in a punishment period.
Zhou Chenchen answered in Fongping's place at this moment.
Cousin,
the great king can't go during this period. He is being punished. She spoke to Wu Tongtong.
Why are you being punished? Cousin, you did the right thing.
Dawang should be punished, I was worried about him today.
Wu Tongtong asked and suddenly reacted. Big king.
Then you reflect on it.
I'll call you in a few days.
She added, then hung up the phone with gusto.
Fongping's tail ticked. You're worried about me?
Where are you worried about me?
Chapter 119 The Newcomer. Time passed quickly. Turning to the next day. Running in the morning, eating breakfast. Fongping then got on the white Mercedes SL 400 and followed Zhou Chenchen to the advertising agency.
Walking into the company, seeing that the office director Zhang had already arrived, Zhou Chenchen greeted him.
Director good. Director Zhang turned back.
When she saw Zhou Chenchen, a smile appeared on her face. Especially when she saw Dawang, she greeted happily.
Chen Chun. Dawang. Good morning.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
This Director Zhang. He is as enthusiastic as ever. That's right. Morning. Have you made a deal with that little star, Sun Qin? Is she coming over with her agent later? Director Zhang asked again.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
Little star? Sun Qin?
During this period of time, he had followed Zhou Chenchen to watch TV and still knew the names of some stars. This little star called Sun Qin, he had also heard of it, a third-tier star. Has made a few movies.
Also sang a few songs.
The fame wasn't too big, but there were quite a few people who knew it and had their own fans.
Yes. Director Zhang.
Yesterday I made an appointment with Sun Qin and her manager.
They came over today to sign the advertisement contract, and the advertisement can start shooting tomorrow.
Zhou Chenchen nodded her head, seeing that she was serious about this. This was also the first time she was in charge of an advertising project, responsible for contacting stars to sign advertising contracts. It was impossible to say that she wasn't nervous.
She was eager to do everything right. But there were times when the results were not always perfect when they were well thought out.
Director Zhang knew this very well in her heart, but she didn't remind Zhou Chenchen.
Don't be nervous. Signing the contract was simple.
Anyway, the price has already been negotiated before, so you and Sun Qin sign your names, and the contract is complete. By the way, I have something to do later, so I won't be attending. She left this entirely in Zhou Chenchen's hands, and it was evident that she also wanted to cultivate Zhou Chenchen.
Anyone's growth came step by step like this. Okay. Director. I'll get this done. Zhou Chenchen nodded, his confidence high.
Director is quite right, this is really simple. Zhou Chenchen and Fongping came to their office positions.
Dawang. Later on, be good and wait for me right here.
I'll be back after signing the contract in the conference room.
She instructed Dawang. Fongping tugged his ears. Fine.
He wasn't much interested in the stars either.
It was fine if he didn't look.
Zhou Chenchen told himself to wait here, so it was fine to wait here. He had gone out for another stroll last night, only he hadn't seen Ning Shan or gone to the male engineer's house.
He was just in time to get some sleep.
Zhou Chenchen quickly went to the conference room, leaving Dawang slumped in his chair.
Fongping had just squinted his eyes not long before he heard the phone ringing in his ears. He tugged at his ears. Why was the ringing so close?
Then he saw that Zhou Chenchen's cell phone was right next to his ear. Just now, Zhou Chenchen had left in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring her cell phone.
He looked at the phone number, an unfamiliar phone that kept ringing. This couldn't be a scam call, could it? There were also many scammer calls nowadays.
After thinking about it, Fongping still connected it. He was not afraid of scammers.
Hello? Zhou Chenchen? Is it Zhou Chenchen? Hello? Hello?
A woman's voice came from across the street.
Now the liar. Would actually know your name. Makes you think she knows you. Fongping's tail ticked. Doesn't say a word. How come no one's talking? Hello? Hello? The woman over there wondered.
At that moment another woman's voice appeared and the two women began to talk.
Did you get through? Yes, I did.
But there was no answer.
Something's going on over there, so hang up. Okay.
Even though he said that, Fongping could still hear the other party.
The call didn't hang up. He tugged on his ear. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it then. Fongping raised his front paw. Just about to hang up the phone. The voice over there came back.
Sister Lu, remember to tell Zhou Chenchen about the price increase I just mentioned.
The price was negotiated, now suddenly change your mind, will it not be good?
There is no contract, we are not changing our mind, it is a reasonable price increase.
Okay, I know.
Tell her, if she doesn't raise the price, I won't shoot this commercial, in a heavier tone.
Will she not sign the contract with us and contact other stars?
Don't worry, I've been in contact with Jo Chinchin. She's a newbie, still her first time to be the head of an advertising project, she has no experience, she'll agree.
Besides, if she wants to contact other stars, won't those stars make conditions? I'm afraid the conditions will be even more outrageous than mine, and the price will be even higher than mine.
Some more words were said on the phone, then somehow, the phone hung up again.
Fongping's tail hooked. This is? Bullying Jo Chinchin for being a newcomer. Big King. Have you seen my cell phone? I can't find my cell phone.
At that moment, Jo Chinchin came over. She suddenly realized that her phone was missing and walked back to look for it.
Fongping lifted his front paw and hooked the cell phone. It's here. Jo Chinchin breathed a sigh of relief. Great King. Thank you.
I thought I lost my cell phone. She hurriedly took the phone. Her cell phone had quite a few contacts and quite a few work contact numbers, so losing it would be troublesome.
Why did a call come in just now? A call from Sun Qin's agent? DeWang, you answered it, ah?
She quickly realized that her cell phone had a call that had just come in, but it had already hung up.
Fongping tail flicked vertically. It was me who answered it. Should I tell you the bad news?
Jo Chinchin didn't read the Great King's meaning this time.
She thought about it and called Agent Sun Qin again. Sister Lu. Hello, this is Jo Chinchin.
You called in just now, I didn't hear you, the phone wasn't with me.
It was connected, it wasn't me, maybe my cat touched it on the side. You'll be here soon. Okay, I'll pick you up.
After saying a few words, she hung up the phone.
Maharaja. You play here. I'll go pick up the people. Jo Chinchin said and hurriedly walked out again. Pick up someone? Fongping didn't move. He wasn't going to pick up this kind of person.
However, he did not interfere with Jo Chinchin either. The current Jo Chinchin needed a lot of exercise, and coming into contact with all sorts of people was also a kind of exercise.
Across the phone,
Sun Qin and her agent were sitting in a car.
It was already almost at the advertising agency building. Jo Chinchin didn't hear what we said just now. She didn't answer the phone.
It was her cat that accidentally touched it. The agent known as Sister Lu said to Sun Qin while driving.
That's good. But it doesn't matter if she heard it.
We're going to raise the price in front of her anyway, unless she doesn't want to do this commercial. Sun Qin said indifferently. To her, agreeing to take this ad was giving face to Jo Chinchin. It was normal for her to ask for a little more money. A newcomer to the advertising world like Jo Chinchin could only hold her up, beg her, and could only agree to her demands.
So what if you are prettier than me? You are not a star, I am.
Sun Qin had a sense of superiority in her heart, especially when she saw that a beautiful woman like Jo Chinchin was also begging for an advertisement. At this time, Sister Lu drove her car and parked in front of a building.
We've arrived. The advertising agency is here. Jo Chinchin has come to pick us up, she said to Sun Qin. Sun Qin got out of the car.
Stopped with a kind of star's reserve.
Not far away. With a warm smile, Jo Chinchin walked over to this side.
Sun Qin said in her heart.
Newcomer. Hello. Chapter 120 Waiting. Advertising agency. Jo Chinchin accompanied the two women as they walked in.
Fongping squatted on the chair and took a look. The woman who was 27 or 18 years old, with some small poise and some small arrogance, was Sun Qin. Next to her was her agent, older than Sun Qin, around 30 years old, should be that Sister Lu. Jo Chinchin's attitude towards them was very good, but she didn't know that these two women wouldn't have a good attitude later on. Seeing that Jo Chinchin had accompanied the two women to the entrance of the conference room, Fongping thought for a moment, jumped down from his chair and followed him in as well. Jo Chinchin had just sat down face to face with Sun Qin and her manager, Sister Lu. Coldly, DeWang ran in and jumped onto the conference table, squatting down next to her.
DeWang, why did you come in? Didn't I tell you to wait for me?
Jo Chinchin looked at Fongping and asked him. Fongping tugged at his ears.
I'll just listen. I'm not going to comment.
Sun Qin saw this and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just now, she felt that Jo Chinchin was a newcomer, with no work experience at all, who would bring a cat to work. The point was, this cat was still roaming around the company. She also didn't know what Jo Chinchin's boss would think if he knew about it. But it didn't matter, because it had nothing to do with her. The less experience Jo Chinchin had, the more good news it was for her. Such an inexperienced newcomer would be easier to fool herself, so that she could get Jo Chinchin to agree to her terms.
This is your cat, huh? Looks so cute. So smart.
Sun Qin complimented without words. It turned out that it was this cat that was playing with the phone, and her least favorite thing was cats.
Fongping pulled his ears.
For Sun Qin's compliment.
There was no reaction.
He could hear the other party's perfunctory attitude.
Yeah.
He was called the Great King.
Very clever indeed. Jo Chinchin smiled. She was always happy when others complimented DeWang.
As for Sun Qin's tone, she ignored it.
Sun Qin inadvertently glanced at her agent, Sister Lu, signaling her agent to speak. Sister Lu didn't move and nodded her head, signaling that she understood. She flipped through the contract in front of her, a contract that had been negotiated long ago, and both sides had carefully read it. Team Leader Zhou. This contract we can't sign for the time being. There are some clauses that we feel still have some problems. Sister Lu raised her head and said seriously to Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan was the team leader of this advertising project. Since we were talking about business, she addressed Zhou Qinshan by her position. Fongping's tail ticked. Good show. Here it comes. Zhou Qinshan paused. Both sides of this contract had seen it a few times and discussed it a few times, and she had thought that there was no problem. Sister Lu. The clause you mentioned? Which clause is it? Zhou Qinshan was quite polite, and she also started flipping through the contract. Since Sister Lu said so, it would be good for everyone to discuss it again. As long as we agree, it won't take much time for the contract to be reprinted. It was the 5th article. The signing fee for the advertisement about Ms. Sun Qin is 500,000 yuan. We feel the price is low, and we'd like Team Leader Zhou to reconsider the price. On behalf of Sun Qin, Sister Lu spoke out her side's demands. Sister Lu, didn't you guys promise before? Why have you changed now? Zhou Qinshan didn't expect the other party to be this request. Team Leader Zhou, we still weren't meticulous in our consideration before. Both Ms. Sun Qin and I think that $500,000 is on the low side and doesn't match Ms. Sun Qin's current star status. Sister Lu, as an agent, is very experienced in this aspect of negotiation, and it seems to make sense when she says it. Sister Lu, so what do you guys think? How much price is appropriate? Zhou Qinshan asked. She already had a feeling that today's contract signing would be very uneventful. Zhou Qinshan was negotiating with Sun Qin and her agent, Sister Lu, in the conference room. Outside the building. From a car, a woman wearing a mask walked down. Aside from the mask, the woman was also wearing sunglasses that covered her eyes. She also had a baseball cap on her head and her hair was hidden. Although the woman's appearance could not be seen, the woman's aura still gave off an extraordinary feeling. Especially with her slender and moving body, she looked like a great beauty. The woman looked mysterious. The pedestrians passing by curiously glanced around for a few moments, but did not recognize who the woman was. The mysterious woman breathed a sigh of relief. Dressed like this, she definitely did not want to be recognized. She didn't pause at the entrance of the building and quickly walked in. Behind her, she was followed by several strong men, like bodyguards. Flanked by the bodyguards, the mysterious woman walked into the elevator. There were already 2 young girls standing in the elevator, and after the mysterious woman walked in, the elevator quickly rose. She was going to the 18th floor, Starry Sky Advertising. This was also the destination she had purposely come here for. The 2 young girls took a look at the mysterious woman wearing a mask and apparently didn't recognize her either, so they continued to talk without caring. I heard that big star Daisy came to Jiangcheng. I know, she is holding a concert here. I really want to go see it. Too bad I can't get a ticket. Me too, those ticket scalpers are so annoying, they raise the ticket prices so high. It's a shame. I think I'll ask Winn-Dixie for an autograph. Who wouldn't want to? But it's not easy to meet Daisy. As the 2 young girls talked about Daisy, the mysterious woman stood silently beside them, not saying a word. It seemed that she was not interested in the star that the 2 young girls were talking about. Even though Daisy was now a top star in China, she was very popular wherever she went and was fancied by her fans. Many fans had heard that Daisy was having a concert in Jiangcheng and had even gone to the extent of traveling from all over the country to get here. The purpose was to hear Daisy sing in person at the scene. For the fans, the scene and watching on TV were completely different. The 2 young girls said a few words about Daisy, and the mysterious woman didn't chime in, so they were a bit surprised. Was there anyone who didn't like Daisy now? You know, when they were talking about it in the office, their co-workers were all excited. Well, maybe some people don't like stargazers. The 2 young girls took a look at the several bodyguards standing next to the mysterious woman, so naturally they didn't say much. Their floors arrived first, and they walked out first. Die. At this time one of the bodyguards tried to say something to the mysterious woman. Shoo. The mysterious woman made a gesture. She didn't want to think about anything else right now. That bodyguard saw this and said no more. The 18th floor soon arrived as well. The mysterious woman walked out of the floor. She looked around and walked into Starry Sky Advertising. The bodyguards all stood outside and did not follow her in. This was also her request. MS. Hello? May I ask who I'm looking for? The company receptionist girl asked. It was trying to find out where the mystery woman was coming from. The mystery woman arrived at the advertising agency, still without removing her mask. Hello? I would like to meet Zhou Qinshan. May I ask if she has time? She said to the receptionist girl. The mysterious woman obviously hadn't contacted Zhou Qinshan before arriving, or else she wouldn't have asked this. Zhou Qinshan? She is currently in the conference room negotiating a contract with someone else. She may not be able to see you for the time being. The receptionist girl did know about Zhou Qinshan. Just now, Zhou Qinshan had invited Sun Qin and her agent into the conference room. She knew that Zhou Qinshan was negotiating an advertising contract with Sun Qin, so naturally, she couldn't be bothered now. It's okay. Can I wait here? I'll see her again if she's done talking about things? The mysterious woman asked again. Obviously her purpose for being here was to see Zhou Qinshan, and she wouldn't leave until she saw someone. This was an advertising agency, and the receptionist girl didn't know if the mystery woman was Zhou Qinshan's client, so naturally she wouldn't be slow. She invited the mysterious woman to sit down in the chair next to her and poured a cup of water. The mysterious woman didn't drink it, but thanked her politely. She then sat on the chair. Eyes surveyed the interior of the advertising agency. Waiting up. Chapter 121, Strange. Conference room. Zhou Qinshan and Sun Qin, as well as her agent, Sister Lu, had been talking for quite some time. But the two sides still hadn't reached an agreement. $1 million. This signing price can't be any less. This is actually already our sincere price. Obviously greedy, but Sister Lu was speaking with a straight face. Sister Lu. This price is too high. The previous $500,000, I've actually raised the price. Zhou Qinshan still said patiently. She had done a lot of homework before signing. Originally, Sun Qin's normal signing had been $400,000, which was the price she had learned about. Considering that she was also working with Sun Qin for the first time, she had taken the initiative to increase it by $100,000. But she didn't expect that the other party would open their mouth wide today and directly double it. Fongping squatted on the conference table. Pulled his ears. Yawned. Zhou Qinshan probably hadn't seen how greedy the other party was. If he were himself, he would have stopped talking a long time ago. Team leader Zhou. You mean my Sun Qin isn't worth $1 million in signing fees? You should know that there are many people who want to find us for signing, and if we didn't see that your sincerity is good, we wouldn't have agreed to this signing at all. Sister Lu's face sank as she increased her tone. This was also signaled by Sun Qin on the side. They wanted to put more pressure on Zhou Qinshan. Sister Lu. How about this? Let's all go back and think about it. We'll all think about this matter again. Zhou Qinshan pondered for a moment and stood up. She was a newcomer, but she wouldn't just accommodate each other. Feeling that it would be difficult to succeed this time, she stopped pushing for today's signing. As for the star, she could actually find someone else. It wasn't necessary to sign with Sun Qin. Zhou Qinshan. What do you mean? I came all the way here and you want me to leave without signing a word? Sun Qin spoke with a cold face at this moment. Sister Lu's pressure didn't work, so she's decided to take matters into her own hands. She seemed to have underestimated this Zhou Qinshan, underestimated this newcomer. Sister Sun. I didn't say I won't sign. But I can't agree to your signing price. Zhou Qinshan had already seen that Sister Lu's words were all authorized by Sun Qin. Simply put, Sun Qin wants more money. But $1 million. She really couldn't agree. The advertising program also had a budget, and the highest price for the signing part of her budget was $500,000. Sun Qin finally couldn't help herself, her little star temper kicking in. Where's your boss? Call your boss over. I just don't believe that your boss will not agree to my request. She directly slapped the table. Zhou Qinshan had never really met the company's boss. It was usually Director Zhang who was in charge of the company. At this time there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Director Zhang walked in. She seemed to have just happened to pass by and heard some loud noises in the conference room, so she came in to ask about the situation. Director. Zhou Qinshan told what she and Sun Qin had just done. When Director Zhang heard it, he immediately understood. Sun Qin was clearly bullying Zhou Qinshan, a newcomer, and had agreed on a signing price that changed on the spot and doubled it. Sorry. Both of you. In this matter, I think that Zhou Qinshan's signing price of $500,000. It's already very reasonable. She clearly spoke on Zhou Qinshan's side. You're the boss? Sun Qin frowned and looked at Director Zhang. I am not. The boss is not in the company. But the boss has left all the big and small things in the company to me. Director Zhang shook his head. So to speak. The price of $1 million. You guys are not going to agree to it? Sun Qin was furious. Sister Lu opened her mouth next to her, wanting to urge a word, but in the end didn't make a sound. 500,000. If you are willing, we can still sign. Director Zhang replied nonchalantly. That's good. Let's go. I just don't believe that anyone will agree to you with such a price. Sun Qin lifted the teacup in her hand and huffed out of the conference room. Sister Lu also followed. Director Zhang was worried that Sun Qin would lose her temper in the company. There are times when these celebrities will not care when they lose their temper. She also followed out, but fortunately, Sun Qin directly walked towards the company, but did not continue to have a fit in the company. Walking to the entrance of the company, Sun Qin turned back. I'll put the words here. You guys don't sign with me. It's even more unlikely that you'll sign this advertising contract with another star. She still had some connections in the celebrity circle. Her face was ironic, and it was clear that she would still cause trouble for the company. Only after saying these threatening words did she leave. Zhou Qinshan followed her out, and when she heard Sun Qin's words, her heart wasn't in the right place either. Director! I'm sorry. I messed up on this matter. She apologized to Director Zhang. It's alright. You did the right thing. Unreasonable conditions just can't be agreed to. Director Zhang didn't seem to care. She instead encouraged Zhou Qinshan with a word of encouragement. Director! Then I'll contact other stars. I'm sure someone will agree. Zhou Qinshan would be encouraged by Director Zhang's encouragement and regained her confidence. Fongping's tail ticked. From start to finish, he just squatted and watched the show. Nor did he want to intervene. It seemed that after the setback, Zhou Qinshan had grown again. Zhou Qinshan. Hello? May I ask, are you looking for someone to sign an advertising contract? The mysterious woman suddenly came over. And you are? Zhou Qinshan had turned around and then turned back. She looked at the mysterious woman. Although the other party was wearing a mask, the other party's aura was unfamiliar to her. She shouldn't be someone she knew. Director Zhang also looked over. Who was this mysterious woman? She didn't recognize it either. Fongping's tail ticked. He vaguely felt that this woman was familiar. It was like he had seen it before. But he couldn't recall for a moment. At this time, the front desk girl came over. Zhou Qinshan. This lady wants to find you. She has been waiting for you here for an hour just now. She introduced a sentence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinshan hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I've kept you waiting. I was just talking about things in the conference room. She said to the mysterious woman. Is it about the advertising contract? Did the man not sign with you? Can I take a look at the contract, and if it's suitable, I can agree to it? The mysterious woman asked again. She had also heard a bit of Sun Qin's words just now. She roughly guessed the reason. Some stars nowadays did like to casually raise their prices. But that didn't include herself. Ma'am? You are? Have we met before? Zhou Qinshan didn't know the other party, so naturally she wouldn't agree to it hastily. Besides, what she needed was a star. She wouldn't sign with an ordinary person because that couldn't bring in traffic or fame. I'm sorry. We haven't met. It's my first time coming over. It's the mysterious woman's turn to apologize. Ma'am? Who the hell are you? Zhou Qinshan was still unclear about the other party's intentions. But there was one thing she knew, the other party would definitely not be coming for the advertising contract. After all, she and Sun Qin only failed to negotiate the terms just now. The mysterious woman took off her mask at this moment, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that blew up. Hello? Getting to know each other. I am Daisy. Chapter 122 Invitation. The moment Daisy took off her mask this time, she immediately caused a sensation in the Starry Sky advertising agency. This was the star. The arrival of this big star made the employees of the advertising agency excited. If it wasn't for Director Shang's presence, everyone was afraid that they would have rushed over to Daisy to get her autograph and photo. Especially the receptionist girl, she was regretting it. She had even spoken to Daisy herself. Why didn't she hear it? If I had known, I would have looked for her signature first. Fongping pulled his ears. He said himself that it was a bit familiar. Sure enough, he had seen it on TV. But seeing the real person, it was also the first time for Fongping. The real person was even prettier than what he had seen on TV. No wonder she was so popular and had so many fans chasing after her. But how did Daisy come to find Zhou Qinshan? She and Zhou Qinshan don't seem to know each other. Fongping's tail ticked. Thinking about things he couldn't understand was not wanted. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also excited. Daisy, ah. That's Daisy, I'm her fan. This is De Wang's live broadcasting room. What are you talking about, Daisy? Are you blind? Win Dixie is with Bigwig now. Does Win Dixie like Bigwig too? Of course she does. Who doesn't like Big Weld? Now Zhou Qinshan is also surprised. She also likes Daisy. She didn't expect this one to appear in front of her. It was Director Zhang who reacted quickly. Chen Chun. There are too many people here. Quickly invite Ms. Daisy to the conference room. She hurriedly said to Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan also reacted. If the news of Daisy's presence here got out later, I'm afraid the company would be overrun by fans. Ms. Daisy. Let's go to the conference room first. Please follow me. She then led Daisy into the conference room. Daisy naturally did not object and followed behind Zhou Qinshan. Her eyes, however, were always looking at Fongping, who was following Zhou Qinshan. Fongping sensed it. Glancing back. The tail ticked. Why do I feel that? She's hitting on me? Daisy saw the Great King turn back and smiled faintly at him. Fongping was wary in his mind. Really hitting on me? Then I have to be careful.
Director Zhang warned the employees outside, telling everyone not to spread the word about Dashi, or else she would be fired outright if she found out who leaked it. With her warning, the employees outside were then a little better. Everyone returned to their positions, still a little excited and thrilled, still whispering about it. Director Zhang naturally didn't care anymore. She also walked into the conference room. Zhou Qinshan placed a cup of tea in front of Daishi, and the two sat across from each other. Daishi seemed to be asking Zhou Qinshan about the advertising contract. Zhou Qinshan didn't hide it either. Even if she didn't say anything about this, Daishi could still find out from other channels. For example, Sun Qin, who had just left, both of them were people in the entertainment industry. Even if they didn't know each other, Daishi could still find someone to understand. Director Zhang turned back and closed the conference room door so that the conference room would be quieter.
Chen Chun. I'm older than you. I'll call you Chen Chen.
If you want, you can call me Sister Daishi, or Sister Shi will do. At this moment, Daishi was talking to Zhou Qinshan, and she was trying to draw a closer relationship.
Okay, I'll do that. Sister Daisy. Zhou Qinshan was obviously willing to get closer to Daishi as well.
Director Zhang nodded to Daishi and also sat next to Zhou Qinshan.
Like Zhou Qinshan, she still did not understand Daishi's intentions.
Fongping, on the other hand, jumped back to the conference table. Here he was able to listen more clearly. This woman was hitting on his own idea.
Of course he had to know. Daisy clearly didn't care that Fongping was crouching on the conference table either.
She knew that this cat was smart.
It could understand people.
Some of what she did, she thought that this cat could also see.
Chen Chun. Since no one has signed up with you for this ad yet, what do you think of me then?
She seemed to have the intention of signing an ad contract with Zhou Qinshan.
Sister Daisy. I would love to.
But the budget for this advertisement is not high. I can't afford to hire you.
Zhou Qinshan shook her head helplessly.
This was not a refusal on her part. Of course she wanted to find Daisy for the advertisement, but with Daisy's current price tag, she couldn't afford to hire her for the price she could give. Director Zhang opened her mouth next to her, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She still left the negotiation to Zhou Qinshan.
Then you guys are advertising this time. How much does it cost to hire someone? Or how much can you give as a fee? Daisy asked.
She had a contract in front of her though. It was the contract left behind by Sun Qin just now.
Daishi did not go through it out of professionalism. All the advertisements were told to her by Zhou Qinshan. Sister Daisy.
$500,000 I said just now is my highest price. This is also the reason why I didn't have a good deal with that Sun Qin just now.
Zhou Qinshan said.
She naturally knew that with $500,000, she would not be able to hire Dixie, even if she doubled her price.
I'm not going to be able to do that. Then it's $500,000.
Prepare the contract. Unexpectedly to Zhou Qinshan and Director Zhang, Daishi agreed with little consideration.
Sister Daisy. You really agreed? You're not kidding, are you? This time, it was Zhou Qinshan's turn to be overjoyed.
She would never have thought that Daisy would agree. This was much more cost-effective than signing up with Sun Qin.
Chen Chun. Trust me. I never joke about this kind of thing. Daisy smiled.
She actually didn't have much to lose. To say she lost, it was just money. But she didn't care about her losses.
Fongping pulled his ears. Now it seems. This woman was still good. At least she was quite good to Zhou Qinshan.
He also knew that with $500,000, he wouldn't be able to hire Daisy no matter what. It was like a pie falling from the sky, and Daisy was the pie.
The signing of the contract in the back went quickly.
Zhou Qinshan reprinted the contract. Dixie simply looked at it and signed her name. In the past, this kind of thing, are Daisy's assistant in the eye to deal with. But this time, Daisy came to Starry Sky Advertising in a low-profile manner, and for fear of being recognized, she didn't even want to bring her assistant.
It didn't matter.
Anyway, the amount of this contract is not big, she can just sign it directly.
The time to shoot the advertisement in the back. Just let me know in advance. I will arrange it. Daishi then said. Zhou Qinshan nodded. She would definitely contact Daishi. This matter required both parties to make an appointment. Right. Sister Daisy. You came to find me before, what was the matter?
At this moment suddenly she remembered a question. Director Zhang also looked over. This was something she wanted to ask just now, but she didn't have the chance.
Chen Chun. I came here. Actually, I wanted to find you. No, I wanted to ask for De Wang's help. Daisy actually came here with a request. The moment she said this, Fongping tugged his ears. Sure enough. It's related to me.
It seems that I felt right just now. If it was something about myself, Zhou Qinshan would have agreed without hesitation.
Sister Daisy. What exactly is it about?
But when it comes to the Great King, she has to ask more questions.
It's like this. You know that I'm having a concert in Jiangcheng this time. I composed a song about cats and originally wanted to sing it live.
But the song needs a cat to go with it for a better effect. I have looked for many cats, but none of them meet my requirements.
A friend recommended De Wang to me. I would like to invite De Wang to join me in the concert. Daisy watched the pet show live and was actually moved. That's why she came to the ad agency in person. In her words, it was a way to show her sincerity. She knew that this cat was different. Even if she did this herself, she wouldn't necessarily be able to get the Great King to cooperate. The reason why she signed the advertising contract with Zhou Qinshan naturally had the meaning of closeness. She wished to have a better relationship with Zhou Qinshan, and only then might this cat agree to the invitation. She did need the Great King's help. She couldn't find a smarter cat than this. Of course. Fongping heard this, tugging at his ears. A favor? Is it to ask me to sing at a concert? Chapter 123 Assists. Daisy's purpose for coming to the advertising agency was to invite De Wang to her concert. To be precise, it was a song she was singing that needed De Wang's cooperation. Sister Daisy. I'll ask De Wang. If he's willing, I won't object. Zhou Qinshan thought about it and said to Daisy. She liked Daishi's song very much, but in the final analysis, this matter needed De Wang to agree. She was not going to force De Wang. Good. Daishi nodded her head. She understood what Zhou Qinshan meant. If the Great King did not agree, Zhou Qinshan would not agree either. Daishi herself very much wanted the Great King to agree, but she would likewise not force it. Zhou Qinshan also did not leave with Fongping and asked right here. If the Great King had his own decision, she did not want Daishi to misunderstand. De Wang. I'm going to ask a question. If you agree, the tail is waved vertically. If it's not unintentional, the tail is swung horizontally. In order for Daisy to read the Great King's meaning, she purposely explained some of the movements of the Great King. Daisy nodded. She actually watched pet show programs and knew the meaning of some of Great King's movements. This cat does express his opinions. This was also the reason why this cat was extraordinary and amazing. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were already excited. Great King, you must say yes, it's only silly if you don't. Great King, Daisy's concert, how rare, I can't even buy a ticket if I want to. I'm curious, will the king be scared when he goes to Daisy's concert? The king will be scared? He's not even afraid of the sky falling down. If I were the Maharaja, I wouldn't. I can't sing anyway. Big King, I can't sing? Where's that song of mine? The Great King told me to come and patrol the mountain, I'll turn the earth around, play my drum, beat my gong, life is full of rhythm. Yes, that's the song, everyone sing it. Fongping tugged at his ears. Ask if you want to. But to be honest, he hadn't thought about it yet. To go? Or not to go? That was the question. He couldn't think of how he could fit in at a concert. He knew his voice. Just that one howl. It would probably scare half the concert goers away, and the remaining half would be stunned. This seemed like smashing the venue, not going to fit in. But before Zhou Qinshan could ask, her phone suddenly rang. She looked down at her cell phone. My cousin's phone. De Wang, probably looking for you. Shall I answer it? Zhou Qinshan asked with a smile. It's impossible for a cousin to call at this time to look for her. Fongping waved his tail vertically. Answer it. If I don't answer it, that little girl will probably call after call after call, giving the cat a headache. Zhou Qinshan had also thought of this, otherwise she wouldn't have asked the Great King. She saw Fongping agree and picked up the phone, then put it on speakerphone. De Wang. Can you hear me? Hear the answer. Wu Tongtong's voice came through. I'll say it. Fongping replied. De Wang. You're so fluffy. Sister Daisy's concert, how honorable, you must say yes. Wu Tongtong was talking about the concert. Daisy had wanted to interrupt the call, she was a little anxious about her own business. Hearing the voice on the phone, she was suddenly happy again. The little girl on the other side, this was considered to be helping herself to lobby the Great King. Fongping did not answer, he looked at his cell phone. Right now, Wu Tongtong was at school, right? She wasn't in class? Wu Tongtong seemed to be able to see Fongping's doubts. De Wang. I'll just say a few words. It's time for class to end and classes will start soon. She hurriedly said something. Fongping's tail ticked. Only then did he continue to listen. De Wang. After you attend the concert, don't forget about me. I don't even have tickets for the concert. My classmates and I want to go see it so badly, remember to ask Sister Daisy for a few tickets when you have time, please please please. Fongping understood. That was the reason why the little girl was calling. It turned out to be wanting concert tickets. He didn't say yes, but he didn't refuse either, and directly lifted his front paw and hung up the phone. Little girl. Class is in session. Concentrate, don't think about the concert. When Daisy heard this, the corner of her mouth had brought out a smile. Listening to the tone of the little girl on the other side, it was obvious that she was very familiar with De Wang, this was a divine assist. As for the concert tickets, she didn't mind giving a few to this little girl and her classmates, which was also thanks to the little girl's lobbying and help. The phone on this side just disconnected and immediately rang again. Wu Tongtong looked down. De Wang. Probably looking for you again. Answer it or not. She pursed her lips and smiled. Fongping raised his cat head. Who is it again? His tail waved vertically. Answer it. The phone connected and Dong Yujing's voice came through. Great King. Promise at all. Sister Daisy's concert, what a pity not to attend. By the way, ask Daisy for some tickets for me. I know you have a big face. I'll be there to support you, remember. Don't forget your sister. Dong Yujing didn't say much, and hung up after a few words. She was very busy at work, but she was still paying attention to De Wang. Otherwise she wouldn't have known about this news. This woman. This is forcing me to agree. Fongping's tail ticked. When Daisy heard this, her face was already filled with smiles. With the help of these people lobbying, she did believe that the Great King would agree. All of these people were clearly helping themselves with the Great King's request. Giving votes. One would definitely fulfill the demands of these friends of the Great King. What good people these were. Zhou Qinshan couldn't help herself at this moment. Her eyes looked at Fongping with a hint of expectation. She also wanted to see Sister Daisy's concert. But she didn't say anything. She knew that if she didn't say anything, De Wang could also read it. Fongping tugged at his ears. Women. That's how it is. If you don't show up yourself, you want me to show up. Okay. I see what you mean. You want tickets again? Isn't Daisy here? Why don't you ask her? I don't have any friends, do I? No, I don't. I have friends. Sister hung upstairs, and the pretty ladies might want to go too. And Papa Chow. He doesn't count. There's also Oziru and Lele, that has to count. I don't know if Ningshan has time to go either. Old man Bai? He's not going, is he? In that case, I'm not going to do it. It doesn't seem to work. Fongping had concerns even if he wanted to object at this moment. Alright, then. Let's go and take a look. As long as I don't sing, I'll do whatever I want. Fongping decided to give up. At this time, Daisy took the initiative to ask instead. Now she also knew how to communicate with the Great King, and that was to speak directly to the Great King. Great King, can you promise me that you will attend my concert? Of course, even if you don't promise, I'll still give your friends concert tickets, I'll keep my word. She invited again. Fongping tugged at his ears. You said this. Then don't I owe a big favor? Okay. Go on then. His tail finally waved it vertically. I'll do it. Thank you. Great King. You're too kind. Daisy read it. That pretty face immediately showed a joyful color. With the participation of the Great King, her concert would definitely be perfect. She couldn't help it, and in one go, she hugged the Great King into her arms. Fongping's tail tickled. What a soft feeling. Forget it. This woman was too excited. Chapter 124 Emotional Intelligence. Fongping promised Daisy. Not only was Daisy happy, others were happy as well. Jianqing's second middle school. Wu Tongtong was holding her cell phone and on it was the live broadcast of De Wang's pet show. Surrounded by a few female classmates who were close to her. You guys look. How's it? I told you that Big King would say yes. Big King is so nice to me. She showed off and waved her cell phone. It's like the king said yes because of her. As for the truth, she didn't care. At this moment, Wu Tongtong felt like she had reached the peak of her life. Tong. Then you say. Will Big Wang be able to ask for the ticket? The female classmate next to her asked. Of course. You didn't see that Sister Daisy has promised. When Big King gets it, he'll definitely leave a few tickets for me. Wu Tongtong answered without thinking. Who wouldn't like this cat? This world. No one will not like it. Tong. Can you send me a ticket then? I want to go see it. The female classmate next to me pleads with envious eyes. Okay. I'll remember. I'll send you a ticket if there's more than one for the Big King then. Wu Tongtong said generously and didn't say she wanted money from her female classmates. Tong. I want a ticket too. Tong. Can you give me one? Tong. We're the best of friends. Tong. Don't forget me. At this statement, the female classmates around who were on good terms with Wu Tongtong were asking for it. The male classmates next to them were also looking over in envy. If it wasn't for the female classmates surrounding Wu Tongtong, they would have come over to ask for it as well. Being surrounded, Wu Tongtong's head started to sweat, not realizing that there were so many female classmates who wanted to go. There were also male classmates in the class who were on better terms with her. They must have wanted a ticket to Sister Daisy's concert as well. I'll try my best. I still don't know how many tickets I can get. If it's not enough, we'll all draw lots. She said hurriedly. She felt that this would not work. She couldn't take all the tickets that the Big King had in his hand. Even if she took all of them, it wouldn't be enough, not to mention that the Great King had other friends. From this, it could also be seen that Wu Tongtong was still very understanding, and her emotional intelligence was actually high. It wasn't for nothing that Fongping could like her and help her. When she said this, both the male and female students in the class were more satisfied.
In this way, it was also considered fair.
If everyone had a chance to draw lots, they couldn't blame others, they couldn't blame Wu Tongtong.
At this time, the class bell rang.
Okay. Class is in session. I promise everyone, I'll draw lots when I get the tickets. Wu Tongtong finished and ran into the classroom first.
Secretly, she spat out her little tongue. Thankfully, she was resourceful and almost played this off. Dong Yujing's side naturally saw that the eldest king had agreed. With a smile on her face, she continued into her busy work.
If Big King had a ticket, he would definitely leave it to her. She didn't want too many, just 2.
These tickets she actually asked for Zhou Qinshan. After all, the 2 were BFFs. She definitely wanted to go to Daisy's concert with Zhou Qinshan. She was worried that Zhou Qinshan would not be able to speak well in front of Daishi instead. By asking for the tickets directly over the phone, she was doing Zhou Qinshan a favor, and of course, not missing herself.
The neighborhood. Old Man Bai also saw this scene. Little brat. Will give me the tickets, right? Definitely will, or there'll be no little fish to eat later. By the way, if I get the ticket, who should I give it to?
Old Man White won't go to see it himself.
He's not much interested in these concerts.
At his age, he likes different things than young people.
If he really wants to go, he's afraid his heart won't be able to take it. Right. The granddaughter of an old comrade in arms would definitely like it. Just give it to her.
Old Man Bai had a decision and started humming his favorite traditional opera again. When I first opened my army, there were only a dozen men and 7 guns. There were only a dozen men and 7 or 8 guns. I learned to speak up if I had something to say. Sun Qin and her agent, Sister Lu, left the building. She sat in the car. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. Originally, she had looked at Zhou Qinshan as a newcomer and wanted to use this opportunity to ask for more signing advertisement fees.
Did she ask for more? Definitely not much.
Sun Qin didn't think she was greedy, but it was only $1 million.
For an advertising agency, it was small money. You didn't see those stars who were more famous than herself, signing up for hundreds or tens of millions of dollars for a single advertisement. What was it to ask for $1 million herself?
Sun Qin was not going to consider her own worth or her own fame at this moment.
She thought that Zhou Qinshan was not giving herself face if she didn't agree.
This made her feel that Zhou Qinshan was targeting her and making her come down. The most detestable thing was that Zhou Qinshan refused to agree and wanted her to go back and consider it. Of course, she could see that Zhou Qinshan might go and contact other stars. Other stars see you as a newcomer in this business, and will definitely not want less than me. Sun Qin saw that the money for the signing contract that was in her hands was going to fly away, and she was very unwilling in her heart. The more this happened, the more she hated Zhou Qinshan.
And that cat. Her least favorite thing was cats. Fine.
Since you guys don't give me face, then don't blame me. Sun Qin then picked up her cell phone and called a star who was even more famous than her.
Brotherly. I'm Sun Qin. There's one thing that I want to talk to you about.
Before she finished her sentence, Brotherly over there interrupted her.
Sun Qin. You want to talk about the advertisement signing today, right? You made a mistake yourself and you still want to harm me?
Brotherly's voice was not polite.
Brotherly. How could I harm you? I just wanted to remind you.
Sun Qin hurriedly explained.
She was a bit surprised in her heart. She knew about her advertisement signing. Brotherly knew about it? There's no need to remind. Just look at the pet show program. Who have you offended that you don't know? You can't afford to mess with that Zhou Qinshan, and that cat, you can't afford to mess with it even more.
Brotherly didn't listen to her anymore and hung up directly. Sun Qin paused.
A pet show? A cat? Brotherly was joking. A cat. One would not be able to afford to mess with it? Just then, Sister Lu's phone rang. She glanced at it and picked up the phone. Mr. Li. Hello.
The voice on the other side of the phone was a bit loud and hung up without saying a few words. Sister Lu looked at Sun Qin and her face changed.
What happened?
Sun Qin saw her expression was not right.
Mr. Li from Kanda Company. He said on the phone.
To terminate the spokesperson contract with you.
Sister Lu said. What? We just signed the contract. Why do you want to cancel it?
Sun Qin's face also changed. She had paid a lot for the Kanda contract. Before Sister Lu could finish her words, the phone rang again. She glanced at it and connected it again, also hanging up without saying a few words.
Mr. Zhang, the general manager of Xinxing Co.,
also said on the phone. To terminate the endorsement contract with you. Sister Lu's voice was somewhat bitter. Although she didn't know what had happened yet, she already felt that Sun Qin was in big trouble.
I didn't offend anyone.
Sun Qin was also a bit flustered. She had just bought a suite and was counting on those advertising fees. She hurriedly called Mr. Li of Kanda Company.
Mr. Li, your company wants to cancel my contract? Why? Doh.
What answered her was the sound of hanging up. At the same time, the phone began to ring continuously.
Sun Chin's call. Sister Lu's call. Without exception, they were all terminations. In different places. Papa Joe hung up the phone and grunted, offending my daughter, looking for death. In another place. Oziru also hung up, offending my daughter's cat dad, looking for death. Sun Chin and Sister Lu's phone. It's still ringing. All those advertising contracts that Sun Chin had managed to get were cancelled one by one. Her face began to turn pale. Who had she offended? Chapter 125 Toothache. Daishi came to Starry Sky Advertising to invite De Wang to her concert this time, and things were a success. De Wang agreed. She was very happy. Of course. She also signed an advertising contract with Zhou Qinshan worth $500,000. To her, this advertising contract was voluntary and she was willing to lower her price as a sign of her sincerity. After this matter was done, she would have to leave. Her agent had already called her numerous times, urging her to hurry back. She then left the advertising agency with De Wang and Zhou Qinshan. Fongping followed Daisy over, mainly to try out the rehearsal site as well. After all, Dixie's concert wasn't for a few days and she needed to hurry up and rehearse. Zhou Qinshan went over, mainly to help keep an eye on De Wang. Daishi was worried that without her, the great king might not listen to himself. Zhou Qinshan thought about it and agreed to go over. After all, she and Daisy still had to work together on advertisements, and there was still a lot of time for the two of them to come into contact, so they also needed to get on good terms. Walking out of the building, Zhou Qinshan considered leaving later and drove her own white Mercedes SL 400, so that it would be more convenient. Are you driving? Then I'll take your car. It's just the right time for us to talk more. Daishi saw Zhou Qinshan's car and simply sat in it as well. She instructed the few bodyguards to ride in the other car. The pet show crew also had a car following them, which was also permitted by Daisy. A big star like her was usually not allowed to be filmed by the program, and this was an exception. Of course. She also told the program staff that where she was rehearsing, the program team could at most only film the images and not broadcast the sound. This was also a protection for her concert. After all, those songs of hers needed to be preserved for the time being. The program staff agreed after asking for instructions. Their main purpose was to film De Wang's life, but they just didn't expect De Wang to have a colorful life, and there were some things that made the program team helpless. For Daisy's concert, the staff would also do their best to avoid exposure. After Daisy sat up, Fongping was left without a seat. He wasn't polite and directly jumped onto Daisy's long legs. The position was soft and naturally more comfortable than the seat. Daishi didn't mind either, looking at De Wang lying on her long legs, but instead was very happy. This was probably the cat's indication of closeness. She thought in her heart. Along the way, she chatted with Zhou Qinshan along the way. This car you bought is quite nice. It seems like it's a new car? Just bought it not long ago, right? Daisy felt quite comfortable sitting in it. She also knew the price of this car, almost $1 million or so. This could also show that Zhou Qinshan's family was probably well off. She didn't know much about Zhou Qinshan, and didn't know how rich Zhou's father was yet. Sister Daisy. This is not my car. This is the car that De Wang bought. Zhou Qinshan laughed. The king still buys cars? I don't believe it. You're lying to me, aren't you? Daisy was surprised. Although she watched the pet show, she didn't watch too many videos and didn't know about this. Sister Daisy, I didn't lie to you, this car was really bought by Big King. De Wang saved Sister Ziru's daughter in the tiger park. Sister Ziru gave Maharaja $20 million, and he used that money to buy this car. He even went to choose the car himself. I didn't even know that he had already chosen it. Zhou Qinshan introduced some interesting things about De Wang. Some of the things about the Great King, she only knew through the videos, such as those videos of the Great King choosing the car. Big King was so powerful? I can't imagine that it's still a multi-millionaire. It's so marvelous. The more Daisy listened, the more she was shocked. She looked at De Wang, who was lying on his big long legs, squinting and enjoying himself. Initially, she was treating the Great King as a smart cat. Now it seemed. This cat was not only smart, he had simply become a savant. He could do everything about buying a car. What about his own concert? De Wang should be able to cooperate well. Daisy suddenly began to look forward to her rehearsals, her own concert. She felt that with De Wang this time, there was a high chance of success. Daishi's singing venue was chosen at the Zhangcheng City Sports Center. This sports center could hold 60,000 people and was also the premier comprehensive large-scale sports event venue in Zhangcheng. It is also a modernized large-scale sports theme park with the functions of sports competition, fitness and entertainment, cultural performances, tourism and leisure, business, exhibition, and shopping. Daisy's rehearsal location is also arranged here, is currently closed, does not allow external personnel in and out, which is also to avoid concert rehearsal exposure. Some entertainment reporters were wandering around, trying to find a way to enter the sports center, but did not succeed, and did not get any insider information. This was also the reason why Daisy's manager, Sister Lan, repeatedly urged her to go back.
If those entertainment reporters knew that Daisy had gone elsewhere, they would definitely chase after her to break the news. At this time, Daishi was not suitable to be interviewed by reporters. As Daishi got down from Jo Chinchin's car, her agent, Sister Lan, had been waiting anxiously for half a day. She ran over in a few steps. "What took you so long? Did it not go well? If it doesn't work out, let's go with that cat from last time, that one is barely adequate. She doesn't know what's going on Daisy's side yet." "Sister Lan. Look. I've invited the great king." Daisy is like a little kid at this time, playfully flashing to the side. On the passenger seat, Fongping tugged at his ears. He and Lan stared at each other. A man and a cat stared at each other. Sister Lan hadn't seen the pet show, so she didn't know about De Wang. "This is the great king, huh? Looks. It's very spirited." Sister Lan looked at De Wang and complimented him with her mouth, but in her heart, she was a bit unconcerned. She didn't see that this cat was any different from the others, and it looked quite ordinary. "Forget it. It's all been invited over, so let's give it a try." She didn't want to spoil Daisy's fun. Sister Lan didn't really expect much from De Wang, and she knew how demanding Daisy's song was for cats. In her opinion, in this world, it shouldn't be possible to find a cat that could match perfectly. Then she could only choose the tallest among the short ones and try to choose a cat that performed slightly better. In the past few days, people had brought cats over from time to time, and Lan fell in love with the cat from yesterday, which she felt was not bad. Although it didn't achieve the kind of effect that Daisy was expecting, it should be able to cope with performing at a concert. However, Daisy strongly insisted that she had to continue picking, and even went to personally invite a cat named De Wang today. Although she hadn't objected, she didn't actually think much of it. But now that the cat had arrived, she wouldn't say anything more. If she tried it, she would know, and if it didn't work, even if she didn't say anything, Daisy would send the cat away. At this moment Fongping jumped down from the car and squatted next to Daisy. He could actually see the look in Lan's eyes, not caring about himself. He cared even less. Anyway, he had come over to cooperate with Daishi, and it didn't matter what other people thought of him. Daisy looked at De Wang, who was squatting at her feet, and smiled. "Right. Sister Lan. That girl driving the car is called Jo Chinchin. She's the project leader of an advertising agency, and this cat of De Wang's is hers. I signed an advertising contract with her for $500,000. You remember to remind me that I'll shoot an ad with her after the concert." She thought of one more thing. $500,000? Just for this cat? Sister Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. "Do you know how expensive your own advertisement is? $10 million. Sister? How can you sign such a low-priced advertising contract?" She was just about to remind Daisy, but when she looked at De Wang squatting next to her, she didn't say anything. "Fine. Consider this cat's appearance fee. However, this cat's appearance fee is so expensive." Sister Lan's teeth ached at the thought. Chapter 126 Rivals. Jo Chinchin parked her car and walked over. Sister Lan took a look at Jo Chinchin and realized that this girl was very pretty. She stood together with Daisy, the two women were evenly matched. Such a girl is quite suitable to be a star. "Pity. This is the Jo Chinchin I was talking about earlier. Chinchin, this is my agent. You can call her Sister Lan." Daisy introduced the two of them. "Sister Lan. Hello. I'll probably be in touch with you a lot for Sister Daisy's commercials in the back." Jo Chinchin greeted with a smile. It was impossible for her to contact Daisy at all times, and finding an agent to coordinate was the best. Originally, brokers were the ones who specialized in dealing with all sorts of things for celebrities, which also included advertisements. It was just that Daishi didn't bring an agent with her today, and when she saw Sister Lan at this time, it was natural for her to say so. "No. Just contact me. Feel free to call me anytime." Daishi interrupted Jo Chinchin's words. She knew what Jo Chinchin meant, but she still insisted that Jo Chinchin contact herself. Sister Lan nodded to Jo Chinchin. She did see that Jo Chinchin knew his way around, which she was satisfied with. Everyone said a few words and walked into the sports center. Fongping's tail ticked. Walking on the side, he could see that the sports center was heavily guarded, which was probably preventing fans or reporters from rushing in. Sister Lan walked at the front, and everyone made their way to the inner hall. The rehearsal was here. The stage had already been set up. A white piano was placed in the center of the stage. There was also the constant sound of music. It was the live accompaniment rehearsing. Fongping just swept a few eyes and noticed several cats next to the stage. These cats were large and small: Persian cats, short-haired cats, ragdoll cats, folded-ear cats, Maine cats, and leopard cats. In addition to these cats, the owner of the cats was also beside them. "Sister Lan, did you find these cats? Didn't I say we don't need to find any more?" Daisy was a bit surprised to see these cats. "The cats that I looked for in the past few days weren't too suitable. I placed another advertisement." "Then pick these cats to come over, all very obedient cats," Sister Lan said as she glanced at De Wang. Although she didn't say it, everyone could see what she meant. This cat. It didn't necessarily fit either. It wasn't easy for Daisy to blame Sister Lon. After all, Sister Lon was also doing it for that song of hers. Sister Lon could see Daisy's anxiety, and of course she had to contribute to that. I'm sorry. I didn't know that Sister Lon had gotten these cats over again. De Wang won't be angry, right? Daisy apologized to Zhou Qinshan at this moment. These cats are quite pretty. Sister Daisy. The Great King won't be angry, he has a good temper. Zhou Qinshan did not care and laughed. Although these cats were nice, in her eyes, they were far worse than the Great King. In addition to being good looking, the Great King was also very smart. This was the Great King's biggest advantage. This was something that other cats couldn't compare to. Of course. Zhou Qinshan wouldn't say much. When the owners of those cats saw Daisy, they all walked over with their cats. If she spoke her mind, these cat owners would definitely not be happy to hear it. Daisy. Hello. I've brought my cat. Winn-Dixie. Hello, Winn-Dixie. My cat sure is the best. Winn-Dixie. Hello, Winn-Dixie. If my cat can't do it, other cats can't do it. Winn-Dixie. Hello, Winn-Dixie. My cat is very obedient. She'll do anything you tell her to do. These cat owners have started recommending their cats before they've even walked up to them. Every owner. All thought their cats were unique in this world. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also discussing it. These cats look good. Persian cats, short-haired cats are all very good looking. I wish I was there, I want to jerk a cat so badly. We're in for a good show today. Big King has met his match. I'm a bit worried. Will the king be defeated? Big King, defeat my opponent, are you telling jokes? Since all these cats are here. Let's give it a try then. It won't take much time. Lon said to Daisy. Daisy looked down at De Wang. Fongping squatted next to it. Tail ticking. For these cats. He didn't seem to care. He also tilted his cat head and looked at them with great interest. He also rarely saw so many varieties of cats. In the end, Fongping possessed a human soul in his bones. He still didn't think of himself as a cat. Zhou Qinshan saw Daisy's concern. Sister Daisy. Great King really wouldn't care. Why don't you try it with the Great King and everyone else? She said from the side. Those cat owners all looked at Fongping when they heard Zhou Qinshan's words. This cat looked quite familiar. Great King? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. A woman wearing glasses said. I know this cat. He was on a pet show. That's the cat, yes, that's him, Big King. Another woman with short hair said. The other cat owners gathered around when they heard that. After a few looks, everyone was a little disappointed. So this is the Big King, he looks so ordinary, huh? This is an orange cat, far worse than my cat. This kind of cat can be on a pet show program, and this kind of program looks pretty average. It's a pity that my cat signed up and didn't get selected, otherwise it would have been better and more famous. That's right, my cat didn't make the cut either, the pet show programmers have bad eyes. That filming crew had a bit of a black face. I think it's your eyes that are bad. Can De Wang be as bad as you guys say? Don't tease. Good or bad? Big King is 10,000 times better than your cats. Not to mention the reaction of the staff, Zhou Qinshan's face was also a bit unsightly. Why are these people like this? I didn't even say your family's cat was bad. And yet you guys are talking about my Great King. Fongping tugged at his ears. These cat owners were also. You like your own cat. You don't have to step on me. Really think I'm easy to mess with? Everyone reacted differently, and Daisy didn't feel right. Thank you all for bringing your own cats. Really, I appreciate it. But I'm a little pressed for time, so let's start trying now. She said quickly. Right. Let's start with this Persian cat. It's the first to try. Sister Lon also said from the side. As soon as these cat owners heard this, their attention suddenly shifted. After all, everyone came here, still wanting to recommend their cats to Daisy. If they could participate in the concert with Daisy, not to mention anything else, their own cat's value and fame would multiply many times over. These cat owners valued this, and as for stepping on De Wang, it was just subconscious behavior. Not only Big King, but also other cats, people don't see eye to eye with each other. Cat owners are all like this, their favorite cat is still their own. Everyone looks good. My Persian cat. My Bella sure behaved well. The Persian cat owner said confidently. A staff member came over and put on a special earphone and microphone for that Persian cat and secured it with tape, which was to prevent the Persian cat from breaking free. That Persian cat was also really obedient, how the staff fiddled, did not refuse. Fongping tail hooked. Watching interestingly from the sidelines. He also wanted to see how Daisy was going to test these cats. After the staff put on the equipment for the Persian cats, the cat owner brought the Persian cats to the stage. The live accompaniment had stopped by this time. The stage was a little quiet. The Persian cat stood on the stage and was also calm. The Persian cat owner left her cat on the stage and walked down herself with a smile on her face. Her own cat, in her opinion, was definitely capable of handling the concert and could definitely work with Daisy.
When everything was ready, Daisy made a gesture on the stage.
The live accompaniment suddenly sounded high and intense.
And then the Persian cat on the stage. It exploded. Chapter 127 Listening.
The Persian cat was obviously very uncomfortable with the sudden sound and instantly exploded. The scene saw a cat scurrying around the stage.
Daisy made another gesture on stage.
The live accompaniment suddenly stopped again.
Only then did the Persian cat barely calm down. Bella! Come here! Come to mommy! The owner greeted anxiously.
The Persian cat quickly ran to her owner, pouting for comfort. Winn-Dixie looked away, a hint of disappointment in her eyes despite having seen too many such scenes in the past few days.
It had to be said. The cat had failed. It hadn't lasted 2 seconds.
You know, a real concert would only be noisier and higher pitched than it was now, with all sorts of voices rising and falling even more.
Okay. Next. Daisy looked at Sister Lon. Sister Lon wasn't disappointed, she was used to it. That short-haired cat. Second one up. Cheer up.
She turned back to the short-haired cat mistress.
Okay. My short-haired cat. The performance will surely be good.
Although the short-haired cat mistress said this with her mouth, her expression became a bit worried. She was worried that her short-haired cat, too, would blow up just as much. The staff came over, and in the same manner as usual, put on the special earphones and microphone for the short-haired cat.
And then, the situation was almost exactly the same.
When the sound of the live accompaniment rang out,
the short-haired cat also blew up. 1 fail. 2 fail. 3 fails.
When it was the leopard cat's turn, the leopard cat mistress simply gave up.
No. My cat is not participating. It can't take the sound, she said directly to Lon. Fine. Sister Lon nodded, and she didn't force it. At this moment, of all the cats, only the Great King wasn't on anymore.
Those cat owners also cast their eyes over.
Beauty, you're Big King's owner, right? I advise you not to let the Great King go up.
Your Great King will be just as sure to blow up as our cats. In this world, it shouldn't be possible to find a cat that can match this concert. The Persian cat mistress, who was the first to go up just now, advised Zhou Qinshan. Her words were not malicious. Almost all of the cats on the scene couldn't. She judged that the Great King definitely wouldn't work either. That was her opinion, and it was also the opinion of the other cat owners.
Yes. Beauty, my cat is at a disadvantage. I shouldn't even have come here if I had known. My cat was also scared and probably refused to pay attention to me when I got back. I'm also confused. What kind of concert do I let my cat attend?
The cat owners are all talking about the same thing, and they don't think highly of the king anyway.
Zhou Qinshan did hear that everyone was not malicious at this moment. Thank you, everyone. But my family's Great King. It's still a bit different from everyone's cats.
The corner of Zhou Qinshan's mouth at this moment did draw an arc. Beauty, if you don't listen to advice, your cat will suffer. Forget it, she'll know later.
Maybe the Great King is not as good as my cat.
My cat counts as good, but it only lasted for 5 seconds. Those cat owners persuaded them for a while, but when they saw Zhou Qinshan insisting, they gave up.
After all, Big King wasn't his own cat. Whose family's cat? Whose own heartache?
Zhou Qinshan thought about it and finally squatted in front of Fongping.
Big King, do you want to go up?
You saw those cats blow up just now, she said to Fongping. She still respected Fongping's opinion.
Daisy and Sister Lon also looked down at the Great King.
Sister Lon showed a hint of color in her eyes.
You even have to ask a cat's opinion to go on stage? Wasn't this too much? What could a cat know? It's not like spoiling a cat like this anymore.
Sister Lon thought in her heart. She actually didn't think highly of De Wang, and thought the same as those cat owners.
If it doesn't work, let's find that cat from yesterday.
The cat Lon thought of lasted 2 minutes, which was not bad.
Daisy didn't say anything, she also wanted to see De Wang's answer.
Fongping tugged at his ears. There was no hesitation.
Come all the way. Definitely have to go up and try.
Not to mention that Daisy had also signed an advertising contract. This favor he himself had to help Zhou Qinshan return. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also a little worried.
De Wang wouldn't blow up like those cats just now, right?
De Wang has a lot of guts, so he shouldn't.
Why am I a little worried? I'm also a little worried. If Big King can't hold on, don't fight it. Will this hurt Big King's ears?
The female supporter is also in the Big King's live room at this time.
Teachers, how much do cats react to sound? She asked the guest another question.
The guest, Song Chenggang, spoke up.
We all saw the cat's reaction on stage just now.
Cats are indeed sensitive to sound, mainly due to the specific anatomical and physiological decisions of their hearing organs. Cats can hear sounds from 30 Hz to 45 kHz, while humans can only hear sounds from 20 Hz to 20 kHz.
The cat's localization of sound is also stronger than that of human beings, and its hearing exceeds human hearing by more than 2 times.
Its 2 ears are like radar antennas, which can rotate with the direction of sound.
Its tympanum is developed, not only can hear clear sound, even in the noise, but also can distinguish between two similar sounds about 1 meter apart at a distance of 15 meters 29 meters away. Another guest, Wu Daohong, also added a few words. A cat's fear of noise, or unexpected noise, is triggered by what's known as the orienting response. This is where the perceptual mechanisms in the cat's head come into play. When a cat hears loud noises, the brain immediately processes them to determine if they signal danger. If the cat is unsure, its default behavior will be to run and hide. Physiologically, the cat's heart rate and respiration rate increase and blood pressure rises. This is the same kind of reaction we just saw in cats, and just like humans, cats have some degree of normal fear when they hear loud, sudden, or strange noises. It's part of the survival instinct. In the midst of everyone's attention, Fongping's tail waved vertically. It was an indication to get on stage. Great king. Then be careful. Don't insist if it doesn't fit. Zhou Chenchen read Fongping's meaning and admonished. She saw this and signaled to the staff. That stage crew came over and helped Fongping put on the special earphones and microphone. After Fongping put them on, he did not let Zhou Chenchen follow. He slowly took catwalks and ran to the stage alone. Sister Lan nodded her head when she saw this. This cat was really something different. From this point of view, it was quite atmospheric. While other cats were accompanied by their masters, he was smart enough to know to go up by himself. But what the final result would be, one still had to try to know. Sister Lan wouldn't be impressed with Great King just because of this. The stage quieted down. Quiet down all around as well. The cat owner quieted down. Those cats also quieted down as their owners calmed them down. At this moment, the Great King seemed to be the center of the stage. The entire stage. A cat stood quietly on it. The earphones and microphones on the cat's head were a sight to behold. Daisy made a gesture from the stage. She was a little worried in her heart. It must be successful. Zhou Chenchen was beside her, but she was confident. She clenched her fist. De Wang! You can do it! Dang! 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 The drums pounded heavily, like a heavy blow in one's heart. Guitar sound. Bass sounds. Keyboard sounds. The boom played up. Daisy held her breath. Maharaja! What would be the reaction? She looked toward the stage. Zhou Chenchen. Sister Lan. Those cat owners. The audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage, on the cat standing in the middle of the stage. Fongping turned his ears sideways, listening to the sounds coming from the headset. He squinted his eyes, not moving a muscle. Then, he raised his cat head. It's been a while since I've heard such an upbeat band accompaniment. It seemed he was back in the old world. Listen. It is the sound of the wind. Chapter 128 Love Letter. Fongping stood on the stage. He was quiet, cocking his head. The tail was hooked. At this time, he is the center of the whole world. He's listening. He was enjoying the scherzo. Live on air, the viewers voiced their opinions. I suddenly felt that the Great King was the center of the world. Seeing the Maharaja standing on the stage brought tears to my eyes. So did I. The Great King deserves to be the Great King, and he knows music. I want to go to the concert now. I want to see Daisy in concert. I want to go too, I just can't get a ticket, so urgent. Paging Daisy, can you release more tickets? I'm willing to stand and listen. Winn-Dixie looked at the big king on the stage. She was excited all of a sudden. She hadn't chosen the wrong person. No, she hadn't chosen the wrong cat. The Great King. Worthy of being the Great King. Easily passed this test. Zhou Chenchen pursed her lips. She knew that the Great King never disappoints. Those cat owners, on the other hand, froze. Was this the same accompaniment? Why did their cats go up and blow up within a few seconds? But Big King stood calmly in the middle of the stage? Not affected at all? Lan's eyes grew wide. This cat? It was getting more and more out of her expectations. She had to be shocked in her heart. Lan was initially very unimpressed with this cat, and now she had to admit that she seemed to have gone astray. Great King. Smart indeed. Different indeed. At this moment, she seemed to understand Daisy. She understood the reason why Winn-Dixie was willing to lower her price and sign up for an advertisement as well. Even though Daisy didn't actually think so. Sister Lan. Have the accompaniment changed to a different piece of music. Change that most intense music, I want to try again. Daisy twisted her head and said to Sister Lan. It wasn't that she didn't trust De Wang with this statement, it was purely because she wanted to know if any accompaniment was acceptable to De Wang. Sister Lan nodded and then walked over to the live accompaniment side to coordinate. The music quickly changed. It became more intense. The tempo was faster. Fongping tugged at his ears. The accompaniment changed? Alright, then. No one's coming up. I'll keep listening then. Lan changed the accompaniment 3 times in a row, and it wasn't until Daisy gestured again that she made the accompaniment stop. The scene quieted down again.
Daisy had rushed onto the stage with a big smile on her face.
"The king! I love you to death. You're the cat I'm looking for."
She hugged Fongping tightly in her arms again.
Fongping's tail hooked. "Smells a nice scent. Beauty. You're excited again. Calm down a bit." Daisy didn't care what Fongping was thinking, she was happy as hell right now. It was so hard.
It was really hard for her to find a qualified cat. If she had known, she would have gone straight to the Great King, and she would have struggled and gone through so much trouble. Those cat owners would have shut up a long time ago.
There was nothing to say now. If it was one accompaniment, it could still be luck.
Several accompaniments added up, it was strength. The Great King does have the strength to stand on this stage.
Of course. It's just standing.
For him to sing, that definitely wouldn't work.
Fongping knew very well that he couldn't make a sound.
If he made a sound, the concert would probably be smashed in his hands. Sister Lan sent the cat owners and the cats they brought away, and each cat owner got 2 concert tickets and a small gift. These cat owners were quite satisfied.
But there were also regrets. It was a pity that their own cats weren't the king and couldn't attend Daisy's concert. At this point they were also clear that their own cats couldn't compare to De Wang on stage no matter what.
After Sister Lan sent those cat owners away, she came back and saw Zhou Qinshan and De Wang again, and there were a lot more smiles on her face. No matter what, it wasn't easy for Daisy to find De Wang, and she was happy for Daisy.
"Sister Lan,
I promised to give De Wang 100 tickets for the concert.
You have someone bring them over, and have them in a better location." She said to Sister Lan.
She had wanted to give De Wang some more tickets, but Zhou Qinshan helped De Wang reject them. After all, Daisy had to earn money for the concert.
It wasn't good for De Wang's side to ask for more.
Not to mention that with 100 tickets, De Wang might not even be able to finish giving them away.
Sister Lan's smile disappeared a little more.
This cat was smart, but it just cost too much money. The previous advertising fees not to mention, this side lost over $9 million. This was another 100 tickets, even at the lowest price of 588 yuan, it was more than 50,000. If the location was better, it would be several $100,000.
Forget it.
More than 9 million had been lost, losing a few $100,000 more didn't seem like a toothache anymore.
Sister Lan quickly got someone to deliver the tickets.
A staff member delivered the tickets while also holding a bouquet of flowers and a letter.
She glanced at the flowers and the letter and her face sank. "Is it from that person again?"
she asked with a cold face.
"Yes. Not only did he send flowers today, a love letter was also sent."
The staff member wanted to give the flowers and the letter to Daisy, but Daisy wouldn't take it, so he had to give it to Sister Lan.
Sister Lan flipped open the love letter and looked at it, and couldn't help but read a few sentences. "The 300th day of liking you. This is also the 300th time I've sent you flowers. I'll stick to it. Until I impress you. Until you'll like me."
Fongping tugged at his ears.
Who wrote this love letter? It's true.
It gives the cat goosebumps. Sister Lan didn't finish her sentence before Daisy interrupted.
"Sister Lan, throw away the flowers and the letter.
I don't want to see anything from this fan again, and don't send it to me in the future," she said to Sister Lan. She was also unable to bear it, and she decided to refuse to accept everything from this fan from today onwards. She had never seen this fan before, so she couldn't talk about liking it.
However, this fan's pestering made her very unhappy.
Sister Lan agreed, and she saw Zhou Qinshan looking over with a bit of curiosity. This was a male fan. Every day, he would send flowers to Daisy.
"We don't let him send them, but he still insists,"
she explained to Zhou Qinshan. Zhou Qinshan nodded her head. She knew that there were some fans that were indeed difficult to deal with. But it couldn't be helped. Since they were in show business, this kind of thing was always rare. This was also the reason why Zhou Qinshan didn't like showbiz too much. She still preferred to live an ordinary life. Being able to be with the Great King every day. She was just the happiest. Fongping sniffed the air. The letter seemed to have a unique odor. Was this that person's odor? He thought about it in his mind and didn't care, it had nothing to do with him. He came here to attend this concert, and his business would be over after the concert.
Zhou Qinshan would be ready to say goodbye this time as well.
Today, he came over, mainly to see if De Wang could adapt to the concert.
Without coming to try it out, no one was sure. Right now, it seemed that everything was perfect.
The two sides had already agreed that starting tomorrow, Daisy's side would send a car to transport De Wang to rehearsal for 2 hours every morning. Of course,
Zhou Qinshan wouldn't come over.
She had to busy herself with the advertising project. After Daisy signed the contract, Zhou Qinshan had to consider various details as well as plan the content of the advertisement with her own project team members. Making an advertisement, especially a good one, was not an easy task and required a lot of time.
Fongping naturally followed Zhou Qinshan away. With a smile, Sister Lan sent De Wang and Zhou Qinshan out. She didn't come out to send them off for fear of being targeted by reporters.
Just now going in and out without being pestered by reporters was already counting her luck.
Returning to the inner hall, Sister Lan didn't mention the matter of money to Daisy. As long as Daisy is happy, she will be so capricious. Anyway, this cat, not everywhere. Change a city. Daishi naturally would not be capricious again. At this time, a staff member suddenly hurried over. Sister Lan, there are quite a few advertisers looking for us. They want to sign advertising contracts with us for the show. Sister Lan was a bit strange in her heart. She came to the city and it seemed like she had contacted all the advertisers she should have contacted. Have you asked? What kind of advertisements are they? She asked. This side of the show receives advertisements, quite a few of whatever advertisements will be accepted. Pet food ads. Pet toy ads. Pet clothing ads. That staff member's expression was a bit odd. All the advertisers were pet related. This was the first time she had seen it. Sister Lan paused for a moment when she heard this. These advertisements? What did it have to do with the show? Then, she suddenly thought of that cat, of the great king. The corners of Lan's mouth suddenly smiled. This cat? How about calling it Jukai? Chapter 129 Distribution. Afternoon. Fongping and Zhou Qinshan returned to the company. Zhou Qinshan once again started to get busy. She had a lot of things to do. Just calling the advertising planners of her project team for a meeting was one after another. Fongping couldn't intervene. After thinking about it, he decided to go out. Taking advantage of Zhou Qinshan's busy schedule, he returned to his work desk to get the information. He raised his front paw and hooked Zhou Qinshan's clothes. Great king! Is there something wrong? Zhou Qinshan stopped in her tracks. She was patient in front of the great king despite her busy schedule. Fongping touched the 100 Daisy concert tickets placed on the work table with his front paw. And then touched his small backpack. Zhou Qinshan had brought the small backpack to Fongping for the past few days, in order to make it convenient to carry things sometimes. Now Fongping was able to use it. You're going to load these tickets? De Wang? Are you going out? Zhou Qinshan read Fongping's meaning. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Yes. I'm going to busy myself. Zhou Qinshan kind of didn't want the great king to leave, but she was busy herself and couldn't stay with the great king. She finally agreed. Great king. Don't run far away. Don't let me worry, okay? She instructed as she helped Fongping tie on the small backpack. By the way, she was ready to put those tickets into the small backpack again. As for what Fongping was going to do with these tickets, she would not interfere. These were all given to the great king by Daisy, and she had no problem with the great king even if he gave them all to someone else. However, Fongping raised his front paw and blocked her hand that was holding the tickets. Not putting it in? Zhou Qinshan didn't understand this time. Fongping hooked out 10 tickets with his front paw and pushed these tickets in front of Zhou Qinshan. You are? Going to give them to me? Isn't it? Zhou Qinshan asked. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Thank you. Great king. You're so kind. I'll take it then. Zhou Qinshan smiled. The great king would remember her at all times, she knew that. These tickets were enough for her to keep 2 for herself, just hers and Dong Yujing's, which the great king couldn't use. The others she couldn't use up, she could give them to the members of her own project team, and she thought everyone would be happy. At this moment, Director Zhang of the office was looking for Zhou Qinshan for something and happened to walk over. De Wang, got the concert tickets? Are you giving them to Qinshan? She asked with a smile. Director, the great king gave me 10 tickets. I'm going to keep 2, and give the other 6 to the members of the project team, and 2 to the director. Zhou Qinshan was also very understanding. Office Director Zhang had always been good to her, and she would definitely return the favor. They're still mine, huh? Then I'll thank you. Thank you to Wang as well. Director Zhang smiled happily. Zhou Qinshan took out 2 tickets and prepared to hand them to Director Zhang. Fongping, however, raised his front paws and did not let Zhou Qinshan do so. Zhou Qinshan paused. Director Zhang also paused. Did the great king not want to give himself the tickets? Fongping didn't care as he stopped Zhou Qinshan's movements. Raising his front paw, hooked out 10 more tickets. Then, he pushed these tickets in front of Director Zhang. Take it. It's all yours. Thank you for taking care of Zhou Qinshan. Seeing this, both Zhou Qinshan and Director Zhang were dazed. Both of them could see what Fongping meant. Director, Big Wang is saying that he thinks I'm sending less. It's my fault for not thinking it through. Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and smiled. I don't blame you. You don't have too many tickets. De Wang, I didn't expect you to give me so much. Director Zhang was all smiles. She was even happier at this moment than she was a moment ago. The great king remembered how good he was. That's good. This cat. It's so smart. Really notices everything. She thought that the great king hadn't seen her kindness towards Zhou Qinshan. She couldn't imagine that the great king had always remembered it, and now she meant that she must be thanking herself. Then I'll make myself at home. How about this? I'll keep 2 of these tickets as well. The remaining 8, I'll give them to my office colleagues on behalf of De Wang. Director Zhang smiled. She was also helping Big Wang and helping Zhou Qingshan. Since it's a company, it's important to make good company connections.
The other office co-workers had long since warmed up to the idea, but this was the ticket that Dishi had given to De Wang, so naturally everyone was too embarrassed to come over and ask for it. But Director Zhang had said so that meant that everyone had a chance to get them as well. Although not everyone was still happy. It wasn't possible for everyone to get them, after all, the tickets were limited. Counting last week's Morningside project team, the advertising agency had already taken 20 tickets, which was already quite a lot.
De Wang. Thank you. Thank you, Big King. The company's co-workers cheered. Fongping raised his front paw, touching Zhou Qingshan's cell phone again. Big King. You want a cell phone? Who are you going to call?
Zhou Qingshan put her cell phone in front of the Great King.
She opens the contact information sheet. Fongping points the first one to Zhou's dad. You want to call my dad? Zhou Qingshan was ready to dial the number.
Fongping lifted his front paw to stop her.
Fongping then ticked off 10 more tickets and pushed them in front of Zhou Qingshan. These tickets? Are they for my dad? Is that right? Zhou Qingshan asked. Fongping's tail waved vertically.
Next to him, Director Zhang also saw it.
De Wang. This is distributing tickets.
Your father's place has also been allocated 10. She said with a smile.
Then I'll accept them on my dad's behalf. He'll be happy.
Zhou Qingshan's face released a smile as well. This scene was actually seen by Zhou's dad, who happened to be watching Big King's livestream.
Little brat. Finally remembered me. Otherwise, I won't bring you to play next time.
At the corner of Papa Zhou's mouth, a smile also surfaced. The female secretary next to him also pursed her lips and smiled. De Wang, this is remembering Zhou Dong, surely remember me as well. Fongping then pointed to the cell phone again.
This time it was for O0, also 10 tickets. O0 happened to be watching the live broadcast as well. De Wang. This is remembering Lele.
I have to let Lele contact the Great King often. At the edge of O0's mouth, there was also a smile. Fongping had to point to his cell phone again, but this time the phone rang first.
De Wang. It's my cousin's. It seems like it must be looking for you. Zhou Qingshan picked up the cell phone and opened the speakerphone. De Wang. Don't forget me. Don't give away all the tickets, there's still me?
Wu Tongtong was a bit anxious on the other side of the phone.
It turned out that she was also watching Big King's live broadcast after class.
At this time, when she saw that Big King was distributing the tickets, but there was a delay in getting her own, she couldn't help but call. Fongping tugged at his ears.
Next. It was supposed to be you.
But Wu Tongtong was urging, so he didn't delay.
Fongping hooked out 10 and gave them to Wu Tongtong. Great King. Thank you. I love you to death.
Wu Tongtong got happy and said excitedly before hanging up the phone. Everyone in the office heard it and laughed again. Fongping proceeded to give 10 more to Dong Ma, who had been very nice to him last time and even helped him peel peanuts. When Dong Ma saw it, she was so happy that she sent it to her friends to show off. Fongping gave another 10 to Old Man Bai. Just because Old Man Bai is a veteran, he deserves to be given one. Besides, Old Man Bai is nice and often makes small fish for himself.
Old Man Bai is also watching De Wang live.
I told you the little bugger wouldn't forget me.
Okay.
Go to the food market later and buy a few more small fishes, Big King loves them. He also cheered up.
Sent here, Fongping had already sent 70 tickets.
The remaining 30, Fongping also had his own plans. This time, he took 10 of them and handed them to the staff of the live shoot.
This was for the program crew? No. Great King, you're giving them to your own fans, right? The staff asked and immediately reacted. The program team naturally wouldn't lack tickets and didn't need them. Smart. Fongping's tail waved vertically.
This time, it was the turn of the audience in the live broadcast room to be elated. I thought that the Great King had forgotten about us, but it turns out that the Great King has always remembered us. I just scolded the Great King.
I'm sorry, Great King.
Me too, Great King, from now on, I'm your hardcore fan.
So am I, King. Even if I don't get a ticket, I'm still happy. Big King, cheating. Big King, cheating. Big King, cheating. Chapter 130, World Ranking. The last 20 tickets for Daisy's concert, Fongping let Zhou Qingshan put them in his small backpack. Packed up properly. Fongping jumped down from his work desk and ran out of the company in a flash. The company was used to his actions. It would not be a Great King if he didn't go out any day. Fongping walked into the elevator and leapt up, slapping down the 22nd floor button with his palm. He was going to deliver the tickets to the pretty young ladies. These pretty young ladies had also helped him out, especially in buying the car. Without the help of the pretty young ladies, he wouldn't have been able to choose a car so smoothly. There was also the Jiaoshi who had just joined a modeling agency, and he didn't know how it was going. Modeling training was hard, he still knew that. Jiaoshi didn't know if she could endure it either. He thought again of the lollipop that Jiaoshi had given him. Fongping tugged at his ears. Himself? It seemed like he was craving it again. The elevator quickly reached the 22nd floor. Fongping left the elevator and walked into the company. He wanted to sneak in while the receptionist lady wasn't paying attention, but it didn't work. The receptionist lady had already seen him. To be precise, she had been watching the live broadcast. "De Wang, you haven't come for a few days. Sister thought you forgot about us." Big King hadn't even come out of the elevator yet, and she was waiting. Fongping fell into her clutches once again. He raised his front paw and tried to block it, still ineffective. The front desk lady wrapped her arms around Fongping and pressed him hard into her embrace. Fongping was helpless. "Miss, don't be so enthusiastic every time. I can't take it." The receptionist's sister had already started to inform. "Sisters, hurry up. The customers are coming." Her announcement was special, she shouted. Very quickly, Sister Hong and the pretty young ladies came out. Hearing that the great king is here, everyone is naturally happy. Fongping. Once again, it was plunged into a ferocious ocean. In the live broadcast room, the viewers laughed. If I hadn't watched the live broadcast and just listened to the sound, I might have misunderstood the great king. Don't say it, my mom already beat me up, saying I'm watching Juvenile. Big King, I'm so envious of the welcome you've received, the young ladies are so enthusiastic. I'd be happy to die if I were received so warmly by the ladies. One warning. Don't drive upstairs. Zhao Shi also followed the pretty young ladies out. She looked quite happy. It seemed like she was doing fine here and was able to adapt to the modeling work here. She was also happy to see Fongping. Sister Hong, can I send the king something to eat? Send this lollipop? She asked Sister Hong. Sister Hong hadn't answered yet. Fongping tugged at his ears. There's a lollipop. He jumped down from Sister Hong's arms in one go. A few steps to Zhao Shi's side. Raised his front paw. He touched Zhao Shi's coat pocket. He remembered that the lollipop Zhao Shi gave him last time was in this pocket. Alas! Give it to him. This little glutton. Sister Hong had wanted to stop it, but when she saw this scene, she sighed. Zhao Shi pulled out the lollipop she had prepared long ago from her pocket. She had carried it in her pocket every day after she knew that the great king liked it. However, the great king hadn't come in the past few days, so she was a little disappointed. Zhao Shi carefully peeled off the candy paper and handed it to Fongping's mouth. Sweet. So sweet. Fongping half squinted his eyes, eating lollipop again. It was so sweet to the heart. De Wang, why are you carrying a small backpack? What's in it? Sister Hong noticed the small backpack on Fongping's back. Fongping raised his front paw. He touched Sister Hong's hand. And touched the small backpack again. Great King. You want me to take out what's inside? Isn't that right? Sister Hong saw what Fongping meant. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Sister Hong opened her small backpack and took out the tickets for Daisy's concert. Sister Hong. Daisy must have come specially to give away these concert tickets. He had just given away quite a few to his friends. The front desk young lady had been watching the live broadcast, and at this time, she said with delight. Is that so? How did Big King give them away? How many tickets for one friend? Sister Hong was attentive, and she was not greedy to keep all these tickets. I saw it just now. One friend. It seems to be 10 sheets. The front desk young lady said. Then let's take 10 as well. Thank you. De Wang. I used to say you're little heartless, but it seems you still have a conscience. Sister Hong hugged De Wang affectionately. Fongping's tail hooked. Take it yourself. I'm busy. He had a lollipop in his mouth and was eating it happily. Yummy. It's delicious. He did prepare to give 10 to Sister Hong and the pretty ladies. The last 10, he had another use for them. Sister Hong took 10 concert tickets, and the remaining 10 were put back into the Big King's small backpack. He closed the small backpack. At this time, the front desk young lady suddenly exclaimed again. Ranking. The pet show world ranking list came out. Damn it, how come Big King's ranking isn't higher? She was still watching the live broadcast room. At this time, the pet show live stream temporarily displayed the Super Divine Pet ranking list. When Sister Hong and Pretty Sister heard this, they also came over. Fongping couldn't see it, so he simply jumped into Sister Hong's arms and followed her. Sister Hong laughed as she held Big King in her arms and made him come over to the phone. At this moment, the host of the pet show was announcing the Super Divine Pet World ranking list, and all the live broadcast rooms were plugging it. The Super Divine Pet that was currently ranked first was a gibbon from the country of M, named Tarzan, with 25,000 points. The second-ranked Super Divine Pet was a sheepdog from country D, named Barney, with 22,000 points. The third-ranked Super Divine Pet was a spotted dog from country F, named Pixel, with 20,000 points. The fourth-ranked Super God's Pet was a brown bear from the country of Ross, named Stout, with 18,000 points. The fifth-ranked Super God's Pet was a bulldog from country Y, named Max, with 15,000 points.
The 10th ranked super divine pet was a chimpanzee from country R named Xiaopang, with 13,000 points.
Fongping's ranking was first in the country, but not high in the world.
He had 11,000 points and shot to the 20th position. Seeing the rankings, Sister Han and the pretty ladies were furious.
What kind of ranking was this? How could Big King be ranked 20th?
If you ask me, Big King should be ranked first. Sister Han was the first to rise up in discontent.
That's it. Is there any place to complain? We want to complain.
Pretty sisters are also disgruntled. How smart the great king is.
And Maharaja's performance is praiseworthy in every way. Rescuing a child in the tiger park. High-rise rescue. Bank hostage. Are these programmers in charge of world rankings blind?
In the live broadcast room, the audience also exploded.
Crap. Am I reading this right? The great king is ranked 20th, so low? Wait, isn't the great king ranking number 1?
You're looking at the domestic ranking, now it's the world ranking. I strongly object that there's something fishy about this super god's favorite world ranking list. I also strongly object, I don't believe that there are pets in this world that are better than Great King.
It's unfair to Big King for the program to be held like this. I want to complain. I want to complain. I want to complain.
At the moment, the hostess of the program is also explaining that she has received numerous complaints from the country.
Dear viewers, this is the first edition of the Super Divine Pet World Ranking List.
This ranking list is based on the ratings of pet experts from various countries, as well as the votes. There will be a second world ranking list and a third world ranking list where the ranking of pets from different countries will change.
I understand everyone's feelings, and we urge everyone to vote.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
He was only ranked 20th. It seems to be different from what he imagined. Fine. One has to work hard too. Chapter 131, Making Out. Fongping's ranking was 20th in the world.
He was also a bit surprised.
In his own body was a human soul. Could it be that those pets abroad also had human souls in their bodies? If that was the case, that would be interesting.
If he had the chance, he would like to meet these pets that were ranked higher than himself.
I'll check.
This number 1 ranked M country Tarzan. Where exactly is it more powerful than the Great King? Sister Hong remained unconvinced and took out her cell phone.
Sister Hong, take a look. I've looked up the world's number 1 ranked resume.
Zhao, she handed over her own cell phone. She was already checking it just now when everyone was listening to the host talking about the super god's favorite world ranking list. Sister Hong took the phone and looked at it.
Fongping had a lollipop in his mouth and was also looking at it. Name, Tarzan. Species, ape. Gender, male. Specialty description, specializes in movies. Movie Planet of the Apes, acted as the main ape character, grossed $33.2 billion at the global box office. Movie Tarzan of the Apes, as the main ape character, worldwide box office revenue of $43.5 billion. Movie King Kong, as the main ape character, worldwide box office revenue of $56.2 billion.
Seeing this, Fongping roughly understood that this was a global movie animal star.
No wonder this Tarzan of Am ranked so high. Just those movie fans all over the world would be able to push this one to number 1.
One's own fame was definitely much worse compared to this one's fame around the world.
Sister Hong. I've also found out information about the 10th ranked country or chimpanzee, Xiaopang. Take a look.
Another pretty young lady also handed over her cell phone.
Sister Hong received it in her hand. Name, Little Pang. Species, chimpanzee. Gender, male. Specialty description, specializes in filming the animal variety show Dog Chimp Adventure.
As the main character of the program, chimpanzee Xiaopang is mischievous, warm and curious, and loves bananas, cakes, strawberries and ice cream. Co-starring Bulldog James, loves beef jerky, beef liver, pork liver, cheese, sponge cake. Fongping took a look at this one was also an animal variety show star.
Next,
the group also looked at the resumes of the other higher-ranked pets.
Most of them were also ranked because of fame.
It seemed that a large part of his own ranking of 20 was because of fame. He hadn't been famous before after all, and it was only after he participated in a pet show that people had gotten to know him. But the time of recognizing him was too short, so naturally he couldn't compare to these world-class animal stars. Seeing this, Sister Hong and the pretty ladies probably understood. It wasn't that the Great King wasn't good, but the fame wasn't enough.
It needed time to accumulate.
It was good that it was only the first phase of the Super God Pet World Ranking List. The Great King still had a chance to catch up and surpass.
Great King, you have to cheer for us. We will also cheer for you.
Sister Hong cheered for the Great King on behalf of the pretty young ladies. Fongping tugged at his ears.
Got it. I will work hard.
After staying with Sister Hong and the pretty young ladies for about 3 hours, it was almost time to leave work before Fongping left.
Returning to the advertising agency, Fongping noticed the eyes of the company's personnel and felt something was wrong.
Zhou Qinshan had also finished her work for the day at this moment and returned to her desk.
Her expression, too, was a little off. Fongping walked to Zhou Qinshan's side, raised his front paw and touched her hand. What's wrong? What happened? Something wrong with the advertisement?
Zhou Qinshan looked down, looking at Fongping.
De Wang, you're back?
I just found out that the first phase of the Super Divine Favors World Ranking list came out.
You didn't rank high, only 20 places, too low.
She was a bit unhappy when she said this. According to Zhou Qinshan's thoughts, the Great King should at least be ranked in the top 3, if not number 1.
If the Great King knew, would it be devastated?
She was a little worried that the Great King's mood would be affected. Fongping tugged at his ears.
So it was this matter. He understands.
Then there was no need to worry.
He didn't care either.
This is only the first phase of ranking, there is still a long time behind.
I will catch up. Fongping was still confident in himself. Great King, we believe in you. My colleagues and I support you, we will vote for you. Office Director Zhang also came over to encourage Fongping at this moment. Fongping's tail ticked. Okay. Thank you all. At this moment, Zhou Qinshan's phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was Dad Zhou calling. Dad. What's up? She picked up the phone. Where's the little brat? Is he around? Put him on the phone. Papa Chow is here to talk to the king. De Wang. My dad's on the phone. Looking for you. Zhou Qinshan put the phone to Fongping's ear.
Fongping tugged at his ear.
Zhou's dad was looking for him? Was he thanking him for the concert tickets?
No need to thank him.
Little brat. Are you there? Speaking?
Dad Chow's voice is loud over there. Even without the speakerphone on, the office could hear it.
Fongping hooked his tail. He didn't make a sound. Dad Zhou was probably used to it, and usually Fongping wouldn't answer. Little brat.
The first Super God's favorite world ranking list came out, 20th place, a bit low. That said, your current world fame is indeed a bit low. Are you interested in making a movie? I can invest.
Fongping heard this. The tail ticked. Are you encouraging me, or are you trying to make money? He estimated that the latter was predominant.
Those who did business were thinking about making money, making a lot of money.
Wait a minute. It seemed like Papa Joe still owed himself $100 million and hadn't paid it yet.
When Fongping remembered this matter, he had a mind to call in the debt.
Papa Joe. It's time to pay. He raised his front paw. It touched Zhou Qinshan's coat pocket.
There was his bank card contained there. There was still about $19 million in the card, and counting this money from Zhou's father, he was properly a billionaire.
Bank card? Money? You mean you have money? Zhou Qinshan didn't understand what Fongping meant. Fongping flicked his tail horizontally. That's not what it means? What do you mean? My dad owes you money, right? Zhou Qinshan subconsciously asked. She did know Fongping well. Smart. Fongping's tail was suddenly erect and flicked several times in a row. Dad. You owe money to the Great King? Big King wants you to pay back the money.
Zhou Qinshan said as she took back her cell phone.
Money? What money? Alas. Why is the signal bad? Hey. Zhou Dad hung up.
This makes Zhou Qinshan laugh and cry. The old man now also learned to renege on this set. Then look at Fongping.
Fongping's cat eyes widened. Old man. Not giving money. Still wants to renege on the debt. This won't do. This is $100 million. Watch out, I'll kill your company. Mr. King. Don't worry. My dad owes you money. I'll help you recover it. Zhou Qinshan also asked without caring. She reckoned that Dad was probably joking with De Wang. Dad is so rich, how could he renege on his debt? Speaking of which, when did you borrow my dad's money? How much does he owe you? 1,000? Zhou Qinshan asked again. Fongping's tail swung sideways. No. It's more than that. 10,000? Zhou Qinshan still didn't care. Fongping's tail continues to lash out horizontally. No. More than this. 100,000? A million? 10 million? Zhou Qinshan asked several times, but it's not right. It can't be 100 million, can it? She joked. Fongping's tail waved vertically. That's right. That's how much it is.
Zhou Qinshan paused, and even Office Director Zhang looked over with his mouth wide open.
Wait. Big King. I'll ask again, is it $100 million owed to you? Zhou Qinshan was a bit unconvinced by this answer and asked again seriously. Fongping's tail. Also seriously vertical flicked. Zhou Qinshan didn't say anything else, and recalled her dad. When the call went through, she had 3 words. Dad. Return the money. Zhou Dad's side was actually joking with De Wang. He was drinking water. Poof. A mouthful of water went out. That little brat, Wang. Speaking of money. Just don't make out. Chapter 132 Surprise. Papa Joe was kind enough to explain where the money came from. He told Zhou Qinshan that it would be a while before that profit arrived. Zhou Chenchen and Fongping finally let him off the hook. Otherwise, Zhou Chenchen was all set to kill Dad's company with Big King. Okay. If we don't get the money, let's get off work. It's time to leave work. Leaving the company, Zhou Chenchen drove Fongping home. Big King. You're making more and more money now. I'll have to step up my game too. Zhou Chenchen was in a good mood at this moment. I didn't expect that the great king would be cold and earn another $100 million. Even though it's a share of Dad's business profits. But that is also the skill of the king. Why don't you try a different person to see if you can run into the carp-jumping dragon door? Fongping pulled his ears. You don't make money. How can you support your family? He looked out the window. Now that he was going home, it was much faster than riding a shared bicycle in the past. Zhou Chenchen went to the food market first and bought some meat and vegetables before driving home with Fongping. Evening. It was delicious again. Fongping was also a bit happy. For him, instead, it was this bland and meticulous life that made him more satisfied. When they arrived at the door of the house, Zhou Chenchen remembered something else. She turned to the opposite side and knocked on the door. Her knock was much gentler than Fongping's. Fongping's tail ticked. It also followed over. Who is it? Old Man White asked from inside the house. He had thought it was the Great King. But it didn't sound like it. The Great King was much rougher than that. That's why he asked. Master Bai. It's me. I've gone home with Big King to give you something. Zhou Chenchen said. She remembered the concert tickets that Big King was going to give to Old Man Bai. It was just as well that she was going home, so she sent it over to Old Man Bai first, otherwise it would be bad if she forgot about it later. In the past, Old Man Bai often made small fish for De Wang to eat, and De Wang is also returning the favor today. Deliver what? Old Man Bai opened the door. He actually almost guessed it. He watched Big King's live broadcast during the day. Old Man Bai. This is a gift of 10 concert tickets from the Great King. You can go and take a look. Zhou Chenchen didn't mention Daisy's name. She guessed that if she said it, Old Man Bai might not even know about it. A concert? Okay. I'll take it. Old Man Bai wasn't too polite. It's a gift from the king. He definitely won't refuse. Seeing Zhou Chenchen leaving with the Great King. Chen Chun. Wait. I've made some extra fish balls for the night. You and Big King take them back to eat. He spoke to Zhou Chenchen. Then Old Man Bai turned around and went back to the kitchen and brought over a bowl. The fish balls were still hot. Fongping tugged at his ears. It smelled so good. So eager to eat it right away. Old Man Bai. I thank you on behalf of the king. The Great King just loves to eat the fish you make. Zhou Chenchen laughed and gave a thank you before taking it. No need to thank you. You eat it too. I'm retired and idle at home anyway. Old Man Bai waved his hand. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were sighing. This grandpa is so nice to De Wang. I wish I had such a neighbor. The grandpa is still a veteran. I've seen Moncler Outlet store his wounds, marvelous, survived all those wounds. The Great King seems to like the fish that Moncler Outlet store he makes. It makes me hungry to see it. Fish balls are good, they taste good. Don't say it, my mouth is watering. Zhou Chenchen took De Wang home. After eating, the staff came in and turned off the equipment, and the day's live broadcast was over. Even though the live broadcast audience still wanted to continue watching, they could only wait for tomorrow. Zhou Chenchen finished cleaning up the kitchen, stretched out her long legs, and lay on the sofa. She picked up the remote control, but didn't order the TV series she usually liked to watch. De Wang, let's watch a movie today. Is it good? She said to Big King. Fongping tugged his ears. A movie? He lay on Zhou Chenchen's long legs. Okay. What you want to watch, you decide. By the time Zhou Chenchen started playing the movie, Fongping probably understood the reason why she was watching the movie. The name of this movie was called King Kong. Wasn't this the movie made by that super god pet world ranking #1, the gibbon called Tarzan? He thought that Zhou Chenchen didn't care anymore, but he didn't expect her to remember this. De Wang, look carefully. This is your opponent. Zhou Chenchen purposely reminded the Great King, or else the Great King would squint and doze off again later. Fongping hooked his tail. Okay. Everyone watch it together. The story of King Kong made in this parallel world is pretty much the same as the previous world. Only the protagonist is not an ape, but a gibbon instead. Simply put, it's the story of Beauty and the Beast. Tarzan acted very well, performing both fierceness and tenderness. As an ape, it's hard to avoid the fact that many movie fans love it when they can act this way. Worthy of being a global movie animal star. While Fongping watched with great interest, Zhou Chenchen was a bit unconvinced. De Wang, actually, I think you can act too. If you were to make a movie, it definitely wouldn't be worse than Tarzan. She said to Fongping. Fongping's tail hooked. That's not necessarily true. But he didn't make a sound. Saying that he could win a global movie star at this moment, it was estimated that Zhou Chenchen would believe it without hesitation. Well, after watching the movie, it was almost time to rest. After a busy day today, Zhou Qinshan was also very sleepy. It was late in the night. Fongping stood up from Zhou Qinshan's embrace. He glanced at Zhou Qinshan. The sleeping Zhou Qinshan had a smile on her face. Probably dreaming. Fongping did not startle Zhou Qinshan and quietly left the house. He had the last 10 concert tickets in his mouth. There were only these 10 anyway, so he didn't bother to pack them up in a small backpack. Besides, carrying a small backpack was troublesome. These 10 concert tickets, he was going to give them to Ning Shan and the police detective. According to the habit, the first place Fongping went out was the barbecue stall. But he still didn't see Ning Shan. Was Ning Shan still resting tonight? Fongping did know that if Ning Shan was out at night, she would usually stop by the barbecue stand for a few moments. Whether she was craving or hungry, Ning Shan loved this barbecue stand. No. He sniffed the air. Ning Shan had just come here and left again. That would be good. Fongping sniffed the smell and finally found Ning Shan a few hundred meters away. Ning Shan was still wearing civilian clothes today, and she was standing with some detectives. She had just gone to the barbecue stand and was also looking for Big Wang. But when she didn't see it, she hurried back. Tonight, she still had a mission of her own. But not long after coming back, a smile grew on her face. Because she saw the Great King appear. Despite the dim light around her, she recognized the Great King at once. At this moment, the middle-aged captain and the other detectives also saw the Great King. Everyone's originally serious faces broke into smiles. All the detectives now regarded Big King as a reliable partner. If it wasn't for Big King, it was estimated that Ning Shan would already be gone. The detectives all remembered the credit of the Great King, and the middle-aged captain even said that he wanted to give the Great King credit. Captain, I'll go over to see the Great King, Ning Shan said to the middle-aged captain. Good. Go. The middle-aged captain nodded. But before Ning Shan could walk over, Fongping had already walked over. In the past, he would have avoided most of the detectives and only allowed Ning Shan to approach him. Now he was somewhat used to it. The detectives were also used to the appearance of the Great King. Walking over to Ning Shan, Fongping raised his front paw and touched Ning Shan's hand, and then touched the ticket he was holding in his mouth. Ning Shan read Fongping's meaning. What was this? Puzzled, she took the 10 concert tickets from Fongping's mouth. Ah, Daisy? Concert tickets? Her eyes were instantly surprised. She was a detective, but she also liked Daisy and the songs she sang. Daisy, is this a gift for me? No, this is a gift for us detectives? She asked the Maharaja with excitement. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Yes. A gift to all of you in this city. Thank you all. In the dead of night. Still silently protecting this city. Chapter 133 Reappearance. The tickets to Daisy's concert given by Fongping surprised Ning Shan and also surprised the detectives. Everyone hadn't expected it. The Great King had brought gifts for everyone. De Wang. Thank you. Although we might not be able to go, we enjoyed it. Ning Shan said on behalf of the detectives. Fongping tugged at his ears. How come we can't go? You guys still have a mission? The middle-aged captain seemed to see Fongping's doubts. Great King. It's not that we don't want to go. Now that the bank robber has not been caught, this is our most important task at the moment. All of our detectives can't rest until the capture mission is completed. He explained to Fongping. The gang of robbers? It hasn't been caught yet? Fongping thought that the gang of robbers had already been locked up. I didn't realize that they were still at large. Yes, they are. Your Majesty. That gang of robbers disappeared after they escaped, we never found them. Tonight, someone reported a bomb-making tip to us, which might have something to do with that gang of robbers. Ning Shan also spoke up. Fong Yuan's tail ticked. Took 2 steps. Turned back. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go together. Ning Shan still wanted to ask the Great King, but now that she looked at it, don't ask either. Now is the time to try to drive the Great King away, the Great King probably won't even go. Captain. Let's take Big King with us. Is that alright? Only then did she think to ask the middle-aged captain for instructions. The Great King can go if he wants to. But Big King should be careful. The other side might have bombs, it will be dangerous. The middle-aged captain nodded and warned. He also knew. I'm afraid it's hard to do if we don't want the Great King to go now. Even if the Great King was allowed to leave. The Great King might also quietly follow. Fongping's tail waved vertically. This was his way of showing understanding. As long as he smelled danger, he would definitely not approach. The scene from the last time he was near a bomb would definitely not be repeated. The detectives then set off together. The group arrived at a nearby neighborhood. Fongping looked at the neighborhood. This neighborhood was familiar to him. The male engineer lived here, and he didn't know how the robot cat he designed was doing. De Wang. Let's go in first and take a look. Pay attention to the danger.
Ning Shan was wearing civilian clothes just to make it easier to go in and scout. If she was wearing a police uniform, anyone would have noticed. Even though it was midnight, she was very cautious. After saying this, Ning Shan quietly walked into the neighborhood. Fongping's tail hooked. He naturally had to follow. Walking into the neighborhood, Ning Shan came to a building with lights. It was that one. Look! The light is still on now. Hearing this, Fongping raised his cat head. He followed Ning Shan's finger and his expression became odd. Wasn't this the male engineer's house? Who provided the clue? Listed the male engineer as a suspect? To say that the male engineer was affecting other people's rest at night, he believed it. But to say that the male engineer made bombs and was in league with the kidnappers, he didn't believe it. It must be a misunderstanding. De Wang, you wait here. I'll get closer and take a look. Ning Shan was careful and wanted to walk in a little more. Fongping did not listen to Ning Shan this time. He ran straight over. Jumped onto the first floor balcony of the male engineer. Jumped to the door on the balcony again. Jumped up. Volleyball dunk. Bang! Fongping knocked on the door. Ning Shan, who was not far away, changed her face. Why was De Wang reckless this time? She hurriedly picked up her cell phone and contacted the middle-aged captain outside the cell. Captain! De Wang rushed over. It seems to be banging on the door. She misheard and mistook the knocking as banging on the door. Did De Wang find something? You wait. We'll be right over. The middle-aged captain commanded a sentence. He was prepared to detect first, but now he changed his decision. Since the Great King had already spooked the snakes, the detectives would have to barge in. Ning Shan waited for a few moments when the middle-aged captain hurried over with the detectives. Where is the Great King? The middle-aged captain asked. If something happened to this cat, he was still a bit bad to explain. He now knew. Big King could be said to be a star cat in the country with a lot of fame in the pet show program. This cat's identity was not ordinary. On the balcony over there, he was banging on the door. The people inside must have been startled. Ning Shan pointed to the balcony of the male engineer's house not far away. The middle-aged captain looked over. At that moment, the balcony door opened. The male engineer came out at the door. Seeing the Great King appear, the male engineer didn't seem surprised. De Wang, you're here again? But you came a few days early. My robot cat still has some problems and is still being improved. He smiled at Fongping and said. Fongping's tail ticked. If I didn't come, you are in big trouble. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Look at that. He's been reported. The male engineer didn't see Fongping's point. Great King, come on in. I prepared beef jerky for you again. He sidestepped his body and prepared to let Fongping in. But Fongping didn't go in this time, but looked back. What are you looking at? Do you still have friends? Or you don't want to go in? The male engineer was a bit surprised. In the past, this cat had no problem entering his house. Not far away, the middle-aged captain and Ning Shan and the others were also surprised. Great King? Seems to know this place? He knows this man? Ning Shan said. From the look on that man's face as he smiled and spoke to the Great King, it seemed that the man and the cat were familiar. Let's go. Go over and take a look. There might be a misunderstanding tonight. The middle-aged captain had already noticed that something was wrong. Of course he wouldn't think that Big King was related to the robbers. If he really met a robber, Big King's reaction would definitely not be like this. He had watched some of Big King's videos from Pet Show. The cat's intelligence was somehow no less than a human's. This kind of mistake, De Wang would never make. Then the truth could only be one: this man in his 30s who was reported should have nothing to do with the bank robber. It was only that it was so late now that this man was still not sleeping. I wonder what he was tossing around? Since the middle-aged captain had brought the detectives here, he naturally had to go over and ask for clarification. This was not only responsible for the Great King, but also for the safety of the city. Soon, the middle-aged captain, Ning Shan and the others appeared in front of the male engineer. Some of the detectives began to enter the room and search. The middle-aged captain flashed his credentials and told the male engineer that these were detectives who had gotten a tip to come over and investigate. Mr. Detectives, I didn't do anything wrong. The Maharaja can prove me. The male engineer suddenly gets smart again and immediately pulls the Maharaja as his proof. No, proof cat. Big King, do you recognize this man? Ning Shan stopped in front of Fongping. Fongping looked at the male engineer. Tail flicked vertically. I guess if he didn't admit it, Ning Shan wouldn't believe it. You tell me. He and the group of bank kidnappers? Is there any relationship? The male engineer was startled to hear Ning Shan ask this. He then realized the real reason why the detective came to his door. He hurriedly stared at De Wang. Your tail mustn't flap. Fongping tugged at his ears. What about the promised trust? Why are you so nervous? Still, his tail flicked horizontally. Ningshan breathed a sigh of relief, and the male engineer also breathed a sigh of relief. Since De Wang had proved it, the man was pretty much removed from suspicion. The detectives in the house searched the room and came out to report as well. Captain, no clues to the robber were found in the house. Only messy electronic circuits and a cat. One of the detectives said. It's a bit messy indeed. I'm an engineer at a research institute. Usually like to study these. The male engineer also took out his work documents. The middle-aged captain took the documents and looked at them for a few moments. From all accounts, tonight was indeed a misunderstanding. We know about it. But you need to keep your voice down when you do things at night. Disrupting the neighbor's sleep will definitely be unsatisfactory. He guessed the reason why the male engineer was reported. Probably a neighbor wasn't too happy with the male engineer and that's why he reported him. I got it. Mr. Detectives are working hard, come in and have a cup of tea. The male engineer also relaxed and invited everyone into the house. Fongping was not polite at this moment, and had already walked in first. That robot cat was very active in the room, seeing Fongping immediately came over. Fongping disliked it and raised his front paw to block it. The robot cat then bounced around Fongping. The middle-aged captain and Ningshan walked in just in time to see this scene. Was this cat and the Great King friends? By the looks of it? The two cats are on good terms? Ningshan asked. It was rare for her to see a cat close to the Great King. It wasn't. This is not a friend of the Great King. This is a robot cat. The male engineer picked up the robot cat. With a twist of his hand. The robot cat's head and body separate and the head falls into his hand. Thriller. Reprise. Chapter 134 Another Human. The male engineer's sudden head-twisting movement startled the detectives in the room. Even if Ningshan was bold, she almost touched her gun. This guy. Too rampant. Daring to do it in front of. Oh. Robot cat. It's all right then. The male engineer has now noticed that everyone is frightened. I'm sorry. I'm used to it. This is really a robot cat. After saying this, he placed the robot cat on the ground. The robot cat without a head, once it reached the ground, immediately ran around the house. All the detectives paused. Nima. This was even more thrilling. Fongping pulled his ears. This guy. He's hopeless. He's probably going to be an engineer for the rest of his life. He was skeptical. He doubted that a male engineer would be able to get a daughter-in-law in the future. Whoever's daughter-in-law is scared like this will probably go back to her mother's house in tears that night. You'd better put the robot cat's head on. It looks like this. Oddly enough. Ningshan really couldn't help herself and said something. She was also thinking in her heart, what kind of woman dares to marry a male engineer? Good. Good. Flower ball. Come here. The male engineer was reminded and he hurriedly called the name of the robot cat. The robot cat sensed his name and obediently ran over. The male engineer then put the head back on the robot cat. Now it was normal. The detectives in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Just now looking at that headless cat. It was as frightening as it could be. Even if the detectives had seen a lot of things in their day-to-day lives, they were still very uncomfortable. Sure enough, the legendary engineer belongs to another kind of human. This robot cat of yours is actually quite good. It's just that its movements are still a bit stiff. It doesn't look like a real cat. The middle-aged captain observed for a moment and commented. He knew that technology was developing. Robotic animals were available at home and abroad. This had become an irreversible trend. There were places where machine animals could also be a big help to humans. That's how I feel as well. It's still being improved and I'm going to refer to Big King's moves. Not long ago, the Great King was also my model, and these are his demonstrations of his movements. When the male engineer heard this, it was as if he had met his soulmate. Although Big King was also his soulmate, Big King could not speak. He took out the video he had taken of Big King. De Wang. Can't think of anything? You still like Robot Cat, huh? Ningshan watched the video and laughed. I didn't expect Big King to be willing to be a model. This is rare. Fongping's tail ticked. I don't like it. How is this really fun? The middle-aged captain chatted with the male engineer and didn't stay here for long. His own team members were all working hard and needed to rest as well. We've had a look at your place. No suspicions were found. You sign here and we'll close the team. He was ready to take people away. Hey! I said I'd buy you tea. I haven't even poured the water yet. The male engineer went inside and forgot about it. No need. Your invention is quite good. But it's also important to maintain neighborly relations. The middle-aged captain smiled and reminded. I know. I'll install a soundproof wall in my living room. In the future, I'll just blow a big hole in my house and I won't be able to hear it outside. The male engineer humbly accepted. You want to blow up the home? The middle-aged captain paused. Joke. I am just joking.
I won't do anything illegal.
The male engineer accidentally said the wrong thing again and hurriedly assured. Fongping tugged at his ears. What kind of joke is that in front of a detective? Besides, this joke of yours is not funny at all. Okay, I'll remember your words. I'll remember your words. I don't want to bring the team here again. The middle-aged captain reminds once again and leads the team away. Great King. Aren't you leaving? Ningshan walked to the door before realizing that Fongping wasn't following. Fongping's tail waved horizontally. You guys go. I'm not leaving. He knew that Ningshan was probably going to go home when she went out. He wouldn't follow Ningshan himself, so he might as well stay at the engineer's house. Alright then. De Wang. Remember to go home early. Ningshan read Fongping's meaning and left with the detectives with a command. When the detectives were far away, the male engineer walked over and closed the balcony door. Great King. What a close call. I almost got caught in there, luckily you were there, or you. The male engineer's big heart couldn't help but be a little scared. Fongping didn't care. It's not like you did anything wrong. And didn't break the law. What are you afraid of? He walked a few steps in the living room. Came to the male engineer again. Raised his front paws. Dirty. Wipe. Almost out of habit, the male engineer goes for the towel, but this time he stops. Maharaja. You came from outside. Originally your feet were dirty. This time the male engineer reacted. The Great King can't take the blame himself. Fongping still raised his front paw. White-eyed cat. Not a single movement. So what? Dirty. Wipe it off. The male engineer saw that Fongping insisted and had no choice but to bring the towel over. After all, Big King had just helped himself to prove it. Without the Great King, sometimes things were not easy for him to explain. Big King. Want some beef jerky? Very, very fragrant beef jerky. He wiped Fongping's front and back paws clean and asked again. Fongping's tail ticked. He wasn't interested in beef jerky. His eyes caught a magazine on the ground. The magazine was open and showed a picture of what looked like a dog but was constructed as a machine, a robot dog. The male engineer noticed Fongping's sight. De Wang. You really are interested in machines. This is a machine dog invented abroad, it's called Big Dog and it's awesome. You don't know, there are people in this world who have invented machine cheetahs, machine fish, machine snakes, machine butterflies, machine dragonflies, machine ants, machine geckos. The robot cat I design in the future will hopefully be even more awesome. He said with a hint of excitement. Fongping's tail hooked. He was not interested. Even more powerful machine animals were just machines. Besides, if there were no more animals in this world and the streets in the world were filled with machine animals, what would it be like? It was scary to think about. It's scary to think about. By that time, what would the world evolve into? Will humans still have pets? Your Majesty, I have a new idea. I think it's better to improve my robot cat in this way. The male engineer spoke with renewed vigor for work. At last he remembered that someone had complained and didn't just pick up the welding equipment. He sat down on the floor and began to write and draw. Every night he was inspired by something different. Now that he saw the Maharaja, he was inspired again. These inspirations were fleeting, he had to write them down immediately. Fongping squatted next to him as the robot cat ran over with the ball in its mouth again. In a way, this robot cat already had some of the characteristics of a cat. For example, it liked to play with the ball. Fongping raised his front paw and kept hitting the ball out. The robot cat scurried all over the house again, retrieving the ball. Fongping played with the robot cat for a while in the male engineer's house. It would still be good if he used the robot cat as a toy. After staying for more than an hour, he then left. Open the door yourself. Go out by himself. The male engineer didn't even lift his head. The male engineer who was immersed in his work was actually still worthy of respect. Fongping looked back. There was no greeting either. He jumped onto the balcony with a single leap. And then disappeared into the darkness. Great King. I'm telling you. I'm going to design it this way. By the time the male engineer looked up and then looked around, the Great King was long gone. The night was deeper. The balcony door was left open. The wind has also picked up. The male engineer looked at the darkness outside and then at Robot Cat. When? This Robot Cat? Will it be exactly like the Great King? His expression, obsessed. Chapter 135 Shock. A new day. Fongping once again followed Zhou Qinshan to the advertising agency. He didn't stay at the advertising agency for long before Daisy sent a car to pick up the Great King. As agreed, Daishi would rehearse with De Wang for 2 hours every morning before the concert. Daisy also called Zhou Qinshan and De Wang, apologizing that she couldn't come over to pick up the cat herself. As the performance approached, there were more and more reporters and fans around the sports center, and Daishi might be recognized even with her makeup. In this situation, her manager, Sister Lan, could only stop Daisy from going out. Fongping didn't care, there was a car to pick him up. The one who drove over was a female bodyguard of Daisy, who was very strong. The female bodyguard had actually been here before. The last time Daisy came to the advertising agency privately, she was one of them. However, this time when she came alone, the female bodyguard was still a little worried. She wasn't Daisy, much less Joe Chinchin, and she hadn't seen the pet show live. She was a little worried that this cat wouldn't listen to her and wouldn't even settle down in the car. Even that show staff followed along. She was not at ease. As soon as she got into the car, she closed the windows tightly, just for fear that if this cat ran away in the middle of the ride, she would be in big trouble. Fongping noticed the female bodyguard's movements. His tail ticked. Okay. Take it easy. Fongping quietly plopped down on the back seat. There were no beautiful women in the passenger seat, only the staff in charge of filming, and he had no interest in lying on the staff's long legs. It was better to lie on the back seat alone. Although it was not as good as the big long legs, it was still barely acceptable. The female bodyguard looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the great king was quiet, and her heart was only slightly relieved. Do Wang. Later on, we'll go in through the side entrance of the sports center. There are too many reporters and fans over at the main entrance, so it might not be safe. After thinking about it, the female bodyguard told De Wang what Shi had instructed her to say before she came. She didn't know why Daisy wanted her to explain to De Wang. Could this cat understand? But she ended up doing what Daisy had ordered. As for whether or not the cat could understand, it had nothing to do with her. Fongping tugged at his ears. It wasn't like he was a star. Side door or not. The front door or not. It didn't matter. In the live broadcast room, the audience was somewhat excited. De Wang is going to attend the rehearsal today. Then aren't we blessed to hear Daisy sing in advance? You're overthinking it. We won't be allowed to broadcast live later. Daisy said last time that she wouldn't allow live sound during rehearsals, so she might not even be able to see the picture later. I'm sorry. I'm waiting here so early to watch the rehearsal. Sure enough. Arrived at the sports center. The program's filming crew was blocked outside the inner pavilion this time. He didn't have a problem with it. It was coordinated with the show's crew, and the crew agreed to temporarily stop the live broadcast for these 2 hours. The audience lamented, but they could only wait for the rehearsal to end. Everyone actually understood that this kind of rehearsal would definitely not be allowed to be exposed, even if it was just the images. If they really wanted to see it, they would have to wait until the concert started to go live. Fongping got off the bus. Sister Lan was already waiting for him. De Wang. I'm sorry. Daisy wanted to pick you up. I stopped her. Don't blame her. Blame me. Seeing Fongping, Sister Lan also apologized. She now knew. This cat understands human words. Fongping tugged at his ears. Stepping towards the inner hall. No one was to blame for this, the blame was on Daisy's fame. Sister Lan followed beside Fongping with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Talking to a smart cat was just effortless. One didn't even need to say it themselves. This cat just knew what to do. Alas! What a pity! This cat had an owner. She could tell that Daisy was quite fond of this cat, and she could also tell that Joe Chinchin was fond of this cat. It was she herself who had grown fond of this cat as well. She also learned a little bit about this cat last night, and the results shocked her a little. In the pet show program, this cat was so famous that it had done so many things. Some things that not even a human could necessarily do. It was no wonder that, knowing that De Wang was going to participate in the concert, those pet advertisers would come over to sponsor the show. The sponsorship from these pet advertisers also made up for Daisy's lowly advertising contract of $500,000. Sister Lan didn't expect a cat to have such a strong ability to absorb money. She now recognized Daisy's eyesight. Finding this cat to come over for the show, even if it was just to appear on stage, it was already considered a success. Not to mention that this cat's performance in the inner hall yesterday was inspiring. De Wang was really able to adapt to such a concert and had no stage fright. This was even more rare. Thinking of this, the smile on Lan's lips deepened. Walking into the inner hall, Fongping saw Daisy. She was standing right at the door and seemed to have been waiting for him. De Wang. You're here. It's going to be hard for you today. Daisy spoke to Fongping in a human tone. Fongping's tail ticked. Hard work. Can't talk about it. For him, such a rehearsal would not be too laborious. She had actually rehearsed for a while, and the 2 hours freed up now were reserved for the great king. During these 2 hours, she would practice with De Wang as much as possible, and familiarize De Wang with the program and the performance as much as possible. The ultimate goal was for De Wang and her to give the concert an amazing performance on stage. To be able to shock everyone at the concert. In order to achieve this purpose, she didn't even allow the pet show crew to broadcast live. Of course. The pet show crew understood this. Winn-Dixie. Is this the cat you invited? Cat, hello. At that moment a man and a woman came up next to each other. The woman, seeing Daisy intimately talking to a cat, felt amused and said hello as well. Fongping tugged at his ears. Took a look. Didn't recognize it. but it looked somewhat familiar. These two are my guests at the concert. Daisy introduced to Fongping. It turned out that these two were singers who came to support the concert. CC. This cat? Can understand us? The male singer saw this scene and asked with a smile as well. Yes. His name is De Wang. If you've ever seen a pet show, you'd know how good he is. Daisy nodded her head. Okay. Then we're going to see it. Cat is awesome. The female singer and the male singer looked at each other and said at this point. The two were actually mostly polite. The two didn't say much about Daisy esteeming a cat so much. But they didn't care too much either. It was estimated that Daisy liked the cat too much. It was like liking a person, only seeing the person's good points in their eyes, and not seeing the bad points. Daisy was like that now, only seeing the cat's strengths. Daisy didn't say much to the two singers, everyone was too familiar with them. What mattered now was to match up with De Wang on stage. She and De King walked to the stage, which at the moment, the white piano was still there. De King. We are now. Let's start by familiarizing ourselves with this piano. Daisy said to Fongping. Fongping's tail ticked. A piano? He had actually practiced piano in his previous world. De Wang. I'll play this song for you first. Would you like to hear it? Daisy opened the piano and touched her hands on the keys. It's beautiful. The beautiful sound of the piano comes out. Off stage. You say. Win Dixie and the cat on stage. Is it good or not? The female singer is actually not too optimistic, privately. The male singers are actually of the same opinion as the female singers. I don't know what to say. But I think. Sissy is taking a risk. Subsequently, the two saw the cat jump on the piano. Melodious. The beautiful sound of the piano sounded again. This time. Whether it was a male or female singer. Whether it was Daisy or Lon. As well as everyone in the inner pavilion. Huge shock. Huge shock. From everyone's faces. Gradually surfaced. Chapter 136 Stalking. Outside the sports center. Many reporters and fans were outside. The fans were trying to meet Daisy, while the reporters were trying to get an interview with Daisy or take some Daisy-related concert photos. But until now, neither the reporters nor the fans had gotten a chance to enter the inner stadium of the sports. Although it is known that Daisy is rehearsing and definitely won't let everyone in. But the reporters and fans were not dead set on it, and were trying all sorts of ways, hoping to blend into the inner hall. This was also why the precautions of the sports center were extraordinarily strict. No matter what kind of person it was, there was no chance of entering or exiting without the relevant documents. In addition, among the reporters and fans, there was also a portion of paparazzi mixed in. Many people can't distinguish between reporters and paparazzi, but there is still a difference between the two. A reporter is a person in the news media who is engaged in information gathering and news reporting, and he or she has to pass an exam to qualify as a reporter. The press card also has to be reviewed annually to determine whether you are still qualified and capable of continuing to fulfill the functions of a journalist. In the interview, the reporter must also follow the relevant laws and regulations and professional norms. A paparazzo is a person who specializes in following famous people, such as entertainers, celebrities, sports stars, and so on. A paparazzo usually waits at the place where the target person hangs out, shoots or secretly shoots, and follows the target person's car closely. The paparazzi will even search the hotel rooms where the target has stayed, and even discarded garbage, in order to know the target's unknown habits and preferences. Yaoi is a paparazzo. Since he knows that Daisy will have a concert in Jiangcheng, he came to Jiangcheng. But Dixie's security is very strict, he has not been able to take good, valuable pictures. But Yaoi didn't give up, he finally found an opportunity today. He used a found work ID and blended into the sports center. Although he still didn't enter the inner hall, he was finally one step ahead of the others. Now it was up to whether or not there was a chance to get close to Daisy. The opportunity finally came. After the 2-hour rehearsal in the morning, Fongping walked out from the inner pavilion. This time, even if Sister Lan objected, Daisy insisted on sending De Wang to the car. Sister Lan didn't actually object. Fine. She didn't object. She had been at the rehearsal site for the 2 hours just now. From the middle to the end of De Wang's rehearsal, she was smiling from ear to ear. Daisy's program performance began to be altered, even greatly altered, because of De Wang's performance. This was actually a big no-no. Before the concert everyone had rehearsed and familiarized themselves with it, and now it had to be changed drastically. All sorts of rehearsals had to be readjusted. But, where everyone present was in favor of the changes, there was no one who objected. Even the two male and female singers took the initiative to participate, helping Daisy to come up with ideas on the concert program. Everyone was highly motivated. Because everyone understood that this concert would definitely be a sensation. Daisy's fame would also explode. Of course. If Daisy's fame explodes, everyone will naturally benefit. There was also De Wang. One could imagine how popular Big Wang would be after the concert. Even those two male and female singers were thinking that when they had the chance, they must invite De Wang to their concert. At this time, people wouldn't make such a request because the relationship between the two and De Wang hadn't reached that level yet. When Dashi and the others sent De Wang away, Yaoi was afraid of being discovered by the people around Dashi, so he didn't get too close. However, he also saw how Daisy and the others treated the Great King. He carefully took some pictures of Daisy and some pictures of the cat. He could tell that Daisy liked the cat. Afterwards, Daisy and the others re-entered the inner pavilion, while the cat got into a car and drove away from the sports center. Yaoi thought about it, went out from the sports center, drove his rented car, and quietly followed the car the cat was sitting in. No matter what, this cat is related to Daisy, he hopes to find out something. Daisy's side was not easy to approach, and this cat felt like it should be easy to open a gap. In case this cat was going back to Daisy's place, he might be able to take more pictures of Daisy himself at night. To be a paparazzo, you also need to have a quick brain reaction. What others don't find out, you find out, and you get the headlines. What others have found out, you report again, it's meaningless and you can't earn money. Yao Yi drove carefully, trying not to be discovered by the car that was following him. The one who sent Fongping back to the company was still the female bodyguard from earlier. She had also seen the magical scene in the inner sports hall just now. To this day, she still hadn't gotten over the shock. This cat. It was too smart. No one could have imagined what kind of performance a cat would put on at a concert. Of course. It was something she wouldn't talk about or tell anyone, including those fellow bodyguards of hers. After the car drove for a while, the female bodyguard suddenly picked up her cell phone and she called Sister Lan. Originally, she was going to call Daisy, but Daisy was still rehearsing right now, so it would be better to find Sister Lan for this matter. What is it? Sister Lan picked up the phone. She was still a bit strange. Wasn't this female bodyguard driving De Wang back? Why is she calling? Sister Lan. I found out something. Someone is following this car. The female bodyguard reported to Sister Lan. She also realized something was wrong and that's why she called. She wasn't an ordinary driver and was vigilant about this aspect of security. Yaoi don't notice it despite carefully following behind. What? Who's following? Sister Lan's face sank. Like a paparazzo. It's a male. Drove a car and followed us all the way. The female bodyguard said. A paparazzo? Sister Lan paused. Both she and Daisy were no strangers to paparazzi. Daisy had already encountered countless times, being secretly photographed by all kinds of paparazzi for all kinds of private privacy. For a concert of this magnitude, the paparazzi would be even less likely to let it go. But Sister Lan didn't expect that the paparazzi would go and follow the car that De Wang was sitting in. Sister Lan. What now? Should I send Big King back? The female bodyguard asked for instructions. You wait first. Go around the city first. Don't send Big King back. Sister Lan hung up the phone. She was going to go discuss with Daisy, and this matter should also be told to Zhou Qinshan, so everyone could see how to deal with this matter. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also a bit surprised when they heard this. What's going on? How could the Great King be followed? The Great King didn't need to be followed. The live broadcast room could see everything about the Great King. This should be someone who doesn't know De Wang well enough to do such a thing. It's not about the paparazzi, it must have something to do with Daisy, with the concert. De Wang has been hit by a pool of fish. I'd like to meet the stalker. De Wang, if I don't make a move, does that mean you won't see it? At this moment, when Fongping heard the female bodyguard's words, he was lying on the back seat and sat up, tugging at his ears. Stalking? A paparazzo? This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. However, Fongping quickly guessed that this should be a paparazzo recruited from Daisy's side. As for the paparazzi following him, he was probably trying to find a material to report on. In the previous world, he had no good feelings towards paparazzi. Now that he had come to this parallel world, he still didn't have a good feeling towards paparazzi. The doggy in the whole world, they were all the same. Fongping's gaze looked out the window. This was? How did it drive near his and Zhou Qinshan's neighborhood? The female bodyguard actually had no intention of doing so. She followed Sister Lan's instructions and drove around in circles, unintentionally driving to this neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. Fongping's tail ticked. He looked around, his own back seat, the windows were shut tight. But the passenger seat, the filming staff member surnamed Li didn't care, the window was open. At this time the car was really well stopped at the intersection, waiting for the green light. Fongping suddenly made a body leap and jumped to the passenger seat. The female bodyguard paused. By the time she reacted, Fongping had already jumped out of the car window. Chapter 137, played. Fongping jumped out of the car window. Surprising the female bodyguard, it also made the crew in charge of filming feel a little surprised. The previous Great King had never acted like this, and had never attempted to run out of the car. The female bodyguard was anxious for a moment, when the intersection lit up with a green light. She hurriedly drove the car a short distance and stopped at the side of the road. By the time she got out of the car and looked for the Maharaja again, he was long gone.
Oops. Big King? It won't be lost, right?
The female bodyguard's face changed color a bit, and she also said with some chagrin.
How can we explain this? Instead of sending the cat back to the company, it had disappeared. This was her dereliction of duty. No matter what, it was her who didn't keep an eye on the great king.
The staff member surnamed Lee also stepped down from the car at this time.
Don't be anxious.
This is near the neighborhood where Big King lives. He is familiar with this place and won't lose it.
He comforted the female bodyguard. He was also familiar with the neighborhood environment here. You really didn't lose it?
The female bodyguard heard this and turned around to ask. The staff member was actually responsible for this. If he hadn't opened the window, De Wang wouldn't have been able to jump out.
Don't worry about it.
Our drones are still keeping an eye on Big King.
He won't lose it. If it wasn't for the drone, the staff member himself would have actually panicked.
He was looking at the live feed at the moment and could see Big King walking into a nearby park. The drone was always flying in the air, filming all of Big King's activities. He knew that Big King was familiar with the neighborhood, so naturally he wasn't worried.
The female bodyguard was relieved to see this.
With the drone watching, there was no fear that something would happen to Big King. Only then did she pick up her cell phone or call Sister Lan and talk about Big King's matter.
Sister Lan's side actually already knew, and she was also following Big King's live broadcast. I already know about it. The cat owner also knows. You come back.
She had also contacted Zhou Qinshan. Seeing that Big King was already near his home, Zhou Qinshan told Sister Lan to leave it alone. Big King would go home on his own.
The female bodyguard drove off.
The staff member in charge of filming went to the park to look for Big King.
But it would take some time for him to find it.
At this time Fongping was walking leisurely in the park. The only one left behind him was Yaoi.
Yaoi was quite happy and didn't expect the cat to suddenly leave the car.
He didn't care where the cat went, he just followed behind anyway. Cats are similar to dogs, they can find their own homes.
This cat was hungry and would naturally go home.
Yaoi hoped to use this method to know where Daisy lived. He still thought of De Wang as Daisy's cat now. Otherwise, how could Daisy be so nice to a cat and send a driver to send it out on a special trip? The more he thought about it, the more he was attached to the cat.
Now that only the cat was there, Yaoi also relaxed. The cat wasn't a human, so it definitely wouldn't know that he was following him. There were no other people around either.
Yaoi simply followed closer. He was also worried that the cat was running fast and he lost him.
Fongping wouldn't run, in fact Yaoi was able to follow him, and it was also because he deliberately lured him over. He originally did not like paparazzi.
This paparazzi following himself naturally upset him.
He had to let this paparazzo know that he was not one to be messed with.
In the live broadcast room, the viewers also noticed Yaoi.
Crap, this was the one who was stalking the great king?
Look at this guy, sneaky, he doesn't look like a good guy. How many good guys can a paparazzo be? All they do are unethical things.
You guys, did the king find him?
King, he's so close to me, it's hard for me not to see him.
Yaoi didn't realize that his every move was captured by the drone. He was getting bolder and bolder, and getting closer and closer to Fongping.
Fongping listened to the footsteps and knew without turning around. This paparazzo was probably just 2 or 3 steps away from himself.
Fine. Doom skill activated. Fongping directly gave the guy following him a doom experience.
At this moment, he was standing at the edge of a path.
The tail hooked. Walked into the trail.
Yaoi did not hesitate and followed him in. He knew that cats were alert to danger, and where there was danger, cats would not go. Without taking a few steps, Yaoi felt his feet go soft. It seemed like he had stepped on something soft. When he looked down, a pile of sugar in the pathway, which was no longer hot, was stepped on by him.
Yaoi jumped up like a fried cat. He hated stepping on this.
Hurriedly taking his foot back, trying to wipe it clean.
Taking a step back. There was another softness under his feet. He lowered his head. Congratulations! Winning the lottery again.
By the time Yaoi was furious and managed to get himself a pair of shoes.
Fongping was long gone.
In the live broadcast room, the audience was overjoyed.
Ha, the king is still the king. I thought the king didn't react, so he's here to retaliate. It's not the king's revenge, it's his blindness. He's blind. He's taking the path instead of the wide one. Ha! How come the king didn't step on it? King, you think I'm blind?
Yaoi looked around for that cat and couldn't find it, so he had to leave in disgust.
Fongping had returned to the neighborhood by now.
He didn't go back to his own house, he ran across the street to Old Man Bai's house.
Bang! 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 Volleyball dunk. Hungry.
I wonder if Old Man White's house has any small fish to eat.
Old Man White opened the door and didn't move out of the way. Little brat. Your feet don't stink.
You're not allowed to enter my house if it stinks.
He stopped Fongping and said. Fongping's tail hooked. Ha!
What he had just done. The old man seemed to know.
You just damage it. Someone else is following you. You're taking others to the ditch. Old Man White laughed and cursed again. Let the great king lift his feet up.
Examined the great king's front and back paws carefully.
No problems were found.
Only then did he give the great king a brain crash.
Go inside. The little fish is saved for you. You know how to eat. I won't be responsible if you get fat. Fongping pulled his ears. I won't. I'm not fat.
Yaoi returned to his temporary residence with bad luck. Just as he entered, he received a phone call.
Dalu. What's up? Why are you free to find me? The caller was one of his peers, also a paparazzo. Old Yao. Was it you just now? You went to track down De Wang? Big Lu seems to be holding back his laughter over there. De Wang? Who's the great king? You mean that cat? Yaoi asked before responding. It's that cat. You said you. What are you doing stalking the great king for nothing? Dalu laughed over there.
He was different from Yaoi, he liked watching pet show programs and knew about the cat De Wang.
How did you know I was stalking this cat? You're stalking me? You want to steal my news headlines? Yaoi was on alert.
Even though he was on good terms with old Lu, between peers, they were enemies.
Old Yao. If it wasn't for my good relationship with you, I wouldn't want to remind you.
You go look at the pet show live broadcast, your every move, tens of millions of people have seen it, do you still need me to follow you?
Dalu was almost pissed off. What's going on? You all know? I'd been live streamed? Only then did Yaoi feel something was wrong. The lousy image of him stepping on Sure just now was known by millions of people? Old Yao.
You made a mistake in the beginning, this cat is not Daisy's cat. And this cat's fame is big in pet show programs, and there's no need to keep track of him. If you want to see how he's doing, you can just watch the live broadcast. The point is that you're also too relieved, you're so close to De Wang, don't you know that he's already spotted you? This cat is very smart, not an ordinary cat, you were taken into the ditch by him this time. Yaoi hung up the phone and searched for the pet show live stream again, opening it and watching it for a while. His face was a shade of green and a shade of red. No wonder he stepped on Sure, this is not the first time this cat has done this.
Growing up, being played by a cat.
This was simply a disgrace in life.
Chapter 138 Low-Level Hype.
Yaoi searched the pet show live only to realize that he had been played by a cat. This made him somewhat unable to endure.
Find that cat and get revenge back?
He thought about it and resisted the urge. That cat was live streaming, and he would be seen doing anything as long as he appeared in front of the cat.
He couldn't take revenge on that cat. Fine.
This path was not going to work.
However, Yaoyi's brain wasn't stupid. He did have a new idea because of this. This cat named De Wang definitely wouldn't meet Daisy for no reason.
And Daisy is now rehearsing for a concert, so she wouldn't meet a cat for no reason either. Even if he liked a cat more, he would know the priorities. After all, Daisy had too many things going on right now. A secret that no one else had discovered yet gradually emerged in his mind.
This cat. It's not going to be at the concert, is it? Wait a minute. What if this is true?
He could make a ton of money again by breaking this news himself.
Yaoyi's eyes glowed and his heart thumped.
He began to look up information on the internet and continued to watch the pet show live stream video.
Finally,
Yaoi was sure that he had indeed inadvertently discovered a powerful piece of news.
This news hadn't been reported by anyone yet. A cat attending a concert?
This was something that had never happened before, at least never in China. When Yaoi thought of this, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if he was played by a cat today. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to discover the hidden news.
This news would definitely cause a sensation.
Yaoi took out his cell phone and started dialing a number.
Search wave. News office. News director Li Tong received a call from Yaoi. What did you say? You slowed down a bit. Exclusive and powerful news about Daisy's concert? Li Tong was originally sitting in his chair and his expression was unhurried as he listened to Yaoi.
But when he heard these words, he suddenly couldn't sit still and jumped up with a prancing sound.
Did I hear it right?
He asked once more, his voice getting louder.
There were other staff in the office, and they looked back, wondering why the director was suddenly a bit agitated. Director Li, you didn't hear me wrong. I have confirmed it. The news is real, now it's up to you guys whether you want this news or not. Yaoi was asking the other party to make an offer.
Having gotten a powerful news himself, he naturally hoped to sell it for a good price.
We want it. As long as the news is confirmed to be true. We are willing to pay the price you want. Li Tong immediately said.
He knew that these paparazzi were still very good, and it wasn't a surprise that they could find the powerful news. He didn't like paparazzi, but his news department couldn't do without them. He knew better than anyone how much traffic and exclusive news could bring to a website. It could be said that if he got this exclusive news, he would benefit himself greatly. Yaoi quickly sent over the written news, including some captured pictures, so that it would be more real and easy for Li Tong's side to check. He was not worried that Li Tong would not pay when he got the news, both sides had cooperated many times.
Li Tong didn't dare to do this, otherwise whoever had news in the future wouldn't look for him again. After Li Tong read the news, he found someone to investigate and quickly confirmed that the news was true. This news, Searchwave must be the first to report it. It would be a news event that would blow up the entire network. Xiaogu, come to my place, put down the work you're doing, I have something important to arrange. Wang, I've got a news report here. We need to create a beautiful page right away. Xiaoma, leave me the headlines immediately, I want to make sure I can insert the latest headlines all the time. Hurry! Quickly! Quickly! Get moving! In the press office, Li Tong's urging voice kept ringing out, and everyone's work pace became hectic and tense. On the front page of Searchwave, a new report appeared. The latest news, Daisy's concert, there will be a cat appearing as a heavyweight guest. As soon as the news came out, it really created a stir on the internet. And it quickly hit the hot search. Sister Lan also knew about the news. Even though Daisy was still rehearsing, she told Daisy, "It's fine. If the news explodes, so be it. Sooner or later, everyone will know about this anyway." Instead, Daisy didn't care. Originally, De Wang was live streaming at the pet show, and this matter itself couldn't be hidden. She didn't hide it either. The fact that Searchwave was the first to break the news was due to their great vision. Of course. She still wouldn't announce exactly what the Great King was performing at the concert. This would be the ultimate secret weapon of the concert. It was believed that with the participation of the Great King, the heat of this concert would grow. In the live broadcast room, the audience also noticed. The Great King is worthy of being the Great King, it's on the hot search. I want to see Big King perform in the concert so much, but unfortunately the concert hasn't started yet. Brothers and sisters, bless me, I got the concert tickets, I'm going to see Big King live. Pig you happy. Pig you happy. Pig you happy. Fongping didn't know that the news about himself was on the hotspot. Even if he knew, he didn't care. It was just a concert. Once the concert was over, people wouldn't pay attention to it. Even though Daisy didn't care, the news about the concert and the cat spread more and more on the internet. Not only were there netizens concerned about the concert and the cat, but there were also discordant voices. On Weibo, there were constant questions. Is Daisy a jaded person who has to rely on a cat to pull her popularity? A cat in the show, I do not look forward to Daisy concert. Daisy will definitely regret the cat's participation, it will ruin her concert. I don't trust a cat to perform anything, this is a cheap hype. Pulled the plug, wanted the concert, now I'm no longer interested. Seeing this, some people on Twitter are also making different noises. Don't underestimate a cat, that's De Wang, that's no ordinary cat. I'm a big fan of De Wang, those who say they don't look forward to the concert must not have seen De Wang's live broadcast. I'm looking forward to the concert, by the way, I've already bought my ticket, just waiting for the concert to start. Big King won't let anyone down, and I can guarantee that those who don't go to the concert will end up regretting it. There was a lot of debate and skepticism on Twitter. Among them, the one who jumped the most joyfully and questioned the most was a network V named Shenjian. This internet V concocted quite a few topics questioning Daisy and the cat. Chen Jian did this also because he had received favors privately. At this moment, he was on the phone. "Ms. Gone. Don't worry. I will definitely take care of your business," Chen Jian assured as he answered the phone. For him, the task he received was to hype this topic and keep it hot. This task was very simple and Chen Jian had no trouble with it as there were a lot of discussions about this topic on the internet right now. Before the concert started, the heat of this topic would definitely not drop. The purpose of the person who had requested to hype this topic was to use this opportunity to make Daisy's reputation go down the drain. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Daisy's concert failed, if that cat performance failed, there was no doubt that it would definitely have a serious impact on Daisy's reputation. This was the time for a slight push. Daisy's aura of stardom might just fall into the abyss. It had to be said. The person who was calculating behind the scenes had already thought of everything. Just waiting for the well to fall. From start to finish, no one looked favorably on a cat except for De Wang's fans. Chapter 139 Innovation. Across the phone. A 25 or 26-year-old woman with a melon-faced face hung up the call with the internet vlogger Chen Jian. This woman still had some good looks. She was Gone Yueru. She was also the person behind the scenes instructing Chen Jian to hype up the topic of Daishi. Gone Yueru and Daishi were actually in an entertainment company, and she was also a star whose fame was actually not low. But her fame was always suppressed by Daishi. In the company Daishi was the first sister and she could only settle for second. This made her very unconvinced, and she was always looking for a chance to fight for first sister. This time, finally let her see the light. It was also Daisy's own stupidity to look for a cat when it wasn't a good idea to find anyone to be a guest. She watched the pet show video. Not bad. That cat named De Wang was indeed smart. She also admitted that Big King was not an ordinary cat. But for the concert, she didn't think the cat's performance could be outstanding. Daisy had been asking around for a qualified cat for a while, she knew that.
She had also heard that song of Daisy's, and she didn't think there was a cat in this world that could match the song. Just because Winn-Dixie had found De Wang, it didn't necessarily mean it would work. If the cat failed to perform, it would mean the concert failed. Daisy's fame could conceivably fall, which gave Gon Yueru a chance. She hyped up this topic, and when the concert failed, naturally she would become a first sister. Thinking of this, Gon Yueru picked up her cell phone again and called Daishi. But it was Sister Lan who answered the phone. Daishi was rehearsing. It's not convenient to answer the phone. I can relay anything to her. Sister Lan said to Gon Yueru. Sister Lan. Then I won't bother Sister Daisy anymore. I wish her a smooth rehearsal and a successful performance, and I will come to the venue to cheer for Sister Daisy then. Gon Yueru faced Sister Lan, her voice was sweet and she spoke decently. Good. Then I'll give Daisy a word. Leave you a ticket. Sister Lan said on the other side of the phone. She knew all about the first sister rivalry between Gon Yueru and Daishi, but she wouldn't say it. After the online news broke, Daishi's side received a lot of calls. There were concerned ones. There were those who wanted to come to the scene. There were those who offered themselves as guests. Sister Lan helped Daisy thank them all one by one. Thank you, Sister Lan. I'll leave you to it. See you at the concert. Only then did Gon Yueru hang up the phone. She would indeed go to Jiangcheng and would go to the scene, but only because she wanted to see the scene of Daisy's concert failure with her own eyes. Her true thoughts. Naturally, she wouldn't let anyone know. Fongping was eating small fish at Old Man White's house. Look at you. Everywhere you are, everywhere you want to stick your nose in. Now you're being watched, aren't you? The internet doesn't even think highly of your performance. I'll see what you do when you mess up. Old Man White chanted in Fongping's ear. Although he didn't pay attention to concerts, he was still concerned about Fongping. As soon as the online news came out, he saw the message on his cell phone. Fongping didn't lift his head. Eating the sizzling little fish. The tail hooked. This can't be blamed on me. It was Daisy who approached me. You should scold her if you want to. As for the acting, I think it's okay. It's not going to be a bad show. Don't go anywhere these days. The reporters will be watching you. They're not good people. Old Man White continues to talk. He couldn't tell the difference between reporters and paparazzi. Fongping pulled his ears. That's true. Those paparazzi were pestering themselves. It was still quite annoying. We need to get them to back off. But remember, don't lead people into the same ditch every time. The first time you're not careful, the second time you're not paying attention, and then again, everyone knows you're doing it on purpose, so you'll guard against it. Remember to be creative next time. Old Man White gave another reminder. This little brat. Letting people step on that stinky every time. Can't you be more creative? The program's filming crew was also in the room at the moment. In the live broadcast room, the viewers all heard Old Man Bice chatter. Grandmaster is right, it's time for the Great King to be innovative. Great King, if everyone else is taking precautions, your tricks won't work. I have familiarized myself with the Great King's tricks. Don't follow the Great King's path, and be careful when you see the Great King stopping. Brother, you're funding the enemy. You're exposing the Great King's secrets. The Great King, beat this traitor out of me. Fongping heard Old Man White's reminder. Tail hooked. This was rightly said. It was time to innovate himself. One couldn't use the same old routine every time. But how to innovate? That was another question. After eating the small fish, Fongping did not continue to stay at Old Man Bai's house. When Old Man Bai came out of the kitchen, he only heard the door slam. Fongping had already slipped out. Little brat. Eating dry and wiping clean. Running away without even washing the bowl. Old Man Bai cursed and stopped caring. This cat is ghostly, as if he hasn't suffered in front of people yet. Those reporters better stay away from Big King. Fongping slipped out of Old Man Bai's house, ate the small fish, his stomach was not hungry, and his spirit was restored. He didn't go home and plan to go out for a walk to digest his bloated stomach. Exercise. Always a good medicine for digestion. Fine. Fongping didn't intend to go far, so he just strolled around the neighborhood. That said, the paparazzo just now should have gone back. I wonder if there will be other paparazzo. If there were, then one would have to be nonchalant. Fongping pondered creative ways while walking. Walking out of the neighborhood. There was a flashlight on the side. There were really paparazzi squatting on themselves. Fongping was also speechless. I am just a cat. It's not like you can interview. What are you squatting me for? Forget it. Follow me if you want to. Don't ever regret it. Fongping was right, there was indeed a young man following him. This young man had been squatting for Daisy at the sports center and had read the online news before he came here. He thought that it would be good to report on De Wang since Dashi had disappeared. Anyway, Dixie and De Wang were both hotspots on the internet now, so there was no worry that no one wanted the news. However, this young man had learned from Yao Yi's lesson and knew that following too close would be discovered by De Wang.
He purposely pulled away for a distance. However, he didn't realize that the flash just now had already exposed him. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also saw the paparazzi. How come there was another one? Did he think that because he was far away, Big King wouldn't be able to spot him? He just took a picture with a flash. I guess Big King has already found out. What will the king do? Will he use the same trick? King, just watch, don't push. Fongping walked slowly in front. The youths were separated by a distance of about 20 meters. At this distance, the great king couldn't pit himself. The youth thought in his heart. Also, he looked at the note recorded in his hand. Don't get too close to the great king. Don't walk the path with the great king. He had memorized all these necessary matters. At this time, from the opposite side came a Pomeranian dog held by its owner. The youth did not care when he looked at it. Nowadays, there are many dogs in the city. Pomeranian tail moving. Gradually closer and closer to the youth. It leaned toward the youth. The youth dodged to the side. Just then, the Pomeranian suddenly wailed and raised one of its front legs at the same time. It was as if it had been stepped on. Are you blind? My dog is walking fine. You stepped on it? The owner of the dog, a strong woman in her 30s, looked at the youth and became furious. The youth was a bit confused. Sister, I didn't step on it. He hurriedly explained. You didn't step on it. Is it screaming like that? Look at its pain. Pay for it? Pay for my puppy's medical expenses. The dog owner tugged at the youth. At this moment, the Pomeranian turned back and wailed twice at the distance. Report to the great king. Mission accomplished. Fongping in the distance. Look back. Tugging at his ears. Slowly, continue walking. Kid. Let you follow me. Pay up. Chapter 140, The Bar. The young man was finally forced to accompany $100, and only then did he get away. Trying to find De Wang again, the cat was long gone. The dog owner was holding the Pomeranian and was still heartbroken. Be careful next time. Stay away from people. I'll take you to the hospital. She pulled the Pomeranian away. The Pomeranian was limping on one leg and took a few steps. Then, suddenly put his leg down. Returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Became jumping for joy. Dog owner. This doesn't look like an injury in any way. She looks back, bends down and picks the Pomeranian up, secretly speeding up her pace. Owner, all right. No injury is better. Earned 100. The scene went unnoticed by the youth, who was still looking for the great king. But it was captured by the drone in the sky. The pet show crew also felt there was a problem here, so they purposely let the drone stay. Sure enough, the cat was found. In the live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter. A ruse, this is the great king's ruse. The great king has really innovated. Who would have thought that Big King would also look for helpers? I give full marks to this Pomeranian's acting skills. It can be selected as a global movie star. It seems it's too painful to follow Big King, not only to guard against him, but also the cats and dogs around him. The great king serves him right, who let him track this great king. Fongping continued walking. At this moment he didn't care about the youth anymore. It was too easy for him to turn on his summoning skill and order a puppy. He believed that after a few more times, no one would dare to follow him. He still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't used yet. As he walked to an intersection, a car suddenly stopped in front of him. Fongping's tail hooked. A male bodyguard came down from the car. De Wang. I am Zhou Dong's bodyguard. He wants to speak to you. He said as he passed his cell phone to Fongping's ear. Dad Zhou? Fongping tugged at his ear. What was it that he was looking for himself? A voice had already come out of the cell phone at that moment. Little brat. Get in the car. I'll show you a good place. The voice was indeed Dad Zhou's. Fongping's tail hooked. He didn't move. He didn't want to go too far from home. De Wang. Something good has happened, that money has arrived. It's time to split the loot. No, it's time to split the money. Papa Zhou coughed and almost said the wrong thing. He seemed to know how to tempt Fongping. It was fine if he didn't say it, but when he did, Fongping remembered that money again. Didn't he say it hadn't arrived yesterday? It arrived today? Sure enough. Dad Zhou's words could not be trusted in their entirety. Since we are talking about splitting the money, Fongping did not refuse to get on the car. Who doesn't like money? Also, this was Papa Zhou's car, so naturally he wasn't worried about safety. Unless Papa Zhou didn't want his daughter anymore, he would ship him off and sell him. Fongping walked to the car. The male bodyguard came over and opened the rear door and he jumped on. At this time the filming crew also came over. The male bodyguard pulled open the passenger seat door again. He was aware that Fongping had been following the filming crew around. When the front and rear doors were closed, the male bodyguard walked to the other side and got into the car to leave. In the live broadcast room, the audience got curious. Where was the great king going to be taken? This was the car of his father-in-law, so he must be going to see his father-in-law. Lord father-in-law hasn't seen you for a few days, so you missed the great king again? I want to see Lord father-in-law too, but he doesn't come to fetch me. And me too. My son-in-law is polite, Mr. Father-in-law. It's too early for ass-kissing, and your father-in-law is not here. The great king, it's not possible for anyone to see your father-in-law, except me. Fongping didn't know where he was going. He plopped down on the back seat. Papa Joe too, why don't you send a pretty female secretary to pick me up? Okay. Without a pretty female secretary, one could only look at the scenery outside the window. It was good that it didn't take long. The male bodyguard drove the car and parked in front of a bar. Fongping got out of the car. Tail hooked. Bar. Papa Joe wanted to spar with himself? He didn't care, anyway. When he arrived at the place, then he would go in and take a look. The waitresses at the bar's entrance saw a cat walk in and didn't stop it. Presumably they had been instructed to do so. Fongping had just walked in. There was someone greeting. Little brat. Don't look around. I'm here. Dad Joe's voice. Fongping tugged at his ears. He was used to being addressed by Papa Joe. He was already used to it. Dad Joe and the pretty female secretary were both there, and next to them sat the middle-aged man he had met that day fishing. Dad Joe was actually worried that Big Wang was near his home and was being pestered by those paparazzi. He knew in his heart that these paparazzi sometimes did things by any means necessary. Although De Wang was considered smart and powerful among cats. But if he really had to fight the doggies hard, he was still worried that Big King would suffer. So he found an excuse to pick up Big King. He had already talked to Joe Chinchin about this, and when Joe Chinchin got off work later, he would send Big King home. Joe Chinchin's side naturally wouldn't object. Besides, Papa Joe really didn't lie to the Big King. The profits from the business over there did arrive. The middle-aged man looked at Fongping. This cat is here again? The Zhou family did quite favor this cat, and dared to bring it over anywhere. Fongping saw the man, tugging at his ears. Then with a leap, he jumped onto the long legs of the beautiful female secretary sitting next to him. Papa Joe's eyelids jumped. This little brat. This is the one thing that makes him the most displeased. Why? You get to lie down on the long legs? Okay. You're a cat. You're the cat. It's all right then. The female secretary was used to Big King's movements, and she smiled and jerked the cat's head. Then grabbed a handful of peanuts over, which were for Big King. She started to help Big King peel the peanuts. This time, the eyelids of the middle-aged man next to her also jumped. This cat. It's here to be a cat master. He could see that it needed to be served for food. Fine. Since everyone is here. Let's split the spoils then, not the money. Papa Chow said this moment. The one we're waiting for? That's him? The great king? The middle-aged man paused. He hadn't heard Joe Dad on the phone just now, he had only heard Joe Dad say to wait. He was still a bit dissatisfied, saying that there were two people in the business. How come Joe Dad stuffed another person over? Yes. Introduce. De Wang. He has a share of that money. Papa Joe said with a smile. He didn't need to hide it at this moment. The middle-aged man wanted to know anyway and could actually find out. Old Joe? Are you kidding me? The middle-aged man subconsciously thought that Dad Joe was joking. I'm not joking. My daughter came to me for money yesterday. For this money, it almost caused our father and daughter to turn against each other. Dad Joe said in a serious manner. That's your daughter? What's that got to do with the cat? You're making a big joke. The middle-aged man pointed at Joe Dad, not quite believing. My daughter is just helping to keep it, but the money is really De Wang's. Last time I fished, I promised him that if the fishing was successful, he would share half of the 20% profit you lost in the bet. Otherwise, do you think this little brat would do me a favor? Papa Joe explained. Old Chow. Are you crazy or am I crazy? That's $100 million and you're handing it over to a cat? The middle-aged man felt ridiculous. That's nothing. Oziru even gave him $20 million. Another $100 million, it's normal. Of course, Papa Joe knew that this was hard to believe, but it was indeed true. This little brat does have the ability to make money. Oziru? She knows De Wang too? Why would she send money? If the middle-aged man didn't know Oziru, he'd definitely think Papa Joe was lying. Just take a look at these videos. Judge for yourself. Did I lie to you? Dad Joe handed over his cell phone. On it were several videos of Fongping's Tiger Park rescue. The middle-aged man first didn't care. Then, the look grew more and more shocked. A cat. Confronting a tiger? And scared the tiger away? That furious roar that shook the sky was from this cat? He looked up at the great king across the street whose tail was hooked and leisurely lying on his big long legs. Finally, scratching his eyes. Chapter 141 Freak. The middle-aged man now understood. Why was Papa Joe so special to this cat? It turned out that this cat, so powerful, In his place, he would have taken special care of this cat. Unfortunately, this cat had an owner. The middle-aged man took another look at Fongping, who was lying on the long legs of the female secretary, leisurely eating peanuts. He put away his other thoughts. This kind of thing, envy could not be envied. Fine. Then let's split the money. The 20% profit I lost is now transferred to you, he said, taking out his cell phone. Fongping heard this, raised his cat head. Wide cat eyes. No more peanuts. Little brat. You want money but not your life. You'll get less. Papa Joe noticed Fongping's reaction and scolded him with a smile. He didn't delay either. After receiving the money, he immediately transferred $100 million to Joe Chinchin. He already knew the bank account of the Big King. The phone soon rang. Joe Chinchin saw the bank text message and called. Dad Joe picked up the phone. Chan Chun. Big King is here. Did you receive the money? He spoke. Received 100 million. Big King. You're really good, much better than me. Joe Chinchin was on the other side of the phone, happier than he was to have earned the money. Fongping tugged at his ears. Not bad. $100 million has arrived. How many assets do you have now? Aha! Almost $119 million, plus a white Mercedes SL 400. Big King. You behave yourself. I'll make you a delicious meal when you get home at night. Joe Chinchin was in a good mood and gave another promise. Fongping was satisfied. It seemed that when he went home at night, I will have the pleasure of eating again. Joe Chinchin's side still had a lot of things to do and hung up after a few words of instruction. I'll be back. Things are almost done. Fongping jumped off the long legs of the female secretary. Wait a minute. You just came and you want to leave? There's still something to do. Papa Joe called out to Fongping. A little later. This little brat will be running for the door. Fongping tugged at his ear. What else? Isn't it about splitting the loot, the money? You really think it's just splitting money? I brought you here to familiarize you with the atmosphere of the show. Don't lose my face at the concert. Papa Chow naturally doesn't just split the money. Otherwise he'd just transfer the money directly. He brought De Wang here because there would also be people singing at the bar, which was considered a super small concert. He mainly wanted De Wang to familiarize himself with the atmosphere a bit more. After all, Daishi's concert of tens of thousands of people was not small in scale. If he didn't get used to it in advance, he was worried that De Wang would go up there and blow up. It wasn't something that couldn't happen. Even though there were some things that Great King was smart about, facing tens of thousands of people, that was another matter. Fongping's tail ticked. There's still a show? Not leaving then. He did intend to leave just now. Now well. He turned around and jumped back onto the long legs of the female secretary and continued to lie down and eat peanuts. Pity. There is no wine. Peanuts under a small wine, that was a masterpiece. Papa Joe noticed the look in Fongping's eyes. Don't even think about it. Wine is out of the question for you. Chun-Chen will kill me. He warily took the glass of wine on the table and moved away from De Wang. Bringing De Wang to the bar was actually out of line, and if he let De Wang drink again, he didn't dare to imagine Joe Chinchin's reaction. Fongping tugged at his ears. Cheap. Can't even spare a cup of wine. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also talking. Lord Father-in-law is petty and won't give the Great King a drink. Lord Father-in-law is kind. It's for the good of the Great King. I want to see the Great King perform Jing Yang Gang fighting tiger. The Great King is playing a tiger? That's all right then. It must be fun when the Great King is drunk. The hostess is also asking the guests at this moment. Teachers, it seems that cats can't drink, is that correct? She was also concerned about this issue. The guest, Wu Daohong, nodded his head. This statement is correct. Cats are not allowed to drink alcohol. It is best not to dip a mouthful of alcohol. The bodies of many animals do not contain the enzyme that detoxifies alcohol, or the activity of the enzyme that detoxifies alcohol is very low. The reason why some people drink to get drunk is that alcohol makes the blood flow faster, and the activity of the enzyme in the liver is not enough. The speed of alcohol metabolism is much smaller than the amount of intake, so they will get drunk. Cats are much smaller than humans, and the organs in their bodies are not in the same proportion as those of humans. In addition, felines are carnivores and tend to have stronger gastrointestinal functions because they have to digest proteins, but their liver functions are not as strong, so they cannot drink alcohol. Guest Li Sherwan also added a few words. Alcohol is very harmful to a cat's body and will cause it to suffer from liver and kidney failure. The cat's liver function itself is not good. After giving the cat alcohol will increase the burden on its liver. Drinking alcohol in cats can cause acute liver injury, which is usually difficult to recover from without timely treatment. Since cats do not have the enzymes to break down alcohol, they will vomit, have diarrhea, have elevated body temperatures and vomit blood after drinking alcohol, which can be very damaging.
Even if treated, the cat will need to be taken to the hospital and the alcohol content in the cat's body will be quickly metabolized out of the body by replenishing the body fluids and diuretics, and liver protection medication will need to be given. At this moment, the middle-aged man is also asking Joe, Dad, what's this concert you're talking about? This cat has to attend a concert? To sing? He was already looking at De Wang like he was a freak now. This cat is too sinful. It was the first time he had heard of a cat going to perform in a concert. I'm not sure what exactly. You know Daisy, right? She's organizing a concert in Jiangcheng and invited De Wang to perform on the same stage. The corners of Papa Zhou's mouth were slightly raised, he couldn't help it, he was still showing off. To him, he had a glow when the great king performed on stage. Daisy? I know, I can't imagine that De Wang still knows this star. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. She was not an ordinary star, she was considered one of the top ranks in the country. A concert like this can be seen as ordinary, and for this cat to be able to perform on stage, its strength is naturally not ordinary. Unfortunately, there are no tickets for Daisy's concert. Otherwise, I'd like to go and take a look. The middle-aged man laughed. He said this of course to be polite, with his ability, wanting concert tickets wasn't very easy. I have 10 tickets here. This is what the great king gave me. If you want to watch it, take a few. Dad Joe was generous at this moment, casually giving the tickets to the middle-aged man. Thank you then. Thank you, Mr. Big. I'll be there to support you. The middle-aged man is also not polite, he now gradually understands that this cat is able to understand human speech. This point alone. This cat is not simple. Fongping tail hooked. Papa Zhou took his ticket as a favor. Okay. This guy is actually not bad. He didn't flip out even after losing $200 million. Fongping soon didn't care. He had already given away his tickets anyway. If Papa Zhou wanted more tickets, he didn't have any either. At this moment, the bar started to have people singing. Even though it was the afternoon, there weren't many people in the bar. But on a small stage, the people singing were still very serious. This was actually Zhou Dad's request. Generally speaking, there was very little singing in the afternoon, and it was only in the evening when there were more people that there would be resident singers. Many singers, when they were initially not famous, also sang in bars. When they meet someone who appreciates them here, they may soar to fame. So the people who sang here wouldn't be slacking on the bar patrons. Papa Zhou and the middle-aged man drank wine. Fongping, on the other hand, slowly ate peanut rice. It had to be said that the people who sang, still sang quite well. A few songs later, a different person came up. It was a relatively fat male youth, looking at his age probably around 20 years old, not too old. Next to the introduction of this is to the bar audition, willing to sing a song for everyone. No one cared about the bar patrons. Everyone is just listening to the songs, and they don't care about the fame of the singers here. However, no one thought. The moment this person opened his mouth, the bar patrons were shocked. Papa Zhou had just taken a sip of wine with the middle-aged man and directly sprayed it out. Truly, the fat young man on the stage was singing too hard. Chapter 142 Fans. Joe Dad and the middle-aged man couldn't help it and spewed out their wine. The standard of this singing was inferior to even them. A male staff member of the bar was also anxious and rushed up to the stage to snatch the microphone away. Brother, let me sing 2 more lines. Just 2 more lines. I didn't play well just now, I'll definitely sing differently again. The fat youth held the microphone, refused to let go, still begging. The male bar staff is also anxious, let you sing again, I think the bar guests are scared away by you. One wants to grab it, one wants to give it, in short, the small stage is a mess. Fongping raced the cat head. Tail hook by hook. Watching with great interest. This matter had nothing to do with him. He naturally watched the fun. Papa Zhou got a little disgruntled and raised his hand to find the bar manager. What's going on? I asked you to find some singers? You just find people like this to go on stage and deal with me? There was a reason for his dissatisfaction. These singers were actually paid for by him, asking the bar to hire them. His purpose was of course for Big King. He wanted Fongping to adapt to the atmosphere of the performance faster. But looking at it now, the purpose had not been achieved at all. This was singing. Not a farce. The bar manager was a man in his 30s. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhou, it's us who didn't do a good job. It's hard to find singers in the afternoon. This guy came over and said he wanted to audition at the bar, so we let him try. I didn't expect him to sing like this, we should have listened to him sing first, we shouldn't have let him go on stage directly. He saw that Papa Zhou was a bit disgruntled and hastily apologized. Let's replace him. Don't let me hear this kind of person sing again. Or else you won't open this bar. Papa Zhou said indifferently. When he was really serious, his aura was naturally intimidating. With his ability in Jiangcheng, it would be a matter of minutes to keep a bar from opening. Yes. I'll change the person right away. The bar manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning back, seeing that there was still some chaos on the small stage, he waved his hand. Two big men rushed up, grabbed the fat young man, to be taken away.
Let me sing. I've had my money stolen.
I just need to earn a few days of money is enough, the concert is over and leave.
The fat youth is still a little strong, struggling and refused to leave. See, two big men are about to do it. What's going on? Don't hit him. Let him come over.
Joe Dad heard the concert, his expression moved.
Yes, sir. Bring him over. Mr. Joe wanted to ask questions.
The bar manager hurriedly shouted. Seeing that he wasn't being driven away, the fat youth didn't resist anymore.
Not long after, he was brought over by two burly men to stand in front of Papa Joe.
Fongping was lying on the long legs of the female secretary, but he was not noticed by the fat youth.
What happened? What kind of person are you? What concert are you going to attend? Papa Joe asked.
He was now interested when he heard the three words concert. When the fat youth saw Joe Dad's extraordinary aura, he naturally didn't dare to speak carelessly.
Mister,
I came to see Daisy's concert. I just arrived in Jiangcheng yesterday, and my money was stolen, and my cell phone and ID card are gone.
He said here is a little helpless. It's not easy to be unfamiliar with the place and have no money.
Joe Dad thought that this guy was going to perform on stage, but he didn't realize that he was just coming to see the concert.
You are also too careless. So, you're a fan of Daisy?
He was a little disappointed, but still asked. Traveling all the way to Jiangcheng to see a concert, if you're not a fan of Daisy, you shouldn't be doing this.
Mister, I love listening to Daisy sing, but I am not her fan.
The fat youth shook his head and also emphasized.
Then why did you come so far to Jiangcheng? You like to sing? Doesn't look like it either.
Papa Joe thought of the male youth's voice.
Mister, I came to see De Wang. I'm a fan of the great king.
The male youth's words made Papa Joe freeze.
Fongping was beside him with his tail that would have ticked. At this time, his tail didn't move either. Didn't hear it wrong, right? A fan of his own? He didn't even expect it.
In the live room, the viewers also paused when they saw this. It's not easy, finally meeting a fan of the great king, or a living person.
Brother, you mean we're not human?
No, don't get me wrong, brothers and sisters, I mean it's a long way to Jiangcheng to meet the king, it's a real fan. I agree with that, but why do I want to laugh? Ha, I want to laugh too, although I sympathize with him, this true fan has such bad luck.
Poor what? Don't be sour upstairs, he doesn't know it yet, does he? The king is right next to him.
Yeah, I'm damn envious of him.
Why didn't I think of going to Jiangcheng? I'll book a flight tomorrow.
Before you go to Jiangcheng, please get the concert tickets first.
This is another problem.
Joe Dad now look at the fat youth.
You even get to the concert.
You won't necessarily be able to see the great king.
He is on the stage. He asked. It doesn't matter. It's fine if I can see the king on stage. I like the king too much.
When the fat young man talked about the king, he immediately looked different.
It was obvious. He's simply obsessed with the king. I don't even know. Are you lucky? Or bad luck? Is it worth it just to meet the king? Papa Chow exclaimed. Sir, you can laugh at me, but you can't think what I did was wrong.
The fat youth was really a big fan of the great king and couldn't hear a bad word. He thought that Papa Joe was belittling the great king. One bad word. His face turned serious.
Papa Joe didn't want the fat youth to misunderstand. I didn't think that what you did was wrong. You arrived in Jiangcheng yesterday, how did you know that De Wang was going to perform at the concert? The news only broke today, huh?
He explained a sentence and asked another question. Yesterday, I was in the pet show live broadcasting room.
Saw that De Wang went to Daisy's rehearsal site.
We then decided to come to Jiangcheng to see the great king's concert.
The fat youth was clearly of an impulsive personality. Said he wanted to come and couldn't wait a day. Too impulsive. What if Big King can't perform on stage? Won't you have come all this way for nothing? By the way, you're not alone? That's what Papa Joe thought.
He also noticed that the fat youth said the word we.
There are 5 of us in total. But we are not impulsive.
We believe that the great king is the best cat in this world, and there is nothing he can't do. The fat youth spoke of the great king with the same reverence as always.
I don't even know what to say. Since you watched the live broadcast? How come you can't even recognize me? Joe Dad suddenly asked. He was also a bit speechless, no matter what, he had also shown up many times in the live broadcasting room, and it was a bit of a mystery that the fat youth couldn't recognize him. The fat young man actually did not pay close attention to Joe Dad, he could feel that Joe Dad's aura was not ordinary, and did not dare to raise his head when he was brought over. At this time, when he heard Joe Dad say this, he only slightly bravely raised his head. At this look, his mouth couldn't close. Who is this? This is not?
He couldn't help his mouth and shouted out.
Father-in-law?
The middle-aged man next to him was listening to the two while drinking.
Put.
He sprayed his wine once again. This name-calling made him unable to hold his tongue. In the live broadcast room, the audience was first stunned, then burst into laughter as well. Brother, you are the first one who dares to die in front of his father-in-law. Next year, I am going to go to your grave to burn paper. Brother, take care, go all the way. From now on, I don't obey the wall, I obey you. Finally, I heard someone screaming in person. I can't do it. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Damn it, this kid beat me to it. I'm going to Jiangcheng, too. I want to call my father-in-law, too. Don't stop, call again, let me laugh a little longer. Ha! Chapter 143 Room. The fat youth's shout made the live broadcast room burst into laughter, and also made Dad Joe blacken his face. Fortunately, the fat youth was not too slow, and when he saw Joe Dad's expression was not right, he immediately reacted. I'm sorry. Mr. Joe. The live broadcast room all shouted like this, I didn't mean it. He hurriedly apologized. Pay attention in the future. Don't yell. Papa Joe's expression eased a little. He did know the joke of the live broadcast room. There were too many people shouting, and there was no way for him to correct it even if he wanted to. As long as he didn't make a fool of himself in front of this kid, he'd just pretend he didn't see it. Little brat. You're fans. Aren't you coming over to meet? Dad Joe turned around and shouted. Now the fat youth got excited. Big King? Big Wang is here too? He thought that Papa Joe wasn't with Big Wang. His cell phone had been stolen and he had no place to watch the live broadcast. Fongping slowly stood up from the female secretary's long legs, tugging at his ears. This fat is a bit fat. It still looks kind of smooth. The fat youth finally saw the great king this time. But meeting the face, he did not know what to say. Say hello? Bow? Or shake hands with the great king? None of them seemed appropriate. The fat youth was a bit at a loss as to what to do. But when he saw a few unpeeled peanuts on the table, he suddenly had an idea. The great king liked peanuts, he knew that. Great king, I'll peel peanuts for you. Is that okay? He walked over to Big King. Papa Joe didn't stop him. He could still see the attitude of this fat youth towards Big King. It was natural for a fan of Big King not to act dangerously towards Big King. Fongping raised his front paw, pushing a few unpeeled peanuts over. The tail flicked vertically. All right, kid. You're smart. You just called your father-in-law. Let's forget about it. The fat young man can read the king's mind. He saw that the king agreed. He was instantly happy. A smile appeared on his lips. Even the fact that his money had been stolen didn't seem to matter much anymore. Papa Joe instead chatted with him from the side. Young man, how did you guys get to Jiangcheng? Where did you lose your money and ID card? He thought that if he could help, he would help get the things back himself. Since he was a fan of De Wang, he couldn't just watch and ignore. Mr. Yu Zhou. We came to Jiangcheng by train. We booked a hotel before and were all still fine at the hotel. But when we went out at night, our money and cell phones were stolen. The fat youth almost said it wrong again, but he corrected himself in time. Young people love to play. When you go out at night, vigilance is not too strong, by the thief to target is not unexpected. Joe Dad pretended not to hear the fat youth's slip of the tongue. What place did you guys go to? I'll have someone check it out. See if we can find your money and cell phones. He continued to ask. Mr. Zhou. Thank you, it would be great if we could find it. We mainly went to West Street. He said a few place names. Without the need for Papa Zhou's instructions, the female secretary memorized them and then called someone. So what's going on today? Why did you run to the bar alone? Where are the others? The middle-aged man asked from the side to help Papa Joe as well. The fat youth scratched his head. Isn't this a case of running out of money? Everyone didn't eat today. I just thought about coming out to earn some money, and when I saw the bar say it was looking for a singer, I came in. He explained a sentence. This statement amused Joe Dad and the middle-aged man. You are also bold. You don't know how to sing, but you also dare to run to the bar as a singer. Do you know that you are smashing the venue? Joe's father didn't say one thing. The person who smashed the venue would definitely be cleaned up. If he hadn't stopped him just now, the fat young man could have broken his leg. The fat youth himself has not realized the seriousness of the problem. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also lamenting. This kid was lucky today and ran into his father-in-law and the king. I've seen people who went to a bar to smash a scene and got their legs broken. Scary, so serious? You've been smashing up the place, how can people still forgive you? So, Lord Father-in-law saved this kid. Papa Chow didn't remind either. There was no need to say this kind of thing. Fongping heard this from the side. Raising his front paw, pushed a plate of pastries over. Great king, do you want to eat the pastries? The fat youth picked up a pastry and handed it to the great king. Fongping raised his front paw, blocked the fat youth. The fat youth paused, this time not understanding what the great king meant.
The Great King is asking you to eat. You haven't eaten for most of the day. First pad your stomach. Dad Joe said from the side. The fat youth wanted to say that he wasn't hungry, but his stomach rumbled indisputably. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Great King. He didn't bother being polite. Equalizing Fong, he ate a few pastries and drank a few sips of water. He jumped off the female secretary's long legs. After walking a few steps, he looked back at the fat youth. The tail hooked. Great King? Where are you going? I am not familiar with this place. The fat youth was a little confused when he saw Fongping staring at him. He could see that the Great King wanted to go out. Go to your residence. The Great King should mean this. Right? Papa Joe asked. He knew this cat well. There were things that this cat noticed when he didn't. It had to be said. De Wang was too smart. Fongping's tail waved vertically. The fans that came this time were not just the fat youth. Plus everyone hadn't eaten. He was going to take a look. Papa Joe then asked the female secretary to follow the Great King and go take a look with the fat youth and bring some more food. This was also thinking that the group of youths were all hungry. He himself and the middle-aged man didn't go over. He could tell that the fat youth was still a bit intimidated in front of himself. After all, his aura was unusual. He went to those youths instead of being uncomfortable. Besides, this was a fan of the Great King. The Great King went, those youths must be happy. The others were indifferent. He and the middle-aged man stayed at the bar. There were still some things left to talk about. The hotel where the fat youth lives is not far from here. Everyone also did not take a car. The two men and the cat walked 200 to 300 meters, plus the program staff, to the entrance of the hotel. Inside the hotel, 4 youths were sitting in the room, 2 men and 2 women, all with somewhat sad faces. Why isn't little Fatty back yet? It's good not to have anything happen. You guys shouldn't have promised him to earn money. A female youth said. I advised him. But Fatty wouldn't listen. He said there was a way. We just went to try, no ID card, others do not want us to work. A young man said. He and another young man also went out to try, but did not earn a penny. We can't do it. Let's call home. We can't keep not eating like this. Another young man sighed. They had come here secretly, and calling home would reveal their whereabouts. One didn't need to think about it to know that their family would definitely want them to go back immediately. They still wanted to watch the concert, they still wanted to see the Great King. Several people didn't want to go back until they saw the big king. No one expected that this time, when they came to Jiangcheng, the trip was so uneventful. Those damnable thieves, how did they target themselves? It was also their own fault. Last night when they went out to play, because they took pictures, they gave their cell phones and money to a girl for safekeeping. As a result, they were caught in a pot. Now everyone stayed in the hotel and got into trouble. It was good that the hotel was booked for a few days here, but there was accommodation. It was a pity that the hotel didn't provide breakfast, or they wouldn't have starved until now. As everyone was talking about this, there was a knock on the door outside. Little Fatty was back. A female youth went over to look at the door. The fat youth walked in from outside with a smile. Little Fatty, where have you been? Don't you know we were worried? Another female youth couldn't help but say. She wasn't blaming, only that everyone didn't have cell phones and couldn't get in touch, so her heart was indeed a bit anxious. I'm sorry. It's my fault. But I was wrong this time. Guess who I met? The fat youth didn't care and said while apologizing. Who? The 4 youths looked over. The fat youth smiled and opened the door gate of the room a little. A cat head appeared at the door of the room. Fongping pulled his ears. Walked in. Chapter 144 Happiness. Coming so suddenly. Fongping walked into the room. The 4 youths in the room paused at once. They looked at Fongping with unblinking eyes. This cat. This color. So familiar. The 4 youths were still a bit unable to believe their eyes. It couldn't be. Could it be just a resemblance? After all, orange cats, this world didn't have a lot of them, and there were many that looked like them. But at a cold glance, it really did look like the Great King. Little Fatty. This cat looks like the Great King, huh? Could it be the Great King? A young woman couldn't help but ask. Although she didn't think it was the Great King, there was ultimately a little expectation in her heart. If it were real, it would be so good. She would die of happiness. You guess. The fat youth smiled. Fongping tugged at his ears. Can't I recognize you? How can you be my fan? Fat youth's expression, Fongping's action. One can't help but not think much. Gradually, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Surprise gradually diffused. First of all, there were 2 young women, their eyes gradually glowing with tears. Great King. Is it really you? Is it really you? A young woman, tears first rustled down to the ground. The other young woman, her eyes also reddened. Happiness. It came so suddenly. So unbelievable. So delightful. Fongping's tail ticked. Taking a step, he walked over. He raised his front paw, touching the hand of the weeping young woman. Okay. Don't cry anymore. It's really me. This familiar action. The classic movements of the great king. It made the weeping young woman certain. It's really Maharaja. She hugged the great king at once. Cried out. From yesterday's aggravation to today's hunger, it all seemed to have paid off now.
She was the same girl who had kept her purse and cell phone yesterday and had them stolen. She was under the most pressure of all the youths.
Fongping was quietly held by her, not moving a muscle.
He knew that this girl needed comfort. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were a little quiet when they saw this scene.
Ah!
I envy her so much, even though she's crying. I'm in tears. I also want to meet the great king. I also want to hug him. Big King is so considerate, he's comforting this girl. As a fan of Big King, this moment is worth it to me.
Big King has actually been thinking of us, otherwise why would he give us concert tickets? Dewang, I love you to death. Big King, I love you to death. Big King, I love you to death.
I don't know how long it took. The excitement in the room, the crying only gradually subsided. Fongping touched hands with the four youths next to each other. Seeing his own fans,
he was naturally in a happy mood.
The four youths were even happier.
Little fatty, how did you meet the great king? Your luck is also too good. The two male youths asked excitedly.
The frustrating mood of the day today was thrown to the back of everyone's mind at this moment. Being able to meet the great king.
These fans already felt satisfied. Hello everyone. Let's eat something first. Everyone is hungry.
At that moment the female secretary walked in with a smile on her face. The great king is the main character.
She must let the great king go in first.
Sister secretary.
Thank you. Thank you. The four youths recognized it again. The appearance of the female secretary further confirmed Fongping's identity. This female secretary, too, often appeared in the live broadcast.
Everyone ate while asking the fat youth about the details of his encounter with Big King.
I wanted to earn money.
Then I went to a bar to sing and was almost blown out. Luckily, my father-in-law, Mr. Joe was there, and he left me behind.
The fat youth almost said the wrong thing again. Luckily Father Joe wasn't there, or he would have had to blackface again. He looks at the female secretary. The female secretary looks down at the king, like she didn't hear him. You can still sing? This voice of yours? It's to smash the venue, right?
Those four youths did know the fat youth well. We all know that the fat youth can't sing in 5 voices.
It can't be helped. I have to make money. Otherwise we'll all go hungry.
The fat young man told the story from the time he met Papa Joe, and then met the great king and so on. Only then did everyone realize why he had been out for so long. A young man was in a cold sweat.
Little fatty. You're really a death wish. You almost got your legs broken, do you know that?
He spoke to the fat youth.
It was worth it. I've seen the king. The fat young man thought it was a joke.
While he was talking here, there was another knock on the door.
It won't be Mr. Joe, right? You go open the door. The fat youth is still a bit balked at Papa Joe.
He said the wrong thing a few times today. It wasn't Papa Joe at the door, but 2 detectives.
Hello, you guys.
These documents, money and cell phones.
They're yours, right?
The detectives are here to return their stolen stuff.
It seems like everything they had from yesterday to today was put to the test. The cell phone was found? The other things were found too. Thank you, Mr. Detective, you guys are so fast.
This made the 5 youths surprised again. You know that after they reported the case yesterday, they didn't expect things to be recovered. After all, there are too many things for detectives to do every day, and cases like theirs are just too small.
You guys are Dewang's fans well.
You guys lost your stuff.
We naturally have to hurry up and help you guys find it.
The detective explained with a smile. It turned out that after the detectives knew that they were fans of the great king, they purposely increased their detection force and caught the thieves. When the thieves were caught, all the things they had stolen were still there. This was another dip into the great king's favor. The 5 youths drifted off.
Fongping also walked out.
The great king is also here. The detective greeted. Right now, the reputation of the great king was known to everyone among the detectives. It could be said that the detectives would do their best to help with anything he did,
including his fans. The 2 detectives left. The female secretary asked at this moment. You guys came here. Where are the concert tickets? All bought?
The fat young man scratched his head.
We haven't bought them yet. We're thinking of raising the price. See if we can buy them. 5 people are really tigers.
They came to Jiangcheng with nothing.
This can also be seen. 5 people have a true love for Maharaja. No need to buy it. The tickets for the 5 of you. The great king will help you out and will give them to you. The female secretary laughed.
This was actually Papa Joe's intention, and he had said it to the female secretary just now before he came.
But the female secretary didn't have time to tell everyone just now. Is this true? Thank you. The great king.
The 5 youths were once again surprised.
Happiness came pouring in, one by one. Fongping's tail waved vertically.
He also guessed that it was Papa Zhou's intention.
But even if Papa Zhou didn't, he would have thought of arranging these 5 youths. 5 concert tickets were not expensive. For Zhou Dad, naturally, he didn't care.
Zhou Dad originally had 10 tickets that hadn't been distributed. Giving 2 to the middle-aged man, then 1 to each of the 5 youths, and 3 for himself, was enough.
Even if it's not enough, Big King here, there must be a way. The female secretary said again. There is one more thing. At night, Big King will receive you all and thank you for coming to Jiangqing to support us.
Although we can't receive all the fans, you guys can just be considered representatives of the fans.
Zhou Dong and Zhou Qinshan will also be together at night. This is another big surprise.
The 3 young men were excited that the goddess was going to dine with them.
Happiness. It's coming once again.
In the live broadcast room, the viewers were no longer envious, but jealous.
The great king treats us fans, it's true love. These 5 fans, I'm envious, I so hate why I'm not in Jiangqing.
Ah, I can't take it, I'm rushing over there now, I want to see the great king.
I'll go too, I don't want tickets, I want the goddess to hug me. King, no, only I can hug the goddess. Chapter 145, Ginger is old and spicy. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Fongping arrived at the restaurant with the female secretary and 5 youths. It was still a familiar place. Jinglong Xian.
Dad Zhou sent a car over to pick up the people, and he himself was waiting for everyone at the restaurant.
Seeing Papa Zhou, the 5 youths were indeed a bit put out. After greeting them, they didn't dare to speak much.
After all, Papa Zhou was not an ordinary person, and his aura still made people balk.
In the live broadcast room, the audience laughed. Father-in-law is really not ordinary, scared, right? Even if I am scared, I still want to go, asking for the address. I want to, too. My goddess is there.
These fans have become our representatives.
I don't want to be represented by them, I want to go by myself. Ditto. Ditto. Ditto.
Mr. Chow's dad is very enthusiastic.
Everyone sit down. Sit down. Don't be polite. He kept greeting. This was De Wang's fan, and in a way he was also entertaining in De Wang's place.
After all, Big King couldn't talk, so he had to step in. Soon Zhou Qinshan came over from work as well. She had already heard about what happened to these fans who lost their stuff.
Sorry. Big King and I didn't know about your situation before. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let you guys suffer.
She apologized as soon as she entered the private room. She was also too busy, otherwise she would have arrived at the hotel in the afternoon. Seeing this legendary goddess, the few male fans instead became more restrained. The live studio audience hated to replace the male fans, it was too embarrassing for the male fans. The 2 female fans were better. The young woman who lost her bag, her emotions recovered at this moment.
Sister Chen. This has nothing to do with Big King, or you. It was our own carelessness. She hurriedly said. Sister Chen.
The detectives heard that we are fans of De Wang and have been actively searching for us. Our cell phones, money, and other things were all recovered for us.
Another young woman also added. Have the things been found? That's good. I also said to ask my dad to find someone to help. Zhou Qinshan also cheered up, she didn't know the good news yet. There's no need to ask me for help. De Wang is much more famous than me.
His words are better than mine.
Zhou Dad said half jokingly and half seriously. He did have someone called a police detective.
When they heard that it was Big Wang's matter, they didn't need him to put pressure on them and cooperated on their own initiative.
Fongping pulled his ears. Not bragging. Seems like. It is indeed my face. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere gradually melted. Serve. Serve. Everyone must be hungry. Dad Zhou greeted them.
The owner of the restaurant was also in the private room, and soon had the waiters send up a dish. These dishes were specially ordered by Papa Zhou for these fans, and each one was exquisite. The restaurant owner was also beside him to introduce them.
Lemon snowflake beef. A dish that looks unassuming but has a surprising flavor.
The diced snowflake beef is covered with a thick sauce and topped with a little bit of candied peel of lemon and kumquat, which adds a lot of fun and special flavor to the chewing of the beef.
Shredded squid with tea mushroom.
Using an ancient tree as a tray and snowflake textured stones as accents, tea tree mushrooms and shredded squid are entwined and intertwined with each other on the tray. The dark base color accentuates the brightness of the squid. Each strand is handmade by the chef from fresh squid, and with the freshness of the tea tree mushrooms, the texture is novel, with a delicious crunch in its strength. Pan-fried French foie gras with sauce. Foie gras is pan-fried to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with delicate meat floss, smeared with Szechuan sauce and cushioned with shredded sugar. Sweet and sour orange flesh and dragon fruit ease the greasy feeling after eating.
Ma Xiang pork.
Legend has it that ink-scented pork was made in ancient times by adding leftover musking to roasted meat to entertain the literati. In modern times, there is not much ancient ink available, so instead of ancient ink, cuttlefish juice is used to create this modern ink-scented pork in a similar way to donpa pork. When the pork is mixed with the cuttlefish sauce, a distinctive fresh and savory aroma lingers. The spices and seasonings are handled very moderately and do not rob the original flavor of the ingredients at all. Bite into it carefully and let the crispy and sticky pork melt between your lips and teeth. A beautiful dish that will dazzle your eyes. In addition to these dishes, there was also wine. Considering that there were girls around, Papa Joe asked for a bottle of red wine. Each person poured a glass in front of them. Even Fongping had a glass in front of him. Of course. What was poured in his cup was milk. This was specially requested by Zhou Qinshan. The great king couldn't drink. Fongping looked at the redness of the other's wine cups and the white color of his own. Raising his front paw. Push. He won't do it. There's no such thing as bullying people, no, bullying cats. I want to drink too. No way. Your Majesty. You can only drink milk. Papa Zhou said. No one helped Fongping this time. Everyone had just checked the information, and it was true that cats couldn't drink. Even Zhou Qinshan refused to help. Fongping was helpless. Wanting to drink alcohol himself. So hard. It's rare for the great king to be with his fans. Come on. Cheers everyone. Papa Zhou said a toast. Everyone stood up, and Zhou Qinshan, who doesn't actually drink, all held her glass and joined everyone else. She was drinking for the great king. Only Fongping, squatting and not moving, launched a small tantrum. No wine. Not cool. No matter how much Fongping tried to play his little temper tantrum, it failed this time. No matter how much everyone favored him, they knew that drinking was harming him. On Fongping's left sat the female secretary, and on his right sat Zhou Qinshan. De Wang. These are your favorite ribs. De Wang. This is your favorite beef. The two beauties kept on giving him dishes, soothing his hurt little heart. Fongping persisted for a while and could only bury his head in his own unique little bowl and eat. He was also hungry. Besides, an arm cannot twist a leg, he still knew that. Papa Zhou and the others were watching the great king, and at this point they all burst out laughing. Okay. It's okay. Everyone continues to eat. Papa Chow greets the fans. Mr. Chow. Your business is doing so well now. How did you start your business in the first place? The fat young man saw that Papa Zhou was actually still very nice to talk to, so he had the guts to ask. Don't call me Mr. Zhou. I'm older than you, call me Uncle Zhou. Do you guys want to hear the story of my business venture? Papa Zhou asked him to change his title. Uncle Zhou. We want to hear it. We all want to hear it. The eyes of several youths glowed and they all nodded. We are all young people, naturally we all aspire to the life of a man. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. Good. Then I'll talk about it. But it will be a long story. Father Zhou also came to be interested. Even Zhou Qinshan and the female secretary raised their heads. They hadn't actually heard it from Papa Zhou either. Fongping didn't listen. His mind was not here right now. His tail ticked. At this moment, Zhou Dad was talking happily and everyone was listening intently, no one was paying attention to him. This was a good opportunity for Ping Fong. He took advantage of Zhou Qinshan's lack of defense and quickly stretched out his cat head, tasting a mouthful in Zhou Qinshan's wine glass. This was wine? No. Yuck. 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 Sour. Isn't this orange juice? Papa Zhou suddenly stopped and looked at De Wang and laughed. You think I can't see it? You just want to drink. Is the orange juice good? He had actually been paying attention to De Wang's movements. I knew that this little brat wasn't being honest. It's not just him. Zhou Qinshan and the female secretary were also pursing their lips. They were certainly paying attention to De Wang as well. All of them were on his defense. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were amused. Ha, heartbreaking for the great king for 3 seconds, still no drink. Great king, you can't drink, don't you have any cat count? Great king, it's time to take your medicine. No, it's time to drink milk. See how anxious the king is? Can't you let the kid have a sip? King, let's not drink it. Don't listen to the bad guys upstairs. King, old ginger is still hot, you know that now, don't you? Chapter 146 Breaking In. Fongping ended up not getting a single sip of wine under the tight defense of Zhou's dad. He was very unhappy. Papa Zhou was too much. Thief prevention is not this kind of prevention. It's not just a sip of wine, so petty. You're still a businessman who does billions of dollars of business. This meal, eat Fongping sullen. He didn't know that this scene had amused the audience in the live broadcast and even made his expression into a great king emoticon. This emoticon was forwarded by countless viewers. After dinner, Zhou Dad arranged for someone to send the 5 fans back to the hotel. Fongping himself followed Zhou Qinshan home. After arriving home, the staff came in to turn off the equipment, and the day's live broadcast came to an end. The viewers once again left reluctantly, they would have to wait until tomorrow to see the great king again.
Zhou Qinshan saw Fongping's head drooping and knew why he was unhappy. Big King. You really can't drink. We all want you to be well.
She sat on the sofa and placed Fongping on her big long legs to comfort him. She knew that the Great King could hear. It was normal for the Great King to have a little tantrum once in a while. Otherwise, Great King wouldn't even look like a cat anymore. Of course Fongping knew that everyone was doing it for his own good. But he himself knew that he actually had no problem drinking. Pity. No matter how much he showed it, no one believed him. Stealing booze and getting caught. Fine. He could only find a chance to drink it later. Fongping was also helpless. Evening. He went out again and strolled around without seeing Ningshan. Ningshan didn't even show up in front of the barbecue stand. The detectives were still on duty during this period of time, searching for those bank robbers in a hurry, but it seemed like they still hadn't found them. It would be impossible for Ningshan to rest, it could only be said that she was too busy. Fongping went home after turning around and didn't go to the male engineer's place either. The male engineer must be busy perfecting the machine cat right now, so he couldn't read it himself if he went there. All of them are busy, he is more idle. Time passes very quickly, in the blink of an eye it's a new day. Fongping was once again received at the sports center. It was still the female bodyguard who came to pick him up. The female bodyguard changed to another car this time. This was to avoid Fongping being discovered. Today's rehearsal went smoothly and was over in less than 2 hours. De Wang. Great. A few more rehearsals and we can officially perform. After the rehearsals, Daisy was a little excited. She couldn't wait for the concert to start. She felt that this time, it would surely be a sensation in the singing world. Fongping tugged his ears. A concert? Just start it. He didn't care. Just then, a bodyguard walked over quickly and whispered a few words into Sister Lan's ear. Sister Lan's face changed as she looked at Daisy. Sister Lan. What is it? Is it related to me? Daisy noticed and asked. Sister Lan paused, but told Daisy anyway. It's that man. He sent you flowers again. And new love letters. Fongping's tail ticked. Once again, he heard about that fan who sent love letters. This Daisy's fan was much crazier than his own. A bouquet of flowers every day. A love letter every day. Thunder and lightning. At least with his own fans, he would never write love letters to himself. He wants to meet this fan. What kind of a person was it? This seemed much more interesting than the concert. Sister Lan actually didn't want to say it, at least not at this time. Because she knew that if she said it, Daisy's mood would immediately turn bad. But this matter was too important to Daisy, and she couldn't not say it. Sure enough. The smile on Daisy's face disappeared. It wasn't that she threw away the flowers and the letter when she saw them. That person's matter. Never mention it in front of me again. She got a little angry when she heard about that person. That kind of person, too thick-skinned. One had already made it clear that it was impossible to accept the other person, but the other person still refused to stop. It's already stalking. Hoping to impress me in this way, how can that be? It's not quite the same this time. That person's flowers and letter didn't arrive here. Lan shook her head. This time he changed his tricks. Where does he send them? It can't be my room, can it? Daisy blurted out. Sister Lan was silent for a moment. That's what he did. He sent flowers and letters to your bedroom. She nodded. That's what the bodyguard found out and came over to tell her. What? How dare he do that? How did he get into my room? Daisy wore an incredulous expression. Although she was staying in a hotel, her room precautions were very tight, and it was impossible for a stranger to have a chance to get in. But now the impossible appeared. That person not only entered her room, but also grandly placed the flowers and letter in her bedroom. This surprised her a little. Some anger. Some fear. Since the other person could unknowingly come in during the day, what about at night? When she was alone in her room, would the other party be able to break in as well? Thinking about this, she shuddered a little. Sister Lan. I'm going back to take a look. Go back now, and you send De Wang back to Zhou Qinshan's company. She instructed a sentence and then headed outside. She wouldn't feel at ease until she went back to take a look. De Wang. This is the end of the rehearsal today. I'll have someone send you back. Sister Lan spoke to Fongping as if she were a human being. Then she beckoned and the female bodyguard came over to take Big King away. The female bodyguard was now confident in herself. This cat was obedient and would go with her. Big King. Let's go. We'll still take the car from earlier. She imitated Sister Lan's tone. Since Sister Lan's words were understandable to Great King, her words were certainly understandable to Great King. But this time Fongping did not respond. He tugged at his ears. Not going back. This Daisy thing was quite interesting. He wanted to follow it. He wanted to meet that person. Thinking about it, Fongping's tail hooked. With a puff of smoke, chased after Daisy. The Great King. Come back? Where are you going? No matter how much the female bodyguard behind him shouted, it was like he didn't hear. Sister Lan had already walked to Daisy's side and turned back when she heard the shouts from behind. She saw that the Great King was running this way. "Da Wang. He doesn't seem to want to go back. He wants to follow us." She saw what Fongping meant. Daisy also turned back. She also saw the Great King running over. Fongping had run up to her by then. "Da Wang. You're not going back? I'm going to follow me back to the hotel?" She crouched down. Fongping's tail waved vertically. "Yes. I want to go and see. Take me with you." "Hey. They say you're a curious cat." I didn't believe them. Now I believe it. "Well, you can follow if you want to." Daisy covered her head and finally agreed. Even if she didn't agree, this cat wouldn't leave. The Great King. Him. Doesn't listen to me. The female bodyguard also ran over at this moment. She had confidence in herself, now her confidence is gone again. "King, come with us. You drive. We go back to the hotel." Daisy was decisive since she had decided to come down. It wasn't much of a big deal for her to take De Wang to the hotel anyway. Sister Lan's side also called Zhou Qinshan, and Zhou Qinshan didn't think much about it on her side. She didn't know what was going on and thought that De Wang just wanted to follow Dashi over to play. She quickly agreed. Fongping stood by the side, his tail ticking. He was very satisfied. Dashi was still good. Willing to agree to herself. If it was a different person, she might have sent herself back a long time ago. A group of people drove a few cars and quietly left the sports center. Fongping sat in the same car with Daisy and Sister Lan. Fongping followed the usual practice of lying on Daishi's long, soft and comfortable legs. The female bodyguard drove, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. The heart was fretting one after another. The Great King this day today, not good to bring up. Which day in the end? The Great King will become a little more normal. Chapter 147 Discovery. Fongping and Daishi and Sister Lan sat in the same car and quietly left the sports center. However, there were still paparazzi who noticed a few cars going out and followed them in their cars. It had to be said that the paparazzi were very observant. The small aspects that others didn't notice, they were able to notice. Fongping looked in the rearview mirror, he saw the car following behind. There were paparazzi chasing after them again. He was also a bit speechless. These paparazzi, were their noses better than dogs? Sister Lan and Daisy of course noticed it as well. "Speed up a bit. Ditch the car. Don't let the paparazzi follow us," Sister Lan quickly ordered. She definitely couldn't let the paparazzi follow. There was a fan intruding in Daisy's room, and it was even more important not to let the paparazzi know. Otherwise, the news would soon be reported. It had become an assembly line for the paparazzi to dig up news and sell it to news organizations. They were very experienced in this matter. The female bodyguard made a phone call, and then a car came over to cover and block the car behind them. The female bodyguard then drove the car and increased the speed. By the time the paparazzi's car got rid of the blocking car, the car that Fongping was sitting in was long gone. There was nothing the paparazzi could do, the car being followed was too experienced. Fongping was sitting in the car at this moment, but he didn't bother to pay attention to the car behind him. Once again, there was a system alert sound in his head. Ding! The host has completed the hidden mission, meeting with fans. Rewarded with 100 evolution points. Fongping's tail ticked. Okay. Another evolution point gained. Soon the hotel where Daisy was staying arrived. The hotel she was staying in was a 5-star hotel, and it was a high-class suite, with someone guarding the outside of the room 24 hours a day. It was reasonable to say that such a room was very safe, but someone quietly broke in. This couldn't help but say that something had gone terribly wrong with the security protection. Daisy swept a glance at the several bodyguards standing outside the door. The bodyguards in charge of protection were definitely responsible for this. She did not say much and walked into the room. It was not time to pursue the matter. Fongping and Sister Lan also walked in. There was a lot of space inside the room. In addition to the bedroom, there was a living room, an ornamental balcony and even a small kitchen. Fongping walked around the room and did not find anyone else here. There didn't seem to be any unfamiliar odors in the room either. Daisy had already gone into the bedroom with Sister Lan, and the bouquet of flowers and the love letter were placed next to the pillow on the king-sized bed. What had been a very cozy affair now seemed a little unusual and somewhat irritating. Daisy composed herself and picked up the love letter. After a quick glance, she threw the love letter on the floor. "This is garbage." Fongping walked in and lowered his head, just in time to see the content on top of the love letter. "The 302nd day of liking you. This is also the 302nd time I sent you flowers. I will persist. Until I impress you. Until you like me." Still the same disgusting words. Can't you say anything else nice? Fongping felt a little disappointed. This fan's brain was a bit abnormal. Doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Daisy is talking to Lan at the moment. Have someone check. How did Hannah and Shin show up in my bedroom?
How did he get in? She said to Sister Lan with a stern face. No one will be relieved until this is investigated. I've already had people check it over. For the time being, there's nothing, no one saw him come in. Next we are going to look at the hotel surveillance. Sister Lan had already ordered it before, and she reported back to Daisy. While the two were talking, Fongping was wandering around the bedroom. He walked to an outlet. Suddenly squatted down. Didn't move. Staring at the socket with wide cat eyes. Daisy was still talking to Lan when she suddenly realized that something was wrong with De Wang. De Wang? What's wrong? What's in here? She walked over to Fongping. Sister Lan also looked over. Fongping raised his front paw. Touched the socket. De Wang. There's something wrong with this socket? Right? Daisy's heart fluttered. Cats were very perceptive animals and had been told that they could detect many things that went unnoticed. The Great King was even more unusual. Fongping waved his tail vertically. Yes. There was a discovery. This socket was not right. He smelled a different odor in the socket. This odor was also present on the love letter. Get someone. Open the socket. I want to see. Winn-Dixie didn't look back. Okay. Hold on a second. I'll get someone over here right away. Naturally, Lan knew she was talking to her. She immediately walked out. It wasn't long. A male bodyguard walked in, tools in hand. The bedroom socket was quickly removed. A pinhole camera appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This pinhole camera was facing the bed. It could be said that everything in the large bedroom bed could be seen. Daisy's face changed. Sister Lan's face also changed. There was actually a pinhole camera in the bedroom? Knowing that Daisy had been staying here for a few days, who knew what would be captured? This was just installed. We check it every day. I was the one checking yesterday and didn't realize there was a pinhole camera here. It was good that the male bodyguard said something in time, and only then did Daisy and Lan's faces look a little better. Are you sure? It's not trivial. Don't lie to me. Daisy asked uneasily. Our inspections are all in groups of 3. Everyone will cross-check and nothing will be missed. There will definitely not be such a mistake. The male bodyguard assured Daisy. Sister Lan, call those 2 bodyguards in. I want to ask them together. Daisy then said. The male bodyguard didn't explain much, whoever came across this would also investigate carefully. Sister Lan quickly called the other 2 bodyguards in, which also included the female bodyguard. Sister Lan. That's right. It was the 3 of us who checked yesterday and no cameras were found. The female bodyguard nodded, confirming the male bodyguard's words. Daisy and Sister Lan then breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 trusted the female bodyguard, and the 2 would definitely believe her words. You guys check the room again. See if there are any more cameras. Be careful with the inspection. Sister Lan instructed a few more bodyguards with another sentence. The subsequent inspection revealed 3 more hidden cameras. They were at the hooks of the clothes. There were also smoke alarms and air conditioning vents. It could be said that the entire room was being monitored. This is more serious than sending flowers and love letters, it already involves breaking the law. Call the police. I feel that this matter can't be handled by ourselves anymore. Sister Lan suggested to Daisy. Daisy hesitated for a moment, but agreed. She originally didn't want to call the police considering the concert was about to start, and she also didn't want this to become a big deal. But now this was something that had exceeded the bottom line of what she could tolerate. She didn't know what other horrible things that Fan would do, which was quite possible. The detectives arrived quickly. Daisy wasn't your average celebrity, and naturally the detectives took it seriously. Maharaja, why are you here? By the way, you're also attending the concert. Seeing Fongping, the detectives naturally greeted him. Fong tugged his ears. These detectives. It was the middle-aged captain's men. Everyone had seen them before. He looked behind these detectives and was a little disappointed when he didn't see Ning Shan. Ning Shan was on a mission. She is too busy right now. Couldn't come. The detectives knew who the Great King was looking for and explained a sentence to him. Daisy wasn't in a good mood when this happened. You all know De Wang? He's one of your detectives? Is he that famous too? She asked curiously when she saw how the detectives were treating De Wang. The detectives knew that Daisy and De Wang had a good relationship and treated her exceptionally differently. You probably haven't seen some of Big King's videos. The Big King has a ringing name among us detectives. We all call it the King of Adventure. The detective leading the team laughed. This name was not derogatory and was a supreme praise for Big King. Fongping tugged his ears. King of Adventurers? This title. I seem to like it quite a bit. Chapter 148 Scandal. The detectives began to take over the bodyguards, scrutinizing them inside and outside the room. All the bodyguards exited the door. Daisy as well as Sister Lan were cooperating and being questioned. Fongping, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Tail ticking off. walking around the room. No one cared about him either. The detectives didn't care. Daisy and Lon naturally didn't care either. Everyone was at ease with De Wang. A cat. What could be so bad about it?
At this time, the hotel manager heard the news and came panting. This happened in the hotel, so no matter what, the hotel party also has a responsibility. The hotel manager apologized to Daisy. The hotel definitely did not want this kind of thing to spread, otherwise who would still dare to come to the hotel to stay? Sister Lon then asked the hotel manager to change the room on behalf of Daisy. After this kind of incident, this high-class suite, Dixie definitely did not want to continue to live, and she did not dare to live. The hotel manager immediately agreed, but also took the initiative to change into a presidential suite. The price is the same as now. Dixie, in fact, at first, is to want to change the hotel. But then she thought, even if she changed the hotel, that fan would still come after her. It was also impossible to hide her own itinerary. Then there wouldn't be much of a difference if she changed hotels or not. In fact, it was all the same. In the end, this matter could not be completely blamed on the hotel. In fact, it also had a lot to do with himself. After all, that fan was recruited by himself. The hotel side was willing to change the presidential suite, so she agreed. The detective side of the work also had a breakthrough after half an hour. After investigating the hotel's surveillance video, the target was quickly locked onto a hotel cleaning attendant. After questioning, that hotel cleaning attendant, once scared, explained the truth of the matter. The camera was installed by himself when cleaning the room, and the flowers and love letters were also placed by himself on Daisy's bedside. The waiter did these things while the bouncer wasn't looking, and only the waiter could have exploited the loophole. This was also because the bodyguard was already familiar with the waiter, and the guard was loosened a bit, giving the waiter a chance. Daisy was relieved to hear that it was the cleaning waiter instead. She was afraid that it was the fan who broke into the room by himself. It was the unknown that was the most frightening. Now that she knew what the other person was doing, she would just take better precautions in the back. When things came to this point, the detectives didn't pursue it further. Because the cleaning waitress hadn't seen that fan, she just received a phone call and then collected a sum of money and agreed to help. No one expected the waitress to be so bold for a small amount of money. The camera and the flowers and the love letter were sent to the waitress and the people did not meet. The case can't be based on the cleaning attendant's side of the story. The investigation must continue and evidence is needed. The detectives leave with the cleaning attendant. The hotel manager apologizes again and also helps Daisy change her room to the presidential suite. Since the results of the investigation proved that there was a relationship with the hotel party dared not be more negligent. The hotel's presidential suite was again much better than the senior suite. This is also the most luxurious room set up by the hotel to receive the most honored guests. The presidential suite is actually not exclusive to 5-star hotels. Some even modest luxury hotels, especially some boutique hotels, according to their own needs, can also set up the presidential suite. After changing to a new room, Daisy was in a much better mood and had a smile on her face. Fongping was entering the presidential suite for the first time. Tail hooked one by one. Wandering around. Visiting up. This presidential suite had a check room, a study, a living room, a bedroom, a dining room, and so on, and even a piano room with a piano in it. The great king. Don't look. How about I buy you a steak? Daisy really felt that she should thank Big King this time. Without De Wang going back to the hotel with her, she probably wouldn't have been able to discover those cameras, and thinking about it made her feel scared. Fongping tugged at his ears. Hearing that there was steak to eat, he stopped visiting at once. Instead, he jumped onto the chair at the dining table. It was still more important to eat. He was hungry. Daisy smiled, she was hungry too. Lon then called room service to have a steak sent to the room. Meanwhile, there were others who were also secretly happy. Yaoi quietly walked out from the hotel with an excited expression on his face. He had already returned to normal. The shadow of being caught by the cat had disappeared from his heart. Or rather, he didn't want to think about being caught by the cat anymore. It was also his luck that he secretly followed Daisy back to the hotel on this trip. After he found Daisy leaving at the sports center, he didn't follow behind the car like other paparazzi, but came to Daisy's hotel to keep watch. He judged that the possibility of Daisy going back to the hotel at this time was high. Sure enough, he waited for Daisy and saw the cat. The paparazzi who were following Daisy's vehicle, without exception, lost the car. Yaoi didn't get too close for fear of being discovered by Daisy and also that cat. He waited until Daisy had entered the hotel for 5 minutes before he walked in without attracting attention. The hotel party naturally wouldn't know that he was a paparazzo. Yaoi had already investigated before and knew Daisy's room number. He pretended to be a guest and came not far from Daisy's room. He then realized that there were people constantly coming in and out of the room, and everyone's expression was very serious. Even the police detective appeared. As a veteran paparazzo, he immediately realized that something was wrong. If there was nothing wrong with the star, there would be no news.
He definitely wanted news about stars every day. But he wisely didn't approach. He definitely couldn't get in at this time.
Even if he blended in, he would definitely not get the news.
Yaoi began to look for hotel attendants and spent a small amount of money to buy his way in.
Through the help of the hotel staff, he found out the news of Daisy.
This news made his heart burst with joy.
He didn't realize that a fan had broken into Daisy's room and sent flowers and love letters. Even though the hotel manager had tried to block the news as much as possible, those who had the heart to investigate would definitely be able to do so. After all, there was no impermeable wall in this world.
Yaoi got the news and was simply elated.
Although it was known later that the hotel cleaning attendants helped deliver it and also installed a camera.
But Yaoi doesn't care. When he doesn't know, he can just report the news of the fans and Daisy in front of him. It's time to make money on their own again.
What gets the most attention during this time? It must be Daisy's concert. The last time he broke the news about that cat and Daisy working together, he made a huge amount of money. This time, he believed the news was even more explosive.
Yaoi dialed the phone once again.
The other party received the call and with little hesitation, immediately said that they were willing to buy this news.
News about Daisy did not worry about the lack of traffic. The power of network news was powerful. Very quickly, heavyweight news appeared online.
The latest news was that a fan and Daisy had a secret meeting in a hotel, offering flowers and love letters. As soon as the news came out, it once again created a stir online.
The news quickly hit the hot search again.
This time it wasn't like the last news. That time it was only reported that De Wang and Daisy were working together.
This time it was a scandal between a fan and Daisy. This kind of scandal, one that wasn't handled well, could ruin Daishi. Sister Lan knew that. Daisy knew it too. When she saw the news, she couldn't eat her steak. Sister Lan's phone was all over the place, with reporters constantly asking for interviews. I'm sorry. Daisy is preparing for the concert. No interviews for the time being. She could only keep refusing.
At this time, it was best for Daisy to remain silent. Every word she said, every word, could be magnified in front of the public.
But Daisy wanted to be silent. Instead, skeptical voices began to circulate online.
Once again, Daisy was hype, relying on her fans to pull in her popularity.
Last time it was a cat, this time it's a fan. Is there no limit to the hype? Hype over and over again. Is it treating the audience as cuties? Strongly suspect that Daisy's concert tickets are not selling well. Refund my ticket, I don't want to see Daisy's concert again.
Daisy has hurt the hearts of other fans.
Fongping tugged at his ears. Steak in his mouth. This concert. It was plagued with many disasters. Chapter 149, Pulling Hatred.
Sister Lan originally wanted Daisy to remain silent for the time being. Wait for the online heat to die down a little before responding.
But the voices of suspicion on the internet were getting louder and louder.
It was no longer appropriate to remain silent at this time.
No more response, no more voices. Fans might misunderstand Daisy even more, thinking that Daisy had acquiesced to the rumors.
This was unfavorable to Daisy.
For this concert, it's also unfavorable. Let's release a statement on Weibo first. Then hold a press conference. This is something we have to make clear, and the sooner the better.
Sister Lan quickly suggested.
Good. That's how it'll be handled. Send out a tweet right away. Daisy nodded her head.
The two began to discuss the content of the tweets.
Fongping didn't seem to be able to help with this.
His tail was hooked.
Squatting on the chair. Continued to eat the steak. The steak still tasted good, but it was a pity that Daisy and Lan didn't eat it, it was cold. Soon, Sister Lan posted her latest tweet on Daisy's studio account.
In view of the current online news about some of the false rumors about Ms. Daisy and her fans, Ms. Daisy hereby makes a solemn statement. The online news about Ms. Daishi and fans are purely wild speculation, fabrication of facts, malicious slander, serious injury to Ms. Daishi's right to reputation. We hereby urge the media that spread and reproduced the above untrue news to delete the news, and publicly apologize for the loss. For the rumor mongers and news disseminators who maliciously defamed Ms. Daisy's next step will be to investigate and collect evidence and report the case to the Police Detective Bureau. Through civil or criminal proceedings and other legal actions to protect their legitimate rights and interests. The internet is not a place outside the law. Freedom of speech does not mean that you can go beyond the law. I believe that the law will protect Ms. Daisy's rights and interests, and the relevant responsible persons will be severely punished by the law. Ms. Daisy reserves the right to take further legal action against the malicious rumor mongers and disseminators who are still publishing untrue statements, in order to protect her legitimate rights and interests. At the same time, Ms. Daisy will immediately hold a press conference to clarify all the facts. The content of the microblog is similar to most such related statements. However, the news that Daisy was going to hold a press conference still drew the attention of her Weibo followers. Daisy is having a press conference? It's time to set the record straight. I told you, how can Daisy have a secret meeting with her fans? It's all rumors. These rumor-mongering reporters are so hateful, they should be arrested.
My heart goes out to Daisy. I will always support you. Daisy, I'm a fan of De Wang, we support you too.
Daisy, De Wang fan reports, support you.
Win-Dixie, with Big King, don't be afraid.
Win-Dixie, Big King is great, let Big King help you.
Big King, I'm here, I support Daisy.
Big King, I'm here too, I support Win-Dixie. King, I swear to you, I'm with Win-Dixie. King, I swear to you, I'm with Win-Dixie. Your Majesty, I swear to you, I'm with Win-Dixie. King, I swear to you, I'm with Win-Dixie. King, I swear to you, I'm with Win-Dixie. Win-Dixie saw that the first message was normal. When she saw the back, it seemed to be crooked. She and Sister Lan looked at each other with a slightly odd expression.
De Wang's fans. So many It moved her a bit. De Wang. Your fans.
All came to support me, thank you. She suddenly hugged the Great King intimately. There was no way to thank her fans, so she would just thank the Great King.
Fongping was a bit confused.
He had just glanced at it just now. He didn't expect his fans to come too. He tugged at his ears.
Fine. Just come. Daisy and Lan moved quickly.
Saying they wanted to hold a press conference, they immediately contacted the reporters they were familiar with. The location was at the sports center.
The time is in an hour. De Wang. I'll take you back. Can't take care of you later. Because of the press conference, Daisy wants to send King away. Fongping's tail was swung horizontally several times in a row. No, I won't go. I'm not going. I want to see what's going on. No, I don't. I want to attend the press conference.
Daisy persuaded her a few times, but the Great King's tail still swung sideways. She then realized what Fongping meant. The Great King was definitely going to attend.
Fine.
The press conference is crowded with reporters.
Don't run around when you get there. She could only instruct one thing. This cat has his own ideas. She didn't interfere. An hour had passed.
Fongping, Daisy and Sister Lan returned to the sports center. The sports center had a special place to receive reporters and the press conference was held there. The place was also large and spacious. A few hundred reporters could sit down if they came.
Of course. Because of the relationship of time.
The layout of the press conference was very simple.
But no one cared. Daisy and Lan didn't care. The reporters didn't care. Fongping didn't care. He looked at the stage. There are a lot of reporters here.
Old Zhang, you're here.
Hu, you're here too. Wu, come sit here. Wang, you did a good job on that story last time. Brotherly, I'll need your guidance from now on. Some of the reporters were notified by Daisy and Sister Lan. These are the ones who are on good terms with the two. Of course, Daisy and Sister Lan are not stupid. They will definitely look for reporters who are on good terms with them first,
so that when the report will help their side to say good words. There are also some reporters who are concerned about the news of Daisy's press conference after seeing the microblogging released by Daisy's studio. There were also some reporters who had inquired about it from other reporters.
This can also be seen that Daisy's fame is really big. Otherwise, if you didn't have fame, you would just invite these reporters over, and others wouldn't come. Fongping squatted on the release platform, squinting his eyes, surveying the stage. He was curious.
It turned out that reporters were just like ordinary people.
The reporters on the stage were also sizing up the cat. People hadn't seen a cat squatting grandly on the stage at a press conference. The point is that this cat doesn't have any stage fright. It was staring at everyone with a big smile. A cat. A bunch of reporters. Staring at each other. You're not afraid of all of us. Of course Fongping is not afraid. Tail ticked off.
In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also equal to attending a press conference. The Great King is so calm, not afraid at all.
How could Big King be afraid? He doesn't even care about robbers.
Reporters are still great, killing people and killing their hearts, that's what they say.
Most reporters are still good, a small number of reporters are not good, a screw breaks a pot of soup. I'd like to hear, what are these reporters going to ask? It'd be nice if this was the king's press conference.
Even if the Great King held a press conference, they wouldn't understand it.
The king, you sound like you know what you're talking about. Come on, Meow 1, translate for me.
The audience in the live broadcast room started to go off topic. Some of the reporters on stage were unhappy with the cat on stage and started questioning Daisy and Lan.
Two ladies. It's a press conference now, what's the deal with a cat squatting on the stage? Isn't this a bit disrespectful and disrespectful to us reporters?
An old reporter in his 40s, who obviously had some seniority and some status, asked.
That's right, take this cat away. It's so disrespectful. My least favorite thing is cats. Nowadays, cats can't do anything, they're not useful at all. That's right. My neighbor has a cat that can't even catch a mouse. It's lazy all day long. I think some cats are even afraid of mice.
When he said this, the other reporters began to be disgruntled.
Daisy and Lan looked up in surprise when they heard this.
She suddenly wanted to laugh a little.
Does De Wang like to play games? The press conference hadn't even started yet. It was already pulling in all the hate. Fongping tugged at his ears. Yawned. Paralyzed. I'm here to watch the fun. Chapter 150. Don't believe it.
The reporters under the stage were a little dissatisfied with Fongping squatting on the stage.
Daisy and Lon looked at each other. Fellow reporters. I think everyone may have some misunderstandings. This cat is called De Wang. Some of your friends may recognize him and some may not. He is actually the protagonist of the press conference, and many of the things I've said are related to him.
She simply introduced Fongping first. With this introduction from her, a reporter recognized him.
This is the Great King. Is Big King famous? You didn't watch the pet show live, did you? Who has time to watch that?
Big King is the star of the pet show, many people love him.
Yeah, I heard that Maharaja is smart and spiritual. Why do I look like a normal cat?
Don't believe those live pet show broadcasts, that must have exaggerated this cat, or how else would it attract you to watch it?
That's what I think too, maybe a lot of the videos of this cat are arranged plots.
The reporters on stage began to talk. Some changed their views on De Wang, while others remained the same.
You say this cat is the main character. He can't talk. And can't give us an interview, huh?
The 40-something-year-old reporter was still not satisfied.
Fongping tugged at his ears, glaring at this old reporter. Do you have nothing better to do? Pressing me hard to weed out? This reporter friend. If you have any questions, you can tell me. I'm able to communicate with De Wang, he'll answer. Daisy was not flustered, she had a lot of experience in dealing with reporters.
The old reporter didn't open his mouth this time, he was here for an interview, not to mess around.
As long as this cat could answer, he was fine with it. Okay.
I see that my reporter friends have almost arrived.
Then the press conference will start now. Sister Lon took over the topic at this moment.
As per the usual practice, she read out the contents of the previous Weibo release. In light of some of the false rumors about Ms. Daisy and her fans on the internet at the moment, Ms. Daisy hereby makes a solemn statement. Online news about Ms. Daisy and fans are purely wild speculation, fabrication of facts, malicious slander, serious injury to Ms. Daisy's right to reputation. We hereby urge the media that disseminate and reproduce the above untrue news to delete the news, and publicly apologize for the loss. For the rumor mongers and news disseminators who maliciously defamed Ms. Daisy's next step will be to investigate and collect evidence and report the case to the Police Detective Bureau, through civil or criminal proceedings and other legal actions to protect their legitimate rights and interests. The internet is not a place outside the law. Freedom of speech does not mean that you can go beyond the law. I believe that the law will protect Ms. Daisy's rights and interests, and the relevant responsible persons will be severely punished by the law. Ms. Daisy reserves the right to take further legal action against the malicious rumor mongers and disseminators who are still publishing untrue statements, in order to protect her legitimate rights and interests.
Next, it's time for the press to ask questions. Ms. Daisy, the internet said you and a fan had a secret meeting in a hotel. How do you explain this matter? A reporter asked a question.
For reporters, it's still more about their own questions.
I repeat. This is a rumor, this is slander. I have never been alone with any fan in a close meeting, much less in a hotel. I'm a public figure, and I pay close attention to my image.
Winn-Dixie said righteously.
Ms. Daisy. So what is this matter all about? Can you please clarify? Another reporter still didn't let go of this question. This was also the question that everyone was most concerned about. This matter. I know it best from beginning to end. I'll say it. Sister Lon didn't let Daisy speak on.
The reporters on stage didn't object, whoever said it was fine, and these could be counted as Daisy's answers. This fan you guys mentioned is a fan who has behaved even worse than I've ever seen. He has been offering flowers and sending love letters to Ms. Daisy, who has never accepted them. We have told the person before to stop sending them, but they would not listen. We refused to accept the flowers and love letters he sent, and this time he upped the ante, going so far as to bribe the hotel cleaning attendants to deliver the flowers and love letters to Ms. Daisy's hotel room without her consent.
Sister Lon was interrupted as she spoke. Ms. Daisy, can you tell us? How long did this fan send the flower offering and love letter? Another reporter asked.
It has been more than 300 days.
Sister Lon had to answer a sentence. My goodness. More than 300 days. Ms. Daisy, aren't you even touched? The reporter was obviously waiting for that. Why should I be moved? I don't like such a forced move. I've also told the other guy that I don't like it when he does that.
This time it was Winn-Dixie herself who answered.
Ms. Daisy, can you reveal about that fan? What kind of person is he? A reporter is interested in this fan. We don't know what kind of person he is. Until now. Ms. Daisy has not met the fan. That's a tricky answer from Lon. This question is actually a trap. The reporter is asking the question with ill intent.
Anyway, Daisy answered, the reporter could make the public bias and sympathize with that fan. That fan sent flowers and love letters for more than 300 days.
Did none of them impress Ms. Daisy? Maybe Ms. Daisy met with the fan privately? Maybe just today? Sure enough, the reporter once again threw out a trap question. Once again, on behalf of Ms. Daisy, I would like to make a statement. Ms. Daisy absolutely did not meet with this fan privately. Never before, and will never meet in the future. Ms. Lan didn't let Daisy answer the question. Ms. Daisy, don't you think you'll hurt a fan's heart if you do that? No matter what, this fan is still infatuated with you. That reporter was really leading the public to sympathize. If you only knew what this fan did, you wouldn't have said that. Lan interrupted the reporter this time. What did he do? I think whatever he did, it must have been for Ms. Daisy. The reporter asked without caring that he had completely favored that fan. This fan you mentioned. This obsessed fan.
Surprisingly, he installed a pinhole camera privately in Daisy's hotel room.
Sister Lan threw out a heavy weapon. What? The reporters on stage were in an uproar. Installing pinhole cameras? Everyone knows exactly what this means. If we hadn't discovered it early, maybe Ms. Daisy's privacy would have been leaked. Do you guys still think he's just an obsessed fan now? Lan's voice got a little stern. Then? All this you guys are talking about. What does it have to do with this cat?
The old reporter from earlier suddenly asked.
That's why we said that De Wang is the main character of this press conference. The pinhole camera in the hotel room was the first thing Big King discovered. If it wasn't for Big King, we wouldn't have known that this fan would dare to do such a despicable thing. Sister Lan continued. I don't believe your answer. He is just a cat. How could he have found the pinhole camera? You guys arranged all this, didn't you? The old reporter obviously didn't believe Sister Lan's answer. I suggest you check out De Wang's pet show video. De Wang's smart. Far beyond your imagination. Sister Lan gave her advice. I won't believe it. Those videos, they are just design stories. Unless you prove it live, I won't believe it's a smart cat. The old reporter was stubborn. Fongping pulled his ears. He squatted on the stage. Endured and endured. Only then did he not rush off the stage and give this old reporter a claw. This old reporter. Why don't you go to hell? Just thought of this. Only to see this old reporter, suddenly pale, covering his chest, about to fall down. Fongping's tail hooked. No way? I've hit the nail on the head? Chapter 151 Taking the Initiative. The old reporter's abnormality immediately attracted everyone's attention. Old Zhang. What's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? A reporter next to him saw that something was wrong and hurriedly supported the old reporter. In the live broadcast room, the audience was criticizing the old reporter. How can he not trust the great king? He was just pretending to be blind and deliberately ignoring it. This kind of person, De Wang just shows up in front of him and he'll pretend he can't see. He's old enough to live in a dog's belly. What's wrong with him, playing dead? Wait, it seems really bad. The old reporter raised his hand and pointed to his chest. His face was pale and he could no longer speak in pain. This kind of disease of his, it's only when it doesn't attack. When it attacks, it's very difficult. When it's severe, it can kill you. What's wrong with him? Is he sick? Does it look like he has a bad heart? Daisy also noticed on stage and asked. The stage was in chaos and the press conference was suspended. Old Zhang's heart is a bit bad. He has angina. He has been taking fast-acting heart pills. The reporter next to him was reminded and remembered. He had heard the old reporter talk about his illness. Only the old reporter had never had an attack. Daisy and the reporter's faces changed a bit. Many people had heard of this disease. Angina pectoris is the pain felt when the heart's lack of blood is reflected to the surface of the body. Mainly insufficient blood supply to the coronary arteries, myocardium, acute temporary ischemia and hypoxia caused by episodes of chest pain or chest discomfort as the main manifestation of the clinical syndrome. This disease is most common in men, most over 40 years old. The old reporter happens to be this age, but also a very dangerous age. Call an ambulance, I'm afraid it'll be too late. I've already called, but it'll take a while. Can he stand it that long? I don't think so. The surrounding reporters gathered around and discussed ways to do it. We're not doctors, so in the end, we can only wait. Where's the medicine? Give him medicine first. Maybe it will be better. Daishi heard on the stage and hurriedly said. The reporter next to him hurriedly touched the old reporter's body for a while and only found a car key. No medicine. Old Zhang. Are the quick-acting heart-saving pills in your car? He hurriedly asked the old reporter. The old reporter nodded feebly in pain. He did drive over. Just now, he was also in a hurry to attend the press conference, and he forgot his medicine in the car. Originally thinking that in a while, he should be fine, he didn't expect to have a sudden attack. If he didn't take his medicine for his illness, surely it won't last long. Can't wait for the ambulance to come. I'll go get your medicine. Old Zhang. Hang in there. By the way, where did you park your car? The reporter asked with the car keys. The old reporter tried to speak but couldn't. He could only point, but no one could read it. What about this? Does anyone know? Where is old Zhang's car parked? The reporter looked around for help. If we can't find the car, we can't get the medicine. No one is talking. Not many journalists here actually know each other. We are all here for the news. The reporter was a bit blind. He didn't know where old Zhang's car was parked. He and old Zhang didn't come all the way here. Now there were also many cars parked outside, and it was impossible to find them for a while. If it was delayed, the time would be delayed. Just when everyone was a bit at a loss, an orange figure flashed by, and that reporter's keys were gone. He looked down and the key was in Fongping's mouth. Alas! The keys were snatched by the cat. Quickly stop him. He tried to snatch it back, but was a step too slow and could only scream in panic. Everyone looked over, only to see that De Wang was already holding the key in his mouth and running outside. What's wrong with this cat? Doesn't know that the key is a lifesaver? He's treating it as a toy, right? Someone go and chase the key back. Reporters who didn't know Big King were shouting after him. Some reporters are already preparing to go after Big King. Don't go after him. You guys can't catch up. Big King should be helping. He went to help with the medicine. Daisy, who knew Big King better than anyone else, spoke to the stage. The Maharaja surely won't fool around. No kidding. This cat you're talking about is that smart? That's impossible. A cat is a cat. I told you earlier, I shouldn't have let this cat stay here. Even though she said that, there were still quite a few reporters who didn't believe it. Even some of the reporters who had seen the live broadcast of the pet show were a bit skeptical. After all, it was one thing to see it on a video and another to see it with your own eyes. Live streaming room. Everyone, look at the pet show live stream. It seems like De Wang did go looking for a car. A resourceful reporter opened the pet show live stream on his cell phone. How can I watch it on my cell phone? Teach me. I see it. The reporters present took out their cell phones. Some of the ones who couldn't do it came over to other reporters' phones to watch. Daisy and Lon also took out their cell phones. In the live broadcast room, a drone followed the Great King. The crew of the filming team couldn't keep up. Instead, Fongping was much faster than a human at this moment. He actually didn't really want to help. This old reporter had been picking on himself. But looking at the old reporter who was really dying, he didn't want a human life to occur at Daisy's press conference. It would have a great impact on Daisy as well. After all, the concert was about to start. Fongping was actually helping Daisy. Right now, he was the only one who could quickly find the car and quickly get the medicine back. Unlike people, he could find the car based on the smell. The old reporter's car wasn't parked too far away, except no one recognized it. Fongping ran to a car, throwing the car keys on the ground. The reporter who was tinkling the live broadcast froze before anyone could react, only to see the Great King lift his front paw and had stepped on it. Drip! Drop! Drip! The lights of the car in front of him flashed up. The cat had found it. It's really this car. The key was that this cat also knew how to open the door with the car key. The reporter who saw the Great King in action for the first time was a bit shocked. This was definitely not pre-arranged. The old reporter's sudden attack was obvious to everyone. So that means this cat is really taking the initiative to save the day. But the reporter was immediately worried again? The medicine is in the car? How will the cat get it out? It's not too difficult for the cat. There was no one around. Even if there was someone, they didn't know what the cat was going to do. Turning back to look at the old reporter again, he only saw that the old reporter's face had turned blue, and if he didn't take the medicine, he probably really wouldn't be able to slow down. Fongping didn't have such worries. The car door and the gate were, in fact, almost the same. At this moment, he didn't care if it would hurt the car. A claw. Bang. Volleyball snap. The car door opened. He took a leap of faith. Jumps into the car. The reporter paused again. Worried for nothing. This cat will open the door by himself. Soon. Fongping found a box of quick-acting heart pills in the car. He also knew it was urgent. He wasn't quick enough. That old reporter probably couldn't be saved. Grabbing the box of quick-acting heart pills, he jumped out of the car. Like lightning. Dashed back to the press conference site. Running to the old reporter in one breath. Live on air, the audience breathes a sigh of relief. The Great King cheats, he's so fast. It was also that Big King was there, otherwise the old reporter would have had to say goodbye to this world. Seeing Big King delivering medicine, he begged for the old reporter's heart. Big King, you want to count it? I'll count it for you. Fongping put down the box of quick-acting heart pills. He naturally didn't need him for the latter. Quickly! Quickly! Give him the pills. The reporter next to him quickly let the old reporter take the quick-acting heart-saving pills. The old reporter's face gradually got better. As long as he takes his medicine in time, he'll be fine. Fongping pulled his ears. Reed jumped to the stage. Crouched down. All right. Keep watching the fun. The applause is loud. Reporters witnessed the scene. Even the reporter who dislikes cats the most raised their hands and applauded this time. This cat. It was indeed too smart. It took people's breath away. Chapter 152, Not as good as that cat. After the old reporter took the medicine in time, his face returned to normal and his body quickly got better. His kind of medicine, taken to take effect quickly. The ambulance then arrived, and the accompanying doctor checked and told the old reporter. Fortunately, he took the medicine in time, otherwise it is really dangerous. Accompanying doctors have rescued several similar patients, some never woke up. The old reporter listened to the back of the cold sweat. Today he is considered to be in the ghost gate wandering around. He thanked the doctor, but did not follow the ambulance away. The old reporter was more thankful to one more person, that was the cat. Without De Wang, he probably wouldn't have survived today. To be honest, he didn't expect a cat to be able to save his life. What he said before about not believing was also true. He really didn't believe how smart and capable a cat was. But he certainly wouldn't think so now. A creature like a cat had really opened his eyes. Now his attitude towards Fongping had changed drastically. He also believed that this cat called De Wang could really do some amazing things. Because this was something he had seen and experienced with his own eyes. There was no other cat that had saved himself that had impressed him. It was estimated that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. If anyone on the scene said Fongping was bad again, he would be the first to get in a hurry with the other party. The press conference continued. The attitude of the reporters had completely changed and the questions asked were all biased in favor of Daisy. No one spoke from that fan's perspective. Even the reporters who had once had this mindset had withdrawn the articles they had written. The reporters had all seen De Wang's behavior, saying that he had discovered the pinhole camera installed by that fan, and everyone now believed it. Since that fan was behaving despicably, naturally no one was on his side. At this time no one said Fongping squatting on stage was bad again, instead everyone smiled and took a lot of pictures of Fongping. The interviews on the scene were also dominated by De Wang. The reporters' questions even deviated from De Shi, and most of the questions asked were related to De Wang. Everyone went back to write a story about De Wang in addition to writing about De Shi. De Wang Rin became the real protagonist of the conference. Daisy and Sister Lan were naturally happy to see this. This naturally reduced their pressure by a lot. Invisibly, De Wang had helped them once more. After the press conference ended, the other reporters left one after another. The old reporter did not leave. He walked over to Fongping. He looked at Fongping and seemed to want to speak, but didn't know how to say it. Fongping's tail ticked. Not a single movement. To say what? A man and a cat glared at each other. Reporter Zhang. You speak directly. De Wang can understand. Daisy came over to help the old reporter out. De Wang. I'll call you by your first name. Thank you so much for today. Without your help, I'd be dead. The old reporter had come over to thank De Wang on purpose. Even if Fongping was a cat, he felt that he should thank him like this. He was still very fair as a person, otherwise he wouldn't have questioned him on the spot for a cat. Of course. At this moment, his view of the Great King had changed a lot, and his view of Daisy had also changed a lot. He thought the Great King was Daisy's cat. To be able to raise this cat so well, the owner's quality naturally wouldn't be that bad. Fongping's tail waved horizontally. The old reporter was a bit confused as he looked at Daisy. Reporter Zhang. De Wang said no need to thank you. This is a small matter. Daishi smiled and helped Fongping explain. She could also understand what De Wang meant now. This is no small matter. De Wang, this is my business card. If you have something, you can look for me. I'm a reporter from Jiangqing Daily. The old reporter pulled out his business card and Daisy took it and helped De Wang to accept it. Fongping swept a glance. It turned out to be a local reporter. The old reporter's name is Zhang Yuanliang. The name was good to remember. Zhang Yuanliang didn't say much and left after exchanging a few pleasantries. Today there is no gift. He thought to find a time some other day, and then bring a gift over to say thank you. Fongping had saved him, and was considered his great benefactor, so it was impossible for him to say a few words of thanks. He is also a person who emphasizes kindness. Zhang Yuanliang's car keys, a reporter has helped him pick up. Fongping didn't have time to hold the keys just now. Only after all the reporters had left did Daisy squat down and hugged Fongping intimately. De Wang. I also want to thank you. I just realized. You insisted on coming over for the press conference to help me. Fongping pulled his ears. You misunderstood. I didn't. I just came over to watch the fun. Who knew this old reporter would have an attack? A somewhat dimly lit room. A man of about 30 is sitting on a sofa. He has a handful of white hair in front of his forehead. It was unknown if it was natural or dyed. The white-haired man had his cell phone in front of his eyes and was live streaming a pet show. In the cell phone, a shot of De Wang and Daisy appeared.
The white-haired man was carrying a plate of sliced dragon fruit, a knife and fork on the dragon fruit. Not far away, a bouquet of flowers and a love letter were placed. This is what he was going to give to Daisy tomorrow. Now it seems that the flowers and the love letter can no longer be sent. Daisy wouldn't accept it. It seems that you are rejecting me. The 302nd rejection. Why don't you accept me? What's wrong with me? I like you so much. The white-haired man muttered a sentence out of his mouth. He was the fan who was obsessed with Daisy. Where you go? Where am I going? You come to Jiangchang. I'll come to Jiangchang too. Am I not as good as that cat? You'd rather like the cat than me. You can tell me what I'm doing wrong. You don't say. How do I know what I did wrong? I didn't mean any harm by installing a pinhole camera in your room. I just want to watch you every night. I can't sleep well if I can't see you. You removed the camera, you broke my heart, do you know that? Okay. You don't say yes, you don't like it, then I won't give it away. But I won't give it up. What I can't have, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to destroy it. I won't let anyone else get it. When I was little, all those toys I loved, the adults wouldn't give them to me, I destroyed them. It's the same with you. Are you scared? Don't be afraid. After I destroy you, I'll destroy myself too. Let me accompany you, okay? We'll play in hell together. The white-haired man was alone in the room, mumbling non-stop. When he said this, his eyes seemed a little crazy. This world. There was never a lack of crazy people. He was ready to do crazy things. The white-haired man picked up the knife that was forked over the fruit and squeezed the dragon fruit hard. The red dragon fruit started to be crushed. Squeezed. Bright red juice. It flowed out of the plate. It's like blood. Near the end of the day, Fongping was sent back to Zhou Qinshan. Daishi herself continued to catch up on rehearsals, making up for the time she had been delayed in the afternoon. She also made it a point to call Zhou Qinshan to apologize. She hadn't wanted to delay De Wang for such a long time. Zhou Qinshan didn't care, she knew that De Wang had helped Dashi. De Wang, you did a good job today. I'll reward you with a good meal tonight, okay? She drove the car and went home with De Wang. Fongping's tail ticked. Good food? Of course it's good. He likes it. However, you can't eat too much, great king. You're going to perform in a concert soon, you don't want people to see you get fat, do you? Fongping's tail is not moving. Said it many times. This is not me being fat. This is me being strong. In the wind came the nice laughter of Zhou Qinshan. She's joking with the king. She likes to joke with the great king. Fongping heard it. He looked out the car window. It was a good mood to go home. And the concert is really about to start. If you haven't bought tickets, hurry up and buy them. Don't blame me for not reminding. Chapter 153, Friends. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Fongping rehearsed with Daisy in the morning at the sports center. The rehearsals were getting better and better every day, so much so that Daishi was already immersed in the concert and had completely forgotten about other things. Sister Lan was also fully cooperating with Daisy. Her attitude towards Fongping was getting better and better now, completely treating Fongping as a star. The female bodyguard was not only picking up and dropping off Fongping, but also staying by his side every step of the way. As long as she wasn't rehearsing on stage, she was dutifully protecting Fongping. Nothing could go wrong for Fongping now, especially before the performance. However, during this period of time, reporters and paparazzi did not come to disturb Fongping. Perhaps it was because everyone already knew Fongping's nature, and people didn't want to easily mess with this cat. Fongping was fine after the morning rehearsal, and in the afternoon he stayed at Zhou Qinshan's advertising agency. Either he would leisurely lie on his desk and take a nap, or he would go upstairs to play with Sister Hong and the pretty ladies for a while. But he didn't see Ning Shan these days, neither during the day nor at night. She was still busy with her mission of catching bank robbers. The days passed like this. Finally, the day of the concert arrived. There were no more rehearsals that day, and Fongping only went over to the sports center in the afternoon to meet up with Daisy and Sister Lan. For him, he didn't need to put on any makeup and acted in his own color. Dixie's side will be a lot of trouble, makeup, props and all sorts of tedious things. This time can reflect the benefits of the agent. Sister Lan helped Daisy, all sorts of things although busy, but still deal with a well-organized. Fongping's tail is hooked. Watching the action in the background. The female bodyguard nervously followed beside him. She was afraid that this cat would suddenly disappear. Then she would be in big trouble. Daisy and Sister Lan were very relieved for Fongping. They knew that this cat was smart and wouldn't mess up on such an occasion. Zhou Qinshan also came over, and with her in the background to help watch over Big King, Daisy and Sister Lan were even less worried. Only the female bodyguard was a bit uneasy. She always felt that something would happen today. She also didn't know if it was her own illusion. The concert started at 7 in the evening, and the audience started arriving at 6, checking their tickets to enter the venue.
In fact, some fans arrived at 4 in the afternoon.
But it was too early to enter the venue, so they could only wander around.
Zhou Qinshan's cell phone rang. "Da Wang,
Cousin Wu Tongtong and her classmates are here.
I'll go pick them up."
She looked at the number and spoke to Fongping. Fongping tugged at his ear.
"Wu Tongtong? I haven't seen her for a while. I don't know if she's gotten any taller." Seeing Zhou Qinshan going out, he raised his front paw. He hooked onto Zhou Qinshan's clothes. "Big King? You're going too?
The show is about to start, so just stay here, okay?"
Zhou Qinshan looked at Fongping. She didn't want to take Da Wang away considering the performance. At this moment, Fongping and Zhou Qinshan were next to Daisy. "It's fine. Da Wang can go if he wants to. His performance isn't that early." Daisy laughed.
The opening show was without Fongping. Sister Lan didn't object, she just signaled the female bodyguard to follow along.
"Then fine. We'll go and pick up the people. Come back early." Seeing that Daisy didn't object, Zhou Qinshan left with Da Wang.
Leaving the inner hall, he arrived outside the gates of the sports center.
Zhou Qinshan quickly found Wu Tongtong, who was standing with 7 or 8 of her junior high school classmates. "Wu Tongtong!" she shouted out.
Wu Tongtong didn't pay attention to the side, her eyes were always on the main entrance. She thought that Zhou Qinshan and Da Wang would come out from there. It was only when she heard the shout that she turned back.
"Cousin! You've all come out. Where's Da Wang?"
She greeted Zhou Qinshan and looked around again.
Fongping's tail ticked from behind Zhou Qinshan, revealing the cat's head. Zhou Qinshan blocked him just now. "You guys see? I was right. The Great King is definitely coming to pick us up."
Wu Tongtong turned around and smiled triumphantly at her classmates before darting over.
"Slow down. Be careful of falling." "Fluffy." Zhou Qinshan only had to give a word of warning. "Da Wang, long time no see. Did you miss me?"
Wu Tongtong had already run over and directly hugged the Great King into her arms. Fongping tugged at his ears.
"Girl, I didn't think about it. Wait. Hairstyle. My hair is messed up. I have a show later. Let go of me." Wu Tongtong didn't care, she grabbed Da Wang and wouldn't let go. Her classmates came over.
There was envy in their eyes. "Finally, we've met the legendary king." Everyone loved this cat. In the past, everyone had only heard Wu Tongtong boast about her good relationship with Big King, but now it seemed that it was indeed extraordinary.
"Wu Tongtong, can I hug Big King? Just for a second?"
A female classmate who was close to Wu Tongtong asked.
"No way. The king is mine. You can't hug him." Wu Tongtong purposely didn't let go. The female classmate beamed a little.
Wu Tongtong was actually joking, but in the end, she let the female classmate hug her.
"Da Wang, thank you. I'm glad you gave me concert tickets." The female classmate instead hugged Fongping gently and let go.
She mainly wanted to thank Fongping.
The next few female classmates also came over and hugged Fongping, saying words of thanks. Fongping raised his front paws again and touched hands with those male classmates. "Okay. We will be friends from now on." Everyone was very happy. "Cousin, we're going in first. See you later, Da Wang." Wu Tongtong and a few classmates didn't delay for a few minutes. Zhou Qinshan and Fongping were ready to go back to the inner hall after entering with Wu Tongtong. "Da Wang, are you here? We were just talking about looking for you."
A voice came from behind.
Fongping turned around.
Mrs. Dong appeared, and Dong Yujing was also beside her. There was also a group of Amazons looking at him with smiles.
Fongping pulled his ears.
The army of Big Moms had arrived.
"Big King, come. Let's take a picture."
The first thing Dong Ma did when she saw Fongping was to take out her cell phone.
Fongping couldn't take a picture even if he didn't want to. Click, click, click. Dong Ma took 5 or 6 pictures in one breath.
The Amazons next to her were not polite and swarmed to take pictures with Da Wang.
These are to be posted on the friend circle.
Of course. The Big Moms also brought a lot of gifts for Big King, all of which were delicious. Zhou Qinshan smiled and helped Fongping accept them. These were all the Big Mom's intentions.
"Mom, aunties, hurry up and enter the stage, the show is about to start."
If it wasn't for Dong Yujing urging them on from the side, the Amazons would probably forget that they were here to see the concert today.
Mrs. Dong led the Amaz into the arena with reluctance.
Only now did Dong Yujing give the king a hug.
"Do a good job later on. Perform well. Sister has a reward," she whispered into Fongping's ear. Fongping's tail ticked. "Reward? What would be the reward? What are you saying to the Great King? I can't even hear you. Speak up. Zhou Qinshan is next to me and wants to know." "No way. This is a secret between me and the Great King. I'll wait for you inside."
Dong Yujing smiled and refused to say anything as she also entered the venue. Later on, Zhou Qinshan would go to her and the two beauties would watch the show together.
Fongping was about to leave with Zhou Qinshan when someone called out to him again. Little brat. As soon as I come. You want to run away? Old man Bai came.
He was followed by his old comrades and some young men, presumably the descendants of these old comrades.
Fongping's tail ticked. You're here too, old man? Can you read the concert? What kind of eyes do you have? You think I can't tell? I'm brave enough to go to war. What's wrong with watching a concert?
Old man Bai actually decided to come here on the spur of the moment.
Naturally, Fongping couldn't do anything to the old man. You want to watch? Just watch it. It has nothing to do with me. Old man Bai and his old comrades also entered the stage.
Next, Fongping's own fan club arrived.
The great king. Here we are. Thank you for sending us tickets.
On behalf of the fans, the fat youth thanked Fongping.
People kept coming over to greet Fongping. At this time, Fongping realized. His own friends. So many. Chapter 154 Expectations. Papa Zhou arrived with his female secretary. Fongping tried to hide. Didn't dodge.
Another tough guy, even tougher than old man Bai. The middle-aged man who lost a bet on fishing also came.
Right now Fongping didn't know his name.
As for the others who were together, Fongping didn't recognize them even more.
Well,
it was he who didn't know the others, but they all knew him. Now that he was getting more and more famous, day by day, many people knew him through the pet show. Everyone now had a smile on their face when they saw Fongping. The middle-aged man and Fongping had met twice and were considered to know each other.
De Wang. We came all the way here to support you. Looking forward to your good program.
He smiled and said to Fongping.
Did you hear that? Act well. Don't disgrace me. Papa Zhou was not polite when he was next to him. Fongping pulled his ears. It's none of your business whether I'm good or not. It doesn't seem to matter to you. Dad. You guys go inside. It's almost time. Zhou Qinshan is urging us on. Wait a minute. There are still a few people who haven't come. We are waiting for people. Papa Zhou didn't go in right away. Zhou Qinshan was about to ask who he was waiting for. Cat Dad.
A 2-year-old girl has run over.
Hugged Fongping at once. Oh, good boy.
This was the only person Fongping would answer.
No one else can envy him. Sorry. Zhou Dong.
There was a bit of traffic on the road.
I'm a little late. Ziru came over and apologized.
It turned out that Papa Zhou was waiting for her. We had arranged to watch the concert together and talk about some business in the meantime.
It's okay. We just got here.
The big kings are all still outside, so we're not really late. He added another sentence.
Everyone was amused by his remark.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten in long ago. You're to blame for being late. Let's go. Let's not delay the king. Go for it, Mr. King. Waiting to see your good show. It's still Ziru who understands Fongping. Everyone separated.
In the live broadcast room, those who didn't go to the live concert were so helpless. The concert won't be live streamed, so everyone won't be able to see the spectacle later. I wanted to go, I wanted to see the show, but I didn't get a ticket. Brothers and sisters, I was there, congratulate me.
I was there too.
I don't think I saw the king.
The king hasn't entered the stage yet. Just wait a little longer. I'm at the scene too. And me too.
There are so many fans of the king.
I'm jealous and envious.
I'll reveal later what the king is performing.
Fongping and the female bodyguard went backstage. If they don't come back, Sister Lan can't help but look for people. No, look for cats.
Zhou Qinshan went to meet up with Dong Yijing. The concert will end and she will come backstage to pick up Big King.
Finally, Daisy is on stage in her beautiful and eye-catching costume. The show has begun.
Like a queen, she stood in the middle of the stage with a microphone in her hand.
Yes. This is the moment. She was the queen. Fongping crouched at the edge of the stage. The tail was hooked. Looking at the stage as well. Before he went on stage. This was his exclusive spot. Sister Lan saw and smiled. And didn't bother with him.
Only the female bodyguard followed the great king without moving an inch.
My friends. Big King's friends. Where are you guys?
Daisy was indeed very experienced and started to drive the atmosphere on stage as soon as she got on stage. A patch of glow sticks brightly flashed up,
dazzling in the darkness of the stage, waving them around. On stage, Daisy is glowing. I see you. I see you. Next, for you, the first song, Meet Me. The music is playing.
Fongping tugged at his ears.
It had to be said. Daisy's voice was indeed good.
As soon as the song came out, the scene immediately exploded with unrivaled applause and shouts. With just one sentence and one song, the reaction of the entire audience was like a pot of cold water splashed with boiling oil. After all, a large portion of the people who came here to watch the show were Daisy's fans.
Everyone already liked Daisy's songs.
They were also familiar with her songs.
The atmosphere was instantly ignited. But there were also people whose minds were not on this song. Wu Tong Tong. You said De Wang. When is he coming out?
The one who spoke was a female classmate of Wu Tongtong's. She's not a fan of Daisy. She came here for one reason, to see the king's performance.
Now that she hasn't seen the king, she's a bit anxious. Don't be anxious. This is just the beginning. Big King's performance was definitely later.
Wu Tongtong sang along while comforting her female classmates.
In another place, Zhou Qinshan was also chatting with Dong Yujing in a whisper. Chen Chun. Are you worried about Big King? Why am I a bit worried? Dong Yujing whispered into Zhou Qinshan's ear. I wasn't worried just now. Now I'm a little.
I'm worried that the king won't be able to adapt.
Zhou Qinshan also came to Dong Qinjing's ear. Originally, she didn't think there was anything to a concert.
But after being there in person, she realized that it was completely different from what she had imagined. The frenzied singing at the scene alone made one's scalp numb.
The atmosphere was too wild.
Even if the great king was smart, it seemed like he had never shown his face in the presence of so many people. She was worried that the great king would blow up.
If that happened, the great king would be laughed at.
She was thinking of taking the great king away, but she knew it was impossible.
Not to mention her current good relationship with Daisy.
On the great king's side, he wouldn't necessarily agree with himself either.
The great king was a very thoughtful cat.
She had always known that. Oftentimes, it wasn't her influencing the great king, but the great king was influencing her.
What kind of show did the Maharaja perform? How do he and Winn-Dixie work together? Can you tell me now?
Dong Yujing had always been curious about this matter, and now she finally couldn't help herself. Anyway, Big King is going to show up soon, so it doesn't matter if you tell me now.
I don't know either.
I just sent the great king over on the first day. After that, it was all Daisy's people who came to pick up and drop off the great king.
Zhou Qinshan also wanted to know. However, she couldn't ask Daisy's side.
And on the king's side, even if she answered, she wouldn't understand.
Hey! Look at you! You don't care about Big King at all. Dong Yujing was a bit disappointed. Isn't it hard for me to ask about this? Listen to the song. You'll find out later.
Zhou Qinshan didn't say much. Now that Daisy is singing, it's not polite to talk in private one after another.
Daisy on the stage.
She started singing one song after another.
The fans under the stage.
The fans under the stage gave a passionate response. There were guest appearances midway through the show, but none of them were Daisy. Each time Daisy returned to the stage, she drew even more screams. This kind of fan cohesion made some of the stars who were holding the stage jealous.
For example, Gon Yueru. Her face was seething with jealousy in the darkness, which covered her so no one could see. She wanted this kind of cheering too. She wanted so many fans too. Unfortunately, this concert wasn't hers. Of course, it wasn't her purpose to come here to support the show. The real purpose was to see Daisy fail. She was looking forward to it, expecting that cat to show up.
With such a boiling occasion, having a cat on stage, there was no doubt that the chances of failure were high. She wanted that cat to blow up as soon as she got on stage. She had already contacted that internet V. Once the concert failed, the other party would be the first to release a Weibo to create a fishing wheel against Daisy. Definitely can't let Daisy have another chance to turn the tables.
To make Daisy lose her reputation. How high you stand, how far you have to fall. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, Daisy made a sound on stage again. Right. Next it's time to invite the guest of honor again, and this is the last guest to appear tonight. I think this moment right now is what a lot of people have been waiting for, and what I've been waiting for. Below, please welcome the Maharaja to the stage.
Her voice stirred up.
Moment. The sports center once again boiled. Chapter 155 Explosion. Finally, Daisy was on stage inviting the great king to come out. The stage suddenly quieted down.
This had blown up before, and there were still quite a few fans that were rushing for De Wang. But when the great king was really coming out, the fans were a bit worried.
With such a boiling occasion, would the great king be able to adapt or not? Will it? The big king blew up as soon as he got on stage.
It wasn't something that was impossible. The big king's fans on stage were worried. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing's hands were clasped together. They were also worried.
Look! Big King is out on stage.
I told you, Big King's appearance is later. Wu Tongtong said to her female classmates. She was also worried in her heart. Worried that the great king would not perform well.
Wu Tongtong.
You're pinching my hand. The female classmate covered her hand from the side.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wu Tongtong hurriedly apologized and withdrew her hand. Dong Ma took out her cell phone. She wanted to capture this moment and send it back to her circle of friends. Old Man Bai straightened his body.
Little brat. Competitive
Smashed the scene to go back and not give you small fish to eat?
Papa Joe raised his head, his expression a little grave.
He looked at the stage along with Oz Ru and the middle-aged man. The female secretary next to him also pursed her lips, her gaze focused. Different people with different reactions. Fongping didn't even know what everyone was thinking. He tugged at his ears. All right. Out on the field. Then get out. A cat. Take a cat step. Quiet. Idle. Leisurely. Walking like. Slinking to the center of the stage. Standing next to Daisy. It has to be said. Many people were slightly relieved when they saw the scene. Little brat. This mood. It's very stable. Papa Joe laughed and cursed. Just now, he was a bit wary, but at this time, he had put down half of it. At least there was no problem with De Wong's appearance. His appearance was different from Daishi's, but he couldn't help but admit that he also had his own aura. De Wong's aura at this moment was actually not inferior to Daishi. This made Papa Zhou, as well as Oz Ru, and the middle-aged man, all tsk a little in their hearts. De Wong. Sure enough, it wasn't an ordinary cat. If it was any other cat, it would be good if it came to the stage and stood still without trembling. This little brat. The cat's eyeballs were still dripping and glaring at the stage. Not a bit of stage fright. Daisy was actually a bit worried, but now, her whole heart was at ease. The king is calm. The king can do it. This moment. She knew it better than anyone else. She squatted down and handed the microphone to the great king. Big King. First time on stage? How do you feel? Are you scared? She asked playfully. Laughter came from the stage. Everyone looked at the big screen, or at the stage, wanting to see the great king's reaction. Fongping raised his front paw, pushing away the microphone. Not nervous. Don't point the microphone at me. I'm not used to it. His actions once again drew laughter from the stage. Zhou Qianqian and Dong Yujing both laughed. The great king is like that. Doesn't like things. Raising his hand, he would push it away for you. But the great king's reaction. It reassured them as well. It looks like the great king doesn't care at all that he's standing on the stage. Day Wang. So you're not afraid? Why don't we hear where your fans are? With a smile on her face and a relaxed expression, Daisy casually points the microphone down to the stage. Instantly, a mountain of voices came from the stage. The king! The king! The great king! Spurred on by the big king fans, those of Daisy's followed the chants. For this cat! Daisy's fans loved it and liked it too. Fongping tugged at his ears. Don't shout. I can hear you. I'm not deaf. Daisy looks at the great king from the side. The king is indifferent to such a powerful voice. This cat. Actually, he was born to eat the entertainment business. Unfortunately, she knew that De Wang didn't like the stage too much. Otherwise, she could totally go on a national tour with the great king. Okay. De Wang. You've got a lot of fans coming, they're all here for you, do you want to sing a song? Daisy was acting lively at this moment. Laughter came from the stage once again. The fans knew that the great king wasn't too fond of vocalizing. Getting De Wang to sing. It was almost impossible. This was also a point of curiosity for everyone. What exactly was the program that the great king was performing with Daisy? No kidding. Next up is a new song of mine. The song is called Learning to Catcall and I hope you'll like it. Daisy made a few jokes and returned to the concert. After all, the purpose of her concert was to sing. The fans came here because they also wanted to hear her sing. The few jokes just now were just interjections. The song, Learning to Catcall. As the name suggests, it is actually somewhat related to cats. This is also the purpose of my inviting the great king here. Some of you know it, some of you don't. Before I invited Big King as a guest, I actually looked for quite a few cats, but I didn't find any suitable ones until I met Big King. I suddenly realized that no cat is more suitable than Big King, and this song was born to be customized for Big King. Next, Big King and I will present this song for you, I hope you like it. Daisy said a few words. The music played. Learn to catcall. We'll learn to catcall together. Meow together. We'll pamper ourselves in front of you. Egu meow. My heart is pounding. I'm in love with your bad smile. If you don't say you love me, I need your hug every day. Cherish every second we're together. How much you mean to me. I think you know better than I do. The song is lively, spirited, crisp. Nice to hear. It attracted a lot of fans on stage at once. But there were also fans who noticed it, especially the fans of De Wang. During the song, it was mostly Daisy bouncing and jumping around Big King. Big King didn't really have much interaction. The song is sure to have a cat element. But to say that it was related to and customized for De Wang was a bit exaggerated and far-fetched. Zhou Qianqian and Dong Yujing off stage also noticed. Chen Chun. This song is indeed good, but is that how it's sung? It doesn't seem to have much to do with the great king. Look at Big King on stage, he didn't even interact much. Dong Yujing said to Zhou Qianqian in doubt. Zhou Qianqian also felt the same way.
Let's listen to the end first. I don't think it's possible.
If that's the case, it's impossible for De Wang to have rehearsed with Dishi for so long, almost every morning for 2 hours.
Maybe De Wang's performance hasn't started yet.
She answered a sentence thoughtfully.
Another place. Gan Yuaru, however, laughed.
Just now when the great king went on stage.
She was also shocked by De Wang's aura. For a moment, she thought that De Wang and Dishi would perform the song perfectly. Now she didn't think so. Whether it was Daisy's fans or De Wang's fans,
all of them were deceived by this Daisy woman.
It was a gimmick. A gimmick to get people to come to the concert. What show with a cat? What's wrong with finding a cat? A cat like that could find a dozen by itself.
I guess it was Daisy blocking the cat's hearing that made the cat on stage so calm.
That must be it. Gan Yuaru thought she had discovered Daisy's secret.
She quietly took out her cell phone,
edited a message and sent it to that network V. You can start tweeting. She couldn't wait. If this message was sent out, it would definitely be hard for Daisy to turn the tables in the future. Soon after, a tweet was sent out and quickly hit the hot search.
Daisy's concert, using a cat to deceive fans' feelings. As soon as the news came out, all the major websites retweeted it.
Daisy's first part of the song had already ended. She walked to the piano placed in the center. Sitting down. Ding. 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 She played the piano. It's the piano piece for learning to catcall.
I have to say, Winn-Dixie's choreography is still very intentional.
But the fans on stage realized that it still had nothing to do with De Wang. Even Papa Zhou and Oz Ru and the middle-aged man were frowning. Daisy? Wasn't that a lie? The three had already seen the Weibo message. At this time, Daishi suddenly stood up.
Bowing to De Wang, she made an inviting gesture. In the surprised eyes of the crowd on stage.
In the surprised eyes of Papa Zhou. In the surprised eyes of Oz Ru. In the surprised eyes of Zhou Chenchen.
In Dong Yujing's surprised eyes.
The great king jumped onto the piano. Ding. 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 The piano sounded again. The great king played the piano. He plays learning to catcall as well. The sound of the piano is beautiful. Melodious. Off stage. All of them exploded. Chapter 156 Destruction. Fongping played the piano on the stage, and the people under the stage exploded. Papa Zhou had widened his eyes. Little brat. Can play the piano? How did he learn? Okay. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Chow. This cat of yours. It opened my eyes.
The middle-aged man laughed from the side.
Compared to fishing, the feeling that the great king gave him now, it was more shocking. This cat. It was too smart. Looking around the world, he didn't know if he could find another cat that could play the piano. Cat dad. Play. Play. Oz Ru is holding her 2-year-old daughter. The 2-year-old girl kept struggling. She couldn't speak clearly. Seeing Fongping playing the piano, she wanted to play too. She also wanted to touch the piano. It sounds good, doesn't it? I'll ask Dad to teach you someday. I can't imagine your cat dad hiding this. Oz Ru laughed. Honestly, this cat. It was impressing her more and more. On the other side,
Wu Tongtong and a few of her classmates had their mouths wide open, almost unable to close them in surprise.
Wu Tongtong, your family's cat. It's too fluffy. Can I take a picture with the great king later? The female classmate next to her asked with a look of excitement. Yes, I can. My family, Big King, is already a fluffer.
With my relationship with Big King, it shouldn't be a problem.
Wu Tongtong took it in stride.
She was also smacking her lips in her heart.
Big King is too much of a cheater. He can play the piano. I didn't even know. Wu Tongtong. We want a group photo too.
Help us talk to Big King.
A few other male students were also busy asking for it.
If we take a picture with the king, we'll be able to show off for a while.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll talk to Big King. He will agree.
The corner of Wu Tongtong's mouth revealed a smile. This concert, Big King had fought for his face.
Even Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing were shocked.
I said that I would give the great king a reward.
Now it's really time to give a reward. You can't say things that don't count.
Dong Yujing muttered a sentence. The worries at the beginning.
Now it's long gone. What did you say? Zhou Chenchen turned back. The scene was so loud that she didn't hear it clearly. I said De Wang is too good. How did he learn to play the piano? Who taught him? Dong Yujing changed the subject. I don't know. Maybe Sister Daisy. De Wang learns everything fast. Zhou Chenchen said after thinking about it.
The only thing she could think of was Daishi teaching Fongping the piano.
But learning the piano in a few days was amazingly fast. On stage, Fongping played the piano alone for a while. Daisy sat down again and played with Fongping.
Some parts were more complicated, so she helped the king play.
A song called Learning to Catcall. With one person and one cat playing. It ended amidst the cheers from the stage. Gon Yuaru's face turned a little pale as she suddenly picked up her cell phone to initiate a short message. But the reply from the opposite side made her regret it. Sent. This time by herself, she was probably in trouble. Gon Yuaru had a headache. Did Do Wong play well? Daisy stood up with the microphone and walked to the front of the stage with a smile. Fongping stood on the piano and didn't jump down. Good to listen to. The fans on stage replied in unison. It had to be said. The song Learning to Catcall was indeed good. The key was. No one would have guessed that it was an ensemble with Big King. Do you want another one? Once again, Daisy playfully put her hand to her ear. Want. Two. The fans on stage go wild. Is there another song? That's going to be blissful. The fans almost couldn't help but reply. Okay. As you all wish. This next song is sure to be a favorite among the fans of The Great King. A song called The Great King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountain for you guys. Daisy smiled. The fans on the stage, especially Big King's fans, had already screamed before they even heard the song. As long as one was a fan of De Wang, there was no one who didn't like the song. Wu Tongtong and her classmates had already stood up. She was going to sing. She couldn't help it. The Great King calls me to patrol the mountain. Dai she sang and turned back, playfully pointing at the Great King. Fongping tugged at his ears. Ding! 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 He starts the intro on the piano. The stage explodes again. Fluff! The Great King. Playing The King Called Me himself. Crazy. It's ing crazy. The King's fans on stage are going crazy. At this time, everyone was on their feet. They all stood up. Even Daisy's fans stood up. They didn't even need Daisy to sing. The song rang wildly in the sports center. The sun winks at me. The birds sing to me. I'm a hard worker. I'm a hard-working goblin who's not clingy. Don't ask me where I come from. Don't ask me where I'm going. I'll pick the most beautiful flowers and offer them to my little girl. The king has called me to patrol the mountain. I'll turn the world around. Play my drum. Play my gong. Life is full of rhythm. The king calls me to patrol the mountain. Catch a monk for dinner. The water in this mountain stream. Incredibly sweet. I'm not envious of lovebirds or fairies. Fans were frantically jumping and singing off stage. Daisy was also jumping and singing on stage. Guiding the fans. The entire sports center exploded into flames. This moment. The concert boiled over. It's peaked and peaked. The fans are high. They're so high. This night was so worth it. Even Papa Chow jumped up and sang a few lines. This song. He would too. And then. Only then did he sit down in a sweaty mess amidst the uncontrollable laughter of Oziru and the middle-aged man. Old Zhou. I found this song. It's made you younger. The middle-aged man joked. Old. Can't even dance anymore. If I were a few years younger, I could sing from beginning to end. Papa Joe laughed unconcernedly. Old Zhou. That microblog. It's time to deal with the matter of someone bringing up the tempo. Only then did Oziru say to Joe Dad. I'll find someone to investigate. I'll find out who it is. I won't be able to spare them. Papa Joe tightened his smile. His tone revealed a murderous aura. He had the means and ability to find out who sent the tweet. Old Joe. Need to help. We can all contribute. The middle-aged man laughed from the side. Yes. Old Joe. Some people, they still owe to be cleaned up. Oziru was beside her, equally murderous. For people who tweeted to bring up the tempo, she didn't like it either. This cat has entered her heart. In the face of this cat, no one should dislike it. Unfortunately. This world. There are just some uninteresting people. The concert is over. The fans couldn't get enough of it and they all refused to leave. Daisy returned to the stage 3 times in a row. Fongping squatted at the edge of the stage. Tail ticked off. Didn't go back on stage. Even though the stage kept calling his name. Lan looks at De Wang from the side. Sighing slightly. The Maharaja was impassive. Just like Daisy and she knew. The Great King didn't like standing on this stage. He is the king. He was not an entertainer. A fan took the flowers and ran past the security to the stage. Someone tried to come over and stop it. Daisy waved her hand. She was ready to accept the fan flowers. On an occasion like this, it was not appropriate to reject a fan in a raw manner. The fan stayed in his ducktail hat, covering half of his face. He had a smile on his lips. Walking towards Daisy. No. He ran. Fongping looked at the fan. He tugs at his ears. Suddenly. He rushed out at once. The female bodyguard in the back had a bitter look on her face. Finally. The Great King was starting to mess around. She hurriedly followed behind. The show was over anyway. That fan ran faster and faster. His forehead, showing a handful of white hair. His expression gradually became hideous as well. Something was wrong. Daisy notices the expression on the fan's face and realizes something is wrong. She wanted to back up, but it was too late. The fan had already thrown away the flower, pulling out a vial from his arms, uncorking the bottle. A strong odor of strong acid emanated out. Daisy's face went pale. The fans on the stage, the others also realized something was wrong at this time. There were shouts to stop the man. But it was already too late. The fan was already less than a step away from Daisy. His arms were raised. The fans were dumbfounded. This man was going to destroy Winn-Dixie. Anyone could see it. Chapter 157 Fire Breath. The white-haired fan was going to destroy Daisy, anyone could see that. Some security guards rushed over, but it was a little too late. The white-haired fan had already arrived in front of Daisy. He was holding a bottle of concentrated acid in his hand. If this was thrown on Daishi's face, the whole person would be ruined. Go to hell together, the white-haired fan said in his heart. For his own actions, he didn't regret it at all. What you can't have, you must destroy. He had always done it this way. Daisy's face turned pale, and she saw that she couldn't avoid it. Just then, an orange figure pounced on the white-haired fan. It directly pounced the white-haired fan to the side. The white-haired fan staggered a step, realizing that it was a cat stopping in front of him. Damn it! It was the Great King again. This cat had ruined his plans 3 times. Last time the pinhole camera was discovered by this cat. This time it was this cat that pushed himself away again. He instantly shifted his target and threw the concentrated acid in his hand at De Wang. The fans on stage let out a scream. Something happened to Daisy and the fans didn't want it. When something happens to De Wang, the fans don't want it either. Not to mention the Great King had just saved Daisy. Fongping narrowed his eyes. His speed was many times that of the white-haired fan, easily dodging. Then again, as if he wasn't paying attention, when he dodged, he crashed into the white-haired fan's body. The white-haired fan suddenly lost his center of gravity. Instead, he himself fell towards the thick acid that was still steaming on the ground. Ah! He screamed miserably. His hands and face were covered in it. Throbbing thick acid, corroding his muscles. This time, the white-haired fan seemed to have truly turned into a devil. At this moment, the female bodyguard arrived, and she hurriedly picked up De Wang and carefully examined him. She didn't find that Big King was stained with concentrated acid, so she breathed a sigh of relief. As for the white-haired fan, she didn't care. Just go to hell. She hurriedly protected the Great King and Daisy and quickly left. The white-haired fan on stage was already surrounded by the security guards who rushed over. It wouldn't end well. Backstage, it was only then that Daisy recovered from her shock. She hurriedly carried De Wang over and carefully checked again, not realizing that De Wang was hurt a bit. If something happened to De Wang, she didn't know how to see Zhou Qinshan. Great King. Thank you. Without you, today. She was scared just thinking about it. Fongping tugged at his ears. He wanted to leave. But Daisy held on to him and wouldn't let go. Okay. He didn't struggle. He could understand Daisy's feelings. Just, will you loosen up a bit? You're drowning me. I can't even breathe. It wasn't until Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing arrived backstage that Fongping was rescued. If they don't come again, he was really going to be suffocated. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing couldn't sit still when they saw the shocking scene on stage. They hurried backstage and carried Big King over. The two of them checked carefully again and didn't find any injuries on the Great King before they were relieved. Chan Chun. If it wasn't for Big King saving me, I would have been saved today. She faced Zhou Qinshan and felt a little guilty in her heart. Sister Daisy. Don't say that. It's best if everyone is fine. Zhou Qinshan didn't mean to blame Daisy. No one would want this kind of emergency to happen. As the two of them were talking, a call came from Zhou's father's side. Zhou Qinshan picked up the phone. Dad? De Wang is fine. Yes, he's not hurt, not at all. She said a few words back. It turned out that Zhou Dad was also concerned about De Wang. After all, that fan used concentrated acid, and he was worried that De Wang would accidentally get it on him. He was relieved to hear that De Wang was fine. Is De Wang around? You give the phone to De Wang. I'll have a word with him. He finally asked Fongping to listen to the phone. Zhou Qinshan pursed her lips and smiled. When her own dad said a few words, he was probably going to lecture Big King twice. She still put the phone to Fongping's ear. Fongping tugged at his ear. He did not want to listen. Zhou Dad looking for himself? It was not good. Little brat. How many times have I told you that you're a cat? Don't be impulsive. Why don't you listen? How dare you use that acid? Do you know how powerful it is? It'll melt your bones. Fongping felt. Papa Zhou did speak badly. but was caring about himself. Okay. You're forgiven for scolding me. Of course. He still didn't want to continue listening to the phone call. Lifting his front paw. Hang up the phone. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing both laugh. The Great King did this trick every time he talked to Papa Zhou. Zhou Dad's side was also helpless. The little brat doesn't speak. Just knows to hang up the phone. At this time, Daisy's concert quickly spread across the internet. Some fans secretly took short videos. Among them was a video of De Wang playing the piano. The title was A Cat That Could Play the Piano. This title attracted millions of views in a short time. Big King's fame soared once again. There were also countless comments below. Fluffy, too fluffy. I don't believe it. Is this something a cat should do? Isn't this Big King? I recognize it. So it's the Great King. Then it's alright. There's nothing the Great King won't do. Mom asked me what I was looking at on my knees, and I told her I was looking at a miracle. The Great King also has the talent of playing the piano. I regret it. I should have gone to see it live. I'd like to ask where to buy a cat that plays the piano. I want to buy the same one. I was there, it was so shocking. Not only does Big King play Learning to Catcall, he also plays The King Told Me to Come Patrol the Mountain. The scene was all lit up. Brother, don't talk about it, I'm regretting it. I really should have been there. I must go to Daisy's concert next time. I'm sorry, next time the king won't attend. At the same time, internet vlogger Chun Jian's microblog also blew up. His latest microblog. That article, Daisy's concert, using a cat to deceive fans' feelings, attracted countless fans. But not his fans, but Dishi's fans, and De Wang's fans. Who said that Daisy used a cat to deceive her fans' feelings? I'm thankful for Win Dixie and her in Big King's performance. The concert was a success. Is the blogger blind? Blogger, how dare you tweet like this? Isn't this slander and rumor? I've called the police, wait for the account to be blocked. How dare you post such content? I can say for sure that the blogger must not have been there, not at the concert. Ate a few dishes. How dare you write like this? Who did the blogger receive money from? Better return the money quickly. Chen Jian stopped paying attention after he sent out his tweets. He thought that it would take some time for the content of the microblog he sent out to ferment. He didn't send it by himself either. He also contacted a few big verses to reprint it together. In this way, the influence was also much greater. He believed that when he got up tomorrow morning, that Daisy would definitely have her reputation plummeted. Maybe the internet was already full of Daishi's criticisms. Thinking of this, Chen Jian was pleased in his heart. He had just moved his pen and the money was in his hands. Money was really good. He was thinking of being pleased when his cell phone rang. Chen Jian looked at it, it was one of his Network V friends. It wasn't really a friend, anyway, it was just you helping me and me helping you on Weibo, improving their traffic with each other. Vaguely. Thanks for the help this time. Some other day to eat together. He picked up the phone and said thanks. Chen Jian. You asshole. Who wants to have dinner with you? You're killing me, you know, my Weibo account is blocked. Curses came from the other side. Chen Jian was a little confused. Vaguely. What's going on? Where did I offend you? He was puzzled and asked. You haven't offended me? Did you not read the microblogs? You look at your own. Let me retweet the latest microblogging. You nonsense does not matter. Bring me also in the ditch. The opposite fire continues unabated. Microblogging? Chen Jian was puzzled. He still clicked on the microblog. At this time, he realized his own Weibo account, too, had been blocked. His face. Also followed by a change. Chapter 158 Reward. After the concert ended, Dawn Yueru also went backstage. She didn't stay long and left after congratulating Daisy. She was a little apprehensive in her heart, worried that Daishi would find out about the small moves she had made in private. But Daisy didn't seem to notice anything, her expression was normal. Everyone spoke with smiles as well, and thanked her for coming to the show. Dawn Yueru left in a better mood. It seemed that Daisy didn't know, maybe this matter wouldn't attract too much attention. But it was just a microblog that was sent out, maybe everyone didn't see it, and it passed quickly. Knowing microblogging and how much content is posted every day, it would be easy to ignore it. With that in mind, she got in her own car and left, her agent sitting with her. In the middle of driving back to the hotel, her cell phone suddenly rang. Dawn Yueru's body trembled, seemingly startled. She was now a little afraid to answer the phone. The agent gave her a strange look. How could the ringing of a cell phone scare Dawn Yueru? Dawn Yueru did not tell the broker what she had done. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about these things, the better. The agent was kept in the dark and thought that Dawn Yueru was thinking of something else and was disturbed. She looked at Dawn Yueru's cell phone, turned the sound down a bit, and helped connect the call. The call was from a staff member of Dawn Yueru's entertainment company, communicating about some work matters. Dawn Yueru listened to a few sentences beside her and let out a sigh of relief.
This matter had nothing to do with the concert, nor did it have anything to do with the small moves she made. Back at the hotel, Gon Yuaru had already returned to normal. She thought that this matter had already passed. Since no one was calling now, that meant no one had checked on her. It would be better to pretend that she hadn't done that. She sat in the room with her manager and talked about her concert. In a few days, her concert was also going to start. Gon Yuaru was still thinking about whether or not to invite De Wang over. For this cat, she naturally wouldn't underestimate it now. It was almost 12 o'clock. The agent was ready to say goodbye, and it was time for Gon Yuaru to rest, as she had to wake up early the next day to take a flight out of Jiangcheng. Just at this moment, the phone rang again. This night had already received quite a few calls, and neither the broker nor Gon Yuaru cared. The two estimated that it was the company staff calling again. In fact, it was indeed a call from a company staff member, but it wasn't bringing good news. What? Gon Yuaru's concert is cancelled? We are almost done with the preparations, how can it be cancelled? The manager asked with great incomprehension. This matter? You have to ask Ms. Gon. She knows best what she has done. It was personally ordered by the company's president Lei. The company staff actually didn't know what was going on. But since this matter was the company's general manager's word, the staff could naturally only obey. Mr. Lei. Then I'll call and ask. We can't let our preliminary arrangements go to waste, right? The agent then called General Manager Lei. Gon Yuaru's face went white. She could probably guess what was going on, but she still had a little bit of expectation. What if this wasn't the case? You still have the face to call? The things you guys did? You don't know? On the other side of the phone, Mr. Lei's fire was even bigger, almost growling. He had also just found out about this matter, and he had to say that Gon Yuaru had pissed him off. Normally, when Gon Yuaru and Daishi competed for first sister, he just ignored it. As a result, Gon Yuaru had a brain fart and did something like this. This matter was naturally found out by Zhou Dad, who directly and nonchalantly called General Manager Lei. When the entertainment company didn't deal with it, Zhou Dad was ready to publicize this. General Manager Lei quickly apologized, not to mention offending Zhou Dad and offending that cat. Daishi alone is now in the ascendant, his fame exploding, he has to protect it. For things to get out, it wouldn't be good for the entertainment company. Papa Joe didn't want to affect De Wang's fame, which was why he didn't publicize this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in charge of this entertainment company. Then, naturally, the next step was for Gon Yuaru to be frozen. This was already a very light treatment. But for Gon Yuaru, handled like this, she was already equivalent to being sentenced to capital punishment. She had just signed a 10-year contract with the company. After 10 years of refrigeration, who would remember her? Gon Yuaru's matter was like a small wave, not many people knew about it. Soon after the concert ended, Fongping went home with Zhou Qinshan. To him, his business was done. The matter of the concert in the back had nothing to do with himself. Dong Yujing was also in the car, she did not go home with Dong Ma. Fongping naturally lay on Dong Yujing's long legs. That said, these long legs, lying on the ground is still very comfortable. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I still miss you. Only one thing is not good. Dong Yujing took off her shoes again, revealing her small crystal toes. You're here again. Quickly put your shoes on. You see the king is going to dislike you. Zhou Qinshan couldn't help but rant. No way. The great king loves you. Look, the king is lying on my lap and won't even leave. Dong Yujing giggled. She was only this relaxed in Zhou Qinshan's car and at home. Fongping tugged at his ears. Am I not wanting to leave? I was running out of places to go. You took my place. He was still a bit surprised why Dong Yujing didn't go with Dong Ma and had to squeeze into a car with himself. Don't you know this car doesn't seat many people? It's as if Dong Yujing had read the king's mind. De Wang. Happy? Tonight, Qinshan and I, two big beauties, will accompany you together. That's her reward for the king. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. The great king has been brought down by you. Zhou Qinshan's face was slightly red. I'm not talking nonsense. I think the great king quite likes it. Great king, don't you think so? Dong Yujing teased the great king. Fongping's tail ticked. Okay. Kinda miss it myself. I can't think about it. I'm just a cat. Dong Yujing was joking in the car. Zhou Qinshan's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Sister Daisy. What's up? The call was from Daisy. Chen Chun. Are you guys home yet? Daisy asked. Daisy. Not yet. There might still be 20 minutes left. Zhou Qinshan estimated the time. It's like this. I've gotten a lot of calls from celebrities. All of them are inviting De Wang to attend the concert, so help me ask De Wang if he's willing. Daisy didn't want to make the call. But after her concert tonight blew up, those stars seemed to have seen the golden road to fame. Her phone was all over the place. All kinds of stars were looking for her, and since she was inviting De Wang, she couldn't refuse.
Do Wang, do you want to participate in the concert? I'll say yes for you if you want to. Zhou Qinshan didn't know what the great king was thinking and asked casually. Fongping's tail flicked horizontally a few times in succession. I don't want to. It's no fun. What were these guys thinking? He didn't need to think about it to know that those stars were just trying to borrow his gimmick of playing the piano. He didn't want to go. He's got two beautiful women by his side. Who cares about those concerts? Zhou Qinshan read the meaning of the great king. Sister Daisy. Help the king refuse. During this period of time, the great king should be tired, he needs to rest. Her speech was rather euphemistic. Okay. I know. I'll tell those people so. Daisy said on the other side of the phone. She actually knew that the great king did not like concerts. It was already an exception for De Wang to attend his own concert. But this was good. Those celebrities, they weren't true to De Wang either. De Wang, you really don't want to be a star? If you do, remember to find me and I'll be your manager. Dong Yujing put her arm around Big King and joked again. Fongping pulled his ears. Don't want to. And don't hug me so tightly, okay? Your own body? Don't you know? I'll be smothered to death by you. Is this your reward? Chapter 159 Challenge. Back at home. Today's live broadcast had ended. The staff in charge of filming had turned off the live broadcast equipment. Can't do it anymore. I need to wash up. I sweated so much at the concert, it's unbearable. Dong Yujing shouted as soon as she entered the room, and her slippers were kicked aside without any image. Tonight at the concert, she was having a great time as well. Singing and dancing along with Dishi's fans and De Wang's fans. Zhou Qinshan was just as sweaty. It was equally hard for her. It's still live. You've been seen like this. I'll see how you can meet people tomorrow. Zhou Qinshan deliberately scared her. Dong Yujing was unimaginative, standing barefoot on the ground. Suddenly, she hurriedly scrambled, putting on the slippers that she had flung to the side. In front of the audience, the image of a beautiful woman cannot be lost. Put. Zhou Qinshan couldn't help but be happy. Fongping tugged at his ears. Glancing at Dong Yujing. This woman. Usually quite shrewd. When it comes to herself. Not so smart anymore. He didn't care and jumped onto the sofa, ready to plop down. Great. Morn. You tricked me. Dong Yujing had realized that she had been fooled. Zhou Qinshan's image was also very casual. If it was really a live broadcast, she wouldn't be like this. Zhou Qinshan covered her mouth and laughed. She was still very happy tonight. Having discovered another specialty of the great king. Piano. Should I let Big King teach me? I heard that piano is not easy to learn. She thought bitterly. Dong Yujing pounced over and played around with Zhou Qinshan for a while. The two pretty women made another sweaty mess. No, it really needs to be washed. De Wang, you've been bouncing and jumping around today, you've sweated too. Come here, I'll help you wash. She was about to shout Fongping up again. Fongping plopped down on the sofa and didn't move. He felt that he could not wash himself. On the stage today, it was Daisy who was jumping and dancing, not him. He just played the piano, he wasn't tired at all. Of course. He did put in a little bit of effort dealing with that fan at the end. But there was no sweat. Dong Yujing didn't care. She pulled Fongping up and Zhou Qinshan came over to help. Fongping was helpless. Let's wash it then. The two of them washed Fongping before letting him go. Only after Fongping was washed did the two beautiful women start cleaning themselves. Fongping once again plopped down on the sofa. These two women were still very tigerish. He had to say that he also felt refreshed after washing. Once again, there was a system alert sound in his head. Ding! The host completed the hidden mission to protect Daisy at the concert. Rewarded with 100 evolution points and a crisis card. The crisis card is in the host's system space and can be accessed at any time. Fongping's tail ticked. This time it wasn't bad, got evolution points and another card. I don't know what the crisis card is for. It didn't even seem to know the function until it was triggered. After washing, the two fragrant and beautiful women were lying on the sofa again. Fongping's old position was taken by Dong Yujing. He could only resign himself to lying on Zhou Qinshan's long legs. Tonight, neither Zhou Qinshan nor Dong Yujing watched TV, instead they coincidentally swiped up the microblog. Apparently tonight's Weibo was more interesting than the TV. In Weibo, there were especially a lot of topics about Big King. In the top 10 of the hot search list, the topic of cats and concerts accounted for 5. Tonight, we were conquered by cat people. How smart can a cat alien be? What the hell can't a cat alien do? Win Dixie in concert, fire in the hole. Win Dixie in concert, cheating on her fans with a cat. With this data, it could already be said to have taken over the hot searches. The most famous thing tonight is not Daisy, but a cat named De Wang, a cat that is participating in a pet show program. See here. Not only the entertainment industry, including people from all walks of life, were a bit shocked. Everyone understood. Daisy was on fire. The cat called De Wang was even more of a big hit. Of course.
Both Daisy and De Wang were already famous, but tonight's concert had further pushed up the fame of one person and one cat.
In addition to the hot searches, there were countless topics about the cat. De Wang, look, it's talking about you again. Is a cat that smart? This person is so funny, he still doesn't believe you.
From time to time, Dong Yujing flipped to a topic about the great king and she would comment a few sentences.
Fongping didn't care. If you don't believe me, just don't believe me. You don't believe me. Aren't I just as fine? It's not like I'm missing a cat hair.
Zhou Qinshan was also flipping through her cell phone with a smile on the side. Besides looking at her cell phone, she was also looking at her circle of friends.
Xiao Jing. Dong Ma's circle of friends. So hilarious. Zhou Qinshan laughed while liking Dong Ma's friend circle. Is it? Let's see. My mom's circle of friends, why are they all group photos of De Wang?
Dong Yujing came over to take a look and laughed as well.
Fongping lay on Zhou Qinshan's long legs and took a glance. It is not. Dong Ma's friend circle was full of pictures of him.
Either of himself alone, or a group photo with Dong Ma. Dong Ma was really a huge fan of his own.
Dong Ma had also shown off enough in her circle of friends tonight.
The comments are full of likes and envy.
Lao Dong, you still know De Wang Ah? Lao Dong, introduce me someday, I also want to know the king. Lao Dong, you still have the same cat? Lao Dong, you are so happy.
Dong Yujing picked up her cell phone.
I'll give my mom a nod too. Or else. My mom is going to say that I don't care about her. She actually liked it while saying that. Right.
Where's Chao's dad's circle of friends?
I'll look for it. I'll like his circle too. She said again. Don't get caught. My dad doesn't look at his friend's circle. He shouldn't play. Zhou Qinshan didn't even look at it herself. Who says it doesn't? Look. Isn't this?
Dong Yujing handed over her cell phone.
She really found it. It can't be. You lied to me, didn't you? Zhou Qinshan didn't believe it, but she took a look anyway. It's still true? When did my dad play Friends? I didn't even know. She got a little surprised. You see. You don't even know your dad. People's perceptions change. Dong Yujing laughed. Fongping also came over to look. An old man playing with his circle of friends? What would he post?
It turned out to be all photos of himself playing the piano at a concert.
He didn't even know.
Dad Zhou took so many pictures of himself at the concert.
Can't you post anything else? I've come to give a nod to Papa Zhou. You do the same. Dad Zhou will be happy to see it.
Dong Yujing not only liked it herself, she also pulled Zhou Qinshan in.
Soon after the two beautiful women liked the post, Zhou Qinshan's phone rang. Look. My dad called. He must have seen us liking it.
Although Zhou Qinshan said this, she still picked up the phone.
Dad. It's so late. Are you still not sleeping? She asked. Daughter. Did you guys see my friend's circle? The photos are good, right? By the way, why didn't that little brat De Wang give me a like?
Dad Zhou was indeed looking at his phone as well, and immediately noticed that Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing were liking it. Fongping tugged at his ears.
Old man. Not too old. Isn't it a bit confusing? I don't even have a cell phone. What can I use to give you credit? Dad. The king doesn't have a cell phone. How do you expect him to like it? Zhou Qinshan said the same thing. Right. 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 It's me who's confused.
Some other day, I'll send De Wang a cell phone.
Dad promised. Today, De Wang is very proud of himself. He's happy too.
When this is set out, he also has a good face.
Fongping hooked his tail. Cell phone? Do I need a cell phone? Papa Zhou doesn't care. He'll give it away when he says he will.
As for how De Wang uses it, he doesn't care.
Everyone said a few words. Papa Zhou suddenly said that he was still following Weibo. Chen Chun. You guys take a look at the Weibo hot search. It seems like a cat sent a challenge letter to the great king? Chapter 160. My last name is Gao. The high of the high masters. Zhou Dad didn't say much.
Hanging up the phone, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing clicked on Weibo at the same time.
Fongping's tail ticked. Challenging himself? A cat? There was a cat in this world that could challenge itself? He was a bit unconvinced. However, Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing opened up Weibo. The two beautiful women saw it at a glance.
Because the first item on the Weibo hot search was Xiao, the cat king from Country R, requests to challenge the great king. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing glanced at each other, and it turned out to be a pet cat from Country R. There were already countless netizens commenting underneath this microblog. What qualifications does our country cat have to challenge the great king? Shouldn't our country cat stay in our country? Don't come to touch big king. This is seeing that the great king is famous and all the cats and dogs are jumping out. Don't pay any attention to him. He's crazy about being famous. This isn't our
You're not welcome here.
A few netizens are also warning.
Don't underestimate Country R's Elvis Chio, this cat is quite powerful. Country R's Elvis Chio actually has some fame. People shouldn't just rap, just look at the video.
Such comments were in the minority and were drowned out by the majority of comments in favor of the great king. Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing didn't comment, they clicked on the video.
And then, their expressions froze.
This cat called Chio had demonstrated his extraordinary strength in the video.
The same could play the piano, beating the pianist.
It could also play Go, and went toe-to-toe with a professional or country Go player. He is good at fighting, and has defeated the karate champion. Participated in quiz competitions and won easily. The more Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing watched, the more alarmed they became.
This Chio, he seems to be far more powerful than the great king. The king can play the piano. I don't think he can play Go. In a fight, even if he's good, he won't be able to beat the karate champion, right? In an intellectual competition, even though the great king is smart, he can't win easily.
This was completely suppressed. The two looked at each other again and silently turned off the video.
Oops. There wasn't much to see on Weibo. It's all boring people writing on it. Let's just watch TV, shall we? Dong Yujing laughed. I feel the same way. I don't like Weibo at all, I won't read it anymore. I heard that a TV drama just came out and everyone says it's good. Let's just watch this drama. Zhou Qinchen followed suit. What's the name? What's the name?
I'll search for it. Dong Yujing had already picked up the remote control and turned on the TV.
Fongping tugged at his ears. 2 women. What bad acting. Did you think I couldn't hear you? Forget it.
Who cares who challenges themselves?
It has nothing to do with me. Thinking about it. Fongping hooked his tail. Stretching his back. Jumped onto Dong Yujing's long legs. Changed position. Comfortably plopped down again. Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing both laughed.
The 2 women didn't care about Big King. They really watched the TV series.
Fongping watched a few moments.
Then he lost interest. Squinted his eyes.
Boring TV series. Late night. Fongping opened his eyes.
He found himself being held by Zhou Qinchen and Dong Yujing with one arm each.
He was lying on his back in the middle.
Both beauties were asleep, making thin breathing sounds.
One could smell the nice different scents. Fongping lifted the cat's head and hooked his tail as he looked out the window. Quiet. Darkness.
He moved his body. The hands of 2 beautiful women slid down his plush back.
De Wang. Stop it. Come back quickly. Dong Yujing murmured.
Fongping glanced over and Dong Yujing had her eyes closed. She did not wake up, like she was dreaming. He twisted his head to look at Zhou Qinchen again, who was similarly sleeping soundly. He lifted his front paw and hooked the thin quilt, helping the 2 beautiful women cover up.
Then, Fongping jumped down silently, leaving the home. In the darkness of the night,
he came to the barbecue stand. There was no smell of Ning Shan, she still hadn't come this night, it had been a few days.
Fongping twisted his head and left. He went to the male engineer's house.
There was no light in the male engineer's house tonight, like he was sleeping. Seeing this, Fongping did not bother to knock on the door.
Fine.
It would be good to just casually stroll around outside tonight.
Fongping didn't plan to go any farther.
Of course. He had no plans to go home now either. Anyway, he had come out, so he definitely needed to take a walk. The dark night seemed safer to him than the daytime. Without realizing it, he came back to the alley where he helped Ning Shan for the first time. This place was already some distance from home.
Fongping stopped, tugging at his ears. Turn back. Come out. You've been following me for a long time.
His senses are sharp.
Someone's following, he's noticed. In the darkness. Silence. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Fongping crouched still. He trusted himself. Since he found it. Then there is someone. If you don't come out, I won't leave. Let's see which one of us wears out. After about 5 minutes, a dark shadow finally came out of the darkness. The dark shadow clapped its hands in exclamation. Great King. Not bad. I followed you so carefully and you found me out. Fongping's tail ticked. The opponent was a young man in his 20s. His face was a bit pale. About 1.75 meters in height. Not too tall. Not too short either.
There was a faint smile hanging at the corner of the male youth's mouth. However, Fongping noticed that the male youth's eyes were a little sharp, which was well concealed.
Others might not be able to see it.
But it could not be hidden from his eyes.
He did not move at all, waiting for the other party's introduction. Since you know me, then you know where I come from. But I don't know where you come from. That's not fair. My last name is Gao. Gao as in master.
I came to Jiangqing this time specifically for you. This youth who was confident or arrogant enough to think that he was an expert did not hide his intentions of coming.
Fongping's tail waved vertically. Fine. I'll call you Xiao Gao then. Boring name. Continuing. I need to know what you're here for. Ko didn't come right out and say what he was up to. Do you know the foreign animal army? The Navy SEALs of M? No, that's not the real animal army. The real animal legions are not made up of humans. For example, the Raptor Corps of F.
The F Air Force trains legions of Golden Eagles to intercept battlefield drones at an airbase in the southwestern city of Mont-de-Marsan. Take, for example, the Dolphin Corps of Country M. Using dolphins trained to search for waterlay and go directly to blow up enemy ships with ZA pillpacks or waterlay, they can scout and listen in on incoming and outgoing ships.
Fongping heard this.
Somewhat impatiently, he tugged at his ears.
What exactly are you going to say? Do you want me to carry ZA medicine bag as well? Don't beat around the bush.
Xiao Gao seemed to read Fongping's meaning.
We also have such a legion of animals. Do you want to consider joining us? It's better than you joining a boring pet show. The meaning is completely different.
He hadn't finished speaking.
Fongping's tail hooked. Already turned around and left. This was his attitude. Not interested. I mean it. Hello? Hello?
Still really impatient. Ko suddenly realized that Fongping had walked away and hurried to catch up with him. He hadn't been watching the Great King for a day or two. This cat was smart.
Able to understand people. He thought it was an excellent cat choice to join the animal army. Such a cat would be an excellent help for many tasks. After seeing tonight's concert, he couldn't wait.
He was going to convince the Great King to convince this cat.
Unfortunately, Fongping wouldn't listen to him. Animal army?
It has nothing to do with himself.
Don't come to me. Great King. You wait. Hear me out.
Xiao Gao hurriedly shouted when he saw Fongping walking faster and faster.
Fongping in front stopped. Turned back. There's a show.
Xiao Gao was delighted in his heart and hurriedly walked over.
He was walking a bit fast. The road was dark.
By the time he realized something was wrong, he had stepped on something soft under his feet.
Xiao Gao's face changed.
He had forgotten some of this cat's little tricks.
Grass. He couldn't help but curse.
Not cursing the Great King. Rather, he cursed himself.
Stupid. Fongping pulled his ears. Left. This is a warning. If you follow me again, don't blame me for using big moves. This time, Xiao Gao didn't follow. He stared at the Great King leaving in a daze. Chapter 161 Neighbors. Asleep until morning.
When Dong Yujing got up, she didn't find Big King. She habitually found the sofa.
Sure enough, Big King was curled up under a small blanket on the sofa.
Only one cat ear was sticking out.
Big King. Wake up. It's time to get up, little lazy cat. She raised her hand and pulled Fongping's cat ear. Fongping's ear stood still for a moment. It didn't move again. I know you're awake. I know you're awake. Don't try to sleep.
Dong Yujing mischievously lifted the small blanket, still rubbing Fongping awake.
Fongping stood up. Stretched his back. Yawned. Alas. It was good to have beautiful women around. But more beautiful women can be troublesome. Let's go. Let's go for a run. You'll be sober in no time.
Dong Yujing smiled and continued to rub De Wang's cat head. She had already put on her pink tracksuit, the same one from last time.
Zhou Chenchen had also changed into her white tracksuit.
Fongping saw that the two beautiful women were ready.
Let's run then.
He jumped down from the sofa.
Walked to the door. Bang. Volleyball snap. Opens the door.
The first one walks out.
Two men and a cat walk towards the elevator.
While waiting for the elevator, someone from behind suddenly greets them.
De Wang. Good morning. Good to see you again. Fongping pulled his ears. He didn't turn his head back. He doesn't need to turn around to hear it. This voice? Wasn't it the same Xiao Gao he met last night? This guy. How did he chase him here?
Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing did turn back and glanced at Xiao Gao.
Both of them didn't recognize it.
But the two pretty women weren't surprised. There were definitely more people who knew the Great King now than those who knew them.
De Wang. You guys know each other? Have you met before? Zhou Chenchen asked. Fongping's tail hooked horizontally. Don't know each other. Don't bring me and him together. We don't know each other well.
Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing looked at Xiao Gao skeptically.
Xiao Gao paused.
He naturally understood what Fongping meant.
We only met last night. This cat flip-flopped and didn't recognize anyone. Big Wang and I, we know each other. Last night, not yesterday. We met.
He explained to the two beauties.
Halfway through his sentence, he temporarily changed it. Because Fongping had twisted his head to look at him. The cat's eyes had a murderous aura. The tail was hooked. Dare to say that I went out last night. You will die an ugly death. He goes out every night. Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing don't know. This is something Xiao Gao dared to blow up. He really wants to kill the other guy. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing were even more skeptical when they saw Xiao Gao stuttering. "Da Wang, you guys really know each other? If we don't know each other, we'll call the police." Zhou Qinshan had guarded Fongping vigilantly. She didn't know what Xiao Gao was. Naturally, she was worried that Xiao Gao would be unfavorable to Big King. Dong Yujing had taken out her cell phone. It was also staring vigilantly at Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao had no way of explaining himself. "Da Wang, we're also not fighting. What do you say?" He felt that the Great King was still reasonable. Fongping also thought about it. This expert brother, no, Xiao Gao. Nor is he an ordinary person. Calling the police on him, obviously won't work. Also, Little Hai hadn't offended himself. Last night was also just an invitation to join some kind of national organization. It's just a matter of not agreeing to it. He can't tie himself up. Fongping's tail. It ended up being flicked vertically. Fine. Let's just pretend to know each other. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing sensed the change in Fongping's attitude. It seems. The Great King does know the male youth. The Great King does know you. But I see that the Great King. He doesn't seem to like you very much. Zhou Qinshan still carries a hint of doubt. The attitude of the Great King towards the male youth is different from others. I have some small misunderstandings with the Great King, we'll reconcile. Introductions. I'm a newly moved neighbor, my last name is Gao, Gao is an expert. Little Gao wears a smile. He talks just the same. He's always been a bit of an ass. Hi. I'm still a high master. Fongping didn't care. He saw Xiao Gao extend his hand. Raised his front paw. Pressed down on Little Hai's hand. Take your claws back. Xiao Gao instantly understood. Don't want me to shake hands? Then it's better if I don't shake it. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also had no intention of shaking his hand. At this moment, the elevator arrived. 3 people and a cat entered the elevator. Fongping raised the cat's head. The cat's eyes stared at Xiao Gao. Not a single movement. Big King. Isn't it? Something's wrong again? Xiao Gao looked down. What this cat means sometimes, he can't understand. Fongping looked at the elevator button. Look at Ko again. He continues to remain motionless. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing saw it. Da Wang probably wants you to press the elevator. That's what it means. Dong Yujing spoke up. Xiao Gao actually saw it too. He paused again. In the past, when I saw on the video, Da Wang always took the initiative to press the elevator. It turned out to be a lie. Okay. I'll do it then. Who asked me to do it? No, I asked the cat to do it. I know a lot of things. From now on, if the drain is clogged at the king's house, if the lights are broken, you can call me. Xiao Gao took the initiative anyway, so he simply said some more things that he was good at. This was also to draw closer to Big King. He had also figured it out. This was the first step of his work. It was necessary to make the Great King change his attitude towards himself. What came after could only be done slowly. Good. If there's something in the future, I'll let the Great King invite you. Zhou Qinshan nodded. She and Dong Yujing could also see it at this moment. This Xiao Gao doesn't actually have bad intentions. Otherwise, the Great King definitely wouldn't have the attitude he has now. If the king really hated someone, then he wouldn't pay attention to it at all. This person in front of me, although the Great King doesn't seem to like it, he doesn't overly reject it either. If you need anything, just let the Great King find me. By the way, what place are you guys running in? Ko was also wearing sportswear and looked like he was going for a run as well. We're going to a nearby park. You don't know the area well. Let's go together. Zhou Qinshan saw that Da Wang wasn't repulsed, so she said in passing. Thanks. Then I'll trouble you guys. How about this, you guys take me for a run and I'll treat you to breakfast. Xiao Gao said while thanking him. It could be seen that he was very happy. Fongping glanced at Xiao Gao. This guy? Wouldn't be here to hit on the beautiful woman beside him, right? In that case, get as far away as you can. But soon, Fongping knew that he was wrong. This guy had absolutely no interest in the 2 beauties. He rarely even spoke to the 2. Instead, he preferred to stay by the Great King's side. Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing also saw it. The 2 beautiful women glanced at each other with smiles in their eyes. When running, Xiao Gao also ran with Big King and did not move towards the 2 beautiful women. Fongping saw this. To this expert brother, he felt a little better again. Xiao Gao saw Zhou Qinshan and Dong Yujing running slightly farther away. Da Wang. What I said last night, think about it. I am very sincere. He whispered to Fongping again. Fongping tugged at his ears. Didn't hear. I can't understand it either. Xiao Gao saw this and didn't say much. This matter. We can only take our time. He also saw that the cat had its own ideas. Wanting to impress the Great King wasn't an easy thing to do. The run is over. Everyone headed back. Fongping walked for a while. Suddenly changed direction. Great King. Where are you going?
Xiao Gao asked regarding the fact that the Great King was not going the way home.
Fongping pulled his ears. Just walk. What I said just now. Have you forgotten? You're not buying us breakfast. You're so insincere. Let me trust you so much?
When Xiao Gao saw that Big King was ignoring him, he followed him.
Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing didn't know where Big King was going either. They also followed. After walking for a while, Fongping came to the Baozi store. His tail hooked. Come on. Buy breakfast. I want to eat buns. Chapter 162 The Sky. Fongping led the group to the Baozi store. Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing couldn't help but laugh. They understood.
The Great King wanted to eat buns.
Xiao Gao naturally figured it out as well. He also laughed.
He had originally said that he would treat everyone to breakfast.
Fine. We've all come to the Baozi store. Let's eat buns then. This Baozi store is doing good business. Such a long line?
It was the first time for Xiao Gao to come here, and the aroma of the Bao store was indeed mouth-watering.
He thinks he understands.
No wonder the Great King came here. Xiao Gao was about to go stand in line when Old Man Bai walked out of the store. Fongping saw Old Man Bai at a glance, and the old man was carrying 3 more bags of buns, dozens of them, in his hands.
He didn't know, this old man bought so many every day. Who was he feeding? Old Man Bai also saw Fongping. Little brat. Are you having a craving? Want to eat buns? He asked. Last night's Great King had performed amazingly.
Even he, an old man who didn't like watching concerts, was interested.
Fongping's tail ticked. Someone's treating me. Why don't I eat? Master Bai. You came to buy buns too? You're here early.
Zhou Chenchen greets with a smile from the side at this moment.
Chen Chun. You're here too? Don't queue up. It's crowded. We'll be late. Take these 2 bags.
Old Man Bai took a look at Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing and casually handed over 2 bags of buns.
Mr. Bai. How can you do this? You've waited in such a long line.
Zhou Chenchen didn't want to take them, but Old Man Bai shoved them at him anyway.
Master Bai. Thank you. It was supposed to be my treat.
Xiao Gao also thanked Old Man Bai at this moment.
He's a bit of a benefactor. And you are?
Old Man Bai looks at Xiao Gao.
I don't know him. What kind of stranger is this? Mr. Bai. I'm a new neighbor. I live on the same floor as you and the king. I'm also a friend of the king.
My last name is Gao, as in expert.
You can call me Gao. Xiao Gao introduced himself.
He knew Old Man Bai and still had great respect for this old soldier.
Little Gao. Nice young man, very spirited. Remember to give me the money for the buns later.
Old Man Bai patted Xiao Gao's shoulder.
Xiao Gao paused. He was caught off guard by Old Man Bai's words. The old man's twist was too fast. He's too fast. This meal is still on me. Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing laughed nearby. Master is still a master.
Old Man Bai said to Fongping again.
Mr. King.
Eat the buns and find a chance to learn more skills.
Don't be lazy all day and just grow fat. I've heard that there's an arcat, Xiao,
who's much better than you at piano, chess, and karate. If you don't work hard, you won't have any small fish to eat in the future. He said this and left with his hands behind his back. Fongping tugged at his ears.
Our country Elvis? Xiao? Does this have anything to do with me? Fongping did not know that this cat wanted to challenge himself.
Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing didn't tell him. He tugged at his ears.
Don't want to. Better go home and eat the buns. Back home. Xiao Gao didn't come in. He sent the big king and the 2 beauties to the door and left. He went back to his house, next to Old Man White's house. While eating breakfast, the program's filming crew had arrived.
Turning on the room's live broadcast equipment, the staff immediately retreated. In the live broadcast room, the audience immediately saw Fongping.
Good morning, Great King. Good morning, 2 goddesses.
Great King is so happy, the 2 goddesses are eating breakfast with him again. Great King is eating buns again today, I can smell the aroma even through the screen.
What kind of bun filling do you like? I like pork. I like beef filling. I like leek and egg filling.
Fongping had breakfast with Zhou Chenchen and Dong Yujing.
Zhou Chenchen took Fongping out of the house and dropped Dong Yujing off at her company in the meantime. When they arrived at the advertising agency, Zhou Chenchen quickly got busy again. Fongping was fine squatting on his work desk.
This morning, the concert was over and there was no one to pick him up. After thinking about it, he jumped down from the work table and prepared to go to Sister Hong's place to play. When Zhou Chenchen saw it, she also reminded him.
Do Wang. Don't run far away. Make me worry. Fongping's tail hooked. Got it. Don't worry. He quickly left and went to the elevator. He went upstairs to the modeling agency.
The front desk lady wasn't paying attention.
Fongping slipped inside. Inside the room, Sister Hong and the pretty young ladies didn't notice Fongping come in. Everyone was staring at the big screen across the room. The Great King's challenge opponent was so powerful. How can this cat be smarter than the Great King? I don't believe it. I think the Great King is just the smartest. I'm a little worried about the Great King. This Chio is no ordinary cat. Sister Hong and the pretty ladies are watching and commenting at the same time. Chio? Fongping tugged at his ears. Today was the second time he heard this name. Old Man Bai said it once in the morning. He hadn't cared. Playing the piano, go, and karate, this was a cat? Of course. Himself doesn't count. Alright, then. I'll take a look too. He jumped onto Sister Hong's long legs. Sister Hong was almost startled. When she saw it was Big King, she laughed again. Do Wang, why did you come over in the morning? By the way, you don't have to go to rehearsal today, she asked before remembering. Fongping's tail ticked. Yes. The concert was over. At this time the pretty young ladies gathered around. Do Wang, your performance yesterday was great. Do Wang, I didn't even realize that you could play the piano. Ta Wang, thanks for the concert tickets. Maharaja, yesterday's show was the best I've ever seen. King, do you want a lollipop? The last question was asked by Zhao Shi. Fongping heard lollipop. The tail flicked vertically. Immediately jumped onto Zhao Shi's long legs. Alas! When it comes to eating, little greedy cats change their hearts the fastest, Sister Hong said with amusement. Seeing that Sister Hong didn't stop her, Zhao Shi pulled out the lollipop he had prepared long ago from his own pocket. In the past few days, the Great King was rehearsing, and there was no time to give it to the Great King. She carefully peeled off the candy paper and handed it to Fongping's mouth. Sweet. So sweet. Fongping half squinted his eyes. He just loved eating lollipops, it was so sweet to his heart. Such a taste. It was the most pleasing to him. Holding the lollipop in his mouth, his gaze then looked at the large screen across the room. On the screen, a white cat appeared. The Great King. Recognize it? This is Chio. Zhao Shi asked him. Fongping's tail whipped horizontally. I don't recognize it. In the morning, Old Man White said it wasn't our cat. Sister Hong read Fongping's meaning. Do Wang, this cat. It is said to challenge you. Fongping heard the words said to challenge himself just now. He tugged at his ears. Is this the cat? Looks like. It's just a cat. He knew himself well. There was still a difference between himself and a cat. He was actually no longer a cat now. He had already detached himself from certain characteristics of a cat. He was a grade 2 fierce beast. The key is, inside him was a human soul. This world. To say that a cat can challenge himself. This can only be a joke. Great King. Don't underestimate each other. I'll show you Chio's video. Sister Hong knows that the Great King is smart. She still wanted the Great King to pay attention. Fongping's tail ticked. A video appeared on the big screen. In the center of the screen, there was a white piano. That white cat, that Chio, was also wearing a special white suit. Chio walked lightly to the piano. Jumped on it. Sister Hong glances at the Maharaja. Fongping's cat eyes. Without blinking. Screen. Ding. 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 Chio begins to play. A somewhat soothing piece. A very melodious piano piece. It resounded on the screen. The black and white keys on the piano, under Chio's graceful pedaling. A beautiful tune that makes people cry. A beautiful melody that moved the heart. Fongping squinted his eyes. He was a bit out of his element. He listened out. Before his eyes, a beautiful image emerged. Sky City. Chapter 163 Hope. The white cat on the big screen played a segment of City in the Sky. This made Fongping a little surprised. His tail ticked. Could it be that in this world, there were people who had also traveled over? System. Is there anyone else in this world who has traveled through the same as me? Is it not so? Fongping couldn't help but ask the system. Ding. There isn't. The only person who has traveled through this parallel world is you, the host. The system gave a negative answer. That's fine then. Fongping was relieved. But then it seemed that this white cat had some skills. At this moment another video was played on the big screen. A black and white chessboard. A middle-aged man. A white cat. Sitting opposite each other. Fongping tugged at his ears. This white cat. Still multi-talented? Can it play Go? Fongping himself could play Go, and his level was not bad, but it was at the amateur level. At this moment, the big screen introduced that the person playing against the white cat was a professional third dan from our country. This was awesome. One must know that a professional Go player, even a professional beginner, can still beat a high amateur player. On the screen, the middle-aged man is holding the black pieces, and the white cat is the white pieces. One man and one cat playing against each other. On the chessboard, the middle-aged man grabs a black piece and drops it on the board. The The white cat on the other side also raises its front paw and hooks a white piece onto the board. It looked like a good game. Fongping observed for a while. The white cat was not putting on a show. It seemed to really know how to play Go, and its level was not low. Midway through the game, the middle-aged man bowed low and admitted defeat to the white cat. Sister Hong had been watching the great king's reaction. But Fongping's tail ticked. Like he was interested. And again like he wasn't interested. Your Highness, if Chio challenged you, what would you do? She asked Fongping. Fongping tugged at his ears. Challenge me? Then wait until it comes. He suddenly had no interest in this cat again. All day long, challenging this and that, isn't it tiring too? Fongping jumped off Zhao Shi's long legs and stopped looking at the big screen. Sister Hong smiled and turned off the big screen. The big king didn't want to watch. She didn't want to watch it either. After playing at Sister Hong's place until almost noon, Fongping went back to Zhou Qinshan's place to eat lunch and then ran out again. Zhou Qinshan couldn't care less about him. When they got to the elevator, the doors opened. Originally, the elevator was going down. Fongping's purpose was to go up. He did not intend to go in. But he saw Zhao Shi in the elevator. Those pretty big sisters were not there, so how come Zhao Shi went down alone? He was a little curious. Tugging his ears, walked into the elevator. Zhao Shi saw the Maharaja walk in. De Wang, you're going down? Where are you going? She asked. Fongping's tail hooked. Wherever you go. I'll go wherever. Zhao Shi didn't see what the great king meant. She was just asking casually. The great king couldn't talk anyway. Walking out of the building, Zhao Shi realized that the great king was still following her. Big king, you're following me? Right? She reacted. Fongping's tail waved vertically. Girl, you finally see it. That's what I'm thinking. Zhao Shi read the great king's meaning this time. You really want to follow me? Fine. I'll be back later as well, so come with me then. She thought about it and agreed. If she refused, this cat would probably have to follow her anyway. The great king had his own ideas. She couldn't stop it either. Zhao Shi continued to walk ahead. Fongping also didn't know where she was going. It would be good to follow then. He was leisurely at the back. He wasn't afraid of losing himself anyway. Zhao Shi walked for a while and entered a rather shabby alley. Fongping followed in. It was the first time he knew that there was such an alley in the neighborhood. This alley was not very wide, and the green stone walls in the alley were also rather shabby, and looked like they had been around for a longer period of time. The alley is very quiet, and compared to the street outside, it is completely two worlds. Outside the world, busy and lively. The world here, silent, as if isolated from the world. Zhao Shi turned back in front. Great king! We've arrived. Let's go inside. She waved to Fongping and then walked into a small store. Fongping tugs at his ears. It seems to be a small restaurant. Zhao Shi comes here for lunch? He knew that Zhao Shi's family was not well off. It was probably cheaper to eat here, so he could save a little for his family. Fongping walked into the small restaurant. Zhao Shi did not sit at the small table. Instead, she went to the kitchen. Even as he stood outside, he could see Zhao Shi helping to wash the dishes. Fongping's tail ticked. Could Zhao Shi be working a second job here? However, immediately, he knew he thought wrong. A middle-aged man was also in the kitchen. Cece. Don't wash it. There aren't many bowls here. I'll cook for you, eat and hurry back to the office. He advised Zhao Shi from the side. Dad. Sister Hong knows I'm back. She even asked me to stay a little longer. Zhao Shi unveiled her relationship with the middle-aged man with a phrase of address. Fongping heard and understood. So this was Dad Zhao. Then, this is the small restaurant owned by Zhao Dad. He looked around. Right now it was noon, it should be the busiest time, but it didn't look like business was too good. There wasn't a single customer in the store. But the store was quite clean. It looked like Dad Zhao was also carefully taking care of the small restaurant. Cece. Sister Hong is good to you. It's all the more reason for us to appreciate it. We can't let things at home hold you back. Zhao Dad didn't let Zhao Shi stay just because she said so. Dad. I'll boil the medicine for Mom and leave. Is Mom okay in the morning? Zhao Shi came back and mainly boiled medicine for Zhao Mother. She's fine. It's just that business isn't going well. It's not picking up. Dad shook his head when he said that. Dad. Don't be anxious. We've opened the store for too short a time. I believe in your craftsmanship, maybe people don't know about it yet. Zhao Shi was actually anxious in his heart. This small restaurant represented the hope of a family. But she didn't show it on her face. If she was anxious, Zhao Dad would be even more on fire. There's a customer in the store. Why is there a cat? I'll go and see. Don't let the cat jump onto the small table. Dad Zhao suddenly saw Fongping and the crew in charge of filming. Dad. That's De Wang, the cat I told you about who helped me. You make something delicious for De Wang, we have to thank him.
Zhao Shi slapped his head and realized that he was busy as soon as he came in and forgot about the Great King. This is the Great King. That's fine. It's to thank this cat properly. Papa Zhao retraced his steps. He had heard his daughter say countless times about this cat helping Zhao Shi. He was still half believing it now. Zhao Shi walked out from the kitchen. "De Wang, you wait here for a while. My dad will make you something to eat, he's good at it, you'll like it," she said to Fongping. Fongping tugged at his ears. He had wanted to refuse. But there was already an aroma coming from the kitchen. The scent was quite appealing, appealing to cats. "Okay. Then eat a little more. I think I can eat a little more. Just a little." After a while, Papa Zhao came out of the kitchen with a bowl of deep-fried sizzling ribs. Fongping's tail hooked. His cat eyes lit up. It smelled delicious. "De Wang, I'll stick an avatar on you. From now on, this bowl is for your exclusive use." Papa Zhao smiled at Fongping, who was already squatting and ready to feast. "I heard that this cat is very smart and can understand human words. It was also heard that this cat was a fortune cat, and wherever he went, he would get rich." He didn't really believe in this rumor. Fongping didn't care what Papa Zhao thought. He was interested in the ribs right now. Lowering his head, concentrating on gnawing on the small ribs. In the live broadcast room, the viewers saw this scene. "Big King is changing his program, I'm watching an eating broadcast? I just had lunch, and seeing the fried ribs makes me hungry again." "Me too. If this goes on, I'll be scolded for being a rice bucket. I suspect you're cursing the king, but I have no proof. That said, I'm in Jiangcheng, where is this restaurant, I want to go for fried ribs." "I'm also in Jiangcheng, same address. Let's go together. Maybe we'll run into Big Wang next time." When you put it like that, I'm tempted too. Chapter 164, Red Hot. Fongping stayed for a while in the small restaurant run by Zhao Dad. To be honest, Dad Zhao's craftsmanship was still very good. Fongping felt that this kind of craftsmanship was more than enough to open a small restaurant. The only regret was that the location of the small restaurant was not too well chosen. It was too remote, and there were too few pedestrians passing by. If it wasn't for Zhao Shi leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Pity. Such a good craft was capable of earning money. Now he could only hope that Zhao Dad's small restaurant would soon become prosperous.